Chapter 1. The Arrival of the Master. At the peak of Cliff Edge Peak, within the Mystic Sword Sect, standing on the mountaintop beside the precipice, a man in white stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gently raising his head to gaze at the sea of clouds in the sky. A breeze blew by, fluttering his robes, as if he were an exiled immortal. Moments later, he slightly bent his knees and began to form the taiji with his arms. Instantly, the cloud sea above seemed like water churned in a bucket, rapidly converging and compressing. The man in white stopped manipulating the clouds with his hands, slowly stepped back half a step with his right foot, and lifted his right fist. Suddenly, he struck out with one punch, unleashing a gust of wind that caused the gathered clouds to explode and gradually dissipate into a clear blue sky. Beside the man in white stood a 15 or 16-year-old girl in a light blue robe. Her wide eyes stared in amazement as if saying, "This man is so formidable. I can't possibly be his match. If I were to spar with him, I would surely be defeated miserably." "Hey." The girl glanced at Tommy, then said somewhat indignantly, "Brother, why have you been narrating since I arrived? Are you actually going to fight or not?" Tommy was speechless for a moment. The girl in blue, named Ainsley, was the daughter of Cliff Edge Peak's master, just like Tommy. 18 years ago, Tommy was born amidst celestial anomalies, with colorful clouds stretching for miles and an imposing aura, earning him the title of Prodigy. However, 2 years ago, during a sparring session between Tommy and his sister Ainsley, Tommy, who had previously appeared invincible, was sent flying by Ainsley, who was only at the 3rd stage of chi cultivation. This revealed his secret. His imposing aura was just a facade. He lacked any real power, making him nothing more than a useless figure. "Hold it." Tommy looked at Ainsley coldly. "We can drop this act now. If I'm not allowed to narrate, neither are you." Then, Tommy gave Ainsley a smug look. "My foolish little sister, challenging the protagonist will never end well, but guess what? I've leveled up again." Ainsley retorted, "Sure, your aura has upgraded." Tommy boasted, "With one punch, I can unleash a fierce wind." Ainsley replied flatly, "We practice swordsmanship in our sect." Tommy continued, "With one punch, I can cause sandstorms, changing the very face of the earth." Ainsley repeated, "We practice swordsmanship in our sect." Tommy snapped, "Can you stop bringing up swordsmanship all the time?" Ainsley responded, "Oh, you mean because you lack actual power?" Clang, clang, clang. Satisfied, Tommy turned his attention inward to examine the system interface in his mind. System version 1.0. System description *. This system transcends the flow of time, designed for an unknown supreme being who has traveled across countless continents. Its modules include the buff module, skill module, upgrade type module, task module, and more features will be unlocked with system upgrades. Buff module. Outsider *. Since you are from another world and not yet acknowledged by this realm, you cannot directly harm the natives of this land. Your direct damage is 0. Overwhelming aura *. Though you lack true power, each of your moves is accompanied by celestial phenomena. Upgrade type module. Emotion points *. The system collects emotional changes caused by you, converting them into universal points. These points can be used to upgrade the system or unlock other functions. Task module. Emotional task *. Emotions are the cornerstone of interpersonal relationships. Successful people aren't swayed by emotions. Control others' emotions instead. Objective *. Collect 10 million universal points, 920/1000, from emotion points. Reward * 1 random draw. All your desires are here. Other functions, to be unlocked. In his previous life, Tommy was a designer of indie games, famous for creating a phenomenal game due to his eccentric and imaginative nature. He was subsequently transported to this world after rejecting involvement from a foreign capital, leading to a violent outcome, in a figurative sense. Having assessed the situation, Tommy turned to Ainsley, "So, what brings you here?" Ainsley countered, "Didn't you call me to spar?" Tommy laughed mockingly, "Ha ha ha, my foolish little sister, even a mere ant dares to challenge a tree. Let's fight." With that, Tommy flicked his robe, extending his left hand forward in a challenging gesture. "I'll pass. I'm afraid I might kill you in one strike, and father would blame me," Ainsley sneered. Clang. "Congratulations. You have earned scorn from Ainsley, converted into plus 80 universal points. Current universal points, 1000. Clang. Congratulations on completing the task. Clang. Congratulations. You have won a reward, 1 random draw. Do you wish to claim it now?" Tommy couldn't help but complain. "A random draw? Will I actually get something good? Drawing without spending won't net anything good. I'll eat this system right here and now." Nonetheless, he selected yes, without hesitation. A golden light flashed. Clang. "Congratulations. You have received the buff reward, Overwhelming Presence. Overwhelming Presence * Presence is an indication of one's strength. Your words and actions carry an overwhelming aura, causing others to subconsciously agree with you. Effective only against those with weaker presence. Consumption, 1000 points per minute. As the reward appeared, the golden light continued to shimmer, much like the flashy wings of a trashy online game from his past life, emphasizing the rarity of this reward. The glowing light seemed to silently mock him. "Come on, boy. Let's see you eat me today." Tommy couldn't help but imagine, wow, legendary golden buff. He unconsciously started doing mental math. Outsider plus overwhelming aura equals an imposing waist. Outsider plus overwhelming aura plus overwhelming presence equals a powerful figure who never needs to lift a finger. Reasonable, very reasonable. An imposing waist, appearing as a powerful figure both from afar and up close. As long as no one challenges him, he remains a powerful figure, even without actual power. A powerful figure, exuding strong presence, never lifting a finger, only speaking, could achieve victory without fighting. Realizing this, Tommy felt invincible, standing taller and prouder. Imagining himself as undefeated, Tommy flicked his robe and gazed skyward, embodying a melancholic yet invincible demeanor, looking like a transcendent sage. After 5 minutes of posing with no response from his sister, Tommy's lips twitched awkwardly. He stretched his stiff neck from tilting it upward, then lowered his head and sternly told his sister, "You're not allowed to say I lack power anymore. You must understand, one does not insult a powerful figure lightly." Just as Tommy was lost in his illusion of invincibility, a voice reached his ears, "Wenxiang, come to the Grand Hall. I have important matters to discuss with you." Chapter 2. The Past of the Cultivation World. Cliff Peak, halfway up the mountain. Creak. The old wooden door emitted a decaying sound as it opened. Looking at the overgrown weeds in the courtyard and the broken tiles, the brother and sister exchanged an unspoken glance and sighed simultaneously. "Well, Dad is great in every way, except for his penchant for bragging," Tommy muttered under his breath. "I wasn't like him. When I was born, I brought forth colorful clouds that stretched for miles. Did I boast about it? No. My punch could shake the heavens and stir the earth. Did I show off? No. Even as a prodigy, I know to keep a low profile. Why can't father, as the peak master, learn to be humble?" Then, the two siblings crossed the courtyard and entered a great hall that was barely larger than a thatched cottage. As soon as they stepped inside, a hearty laugh echoed from within. "Haha, Wenxiang my son, our Cliff Peak is about to flourish." In the center of the grand hall stood a middle-aged man dressed in a gray robe, unkempt and disheveled. He held a large purple gold wine gourd in one hand, drinking heartily while excitedly speaking to them. 10 years. Do you know how I spent the last 10 years? Before he finished, Dayon tilted his head back and took another large gulp of wine. Now, the once-a-decade disciple recruitment competition for the sect is approaching. This time, Cliff Peak will surely regain its glory under my leadership. After the competition, Cliff Peak Master won't remain so low profile anymore. Hearing this, Ainsley had already used her toes to scratch an entire hall-sized indentation out of embarrassment and asked Tommy with confusion, "Brother, has Dad always been this arrogant?" "Joanna, you should know me best. If it were me, I'd be even more audacious than Dad," Tommy replied indifferently. Dayon shook his head, forcing himself to sober up and calm down before announcing to the two, "I have some good news to tell you. I've registered for the sect's disciple recruitment competition, and the participant is..." Dayon deliberately dragged out the moment, building anticipation, then loudly shouted, "Wenxiang." As soon as he spoke, Ainsley looked utterly bewildered, her face turning ashen, while Tommy's expression grew grave. Dayon then took another excited sip of wine. "On the day Wenxiang was born, there were celestial phenomena, which I concealed to prevent others from guessing. Now, most people in the Mystic Sword sect don't know Wenxiang is a prodigy. This time, if Wenxiang participates, he will definitely lead our Cliff Peak into the top 5. With such a top 5 title, we won't fail to recruit any disciples." "Ha ha ha, look how happy my children are." Speechless, Dayon said with satisfaction. This time, Cliff Peak will surely take off. Seeing his overly enthusiastic father, Tommy calmly interjected, "Father, you're still too conservative. How can merely ranking in the top 5 reflect a genius's true strength? With Cliff Peak being weak and surrounded by menacing forces from other peaks who try to snatch our resources, now is precisely the time for geniuses like us to step up. First place, I'm determined to win it." "No way, absolutely not." Suddenly, a delicate shout interrupted the father-son discussion. "My brother cannot participate in this competition." Ainsley urgently exclaimed, "Father, I must say it now. Have you ever considered the possibility, maybe, perhaps, that my brother might just be trash?" Silence fell. Dayon froze, his excited face turning somewhat dazed. Ainsley worriedly continued, "Father, I know you have high hopes for my brother, but this might devastate you." PFT cough cough. A mouthful of wine burst out of Dayon's mouth, and his previously dazed face erupted into uncontrollable laughter. Ha! Dayon couldn't catch his breath as he laughed. "Joanna, stop joking around. Your brother's aura alone leaves me in awe. Strength can sometimes be faked, but aura emanates from within and cannot be fabricated. But, brother really is trash." Ainsley stomped her feet in frustration. He only has the aura but no offensive capability. Sending him to compete would get him killed. After a long while, Dayon finally calmed down from his laughter. "Ah." Dayon sighed deeply and addressed his daughter seriously. "Joanna, perhaps I haven't given you enough attention, leading you to feel jealous of your brother. I promise to pay more attention to you from now on." Ainsley. All right. Dayon cut off his daughter's words and turned to look at Tommy with a serious expression. "Wenxiang, these past years you've been hidden away, untouched by the sect's affairs. Now that you're an adult, you need to take on some responsibilities. Let me explain the world to you thoroughly, listen carefully. The heavenly dry continent stretches boundlessly. Billions of years ago, countless races existed side by side, and the human race was weak, mostly preyed upon by demonic beasts. In dire straits, our ancestors achieved greatness by observing heaven and inscribing the earth, comprehending the ancient times and creating cultivation methods unique to humans. Cultivation realms can be divided into Chi Practitioner, Foundation Establishment, 100 Meridians, Golden Core, Nascent Soul, True Return, 3 Elements, Sage, and Great Emperor. Since then, the ancient sages slayed demonic beasts and divine demons, continuously striving and cultivating, thereby establishing the 5 regions under human control. Today, the 5 great sanctuaries dominate the regions, defending against the countless races from beyond, attempting to invade our territories. These sanctuaries are Eastern Desolate Sanctuary, Purple One Dao Sect, Southern Region Sanctuary, Heaven Saint Palace, Western Land Sanctuary, Great Compassion Zen Temple, Northern Dipper Sanctuary, Eternal Ho Clan, Central State Sanctuary, Julie Divine Dynasty. The reason why they are called sanctuaries is because each has produced great emperor-level powerhouses. 50,000 years ago, a peerless genius emerged in Purple One Dao sect. At 10, he reached foundation establishment. At 30, true return. At 100, 3 elements. And by 3,000 years old, he became the youngest great emperor in human history, Uriel. Due to this, Purple One Dao sect ascended from a first-rate force to a sanctuary. Uriel's reign lasted 13,000 years until new deity-level beings appeared among the countless races from beyond, eyeing human territories and launching an unprecedented invasion. Uriel, wielding his imperial weapon, gathered myriad saints to defend at Imperishable Mountain. The battle was tragic. Blood ran red as oceans, and ultimately both emperors perished along with all the saints. Yet, humanity barely managed to repel the invaders, securing relative peace for today. 15,000 years after the emperor battle, life revived, and a new generation of powerful figures emerged. Among them, our Mystic Sword Sect's founder, Anakin, dressed in green, with a flute and a sword, created the Qingxian sword art, killing countless enemies and excelling above all others. Together with his companions, he established Mystic Sword Sect, dividing it into 18 peaks, each specializing in different cultivation paths. The sect disciple recruitment competition is a rule set by the Venerable to ensure the vitality of Mystic Sword Sect. Later in life, Anakin sought opportunities for breakthrough by exploring traces of emperors at Imperishable Mountain, but unfortunately got trapped for 7,000 years. His vitality eventually waned, and he passed away. Chapter 3. The Master Disciple of Giant Sword Peak. Deep into the night, Tommy lay awake in bed, his eyes fixed on the ceiling as he replayed his father's earlier discussion about the Grand Clan recruitment contest in his mind. The Grand Clan recruitment contest occurred once every 10 years, and was one of the rare occasions where all 18 peaks would convene together. The contest lasted for 7 days. The first 3 days were dedicated to evaluating new disciples. The next 2 days involved ranking contests among disciples from the 18 peaks. The final 2 days saw the clan hosting banquets for guests from all directions. The rankings of each peak depended on the number of new disciples received and the performance of its disciples during the contest, directly determining the resources allocated to them each year. Over time, this led to a situation where the strong got stronger and the weak became weaker. Unless there was an extraordinary opportunity, it was nearly impossible for a weaker peak to rise as a dark horse. Unfortunately, Precipice Peak ranked last among the 18 peaks. Its master was unreliable and only cared about drinking. Therefore, during the last contest, Precipice Peak failed to recruit any disciples, making it a laughingstock. Bang! The door flew open with a kick. Tommy had to stop his musings and looked at his sister standing in the doorway, holding a package with tears in her eyes and a look of reluctance. He was puzzled. What are you doing? This could be illegal. Brother, can't you act normal? Ainsley, whose eyes had been moist with tears, suddenly turned impatient, waving her hand dismissively. Sigh, forget it. Brother, I've packed everything for you. You should run away from home. Even if father will become a laughingstock again, it's better than you dying. As she finished speaking, Tommy sprang out of bed like a fish flipping over, landing gracefully on the floor. With an arrogant swagger, he approached Ainsley. Suddenly, he grabbed her in a wall lean, lowering his voice dramatically. Woman, you don't believe I can win first place. Ainsley retorted, I believe you'll get killed trying. Tommy remained speechless for a moment. I ask you, if you were my opponent, would you dare challenge me with this presence? Tommy raised his right hand as he spoke. Instantly, the air in the room stirred, forming small whirlwinds. Vases, books, chairs, and even a half-eaten apple from yesterday flew around, creating a rather intimidating scene. The winds almost knocked Ainsley off her feet, forcing her to steady herself against the door. After proving his strength, Tommy lowered his hand and raised an eyebrow at Ainsley. Well, my punch can shatter the sky. Admittedly, if one didn't know Tommy's true situation, they might have been genuinely intimidated by this show. Ainsley paused. Brother, others might fear your aura and not fight you. But what if you meet someone who is headstrong? It's impossible. Impossible. No one in this world fears death more than me. With that, Tommy flicked his sleeves, making his clothes flutter without wind, giving him an imposing demeanor. Ainsley remarked, not all swordsmen possess elegant manners, like the brutish warriors of Giant Sword Peak. Tommy fell silent for 3 seconds, then decided, tomorrow morning, go prepare a white cloth and a swana. Follow me to the martial arts square. Ainsley asked, brother, do you want everyone to attend your funeral? Enough talk. Go, Tommy urged, pushing her out of the room. I need to sleep. Once his sister left, Tommy lay back in bed and examined the system in his mind. Outsider, since you are a Chanyurachira, currently not recognized by the heavens and earth, you cannot directly harm the natives of this continent. Your direct damage is 0. Correction. Outsider, since you are a Chanyurachira refers to someone who has traveled through time or worlds, currently not recognized by the heavens and earth, you cannot directly harm the natives of this continent. Your direct damage is 0. For better fluency and clarity in English. Outsider, since you are a Chanyurachira, a traveler from another world, you are currently not recognized by the heavens and earth. Therefore, you cannot directly harm the natives of this continent. Your direct damage is 0. For natural readability. Outsider, as you are a traveler from another world and have yet to be recognized by the heavens and earth, you cannot directly harm the natives of this continent. Your direct damage is 0. Overwhelming aura. Though you lack damaging abilities, each move you make will be accompanied by celestial phenomena. Tommy pondered these buffs carefully. Each move is accompanied by celestial phenomena. If I apply this aura elsewhere, will there still be phenomena? Being unrecognized by the heavens implies lacking virtue. If I perform beneficial deeds. He sighed. Forget it. I'll test this tomorrow. If successful, things will proceed much smoother. The next morning. Bang! The door was kicked open again. Tommy, can't you show some respect to a boss? Remember to knock next time. Ainsley didn't respond, handing him the white cloth and swona. There you go, the props for your funeral. Instead of taking them, Tommy walked past her with an air of authority. As a boss, must I handle such trivial matters? You carry them and follow me. Ainsley clenched her teeth, grumbling in dissatisfaction but silently followed. The martial arts square was a massive, nearly 500 square kilometer square-shaped area. The central platform took up about 1/3 of the space, while the remaining areas were divided into 8 smaller platforms. However, the central platform was often seen as too grand for most disciples who were only at the chi cultivation or foundation establishment stages. It was typically used by core disciples or elders for verifying new techniques. Though called a martial arts square, it also included various commercial elements. Around the square were bustling markets, where many disciples conducted business after completing missions. Since the Grand Clan recruitment contest was held here, it was one of the busiest places within the clan outside of special celebrations. The siblings strolled leisurely towards the central platform. Before reaching it, they heard cheers and discussions from afar. Did you hear? The senior disciple from Giant Sword Peak single-handedly slew a Peak Foundation establishment stage gigantic beast on his last mission. And that's not all. He supposedly gained enlightenment and created a new sword technique that descends from the heavens. Only the central platform has special protective arrays for testing. Following the crowd's gaze, the siblings saw a man nearly 2 meters tall on the platform, his upper body exposed, muscles bulging. He wielded a colossal broadsword as big as a door, swinging it skillfully. Despite his towering stature and muscular physique, he had a delicate face, resembling a reincarnated Neza. Yep, very Giant Sword Peak. Makes sense. As they were marveling, Neza frowned, sensing something. He locked eyes with the siblings and walked towards them with heavy footsteps that shook the platform. Stopping in front of Tommy, he looked down at him with a booming voice. I know you, Tommy of Precipice Peak. My teacher always praises your genius. This caused a stir among the nearby disciples. Who's Tommy? Is he related to Giant Sword Peak senior disciple? I heard Tommy is the senior disciple of Precipice Peak, but I don't think that Peak has many disciples. Tommy thought sarcastically, here we go, the classic arrogance and humiliation scenario. ####Chapter 4, The 100 Birds Pay Homage to the Phoenix. Without waiting for Tommy to respond, the burly senior brother of Giant Sword Sect continued. Wenxiang, these past few days, I've created a new cultivation technique. Oh, are you challenging me? Tommy replied with a calm expression. Then, inwardly, he ranted furiously. Is it starting now? Is this about establishing authority through me? Cultivation is just too tough. What did I do wrong? No. The burly man hurriedly waved his hands, looking somewhat shy, a look that seemed odd on his towering frame. Actually, my master speaks highly of you. I'm having some issues with my technique and hope to ask for your advice. Tommy couldn't help but internally criticize his father. Didn't you say you'd keep me hidden? Where am I hidden? Why does the master of Giant Sword Peak already know I'm a genius? Feigning profundity, Tommy smiled slightly at the burly man and asked, what exactly is the problem? Internally, Tommy was quite dramatic. Giant Sword Peak lives up to its reputation. Nothing but brutish warriors who can't even bluff properly. The burly man responded, when I cultivate, there's always stagnation in my Zhongtong acupoint. It feels very blocked, and the technique I created sometimes works and sometimes doesn't. He then bent his muscular body and bowed deeply to Tommy, saying, please, Wenxiang, help me. Let me think. Tommy maintained his air of profundity. Yet again, he couldn't resist criticizing himself internally. This question is too hard. I don't know how to solve it. Wrong. Why do I keep criticizing myself? It must be because of Ainsley. Ding. A task-triggering scenario has been detected. Ding. Task issued. Good deeds. Help Brock, the senior brother of Giant Sword Peak, resolve his internal chi stagnation issue. Note, during the task period, the system will automatically collect the emotional changes caused by your actions. Task reward. Skill. Point deer is horse. Point deer is horse. When you point at a deer, it will turn into a horse. After pondering for a moment, Tommy made up his mind. Then, he put on a solemn expression and flung his robe. Instantly, a strong wind whirled around Tommy, making his robe flap violently in the gusts. Fellow disciples were astonished by this sudden windstorm. Next, he turned towards Brock, assuming an air of a reclusive sage. I have found the answer to your problem. Watch closely. Under the puzzled gazes of everyone, he strode onto the central platform. With every step, his aura grew stronger until a spiritual storm formed around him, giving him an aura of supreme power. On the platform, Tommy stood still in his white robe, closing his eyes in concentration. Suddenly, the surrounding spiritual storm ceased. At this moment, Tommy, keeping his eyes closed, subtly dug his toes into the ground at a speed of 120 miles per hour. The previously calm platform instantly became vibrant with spirit energy. Above them, dark clouds quickly gathered, forming thick layers overhead, creating an extremely oppressive atmosphere. Centered around Tommy, fierce winds howled, and lightning flashed as if heaven itself was enraged. Tommy realized immediately, the system was not lying. Every move brings heavenly phenomena. If I consider digging my toes as a move, it will surely cause an anomaly. Quite idealistic and logical. He slowly opened his eyes, still moving his toes at high speed, and gestured to his sister standing beside the platform, saying, Joanna, bring the swona. Ainsley held a white cloth to her forehead with one hand and a swona in the other, running against the fierce wind. Her small figure almost couldn't stand straight in the gale, yet she persisted, struggling towards her brother. Reaching him, she respectfully handed over the swona. In front of others, Ainsley gave her brother all the respect, hyping him up as a fake grandmaster. Tommy stopped digging his toes into the ground. Instantly, the lightning vanished and the strong wind ceased, though the thick clouds above wouldn't dissipate easily. Meanwhile, fellow disciples, who had been blown about by the wind, regained their composure and stopped chattering, staring curiously at the siblings on the platform. Then, Tommy took the Suona from his sister and motioned for her to stand aside. He inhaled deeply, slowly bringing the Suona to his lips, recalling the 100 birds pay homage to the phoenix from his previous life. Yuya. A unique sound resonated throughout the heavens and earth. Suddenly, light penetrated the thick clouds above, revealing countless birds, cuckoos, partridges, swallows, blue jays, magpies, larks. They were all crystalline and colorful, born of spirit energy. These birds pierced through the clouds, flying swiftly towards the two siblings on the platform. On the platform, countless birds spiraled around Tommy's head, accompanied by the Suona's melody. The tune grew faster and more cheerful, making the birds fly faster. With the flutter of their wings, a spiritual storm was stirred up on the platform. These storms collided and compressed, gradually forming a giant spherical mass several dozen meters tall. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The birds followed the Suona's melody and circled around the spherical mass, chirping together in harmony. Suddenly, an exuberant cry resounded through the heavens. The spirit energy-formed spherical mass burst under the encirclement of the birds. Immediately, a seven-colored phoenix soared through the sky, emitting a majestic call, followed by the birds chirping joyfully. The phoenix flew gracefully while the birds danced in celebration, paying homage to the resurrected phoenix. Below the platform, the fellow disciples watched this spectacle, smiles of happiness and joy spreading across their faces as if they were celebrating the phoenix's rebirth. Halfway through the performance, Tommy took a deep breath. Slowly, the cheerful Suona tune turned slower and more sorrowful. The soaring and dancing phoenix moved more sluggishly. The Suona's notes became lower and sadder, losing vitality until the phoenix finally reached its end. The tune ended with the last note. The phoenix fell from the sky, its spirit energy dispersing back into a large sphere. The birds cried mournfully, their cries causing the fellow disciples to shed tears involuntarily. As the final note concluded, all the birds in the sky exploded into ordinary spirit energy once more. Suddenly, streams of spirit energy surged towards the white cloth, converging onto it. Seeing this, Ainsley hurriedly unfurled the cloth. On it appeared a painting depicting the scene they had just witnessed. On the left side of the painting, birds flew joyfully as the phoenix was reborn in a lively scene. On the right side, the dying phoenix and mourning birds evoked sadness. Chapter 5. The cultivation world actually has crane. The music ended, and the venue fell into complete silence. Those surrounding the platform were stunned for a long time. Some had smiles on their lips, while others had tears in their eyes. Birds paying homage to the phoenix was an intense piece of joy and sorrow, with its first half being joyful and the latter part sad. Different people resonated with different emotions based on their own hearts. Tommy handed the Suona back to Ainsley, who was still dazed, inwardly feeling relieved. At least the system was helpful. Otherwise, I might have embarrassed myself with this act, or worse, directly made a fool of myself. Just as Tommy felt fortunate, the surrounding spiritual energy suddenly became restless again. Suddenly, the spiritual energy gathered like wind into the body of Brock, the eldest disciple of the giant sword peak. Brock's already swollen muscles looked even more terrifying under the influence of the spiritual energy. Bang! A deafening sound came from within Brock's body. He opened his eyes, regained his senses first, and disregarded the tear stains on his face, shouting excitedly. Haha! I broke through. I actually broke through. The heavy-heartedness in my heart has dissipated. Tommy smiled, cupped his hands towards Brock. Congratulations, Dao brother. You've advanced further in cultivation. Just as he finished speaking, Brock dashed 3 steps into 2 and leaped onto the platform, charging straight at Tommy. This big black rat is up to something. Seeing this scene, Ainsley took a wide step away from Tommy, fearing that the big black rat would lose control and collide into her. Brock reached Tommy, bowed deeply and said, Thank you, Brother Wenqiang, for giving me this opportunity. If there's anything I can do for you in the future, I will certainly do my utmost. Just a small matter, not worth mentioning. Tommy gently helped him up, nodding slightly. Brother Dao speaks too much. Ding. Benevolent task completed. Rewards processing. Ding. Processing completed. Task reward. Pointing a deer as a horse. Skill. Issued. This time, collected emotional changes from 3890 people, including shock, joy, sadness, pain, anger, jealousy, admiration, minotaur. Converted to 45,000 universal points. Congratulations, host achieved achievement. Pie chart. Pie chart. Their faces showed 1/4 surprise, 3/10 sadness, 2/10 admiration, and 1/10 jealousy, making quite a pie chart. Achievement reward. Summon experience card. Crane. 3 times. Crane. Born into an ancient and noble family of Dalmatia. He unreservedly guards the territory of the kingdom of Dalmatia throughout his life. For the safety of the country, no matter how dangerous or cruel the battle, he leads the charge. Characteristic 1. Great precious sword in void. Crane summons a Justicar sword from the void, dealing damage to injured enemies. The greater the injury, the higher the damage. Characteristic 2. Man with tower. When Crane is near a tower, he becomes extraordinarily courageous, significantly enhancing attack and defense. Characteristic 3. Silent and defense-penetrating whispers. When equipped with Last Whisper, each attack makes the enemy unable to speak and causes damage, ignores realm. Tommy inspected the system and, looking at the rewards on the system interface, inwardly exclaimed, This system must be made by a veteran transmigrator. Holy shit, Crane. Why does the cultivation world of Crane? While Tommy was immersed in the system rewards, a high shout interrupted his thoughts. Senior brother Wenqiang, are you selling this painting? I'll offer 30,000 spirit stones. At the edge of the platform, a junior brother shouted out loud. Those previously immersed in birds paying homage to the phoenix now woke up one after another. 30,000? You think you can buy a spirit energy painting with 30,000 spirit stones? I see this painting greatly benefits cultivation. Viewing it can calm the mind. I offer 50,000. I offer 60,000. Senior brother Wenqiang, sell to me first. Senior brother Wenqiang, give me a monkey child. Sell to me. Sell to me. Senior brother Wenqiang, don't listen to her. My buttocks are big. Sell to me first. Oh, you little wanna fight? Numerous disciples were in chaos, all bidding fiercely for the birds paying homage to the phoenix, painting, even fighting over it. Suddenly, a series of ancient zither sounds came from above them, soothing and refreshing to the soul. The once noisy platform instantly fell silent. People followed the sound, looking upwards. There stood a graceful, ethereal woman in white robes on a completely white long sword. She descended gracefully, landing among the crowd, appearing like a celestial maiden. The woman landed on the platform, holding her zither upright, with a cold expression, scolding the crowd. The commotion, what a spectacle! Look at you, indistinguishable from market vendors. Where is the demeanor of a cultivator? Finishing her words, she turned to look at Tommy. Her icy expression softened slightly with a smile. I am Evangeline, the head of Heavenly Sound Peak. Your performance just now caught my attention. You did well. Are you interested in continuing your studies at our Heavenly Sound Peak? Before Tommy could reply, Evangeline, with her melodious voice, spoke somewhat cunningly. Tuition fees, let's say the painting in your hand covers it. Hearing this, Tommy bowed respectfully. Respected peak leader, this painting serves other purposes for the disciple, so? Evangeline sensed Tommy's hesitation but kept her smiling face. In that case, I appear to be taking what doesn't belong to me. Forget it then. Just as she was about to leave, ding, sounded in her mind. Ding, scene suitable for task publication detected. Dined, task published. Diligent study. Studying without thinking leads to confusion. Thinking without studying leads to danger. Always good to learn more skills. Objective, learn music at Heavenly Sound Peak for 30 days. Note, during the task period, the system automatically collects the emotional changes you cause in others. Only effective during learning periods. Reward. All roads lead to Rome. Skill. All roads lead to Rome. When targeting an enemy, a herd of stags will be summoned from the void to ambush the target. Tommy was shocked. Holy shit, combo skill. This skill must be obtained. But damn, only targeting horses, what use is that? Despite saying this, Tommy decided he still needed the system's reward. Looking at Evangeline who was about to leave, he hurriedly spoke. Peak leader, wait. The other purpose of this painting is to gift it to you. After all, a famous painting should match a beauty. It's a perfect match between you and the painting. Hearing this, Evangeline secretly smiled, her tone becoming lighter. Bring the painting tomorrow to report to Heavenly Sound Peak. With these words, she played the zither, revealing a white sword beneath her feet before flying off into the sky. Still new to him, the painting hadn't even warmed up yet. Tommy felt reluctant. Ah, it's all for the sake of the skill, definitely not because she's beautiful and has big breasts. Chapter 6. The White Horse is not a horse. Tianyin Peak, one of the 18 peaks of the Mystic Sword Sect, specializes in musical instruments and excels at using melodies in combat. The peak is perennially enshrouded in ethereal mists, with melodious strings constantly filling the air. The peak houses numerous female cultivators, each of whom possesses fair skin, beauty, and long legs. Generally, within the sect, whenever someone sees a person with long legs and an elegant demeanor, they know there's an 80% chance that she's from Tianyin Peak. At this moment, inside the residence of Tianyin Peak's Peak Master, a girl of about 17 or 18 sits tranquilly while embracing a zither in a long emerald dress. Her slender fingers gently caress the zither, sending ethereal sounds into the air. The young woman occasionally plucks the strings with her delicate hands, frowning slightly as she mutters to herself. Alas, I made a mistake again. The battle arreo that elder sister Sherry taught me is so difficult. Whoosh! The sound of a flying sword splitting the air echoes through the courtyard. Evangeline, who usually has an icy demeanor, suddenly rushes over to Annalise with enthusiasm, her voice filled with excitement even before she arrives. Ha ha ha, Jaspertle Hazel, guess what wonderful thing I found this time. Hazel puts down her ancient zither and rises to greet the boisterous Evangeline, speaking gently. Elder sister Sherry, you're the peak master. You shouldn't be so impetuous. Also, what wonderful thing did you find? Evangeline waves it off, unconcerned. Well, there are no outsiders here, right? It's exhausting to maintain that cold facade when facing disciples. You like calligraphy and paintings, don't you? I'll give you a surprise tomorrow. You'll definitely love it. Hearing this, Hazel can no longer keep up her usual gentle demeanor, instantly beaming like a neighbor's younger sister. Thank you, elder sister Sherry. I'm really looking forward to tomorrow. Oh, by the way, how's your Sanus evaluation preparation going? Evangeline's mind jumps, asking suddenly. Hazel's previously happy face immediately turns cloudy, her expression clouded with worry. The sex test requires me to create a sustainable illusionary realm, but I haven't even found the materials needed to support it. Ordinary illusion stones are too fragile, and high-grade ones can't be mass-produced. I still have no idea how to solve this problem. Tianqing Palace is one of the 5 holy lands of the Tianqian continent, renowned for its illusions. According to legend, a trinary boundary elder of Tianqing Palace once imprisoned an enemy in an illusion for 3,000 years out of sheer anger. 3,000 years passed like clouds across the sky, changing everything. This enemy wasted away for 3,000 years within the illusion, ultimately dying in agony. Hazel is a prospective saintess of Tianqing Palace. Faced with the daunting sect test, she secretly left to visit an old friend for comfort, thus arriving at Mystic Sword Sect's Tianyin Peak. Upon hearing this, Evangeline put aside her carefree attitude and comforted Hazel. "Ah, don't worry, little Hazel. We'll figure something out." At this point, Hazel also regained her composure, recovering her usual gentle manner, and gave Evangeline a faint smile. "Thank you, elder sister Sherry. I plan to go down the mountain and check the market near the arena for any suitable materials." Evangeline asked seriously, "Would you like me to accompany you?" Hazel waved her hand quickly. "No need, no need. With you being the peak master, who would dare charge me anything?" Mystic Sword Sect, beside the arena. The siblings bid farewell to Brock happily and prepared to return to Cliffside Peak. En route, Tommy was checking the system interface in his mind. Point deer to horse. When you point at a deer, it will transform into a horse. Tommy pondered continuously. Quotation marks must mean something fishy. I should find an opportunity to verify this skill soon. As he thought, Tommy stopped walking, turning to Ainsley beside him and asking casually, "Joanna, do you know where we can find deer in our sect?" Ainsley seemed to catch on from Tommy's question, lifting her small face and saying deeply, "Road? The road lies underfoot." "Tommy, you're playing with homophones? I'm in a deer. A edible deer. Antlers, blood, penis, all those kinds of deer." At this point, Tommy suddenly realized with shock, damn, homophones. Given the system's whimsical nature, it might actually work. With this thought, Tommy took a deep breath, calming his excited emotions, straightened up, pointed his finger toward the path ahead, and activated the point deer to horse skill. Suddenly, dust stirred up on the earthy path ahead, creating a spectacular scene. After the dust settled, two horses appeared one after another, one grayish-brown and one pure white. Notably, the white horse was adorned with a green saddle covering its entire body. The gray horse, robust and imposing, walked confidently towards the siblings. When it reached them, it slightly bent its front legs, bowing down as if inviting Tommy to mount it. Meanwhile, the white horse stood frozen in place, displaying an expression uncharacteristic of a horse. Ainsley was dumbfounded by the sight, stuttering and pointing at the crouching gray horse, unable to speak. Tommy inwardly exclaimed, "Damn, this works." Yet, his expression remained composed, addressing Ainsley slowly. "Don't panic, Joanna. I've recently gained some insights and mastered a new divine power. These horses are manifestations of my power." He glanced at the crouched gray horse, somewhat disdainful. "This horse has knotted muscles and a menacing appearance, unfit for someone of my stature." Then, laughing elegantly, he approached the white horse. Being a leader means only riding a white horse, and must ride a white horse. "Joanna, you can take the gray horse." "The gray horse?" "Ainsley." "The white horse." Caught off guard, the white horse bolted off. Tommy chuckled maliciously, beckoning the white horse with his finger, shouting, "Come back, Jaspertle thing, quite spirited. As my power's manifestation, could you possibly run away?" Immediately, the fleeing white horse stiffened, abruptly stopping. Subsequently, its body seemed uncontrollable, stepping back bit by bit. Tommy maintained his authoritative stride, approaching the white horse slowly. Raising his right hand high, he slapped the horse's buttock. Smack. "Running? Why are you running? It's an honor to be ridden by a powerful one." At that moment, tears welled up in the white horse's eyes, trembling involuntarily. Inside the white horse, Hazel's soul trembled more severely. Initially joyful, Hazel had planned to descend the mountain to search for materials to support her illusionary realm. Instead, she was unexpectedly turned into a horse. Worse yet, a man was trying to ride her. Hazel's spirit struggled wildly, trying to break free from this constraint, but all efforts were futile as she found she couldn't even summon her spiritual energy. Even a simple telepathic cry for help was impossible. Before Hazel could process much further, Tommy agilely mounted the horse. Transformed into the white horse, Hazel jumped frantically, attempting to throw off the rider on her back. Inside, Hazel felt both anger and humiliation. "I'm a prospective saintess of Tianqing Palace, yet I've been humiliated by an unknown minor sect member. What disgrace." Smack. Tommy slapped the horse's buttock again, threatening, "Calm down. If you move around recklessly tonight, you won't get grass to eat." This unexpected slap jolted Hazel back to reality, now filled with fear. As a Peak Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator, unmatched among my peers, even capable of challenging Blood Pulse Realm cultivators, I didn't think I'd be powerless against this person, unable to use even the life-saving card my master gave me. Under the imminent threat, fearing for her life, Hazel calmed down. She decided to stabilize the situation and stealthily lead him back to Tianyin Peak to seek Evangeline's help. This thought. Hazel, transformed into the white horse, stopped struggling. Seeing the white horse calm down, Tommy waved at Ainsley. "Let's go, Joanna. Back to Cliffside Peak." Ainsley rode the gray horse with a look of disdain and followed Tommy. "Brother, this gray horse is so ugly. Let's both ride the white horse." "Gray horse? White horse?" Tommy, riding the white horse, responded leisurely. "Only a big shot deserves to ride a white horse. You don't have the right aura for it. Besides, see how frail this white horse looks compared to the sturdy gray one. We'd crush it if we both rode it." Ainsley pouted and huffed angrily. "You fit the role. You fit the role. But you do no harm." "Tommy." Taking advantage of the bickering siblings' distraction, Hazel silently started leading Tommy towards Tianyin Peak. Just as Hazel was rejoicing that they hadn't noticed the route's deviation, a sudden cry broke her joy. "Brother, why are you leading us this way? This isn't the path back to Cliffside Peak." Ainsley shouted from atop the gray horse. "Cliffside Peak is behind us. If you don't know the way, don't lead." Tommy finally realized his mistake, turned the horse around and pointed forward. Good horse, let's go this way. Involuntarily, Hazel raised her hooves and headed toward Cliffside Peak. Hazel's plan had failed. Fuming, she thought, all thanks to that blabbermouth girl. Once I recover, neither of you two will escape my wrath. As she fumed, another slap sounded, and Tommy called out, "Giddy up!" The white horse, feeling the pain, gritted her teeth in frustration. What a great humiliation. I am Tianqing Palace's prospective saintess, yet a strange man has slapped my bottom 3 times in one day. I swear I'll get even or die trying. On the horseback, Tommy sighed romantically. The sunset is exclusively romantic for men. A white horse paired with white clothes. How incredibly dashing. I've decided. I'll ride the white horse once more around the arena, letting the fellow disciples of Mystic Sword Sect witness my majestic demeanor. Gray horse. White horse. Ainsley, brother, please act human. You'll get killed being so showy. The scene shifts between the interactions of Tommy and Ainsley and the internal struggle of Hazel, who finds herself helplessly transformed into a white horse. Her anger and sense of disgrace grow with each slap and comment from Tommy. Despite her predicament, Hazel remains determined to find a way to break free and exact her revenge. ##### Chapter 7. This dish is called Hot Pot. Late at night, on Broken Cliff Peak, the brother and sister rode their horses, cloaked in the night, returning slowly to Broken Cliff Peak. Ainsley grumbled to her companion, Tommy, all your fault. Why did you have to show off out of the blue? Now we can't even catch dinner. Tommy, strutting arrogantly on horseback, retorted with a sniff. Humph, as a grandmaster. It's right for me to let my fellow disciples feel my power. Besides, wasn't this to prepare them mentally for the disciple selection contest? Don't fight me. It might end badly. Ainsley couldn't help but remark sarcastically, sure, because you're afraid they'll beat you up? Then, after a brief pause, she became more serious and analytical. But you actually make sense. With lots of people around the arena, using your aura to shock others will spread through word of mouth. Everyone will know you're strong and won't dare fight you. Exactly. Ainsley's tone brightened unconsciously, and her voice grew higher. That way, no one would ever try to fight you. As long as you don't engage, your strength remains hidden, and no one knows you lack real combat ability. Hearing this, Tommy began radiating his aura again, then snorted coldly. What do you mean, lack of combat ability? That doesn't sound good. How can a true Grandmaster easily fight with fellow disciples? Is a brawler worthy of the title Grandmaster? As he continued, Tommy grew increasingly agitated. I'm the type who subdues without fighting. Otherwise, I'd worry my fellow disciples might be shattered into pieces by my moves. Ainsley sneered, yeah, right? You can't even defeat me. Tommy quickly deflected. The moonlight tonight is so beautiful, isn't it? Ainsley persisted, don't change the subject. Tommy shifted topics again. Joanna, I think feeding royal bamboo grass to horses is better than sweet elephant grass. Royal bamboo grass has lush leaves and abundant spiritual energy, making horses stronger. Ainsley countered, but I find sweet elephant grass quite good too. It's tasty, and horses love it. Meanwhile, inside the white horse, Annalise thought sarcastically, foolish girl, you've been distracted yet again. She then grew fearful, thinking, oh no, are they really going to feed me grass? Please no. However, Annalise caught an important piece of information. This man on my back has all aura but no real harm. She silently noted this down, intending to use it for future retaliation. The siblings returned to their courtyard next to the Grand Hall on Broken Cliff Peak. Einargle. An untimely growl erupted from Ainsley's stomach. Tommy laughed aloud. Ha 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 ha. Ainsley blushed furiously. Why are you laughing? I'm just hungry. Don't worry, don't worry. Since I'm happy today, I'll cook something yummy for you. Tommy smiled warmly in response. Whatever, you haven't cooked for 18 years. I'm scared you might poison me. Maybe I should eat that half apple from yesterday, Ainsley muttered listlessly. After saying this, the siblings dismounted and returned to their rooms. Soon, Tommy emerged from his room holding 2 thick iron chains, heading towards the horses. Ainsley, munching on the half apple, asked bewilderedly, brother, what crime have they committed? Tommy tethered the white horse while explaining, you don't understand. These horses were conjured by divine means. The white horse was quite mischievous earlier. If not tied securely, anything could happen at night. Seeing this, Annalise resisted, struggling to free herself from the chain. Tommy pointed at the white horse, saying to Ainsley, look, it's resisting again. If not secured, it will definitely run away. Ainsley, still chewing her apple, nodded in agreement. Indeed. Tommy looked at the white horse, finding it increasingly appealing. He then said slowly, I didn't notice before, but you have a fine appearance. He added gently, Jaspertal one, be still. Later, I'll give you some royal bamboo grass. With both horses tethered under a fir tree in the courtyard, Tommy asked, what do you want to eat? Ainsley replied disdainfully, anything but what you cook. Ignoring her comment, Tommy fetched a copper pot from his system space along with numerous ingredients, blue beast loin, blue ball chicken gizzards, tender fairy bamboo. Ainsley's eyes widened as she saw the array of items appearing before her. Brother, why do you have a pot in your space bracelet and so many ingredients? Without turning, Tommy responded as he continued retrieving items. A true Grandmaster must always have backup plans. Even in dire straits, my stored ingredients can last me a year. Ainsley shot back. Did you know that one can abstain from food during the Foundation establishment stage? Tommy sighed inwardly. Of course I know, but I need to reach the chi cultivation stage first, and I'm not even there yet. Though he thought this internally, Tommy remained stubbornly proud. This is strategic reserve. Isn't it useful now? Despite his constant talking, his hands didn't stop. With all the ingredients laid out, Tommy set up the copper pot and filled it with clear water. Next, he instructed Ainsley, use fire control to light the fire. Suppressing the urge to comment sarcastically, knowing her brother would reply smugly, Does a grandmaster need to do such menial tasks? She walked silently to the copper pot and snapped her fingers. Instantly, a vigorous purple flame leaped beneath the pot. The water gradually boiled, and Tommy swiftly added spices like 8 treasure peppers and yellow buffalo fat. Soon, the aroma wafted from the pot, prompting Tommy to add more ingredients. Smelling the fragrant steam, Ainsley swallowed hard, asking, "What is this? It smells amazing." Simple folk can never understand the allure of the hot pot from our homeland, Tianfu. Tommy mused inwardly but answered mysteriously instead. The copper basin on the base resembles a gateway to hell, with crimson ooze roiling amidst swirling steam. Twisted entrails, coagulated blood, entwined tentacles, warped plants, shriveled limbs, and crimson fruits all churn within the red and white contrasts, the yellow and brown amalgamations revealing the truth amidst the fog. "Speak plainly," Ainsley demanded. "This dish is called a hot pot, capable of cooking anything," Tommy explained. Ainsley didn't hesitate. She grabbed a stone stool, sat beside Tommy, and started eating eagerly, tears welling in her eyes from either the spiciness or emotion. Suddenly, she felt infuriated. "Are you pretending to be incompetent? You cook so well." Then, her voice turned tearful and accusing. "Wah, 15 years. 15 whole years. Why have you never cooked before if you're this good?" Tommy. Note, the translation keeps the original tone, style, and paragraph structure intact. Slowly, the laughter of the brother and sister filled the courtyard, spreading a joyful atmosphere throughout, except for the white horse and the half-bundle of royal bamboo grass in front of her. Note, the translation keeps the original tone, style, and paragraph structure intact. If you need further elaboration or additional context, feel free to provide more details. Chapter 8. Reporting to Heavenly Melody Peak. In the early morning, rays of sunlight filtered through the leaves, and the clear chirping of birds punctuated the air. Everything felt perfect. Tommy sat on his bed, recalling what Evangeline had said yesterday. Bring the painting and report to Heavenly Melody Peak. After a brief wash-up, Tommy began checking his equipment in his spatial storage. Swona, 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix, dried sweet potato chips, tripe, lace. Right, everything is here. Tommy nodded contentedly. Just as he was feeling satisfied with his meticulous planning, an inappropriate item caught his eye. His satisfied expression faltered, and he gritted his teeth. "Jasper! Lo! Yow! What?" Suddenly, a cute little head peeked out from the door crack, and Ainsley looked puzzled. "What are you doing outside my door?" Tommy asked, baffled. By all logic, his sister shouldn't be up this early. Ainsley looked guilty but tried to act calm. "You're going to report to Heavenly Melody Peak today, right?" "I'm coming with you." Tommy refused. "What do you need to come for?" "Master Cheen invited me." Ainsley clenched her fists and stomped her feet, looking impatient. "With your antisocial attitude, if I don't go, you might get killed." Tommy pondered for a moment. Having someone follow him might indeed bolster his big shot image. He decided to agree. "All right, but you mustn't talk recklessly in front of others." I know, let's go already," Ainsley responded impatiently. Without further ado, Tommy walked into the courtyard, leaped onto his white horse's back. The horse, secretly delighted by their conversation, happily trotted out of the courtyard without resistance. Ainsley also went to the gray horse and climbed on it. After about an hour, they arrived at Heavenly Melody Peak. The siblings rode their horses but hadn't reached the main hall when they saw a group of plump and graceful senior sisters practicing music or playing around. "Don't stare," Ainsley whispered urgently to Tommy. "Let me tell you, though these senior sisters look harmless, they're actually quite dangerous." She made a scary face. "They use music to fight. Their sounds can resonate with the human organs, causing great pain. Enemies often die miserably." As they walked and talked, a kind senior sister guided them to the entrance of the residence where Master Cheen lived. Tommy dismounted, walked to the door, and knocked gently. A gust of wind blew, and the door opened automatically. Inside, the garden featured miniature mountains and streams. Evangeline, dressed in a long white gown, sat beside a stone table with incense burning, sipping tea leisurely. Seeing the visitors, Evangeline put down her cup, stood up, and greeted the two. Tommy bowed and said, "Master Cheen, disciple Tommy has come to report for study with the painting. My sister is here to see the world. Please do not hold it against her." Ainsley hurriedly bowed as well. Evangeline, in her serene voice replied, "It's fine. Being children of Master Jasper, you are welcome here." Evangeline glanced at the white horse behind Tommy, finding it increasingly familiar yet couldn't recall where she had seen it before. She commented, "This horse is truly magnificent and suits your temperament." Suddenly, the white horse broke free from Tommy's reins, approached Evangeline, and nuzzled her. Tommy reprimanded, "White horse, show respect to Master Cheen." The horse, however, ignored him and looked at Evangeline tearfully, hoping she would recognize her. At that moment, a system notification flashed in Tommy's mind. The calling a deer a horse skill effect has expired. It lasted for 12 hours. Welcome to use it again next time. An awkward scene unfolded. The gray horse turned into dust and vanished. The white horse transformed into a green-robed girl. Tommy and Ainsley were stunned. Evangeline was equally bewildered. Recovering quickly, the green-robed girl, Annalise, threw herself into Evangeline's arms, sobbing, "Sis Sherry, I was so scared I wouldn't change back." Before Evangeline could ask what happened, Annalise wiped away her tears, summoned her magic flute, and pointed it at Tommy angrily, shouting, "How dare you humiliate me like this? Today we'll settle this once and for all." A bright green beam shot from the flute towards the confused Tommy. Just in time, Evangeline waved her sleeve, releasing musical notes that shattered the attack. Seeing Annalise ready another attack, Evangeline stepped between them, stopping her. "What happened?" jaspered Annalise. "Why did you turn into a horse?" Annalise, too choked with emotion, embraced Evangeline and cried again. Meanwhile, Tommy realized who it was. He cursed the system inwardly and apologized profusely to both women, explaining the situation involving the void transform horse skill. Understanding the mishap, Annalise remained angry and accused, "Why did you pat my butt?" "Because you were a horse then," Tommy replied. "Wah, sis Sherry, they ate delicious hot pot while giving me just royal bamboo grass," Annalise wailed. Evangeline and Ainsley exchanged looks. Annalise continued to complain about the siblings' behavior. Jasper sning, Evangeline was still amazed. Annalise is very powerful. As a quasi-saintess candidate, she wouldn't be easily overpowered without even having a chance to seek help. Embracing Annalise and comforting her, Evangeline reflected on Tommy's abilities, considering the phenomena he caused with just a Swona. Observing Tommy's composed demeanor, she began to find it plausible. Note: I've translated the chapter maintaining its original tone, style, and structure. Character names have been transliterated using pinyin, ensuring accurate representation. Evangeline comforted the sobbing Annalise and then turned to Tommy, saying, "Wenxiang, you should take out the painting now. Annalise loves calligraphy and paintings. I originally planned to gift this painting to her. Now, you should give it to her as an apology." Note: the translation maintains the original tone and style, ensuring it remains consistent with the previous content. The paragraph structure and line breaks are preserved as in the original text. Chapter 9. A hot pot to forget all grievances. Upon hearing this, Tommy hurriedly retrieved the 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix spiritual painting from his personal spatial storage within the system. He then held the top edge of the painting with one hand and unfurled it before Annalise under the influence of gravity. Evangeline had seen this painting from afar yesterday and already felt its extraordinariness. Now, observing it up close, she found it even more unbelievable. The phoenix on the white cloth seemed to come alive, vividly colorful and soaring in the air. Subtly, there appeared to be a few high-pitched phoenix cries echoing from the void. Annalise, holding Evangeline in her arms, turned around and was momentarily stunned by the painting's content, forgetting her grievances for a moment. Her large, tear-filled eyes gazed at the phoenix in the painting, lost in thought. Is this really for me?" Annalise's voice trembled, still unable to believe it. Even as a quasi-saint maiden of the heavenly saint palace, she had never seen such an extraordinary painting that exuded an indescribable aura of spirit energy. Tommy, with a guilty expression, explained to Annalise, "I have wronged you before. It was all a misunderstanding. This painting was created using my technique yesterday, transformed from unusual phenomena. Today, I present it to you, immortal lady, hoping you will not bear a grudge." Upon hearing this, Ainsley's face twisted slightly, recalling what her brother said in the morning. She suppressed her urge to comment sarcastically. It wasn't that she was surprised by the 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix painting. She knew her brother could create magnificent phenomena with unmatched momentum. What shocked her was seeing her brother, who always acted superior before her, actually apologize like a normal person. Very surprising. Very unreasonable. What do we do now? As she thought about it, Ainsley's originally teasing face turned serious. "It's all my fault. My mouth works too fast. I shouldn't always tease my brother without consequence." Ainsley suddenly realized that when she teased her brother about having no damage, it was heard by Annalise in her horse form. This secret was significant. Only Ainsley herself knew it. Even their father Jasper Jiang was unaware of the truth. If this secret spread through Annalise, exposing the matter, Tommy would be left with only two options. 1. Become completely useless, acting like a waste. 2. Die while trying to show off. There were no other alternatives. Thinking about this, Ainsley's face grew cold, her eyes flickering as she sized up Annalise and formulated her next plan. "I need to find a chance to probe Master Qin Feng and ask who Annalise really is. There are two choices. 1. If she has no powerful background, eliminate her. 2. If she has a deep background, making elimination difficult, then try to turn her into our ally and prevent her from revealing my brother's secret." Feeling anxious, Ainsley clenched her fists and muttered softly, "Forget it. Let's just eliminate her." "Huh? Eliminate who?" Evangeline, who had been immersed in admiring the painting, looked at Ainsley with confusion. No, you misunderstood." Ainsley quickly waved her hands in denial, inwardly berating herself for blabbering her thoughts aloud. At this point, Annalise snapped out of her trance caused by the painting and picked up the conversation. This painting is indeed remarkable, but no one has ever dared to insult me like this. It won't be that easy to forgive you." Annalise's tears dried up, and her tone softened slightly, showing signs of forgiving him. But then, she widened her eyes, wrinkling her delicate nose and revealing a pair of tiny canines as she threatened. Unless you make that hot pot for me. The same one you and your sister had yesterday. Only then can I begin to forgive your rashness." "Tommy. That's all, just that." Upon hearing this, Ainsley's worried expression instantly relaxed. She had initially feared that Annalise would use her brother's secret to threaten Tommy or make some outrageous demand. Unexpectedly, Annalise was just a foodie. As long as she was a foodie, there was no need for elimination. This was much easier to handle. Before Tommy could respond, Evangeline interjected, "Wenxiang, why don't you show us what this hot pot is about? I also want to see what kind of divine delicacy could make little Annalise put aside her deep hatred so quickly." Seeing that Annalise was calming down, Tommy was relieved and bowed to Evangeline in response. "It's just some food I concocted regularly. Since immortal lady Annalise likes it, I'll do my best." He then shifted from his humble demeanor, exuding confidence as he approached the stone table in the courtyard with steady steps. Indeed, all women are foodies. Back home, women loved food, and surprisingly, even in the cultivation world, immortal ladies like Annalise couldn't resist the allure of delicious food despite having abstained from regular meals. In culinary arts, Tommy was absolutely confident. Back home, he could whip up several dishes far better than the bland diets of cultivators here. Adding unique ingredients from the cultivation world would elevate these dishes even further. With this in mind, Tommy decided. Next, he took out a copper pot and various ingredients from his system space, a balanced selection of meat and vegetables. Setting up the pot and filling it with water, he gave Ainsley a look. Ainsley instantly understood. Snap! The purple flame beneath the copper pot flared up once more. Ainsley brand Firestarter, truly effective. Evangeline and Annalise watched curiously as Tommy calmly prepared everything, approaching them. Then, Annalise spoke in her gentle voice, sounding somewhat embarrassed. Does this really make everything tasty when cooked? I have 100 meridians level white rabbit beast here. Do you think it can be eaten? While speaking, she pulled out a giant rabbit over 3 meters long from her spatial bracelet and tossed it on the ground with ease, causing the ground to rumble. Noticing everyone's startled expressions, Annalise blushed and shyly explained, This rabbit attacked people when I went down the mountain for a stroll a few days ago, so I just dealt with it casually. Tommy was less afraid until he heard this and internally ranted, 100 meridians, level white rabbit beast, casually extinguished. Such a lovely girl uses the softest voice to say the cruelest things. Indeed, no fairy is easily provoked, they're all monsters. Translation note. Pinyin names have been used accurately for character names. The tone, style, and paragraph structure have been maintained while ensuring the translation reads naturally in English. Chapter 10. The Truthful Feast. Tommy looked at the white rabbit beast casually tossed to the ground by Annalise. It was essentially a gigantic rabbit, incredibly cute with its fluffy fur. He approached the white rabbit beast and gently stroked its ears. Suddenly, with an accidental swipe, Tommy's hand was cut by the white rabbit beast's ear. Originally, he just wanted to feel the texture of the ingredients, but unexpectedly, the rabbit's ears were razor sharp. Indeed, the 100-vein realm lives up to its name. Even its dead body can cause harm. Tommy quietly hid his injured hand, trying to avoid drawing attention to his injury, lest anyone realize how weak he really was. Next, he took out a golden cleaver that gleamed with a sharp, golden light. Raising the cleaver, Tommy aimed carefully and chopped down on the sharp ears of the white rabbit beast. Clang! The sound of metal striking metal echoed through the air. But nothing happened. The scene became awkwardly quiet. The white rabbit beast's ears didn't slice open as Tommy had expected. Seeing this, Annalise suddenly recalled her conversation with her brother yesterday. Ainsley had mentioned, brother has no offensive capability. It seems like it's true. Tommy probably can't attack. Then how did he manage to capture me? Annalise felt puzzled but quickly brushed it aside. Forget it for now. I'll find a chance to test it later. Now, let's eat. Cough, cough. Tommy faked a couple of coughs to ease the tension. As a gourmet, one of the most important things is never to handle raw ingredients personally. Otherwise, the blood will taint my hands, affecting my sense of taste. Then, in a commanding tone, he waved to his sister and pointed at the white rabbit beast. Joanna, you cut off its ears. We're going to have rabbit ear hot pot today. Ainsley walked over and examined the huge ears, her expression somewhat reluctant as she whispered, Brother, this is a 100-vein realm creature. Its flesh is like iron. I can't cut it. Kind-hearted Evangeline noticed their difficulty and calmly offered, Let me do it. Evangeline formed a sword finger gesture and made a few swift motions toward the white rabbit beast. Invisible web-like sword chi erupted from her fingertips and shot towards the beast. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, the giant white rabbit beast disintegrated into pieces. Its enormous ears were sliced into strips. Remarkably, not a drop of blood flowed out, as the sword chi sealed the cuts. Once done, Evangeline nodded at Tommy. Here, all done. Get cooking. Without further ado, Tommy began to showcase his prowess, compensating for the earlier awkwardness of being unable to slice the meat. He repeatedly reminded himself in his mind. Cooking is a technique. Each dish is a move. He methodically added various ingredients, including the bottom broth and sliced rabbit ears, into the copper pot. Gradually, Tommy's aura intensified. An invisible pressure built around him, causing the steam inside the pot to swirl gracefully. Roar. A thunderous roar echoed above them. The steam swirling around Tommy swiftly ascended, forming into the shapes of various beasts and vegetables they'd prepared. A mighty blue-chested chicken. A towering white rabbit with upright ears. Behind them, bamboo shoots swayed gracefully in the wind. This spectacle left Annalise utterly stunned, seemingly losing her will to resist. She began questioning the accuracy of the rumor about Tommy's lack of offensive abilities. Unperturbed by the strange phenomena, Tommy continued adding ingredients and stirring them with chopsticks, maintaining an elegant demeanor that could easily fool any observer into thinking he was a formidable master. Finally, as the last ingredients in the pot cooked through, the celestial display dissolved back into mist, descending into the pot. The food within shone brilliantly under the rising steam. All done, it's ready. Tommy retracted his aura and invited the others to eat. Annalise and Evangeline were still dumbfounded by the recent events, staring blankly at the pot. Only Ainsley, who knew what was happening, snapped back to reality first and hurriedly joined the table. Soon, the other two recovered as well. The enticing aroma wafting from the pot made Evangeline rush over, nearly abandoning her icy facade as she eagerly grabbed some meat. Cough. Tiaomei, take your time. Annalise lightly coughed, reminding Evangeline to maintain her decorum. But Evangeline couldn't contain herself anymore. Tyranlu, try it. It's really delicious. Woof, mouth full of food, she urged Annalise on. I've been abstaining from food for so long, and this is the first truly delicious meal I've had. She went on ranting. If only the Flame Peak group didn't cook such terrible food, who would willingly abstain? Watching Evangeline enjoy the meal, Annalise couldn't help but dip her chopsticks into the pot and taste the meat. As soon as it entered her mouth, its tender and bouncy texture exploded with fragrance across her palate. Her eyes curved happily, fully enjoying the flavors. However, she muttered indistinctly, "You guys ate so well yesterday while feeding me grass. That's too much." Ainsley, having already tasted the meal yesterday, wasn't in a hurry. Seeing Evangeline and Annalise relishing it, she couldn't help but try again. At her first bite, her inner voice exclaimed, "Using aura like this makes the dish even better than yesterday's." She immediately joined the others in scooping up food. "Hey, why are you standing there? Come and join us." Evangeline called out to Tommy, who hadn't touched his food yet. Tommy stared at the lively Evangeline, amazed. The normally aloof beauty had transformed into a chatterbox due to the effects of the food. Ring. At that moment, the system notification rang in his mind. He hurriedly checked the message. "Congratulations, host. You have created a new skill, Truthful Feast. Truthful Feast. Your aura creates food that forces those who eat it to reveal their true feelings and be incapable of lying. Duration, 1 hour. Translation notes. Character names have been kept in pinyin as instructed. Maintain paragraph structure and flow to ensure consistency. Ensure the story remains coherent and logical based on previous content." Chapter 11. Fairy Goes Wild. This actually exists as a skill? What a load of nonsense. Tommy looked at the skill description in his mind, feeling somewhat baffled. Eating food with special effects would expose one's true inner self and make it impossible to lie. No wonder Evangeline had completely changed from her usual demeanor. Who would have thought that the usual Ice Queen could have such a contrasting side? Unable to lie. Yeah, this trait was unbeatable. It was a perfect interrogation tool. Holy crap, unable to lie. Shwani, don't eat. Tommy hurriedly grabbed his sister's hand that was reaching for more food. However, after hearing his sister's words, Tommy already knew it was too late. What's going on? Did you poison the pot? Relax, brother. I'm already at the peak of the chi condensation stage. Don't talk nonsense. Just a weakling like you can't be harmed by ordinary poisons. They won't kill me. Jasper Tunji tapped her small chest to show her strength while speaking, causing it to sound quite hollow. Yep, definitely flat. At this moment, as Jasper Tunji happily ate, she hadn't realized that she had revealed a secret she had long kept hidden in casual conversation. Luckily, Evangeline and Annalise, who were immersed in their meal, didn't notice the siblings' conversation. Just as Tommy regretted bringing his sister to Tianyin Peak, clang. Evangeline stood up beside the stone table, took out a large jar of wine from her spatial bracelet, and slammed it down on the table. The finest Zuasian brew, hic. Evangeline didn't care about appearances. Pointing at the wine, she told the two siblings, "This is what your old man lost to me in a bet years ago. Ha 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 ha, this old drunkard's purple gold gourd has some pretty good stuff inside." Evangeline laughed loudly and waved her hand casually, causing 4 crystal cups to appear on the stone table. Then, she pinched her index and middle fingers together, gently directing the wine from the jar to flow like silk threads into the 4 cups. Cheers. Good food goes with good wine. Ignoring their astonishment, Evangeline raised her cup and addressed them. "I've been putting on an act for so long. I haven't been this happy in ages. Come on, let's all drink." Without waiting for a response, she lifted her crystal cup and finished the Zuasian brew in one gulp. Tommy couldn't help but think sarcastically, not only is my father a drunkard, but even an ice queen-like fairy can be one too. Seeing Evangeline totally letting loose, they all stopped holding back and emptied their cups one after another. Glass after glass. The entire jar of wine was quickly finished. Enemies meet and laughter replaces grudges. It was rare to be this happy, so the 3 fairies didn't suppress the effects of the alcohol with their spirit energy. They drank freely. In contrast, Tommy couldn't suppress the effects either. Not because he had any spirit energy, but simply because he lacked it. Hic. After having almost enough, Evangeline belched, tipsy. She then saw Tommy's handsome yet somewhat awkward face and couldn't resist teasing him. Evangeline stood up, placing one foot on the stone bench. She leaned closer to Tommy, whose eyes were dazed and befuddled, exhaling warmly. "Buddy, don't leave after just a few rounds of drinks. Now is the best time to take advantage of my tipsy state. Tell me, do you have any other thoughts about me?" Tommy, with blurry eyes, nodded his head, suddenly coming to life upon hearing her words. He also stood up, bringing his face close to Evangeline's slightly flushed one due to the wine. Tommy stared into Evangeline's eyes and spoke slowly. "Don't ask if I have thoughts about you. Every man in Shansword sect does." Evangeline frowned slightly, waving her hand, her voice rising. "Forget others, tell me about you." At this point, Annalise and Jasper Tunji watched with wide-eyed interest, eager to see how this would play out. Tommy leaned even closer, now able to feel Evangeline's faint breath. He stared into her hazy, intoxicated eyes and said clearly, "I have the same thoughts as them. I must become sworn brothers with you." Jasper Tunji. Annalise. "Ha ha ha ha, righteous brother. Come, come, let's swear our bond." Saying this, Evangeline pulled Tommy to the courtyard center and checked the surroundings. "This spot will do." Then, Evangeline sobered up a bit, feigning clarity, and loudly declared, "With Uriel above and the thick earth below, today Evangeline and Tommy become sworn siblings here." After the ceremony, Evangeline returned to the stone table and dragged the still bewildered Annalise and Jasper Tunji towards her. "Come, come, today is joyful. Let's dance together." Next, Evangeline waved her hand, sending the ancient zither flying toward Tommy, who caught it swiftly. "Brother, accompany me. Today I will dance with the 2 fairies." Holding the zither, Tommy was also confused. "I don't know how to play the zither, I only know how to play the trumpet." But playing the trumpet wouldn't fit this scene. Deciding quickly, Tommy began tapping the body of the zither rhythmically with his right hand. An ancient zither? Just percussion. Soon, he couldn't resist singing along. "The flowers in my heart, I want to take you home." In the deep night bar. Who cares who's real or fake? The 3 fairies danced joyfully to the rhythmic beats of Tommy's impromptu performance. Gradually, the graceful dances turned wild and unrestrained. Come, draw a dragon with me on the left. Draw a rainbow on your right. The fairy version of Wild Wolf Disco added a unique flavor as the ethereal fairies bounced wildly to the music. The trio danced more and more happily, their laughter growing louder and bolder. Fortunately, the master's courtyard was far from the main hall and disciples' practice areas. This secluded spot remained undisturbed. Otherwise, Evangeline's behavior might become a scandal. Time flew by quickly. Before they knew it, nearly an hour had passed, during which the fairies danced merrily. Tommy continued striking the zither, recalling various classic dance rhythms from his hometown. Suddenly, Evangeline, who had been dancing happily, stopped mid-step. Instantly, red blush spread across her pale neck, making her visibly embarrassed. The effect of the truth meal had worn off. While it exposed one's true self, it did not cause memory loss. Recalling her actions over the past hour, Evangeline felt lost and unsure. Cough, cough. Pretending to cough, Evangeline interrupted Tommy, who was providing the beat. Wenxiang, stop for a moment. I have something to say. ##### Chapter 12, Exposure. Tommy had yet to fully recover from the intoxication, and with a slightly puzzled expression on his drunken face, he looked at Evangeline. Seeing this, Evangeline gently waved her hand, sending 3 streams of spiritual energy into Tommy and the others to suppress their dizziness. Moments later, the 3 regained their clarity. Annalise and Ainsley still had their hands suspended midair, swinging back and forth, appearing somewhat lost and unsure of what to do. Cough. Evangeline lightly coughed, regaining her usual composure. In a calm voice, she said, the events of today must not be spoken of outside. Then, to change the subject and ease the previous awkwardness, she asked, Wenxiang, I noticed your aura is quite extraordinary, far surpassing that of an ordinary disciple. How far have you progressed in cultivation? What realm are you at? And regarding what Joanna just said about you not being harmful, what exactly did she mean by that? With these consecutive questions, Tommy inwardly cursed his bad luck, blaming his outspoken sister for revealing everything so quickly. Hearing this, Annalise also leaned forward curiously, perking up her adorable ears. She too was eager to know the truth about Tommy's aura and whether it was as harmless as Ainsley claimed. Seeing Tommy's silence, Evangeline continued in a composed tone. It's fine. Everyone has their own abilities and secrets. If it's inconvenient for you to speak, it doesn't matter. At this moment, Ainsley, standing beside Evangeline, tugged at her sleeve and quickly raised her right hand. In a clear and crisp voice, she replied, Big Sister Sherry, I know this one. Then, emulating her brother, she gazed up at the sky and spoke in a commanding tone. My brother has long surpassed the 100 Meridian stage, but is still below the Golden Core realm. He's unbeatable. Oh! Evangeline raised an eyebrow in disbelief. Disciples like Tommy, who had just reached adulthood, would typically be at most at the peak of Foundation establishment, even with exceptional talent. Only disciples from sacred grounds, or those with special experiences, might reach the 100 Meridians realm. The idea of being invincible between the 100 Meridians and Golden Core realms was unheard of to her. After all, Evangeline, a peak Golden Core cultivator at 28 and the peak leader, found it hard to believe. To achieve such a title, one needed genuine prowess. Evangeline had once been hailed as a genius. In recent years, she was known as the dual perfectionist in the Shin sword sect for both swordsmanship and music. However, she was the only one of the dual perfectionists, skilled in both sword dancing and playing the qin, which led to her becoming the leader of Tianyin Peak. Still puzzled by Tommy's strength, Evangeline continued. Since Wenxiang is so accomplished, how about stretching after our meal? I'll suppress my strength to the 100 Meridians realm, and we can spar. Tommy. Ainsley, #day. Tommy couldn't find the words to describe his frustration with his sister's actions. You scheming mealy Joanna, you don't hesitate to drag your own brother down. As Evangeline prepared to suppress her realm, Ainsley hastily tugged at her sleeve again, signaling her attention and quickly raising her hand. Big Sister Sherry, I know this one too. She jumped in front of Evangeline, speaking in a mysterious tone. Big Sister Sherry, please don't spar with my brother. It's dangerous. She then lifted her right hand, pointed to her head, and whispered to Evangeline. My brother, he's a bit off here. Seeing Evangeline's wide-eyed confusion, Ainsley hurried to explain. My brother used to be extremely violent. How violent? Anyone who fought him would end up torn apart. Not even sparring was safe. Once he starts, he loses control and becomes a martial fanatic. If my brother gets into a fight, he won't stop until someone dies. To prevent this, my father spent a great deal of effort finding a special illusion. He used this illusion to implant a suggestion in my brother, making him think he wouldn't cause harm, so he wouldn't easily engage in combat. That's why I said earlier that my brother doesn't cause harm. Actually, it's all for the safety of others, to prevent my brother from accidentally tearing someone apart. So, Big Sister Sherry, please don't spar with my brother. He could lose control. To emphasize her point, Ainsley stretched her neck, miming a throat-cutting gesture. There's such a thing? Your brother must be going through a lot, said Annalise in a gentle voice, clearly shocked but also comforting. Don't spar with him, Big Sister Sherry. It really sounds dangerous. Internally, Evangeline thought, good heavens, little silly girl, giving away your secrets so quickly. You forgot that time he turned you into a white horse? Turning her gaze to Tommy, she sized him up, skeptical but curious. Wenxiang, is it really true? Tommy admired his sister's quick thinking, even if the story was preposterous. However, he needed to play along. Quickly, he dug his toes into the ground, repeatedly whispering, I'm attacking. Then, he silently activated the skill Mighty Aura. Mighty Aura. Aura reflects one's power. Every word and action carries overwhelming authority, compelling others to agree subconsciously. Instantly, Tommy's aura intensified, radiating an oppressive force. It grew stronger and stronger, spreading out in waves. Under this pressure, Annalise's face paled, and Ainsley almost lost her balance. Even Evangeline, a peak golden core cultivator, felt uneasy, her breathing slightly labored. Tommy adjusted his sleeves, tilted his head skyward, and spoke in a deep, authoritative tone. Yes, it's as Joanna said. It's a burden on my heart. I cannot allow myself to become so ruthless. Dealing with monsters is one thing, but injuring fellow disciples leaves me guilt-ridden. He maintained the effect of mighty aura and kept looking up at the sky, leaving room for contemplation. Under its influence, Evangeline and the others began to rethink the situation. Evangeline mused. So it seems Tommy isn't harmless, but overly compassionate. He refuses to hurt the weak or fellow disciples, hence the torment of the illusions. What a kind soul. This brings tears to my eyes. Determined, she resolved. When the sect recruits new disciples, I'll warn the Tianyin Peak disciples. If they encounter Tommy on the arena, they must surrender immediately or risk injury. Annalise felt regretful. How foolish I've been, believing he was harmless. I even considered retaliating against him. How could I possibly win? No, I must find a way to teach him a lesson. Turning me into a horse can't go unpunished. Yes, that's what I'll do. Annalise clenched her fist, determined. Ainsley, listening to her brother, was left bewildered. So it's all true. My brother is really that strong. Wait, no, he can't beat me. No, he's too powerful but holds back to avoid hurting me. End of chapter. But that's not right either. The story about being torn apart was made up by me. How could it be true? I'm so confused. Ainsley clutched her head, feeling utterly bewildered. The tale she had fabricated to protect her brother seemed to have taken on a life of its own, spiraling into a confusing web of half-truths and fabrications. She glanced at Tommy, who maintained his composed demeanor despite the chaos she had unleashed. She sighed inwardly, regretting her impulsiveness, but also marveling at how quickly things had escalated. For a moment, the room felt heavy with an awkward silence, each person processing the absurdity of the situation in their own way. Chapter 13. Teaching. Tommy, who was still looking up, sneakily glanced at the three fairy maidens. Seeing that they were deep in thought, Tommy dared not stop the buff, majestic pressure, he was currently casting. Watching the points in his mind rapidly deplete, he couldn't help but feel a bit heartbroken. Majestic pressure consumed 1,000 points per minute. Although pained, he did not dare to end it easily. After all, this was the first time using it, and he feared exposing himself by stopping prematurely. Tommy maintained the posture of fast-moving toes on the ground, with an aura surrounding him as he looked skyward. Pretending to be a master is exhausting. After a moment, the thoughts of the three fairy maidens had long flown far away. From initially doubting Tommy's true capabilities, they started believing that he might be a genuine grandmaster. Then, they even considered that Tommy could be the reincarnation of some ancient powerful being. Someone so benevolent that he refrained from hurting the weak, hence never using his power. I've understood your strength. No need for further sparring. At that moment, Evangeline's clear voice broke the silence. Hearing her words, Tommy's heart skipped a beat. Damn, what does she know? No damage? That's strange. How can such an unreasonable skill from the system have no effect? Just as Tommy began doubting himself, Evangeline's next words dispelled his worries. Her tone was unusually gentle. Isn't it very hard for you to restrain your fierce nature and never fight for everyone's safety? I'm right, aren't I? Universal True Master? Rest assured, I will restrain the disciples on my peak. On the day of the tournament, if we encounter you, we'll give way, never causing you trouble. Jasper listening to this, Tommy ranted internally. Sister, what are you imagining? And what's this Universal True Master thing? However, seeing the desired effect of the skill, Tommy secretly stopped maintaining the pressure, ending the majestic pressure buff. Ding, using majestic pressure, cost a total of 12,000 points. Remaining points, 34,000. Though he felt the pain of losing points, the outcome was positive. If possible, he preferred not to use force because the fairies on the Tianyin Peak were formidable. With the buff ended, the expressions on the fairy maidens' faces changed slightly. Evangeline's eyes were filled with admiration and a hint of sympathy. Annalise's mouth was slightly open, eyes wide open, staring intently at Tommy as if she discovered something significant. Ainsley's expression alternated between smiles and furrowed brows, lost in bizarre thoughts. Seeing their reactions, Tommy decided, majestic pressure cannot be used casually again. It's too impactful. If Qingjin now thinks I'm a universal true master, she'll probably believe I'm the reincarnation of an emperor next. Noticing the stiff atmosphere and everyone's overactive imaginations, Tommy spoke to lighten the mood. Director Qin, if it's convenient now, let's start learning music. Wonderful. Evangeline smiled gently. Let's begin. Jasper, Annalise, Joanna, come join us. Evangeline gestured for Annalise and Ainsley to prepare for their music lesson. They straightened their clothes and got ready. Once everyone was prepared, Evangeline led them under the osmanthus tree in the courtyard. With a wave of her hand, various instruments appeared before them. Zither, se, shang, sun, flute, ocarina, bianzhong, and pipa. Evangeline resumed her calm demeanor and explained. Music theory is the foundation of our Tianyin Peak. These are the instruments we excel in. Mundane music can inspire different emotions, either stirring or soothing. Our music combined with unique cultivation methods, enhanced by spiritual energy, can create miraculous effects. Taking a zither, which floated before her emitting faint light, she continued. Stirring music can transform into swords, slaying enemies wherever the blade passes. She played 4 strings quickly. A resounding boom erupted, sending out a blade of pure white energy that soared skyward, cutting through space, astonishing all present. After demonstrating the sword transformation, Evangeline took a jade white flute, placed it gently to her lips and blew. In the courtyard, a crisp and clear sound resonated, enchanting all. As everyone was captivated, they felt changes within themselves. The vibrant melody turned into silk-like spiritual energy entering their bodies, making them feel full of vigor. This is the inspiring melody, enhancing fighting spirit and attack power while slowly healing injuries, Evangeline explained after playing the flute. Tommy, realizing the similarities to roles in games he used to play, mused, understood. One deals damage like a mage, while the other provides buffs and heals like a cleric. Evangeline resumed speaking. For the first lesson, I'll teach you the formation breaking melody. This is a team-oriented piece that can turn music into swords for battle or lower tempo to support the team. Now, I'll send you the sheet music and basics through divine consciousness. Absorb them carefully. They closed their eyes and absorbed the knowledge. About 15 minutes later, Annalise woke up first, looking at her brother and sister who were still absorbing, and said softly to Evangeline, Sister Sherry, you taught me this melody before. After reviewing it, I think I can play it fluently now. Can I try with a zither? Surprised by suddenly understanding the complex, formation-breaking melody, the girl asked eagerly. Evangeline handed her the zither, telling her to wait until her brother and sister finished. 5 minutes later, Ainsley exclaimed happily, Ha ha, I've learned it. Unable to contain her excitement, she pleaded to Evangeline, Sister Sherry, let me try too. Chapter 14. Evangeline. Tommy must be the reincarnation of a great being. Hearing Ainsley's excited voice, Tommy also opened his eyes. It wasn't because he learned the slowest, but because he hadn't learned anything at all. A few minutes ago, he had cracked open an eye to glance at Evangeline, who seemed lost in thought, and at Annalise and Ainsley, who were both learning with their eyes closed. He decided to close his eyes as well, and pretend to be learning. Evangeline had condensed her knowledge into divine consciousness and transmitted it into his mind when he heard the system's notification sound. Ding! Detected for an invasive divine consciousness has been eliminated. This system was unexpectedly xenophobic. Unfortunately, Cultivator's method of learning was simple and brutal, directly sending data packets through divine consciousness. However, Tommy's antivirus system mistakenly identified this consciousness as a virus and eliminated it. Thus, while Annalise and Ainsley had learned everything, he had not absorbed anything. He couldn't reveal the truth, as it would expose his secret. Feeling conflicted, he continued to keep his eyes closed, pretending to learn just for show. At this moment, seeing that all three had opened their eyes, Evangeline said, Now that you've finished learning, let's try playing it. She then softly added, Annalise and Joanna, you play first. Wenxiang, you wait a bit. After speaking, she pushed the ancient zither towards Ainsley, and Annalise retrieved her prepared zither from her spatial bracelet. Evangeline wanted the two girls to play first because she had seen Tommy perform a rousing version of 100 Birds Paying Homage to the Phoenix on a horn yesterday, which had impressed her greatly. She believed Tommy must be proficient in music theory, so she planned to have him play Breaking the Formation tune later. If Tommy played first, his performance would likely be extraordinary, which could be a huge blow to Annalise and Ainsley's confidence. To protect their dignity, Evangeline chose to have Tommy observe and play later. Ding! Ainsley's floating zither emitted a stirring sound, its sonic waves rippling outward in concentric circles. Ainsley's left hand pressed on the zither board, fingers spread wide, swiftly strumming the strings. The sound was so exhilarating it lingered. Suddenly, Ainsley increased her force on the strings. With the help of spirit energy, the zither produced sonic waves that turned into air swords. Though they weren't as swift as what Evangeline had demonstrated earlier, these air swords still had considerable force, rushing toward the courtyard walls. Was Ainsley trying to demolish something? And worse, it was her teacher's home. Seeing this, Evangeline quickly stomped her foot, releasing spirit energy beneath her feet to form a protective wall of spirit energy just before the swords hit. Clang clang clang. The air swords struck the spiritual wall, producing sounds akin to clashing metal. Ainsley looked apologetically at Evangeline and murmured shyly, Sorry, Sister Sherry, I didn't control the direction. Evangeline gently responded, It's fine. Your attack already has quite some power. Well done. Seeing that Ainsley had completed the first part, Annalise placed her hands on the zither and began strumming the second part. Unlike Ainsley's passionate and stirring tune, Annalise's playing was gentle and tender. Under Annalise's skilled fingers, the zither emitted graceful melodies. Soon after, these melodies twisted into white ribbons that soared into the sky, gradually forming a massive, semi-spherical aura shield enclosing the four of them. Inside the shield, Tommy felt extraordinarily relaxed, as if countless tiny hands were giving him a full-body massage. It was extremely soothing. Even the heat from eating hot pot earlier had dissipated, making him feel refreshed. The musical arts of the heavenly sound peak indeed had remarkable effects. Several minutes later, Annalise finished her performance. Evangeline nodded approvingly at Annalise and praised her. The shield's defensive properties are good, and the healing effect inside is excellent. It seems you've mastered it well. With the two fairy-like women showcasing their skills, the pressure now fell on Tommy. The three fairies watched him, signaling it was his turn to perform. Feeling awkward, Tommy knew he had learned nothing. How could he play? Ridiculous. He couldn't even produce a note. Although he felt embarrassed, he firmly believed that as long as he didn't seem uncomfortable, others would be the ones feeling awkward. Then, Tommy made a slight bow to Evangeline and spoke in a respectful tone. Master Qin, your disciple hasn't yet mastered it. Hearing this, Evangeline was somewhat shocked. Based on Tommy's performance on the stage yesterday, he must have been proficient in music theory. So, how could he not have learned Breaking the Formation tune? Breaking the Formation tune was a signature piece of the heavenly sound peak, difficult in terms of self-comprehension but simple when taught via divine consciousness, as it conveyed many insights at once. In fact, it wasn't hard to learn this way. Annalise had previously often made mistakes while trying to comprehend Breaking the Formation tune herself. Yet today, under Evangeline's divine consciousness teaching, she had learned it very quickly. Even Ainsley, who had never touched a musical instrument before, had picked it up rather well. Logically, Tommy should have learned it quickly and become even more proficient. Suddenly, Evangeline seemed to recall something, and her shocked expression eased. It must be like this. Tommy is the reincarnation of a great being, and there is a divine consciousness restriction within his mind. My divine consciousness transmission, though harmless, might be considered foreign and thus directly neutralized by his mind's restriction. Yes, it must be like this. Realizing this, Evangeline gently reassured him. Don't worry. Some people may be naturally less sensitive to divine consciousness transmission but excel at self-comprehension. I have the scores and corresponding techniques for breaking the formation tune and soaring melody. Take them and try to comprehend them yourself. Evangeline handed over 2 manuals to Tommy. She then pulled out 4 more manuals and distributed them to Annalise and Ainsley, saying casually, "You can also study together." They thanked her for the manuals. Inside, Tommy lamented silently. All because of this damned system. There are so many ways to learn, and I could have taken a shortcut. But thanks to this system, I can only proceed one step at a time. Seeing them put away the manuals, Evangeline showed signs of weariness. Transmitting divine consciousness is quite taxing. Go back and rest well. Today's session ends here. Then, Evangeline took out an ancient zither and a flute from her spatial bracelet, handing them to Tommy and Ainsley to practice in their free time. Again expressing gratitude, Tommy and Ainsley bid farewell. "Ah, the journey back is a bit far. I suddenly miss our white horse," Ainsley said, pouting and lacking energy. "Once I establish my foundation, I can fly on a sword." "Hey, brother, don't you have a magic ability to conjure horses out of thin air?" Ainsley suggested, thinking aloud. Quickly summon 2 horses. Walking back is too tiring. Happy at the idea, Ainsley shouted at her brother. "Not here, there are too many people. Who knows how many fairy horses might appear if I use my ability here?" Gently patting his sister's head, Tommy smiled and said, "Let's find a deserted place first before using the ability." Chapter 15. A Young Lady's Diary. Night had fallen over Tianyin Peak's main residence. In her quarters, Annalise sat quietly beside the table, clad in a tranquil green gown. A large night pearl embedded in the wall near the table emitted a warm jade light, filling the room with a cozy glow. With one hand supporting her cheek and the other aimlessly twirling an inkless brush, Annalise gazed at the painting of 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix, hanging on the wall, lost in thought. Before her lay a thick diary made of light yellow calfskin paper. After a while, Annalise came back to her senses and opened the heavy book. She flipped backward until she reached the last page with writing on it. Neat and elegant handwriting filled the page. At the top was written, "The 13th day at Zuanyajong." She read for a bit before turning to the next blank page. Gently dipping her brush into the ink, she began to write. "The 14th day at Zuanyajong." Suddenly, a flush spread across her refined features as if realizing something. Her cheeks turned red with embarrassment, and she mumbled shyly, "What a rogue." Then, she crossed out what she had just written and started anew. "The 15th day at Zuanyajong. Night. In half a year, the Sacred Maiden examination will be held, yet I still haven't found the material suitable for carrying illusions. Yesterday, with nothing better to do, I decided to go down the mountain to search for materials. Unluckily, Tommy used his magic power to turn me into a white horse. His ability is truly terrifying. I couldn't even use many of my hidden cards. In the end, he dared to eat hot pot with his sister and only gave me royal bamboo grass." As she wrote this part, perhaps due to anger, Annalise's grip on the brush tightened unconsciously, making the strokes heavier. Then, composing herself, she continued. "Today, the atmosphere was quite pleasant. However, Sherry's image was thoroughly ruined by herself. I wonder why Sherry calls Tommy Pushi Zhenjuan, Universal True Lord. It is said that Pushi Zhenjuan's cultivation is incomparably profound, but he never bullied the weak and has never killed any humans. But wasn't Pushi Zhenjuan said to have passed away 3,000 years ago? Furthermore, Tommy's aura was incredibly strong. When he released it, I felt an uncontrollable fear. Even, I suspected him to be the reincarnation of some demon emperor. Well, thinking about it now, there are too many inconsistencies. It seems unlikely. However, he really can't even cut a weak rabbit beast. It doesn't align with his powerful aura. This raises many doubts. Perhaps I should investigate. Oh yes, his hot pot dish is delicious, no doubt." Having written this far, Annalise put down her brush and recalled the conversation with Evangeline after Tommy and his sister left. The decline of Duanyefeng Peak is well known, but its master's cultivation is immeasurable, at least within Zuanyajong. Normally, only Tommy and his sister reside on the peak. There are no other disciples. Fengzhu Jasper Jian is rarely seen on the peak and often leaves the sect for training. Thinking about this, Annalise meticulously planned her next move. With her peak foundation establishment realm and various skills, she was confident she could handle anything short of a confrontation with the peak master or an elder. At the very least, she would be unbeatable among the disciples, especially since Jasper Jian was not around, leaving only the brother and sister duo. Ainsley, at peak cultivation stage, was negligible in strength. Tommy's abilities were peculiar, and this needed to be investigated thoroughly. If he truly possessed powers matching his aura, then I must find a way to take revenge for the White Horse incident. If he poses no real threat, then I'll make him understand the consequences of disrespecting a sacred maiden. Yes, I must also be wary of his transformation magic. Without hesitation, Annalise stepped out of her room, withdrawing her magical artifact, the jade flute, from the air. She then formed a finger seal with one hand, lightly leaped, and mounted the floating jade flute. Whoosh! With a sharp whistle through the courtyard, the jade flute sped toward Duanyefeng Peak. Meanwhile, inside a residence beside the Grand Hall on Duanyefeng Peak, melodious flute music echoed. Shortly after, Ainsley put down her flute, boasting, "Not bad for someone as talented as me." Saying so, she skipped happily toward her brother's room. Bang! Ainsley kicked open her brother's door. Inside, Tommy held an apple in one hand and Evangeline's breaking array score in the other, carefully studying it. Startled by his sister's sudden intrusion, he hurriedly stuffed the score into his collar, hiding it. Then, leaning against the wall and chewing on the apple, he looked displeased. "What? How disrespectful. I've told you many times, knock first. Ignoring her brother's complaints, Ainsley wore an insightful look as if having discovered everything. I saw that. What did you hide? Nothing, Tommy retorted stubbornly. Now get out and stop bothering me. Ainsley, disregarding her brother's attempts to shoo her away, walked confidently towards him. Suddenly reaching out, she swiftly snatched the hidden, breaking array score from Tommy's chest. So fast was her movement that the untrained Tommy couldn't react. While only at peak cultivation stage, she would be formidable compared to any martial artist back home. Huh, you're still learning breaking array score. While I've already mastered the exhilarating score on the flute, holding the snatched score in one hand and placing the other on her hip, Ainsley laughed heartily. Humph, learning? I'm improving and finding flaws in the score. Tommy coldly replied, looking proud. The breaking array score is good, but not perfect. Master Cheen taught us music theory tirelessly. I'm trying to repay her kindness. Ainsley muttered, but you've already paid the tuition. Bite your tongue, Tommy snapped. You haven't paid yours. Ainsley. Amidst their bickering, Ainsley seemed to recall something and became serious. Brother, today at Tianyin Peak, you didn't feel harmful at all, even under pressure. It felt like you were really strong. Upon hearing this, Tommy resumed his superior attitude. Nonsense, how could I be harmless? My punch could break the sky. Humph, figured it'd be another odd skill of yours, Ainsley pouted, muttering. Then, tiptoeing up to Tommy, she gently patted his shoulder with a wise gaze. Shaqiang, I prefer how gentle you were when we went down Tianyin Peak. Please revert. Heh, asking for a beating, huh? With a dark expression, Tommy raised his hand as if to strike. Ainsley pretended to struggle, dodging around the room. Just as they were roughhousing, crash, the window shattered. Whoosh, immediately following, a dart pierced through the air, shooting directly at Tommy. Staring at the incoming dart, Tommy froze, unable to react. Hashtag chapter 16, Night Raid at Broken Cliff Peak. Ainsley, who was joking and playing with her brother, abruptly came to her senses upon hearing the shattering of the window. Seeing the dart streaking toward them and Tommy standing frozen in shock, Ainsley didn't have time to think. Her cultivation erupted instantly, and she moved almost as if teleporting right in front of Tommy. Ainsley raised her right hand, grabbing the incoming dart with such speed that her arm left a lingering afterimage, even causing a sonic boom. Then, she opened her right hand and examined the object she had just caught. The so-called dart was nothing more than an ordinary green bamboo leaf plucked casually. This type of bamboo leaf could be found everywhere on Broken Cliff Peak. Though it was just a simple leaf, infused with true chi, it still carried considerable force. Striking someone with it wouldn't cause serious injury but was quite provocative. For Ainsley, this was merely an irritation. For Tommy, who had no cultivation at all, being hit directly by it would mean lying bedridden for days or worse. Ainsley stared at the green leaf in her hand, her face cold and stern. She was furious, uncontrollably so. Although she often joked and teased her brother in their daily life, she genuinely cared about him when it mattered. For instance, when Daeon forced Tommy to participate in the sect's disciple selection competition, Ainsley even considered suggesting he run away from home. This showed how much she cared. With her solemn expression, long lashes seemingly covered in frost, and piercing gaze, she walked step by step towards the door, each step heightening her imposing aura. By the time she reached the doorway, the power radiating from Ainsley had far surpassed what she claimed to be her peak chi condensation level. The aura continued to intensify even as she stepped outside, reaching late-stage foundation establishment. Ainsley turned her gaze to the black-clothed woman standing in the courtyard. Without another word, she summoned a long sword from the air with a flick of her hand. The sword gleamed under the moonlight, its cold radiance piercing the heart. Holding the sword with her right hand and forming a sword gesture with her left, Ainsley swung the sword, releasing a torrent of sword chi. In the dark night illuminated by the pale moon, the sharp energy streaked toward the black-clothed woman like a white ribbon. At this moment, Annalise, dressed entirely in black, only dodged without retaliating. The sword chi grazed past her, striking the wall behind her, causing it to explode into pieces and collapse with a loud crash. Annalise was startled. Despite her confidence in her late-stage foundation establishment level, which was impressive for her age, she hadn't anticipated that Ainsley, who was only 2 or 3 years younger, appeared carefree yet possessed comparable strength. Realizing her attacks were ineffective, and seeing that the black-clothed woman was only evading, Ainsley became puzzled but maintained her frosty demeanor, her brows furrowed in anger. Who are you? Why did you attack my brother without reason at midnight? Annalise also had no intention of fighting Ainsley. Visiting Broken Cliff Peak at night, she intended to test Tommy with a bamboo leaf. If he truly had any skill, he would have easily intercepted it. Even if not, it wouldn't have been life-threatening. However, Annalise didn't know that Tommy had no cultivation whatsoever. A direct hit would have seriously injured him, explaining why Ainsley revealed her hidden cultivation in fury. Confronting the suddenly powerful Ainsley, Annalise realized that continuing the fight would change the nature of things, from a mere test to outright enmity. Having enjoyed friendly interactions during the day, she didn't want to become enemies with adorable Ainsley. So, Annalise removed the black veil covering her beautiful face. Tommy, having finally snapped out of his daze, stepped out of the room. Seeing Ainsley's angry and imposing aura, and Annalise's guilty and somewhat embarrassed expression, everything clicked in his mind. Yesterday, Annalise had been gentle, but tonight, she had come to Broken Cliff Peak seeking retribution for the humiliation inflicted upon her by Tommy. Seeing Annalise's guilty face after removing her veil, Ainsley's icy expression softened slightly, but there was still anger in her voice. Why did you try to assassinate my brother? Overcome with worry for her brother, Ainsley spoke without thinking, forgetting entirely about Tommy's disrespectful actions toward Annalise the previous day. I didn't intend to assassinate Tommy. Faced with Ainsley's anger, Annalise felt remorseful, her hands gripping the edges of her robe as she lowered her head, kicking small pebbles on the ground. Yet, she tried to remain strong, her expression somewhat proud. But regardless, I am the Holy Land's prospective holy maiden. Tommy transformed me into a white horse and rode me, even slapping my butt. This cannot go unpunished. Moreover, I only wanted to test his true strength and teach him a lesson, not harm him. Jasper listening to this, Ainsley understood the situation. Recalling her brother's actions from yesterday, she realized they had indeed gone too far. Seeing no point in continuing the confrontation, she felt ashamed. Her angry expression eased, and her overwhelming aura receded, returning to her carefree self. Meanwhile, Tommy, still bewildered at the doorstep, was astonished by both Annalise's background and his sister's formidable strength. He recalled the explosive aura Ainsley had released earlier and her lightning-fast movements and sharp sword chi, marveling inwardly. My sister is actually a powerhouse. She's hiding her true strength. She said she was only at peak chi condensation, but why is she so powerful? Composing himself, Tommy put aside his curiosity and addressed Annalise seriously, clasping his fists. Miss Annalise, I sincerely apologize for our actions yesterday. It was unintentional. Seeing that further probing wasn't necessary, Annalise was about to accept the apology. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble, startling them all. Bang, bang, bang. Heavy, powerful strikes resounded from above the courtyard atop the mountain. Chapter 17. The Mysterious Black-Clothed Man. The three of them regained their composure and looked towards the mountaintop. Under the moonlight, they saw a small black figure hovering in midair, furiously striking the cliff face with palm after palm, causing countless rocks to roll down. Carver, the master of Clifftop Peak, was not at the sect at this moment, and apart from the two siblings Annalise and Ainsley who came to probe in the middle of the night, there were no other disciples on the peak. So, who was it that was attacking the cliff so fiercely in the dead of night? The thud 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 sounds of impact indicated that this was far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary disciple. Without hesitation, Annalise summoned the jade flute, stepped onto it, and shot off into the sky to investigate. Ainsley also summoned her long sword, stepping onto it and leaning forward, preparing to follow. Wait. Tommy quickly called out to his sister, just as she was about to take off. Take me with you. Brother, don't go. Ainsley was worried when she saw Tommy wanted to join. We don't know if it's friend or foe ahead. It's very dangerous. With my current presence, even if I can't fight, I can still scare him to death. Tommy was genuinely concerned for his sister. Although Ainsley had demonstrated formidable strength earlier, he couldn't help but worry facing an unknown enemy. While he lacked combat ability, his imposing presence could still stun the opponent. Plus, he had the system backing him up. As long as he wasn't instantly killed, he was confident he could reveal his trump card. Before Ainsley could refuse again, Tommy stepped onto the long sword behind her, placing his hands on her shoulders. This made him look rather awkward as he barely reached her chest. Seeing she couldn't dissuade her brother, Ainsley stopped hesitating, activating the flying sword with her spirit energy and shooting into the sky. Hold on. Slow down. I have a fear of heights. It was his first time riding a flying sword. While amazed, Tommy was terrified, gripping Ainsley's shoulders tightly, his knuckles turning white. This was not like a plane back home. The blade was only 3 fingers wide, and his feet could only be placed horizontally. If he lost his grip, a slip could mean falling thousands of feet. After reaching the sky, the flying sword changed from ascending diagonally to rapid, steady flight. Feeling the cold wind blowing against his face, Tommy inwardly admired the freedom while lamenting the outsider debuff that restricted his combat ability to 0. Initially, Tommy had tried countless methods to cultivate, but none of them generated any spirit energy within him. Eventually, he accepted his limitation and adopted a self-consoling attitude. Without combat ability, he focused on maintaining a strong aura, thinking it would be enough to subdue others without fighting. But today's events filled him with crisis. He couldn't withstand even a simple attack from Annalise, leaving him dependent on his sister. Facing an unknown, powerful enemy would be far worse. I need to find a way to remove this outsider debuff. Otherwise, I might get caught in a large-scale attack someday. When that happens, no amount of aura will help. Range attacks won't spare anyone just because they have a strong presence. Taking a deep breath, Tommy calmed down and thought about the skills he could use to prepare for the upcoming confrontation. Moments later, the siblings arrived at the mountaintop. The mysterious black-clothed man had stopped attacking the cliff and stood on the other side of the summit, facing off against Annalise. Both sides were cautious, holding their positions without rash action. Noticing this, the siblings joined Annalise's side. Ainsley pointed her sword at the intruder, its glow intensifying as she demanded, "Who are you? Why dare you attack our clifftop peak?" Annalise and Ainsley remained poised, ready for battle. Hemph, meddling kids, disrupting Grandpa's plans. Seeing the youth of the newcomers, the black-clothed man assumed their cultivation levels weren't high and aimed for a quick resolution. He immediately attacked, aiming for Tommy, whose imposing presence made him a priority target. A flash of blade light cut through the air, aiming straight for Tommy's torso, swift and unstoppable. Clang. The sound of metal clashing sparked a shower of sparks in front of Tommy. Annalise and Ainsley acted swiftly, using their jade flute and gleaming sword to deflect the black blade away. 100 Pulse Realm. And it was a late-stage 100 Pulse Realm powerhouse. Through their brief exchange, Annalise and Ainsley gauged the attacker's strength accurately. Each realm's gap was vast, akin to a mountain. Though Annalise, as a sage student, could occasionally challenge higher realms, it was usually limited to Foundation Establishment peak challenging early 100 Pulse. A late-stage 100 Pulse powerhouse could easily defeat 10 early-stage 100 Pulse cultivators. The difference between even minor realms was immense, let alone the vast chasm separating major realms. Despite Annalise defeating a 100 Pulse rabbit beast, it was because the beast's attacks were simplistic compared to humans. Facing a late-stage 100 Pulse powerhouse with lethal moves was another story. Crisis. Unprecedented crisis. Annalise knew they couldn't win, But escaping wasn't an option if it meant leaving Tommy and Ainsley to their fate. Driven by a strong sense of responsibility, she knew she had to fight, no matter the outcome. The black-clothed man, seeing his initial attack miss, quickly withdrew a few meters away, pointing his black saber upward before shouting, 10,000 stars shatter, and unleashing a deadly move. Black dots of starlight appeared on the saber, growing stronger until it shimmered with starlight. In an instant, the black-clothed man completed his attack formation and swung the shining saber horizontally towards them. Blade light surged, resembling exploding stars, moving so fast and powerfully it was nearly unstoppable. Just as the blade light neared them, a tall, muscular man wielding a massive sword as big as a door appeared before them. With great effort, he slammed the sword into the ground and shouted loudly, "As long as people stand, the tower stands." Note: in this context, people stand, the tower stands symbolizes determination and protection, suggesting that as long as the defenders are alive, the stronghold or principles remain intact. Chapter 18. Accept the sanction of justice. The giant sword embedded in the ground instantly stirred up a cloud of dust, forming a massive wave that surged forward, neutralizing the oncoming blade light. Just as the blade light was about to reach the three of them, Tommy didn't hesitate. He swiftly unleashed his trump card, summoning Crane. At that moment, a notification from the system appeared in Tommy's mind. Ding, summon experience card Crane, successfully used. Duration, 2 hours. Remaining uses, 2/3. Fortunately, Crane proved to be formidable enough to shield the three from what would have been a fatal strike. Crane's sudden appearance turned the tide of the one-sided battle. The black-clothed man was visibly shaken by this unexpected turn of events. He stared at Crane with some tension and did not initiate any further attacks. He was both shocked and curious that Crane, who showed no signs of any spiritual energy, could unleash such power. "Attack him!" Tommy shouted, simultaneously issuing an attack command to Crane telepathically. Upon receiving the order, Crane, like a fearless beast, picked up his giant sword and charged towards the black-clothed man. Crane, holding the giant sword with both hands, yelled as he charged, "Charge! Fight for those who cannot fight." "Who are you implying can't fight?" Tommy grimaced upon hearing Crane's battle cry. Annalise and Ainsley, still in shock, regained their composure when they saw the burly man charging forward. Without asking questions, they followed Crane's lead and launched an assault on the black-clothed man. Crane reached the black-clothed man and leapt into the air, bringing down the giant sword with both hands. The black-clothed man held his black saber, black light swirling around it, meeting the descending sword head-on. Crack! Under Crane's powerful strike, the black-clothed man's arm broke off unnaturally, bending at an impossible angle. He never imagined that a seemingly burly man with no spiritual energy could unleash such a devastating blow, one strong enough to shatter even his unyielding body tempered through the late meridian stage. In general, a person at the meridian stage possessed an indestructible physique, impervious to water and fire. To exaggerate, a late meridian stage powerhouse could withstand blows from ordinary foundation establishment realm martial artists, armed with weapons without flinching. One higher realm easily outclassed others. Seeing this, the black-clothed man grew fearful and considered retreating. As the black-clothed man prepared to retreat, Annalise's attack arrived in an instant. Holding the jade-green flute, she exclaimed, "Phantom Forest Illusion." The already emerald flute erupted with bone-chilling green light and emitted eerie whistles without being played, causing chills. Green light shot out from the flute and instantly formed an illusory domain surrounding the black-clothed man. Caught within the illusory domain, the black-clothed man looked as if he had seen the most terrifying thing in the world, his eyes wide with fear. His expression became vacant as he stood frozen in place. "Quickly attack him. My illusion only holds him for 3 breaths," Annalise said as she rallied Ainsley and Crane to launch their attack. Before her words could fully register, a huge white sword beam struck the black-clothed man at lightning speed. With no defense, the black-clothed man narrowly avoided being sliced in half by Ainsley's sword chi. The sudden pain jolted him back to reality. Outnumbered and gravely injured, the black-clothed man panicked and made no effort to continue fighting. He took peculiar steps, attempting to escape. However, just as he lifted into the air, Crane seemed to teleport right before him, taunting as he attacked. "Fear is the greatest of all enemies." Crane moved so fast that the black-clothed man had no time to dodge. Having barely risen into the air, he was smacked back down by Crane's giant sword, crashing heavily onto the ground amidst clouds of dust. Seeing the black-clothed man grievously wounded, Tommy felt a surge of triumph. Now that you're injured, there's no way you can run anymore. Tommy recalled the system prompt when he first received the Crane summon card. Special Ability 1. Great Sword of the Void. Crane summons a righteous sword of light from the void, dealing damage to injured enemies, increasing damage with severity of injury. Without hesitation, Tommy issued the order for Crane to unleash his ultimate move. His goal was clear: strike while the iron is hot. As for capturing the man alive to interrogate him, Tommy dared not take that risk. From the earlier attack, he knew how terrifying a late meridian stage expert truly was. The power and tenacity of someone at this level far exceeded his own abilities, which were little more than showmanship. The black-clothed man had nearly been cut in half, but still managed to attempt escape using his cultivation technique. Without any high-level cultivators nearby, Tommy couldn't afford to let him live, knowing he might have more tricks up his sleeve. Only by striking decisively would he protect his sister and Annalise. Following Tommy's order to release the ultimate, Crane swung his giant sword and bellowed, "Accept the sanction of justice." Suddenly, a colossal, dozens of zhang-long sword of light appeared above the broken cliff peak summit, its dazzling white glow turning night into day. The massive sword then plunged down with unstoppable force, hitting the black-clothed man lying on the ground. Boom! Struck by Crane's ultimate, the black-clothed man disintegrated instantly, completely obliterated. The giant sword of light shattered into countless points of starlight and vanished. Crane's ultimate move was spectacular and immensely powerful. Despite its size, the light sword's attack was precise, affecting only the black-clothed man. Not even a single pebble on the summit was disturbed. Crane controlled his ultimate flawlessly, never missing, proving highly effective. Seeing the black-clothed man dead, Tommy and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. The intense battle had drained them, each moment spent on the brink of life and death. Except for Tommy, who merely stood by arms folded, issuing commands to Crane at crucial moments. "Brother," Ainsley panted, catching her breath and eyeing Crane curiously. Tommy knew his sister had many questions, but now wasn't the time for explanations. He motioned for her to wait. The most important task now was to loot the fallen enemy. Time to search for equipment. The battle was over. Now came the part where they gathered the spoils of victory. Chapter 19. The Secret Realm of Cliff Peak. Tommy approached the dismembered body of the black-clothed man on the ground. He stared at the spatial bracelet lying in a pool of blood, feeling somewhat troubled. For normal cultivators, retrieving objects from a distance was an essential beginner skill, something that chi condensation stage practitioners could easily handle. He wanted to pick up the equipment but found it undignified and not elegant enough. If he had some cultivation, he could retrieve the spatial bracelet remotely and use spirit energy to clean off the blood. But now, it was quite problematic. Even if he got the spatial bracelet, he couldn't open it without any spirit energy. Thinking this over, Tommy decided to maintain his elegant demeanor and leave the undignified tasks to his sister. "Joanna, check what's inside his spatial bracelet." Tommy gave his sister a look and pointed at the spatial bracelet in the blood, saying, "Perhaps we can find out why he attacked Cliff Peak in the middle of the night." Ainsley shot a disdainful glance at her brother and muttered, "Why do all the dirty jobs fall on me?" "Hey, I heard that." Tommy felt somewhat guilty as he saw his sister's dissatisfaction. "I'm committed to goodness. I disdain probing the possessions of the deceased." His commitment to goodness meant letting Crane tear their enemies apart. Ainsley ignored her brother's empty talk, extending her hand and summoning the spatial bracelet flying into her grasp. As it flew, she carefully cleaned it with spirit energy while still showing her disgust. The spatial bracelet contained its owner's divine consciousness restriction. When the owner was alive, unless one's divine consciousness was far superior to the owner's, they could not retrieve items from it without consequences. Attempting to force entry would only cause the items inside to vanish into the void. Of course, once the owner died, the divine consciousness restriction vanished, allowing anyone with even a bit of spirit energy to access it. Ainsley opened the black-clothed man's spatial bracelet, releasing all its contents. Tommy looked at the items spread around, picking them up one by one for inspection. Blood Shadow Divine Skill, 100 Meridian Stage Attack Technique, 10,000 Star Smash, the powerful saber technique the black-clothed man used earlier, unknown armor, various pills, and a red pair of underwear. Pfft, bad luck. Just then, two voices spoke almost simultaneously. "Brother." "Once young." Ainsley looked cautiously at Annalise, as if asking, "When did you two become so close that you omit my brother's surname?" Annalise, noticing Ainsley's gaze, blushed slightly and whispered, "You go first." Ainsley held a black token and skipped towards Tommy excitedly. "Brother, I know who he is." She showed him the token, and Annalise curiously leaned closer. The black token bore a blood red, Montaguing character on one side and the characters Skylar on the reverse. "Skylar," Tommy read aloud, regretting it instantly. Had the name mentioned Lou, he could have handled it more efficiently. "If you had said your name is Skylar earlier, I wouldn't have needed to work so hard," Tommy mused, thinking about how he could have simply invoked the calling a deer a horse skill and claimed ownership. Calling it Skylar. Ainsley scoffed, looking down on her brother. "It's 6. Exine 6. Seeing her brother's puzzled face, Ainsley explained, "He's a killer from the Montaguing organization, which works for both good and evil factions. As long as they are paid, they will assassinate anyone. This Exine stands for his rank among the heavenly stems, indicating his strength. From Jatawai and I, being ranked Exine suggests he might be an executive of a branch within the Montaguing organization. The large number, 6, represents his sequence among those of equal rank. But before we found him, he was attacking the cliff, apparently not here to kill," Ainsley murmured, unable to understand the reason behind it. "Probably because of this." Annalise unfurled a tattered, yellowed map. It clearly depicted the power territory of the Mystic Sword sect, including mountain trends, matching exactly with reality. A red X marked a particular mountain peak where the mysterious black-clothed man had attacked. Tommy asked his sister to collect the scattered items for later distribution, deeming it urgent to investigate the cliff site first. What could attract a Montaguing organization killer to attack the mountain cliff at midnight? After tidying up, Ainsley summoned her flying sword, and Tommy climbed on. They descended toward the cliff, followed closely by Annalise. About 20 or 30 meters down, they found the location where the black-clothed man had struck. A several-meter-long crack appeared on the attacked rock face, emitting blue light. Below the light, a natural platform formed by rocks stretched no more than 5 meters wide. The trio landed on the platform, surprised by the crack above. "This seems like a secret realm. Does Cliff Peak have a secret realm?" Annalise, curious, gazed at the blue glow within the crack. "I've never heard Father mention anything like that." Ainsley responded, equally puzzled. "Keep attacking the crack. Maybe it will open." With that, Ainsley drew her sword and swung at the crack. The sword emitted bright chi, but only caused vibrations without enlarging the crack. "The attack isn't strong enough," Ainsley sighed. The late-stage 100 Meridian cultivator had taken much effort to create the initial crack. With her foundation establishment stage prowess, she couldn't affect the rock, and even adding Annalise would be futile. Suddenly, Ainsley remembered something and shouted excitedly to her brother. "Brother, what about that muscular guy? Maybe he can try and open it." "Oh crap, Crane." In his excitement over the equipment, Tommy had forgotten Crane on the mountaintop. After the fight, Crane sat there beside his giant sword, lost in thought under the starry sky, pondering the inexplicable events. Just moments ago, While fighting Thomas, he was transported to this strange world. Upon arrival, he sensed a significant power boost. Upon landing, he instinctively felt reverence for Tommy, akin to seeing the king of Dalmatia. Thus, when Crane appeared, he instinctively protected the weak behind him. The voice of Tommy kept echoing in his mind, and he subconsciously obeyed. Sitting on the mountaintop, he remained baffled, unsure how to return. Dalmatia needed his protection, and Thomas was still at large. At that moment, Crane heard Tommy's voice in his mind. Soon after, he heard Tommy shout from below the cliff. "Crane, come down quickly. We need you here." Note: the original text includes a mix of fantasy elements with references to video game characters, which has been retained in the translation for narrative consistency. Chapter 20. The Realm. At Tommy's command, Crane almost instinctively obeyed. Without hesitation, he grabbed the large sword by his side and dashed toward the cliff edge. Seeing the few, black specks below the cliff, Crane glanced at the platform under Tommy and his companions, then leaped with all his might. The three saw Crane jump down recklessly and quickly squeezed into a corner to give him room to land. Boom. Fortunately, Crane had perfect control over his strength, landing steadily on the platform that was only several dozen feet wide. Standing tall and straight, Crane looked at Tommy without speaking, waiting for the next command. Tommy marveled at Crane's bravery and pointed to the rift on the mountain wall, asking, "Can you open this?" Crane sized up the crack and nodded firmly. He then lifted his greatsword and approached the blue light-emitting rift. Holding the sword with both hands, he rapidly spun towards the rift. Thud, thud, thud. A rhythmic series of heavy strikes echoed. Under Crane's relentless attacks, more cracks appeared on the mountain wall. Seeing his attack taking effect, Crane intensified his power. Spinning faster and faster, he roared, "Let me show you the power of Dalmatia." With that shout, the heavy greatsword, glowing with white light, slammed forcefully into the mountain wall. Rumble. The mountain began to tremble, the wall concealing the secret realm cracking inch by inch, revealing its original form. A massive circular entrance, 3 zhang in diameter. The entire circular entrance was covered in blue mist, spreading rhythmically from the center outward like ripples in water. Tommy stared at the huge entrance, but did not rush in immediately. He gauged Crane's remaining stamina. With a daring thought, he looked at Ainsley and Blanche, asking, "How are you feeling? Want to go in and take a look?" To be attacked by the black-clad men who risked discovery in the middle of the night and have a mysterious treasure map, all signs pointed to one thing. There was something valuable inside. "I'm fine. With the help of this brave warrior just now, I didn't expend much energy," Blanche said, looking at Crane with gratitude in her eyes. Ainsley gave a gentle nod, indicating she was also fine. Seeing no objections, Tommy gestured for Crane to enter first. Ainsley and Blanche, seeing Tommy lead the way, hesitated not and followed suit. The moment they stepped in, the scenery transformed as if space-time had twisted. Instantly, they found themselves on a lush green grassland. Upon landing, they all raised their weapons, ready for battle, carefully observing their surroundings. Inside the realm, it felt like a separate world. The outside world was already nightfall, but here, the sun shone brightly, making them feel especially comfortable. However, none dared to relax. With weapons raised, they cautiously followed the stone path leading upwards. After a while, Tommy and the others noticed the stone path led to a small hill. The hill wasn't towering. A few ancient-style houses stood atop it, and a clear river circled around the base, flowing to unknown destinations. Seeing no human activity except for the houses, they tacitly moved towards the hill. The realm wasn't vast, and they were close to the hill. Soon, they climbed up the steps and reached the hilltop. On top, a few houses surrounded a central platform where an emerald-green jade gourd, about a man's height, stood, emitting radiant light. Seeing the gourd, Blanche understood and reminded everyone, "Everyone, put your weapons down. I think I know what this place is." Hearing Blanche, Ainsley retracted her longsword. Captivated by the magnificent jade gourd, she ran towards it exclaiming, "Wow, such a big piece of green jade. How much must this be worth?" She grinned widely, rubbing the gourd and trying to store it in her spatial bracelet. It won't fit in." "Of course it won't fit in. This gourd is the entire realm," explained Blanche, understanding their current environment as a seasoned disciple. "If I'm not mistaken, this seems to be the Saint Realm, and this jade gourd is the heart of the realm, sustaining its existence. Our sect has a realm left by our forebears after their passing, which was later turned into a secret realm. My master once took me inside. When one reaches the peak of cultivation, they can create a spatial domain within their mind sea. This domain can transform from virtual to tangible, existing independently like the real world, hence it's called a realm. The owner of the realm is the true god of this space, capable of moving mountains and reversing rivers with a single thought. A mere whim can create thousands of watersheds or transform seas into deserts. Thus, powerful cultivators at the saint level are rarely killed by their peers unless struck down instantly. Otherwise, even if at a disadvantage, they can escape instantly as long as a fragment of their divine consciousness remains. If pursued into the realm, the enemy would face the full force of the entire realm. This explains why geniuses can defy their levels when at lower realms, yet it becomes increasingly rare at higher levels. Higher-level cultivators possess countless methods and numerous trump cards to turn the tide. Moreover, those who reach such heights were often renowned geniuses in their prime. After hearing Blanche's explanation, Ainsley gaped in astonishment, while Tommy, though maintaining a serious expression, revealed his shock through widened eyes. The siblings were extremely lucky to witness the power of a saint at such a low cultivation level. Looking at the surprised Ainsley, Blanche added, "But don't worry, the owner of this realm should have passed away. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to enter without the owner's permission." Hearing this, Tommy nearly lost his composure. An unclaimed realm. What treasures lay inside were up for grabs. The wealth accumulated by a saint was beyond their wildest imagination. Chapter 21. Malgo's Jasperv. Seeing no imminent danger, the group began exploring, starting with the largest room. They They approached the main house and reached the front door. Tommy gently pushed the door open. Creak. The decaying sound of the door seemed to tell everyone that this place had been uninhabited for a long time. The layout of the room was simple. It looked like a reception hall with a large landscape painting hanging on the wall behind the master's seat. Tommy examined the spacious hall. Although the painting on the wall appeared extraordinary, his intuition told him it wasn't a treasure. Even though he couldn't discern its depth now, something collected by a sage wouldn't be ordinary. Without much thought, he directly stashed everything in his system's storage space. He exhibited an efficiency akin to plucking every last feather off a passing goose. Finding nothing else but tables and chairs in the living room, they decided to explore the next place. Tommy and company bypassed the hall, passed through the vestibule, and entered a bedroom. Immediately, they saw a screen embroidered with lotus flowers. Beyond the screen lay light blue curtains, and a bed made entirely of warm white jade, covered with intricate and luxurious cloud silk. Everything here conveyed one fact: it was a maiden's chamber, a female sage-level powerhouse. Tommy carefully observed the room, looking around meticulously. At this moment, a white jade table near the window caught his attention. Approaching it, he picked up a palm-sized, white card that felt like jade and appeared slightly transparent. On the card, 3 unknown runes were faintly carved. Holding the card, Tommy showed it off to his sister with a smug tone. My intuition tells me this must be a treasure. His sister looked puzzled and unimpressed. Just a card, after all. Annalise, however, became excited when she saw the card. Having practiced illusion since childhood, her mental awareness was excellent. Upon seeing the card, she instantly sensed the soul energy contained within, realizing it could be used as material to carry her illusions. With excitement, she asked Tommy, "Can I take a look?" Seeing Annalise's eagerness, Tommy generously handed the card over. Annalise accepted it and closed her eyes. She connected with the card using her mental energy, carefully weaving an illusion within it. The moment the illusion solidified, Annalise opened her eyes, emitting 2 beams of light from them as she infused the illusion into the card. The originally transparent white card revealed a soft glow, appearing rather mystic. Phew. Having completed the creation of the illusion, Annalise took a deep breath. This attempt clearly consumed a lot of her energy. It worked. Her voice carried indescribable joy. Then, she handed the card with the embedded illusion back to Tommy, looking excited, like a child waiting for praise. Try communicating with it using your mental awareness. I successfully embedded the illusion into the card. Mental awareness communication meant focusing one's attention on an item. Though Tommy had no cultivation or spirit energy, he could still use mental awareness. Curious about Annalise's excitement, Tommy accepted the card and concentrated on it. Suddenly, it felt like his soul had traveled into the illusion. The scene Annalise had woven was precisely the afternoon they spent enjoying hot pot together at Tianyin Peak. The experience inside the illusion was just like playing a VR game back home but far more real, almost identical. Here, all 5 senses were genuine. Tommy could even smell the aroma rising from the hot pot. He wandered around the illusion for a while, marveling at its authenticity before withdrawing his consciousness from it. Can this be reused? Seeing such a convenient and portable illusion, Tommy, who had seen countless movies, had a bold idea. Yes. Annalise responded eagerly, her voice more upbeat, then added, "This card is different from illusion stones. Once you imbue an illusion stone with an illusion, it changes permanently and can't be altered. Moreover, illusion stones are single-use materials and break after use. But this card can be reused and modified. As long as you erase one illusion, you can imprint another, very magical indeed." Whoa, so it means we can create games in the cultivation world. We can transplant those classic games from home and make them even better. Tommy didn't forget his former career as a game designer. Using these illusion cards, he foresaw the vast potential and business opportunities this card represented. After all, the feelings inside the illusion are authentic, providing players with a truly immersive experience that can simulate various games from back home. At this thought, Tommy grew incredibly excited. Soon, he could rise to prominence through making and selling games. Suddenly, Tommy's face froze. He realized a critical fact. There was only one card, and it was a prized possession of a sage-level powerhouse. There seemed no way to mass-produce it. Disheartened, he felt his dream of creating games in the cultivation world was mercilessly crushed before it even began. Annalise greatly liked the card, which was useful only to someone specializing in illusions. So, Tommy returned the card to her. "Since it's useful to you, keep it." Although he found the card first, he hadn't forgotten that Annalise risked her life to save him from the black-clothed man. He needed to repay that kindness. Annalise took the card, holding it carefully in her hand and storing it in her spatial bracelet, her face radiating with barely contained happiness. "Thank you. The incident with White Horse is in the past, and if we find other treasures within this realm, I won't take any." Tommy sighed internally. Women do hold grudges, but at least the issue with the White Horse was truly resolved. With Annalise getting what she wanted, they continued exploring each room. Besides furniture and daily necessities, there was nothing else of value. Notably, the small miser Ainsley took away the white jade bed in the master bedroom. Disappointed, the siblings returned to the platform beside the green jade gourd. Tommy touched the gourd, lamenting that although it was a valuable artifact, it was too large to carry away. Suddenly, the dormant system in his mind issued a prompt. Ding. Spatial law discovered. Absorb? Confused, Tommy instinctively tapped, yes. Ding. Congratulations, host. Fusion with the boundary marker successful. Supplementing system space law. System version upgrading. Ding. Congratulations, host. System upgraded to version 2.0. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a reward. Reward details. Unlock mall function. All treasures across the cosmos are available as long as you have sufficient points. As the system prompt vanished, the mall button appeared in Tommy's mental interface. Despite his inner excitement over unlocking the important mall feature, this wasn't the time to browse online stores. He noticed the green jade gourd he touched earlier started cracking. A proper boundary marker should have been stone, not shaped like a gourd. The platform shook, the house began collapsing, and huge cracks appeared on the ground. The entire realm was breaking apart because Tommy's system had absorbed the boundary marker supporting the realm's existence. Without the marker's support, the realm couldn't withstand the void's pressure and started crumbling inch by inch. Run. Towards the entrance. Tommy shouted, sprinting as fast as he could. If they couldn't escape, the group would be stranded in the void, never to return. At this moment, Annalise, stepping on her jade flute, grabbed the running Tommy and held him in her arms in a bridal carry. Earlier, Annalise had seen Ainsley carrying Tommy while flying on her sword, so there was no need to worry about Ainsley not being able to keep up. Ainsley had initially intended to carry her brother on her sword, but, seeing that her brother was already with Annalise, she rode her flying sword and rushed toward the entrance. Meanwhile, Briar, during the group's exploration of the rooms, had reached his allotted time and was teleported back to continue his fight with Thomas. Just as the realm was completely shattering, Annalise, holding Tommy, and Ainsley right behind her, all burst out together. Though the destruction within the realm was tremendous, Clifftop Peak remained serene. The entrance might be on Clifftop Peak, but it merely served as a passage connecting to the realm and wouldn't affect the peak itself. ####Chapter 22, Tommy's Gaming Dream. Phew, that was close. After bursting out, Ainsley stood on her flying sword. One hand pressed to her chest as she took deep breaths. Everyone all right? At this moment, Aliana spoke up to check on everyone's condition, momentarily forgetting that she still held someone in her arms. All good. Tommy, who was being carried princess-style by Aliana, gave a calm response. His words were just what it took for Aliana, who had just escaped a life-and-death situation, to regain her composure. An all good, startled Aliana awake. The young girl's face instantly turned uncomfortable, blushing red under the moonlight. Embarrassed and unable to look at Tommy whom she held in her arms, Aliana's cheeks burned like embers. Letting go was not an option. They were still in midair over a bottomless abyss, and Tommy seemed incapable of flying a sword. Not letting go also seemed improper. Aliana's face was already redder than hot coals, about to emit smoke from her head. It was then that Ainsley spoke up, saving Aliana from her embarrassment. This isn't the place to talk. Let's head home. With that, she led the way, turning her flying sword towards Cliffside Manor. To put Tommy down sooner, Aliana sped up with her jade flute even faster than before, surpassing the speed they used while escaping. Whoosh. In no time, Aliana, carrying Tommy, surpassed Ainsley. Yet, she still felt it wasn't fast enough. Happy moments always seem short-lived. Completely immersed in Aliana's embrace, Tommy didn't notice her unease. She smelled so good. So soft. Smack. Ouch. Seeing Cliffside Manor, Aliana didn't hesitate and threw Tommy onto the ground. Despite the fall, Tommy didn't complain. He gracefully rose, dusting himself off. He firmly believed that as long as his skin was thick enough, others would feel the awkwardness, not him. Thank you, immortal Lady Aliana. Tommy, noticing Aliana's almost smoking head, thanked her respectfully with a bow. No problem. Why, you don't have to thank me. Embarrassed and avoiding Tommy's gaze, Aliana stammered her reply, regretting having flown too fast. Now facing Jasper Wingjiang alone, the innocent Aliana who had never been touched by a man, felt extremely embarrassed. At this moment, Ainsley hurried back. However, her late-stage foundation establishment level could not match the peak-level Aliana's speed, especially when Aliana was nearly fleeing. Upon landing, Ainsley saw her brother standing confidently, and Aliana, who was still blushing and avoiding eye contact. Brother, what did you do to immortal Lady Aliana? Her head is almost smoking. Approaching Aliana, Ainsley pointed at Aliana's head and questioned her brother. Ainsley's question worsened the situation. Aliana's blush deepened, and her head emitted white spiritual energy. She felt even more embarrassed, as if caught in a private rendezvous with Tommy. Seems like she really is smoking. Immortal ladies indeed can't be understood logically. Seeing Aliana's embarrassment, Tommy cleared his throat, trying to change the subject. Immortal Lady Aliana, may I see the illusion card again? Oh sure. Grateful that Tommy wasn't teasing her, Aliana quickly handed him the illusion card. Ding, discovery of item, soul binding card. Would you like to duplicate? Cost of duplication, 10,000 points. Earlier in the realm, Tommy's system had absorbed the boundary stone, obtaining the spatial law without spending points and upgrading the system version early, unlocking the store feature. However, with the imminent collapse of the realm, he hadn't checked it in time. Just now, he opened the store interface in his mind and unexpectedly discovered a godlike feature. Duplication. Duplication can replicate any item the host touches, selling it in the store based on its inherent value. In short, it copied a real-world item, which could then be purchased in the store. This new feature reignited Tommy's suppressed dream of creating games in the cultivation world. With the duplication feature, the raw material issue could be resolved. Without hesitation, Tommy chose yes in the confirmation menu. Though 10,000 points were considerable, solving the material problem made it worth every point. Ding! Congratulations, duplication successful. Tommy opened the store page within the system interface. The items were neatly arranged by point cost, categorized into attack, defense, consumption, combat, leisure, and duplication, making it very user-friendly. Under duplication, he found the recently duplicated illusion card. Soul Binding Card. A card imbued with traces of a sage's aura. Background. Legend has it that a female sage specialized in illusions once used this card as playing cards for leisure. Price. 100 points. The system was indeed fair. Such an extraordinary item only required 100 points. Carefully reading the background, Tommy realized it was less about the card's power and more about the sage's aura, which added to its rarity. Since the item was sold based on its material value, 100 points weren't expensive, which made sense. Buy. Feeling generous, Tommy decided to buy one first. He wasn't sure if using the illusion to create games would work, though theoretically possible, there was always a gap between theory and reality. Plus, buying multiple items might cause waste and raise questions about their origin. so he bought just one to test the waters. Ding. Purchase successful. Remaining points, 43,900. Tommy quietly calculated the points. He had received 1,000 points from his sister, 45,000 from performing before the crowds, spent 12,000 on aura suppression, but gained 20,000 from emotions of his sister, Aliana, and Evangeline. Spending 10,000 on duplication and 100 on purchase left him with 43,900 points. Thankfully, the system hadn't tampered with his points. Satisfied with the balance, Tommy closed the system interface. While checking the points, Tommy noticed a pattern. The higher the cultivation level of the emotion provider, the more points they yielded. And the system only collected emotions during mission completion. Initially, he thought he could exploit this to avoid completing tasks and earn points by performing before the crowds excessively. This path, however, was clearly impossible. Aliana stared wide-eyed at Tommy, confused by his occasional smiles, even doubting herself. My illusion depicted a hot pot scene. Why is he smiling so happily? Coming back to his senses, Tommy pretended to re-experience the illusion, handing the card back to Aliana. Joanna, come here. Tommy beckoned his sister, who was spectating. With a serious expression, he said, after experiencing Aliana's illusion card, I have a bold idea. I've decided we should hold a meeting tomorrow to discuss the future of the illusion card. Chapter 23. The first meeting at Precipice Peak. Brother, what is a meeting? Ainsley raised her small hand, looking somewhat puzzled. Don't ask too many questions. You'll know tomorrow. Tommy didn't answer his sister's question, and instead turned to Annalise with a serious expression. Miss Annalise, why don't you stay here at Precipice Peak tonight? Your presence is required for tomorrow's meeting. Oh, okay. Annalise nodded in agreement. Although cultivators who had reached the Foundation establishment realm didn't need sleep and could recover their energy by meditating, the three of them had experienced life and death struggles one after another today, leaving them utterly exhausted. A good night's sleep would indeed help restore their energy. At this moment, Ainsley heard her brother invite Annalise to stay at Precipice Peak, and her eyes widened as she stared at Tommy in disbelief. Then, she narrowed her eyes like she was watching out for a thief, staring intently at Annalise and said, I'll sleep with Sister Annalise. My room is bigger. Ainsley felt incredibly proud of her decision, thinking she was so clever. When Annalise carried Tommy yesterday, she had already suspected there might be something between them. Now, her brother was inviting Annalise to stay overnight at Precipice Peak. If things kept going like this, wouldn't she soon have to call herself an aunt? However, the young and slightly brother-obsessed Ainsley wasn't ready to be an aunt yet. Therefore, she must keep an eye on either her brother or Annalise if she couldn't keep an eye on both. With a mischievous smile, she grabbed Annalise and led her to her room. Tommy looked at his baffled sister, not quite understanding what she was thinking, but he ignored her and returned to his own room. The next morning, bang. As usual, Tommy's door was kicked open. By now, Tommy had no energy left to complain. It was just how they greeted each other in the morning. Ainsley covered her mouth with one hand, yawning while she mumbled in a half-asleep voice. Hurry up and get up for the meeting. Yesterday's battle had been taxing, yet Ainsley hadn't slept all night, or rather, hadn't dared to sleep. Last night, Ainsley watched over the sleeping Annalise like a guard, constantly checking the door, fearing that Annalise might secretly meet her brother, or that her brother might come in to see Annalise when she was asleep. She was truly worried sick. She wanted to warn her brother to be clear-headed. Annalise was a high-ranking saintess from a holy land. Even though she was only a prospective saintess, she already had many admirers. Her brother, however, was weak compared to her, making any hope of a future between them seem impossible. If she didn't stop it, and something happened between them, Annalise's admirers would certainly try to kill her brother. Ainsley felt proud and happy for unknowingly saving her brother once again. Come on, let's go to the main hall, Tommy said. He then washed up quickly and began thinking about what to say. Moments later, the three arrived at the main hall. Tommy pulled out a round table and motioned for the two girls to sit down. Ainsley and Annalise sat down quietly, waiting for Tommy to speak. Our decisions from now on could influence the entire cultivation world's future. I call this the first meeting at Precipice Peak. Tommy's face was solemn as he spoke in a low, grave voice. Then, he gestured to Ainsley. Joanna, use paper and pen to record everything from this meeting. Ainsley, seeing her brother's serious demeanor, surprisingly remained quiet, nodding in agreement without retorting. I believe you must have many questions about yesterday, about Crane, or perhaps about my strength. Let's be honest with each other so we can understand each other better. Tommy spoke slowly, his hands crossed and his face serious. Hearing this, Ainsley frantically signaled her brother not to reveal anything that could harm him. However, Tommy, oblivious to her hints, continued speaking. As you can see, I indeed have no cultivation. Upon hearing this, Ainsley's face turned ashen, inwardly scolding her brother for being foolish. Annalise, on the other hand, looked visibly shocked. Though she had guessed it might be true, hearing it confirmed from Tommy's own mouth still surprised her. His strong aura contradicted the fact that he had no cultivation. Actually, I'm a summoner. The crane you saw yesterday was summoned by me to assist. Tommy said this earnestly, awaiting their questions. Ainsley seemed to see through everything, knowing it was just another of her brother's mysterious abilities. Annalise, meanwhile, appeared thoughtful, recalling something. I know. Annalise exclaimed excitedly, hitting the table. You're a heroic spirit summoner. I've read about summoners in the sex archives. A heroic spirit summoner can summon powerful spirits from the past to aid in battle, but as a trade-off, their own cultivation progress is extremely slow. This is such an obvious lie, sister. How can you explain something so far-fetched? Ainsley silently mocked Annalise's innocence. Tommy was inwardly pleased. With Annalise already accepting this explanation, he didn't need to fabricate more. Then, he turned to his sister. Joanna, tell us about your situation. How did your strength suddenly change from peak chi condensation in the daytime to late-stage Foundation establishment at night? Ainsley was taken aback, her face twisting uncomfortably. Well, when I saw you almost die, I got so emotional and broke through. Tommy shot back. Are you asking me? Didn't you know if you broke through? Suddenly, Ainsley brightened up, lifting her face. Yes, that's right. You know, in critical moments, anything can happen, and breaking through under pressure is normal. Very reasonable. Annalise, watching the siblings argue, interjected gently. Ainsley's situation does exist. People do sometimes break through suddenly. Tommy clearly didn't believe his sister's story. If what she said was true, it would be beyond belief. He had heard of people breaking through minor realms when faced with life and death situations, but never had he heard of someone advancing from peak chi condensation to late-stage foundation establishment without any barriers in between. Tommy had a reason to know Ainsley's true strength. Previously, after consuming the truth package, Ainsley admitted to being at the peak of chi condensation, yet by nightfall, she had transformed into late-stage foundation establishment. This implied two possibilities. 1. Ainsley's actual strength was already at late-stage foundation establishment, and the truth package had no effect on her. 2. The truth package was effective, and Ainsley genuinely broke through under duress. While it was possible to believe in a breakthrough under extreme circumstances, a leap from peak chi condensation to late-stage foundation establishment, without any intermediate stages, was unprecedented. Intuition told Tommy that his sister's situation wasn't as simple as she claimed. Still, seeing Ainsley reluctant to elaborate, Tommy didn't press further. After all, she was his sister, and it was better for her to be stronger. Let's skip this topic for now. 1. Ainsley's actual strength was late-stage foundation establishment, and the truth package didn't work on her. Note: for better fluency in English, Taocan is translated as package to maintain the context while ensuring natural readability. However, if you want to keep the unique term from the original text, we can use truth meal or another specified term consistently throughout the translation. Let me know your preference. 2. The truth serum was effective, and Ainsley truly broke through under duress. However, it's important to note that in the original context, Jasper Wenhua doubts this explanation. He has heard of breakthroughs happening at the edge of life and death, but never such a dramatic leap from peak chi condensation to late foundation establishment without any intermediate barriers. This makes him suspect there's more to the situation than Ainsley is admitting. He would rather believe there was a bug in the system than believe Ainsley broke through under pressure. However, his intuition told him that Ainsley's situation was more complex than she made it sound. But seeing Ainsley reluctant to talk, Tommy decided not to push further, wanting to protect his sister and ensure she became stronger. Let's skip this topic for now. Tommy coughed twice, breaking the somewhat awkward atmosphere. The next illusion card is the main topic we need to discuss. Chapter 24, Plants vs. Aliens. Immediately after, Tommy signaled for Annalise to bring out the illusion card. Annalise took out the card and carefully handed it over to Tommy. Seeing his serious expression, she had no idea what was going on. Tommy accepted the illusion card, playing with it in his hands as he examined it for a while before asking Annalise again. Can this definitely be reused, right? Sure. Annalise nodded earnestly. Not only can it be reused, but it can also be enhanced with other illusions. I've experimented with it. Seeing Annalise confirm the properties of the illusion card once more, Tommy felt relieved and spoke to the two girls with a serious tone. After learning about the characteristics of the illusion card, I came up with a bold idea. The idea is creating a game. Upon hearing Tommy's words, Ainsley scratched her head in confusion, while Annalise remained seated without comment, both indicating their bewilderment. In the world of cultivation, martial prowess was unparalleled, but cultural and entertainment options were extremely limited. To the natives, what they considered games might just be going down the mountain to fight beasts or strategizing against evil cults. How illusions could connect with games puzzled both Ainsley and Annalise. Tommy understood that merely explaining the concept of a game would be difficult. He decided to demonstrate its charm practically. Joanna, give me paper and pen. Sure, okay. Ainsley rarely saw her brother so serious and readily handed him the paper and pen she had used to record the meeting. Tommy recalled the game Plants vs. Zombies from his previous life as he began sketching a prototype. Fortunately, being formerly a game planner, he still possessed some drawing skills. Although not professional level art, drafting rough sketches posed no problem. Though aiming to replicate Plants vs. Zombies, Tommy knew he couldn't outright plagiarize. Cultivators might find zombies laughable since such weak creatures could easily be wiped out in droves. There would be no immersion. Adapting to the reality of the cultivator world, Tommy decided to replace the zombie antagonists with aliens who desired to invade the human realm. Since ancient times, alien invasions have been ongoing, embedding fear deep into the hearts of cultivators, thus enhancing the immersive experience. As for the defended target, instead of a house, he chose a sect headquarters. The battling plants remained the same: sunflowers, pea shooters, cherry bombs, etc. Initially, Tommy considered replacing the plants with cultivators, but reconsidered due to the complexity of cultivation techniques which might not translate well into an illusion. Retaining the plants also preserved an appealing, cute characteristic, attracting many fairy maidens who were valuable consumers. Women's purchasing power always exceeded men's in both realms, especially regarding the higher-priced defensive garments for female cultivators compared to male robes of equivalent rank. Hence, keeping the cute plant feature would undoubtedly attract many buyers. While pondering, Tommy didn't stop writing. Soon, a sketch of Plants vs. Zombies emerged, vividly capturing the anthropomorphic traits of the plants. Raising the sketch, Tommy called the two girls closer and said earnestly, "This is the game. I'll name it Plants vs. Aliens. The goal is to defend the sect from alien invasion." He pointed at the sketch, emphasizing the rules as he explained them to Annalise. Using his imaginative prowess from his previous life, he meticulously detailed the plant's attributes, attack methods, growth patterns, and other regulations. Annalise, as a future holy maiden of the sacred land, quickly grasped the game mechanics due to her exceptional intelligence. How about it? Can you simulate this with an illusion? After finishing the explanation, Tommy looked at Annalise expectantly. It should be possible. Annalise found Tommy's idea quite novel and responded excitedly. I'll try. An hour later, a voice brimming with excitement sounded. Hooray! Success! After 1 hour, Annalise completed Plants vs. Aliens. Although constructing an illusion was simple, adapting it to the game with many rule constraints proved challenging for her first attempt. Still, she managed to finish successfully. Handing the illusion card containing Plants vs. Aliens to Tommy, Annalise felt somewhat guilty. Try it. If it doesn't work, I'll improve it. On my first attempt, it took a bit long. With practice, I can do it instantly next time. Tommy took the card, finding Annalise's guilt incomprehensible. Creating even a small game back in his former world required a team of dozens working for over a year. Annalise completed it in just an hour, producing a better and more realistic result due to the nature of the illusion. Her completion far exceeded expectations. There was no need for guilt. Giving Annalise an approving nod, Tommy focused on the card, using his divine sense to interact with the illusion. Entering the illusion felt like a soul transmigration. Despite having experienced it once before, Tommy still marveled at the novelty. Within the illusion, Tommy observed everything from a godlike perspective. The roaring aliens, the pea shooters spitting peas relentlessly, and the Xinyuan sect protected by a grand protective array. Battle cries, pleas for help, and clashing weapons resonated around him, making everything seem incredibly real. Even the scent of scorched earth was palpable. Damn! Tommy suddenly realized this wasn't just a game. Annalise had even created an opening animation. He had only seen the beginning scene, which already impressed him immensely. You were asked to make a game, not surpass it. After the opening animation, the scene shifted, placing Tommy in the battlefield. A large burning incense stick appeared in the sky, accompanied by Roman numerals counting down, a perfect way to keep track of time. The localization was superb. Immersed in the game illusion and observing everything, Tommy's exploration was interrupted by a startled cry. Fellow Taoist, are you the one sent from heaven? Suddenly, a dashing man in white with a commanding aura approached Tommy, initiating conversation. Looking at the man, Tommy was confused. It was himself turned into an NPC? Without waiting for a response, NPC Tommy continued. Now, the aliens have launched a full-scale invasion. The Xinyuan sect is in dire straits. Only you can save us. With an almost human expression filled with hope, NPC Tommy gazed at Tommy. Now, let's plant a sunflower. Chapter 25, Gaming for Combat Advantage. Damn sunflowers. Why did I say that with such hopeful eyes? So embarrassing. Tommy, in the virtual realm, ranted furiously in his mind. However, he soon realized it wasn't so hard to understand and was even impressed. He marveled at Emily's terrifying comprehension ability. She had somehow created the tutorial and opening animation without any hints from him. Awesome. Absolutely awesome. Following the tutorial, Tommy experienced a simple round of the game. The alien invasions were staged progressively. Various battle plants could be enhanced using rewards obtained from clearing stages, allowing them to combat stronger aliens. Initially, only chi cultivators appeared during invasions. Only after successfully overcoming chi cultivators would Foundation Establishment aliens show up, unlocking gradually until reaching the Emperor stage. Though designed as such, because Emily was only at the Foundation Establishment stage, she could at most simulate attacks and aura of Pulse Meridian level. It was unrealistic to expect her current self to simulate Emperor-level aliens within the virtual realm. But, even if only Pulse Meridian-level aliens, it sufficed. From the gameplay perspective, this content would entertain for hundreds of hours. Having grasped the general idea of the game within the virtual realm, Tommy promptly exited it. As beams of light flashed, Tommy's consciousness returned to the Grand Hall. How did it go? How did it go? Is it okay? Emily's face was brimming with anticipation as she hastily questioned Tommy, who had just finished experiencing the virtual realm. Tommy generously praised her with a full smile, giving her a thumbs up. Very good. You really have a talent. Your comprehension is very strong. Even creating a tutorial I didn't mention. Upon hearing the latter half of Tommy's words, Emily's happy face suddenly turned red, mumbling. I felt newcomers need some guidance. At this point, Ainsley narrowed her eyes, glancing at her brother, then looking at the blushing Emily, finding their conversation suspiciously intimate but unclear. Ainsley pointed at the virtual realm card, hurriedly asking, "What's inside? What are you guys talking about? Let me try to." Saying that, Ainsley snatched the virtual realm card and entered the virtual game. Seeing his eager sister, Tommy didn't stop her. Let her play while he discussed new ideas with Emily instead of having her disturb them. "Miss Emily, can items within the virtual realm be manifested into the real world?" Tommy asked seriously. Emily pondered for a moment, her flushed face returning to normal before nodding solemnly. Theoretically possible, since the virtual realm can be used for attacks and objects within it can be materialized via spiritual energy. But this requires immense spiritual energy support. My current energy isn't sufficient to manifest items. Seizing on this viable possibility, Tommy quickly followed up. Then if the user continuously charges the virtual realm card with spiritual energy, could that sustain manifestation? Hearing Tommy, Emily fell into deep thought, simulating its feasibility mentally. Suddenly, it was like a door to a new world opened for her. Her simulation showed that if users consistently charged the card with spiritual energy, when it reached a certain level, they could completely manifest objects within the virtual realm without relying on the card's inherent energy. Realizing everything, Emily excitedly looked at Tommy. This method is feasible. I have a way to do it. Tommy wanted to manifest items for a reason. Games shouldn't be just entertainment. In the cultivation world, games should provide growth experience and incorporate combat functionality. Otherwise, many might get addicted, neglecting cultivation and harming the cultivation world's foundation. Thus, Tommy thought by cultivating methods within the game, storing daily accumulated spiritual energy in the virtual realm card, it could be an ace up one sleeve during emergencies. So, he turned his thoughts into executable rules to inform Emily. Firstly, players using the Plants vs. Aliens virtual realm card can use their own spiritual energy to cultivate plants within the virtual realm. Then, cultivated plants can advance and upgrade. Finally, in real-world crises, summon these cultivated plants to fight enemies, acting as an ace in the hole for surprise strikes. Thus, what could originally harm the cultivation world becomes a universal fighting trump card for everyone. It greatly enhances lower cultivators' means against enemies, being beneficial for combat. After explaining the rules, Tommy pulled out a new virtual realm card and handed it to Emily. To make games, plenty of virtual realm cards are necessary. Accidentally awakening a power, paying a price, allows copying touched items. This new virtual realm card is replicated using my power, see if it works. Emily, staring blankly at the proffered card, couldn't fathom how such a power could replicate Sage-collected cards. Power was a person's secret weapon, not to be lightly inquired about. Coming back to her senses, Emily accepted the card, deeply moved and excited without asking specifics of Tommy's power. Moved because Tommy shared his deepest secrets with her, equivalent to trusting someone with his back on the battlefield. This trust made her extremely moved. Excited because the Sacred Maiden test almost thoroughly solved. The sect tasked her with creating a sustainable virtual realm. Now, with the virtual realm card, not only sustainable but also copyable through Tommy's power, it perfectly resolves the task. Hence, Emily, feeling thrilled, vowed internally to achieve Tommy's idea. About half an hour later, still immersed in Plants vs. Aliens, Ainsley hadn't left the virtual realm yet, continuing to play. Phew. Mission accomplished. Closing her eyes and outlining the virtual realm, Emily took a heavy breath, stating solemnly, creating the game virtual realm was simple, instantly completed. But, establishing manifestation rules took time. Thankfully it was successful. Tommy was elated upon hearing Emily achieved. The first step towards realizing his gaming dream was taken. Suddenly, Tommy's joyful expression froze. This card is ineffective for me. Tommy lacked spiritual energy while the virtual plants required spiritual energy for cultivation. Wanting to use the virtual plants as a trump card, Tommy was momentarily baffled. It's a dead end. Chapter 26, The Hope of Cultivation. Tommy took the brand new Illusory Realm card from Annalise, staring at the shimmering back of the card. His heart was filled with bitterness. No matter how impressive his presence was, without the ability to cultivate, he couldn't survive in this perilous world of cultivation. All his efforts had been for nothing. Tommy, who was usually optimistic, felt a blow from the harsh reality. A depressed expression spread across his face. However, at that moment, his self-consoling spirit kicked in, and he began to cheer himself up. What if I can't harm anyone? So what if I can't cultivate? As long as my sister is strong, that's enough. Besides, I can still make games. There are so many games from home. Even a few brought here would be like dimensional superiority against the natives of the cultivation world. I can create a few games, sell them, start a company, and reach the pinnacle of capital. I can live quite extravagantly. It's just that my lifespan will be a bit shorter. Without cultivation, even if I don't encounter any accidents and use all longevity-enhancing pills, I can only live up to 200 years at most. But living happily for 200 years is worth it. With these thoughts, Tommy regained his motivation. He had planned to ask Annalise to try cultivating pea shooter in the game and then summon it to see its power. Before he could speak, a series of system notifications echoed in his mind. Curious, Tommy glanced at the notification interface in his mind. This glance revealed the most crucial notification of his life. Ding! Congratulations, host has received the favor of Heavenly Tao. 10% of the outsider debuff restrictions have been lifted. Seeing this notification, Tommy jumped with excitement and hugged Annalise, who stood beside him. Overwhelmed with joy, he didn't have time to think, only wanting to celebrate together. There's hope now, even if it's only 10%. Seeing hope is far better than being trapped in despair. Tommy forced himself to calm down and carefully read the system's notifications, eager to understand how the outsider debuff was lifted. Ding! Congratulations, host has created the first Illusory Realm game as a game developer in the cultivation world. Congratulations, host has achieved the milestone. You call this a pea shooter? You call this a pea shooter? It seems you can summon a pea shooter? Imagine someone casually passing by while pulling a pea shooter that can continuously fire. Enhanced Big Ivan. Achievement reward. Pea shooter. Chi condensation. Pea shooter. Chi condensation. The host can summon a pea shooter with peak chi condensation strength. Trait 1. Infinite devouring. The pea shooter can devour everything to gain experience points and upgrade. Anything you no longer want, including junk and points, can be fed to it. It doesn't discriminate. ***. Trait 2. Pea shooter milk. The pea shooter can shoot auxiliary bean pills corresponding to its level. When needed, it ***. Can act as a support healer. ***. This achievement reward surpassed Crane in a sense, because this pea shooter could infinitely evolve. Initially, people didn't pay attention when Tommy wielded a chi condensation pea shooter. Later, when Tommy held an emperor-level pea shooter and wandered around others' homes, it sounded thrilling indeed. As for the system saying that Tommy participated as a game developer, it made sense. A game developer isn't just someone who makes games, but more like a director guiding the overall direction and being fully responsible. Tommy undertook the role of a game developer, while Annalise acted more like a programmer, though she also handled the art and design work. After all, why wouldn't someone be considered a near saintess for their exceptional talent? After reviewing the achievement rewards, Tommy continued reading the system's notifications. Ding! The system has detected that if the game, Plants vs. Aliens, is widely promoted, it will significantly enhance the combat power of low-level cultivators in the cultivation world. Ding! Upon evaluation, this action by the host benefits the majority of human cultivators, deeply touching heaven and earth with profound virtue. Ding! Congratulations, host has received the favor of Heavenly Tao. 10% of the outsider debuff restrictions have been lifted. Carefully reviewing the system's prompts, Tommy realized why the outsider debuff was restricted and how to lift it. The restriction was due to his status as a non-native. Heavenly Tao provided protection for the original inhabitants. To lift the restriction, one must benefit the native inhabitants and accumulate virtue. Tommy realized his path was clear now. He needed to accumulate virtue. The methods were uncertain, but creating beneficial games for cultivators had been validated. Perhaps copying ancient classics like the Tao Te Ching could also help, given his knowledge from previous lives. Annalise's throat almost started smoking from coughing, yet Tommy remained immersed in the system's notifications. From Annalise's perspective, Tommy had taken the illusory realm card she just made, then became depressed, followed by jumping with joy and suddenly hugging her. It frightened her considerably. Her cheeks blushed furiously, and her arms hovered awkwardly in the air, unsure where to place them. Brother, what are you two doing? Just then, Ainsley returned after finishing a game. Her consciousness returned to find this shocking scene. Tommy holding Annalise tightly with a serious expression while occasionally grinning foolishly, and Annalise coughing crazily, smoke rising from her head. Ainsley's shocked exclamation finally snapped Tommy out of his trance. Realizing he was still holding Annalise, he quickly let go and apologized. Surprisingly, even Tommy's usual unperturbed face turned slightly red. No, it's not what you think. Annalise, blushing and lowering her head, muttered softly, unable to meet Ainsley's eyes. You too. What did you do while I was gone? Ainsley asked, feeling a bit choked up, realizing her brother had strayed off course during her brief absence. Chapter 27. A few days jaspering with a fairy. Cough, cough. Let's not talk about this for now. Tommy used a cough to ease the awkwardness and quickly changed the subject. What do you think of Plants vs. Aliens? How does it feel? Oh, it's fun. Ainsley beamed, instantly reverting to her carefree teenage self when the topic turned to games. I've already managed to defeat enemies at the 3rd level of chi cultivation, she added, waving her illusion card proudly in front of Tommy. Except for that stupid part at the start where it makes me plant sunflowers. Everything else is pretty good. Tommy. Ignoring his sister's complaints, Tommy raised his own illusion card that could manifest objects and said to her, come here. I'll show you something even better. Curiously, Ainsley took the new illusion card from her brother, asking, what is this? Why are there 2 illusion cards? Don't ask so many questions, Tommy responded impatiently. You'll use your spirit energy to manifest a pea shooter in-game later. The game has instructions. Chasing me away again. I knew there was something between you two, Ainsley pouted, clearly upset. Though she really wanted to stay with her brother, she was even more curious about how to manifest a pea shooter. Without further ado, Ainsley re-entered the game. An hour later, Ainsley's consciousness returned, holding a bucket-sized pea shooter in her hands. Wow, this thing is amazing. Ainsley held the pea shooter aloft to show off. In just a short while, I feel like it already has the power of the 3rd level of chi cultivation. Find a place to test it. Tommy looked at the pea shooter in his sister's hand, equally curious about its power. Let's go to the training ground. It's worth mentioning that although Precipice Peak had declined and had no new disciples for years, it once flourished and had many disciples. These disciples had since graduated to become sect enforcers and gradually left Precipice Peak. Basic facilities like the training ground still existed on Precipice Peak. Without wasting time, the 3 of them left the hall and went to the training ground halfway up the mountain. At the training ground, Ainsley found an open spot and placed the pea shooter on the ground. The bucket-tall pea shooter wobbled as it awaited Ainsley's command. Ainsley pointed at a reinforced giant shield in front of her and ordered the pea shooter to attack. Upon receiving the command, the pea shooter displayed a surprisingly human-like expression, eyes wide and glaring fiercely at the shield. Bang, bang, bang. The pea shooter continuously shot basketball-sized peas, which struck the shield with heavy thuds, causing cracks in the reinforced shield. This power is quite significant. After all, this shield was designed for practicing sparring among chi cultivation disciples, including those at peak chi cultivation, meant to withstand such attacks. Yet, Ainsley's pea shooter, cultivated for only an hour, could crack this shield. Its attack power must have exceeded the 3rd level of chi cultivation. Seeing the pea shooter's remarkable performance, Ainsley was shocked. Without another word, she picked up the pea shooter and rushed out of the training ground, shouting as she left. No need to wait for me for dinner. Today, I'm going to cultivate my pea shooter to the foundation establishment stage. According to Tommy's design, plants manifested from illusion cards could be one major realm higher than the cultivator's current stage. Because as the realm increased, the amount of spiritual energy required was massive. At the 100-channel stage, it wasn't just about the quantity but also about compressing and needing higher quality spiritual energy. Therefore, a chi cultivation disciple could cultivate a foundation establishment stage plant, and similarly, a foundation establishment stage cultivator could cultivate a 100-channel stage plant. The 100-channel stage was sufficient, considering it represented the elder level in smaller sects or enforcer level in larger ones like the Mystic Sword sect. Seeing his sister leave, Tommy pulled out 3 newly exchanged illusion cards from the system store. It wasn't to hide anything from Ainsley, but rather to avoid unnecessary explanations. Claiming divine powers might sound silly, especially given Ainsley's clear-headed nature. She wouldn't believe him. Fortunately, Annalise would easily fill in the gaps. So, he didn't explain and waited until Ainsley left before revealing the cards. Tommy handed the 3 illusion cards to Annalise beside him, asking, "Are you feeling alright? Shall we do 3 more rounds of Plants vs. Aliens?" Tommy wasn't being overly considerate. Only Annalise could manifest illusions. Knowing there was a chance to gain benefits, he didn't hesitate. "I'm fine, it doesn't consume much of my energy," Annalise replied, taking the illusion cards, slightly shy due to their alone time. Since she was familiar with the process, Annalise swiftly completed 3 new illusion cards for Plants vs. Aliens. Annalise gave the 3 cards back to Tommy, who kept 2, keeping 1 for play, and giving 1 to Evangeline during his next visit to Melody Peak, while leaving the last one for Annalise. Tommy stored the illusion cards in the system space and spoke gently to Annalise. "Whenever you need illusion cards, come to me. I have plenty." "Oh, right, let's head to Melody Peak later today to learn music theory." Annalise nodded gratefully. Shortly after, Tommy and Annalise arrived at Melody Peak. Undeniably, Annalise's flying skills were far superior to Ainsley's, providing a smooth ride without any fear of heights. Unable to fly using a sword, Tommy would have taken hours to walk to Melody Peak. But having carried Tommy before, Annalise didn't mind carrying him again. Meeting Evangeline, Tommy gave her one of the illusion cards from the game. He then recounted the source of the illusion cards and their encounters from the previous night, eliciting emotional points from Evangeline. Notably, Evangeline became engrossed in the game and didn't have time to teach Tommy music theory. She simply tossed him 2 musical scores to study on his own. That evening, Tommy rode Annalise's private jet back to Precipice Peak. However, this time, Annalise didn't stay at Precipice Peak, dropping Tommy off and then returning herself. That night, Tommy took out the pea shooter awarded by the achievement system and examined it closely. He noticed that his pea shooter seemed different from the one in the illusion card. It felt more like a pet, displaying human-like expressions and even wandering around on its own. Tommy decided to treat it as a pet, knowing it would return if commanded. With nothing else to do, Tommy sat at the table, reminiscing about the intimate moment hugging Annalise earlier. Without anyone around, he opened the comic book he cherished. Asterisk a few days Jasperving with a fairy asterisk, flipping through it with a flushed face. Half an hour later. Humph, it's not that impressive. With a critical remark, Tommy closed the comic and went to bed, falling into a deep sleep. Translation note. 1. Maintain the original paragraph structure and line breaks. 2. Character names like Tommy, Ainsley, Annalise, Evangeline are pinyin-based names preserved as English names. 3. The tone and style are consistent throughout. 4. The storyline remains coherent with the previous context provided. Hashtag chapter 28. The eve of the grand competition. The next day, early morning. Warm and bright sunlight filtered through the window, casting a golden glow on the bed. Tommy stretched lazily, yawned widely, slowly opened his eyes, and sat up. Looking around at the room which was now empty except for the bed under him, he fell into deep thought. Burglars? Steal a table too? There's no need for that. Suddenly, a faint chewing sound broke the morning tranquility. Tommy turned to the source of the sound and saw his pea shooter, which he had released inside the room yesterday, chomping down on his mattress right beside his bed. Upon noticing Tommy's gaze, the pea shooter came over like a dog wagging its tail, whimpering to show off its achievements to its master. Curious about what happened last night, Tommy checked the system interface. Pea shooter, Foundation Establishment mid-stage. Foundation Establishment? What happened last night that made it reach this stage? With questions in mind, Tommy continued reading. Activity log. Devoured a set of furniture. Gained 200 experience points. Devoured a set of passionate comic books. Gained 100 experience points and obtained a hidden attribute. Devoured 3 sets of immortal attire. Gained 5,000 experience points. Passionate comic books? What on earth are those? And they even provide hidden attributes. Realization dawned on Tommy, his expression stiffening suddenly. He had left the comics he read last night on the table instead of putting them away in his storage space. You ate my comics I've collected for years. Tommy's usually composed demeanor cracked. He picked up the pea shooter and shook it upside down frantically. Spit it out now. Regardless of how much Tommy shook it, it was already too late. The comics had long been converted into the pea shooter's experience points. Ah, you're really like a dog. Next time, I won't let you out, Tommy sighed. Just as Tommy was scolding the pea shooter, Ainsley burst in with a panicked look. Brother, our house has been burglarized. Oddly enough, she did not kick the door open this time because it had already been devoured by the pea shooter. All my clothes in the room are gone. Ainsley looked horrified, then angry, cursing furiously. If I catch that shameless thief, I will tear him apart. Tommy hesitated, placing a hand on his forehead to fake comforting his sister. It's good that no one was harmed. My things were stolen too. Next time, we'll definitely catch him and kill him. Yes, we must kill him. Ainsley agreed. Tommy couldn't tell her it was the pea shooter who did it. Even if Ainsley knew it was his pet, she would likely thrash it mercilessly in her current fury. However, Tommy then realized the pea shooter's remarkable capabilities. It managed to steal Foundation Establishment level Ainsley's clothes while remaining undetected, using just its chi practitioner strength. This unlimited devour skill seemed quite powerful. In the future, if someone annoyed him, he could send the pea shooter to their home to quietly devour everything, leaving an empty room behind. Not only would it level up effortlessly without needing to feed it points, but it would be reasonable and perfect. Ending the morning drama, Tommy decided to make breakfast since he lacked cultivation and easily got hungry. Just then, a voice transmitted to his ears. He put down the ingredients. Wenxiang, come to the hall immediately. Your father has important matters to discuss with you. Our father is back? Tommy turned to look at his sister, who was waiting for food, and asked. I don't know, Ainsley muttered, clearly still upset about the theft. Father comes and goes as he pleases. Who knows when he returned? In the hall atop Cliff Peak. Ha 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 ha, hick. The unkempt Dayon held a wineskin, bursting into loud laughter upon seeing the siblings enter. In the cultivation world, louder laughter signified less malicious intent. After years in this world, Dayon had internalized this unwritten rule, laughing heartily even when seeing his own children. Wenxiang, the sex disciple recruitment grand competition starts tomorrow. How prepared are you? Dayon took a swig of wine, smiling broadly at Tommy. Upon hearing this, Tommy straightened his posture, radiating confidence. Preparation? Only the weak need preparation. Someone like me, a prodigy of heaven, wouldn't need any. Growing more animated, Tommy pulled Ainsley and asked, Do you think I need preparation? Ainsley rolled her eyes. Brother, please be realistic. Do you have no self-awareness? That's true, Dayon chuckled awkwardly. Given Wenxiang's abilities, I was overly worried. First place in the competition is assured. Ainsley. This time, I summoned you for important matters, Dayon said seriously. A few days ago, I went down the mountain to scout potential disciples and found some promising ones. Show off your strength to attract these few to join our cliff peak. Saying this, Daeon wrote down names and descriptions on a piece of paper and handed it to Tommy. Since the grand competition was tomorrow, a large group of new disciples had already gathered outside the sect. The siblings headed towards the entrance, Tommy riding on his sister's flying sword, contemplating how to meet these prospective disciples. At the entrance of Xinjian sect, Tommy had his sister stop where no one could notice, walking the rest of the way to avoid revealing he couldn't ride a sword yet. Walking steadily, they approached the gathering area for new disciples. From afar, they saw thousands of varied new disciples clustering together, chatting noisily, with a few elder recruiters maintaining order. Before getting close, various voices reached their ears. I tell you, choose Giant Sword Peak. Giant swords are men's romance. What's so great about giant swords? I think Swift Sword Peak isn't bad either, swift and agile. Speaking of which, aren't the fairy sisters of Celestial Sound Peak better? Forget it, Celestial Sound Peak doesn't accept male disciples. Just then, a youth around 14 or 15 spoke up. I think we should go to Cliff Peak. If you choose other peaks, you'll only be ordinary outer disciples. But at Cliff Peak, you'll be core disciples. Cliff Peak hasn't taken in new disciples for a long time. They'll treat me like an honored guest and teach me diligently. Better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. Suddenly, a haunting voice echoed near the boy, startling everyone like thunder. Who are you calling the head of a chicken? Chapter 29. Not worthy of joining the Precipice Peak without the name Lu. Initially, when Tommy heard someone discussing Precipice Peak, he felt quite pleased and moved closer to listen carefully about what others thought of Precipice Peak. However, the more he listened, the more it bothered him. The words coming from the crowd were far from flattering, especially that young man who referred to him as a chicken head. There was nothing inherently wrong with the young man's statement, but the issue lay in the fact that Tommy's public identity was the eldest disciple of Precipice Peak. Thus, according to the young man's words, Tommy equated to a chicken head. After all, in Tommy's hometown, being called a chicken head wasn't exactly a compliment. Tommy stared into the young man's eyes, his face expressionless. His toes furiously scratched the ground as he slowly opened his mouth. I am Tommy, the eldest disciple of Precipice Peak. What is your name? The moment Tommy spoke, his toes digging into the ground at high speed instantly released an explosive aura. A fierce storm erupted around him, the forceful wind whipping up by this presence causing the surrounding potential disciples to squint and sway. Yet, right in the center of the storm, Tommy and the young man locked eyes, as if engaged in an invisible duel. Facing such overwhelming pressure, the young man now bore significant pressure. Even his usually upright spine bent slightly. Still, the young man stared back at Tommy, struggling to straighten his back. Slowly, he stood tall and respectfully replied in a loud voice. To Master Brother. My name is Mickey. Hearing the young man's response, Tommy blurted out, Surnamed Lu? Anyone surnamed Lu doesn't stand a chance against me. No matter who you are, if you're surnamed Lu, you fall under my jurisdiction. Subsequently, Tommy retracted his released aura. A faint smile appeared on his otherwise calm face. Facing a stronger opponent, you show respect without cringing. Well done. Welcome to Precipice Peak. I will personally guide you. With that, Tommy turned and left. As Tommy retracted his aura, everyone present felt an immediate sense of relief. Mickey, who had been at the heart of the storm, now felt a chill run down his spine, drenched in cold sweat. Seeing Tommy leave, the previously silent prospective disciples began to chatter. Wasn't Precipice Peak supposed to be weak? Why is Senior Brother Jasper so powerful? Faced with Senior Brother Jasper, I feel like facing our ancestor Yuan Montagging, afraid and unable to utter a word. This kind of power isn't something ordinary disciples possess. Precipice Peak isn't as simple as people say. Precipice Peak surely hides many tigers and dragons. Don't compete with me. I'm determined to join Precipice Peak. People discussed fervently while Mickey walked away slowly, gazing into the distance where Tommy had gone, making a firm resolution. Tommy and his sister strolled toward a platform within the crowd, checking the new disciple list given by their father as they went. Jasper and Xianxio. That name doesn't work. It sounds like someone harbors deep hatred. Times. Curtis. This one is good, impressive, and majestic. Square root. Xena. This name doesn't have Lu. Times. Well, the princess of the great Zhou dynasty has her wealth and decent talent. Xena square root. Tommy carefully marked the names on the paper. Then, gathering his aura, he climbed the platform step by step. Dressed in white, Tommy cut a striking figure. Standing confidently on the platform amidst the puzzled gazes of the crowd, he calmly addressed them. I call out the names. Please come onto the platform. Curtis. Xena. Tommy read out each name methodically and unhurriedly. By the time he finished, several teenagers had gathered on the platform. Facing the bewildered looks of the prospective disciples, Tommy briefly introduced himself, then demonstrated his formidable aura, followed by a surge of pressure to impress upon everyone. To sum it up in one sentence, I, Tommy, eldest disciple of Precipice Peak, am invincible. I invite you all to join Precipice Peak. Having sufficiently displayed his prowess, Tommy turned to face the disappointed crowd below who hadn't received invitations. Precipice Peak excels in swordsmanship and elegance. I invite everyone here to join Precipice Peak. As a final gesture, I offer all of you a stroke of luck. Saying this, Tommy waved his sleeve, sending a gentle breeze over every prospective disciple. The aspiring disciples only felt a refreshing breeze pass by, cooling them pleasantly, with no other effects. The siblings slowly walked back towards the mountain gate, leaving behind two figures for endless speculation. Brother, what sort of luck did you give them? Ainsley, seeing no one else around, hurriedly asked her brother. An extraordinary stroke of luck, allowing them to pass the sex examination smoothly, Tommy said arrogantly. In reality, the luck was just a breeze. Exploiting the lack of psychological knowledge among the locals, Tommy knew that there would always be a few standout candidates who would attribute their success to this luck. Thus, those who performed exceptionally would believe it was due to Tommy's influence and feel deeply grateful. Then, in their gratitude, joining Precipice Peak would be a natural progression. Of course, even if some believed the luck was ineffective, they wouldn't voice it. Under the glow of the standouts, those who doubted the luck would only believe they lacked ability, and even the Master Brothers' luck couldn't save them. A perfect loop. On their way back, the siblings planned to visit the bustling market near the arena to buy ingredients and gather information about the next day's competition. Tomorrow's competition begins. The sect has already set up bets. Which peak do you think will be in the top 3? A slender male disciple asked his fellow disciple beside him. Naturally, Giant Sword Peak. Giant Sword Peak's eldest disciple Brock is renowned for his bravery. Not necessarily. Recently, Precipice Peak's eldest disciple Tommy displayed formidable aura during a match. Aura alone isn't useful. Each peak needs to send 3 disciples to compete, but Precipice Peak only has 2, and the participants list shows only Tommy signed up. Even if Tommy is strong, it's hard to fight against 3 opponents. True. Bet on Giant Sword Peak. Tommy. What situation? His father never mentioned having to fight 3 at once. Translation notes. Maintained paragraph structure and line breaks. Names are kept accurate, e.g., Tommy. Preserved tone and style. Ensured fluency and coherence. Addressed cultural elements appropriately. Chapter 30. Persuading his sister. The brother and sister walked toward the center of the market, listening to news about tomorrow's grand competition. Upon hearing that he might be required to fight not only 1-on-3 but also 3 at once, Tommy began to contemplate in his heart. Most participating disciples from various peaks were generally between 20 to 30 years old, with cultivation levels around the middle foundation establishment stage. This age and strength made them standouts on their respective peaks and were by no means low. Of course, regarding strength, Ainsley and Carissa were exceptions. Carissa was the prospective holy maiden of the Holy Land, so her exceptional talent could be understood. As for Ainsley, Tommy genuinely couldn't fathom how she had reached the late foundation establishment stage. Thinking up to this point, Tommy frowned, temporarily setting aside concerns about his sister's strength and focusing on the upcoming matches in a few days. During the grand competition, intimidating others with mere momentum might work against most Peak's disciples, but he couldn't afford to overlook Giant Sword Peak. These martial fanatics from Giant Sword Peak would fight until death if necessary. They wouldn't care whether you had strong momentum or not. Crane definitely couldn't be used due to its excessive brutality. Even black-cloaked people from the 100 Meridians realm wouldn't endure it. It would be too much for an intersect match. Furthermore, Crane's origin was hard to explain unless one believed Carissa's naive trust in Hero Summoner. As for Pea-Shooter, it could barely cover one person, but what about the other 2? Team battles were tricky. Should he ask his sister to sign up as well? Tommy felt a bit embarrassed as he glanced at his sister with some guilt, asking, Ahem, Joanna, do you want to participate in the sect grand competition? No. At this moment, Ainsley feigned innocence with big watery eyes. I'm only at the Chi Condensation realm. I can't beat anyone. You were kidding. You can already challenge people at the 100 Meridians realm and still claim you're at the Chi Condensation realm? Why do you insist on joining the competition? You could withdraw, Ainsley said, clearly puzzled. Unexpectedly, a sense of pride appeared on her small face. So what if I'm dead last? It doesn't affect my cultivation. Plus, Cliffbreak Peak will be peaceful without new disciples. This was actually a pit Tommy dug for himself. Due to the system, his aura was powerful, and to maintain this image, he had to act like a powerhouse. Otherwise, there was no explanation for why someone weak could have such a formidable presence. Unwillingly, Tommy kept up the act, gradually getting used to speaking like a powerhouse. Ace truly believed his son was a powerhouse and counted on Tommy to lead Cliffbreak Peak to great heights. Yet, Tommy couldn't control himself when facing his father, slipping into the demeanor of a powerhouse. It made sense for a powerhouse to aim for first place in a competition. He had boasted too soon, overlooking Giant Sword Peak's exception in the existence of team battles. Fighting alone on a stage, Tommy was confident he could intimidate the opponent. But with 3 opponents, it was uncertain. Thinking of this, Tommy deemed it necessary to enlighten his sister about the benefits of winning first place. Joanna, do you like money? Tommy asked with a smile, trying to coax his innocent sister. Yes. Ainsley nodded vigorously, though I don't know how to spend it. Seeing luminous spirit stones fill up the space bracelet makes me happy. Imagine what happens if Cliffbreak Peak wins the grand competition. Seeing an opening, Tommy continued to coax his young, naive sister. Ainsley rested her chin on her hand, pondering deeply. We'll receive many new disciples. Then, her expression turned slightly angry. And these new disciples will consume many spirit stones, all requiring money for clothing, food, and lodging. Superficial. Tommy immediately resumed his dignified demeanor, his tone tinged with mockery. Is this the wisdom of mortals? Continuing, Tommy explained. You are at the late foundation establishment stage, right? If you join the competition, the probability of Cliffbreak Peak winning will rise infinitely close to 10 layers from the original 9 layers 8. As a cautious person, I'm not satisfied with just 9 layers 8. Without you, relying solely on myself is insufficient. Hearing her brother boast earnestly, Ainsley scoffed. Just yourself? Huh? What a joke. How about aiming for 100? Ignoring his sister's jab, Tommy continued solemnly. Think about it. The sect has placed odds already. Isn't the payout for Cliffbreak Peak high? Ainsley glanced at the odds board in the market center and nodded vigorously. Yes. Seeing her agreement, Tommy began explaining seriously. The current odds for Cliffbreak Peak entering the top 3 were 130, and for first place, it was 150. Imagine placing all our spirit stones on Cliffbreak Peak becoming first place. Wouldn't that be a direct boost? Moreover, having more disciples isn't bad. Although they require spinning spirit stones, they can also undertake tasks. Completing sect missions earns contribution points which go to Cliffbreak Peak. We can use these points to exchange for treasures, equipment, or spirit stones, distributing part to disciples while keeping a share. Wouldn't that be perfect? At this point, Ainsley's eyes gleamed brightly with anticipation. Seizing the opportunity, Tommy pressed on. When we have many disciples, let's implement an elimination system. Those who don't meet the monthly points won't be fit to be disciples of Cliffbreak Peak. Ainsley chirped happily. Good idea. Greater than over equal to less than over equal to asterisk. Oh, persuaded, Tommy silently apologized inwardly. Sorry future disciples, this first place is crucial to me. In truth, Tommy didn't plan to exploit new disciples. Such unethical behavior shouldn't be used against his own people. This was just rhetoric to persuade his naive sister. Tommy insisted on letting Ainsley join because just moments ago, upon hearing the betting odds, the system issued a task based on the scenario. Ring. A scene suitable for a mission has been detected. Mission name. Cliffbreak Peak. Dazzle them. Mission description. The odds for Cliffbreak Peak reaching first place are shockingly 150. Is this an insult? As the host with the system, it's intolerable. No need to endure it any longer. Mission objective. Achieve first place for Cliffbreak Peak. Mission reward. Soul Suppressing Pagoda. Soul Suppressing Pagoda. An ancient artifact capable of suppressing and preserving souls. Souls within the pagoda can disseminate consciousness to others. Previously, he could have relied on momentum and bluffing to secure a top 3 spot even if he couldn't win. Now that the system had issued a mission with a divine reward, securing first place became a necessity. The system's rewards were always unreasonably generous. Chapter 31. Ainsley register. Tommy had gathered enough information and managed to persuade Ainsley to participate in the competition. Afterward, he and his sister went together to the registration booth below the central arena. The registration process usually involved disciples from the peaks first competing among themselves, with the top 3 winners registering for the major tournament. Of course, each peak also had stronger disciples who did not join the competition. These disciples were generally in seclusion, striving to reach higher cultivation realms or detached from worldly affairs, focusing solely on their cultivation without interest in these trivial matters. As for the peak masters, they simply didn't care about such details, letting the disciples handle it themselves. It's not that the grand disciple competition wasn't important to them. Rather, over hundreds of years, the rankings between the peaks had changed very little. So, during the tournament, these masters would only show up briefly to make an appearance, attract new disciples, and then spend the rest of the time cultivating or handling sect affairs. However, Tommy had been kept out of sight all along and hardly ever left Clifftop Peak, so he was unaware of the registration procedures. Moreover, Clifftop Peak had no other disciples. Therefore, Dayon, the peak master, had no choice but to have Tommy, who seemed strong, participate, as he couldn't bear to let his only daughter, at merely the chi condensation stage, get beaten up on the stage. He was indeed a protective father. Registration is almost over. Disciples who haven't registered should hurry up. At the registration booth, a black-robed elder sat behind a waist-high table, using spiritual energy to project his voice like a rolling thunder around the edges of the arena. Hearing this, Tommy and Ainsley quickly ran to the registration table. Which peak? Name, age, strength. Seeing someone approaching, the black-robed elder casually isolated outside sounds and looked at the impressive-looking Tommy, asking him, I'm the one registering. Hidden by the table, only showing her small head, Ainsley hurriedly raised her hand to catch the elder's attention. Clifftop Peak. Ainsley, 15 years old, Foundation Establishment Late Stage. 15 years old? Foundation Establishment Late Stage? Upon hearing Ainsley's age and strength, the black-robed elder was stunned and stood up abruptly. He walked around the long table to closely examine Ainsley. Knowing the elder needed to verify her strength, Ainsley fully unleashed her Foundation Establishment Late Stage power. Ha 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 ha, excellent. The black-robed elder smiled in satisfaction after confirming Ainsley's strength. Master Jasper's children are truly outstanding. However, we need to adjust the odds. The black-robed elder immediately contacted the officer responsible for managing the odds via secret sound transmission and adjusted Clifftop Peak's odds downward. Soon, the odds displayed next to the registration table showed Clifftop Peak's odds for the top 3 dropping to 110, and the odds for becoming the champion dropping to 130. After exchanging pleasantries with the elder, the siblings left and headed to the betting area. In the betting area, people were buzzing, discussing which peak would be the most profitable bet. In the center of the crowd, a large wall was set up, with the odds etched in spirit energy on both sides. The wall, serving as a giant board, listed different rankings: first place, top 3, top 5. Unsurprisingly, Clifftop Peak appeared prominently in every category, especially with the 130 odds for first place standing out. 2 green-robed officers, holding paper and pens, were responsible for handling bets. At this moment, upon receiving a message from the elder, one of the officers announced, registration is now closed. Betting begins. 50,000 spirit stones on Sword Peak, entering the top 3. A man with a delicate appearance spoke to the officer, handing over a spatial bracelet containing spirit stones. Keep your token safe. Replacements won't be issued if lost. After counting the spirit stones, the green-robed officer handed the man a special token. Nearby, many disciples hesitated, but started to discuss among themselves. Should we bet on Sword Peak? While winning the championship might be difficult for them, making it to the top 3 seems secure. The odds for Sword Peak in the top 3 are 1:2, not high but still profitable. Why are the odds only 1:2? I thought Sword Peak was ranked 10th. The odds shouldn't be this low, one disciple asked another. I heard that a disciple who has been in seclusion for a long time is participating from Sword Peak, reportedly at the Foundation Establishment Late Stage. But where did you get that info? The registration list doesn't mention the participant strengths. You didn't know? Naturally, the registration list can't disclose strength levels. If it did, everyone would bet accordingly. Normally, Sword Peak's top 3 odds should be 1:5 or higher. Only the registration elders know their actual strength and adjust the odds. Oh, I see. Then let's go for Sword Peak. I bet 500,000 spirit stones on Clifftop Peak winning first place. A sweet voice interrupted. Everyone, engaged in discussions, froze when they heard someone bet on Clifftop Peak and even on it winning first place. They burst into chatter. Who in their right mind would bet on Clifftop Peak? This will bankrupt them. Clifftop Peak has been bottom ranked for years, though I heard there's an extraordinary disciple this time. What good is that? Odds represent everything. High odds mean low strength. Curious, they turned to find the source of the voice. There stood a breathtakingly beautiful girl in green, dust-free amidst the world, before the big board. This girl was Annalise. Having heard that the Xinyuan sect was taking bets on the tournament, she decided to join in the fun. Annalise preferred solitude and had rarely left the mountain since arriving at Xinyuan sect, except for interacting with Evangeline and exploring Clifftop Peak. Seeing Clifftop Peak's sky-high odds made her somewhat angry. They're both so strong yet ignored. Plus, senior brother Wenxiang always comes up with peculiar skills and helped me pass the Holy Maiden examination. Annalise knew their strength well, especially after some intimate encounters with Tommy. Out of sentiment and logic, she supported Clifftop Peak. Upon hearing Annalise's bet on Clifftop Peak for first place, the man who previously bet on Sword Peak approached her, looking more sullen. You should think carefully, young lady. Making money isn't this easy. If you really want to make money, bet on Sword Peak. Besides, Clifftop Peak can't even recruit any disciples and should have been disbanded long ago. Betting on them to win first place is laughable. Ha 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 ha, 30,000 spirit stones. Clifftop's odds are 130, so that's 900,000, roughly 1 million. Tommy laughed happily, having scoured his storage space and finally found 30,000 spirit stones. He and his sister, elated, wove through the crowd to the big board to place their bet. Just as Tommy arrived, he saw Annalise supporting Clifftop Peak and a man rudely insulting Clifftop Peak. Hashtag chapter 32, Tommy's wrath. Annalise shot a sidelong glance at the effeminate man, feeling increasingly dissatisfied as he continued to speak rudely and insult Cliff Peak. Unlike her usual gentle demeanor when talking to Tommy, her voice was now icy cold. Who I bet on has nothing to do with you. At that moment, the fawning disciple beside the effeminate man, upon noticing Annalise's dismissive tone, blustered angrily. You little hussy, don't be ungrateful. Senior brother Yuanlong is just trying to help you. The fawning disciple then turned around, bowing and scraping while pointing at the effeminate man, his expression ingratiating as he addressed the crowd. This is our Sword Peak senior brother Kyle, who has emerged from closed cultivation. Senior brother Yuanlong has already reached the late foundation establishment stage. With him around, does a trash peak like Cliff Peak even deserve to be first? Smack. Annalise flicked her sleeve, and an explosive surge of spiritual energy immediately struck the fawning disciple, sending him flying over 5 meters before crashing heavily to the ground. Annalise was furious, whether because the fawning disciple called her a little hussy, or because he had insulted Cliff Peak. Don't let her seemingly demure demeanor in front of Tommy fool you. She often blushes until her head smokes, but the real Annalise can be quite fierce. Not many disciples in the sacred land are easy to provoke, let alone someone as esteemed as a prospective holy maiden. Seeing someone talk disrespectfully, she didn't mind teaching them a lesson. You. Kyle's face darkened, his brows furrowed, but seeing the formidable aura Annalise emitted, indicating she had reached the peak of foundation establishment, he was inwardly shocked. Even if they fought, he might not win, so he dared not continue. It's hard to reason with the dead. Let's go, Kyle blustered, trying to salvage some face as he urged the fawning disciple to leave. Leave. A questioning voice came from the crowd. Everyone turned to see Tommy approaching Kyle step by step, his calm face hiding a brewing rage. As he walked, his aura grew stronger and more intimidating. Each step he took made a dull thud that seemed to reverberate in everyone's chest. As he approached, the clear sky inexplicably filled with dark clouds, creating a suffocating atmosphere. The air felt heavy and oppressive, making it hard for anyone to breathe. Kyle watched Tommy approach with growing terror, struggling to move but finding his feet rooted to the ground. Tommy blocked Kyle's path, staring down at him with a terrifyingly low voice. Where do you think you're going? You, who are you? Kyle, sensing danger, tried to appear calm despite his fear. Haha, you mocked my Cliff Peak and don't even recognize me? The main player is here. Tommy's tone was hostile. After Tommy spoke, the area fell into a deathly silence, where even a needle drop could be heard. Even Ainsley, who knew her brother well, was stunned by the imposing aura radiating from Tommy. She knew her brother was strong, but this was the first time she saw him angry. His aura felt like the sky was collapsing, utterly daunting. Even the usually chatty Ainsley shut her mouth, eyes fixed on the developing situation. Feeling the tidal wave of Tommy's anger, Kyle lost all courage to resist and stammered, unable to form coherent words. He had a premonition. Speaking another word today would result in certain death. At this point, the 2 green-robed officials responsible for overseeing the betting also reacted from their shock. Under the heavy pressure, their steps were slow, but they still managed to approach Tommy and whispered, Junior brother Wenxiang, please don't make a scene here. It will make things difficult for us. The green-robed officials, being of the same generation as the disciples, functioned similarly to graduates turned teaching assistants in modern universities. Hearing Tommy mention the main player, they quickly realized he was Cliff Peak's representative, Tommy. Thus, they approached to mediate, addressing him as Junior brother Wenxiang. Seeing the officials speak up, Tommy gave them some leeway, retracting his aura and bowing to them. My apologies for my sudden outburst. Not at all. The 2 officials hurriedly returned the bow. Realizing a fight wouldn't happen today, Tommy turned to Kyle and said slowly, You are also participating in the upcoming trials, right? We'll meet on the platform. Phew. Feeling the pressure lift, Kyle breathed a sigh of relief. Drenched in cold sweat, he gulped deeply. Afraid of further provoking Tommy, he left the scene in a hurry. Years ago, Tommy had heard Daeon complain about the enmity between Soar Peak and Cliff Peak, but he hadn't paid much attention. Thousands of years ago, Cliff Peak wasn't so downtrodden. Back then, it was flourishing and, together with Soar Peak, known as the Twin Peaks of the Xinjiang sect. Cliff Peak specialized in air swords, focusing on controlling swords with chi, excelling in using sword chi to attack enemies. Their techniques were visually striking, with high-level practitioners able to engage foes from a distance. Cliff Peak once gave an impression of elegance, its disciples often resembling sword immortals, wielding long swords gracefully, unleashing brilliant sword chi effortlessly, appearing extremely graceful. Soar Peak, on the other hand, specialized in sword techniques, emphasizing motionless defense followed by sudden, thunderous strikes. Sword Peak's disciples were better suited for close combat, their swordplay leaving no gaps. Once engaged in close combat, few could escape. These two peaks, one excelling in ranged attacks, the other in close combat, often teamed up on missions, balancing each other perfectly. Thus, Cliff Peak and Soar Peak were frequently referred to as the Twin Peaks of the Xinjiang sect. However, after Daeon became the master of Cliff Peak a century ago, the relationship between the two peaks changed. The master of Soar Peak, a beautiful woman, bore some grudge against Daeon, or perhaps simply looked down on his lax attitude. Consequently, she began viewing Cliff Peak unfavorably. As Cliff Peak declined, this disdain only intensified. Over time, Sword Peak's disciples developed a deep-seated disdain for Cliff Peak, even considering the former Twin Peaks title shameful. Ha 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 ha, Ms. Moneybags, you're very rich, aren't you? Tommy walked toward Annalise, teasing her as he glanced at his meager stash of 30,000 spirit stones. Chapter 33, Lying Flat. No, not at all. As Tommy approached, Annalise's previously cold expression turned slightly flushed with embarrassment. I only bet on Danya Peak because there was money to be made. Yes, that's exactly why. Is that so? Tommy couldn't help but tease her further upon seeing the redness in her cheeks. Annalise's face turned even redder, as if Tommy had seen through her thoughts. She twisted the hem of her robe nervously and stammered shyly. Brother, please stop it. Ainsley walked over and tugged at her brother who was teasing Annalise. Look, Annalise is starting to smoke from the top of her head. Annalise, oops. Hearing even Ainsley join in, Annalise felt too embarrassed to stay. I'll go back to Tianjin Peak first. Remember to come learn music there. With that, she rushed away on her jade flute, flying off like she was escaping. How much do you have left? With Annalise having escaped, Tommy decided to tease his sister instead. I still have 700,000 spirit stones. As Ainsley spoke, she began calculating. 3 weapons from the 100 vein stage, a cultivation method. If we sell them all, it should total about 1 million spirit stones. Wow, I'm so rich. Ainsley's little face turned pink from excitement as she exclaimed. Tommy glanced again at the 30,000 spirit stones he had neatly arranged in his spatial bag, feeling a twinge in his heart. A rich girl was right next to him. True richness belonged to Ainsley. Even Annalise, who came from the Holy Land, couldn't compare. However, Tommy then thought of something else. His father, Jasper Jian, was clearly a daddy's girl lover. Why was the difference between his and Ainsley's fortune so large? Looking at his tight 30,000 spirit stones versus Ainsley's million-strong wealth, he felt wronged. Does this mean raising boys poor and girls rich? Although Tommy only had 30,000 spirit stones, in reality, 18-year-old disciples having such an amount wasn't insignificant. The purchasing power of spirit stones was considerable. In the sect, the most consumed item for ordinary disciples was the chi-replenishing pill. One pill could fully restore a cultivation foundation disciple's spiritual energy and partially restore that of a foundation establishment cultivator. During battles, within the same realm, whoever had more spiritual energy held an advantage, and the chi-replenishing pill was akin to a life-saving measure for cultivators. Such potent pills only cost 100 spirit stones each. Ordinary disciples could barely save up 10,000 spirit stones in a year without spending on food or necessities. Spirit stones were also categorized into upper grade, middle grade, and lower grade based on their quality. The exchange ratio was 100 to 1. 100 lower grade stones could get 1 middle grade stone. But in practice, trading lower grade stones for higher grade ones was usually impractical. Thus, ordinary disciples commonly used lower grade stones, while higher grades circulated among elder cultivators and peak masters. Bet it all, Tommy suggested, looking at his rich sister. All in, and I guarantee your rise. Hearing this, Ainsley tightened her face. What are you dreaming of? The max I'll bet is 100,000. Tommy protested. Don't you trust me? Or don't you even trust yourself? Ainsley relented. All right, 200,000. Ainsley, the little miser, would seize any opportunity to gain spirit stones or treasures, but would retreat at the first hint of risk. Losing money was out of the question. It pained her more than anything else. Despite his efforts, Tommy couldn't persuade her otherwise. 200,000 was fine. If they won, it would turn into 6 million, plus his own 30,000, totaling 6.9 million. That could round up to 10 million. Indeed, not bad. Satisfied, Tommy nodded. It wasn't wise to risk everything. If anything unexpected happened and they didn't win first place, leaving Ainsley broke, she'd be devastated. Tommy handed over his remaining 30,000 spirit stones to his sister, letting her take center stage while he remained behind the scenes. 230,000 spirit stones to buy Danya Peak, becoming first. Ainsley handed over her spatial bracelet, containing the stones to the blue-robed steward cheerfully. Please keep your token well. The steward smiled, knowing it was Tommy's sister and did not dare neglect her. Seeing the betting done, Tommy instructed her to store the token carefully. It would be the foundation of Danya Peak's future. The siblings then left for Tianjin Peak. Events unfolded rapidly. From the effeminate man insulting Danya Peak to Tommy's dramatic entrance and departure, all within minutes. The originally oppressed disciples finally reacted after Tommy left. Damn, Danya Peak's senior brother is so strong. He's definitely the brightest dark horse in this competition. Bet on Danya Peak. It's a sure win. Don't step on my foot. Let me buy first. After Tommy left, the once quiet betting site erupted into chaos, with everyone rushing to place bets on Danya Peak. How about we place a few bets too? The blue-robed steward in charge of betting whispered to his companion. Tommy exudes dragon-like aura and has formidable strength. Betting on Danya Peak can't go wrong. Bet, bet, bet. The two stewards followed suit and also placed bets on Danya Peak before urgently reporting to the elders via secret transmission. Soon, due to the surge in bets on Danya Peak, the odds plummeted. The odds for Danya Peak winning dropped from 130 to 110, and for placing in the top 3, from 110 to 1:2. Of course, Tommy was unaware of the updated odds. Otherwise, he would have regretted not convincing his sister to bet more. Ending the day's activities, Tommy and his sister returned to Danya Peak, to their bare-walled room. Lying on the bed, he reviewed the new skill he'd received in his mind. The system's logic was perplexing, giving skills randomly that weren't for active combat. Earlier, Tommy and his sister went to Danya Peak to complete the learn music task and teased Annalise a bit. Evangeline was very serious today, but Tommy found himself clueless with instruments other than the horn, lacking talent altogether. Eventually, he displayed his imposing aura and played the horn. The effect was powerful, eliciting a wave of emotion from everyone present, leading to the appearance of a new skill. Jaspier Flat. Can only be activated when playing the horn. Targetable. Skill description. Jaspersing to the horn should be done lying down. Upon hearing the sound, people will unconsciously want to lie down. The longer they listen, the stronger this desire becomes. Even a god would end up lying flat after listening to an entire piece. Hashtag chapter 34, the Heart Refinement Bridge. F***K, powerful crowd control. Tommy lay on his bed, gazing at the ceiling beam, and sighed admiringly. His eyes were filled with thoughtfulness. P-Shooter takes one out, Joanna hits one, and I hold another in check. Yeah, this is smooth. I'm indeed a steady person. Thinking of this, Tommy felt secretly pleased with his own maturity and stability. No, wait, this seems to be an area of effect control. At this moment, Tommy suddenly realized something and carefully reread the skill description for lying board. It can be directed at targets, so I can just point it at 3 people. No wonder I'm awesome. I'm strong, handsome, calm, and outstanding. With this thought, Tommy's face wore a satisfied smile as he drifted off into a deep sleep. The next morning, bang! Without question, the door that had been swallowed by the pea-shooter was now fixed. Bro, wake up. Ainsley kicked open the door, holding onto the frame and peeking her small head inside, her voice excited. The prospective disciples are about to cross the Heart Refinement Bridge. Let's go check it out. At the entrance of Xinjian sect, a vast canyon stretched for miles, dividing the inner sect from the outer gate. Tens of thousands of prospective disciples stood in neat lines at the edge of the cliff, facing 5 colossal stone bridges spanning across the canyon, connecting the gate to the inner sect. Most of the prospective disciples were at the chi cultivation stage. Even those with exceptional talent, or who were core members of major families since childhood barely reached the foundation establishment stage. To enter the inner sect, those who couldn't fly on swords had to pass through the Heart Refinement Bridge. Ordinarily, the bridge's heart refining function was inactive, making it no different from any ordinary stone bridge. However, today, as new disciples entered, walking the Heart Refinement Bridge served as their first examination and mandatory passage. Tommy and his sister arrived at the opposite side of the canyon, watching the prospective disciples from afar. Next to Tommy stood a huge stone stele, currently blank but designed to display the rankings of successful candidates. Soon, other senior disciples from various peaks started gathering around them. Without exception, they all closely watched the prospective disciples on the opposite shore, ready to recruit top performers based on the Heart Refinement Bridge rankings once the exam concluded. Even if they couldn't recruit immediately, showing interest and presence was still beneficial. On the opposite side of these senior disciples stood several blue-robed officials maintaining order, explaining the history and rules of the Heart Refinement Bridge while awaiting the elders' command to start the exam. Established by the founding patriarch, Anakin, the Heart Refinement Bridge tested prospective disciples' determination to cultivate and screen for spies or saboteurs. Time in cultivation is long and arduous. Cultivation requires immense perseverance. A single meditation or seclusion can last years or even millennia for higher realms. Given its often monotonous nature, only those with strong willpower can endure. Thus, one purpose of the Heart Refinement Bridge was to test the endurance of prospective disciples. Only the resilient could pass and join Xinjian sect. Moments later, a blue-robed official, energized by spirit energy, announced loudly, "The exam begins. Please step onto the Heart Refinement Bridge in order." Upon hearing the start command, senior disciples from various peaks began discussing among themselves. Sydney is stepping onto the bridge. He's from the direct lineage of the Qin family, subordinate to Xinjian sect, rumored to have already approached the foundation establishment stage at a young age. We must get him for our Swift Sword Peak. The Qin family and we have a deep relationship. What difference does that make? Such talent may not end up at Swift Sword Peak regardless. Tommy, overhearing these discussions, felt a surge of excitement. The competition is intense. We need a special approach to recruit well. He called over his sister and whispered, "You're fast. Go to Heavenly Sound Peak and bring Annalise here. We're going to recruit soon." Hearing that her brother wanted to see Annalise, Ainsley looked reluctant and worried. "Just don't cause trouble. Without me, no one will stop you if you get killed." In her eyes, Tommy was a walking disaster, always getting into trouble without having the strength to back it up. Annoyed, Tommy urged her on. "I know, go now." All right, Ainsley grumbled. "You think of Annalise every day you can't see her." Summoning her sword, she dashed toward Heavenly Sound Peak. On the Heart Refinement Bridge, Sweat dripped from the foreheads of numerous prospective disciples as they struggled forward, step by painful step. Every step increased the pressure they felt. The closer they got to the other side, the greater the burden became. Many of the struggling prospective disciples thought to themselves, just lie down. It would be so much more comfortable. Before long, a youth couldn't take it anymore and fell to the ground. Lying there, gasping for breath, he suddenly plummeted into the abyss below the bridge. Burke failed. A blue-robed official shouted upon seeing a candidate fall. Whoosh! Suddenly, a crane emerged from the clouds below the bridge, carrying the unconscious Burke who had fallen. More cranes soon appeared, carrying the failed candidates back to the cliff edge. Only a few remained on the bridge. Tommy observed the scene and was surprised that the leading figure wasn't anyone on the genius list given by Burl. Instead, it was a familiar young man, Mickey, who had called him Chicken Head the previous day. Passing the heart refinement bridge wasn't about raw power but rather mental resilience. The stronger the resolve, the faster one could progress. Under immense pressure, the youth bent his back, trembling knees, yet kept moving toward the other side. Who is this young man? He has such incredible resilience. He's a good seedling. We should try recruiting him. Seeing Mickey nearly complete the bridge, the senior disciples marveled. Swish! Flying swords sliced through the air, bringing Ainsley and Annalise to the bridge's other side. Ainsley leapt off her sword and joined Tommy, glancing at Annalise with a pout. Humph! Here's your precious Annalise. Translation complete. Chapter 35. The recruitment is in progress. At this moment, Annalise also came to Tommy's side. Upon hearing Ainsley's words, her face flushed slightly, and she whispered, Senior Brother Wenxiang. What do you need from me? Cough. Tommy cleared his throat to ease the impending awkwardness. Could you help me make a few more Plants vs. Alien Race illusion cards? Seeing Tommy's somewhat embarrassed expression, Annalise covered her mouth and giggled, nodding gently as she accepted the stack of illusion cards that Tommy handed over. Meanwhile, on the bridge of heart tempering, Mickey, who was walking at the front, was about to reach the end. The senior disciples on the shore began to prepare for welcoming Mickey, trying to win his favor. Observing this scene, Tommy started rummaging through his personal space dimension, pulling out tables, chairs, plaques, brushes, ink, and paper. Table. Tommy looked at the gray wooden table laid out on the ground, frowning. Just a regular table, no class. Joanna. Tommy called to his sister with a smile, presenting an air of gentle authority. Brother wants to discuss something with you. What now? Ainsley looked wary. Seeing her brother's expression, she knew it couldn't be good. Yesterday, he had sweet-talked 200,000 spirit stones out of her for betting. This time, Ainsley learned her lesson and was extremely cautious. Errands were fine, but money? Absolutely not. Lend me your white jade bed, Tommy said to his sister. This table isn't impressive enough. Ainsley's face twisted at the mention of the white jade bed, vehemently denying. What white jade bed? I don't have one. Tommy, seeing her reluctance, became serious. I saw you pack up that white jade bed during the realm crossing. Just lend it for a bit. I'll return it soon, you little miser. Though reluctant, seeing her brother's serious demeanor, Ainsley eventually pulled out the bed without fully understanding what it was for. Bang! A massive white jade bed landed on the ground, its pure white body gleaming under the sunlight, even shimmering with star-like points. Quite extraordinary. White jade bed. It's just a table. Keep going. Just a bit faster. You can do it. The senior disciples by the bridge of heart tempering, seeing Mickey almost reaching the end, naturally shouted words of encouragement. At this sight, the prospective disciples on the bridge, feeling immense pressure from Mickey's lead, straightened their bent backs and sped up, moving forward more quickly. A gentle breeze blew past, making the prospective disciples who were drenched in sweat feel a wave of relief, even their steps becoming lighter. The prospective disciples on the bridge, swept by the breeze, exclaimed excitedly. It's Cliff Peak Senior Brother Wenxiang's gift. I feel energized again. It's Senior Brother Wenxiang watching us from across. Don't give up, push forward. On the other side of the bridge, Tommy smiled encouragingly, silently observing the prospective disciples striving hard on the bridge. So, I really am a big shot? Giving opportunities does work? In the world of cultivation, anything outrageous can happen. Me being a big shot fits right in. Stopping his train of thought, Tommy picked up a brush and began writing. Soon, Tommy handed the freshly written paper to Ainsley. Joanna, when a disciple successfully passes the bridge of heart tempering, you will read this out loud. Curiously accepting the paper, Ainsley's eyes rapidly scanned the content. Immediately after, her face contorted, looking quite embarrassed. EW. I won't read it. Too embarrassing. Cough. How about Fairy Annalise? Seeing his sister unwilling, Tommy turned to Annalise, handing her the paper. After reading it carefully, Annalise's recovered complexion instantly turned red again. I can't do it. This is too embarrassing. Seeing both women unwilling to read, Tommy didn't force them, knowing he would have to do it himself later. The rankings are out. First place, Mickey, 23 minutes and 50 seconds. Less than 25 minutes, rivaling the speed of our sex elders back in the day. Hearing the astonished voices around him, Tommy glanced towards the bridge of heart tempering. He saw the youthful Mickey emerging first, bending over with his hands on his knees, gasping deeply for breath. Senior disciples from various peaks rushed forward to congratulate and get closer to Mickey. Congratulations, Junior Brother Mickey, on passing smoothly. Interested in Swift Sword Peak? A short senior disciple in blue robes with sharp eyes congratulated Mickey and extended an invitation. Mickey panted, expressing gratitude through his gaze, but remaining silent. One by one, the disciples emerged from the bridge of heart tempering. The ranking information on the stone tablet updated in real time. First, Mickey, 23 minutes and 50 seconds. Second, Curtis, 24 minutes and 15 seconds. Third, Xena, 24 minutes and 20 seconds. Looking at the rankings, Tommy sincerely marveled at his father's keen eye for talent, as 6 out of the top 20 names were on Daon's list of geniuses. Seeing the prospective disciples passing through one by one, Tommy instructed Ainsley and Annalise to stand beside him, releasing a powerful aura together. After a glance at his written notes, Tommy tossed the paper aside, sitting leisurely behind the white jade bed, shouting loudly, "Come take a look, all new and old disciples, don't miss out. Cliff Peak's Illusion Game Experience Hall is having a grand opening today. Originally priced at tens of thousands of spirit stones, all Illusion Game cards are free today. Just sign your name and fill out a Cliff Peak enrollment form here, and take home these Illusion Game cards worth tens of thousands of spirit stones, for free." Jasper sninked to Tommy's hawk-like announcement. Ainsley looked utterly defeated, digging her toes into the ground out of embarrassment. She regretted ever bringing her brother along. How does he pull off saying such embarrassing things so seriously with a straight face? Annalise, hearing Tommy's formal hawking voice, blushed and stifled a giggle, barely maintaining her composure. Ignoring the reactions of the two women beside him, Tommy spread out a stack of Plants vs. Alien Race illusion cards on the white jade bed, exuding extravagant confidence. As Tommy spoke, many new and old disciples curiously turned their gazes towards him. "What are you staring at? You there, Mickey, come over. Please let me know if you need any modifications or further assistance." Chapter 36, Admission Site. Tommy waved at Mickey, who was surrounded by a crowd like a star in the midst of admirers. After experiencing Tommy's overwhelming aura yesterday, Mickey maintained an unyielding spirit. Though he was physically and mentally exhausted after crossing the heart-refining bridge, he brushed off his sleeves, straightened his clothes, squared his shoulders, and walked towards Tommy. A young man's pride would never be crushed by mere aura. "You're quite remarkable. You've got some talent like mine." Tommy gazed at Mickey, who stood before the jade table, smiling warmly. "Interested in joining my Clifftop Peak?" This time, Tommy did not project any aura. Instead, he appeared like a gentle older brother sincerely inviting Mickey. However, Mickey didn't rush to respond to Tommy's invitation but instead focused on Ainsley, who was around his age. Talented individuals always have pride. Though intimidated by Tommy, Mickey could console himself with, "He's just a few years older than me. In a few years, I'll definitely surpass him." With this competitive mindset, how could Mickey lose to a girl his own age? Noticing Mickey's gaze, Ainsley's youthful competitiveness flared up. She intensified her aura, fully displaying her late Foundation Establishment realm strength. Mickey had passed the heart-refining bridge as the top scorer, so his mental fortitude and willpower were unquestionable. Having experienced Tommy's aura before, while facing Ainsley's now, he felt its strength but managed to endure it. Tommy's aura made him feel like a solitary boat drifting helplessly on raging waves, making even breathing difficult under the oppressive force. Now, sensing Ainsley's intense gaze, the initially weary Mickey straightened up and projected his own aura, his clothes rustling without wind as he silently contended with Ainsley. Mickey stared sharply into Ainsley's eyes, while she met his gaze fearlessly, unleashing her powerful aura. In an instant, phew, Mickey took a deep breath, knowing that in this clash of auras, he had lost. If Tommy's aura was like towering waves, then Ainsley's was a piercing sword slicing through space. Defeated, yet unbowed, though Mickey remained steadfast, he couldn't help but feel puzzled, questioning himself inwardly. Was I really that weak? Didn't they say Clifftop Peak was declining? How come everyone here is such a powerhouse? Tommy, feeling his sister's duel with Mickey, couldn't help but chide the boy. How dare you provoke Ainsley? She can withstand the assault of 100 veins pressure. Even I can't match her. Where did you get the nerve to challenge her? Seeing Mickey's puzzled expression, Tommy knew the talented youth was convinced. Joining Clifftop Peak was inevitable. When dealing with geniuses, servility wouldn't work. They must be defeated to realize there are stronger beings beyond their world. Even though Tommy knew Mickey would join Clifftop Peak, formalities still needed to be observed. Cough. Tommy reminded the bewildered Mickey and continued in a gentle tone. What do you think? I'll join Clifftop Peak. Mickey regained his composure, responding seriously to Tommy's repeated invitation. Write down your name, age, and realm. Finishing, Tommy pushed the paper and pen across the table to Mickey. And Mickey carefully wrote, Mickey, 15 years old, Peak Chi Practitioner. Take one of these illusion cards from the table. Once you communicate with them using your divine sense, you'll know how to use them. Tommy pointed at the illusion cards on the table, gesturing toward Mickey. Without asking more, Mickey picked up a card and stood behind Tommy. What happened? Why was the top scorer snatched by Clifftop Peak so quickly? The senior disciples of other peaks reacted, distressed at losing a genius. Although officially, new disciples chose their peaks after the competition, pre-selection was common. Realizing the loss, senior disciples from various peaks had no choice but to start their recruitment prematurely, showcasing their best skills to the new arrivals. Giant Sword Peak, the choice for men. A thunderous shout echoed through the crowd. A towering disciple from Giant Sword Peak, over 2 meters tall, plunged his massive sword into the ground, tearing off his clothes. He bared his chest, pounded his own torso frenziedly, and roared, Men should choose Giant Sword Peak, where grandeur awaits. The Giant Sword Peak's cry was followed by Heavenly Melody Peak's celestial maidens, who played strings and flutes, covering all noises with melodious music. Heavenly Melody Peak, the choice for celestial maidens, offering enchanting melodies and graceful dances. Blade Forging Peak, a peak-level sword awaits every new recruit. Quick Blade Peak, nimble movements and secret arts await upon entry. Tommy's early recruitment turned the serious admission site into a bustling market. Knowing if things continued, his father's favored geniuses would be intercepted by other peaks. Tommy stood up, using his aura to amplify his voice. Everyone, please settle down. I have a few words. Using a classic opening line instinctively, Tommy managed to calm the chaotic scene. Although he wasn't good at combat, his aura control was impeccable. Through multiple experiments, he found using aura to enhance sound could instantly quiet chaos. Despite the system not categorizing it as a skill, it worked unfailingly. Chapter 37. the expansion of Cliff Summit Peak. Looking at the quiet crowd, Tommy loudly addressed the new disciples. You have passed the heart-refining bridge, which means you are no longer probationary disciples but official new disciples. You have proven yourselves with unwavering perseverance, and I am proud of you all. Now, Cliff Summit Peak sincerely invites you to join us with our heartfelt invitation. Regardless of your ranking in the upcoming competition, joining us now will make you a disciple under our peak. However, please be aware that we primarily practice chi swordsmanship. If this does not align with your cultivation path, do not force yourself. What suits you best is the most important. Now, let's talk about the benefits of joining our peak. The top 20 new disciples who join Cliff Summit Peak will receive one exclusive illusion card for free. Those who join later can purchase an illusion card at the lowest discount available. This offer won't last forever. If you miss this opportunity, you will only be admitted based on your final ranking after the competition. As for the wonders of the illusion card, I believe only those who experience it will truly appreciate today's decision. Finishing his speech, Tommy reined in his aura and sat back down, crossing his legs as he waited for the new disciples to sign up. Should we join Cliff Summit Peak? The illusion card seems quite powerful. Even Mickey, who ranked first, has joined. A genius's choice must be right. Don't forget, if it weren't for senior brother Wenxiang's help yesterday, we wouldn't have passed the heart-refining bridge. Huh, that's your own lack of ability. Don't impose your morality on us. Amidst the chatter of the other teenagers, a boy with thick eyebrows and sharp features took the lead. He approached Tommy, bowed respectfully, and declared, I want to join Cliff Summit Peak. After speaking, he signed his name on the flower roster, Curtis, 16 years old, Foundation Establishment Stage. Soon after, a girl in a light yellow dress followed suit, saying crisply, I also want to join Cliff Summit Peak. Her name was Xena, 17 years old, also at the Foundation Establishment Stage. Following Tommy's instructions, they each took an illusion card and stood behind him. More voices joined in. I want to join Cliff Summit Peak. Me too, me too. Gradually, the line of new disciples wishing to join Cliff Summit Peak grew longer. Although there were no more free illusion cards available, most people were influenced by the crowd. With the top 3 already joining Cliff Summit Peak, they naturally did not want to miss out on the opportunity. By the time the last new disciple crossed the heart-refining bridge, the tens of thousands of probationary disciples had been reduced to just a few thousand. But these few thousand were the true new disciples of the mystical sword sect. Tommy looked back at the nearly 1,000 new disciples lined up behind him and felt quite satisfied. Other Peak senior disciples had a much smaller number following them. However, most new disciples still hadn't rushed to make a decision. Tuanji, Tommy said urgently to his sister, quickly contact father and ask him to send a flying boat over. Once the elders realize what's happening, we won't be able to take these disciples with us. Jasper Tuanji listened intently, her face tense like a child caught doing something wrong, afraid of being caught by the elders. She hurriedly retrieved a milky white command jade talisman from her spatial bracelet and contacted her father. Her cultivation level wasn't high enough for long-distance communication, and the command jade talisman could only transmit voice one-on-one with distance limitations, making it less convenient than their old-world mobile phones. With the first stage of the heart-refining bridge test complete, the blue-robed clerks escorted the failed probationary disciples out of the mountain gate and quickly flew towards the scene. Seeing this, the clerks were taken aback. They had never seen such a scenario where disciples chose their peak before the competition ended. One clerk quickly sent a mental message to the elders, urging them to end this chaos. Moments later, an elder in black robes arrived, swiftly stepping through the air. Cliff Summit Peak, disregarding the sect rules. What kind of order is this? Disperse immediately. Before landing, the black-robed elder shouted from mid-air, clearly displeased. Ha, cough, old man, bullying children doesn't show your prowess. A voice echoed before the speaker appeared. A small black in the sky that soon materialized opposite the black-robed elder. Ace stood mid-air, holding a purple gold wine gourd in one hand, laughing. I think these kids genuinely want to join our Cliff Summit Peak. Why are you yelling? You. The black-robed elder pointed at Ace, trembling with anger. Ace, don't go too far. Humph. Do you wish to challenge me? Ace glanced sideways at the elder, his expression disdainful. I will report this matter to the sect leader. We'll see how this plays out. With that, the black-robed elder turned away without further ado. Seeing the elder leave, Ace landed beside Tommy, took a satisfying swig of wine, and patted Tommy on the shoulder. Ha ha, cough, well done. Then, Ace regained his composure and addressed the new disciples standing behind Tommy seriously. I am Ace, head of Cliff Summit Peak. Now, let's welcome you all back to our peak. Meet our peak master. Everyone chorused, bowing respectfully. On the flying boat, Tommy whispered to his sister. What level is father at? He seemed pretty bold today, even confronting an elder. In Mystical Sword Sect, the disciples saw two types of elders, clerical elders and veteran elders. Clerical elders wore black robes and led the blue-robed clerks responsible for managing the sect's affairs, mostly at the golden core or nascent soul stages. Veteran elders wore purple robes and handled external affairs, or were in seclusion, often at the true essence stage. As for the grand elders, they represented the sect's true strength, legendary figures who were rarely seen. Ordinary disciples hardly ever encountered grand elders, nor did many peak masters or veteran elders. They only appeared during existential crises. Our father's strength, I don't know, but I do know about this elder. The black-robed elder was once from Razor Edge Peak 100 years ago. Back then, he challenged father because he didn't get along with him and got thoroughly beaten. That's why he specifically targeted us today, not mentioning other peaks. Jasper Tuanji explained, getting increasingly agitated. She rolled her eyes. Humph. He's already an elder but still so petty. From what I see, father should have given him a better beating back then. Chapter 38. Delivery Man Tommy. Tommy listened to his sister's complaints but did not respond. Ambition. For an elder, having such a limited scope of ambition? However, upon further reflection, he found it reasonable and did not dwell too much on this issue. People have an ingrained mindset of struggle, struggling for territory, for benefits, for status, for power. Outside the world of cultivation, countless races constantly eye the human race's territory, ready to invade at any moment. But even within the human race, there has never been true peace. Internal strife combined with external threats has never ceased. From small sects to entire continents, conflicts are always brewing. Perhaps due to disputes over interests or differing cultivation philosophies, wars began ever since sects were conceived tens of millions of years ago and have never stopped. The heavens treat all beings like straw dogs. In the cultivation world, the heavenly Tao is both fair yet unfair. It does not care about the human infighting in the cultivation realm. As long as they are the natives of this land, no matter how bloody the battles become, the heavenly Tao remains silent. However, Tommy's previous creation of Plants vs. Alien Races enhanced the overall strength of the cultivation realm, earning him virtue. It suggests that during confrontations with alien races, the heavenly Tao still favors humanity. The heavenly Tao has consciousness, and it has its own preferences and biases, which is certainly not a good sign. Although this conclusion is terrifying, it is clearly not something Tommy needs to worry about now. Here, we're here. On the flying boat, a disciple excitedly shouted as they approached the towering cliff-like peak ahead. A moment later, accompanied by a loud boom, the 100-meter-long flying boat landed steadily at the foot of the cliff peak. As the boat descended, Daeon appeared before Tommy, patted him on the shoulder, and instructed, "Wenxiang, go arrange the new disciples. I have some matters to attend to." With that, he vanished into the horizon, heading off somewhere unknown. An hour later, under Tommy's arrangements, the disciples settled into their accommodations at the foot of the cliff peak. Though Cliff Peak had been in decline for many years, it once thrived, and essential facilities remained intact. Basic living amenities, such as disciple residences, still existed on Cliff Peak, though they had been uninhabited for many years. Handling daily necessities like food. Only those in charge understand the value of finances and provisions. Tommy was troubled looking at the thousands of mouths waiting to be fed. Cliff Peak used to have kitchen staff, but now there are only 3 people who typically reside here. Daeon can practice abstention from eating, and the brother and sister duo can get by with makeshift solutions. The key issue is that most of the new disciples are still in the chi cultivation stage and cannot practice abstention. They still need food for energy. Although these disciples are cultivators, they need to participate in the competition tomorrow, so it would be unacceptable for them to miss a meal. "Joanna." Tommy called out to his sister beside him, "Come with me to Flamefire Peak to buy some food." "Go yourself." Ainsley, holding an illusion card and dedicating half her mind to it, responded impatiently, "I'm busy. Do you realize if I go alone, I'll probably only return after the competition ends?" Tommy said through gritted teeth. "Ah." Ainsley understood her brother's unspoken concerns. "Oh, right. You can't ride a sword. I'll come after I finish this level soon." She's really a hardcore gamer. To put it another way, Xinjiang sect is considered a top-tier force, with its northern and southern boundaries spanning over 1,000 miles just within the sect premises, not including its broader territories. However, commonly used functional areas, such as task halls and market arenas, are relatively centralized and not far from Cliff Peak. Xinjiang sect has dining facilities similar to cafeterias, operated by Flamefire Peak. Not only do they cater to the disciples of their own peak, but others can also purchase food using contribution points or spirit stones. However, most Peak Gate disciples usually resolve their meals within their own gates, only going to Flamefire Peak for banquets during significant events. Sigh. I miss the days of delivery services. Tommy sighed inwardly. In the cultivation world, distances span thousands of kilometers, making even a trip to a cafeteria challenging for those without cultivation. At least they have games, albeit single player, which count as a form of entertainment and can enhance strength. If only they had phones, just a few taps, and a disciple could bring deliveries via flying swords. How wonderful would that be? Tommy mused over the potential of mobile phones, not urging his gaming sister. But it was all useless without internet access. Finished. Let's go. Ainsley's face lit up, waving her illusion card proudly at her brother. I've already cultivated the pea shooter to Foundation Establishment. Half an hour later, the siblings returned to Cliff Peak again. Hell, flying swords are fast. Tommy marveled inwardly. Though Flamefire Peak wasn't too far away, it would take him a day to walk there on his own. With Ainsley as his dedicated driver, they made a round trip in just half an hour, including the time spent buying food. "Everyone, come and eat." Tommy loudly called out to the groups of new disciples chatting idly in the courtyard. He then pulled out a large white blanket from his spatial storage and placed the bought food on it. Picnic style. There's a unique charm to it, not because Cliff Peak doesn't have a cafeteria. Hearing Tommy's call, the new disciples lined up orderly to receive their food. After receiving their food, they returned to the courtyard, sitting on the ground or finding stone benches, starting to eat. Tommy watched as they ate without reservation, feeling a pang of compassion. Though cultivation is arduous, there's no need to deliberately create hardship. Clearly, reopening the cafeteria and hiring kitchen staff should be prioritized. He approached Mickey, who was still gripping the illusion card and eating fiercely. "How does it feel?" Mickey stood up upon hearing him, bowed respectfully, and replied, "It's delicious, much better than what I usually eat." Hearing this, Tommy's mouth twitched. "I meant the illusion card." Mickey looked contemplative, then answered seriously, "The plants in the illusion card can be summoned, greatly enhancing my combat abilities. Except for the idiot who forced me to plant sunflowers at the start, everything else is great." #####Chapter 39. New Disciple Competition. At this moment, seeing Tommy's face turning dark, a sharp-eyed disciple who had received a free illusion card whispered a reminder. "Senior brother Mickey, are you face-blind? That idiot is the senior brother." Damn. The disciple giving the reminder respected Tommy but didn't completely respect him. Though the whisper was soft, Tommy still heard it clearly. A beating might be in order, but he couldn't win against them. Sigh. They are my own disciples after all. Occasional insolence is understandable, family, and all that. He could only pretend not to have heard to alleviate the awkwardness. Tommy consoled himself fiercely. They're all mine. Endure it. After all, I recruited them myself. Rest well and prepare for tomorrow's competition, Tommy said sternly before calling out to his dedicated driver, Ainsley, and headed off to Tianyin Peak to complete tasks. No matter when, system tasks still need to be done. And they weren't hard. Just being at Tianyin Peak counted as learning music theory, making it very easy to pass through. Tommy was also eagerly anticipating the skill, All Roads Lead to Rome, which, when used with pointing deer as a horse, would be deadly for anyone with Lu in their name. Worth mentioning, Annalise returned to Tianyin Peak after helping Tommy recruit disciples. Upon arriving, Tommy took out some snacks he usually prepared and gave some to Annalise as a thank you gesture. His sister, being observant, saw this and forcibly snatched away a part of it. After finishing the trip to Tianyin Peak, the siblings returned to Duanya Peak. During the journey, Tommy inquired several disciples with illusion cards about their plants, learning that the plants were barely cultivated to the Chi practitioner stage. Given the short time and the low cultivation level of new disciples, expecting to summon plants for combat right away wasn't realistic. The next day, early morning. This time Tommy wasn't woken by pounding on the door, because he woke up early and opened the door ahead of time. As long as the door isn't closed, no one can kick it open. He woke up so early due to his own reasons, having to take care of these new disciples personally since the steward wasn't around. Tommy, the eldest brother, was busier than any peak master, even playing the role of a food delivery person during meal times for the disciples. After a quick wash, Tommy called his sister and led the group of new disciples towards the martial arts square in a grand procession. At this moment, the martial arts square was packed with both new and old disciples occupying different areas, creating an endless buzz of conversation. Tommy handed the new disciples over to the Chingy steward in charge, behind whom stood the main central arena. The central arena was a nearly 15-kilometer square platform, more like a large plaza rather than an arena. 4 cultivators above the 100-pulse realm, this arena size was just about right. After all, someone like Daeon could vanish from sight in an instant, so a larger arena made sense. However, such a vast area seemed excessive for new disciples. The sect was considerate, though. Early that morning, an elder used spiritual chi to divide the massive arena into thousands of smaller ones. Even then, each mini-arena was twice the size of a football field from his previous life, more than enough for chi practitioners to duel. Today's preliminaries involved individual matches among new disciples to determine the winners who would enter the finals tomorrow. Considering new disciples were unfamiliar with each other, they would only compete one-on-one without team battles. The duels between new disciples, aside from a few geniuses, lacked excitement. They were essentially inexperienced fighters clashing. But the purpose was clear: attract the attention of various peak managers and give new disciples different contributions based on their rankings. Time passed quickly. Today, surprisingly, Tommy remained calm, not provoking trouble and calmly observing the matches via the sect cloud mirror spell. Any fight scene captured his interest. To him, chi practitioner duels were far more exciting than famous fights from his previous life. Simultaneously, it helped him gauge the strength of chi practitioners, preparing him mentally should he need to step onto the arena. Yet, this knowledge was somewhat useless. In his estimation, if an opponent wasn't intimidated by his aura and attacked immediately, he'd be down before he could react. Even against new chi practitioners, he wouldn't stand a chance. But if given the first move, anything could happen. Despite his frail body, Tommy had plenty of tricks up his sleeve. Of course, if possible, avoiding direct confrontation was best to maintain his demeanor. After the preliminaries, more than half of the nearly 1,000 new disciples from Duanya Peak advanced to the finals, surprising Tommy. It showed they did their best. Post-match, Tommy led the disciples back to Duanya Peak, delivering meals on the way and completing daily tasks at Tianyin Peak. The second day, finals for new disciples. From afar, Tommy heard senior disciples discussing. This new disciple Xena isn't simple. Indeed, she didn't top the heart-refining bridge challenge, but she's a strong contender. Curious, Tommy looked up at the cloud mirrors floating in midair, broadcasting live from the arenas. Cloud mirrors were small arrays, called spells due to their portability and ease of use, similar to surveillance cameras from his past life. Their major drawback was short range, losing signal beyond 100 kilometers. Tommy quickly found Xena's match on a cloud mirror. She wielded a large hammer with impeccable speed. Large hammer? Tommy paused, having watched her carefully yesterday. If he remembered correctly, she used a long sword. Was everyone in the immortal world adept at hiding their true abilities? Thinking she was a sword expert, she turned out to be a hammer master. Just as Tommy was pondering, Xena slammed her hammer into her opponent, sending them flying several meters away. 8 consecutive victories. The seemingly delicate girl achieved 8 straight wins with a hammer. Xena's information hung proudly at the top of the leaderboard. Barring unforeseen circumstances, she was the likely winner. Tommy glanced at the real-time updated rankings, nodding approvingly. Among the top 20, 5 were new disciples from Duanya Peak. He knew. A respectable result. Chapter 40. The competition begins. Several hours later, the finals of the new disciples came to an end. First place, Xena. Second place, Curtis. Third place, Bowie. To his surprise, Mickey, whom he had been quite optimistic about, did not make it into the top 20. But this wasn't too important. After all, in cultivating immortality, having a resilient heart can sometimes be more crucial than combat skills. At night, Tommy gathered the disciples and praised their courageous performances during the competition. He then began a heartfelt speech. Tomorrow is the inter-peak competition. I hope you will all go to the martial arts square to observe the fighting styles of each peak. Some of you might have chosen Cliff Peak due to so-called opportunities or a momentary enthusiasm. But I want to tell you that the Mystic Sword Sect is one big family. No matter which peak we belong to, we are all brothers and sisters. If after tomorrow's observation, you feel another peak's fighting style suits you better, you can apply to transfer from Cliff Peak to another peak. I won't hold it against you at all. What I'm saying today is for your own good. Don't let a fleeting moment of enthusiasm affect your cultivation progress. Brother, were you possessed by a demon? Ainsley, seeing Tommy being so serious and speaking such grand words for the first time, couldn't help but tease him. In the past, you would have shown off your mighty aura and told the new disciples, I, Tommy, am invincible. After saying this, she raised her little face and mimicked her brother's usual actions, sweeping her robe dramatically as she continued, joining Cliff Peak is the best decision of your lives. After the competition ended, Tommy thought long and hard. The reason he had an honest talk with these new disciples and attempted the so-called persuasion to quit was because he didn't want to fulfill his personal desires or gain prestige by admitting more disciples, only to hinder their cultivation progress. Besides, Peak Master Daeon was unreliable, and Tommy himself lacked the ability to teach. His sister's strength remained a mystery, but she didn't like teaching either. Thus, instead of admitting so many disciples, it would be better to keep only those who genuinely wanted to join Cliff Peak and let others find peaks they preferred. In reality, the structure of the Mystic Sword sect resembled a university from his previous life. Each peak was like a college within a university, and the Peak Master acted like a dean. Therefore, the teaching expertise of each Peak Master varied. But if there were talented disciples with spare capacity, they could use contribution points to learn cultivation techniques from other peaks. Just like the top students in a university, dual degrees were a common practice. After openly discussing the pros and cons of joining Cliff Peak, Tommy took his sister home to rest, leaving time for the new disciples to consider carefully. The next morning, the fourth day of the Mystic Sword Sect's grand recruitment competition arrived, a day everyone had been eagerly awaiting. Early in the morning, Tommy and his sister led a large group of new disciples to the martial arts square in a grand procession. On the central arena, an elder used spiritual power to flatten the thousands of small arenas divided by spirit walls and replace them with 4 large arenas evenly distributed. 18 peaks, 53 participating disciples. It was unnecessary to have so many small arenas. Moreover, small arenas were just right for chi condensation disciples, but were insufficient for foundation establishment disciples. Today's martial arts square was much more solemn than yesterday, with all 18 peak masters present, including some rarely seen senior elders joining the event. Above the central arena, a senior elder summoned a cloud with spiritual power, forming it into steps where the 18 peak masters and elders sat to watch the matches. A prestigious viewing platform. Below the viewer seats, in the center of the 4 arenas created by spiritual energy, stood black-robed elders, serving both as referees and rescue personnel. All participating elders were foundation establishment cultivators. At this level, a single fight could be deadly if not handled carefully. But with elders watching, even if someone was left with just a breath, as long as they didn't fight to the death or burn their souls, they could still be saved. So, the elder disciples on the stage could fight without reservation. At this moment, a large stone tablet was placed at the edge of the arena, displaying the points of each peak. Giant Sword Peak, 0 points. Cliff Peak, 0 points. Heavenly Sound Peak, 0 points. Quick, the contestant list is out. An eagle-eyed disciple pointed ahead and shouted. Tommy looked in the direction he was pointing and saw another stone tablet appear next to the sect's point display, clearly listing the names of contestants. Arena 1, Giant Sword Peak, Brock, Swift Sword Peak, Flynn. Arena 2, Cliff Peak, Ainsley, Flamefire Peak, Emmett. Seeing his name wasn't on the contestant list, Tommy patiently waited for the competition to begin. A moment later, a black-robed elder in charge of managing the competition loudly announced, "The grand competition officially begins. Contestants, please proceed to your designated arenas. Be careful." Tommy calmly reminded Ainsley, who was preparing to leave. "Don't worry, brother. Dealing with a chef should be easy," Ainsley said nonchalantly, raising her little face. "Tommy, I told you to be careful. Don't hurt anyone. After all, we still have to eat at Flamefire Peak these few days." Ainsley, I'll hold back. As all contestants climbed onto the arenas, Tommy pulled out a chair from his personal space, sitting down comfortably with his legs crossed, looking up at the 4 giant mirrors floating in the sky. Behind him, the new disciples of Cliff Peak couldn't help but start discussing when they saw Ainsley enter the arena. "The senior sister is so young. I'm a bit worried." "Worry about what? She will defeat the opponent with overwhelming force. Quiet. Focus on the match and cheer for our senior sister." On Arena 2, Emmett from Flamefire Peak looked at the young girl in green robes across from him, feeling puzzled. He knew Cliff Peak was weak, but sending a child to compete was ridiculous. "Jaspertle girl, why don't you go first?" Emmett asked Ainsley cautiously. Having been in seclusion for several months, Emmett had successfully advanced to the middle stage of foundation establishment. Seeing Ainsley was only 14 or 15, he assumed she hadn't yet reached foundation establishment. He feared that if he attacked, he might make the young girl cry, making the victory seem unjust and even bully-like. Ainsley stood with her hands behind her back, too lazy to even draw her weapon, and looked at the Flamefire Peak disciple before her, saying coolly, "Stop wasting time. Just attack. My brother told me to put on a show and save face for Flamefire Peak. Just hurry up. I'll give you 3 moves." Finishing, Ainsley crossed her arms and lifted her little face, exuding the air of a seasoned expert. Chapter 41. A Bizarre Battle. After hearing Ainsley's arrogant words, Emmett's face instantly turned cold, his tone displeased. "You sure have a big mouth. You'd better be careful then." Emmett, fresh out of seclusion, was no ordinary powerhouse. Even if he wasn't the top at Flame Peak, he certainly ranked among the best. At Flame Peak, wherever he went, he was respectfully called senior brother. To be looked down upon by a little girl on the arena left him infuriated. As he spoke, Emmett extended his hand, drawing a long sword. With a stroke, dark red flames ignited on the blade. The sword aura blazed like flames, swirling around the blade, sending waves of heat rolling forth. The sword moved as swiftly as flowing fire, seeming to evaporate all moisture and scorch away all life in its vicinity. Sword after sword transformed into blazing currents, assaulting one after another. The air temperature rose, making it stiflingly hot, causing everyone to feel parched and dry-mouthed. Meanwhile, outside the arena, the disciples watching the match through the cloud mirror erupted in astonished murmurs, marveling at Emmett's exceptional swordsmanship. In the audience stands, the head of Flame Peak, Oral, narrowed his eyes, revealing a proud expression. He nodded inwardly, seemingly acknowledging Emmett's prowess. Ainsley watched the incoming fiery swords with sharp eyes, observing every strike clearly. Moving gracefully, she avoided each sword strike effortlessly. The intense heat from each sword did not affect her at all. First move. After evading all the attacks, Ainsley extended her index finger and said calmly, 2 moves left. You're conceding this way? You can't even fake a fight properly. Tommy, watching Ainsley's arrogant stance through the cloud mirror, suddenly thought of the table tennis queen from his previous life and couldn't help but scoff inwardly. You let them fake a fight, not just throw in the towel. You asked her to give Flame Peak some leeway, not humiliate them this way. She's embarrassing them, aren't you? Soon, Flame Peak might put up a sign saying Danyan Peak members and dogs not allowed. Thinking about this, Tommy muttered to himself, we need to hire a few cooks quickly. I suspect Flame Peak will issue an expulsion order for Danyan Peak after the tournament. Just as Tommy was pondering how to hire some cooks, Ainsley's melodious voice came through the cloud mirror once again. On the arena, Ainsley looked at the enraged Emmett and sweetly said, 3 moves are over. Now I'm going to make my move. With that, Ainsley's figure blurred as she vanished from her spot, reappearing instantly before Emmett as if she had teleported, leaving everyone bewildered. Caught off guard by Ainsley's sudden appearance, Emmett instinctively raised his sword to block. For a little girl, blocking with a sword was futile. Ainsley extended her small hand, forming a palm that struck Emmett's chest with forceful precision. Emmett spat blood and flew backward, crashing hard onto the arena floor dozens of meters away. Damn, didn't she kill him? Seeing this, Tommy felt a pang of shock. He knew his sister was strong, but he hadn't expected her to be this powerful. She hadn't even bothered to draw a weapon, using no fancy effects. Just a plain palm strike sent Emmett flying, unable to get up. At this moment, the elder rushed to Emmett's side, checking his pulse. Thankfully, Emmett was still alive. The elder then retrieved a pill, crushed it with spiritual energy, and fed it to Emmett. Rising afterward, the elder declared, Danyan Peak wins. Yay! Senior sister wins. Victory to senior sister. Behind Tommy, cheers erupted from the new disciples. In the audience stands, the head of Flame Peak, Oral, glared at Dayon in frustration. That girl hits too hard. It's because your disciple isn't up to par. Dayon sat calmly in the clouds, unmoved by Oral's furious gaze, though inside he was equally shocked. This girl's cultivation has advanced faster than I imagined. Hearing the elder's announcement, Tommy shifted his attention to the familiar Brock. At that moment, an incredibly bizarre scene unfolded on Arena 1. Are you going to fight or what? A short, blue-clothed disciple from Swift Sword Peak named Flynn grew impatient. As soon as we stepped on stage, you started procrastinating. They've already finished their matches, and you're still not done talking. No, listen, this really works. The over 2-meter-tall, muscular Brock stood kindly, pointing at the book in his hand, saying, a few years ago, I was short like you. But after using the methods in this book, I grew to my current height. Brock had a good heart and couldn't stand seeing others who were short. He understood the pain of being a small person from personal experience. Thus, when he saw his opponent was also short, he couldn't resist recommending his growth secret. Quack. Upon hearing Brock continue to ramble about the growth secret, Flynn intended to say, get lost. But his words came out wrong, his face flushing with anger. Height had always been a sensitive topic for Flynn. He hated it when people mentioned his short stature, so he trained diligently, knowing that reaching the nascent soul realm would allow him to change his physique freely. But seeing Brock lacking in perceptiveness, relentlessly hitting his sore spot, Flynn, filled with rage, lifted his sword and prepared to strike. I'll give you the secret first. Remember to try it out when you get back? Brock, still smiling kindly, tossed the book towards Flynn. Who wants your damned secret? Flynn swung his sword forcefully, batting the flying book to the edge of the arena. Humph, not appreciating kindness. Brock felt angered when Flynn threw away the growth secret he had offered with good intentions. With that, Brock instantly burst into a fury, his bronze muscles rippling under the sunlight. He pulled out a massive sword and thrust it into the ground angrily, shouting, fight me! Speaking thus, his late Foundation establishment strength exploded unreservedly. Late Foundation establishment. Feeling Brock's imposing aura, Flynn grew fearful. Wasn't Giant Sword Peak's senior brother Brock only at mid-Foundation establishment? How did he reach peak so quickly? Several days ago, Brock was indeed at mid-Foundation establishment, and Flynn's information was accurate. However, after Tommy blew the horn and summoned the 100 birds paying homage to the Phoenix, Brock experienced enlightenment, releasing the frustrations in his heart and successfully broke through. Feeling his own mid-Foundation establishment strength against Brock's peak Foundation establishment, Flynn's legs trembled uncontrollably. Seems like I can't win. What should I do? Should I concede? Chapter 42, Brock vs. Flynn. Flynn was feeling extremely nervous, and his old habit resurfaced. His palms were sweating profusely. Even the long sword he had been gripping tightly in his hand began to loosen slightly. He kept thinking about what he should do and how to lose with a bit more dignity. Just as Flynn was anxiously contemplating this, Brock noticed that Flynn hadn't made a move and was standing still. He then stepped forward, raised his massive sword, and charged at Flynn, launching the first attack. The disciples of Giant Sword Peak didn't have many flashy skills in combat. Their techniques emphasized broad, sweeping movements, but they also possessed subtle finesse. The door-sized giant swords, in their hands, were wielded like sewing needles, manipulated with incredible dexterity. Although Brock was incredibly muscular, he wasn't clumsy at all. Instead, his mind was agile, and his fighting style was steady, giving people the impression of a rock-solid mountain. Step, step, step. Brock approached Flynn, his giant sword glowing with an earthy yellow hue under the influence of spirit energy, striking toward Flynn's side. Rapid Sword Peak disciples were known for their speed, attacking as swiftly as lightning and moving like fleeting shadows. Seeing Brock launch his relentless assault, Flynn suddenly regained his senses. He leaned backward abruptly, using his knees as pivot points, spinning 180 degrees to narrowly avoid Brock's side strike. Not good, I've walked into a trap. Flynn mentally lamented. Just as he dodged the first strike, he saw Brock's foot stomping fiercely toward him, leaving him no time to evade again. Feint. Giant Sword Peak always gave the impression of direct confrontations. However, if one truly believed in this image, they might be in for a rude awakening. Though Brock appeared simple and straightforward, his thoughts were intricate. He knew that Rapid Sword Peak disciples excelled in speed and had peculiar movements. Unless there was a significant realm advantage, it was difficult to touch them. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that at the same level, Rapid Sword Peak was the bane of Giant Sword Peak. However, Brock refused to give Flynn the opportunity to move around. He pretended to feint with his giant sword, intending to make Flynn dodge, only for the heavy stomp to be his real killing blow. Bang! Seeing no way to evade, Flynn could only raise his sword defensively, attempting to block the powerful kick. Despite this, being 2 minor realms lower, he couldn't withstand Brock's heavy kick. Puff! Flynn was kicked hard into the ground, unable to hold back a mouthful of blood. So painful. Lying on the ground, Flynn grimaced, struggling to get up. If it weren't for Sister Ebony participating in the competition, why would I have to suffer like this? Just as he attempted to rise, Brock wasn't foolish. He wouldn't leave any room for his opponent during actual combat. Just as Flynn stood up, he saw a giant sword heading towards his neck, slicing through the air with a sound akin to the wails of hell. I can't dodge it. Flynn closed his eyes, feeling a deep sense of despair. I never thought I'd die here. I'm afraid of pain. Senior sister, Buzz. At just 1 centimeter away from Flynn's neck, the giant sword, controlled by Brock, stopped abruptly, humming loudly. You lost. Brock maintained a neutral expression, neither joyful nor sad, and spoke with a deep, resonant voice. Upon hearing these words, realizing his head was still intact, Flynn sighed in relief and decided not to get up, instead sitting down with his knees hugged to his chest. Giant Sword Peak wins. An elder loudly announced the outcome of the match. Who the hell said Giant Sword Peak consists only of crude warriors? Tommy observed Brock's entire battle. Although he didn't fully understand it, he guessed what had happened. The stereotype of Giant Sword Peak was deeply ingrained, and when everyone viewed them as crude warriors, there would always be someone who proved them wrong, revealing that seemingly rash individuals could have clever minds. Shortly after, with the elder's announcement, the remaining 2 platforms also determined their winners. The first round of individual matches has concluded, the peak rankings have been updated, and the second round will begin shortly. The black-robed elder's voice echoed among the crowd, announcing the end of the first round. Tommy, out of curiosity, glanced at the score ranking board near the arena edge. First place, Clifftop Peak, 1.5 points. Second place, Giant Sword Peak, 1 point. Second place, Heavenly Sound Peak, 1 point. Second place, Swordsmith Peak, 1 point. Third place, Rapid Sword Peak, 0 points. 1.5 points? Winning a match normally added 1 point to the corresponding peak. So why did Clifftop Peak receive 1.5 points? Tommy pondered over the information on the scoreboard, somewhat puzzled. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and a look of enlightenment crossed his face. 18 peaks, with 53 disciples participating in the competition. Among them, Clifftop Peak had only 2 participants, while other peaks received 1 point per victory. Since Clifftop Peak had fewer participants, they received 1.5 points for each win. Very reasonable and fair. Moments later, the clamor of new disciples from Clifftop Peak behind Tommy caught his attention. The second round's list is out. Master Brother is on it. What's surprising about that? When Master Brother fights, it's nothing to see. He'll finish the opponent in 1 move. Master Brother is invincible. Huh. Hearing someone mention him, Tommy opened his eyes from his brief nap and looked at the matchup list. Arena 1, Clifftop Peak, Tommy, versus Razorblade Peak, Tiara. Arena 2, Thunder Sword Peak, Baxter, versus Magic Talisman Peak, Emerson. Razorblade Peak. Tommy muttered, looking at the list. What a narrow escape. Why wasn't it Kyle, that little eunuch? Speaking of which, are none of you surnamed Lou? Tommy, equipped with the calling a deer a horse skill, felt a bit uncomfortable seeing only one person surnamed Lou and not facing him in the match. Brother, are you okay? Ainsley, feeling anxious, tugged on Tommy's sleeve, asking softly. Ainsley knew her brother possessed some mysterious abilities, but even so, she was still worried when it came to the actual match. Tommy indeed lacked cultivation, something Ainsley was very clear about. If the opponent could be intimidated by her brother's presence and hesitated to strike first, Tommy might still have a chance. Humph, woman, don't you trust me? Seeing his sister's worried face, Tommy joked to ease her tension. With my imposing demeanor, if she dares to attack, consider it my loss. At this moment, the black-robed elder shouted loudly. The second round of individual matches officially begins. Please proceed to your respective arenas. Chapter 43. What is a big shot? Hearing the elders summoning disciples to the stage, Tommy swept his sleeves and strode toward the number 1 arena. Thankfully, the number 1 arena wasn't too far from Tommy, but it was still plenty large. Even though his viewing position was close to the edge of the number 1 arena, it was still a solid 2 kilometers for him to walk up to the platform. At this time, under the elder's call, figures of other participating disciples gradually appeared on the arena. Some rode flying swords, others flashed with agile movements. They each showed their unique skills as they ascended onto the arena. In contrast, Tommy, dressed in pristine white robes, walked with an air of authority, steadily heading towards the arena. 2 kilometers might not be very near or very far. For the untrained Tommy, it would take at least 20 minutes to get there. Running? Absolutely not. He wouldn't run in this life. How could a big shot possibly run? If he ran so anxiously, would he still look like a big shot? Tommy maintained his own steady pace, walking leisurely towards the arena. Along the way, disciples watching the competition saw Tommy approaching and made way for him, welcoming him with a corridor. Tommy smiled warmly, nodding and waving slowly at his fellow disciples lining the sides. In a gentle voice, he couldn't help but say, "Hello, Bunny Jace." Far away, Aliana, standing with the Heavenly Melody Peak disciples, noticed Tommy's predicament. Her delicate brows furrowed tightly, her heart torn between helping him or staying put. She knew that Tommy couldn't ride a flying sword, but she hesitated about taking action to carry him onto the arena, fearing it might expose his secret. She paced nervously, eyes glued on Tommy, unsure what to do. At this point, all other disciples in the arena were already in place, having started their dazzling battles under the Elder's orders. On the number 1 arena, Tiara, a disciple from Swift Sword Peak, stood tall in her tight black outfit, her face as cold as frost. Jasperkey, other disciples from Swift Sword Peak. She looked down on Cliffside Peak, considering it a disgrace to the Mystic Sword sect. Seeing Tommy saunter rather than hustle up to the platform infuriated her, making her feel immensely disrespected. Already on the arena, she had been gathering her aura, preparing to strike Tommy with a powerful blow the moment the battle began, intending to defeat him as quickly as possible. She wanted to show her sect mates that Cliffside Peak was trash. However, she waited 10 long minutes, maintaining her sharp aura. Hey, that kid from Cliffside Peak, are you fighting or not? Seeing Tommy continue his unhurried pace, the black-robed elder serving as the judge frowned deeply, unable to maintain his composure. Quickly ride your flying sword and get up here. Ignoring the elder's urging, Tommy emitted a cold snort. What's wrong with letting the Bunny Jis experience the radiance of a big shot? Frustrated by Tommy's disregard, the black-robed elder was about to grab him and drag him to the arena. With a swoosh, he vanished from the arena and suddenly appeared beside Tommy, reaching out to seize his shoulder. Boom. Sensing the elder's presence, Tommy's aura exploded. A beam of light surged skyward from him, enveloping him in its brilliance. A tremendous force descended from above, sweeping across the ground. Witnessing this phenomenon, the elder felt genuine fear. His hand, which had been ready to grab Tommy, withdrew abruptly. He stood frozen, watching Tommy move forward without a word. Tommy's aura didn't target his sect mates directly. While they felt pressure, it wasn't suffocating. Soon, one of the disciples who understood these matters explained, "I get it. Senior brother Wenxiang is building up for a powerful move. He's gathering strength as he walks. When he reaches the arena, his attack will be unstoppable." The crowd understood. "Oh, I see. I initially thought senior brother Wenxiang didn't know how to ride a sword. Sorry for underestimating him." Huh. Someone with such power couldn't lack sword riding skill. Isn't that common among senior members? Senior brother Wenxiang is invincible. Cliffside Peak is invincible. Woof woof. Are you nuts? Why are you barking? Damn. Feeling senior brother Wenxiang's aura makes me want to fight. Finally, after nearly 20 minutes, Tommy reached the number 1 arena, maintaining his aura all the while. The black-robed elder, who had been prepared to intervene, returned to the arena without further ado. On the platform, Tommy remained calm but undiminished in power as he approached Tiara. The elder followed closely behind, wary of any irrational actions. The long-standing enmity between Cliffside Peak and Swift Sword Peak was well known to him. Seeing Tommy's overwhelming aura, Tiara deeply regretted challenging him. All thoughts of humiliating Cliffside Peak dissipated. Standing rooted to the spot, her legs trembling slightly, she reassured herself, this must be fake. No disciple can have such power. Don't be afraid. Don't embarrass Swift Sword Peak. Cough. Reaching Tiara, Tommy asked in a low voice, "Can we start?" "Ah." Hearing his voice, Tiara shivered and stammered, "Why yes." "Don't go too hard," the black-robed elder warned Tommy softly. "Leave some room for recovery." Huh. The elder's words left Tommy puzzled, displaying a classic question mark face. "I'll make her fall apart," Tommy replied matter-of-factly. Tiara's reaction. Sigma, degree to degree, Kalmoji, Winker. Black-robed elder. "Let's begin," Tommy said in a deep, somewhat urgent tone. Turning to the fearful Tiara, the black-robed elder added, "We're starting then?" He motioned towards the distance, signaling Tiara to create distance from Tommy before the match began, lest she be defeated instantly. Chapter 44. This is what we call a big shot. Tiara, who understood the elder's signal, immediately retreated, putting some distance between herself and the motionless Tommy. Begin. The elder's eyes were tense as he watched Tommy, giving the order to start. He was ready to intervene at any moment, stopping Tommy to save Tiara. After all, this was just a sparring match. Fatalities were not allowed. The duel had begun. However, on the platform, neither of the two made a move. Far away, Tiara raised her long sword in front of her chest, staring nervously at Tommy, preparing to block. Tommy stood relaxed, slowly raising his right hand, speaking in a low, solemn voice. "Facing me, you do not surrender. Such courage is worthy of admiration. You deserve to be bestowed with glory." Boom. A simple punch. Tommy casually threw a punch forward. The wind generated by the punch, charged with thunder, exploded forth, hurtling toward the vigilant Tiara. Rumble. As it passed, the fist wind instantly tore up a layer of the platform's flooring. Outside the arena, everyone watching Tommy effortlessly cause such destruction was stunned into silence, hearts pounding in anticipation. They knew that the central arena was reinforced by arrays. Even its flooring wasn't easily destroyed. Foundation establishment disciples needed divine weapons and immense force to only slightly penetrate the floor. Unlike what Tommy did, just a casual punch left the platform half destroyed. Too fast, too soon. The thunderous fist wind shot like lightning at the unprepared Tiara. Even the elder couldn't intervene in time. Oh no. The elder regretted not convincing Tiara to surrender. This punch would tear her apart, beyond saving. Puff. Tiara stared intently at the incoming fist wind, then closed her eyes, accepting her fate. The thunderous fist wind struck her frail body, producing a puffing sound. Amidst the fierce wind, Tiara's hair fluttered slightly. Outside the platform, the disciples watching through the cloud mirror froze, utterly silent. Moments later, the expected pain or loss of consciousness never came. Stunned, Tiara looked dazedly at Tommy from afar. I didn't die. Tiara disbelieved, looking down at her body. Tommy smiled. I have a kind heart. I don't wish to see blood. At the same time, he screamed inwardly, damn it. The outsider said no direct damage. This really means no damage. Then, Tommy summoned a pea shooter from the system and tossed it onto the platform, saying nonchalantly, fight my pet. If you can defeat it, you win. Outside the platform, the disciples who had been stunned suddenly realized what had happened and exclaimed unanimously, Elder Brother Wanxiang is truly kind-hearted. I'm moved to tears. How does he control his strength so precisely? So fierce a wind became a gentle breeze upon striking Tiara, merely ruffling her hair. Such precise control is truly formidable. Without a doubt, Elder Brother Wanxiang is the top contestant in this competition. Seeing Tiara unharmed, the elder smiled approvingly at Tommy, nodding deeply. This boy has a kind heart. Even though his words were terrifying, he held back at the crucial moment. Yet, such precise control is astonishing. I've never heard of an attack so swift that it could stop upon contact. In the audience stands the beautiful woman, sword expert Daon's opponent. Seeing Tiara alive, put down her sword, ceasing her confrontation, and returned to her seat. She had thought if Tommy dared to kill today, she would fight Daon to the death. Now, Tiara, realizing Tommy had no intention to kill, felt relieved and approached him cautiously. Having walked the line between life and death, she now harbored nothing but gratitude for Cliff Peak, bowing respectfully to Tommy. Thank you, senior brother, for your mercy. I concede this match. Hearing Tiara's words, Tommy blurted out, hold on, why should you surrender? My junior disciples still need to observe every Peak's combat style. You must continue fighting the pea shooter and showcase your skills for them to learn from. Well, alright, Tiara conceded. Knowing she couldn't match Tommy but also understanding his intent, she took a combat stance. Watching through the cloud mirrors, the new disciples of Cliff Peak were touched. Senior brother cares about us even now. Oh, I'm emotional. Don't cry. Don't disturb my worship of senior brother. Damn. Yesterday, I even considered leaving Cliff Peak. Just watch, cherish this moment, don't let senior brother's efforts go to waste. Tommy saw Tiara ready to resume the match and mentally ordered the pea shooter to attack. The pea shooter, intelligent and pet-like, could follow commands or act independently. Bang. Upon receiving orders, the pea shooter teleported beside Tiara, eyes wide, mouth open, shooting out a basketball-sized pea. Snap. Tiara, being of late Foundation establishment stage, reacted quickly. Feeling the attack beside her, she spun and swept her sword, deflecting the pea away. But even the mid-stage pea shooter wasn't to be underestimated. Despite deflection, Tiara staggered backward from the impact. Meanwhile, Tommy watched the live bug fighting, casually pulling out a banana from his storage space, peeling it theatrically, and munching away. A bit bland. If only I had a cigarette. It's been 18 years since I last smoked, truly missing that taste. Holy crap. The system shop. Suddenly recalling the shop's promise. With enough points, anything can be provided. A pack of cigarettes shouldn't be too much to ask. With that thought, he lost interest in the banana, casually tossing it aside, creating an elegant parabola. Chapter 45. A cigarette. Devour. As a leader, maintaining environmental cleanliness was a fundamental responsibility. Without hesitation, Tommy issued the command, devour, to his pea shooter in his mind. In the middle of the battle, the pea shooter suddenly leapt up and caught the half banana flying toward it. Activating its devouring skill, it transformed the fruit into a tiny bit of experience. Tommy left the pea shooter alone, allowing it to fight as it pleased. The two combatants were evenly matched. It would take some time before one emerged victorious. System store. Huazi, a famous cigarette from Earth with stress-relieving properties. Note, highly addictive. Do not imitate or use if you are a minor. Price, 20 points/box. A bit expensive. Soul cards only cost 100 points. Well fine, I'll buy it. Besides the system, I probably can't get them anywhere else. Tommy took out a box of freshly bought Huazi, pulled out 2 cigarettes, and walked over to the elder who was both wary and curious. The elder's wariness stemmed from the need to keep a close watch on the battlefield for any unexpected events. His curiosity came from never having seen a pea shooter before, finding such pets rather novel and wondering about their combat capabilities. Do you want one? Tommy held 2 cigarettes in his hand, offering one to the elder. Oh, what is this? The elder looked at the offered cigarette, puzzled. Huazi, it's quite refreshing, said Tommy as he put another cigarette in his mouth. Darn, Ainsley isn't here to light it for him. Forget it. He'd trick the elder into lighting it. Points could be saved wherever possible. No need to spend them on a lighter, especially since it wouldn't look good. The elder stared curiously at the cigarette, mimicking Tommy by holding it between his lips. Elder, use fire control spell to light it. Tommy pointed at the tip of the cigarette, indicating that the elder should burn it there. Understanding, the elder, driven by curiosity, extended his index finger, instantly summoning a deep blue flame. Tommy shielded the wind and brought the cigarette close to the flame, inhaling deeply. Actually, blocking the wind was unnecessary. With the elder's cultivation, even a simple fire control spell wouldn't be easily extinguished by the breeze. Nonetheless, long-standing habits made him act instinctively. Ah, comfortable, that's the flavor. Seeing Tommy enjoying himself, the elder lit his own cigarette, mimicking his actions. He inhaled deeply and then exhaled a thick smoke ring. This truly is divine. It can make a person so relaxed. Wonderful, wonderful. The elder, smoking for the first time, felt excited and couldn't help but praise the cigarette repeatedly. Outside the arena, the audience buzzed with excitement. What is that? The elder looks quite delighted. I'm curious, I want to try. Speaking of which, doesn't the competition seem strange? Wenxiang, do you think who will win? Just after exhaling a puff of smoke, the elder naturally tapped off the ash and turned to ask Tommy, who was also smoking. Unconsciously, the elder now treated Tommy differently from the older disciples. In his view, someone with Tommy's presence shouldn't be participating in the competition. If Tommy were to fight freely, none would stand a chance, making the results predictable. Tiara is doing great. Look at how she dodged that move. Tommy, acting like a bystander, had forgotten he was a contestant. Now, he and the elder were smoking and commenting on the battle between the pea shooter and Tiara. Occasionally, he would glance at the battlefield with admiration. Where did this kid get all these bizarre gadgets? Burl watched the pea shooter battling earnestly and the smoking duo, feeling thoroughly perplexed. Pant, pant. Tiara panted heavily, taking advantage of a lull in the pea shooter's attack to create distance. She was taken aback by its agility. Though the pea shooter was at the mid-stage of foundation establishment while Tiara was in the late stage, she had underestimated its flexibility. Most of her attacks missed, and the pea shooter often appeared unexpectedly, attacking from unseen corners. Despite the strong offensive power of the pea shooter's projectiles, Tiara managed to defend due to her higher realm. However, the battle remained disadvantageous for her. Finally, Tommy exhaled a last puff of smoke, finishing his cigarette. He stretched and declared, "It's time to end this." Tommy snapped his fingers lightly and commanded in his mind. Pointing at Tiara, he calmly ordered, "Take her down." With Tommy's command, the pea shooter became even more ferocious. Its eyes widened, its body moving faster than ever. Bang, bang, bang. A barrage of peas erupted from the pea shooter's mouth, firing at a speed reminiscent of an old Gatling gun. The swarm of peas quickly closed in on Tiara, leaving her no room to dodge, forcing her to fend them off. But the sword techniques of Sword Peak weren't weak. Specializing in swords, they stood firm like mountains. Tiara swung her long sword, creating a circular shield of spiritual energy that blocked her front. Snap, snap, snap. A series of peas struck the shield continuously, and Tiara struggled to maintain the barrier. Clank. The shield finally cracked under the relentless assault. Without the shield, subsequent peas hit her sword, producing a loud ringing sound. Bang. Tiara spat blood from the corner of her mouth, unable to hold back the final powerful pea that tore through her tight black outfit. Pink. Everyone was stunned. The scene exceeded everyone's expectations. Tiara stood motionless, feeling the cold wind but unharmed. Instead of causing serious injury, the powerful peas simply created an explosive tear in her clothing. Chapter 46. The Clothing Exploder. Tommy. Not much damage, but the humiliation is immense. At this moment, outside the arena, many disciples saw Tiara left in only her undergarments and erupted in a flurry of chatter. Intense. Pink. I love pink. Who would have thought that senior sister Tiara, who was all clad in black looking so majestic, would be wearing pink lingerie? Love it, love it. Senior sister Tiara, I want to bear your child. Tommy did not take advantage of the situation to look at Tiara's half-naked form. Instead, he focused on examining his pea shooter's status in his mind. It doesn't make sense. Even though I can't directly attack, I should still be able to cause indirect damage. Last time with Crane was an example. The pea shooter shouldn't have no damage capabilities. Pea shooter, foundation establishment mid-stage. Activity log. Used ability 3, clothes explosion attack, target. Tiara. Used continuous attack, target. Tiara. Used normal attack, target. Tiara. Seeing this, Tommy was left baffled. Clothes explosion attack? When did pea shooter get this ability? The wind on the stage today seemed unusually boisterous. Feeling the cold wind blowing towards her, Tiara shivered and finally came to her senses. Why you? Tiara blushed fiercely, glaring angrily at Tommy with one hand covering her chest and the other pointing at him without uttering a word. Do you believe me when I say I didn't do it? Tommy said awkwardly. However, no matter how much explanation he gave, it wouldn't help. It was his pet, not acting on its own accord. Could his spirit pet think independently? With their level of intelligence, their attack methods should defeat opponents, not humiliate them. Whoosh! A pink light shot up into the sky. Who said only those at the 100-pulse realm could walk on air? Tiara, at Foundation Establishment late stage, didn't wait for Tommy's explanation. She fled like she was escaping, transforming into a pink streak without even riding a flying sword. Indeed, only on the brink of life and death can one transcend oneself. Social death is also a form of death. Who invented tight-fitting black clothes? While they do highlight the body, it has to be said, Tiara's heart really is very grand. Events unfolded quickly. From the explosion of Tiara's clothes to her escape, it all happened in less than half a minute. An elder held a cigarette, but between his fingers, puffing thoughtfully. Seeing Tiara had left the arena, there was no point in calling her back to continue the match. Subsequently, the elder announced loudly, "Cliff Peak, victory." Tommy nodded to the elder, signaling his intention to leave. As he walked back, facing everyone's gazes, he took steady steps along the path home. The male disciples looked at him with admiration and envy, while the female disciples were more filled with fear. What can we do? To fight comfortably, I didn't wear any underwear. Does wearing or not wearing underwear even matter? You need to withstand Brother Wenxiang's punch first. I have a way. As long as we meet Tommy, We can surrender immediately and not give him the chance to attack. Himph, mere exploding clothes. What's there to be afraid of? A man must fight to the end. Go away, you're from Giant Sword Peak. Time passed quickly, and it was already afternoon. Tommy returned to his seat, closed his eyes to rest, and enjoyed the praise from the new disciples below the peak. This morning, Tommy had a bye, but there was Ainsley's match. However, Ainsley easily dispatched her opponent, causing no delays. By noon, the leaderboard was updated again. First place, Cliff Peak, 6 points. Second place, Giant Sword Peak, 5 points. Second place, Heavenly Sound Peak, 5 points. Third place, Jaspergning Sword Peak, 4 points. Fourth place, Swift Sword Peak, 3 points. After reviewing the leaderboard, Tommy nodded satisfactorily. Cliff Peak remained firmly at the top, thanks to his persistence and efforts. The individual matches for the second half will now begin. Contestants, please come to the stage. Hearing the elder's voice, Tommy glanced at the contestants list. Arena 3, Cliff Peak, Tommy, Heavenly Sound Peak, Russell Jasperlin. Oh, a senior sister from Heavenly Sound Peak. Tommy stretched his neck, which had stiffened from sitting too long, and stood up to head to the arena. At this moment, the elder on Arena 3 rubbed his hands together, smiling as he looked kindly at Tommy from below. He eagerly awaited Tommy's arrival. He still remembered clearly how Tommy smoked with another elder during the morning session on Arena 1. He couldn't wait to experience the sensation of smoking himself, but as an elder, he couldn't bring himself to ask Tommy directly. Finally, with Tommy's match taking place on his designated arena, he could experience it firsthand. Hopefully, Tommy would understand and offer the cigarette without needing prompting. Thinking of this, the elder's smile grew wider, and his anticipation became even stronger. Cough. A sound interrupted the elder's daydream. But then, the next words made the elder's previously smiling face twitch uncontrollably. I forfeit. Instead of Tommy arriving first, Russell Jasperlin from Heavenly Sound Peak appeared first. This, I forfeit, completely shattered the elder's mood. The black-robed elder forced a friendly smile, looking up at Russell Jasperlin on the platform with encouragement. Look, Tommy isn't even here yet. Don't give up so early. Maybe you can win. Win? Win against whom? Russell Jasperlin couldn't help but criticize. Before the tournament started, Master Evangeline of Heavenly Sound had instructed all the disciples under her peak. If you encounter Tommy on the day of the competition, you must forfeit immediately. Tommy might be the reincarnation of the ancient mighty being, Universal Truth Sovereign, making him untouchable by force. Initially, Russell Jasperlin didn't believe this until after seeing Tommy's battle with Tiara. She suddenly understood and admired Master Evangeline's foresight. Forfeiting was the right choice. Tommy's strength was clearly beyond ordinary disciples. Moreover, rumors about Tommy had been spreading throughout the morning, making his reputation increasingly terrifying. Nicknames like Fairy Slayer, Pink Demon, Clothing Explosion Wizard, Underwear Destroyer, and others had spread. There wasn't a single good word. Some even said that if young junior sisters misbehaved, the seniors would threaten them. Don't cry, or I'll call Tommy over. The mention of Tommy's name stopped girls from crying effectively overnight. Chapter 47, Giovanni's Secret Manual. Russell Jasperlin had just announced her surrender, turning her back without a second glance as she sprinted off the stage with impressive speed that left everyone in awe. On the stage, only the elder remained, disheveled by the wind, smacking his lips as he reminisced about the taste of cigarettes. With a low voice, he declared, Cliff Peak wins. Tommy, who had just risen to his feet, sat back down upon hearing the elder's announcement. How disappointing. There's not even one decent opponent willing to face me properly. Sigh, I can't smoke here. There are kids around. Tommy put back the cigarette he had just picked up and watched the cloud mirror listlessly. He stood up again. I surrender. Then, Cliff Peak wins. Once more, I surrender. And again, Cliff Peak wins. Several hours later, the first day of the senior disciples' individual competition concluded. During this time, Tommy rose multiple times, but always returned to his seat. It seemed no one was willing to challenge him, possibly due to his overwhelming punch or his clothing blaster reputation. As a result, Tommy won multiple matches without fighting and simply waited until the competition ended. As evening approached and today's competition came to an end, disciples from other peaks gradually made their way back to their respective gates. Go on, Joanna. Take the disciples back to the peak. Tommy instructed his sister as he got up. Huh. Ainsley, her big eyes full of confusion, asked, You're not coming back? Look at all the fruit peels and litter on the ground. It pains my heart. Tommy pointed at the trash on the ground, solemnly saying, As disciples of the mystical sword sect, it is our duty to protect the environment. Indeed. Upon hearing Tommy's earnest words, the disciples from the peak felt ashamed. Senior brother, please go back. We will clean up the trash. Yes, senior brother. You've already worked hard enough today. Wow. Wenxiang's senior brother is not only powerful but also environmentally conscious. Don't cry. Let's all help clean up together. Stop. Hearing the disciples offering to stay behind to clean up, Tommy rebuked them. You are all pillars of Cliff Peak. How can you waste precious time on such trivial matters? I have made up my mind. Go back, and I will clean up by myself. Ainsley's eyes sparkled with understanding. She knew her brother wouldn't be so enthusiastic about cleaning unless he had discovered something new and wanted privacy to research it. So, she cooperated fully, ushering the disciples back to the peak, leaving Tommy alone in the training square. Come out, pea shooter, start consuming. Indeed, Tommy hadn't been inspired by a sudden desire to pick up trash, but rather wanted the pea shooter to consume it for experience points. Earlier, Tommy had found the reason for Tiara's clothing blaster ability within the pea shooter's interface. Pea shooter, foundation establishment mid-stage. Feature 1. Infinite consumption. Pea shooter can consume anything to gain experience and level up. Unwanted items can all be fed to pea shooter. It doesn't care what it eats. Feature 2. Healing pea milk. pea shooter can shoot peas of appropriate strength based on its level, acting as a healing aid. Feature 3. Clothing Blaster Attack. After consuming the passionate comic a few days Jasperving with a fairy, pea shooter has developed an attack that can cause opponents to lose their clothes, though it causes no damage. Note: this can only be triggered by pea shooter itself, not by the host. Edits made. 1. Translated 热血画册, 为有限制同志的2三事, more naturally as passionate comic a few days Jasperving with a fairy. 2. Ensure the description reads fluently in English while keeping the original meaning intact. Good job, sneaky fellow. Last time, after the pea shooter consumed the passionate comic tales of Jasperving with a fairy, it secretly learned a new skill. Asterisk note: I've translated 热血画册, 为有限制同志的2三事 as passionate comic tales of Jasperving with a fairy to make it more readable in English while keeping the meaning intact. Asterisk. So, seeing all the litter on the ground, Tommy thought if pea shooter consumed it, it might gain another new skill. Even if it didn't learn a new skill, it wouldn't be a loss since pea shooter could act autonomously to consume the garbage. Off with you. That can't be eaten. Tommy stared at pea shooter's pitiful eyes, pointing at the chair under his bottom. Apart from this, eat anything else. Hearing the command to eat freely, pea shooter's face lit up with joy, and it dashed towards the stage like a flash. Moments later, a distant voice called out, "Stop! Give me back my secret manual." Following the sound, Tommy saw a blue figure chasing the pea shooter that was rushing towards him. The blue figure's movements were incredibly fast, almost indistinguishable. From afar, Tommy only saw a blue lightning bolt-like figure yelling curses. As the distance closed, pea shooter spotted Tommy and sped up even faster, barely shaking off the pursuing blue figure. Arriving in front of Tommy, pea shooter screeched to a halt, spitting out a yellow-covered book and rubbing against Tommy's pants like a dog seeking praise. Tommy bent down to pick up the yellow book and read the title, Growth Secret Manual. Isn't this the same manual Brock gave to Giovanni on the stage? At this moment, Tommy looked at the approaching blue lightning bolt, puzzled. Could it be Giovanni? Curious, he flipped through the manual. Eat more cucumbers in the morning. Run like a wolf at midnight and howl at the moon. Persist for half a year, and you'll grow over 6 inches taller. Nonsense, who would believe such absurd things? Before Tommy could finish scoffing, a blue lightning bolt appeared in front of him. Tommy looked up but saw nothing. Invisibility? Is someone using concealment? Cough. What the heck, is there a ghost? Alarmed, Tommy felt uneasy despite his seemingly invincible aura which only intimidated humans, not mindless spirits. Did someone see a blue figure come this way? Why did it suddenly disappear? Tommy remained calm outwardly but scanned his surroundings intensely. Still no one. Cough. Following the cough, Tommy looked down to see Giovanni, dressed in a blue robe, looking up at him and coughing to catch his attention. Given your height, it seems you really need that growth manual. Looks like Giovanni isn't even as tall as his little sister. Brother Wenxiang taking a stroll, huh? Seeing Tommy look down at him, Giovanni, embarrassed, tried changing the subject while eyeing the growth secret manual in Tommy's hand. Tommy noticed and immediately understood Giovanni's intentions. He held out the manual. Is this yours? Tommy handed the manual down, saying, Here, take it. Chapter 48. Swift Sword Peak versus Thunder Sword Peak. Haha. Flynn awkwardly laughed and then said, Actually, I wasn't looking for this manual. I was just taking a stroll. Stroll, meaning to dart out as fast as lightning. Though he denied it with words, his hands were honest. Flynn quickly took the height increase manual from Tommy, hugging it tightly in his arms. Master Brother Wenxiang, see you next time. I'll be heading back. Flynn immediately bolted after getting the manual, but still remembered to exchange pleasantries with Tommy before leaving. 1 hour later. Late Foundation establishment stage. Even though the frenzy devouring did not grant the pea shooter any new skills, advancing one small realm was still quite commendable. Through today's matches, he had accumulated nearly 200,000 universal points. However, saving points where possible meant no need to spend them on the pea shooter for now. Tommy smiled contentedly, closed the system panel displaying the pea shooter's stats, and leisurely walked towards Precipice Peak. Tomorrow was the final day of the grand competition. Well, excluding the banquet arranged by the sect. As Tommy pondered various strategies against opponents, he found himself back at Precipice Peak. I'm telling you guys, don't leave Precipice Peak. You saw during the day how fierce Master Brother Wenxiang's pea shooter is. The greatest secret of the illusion card isn't just the game. It can summon spirit pets to fight alongside you. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Tommy heard a group discussing the power of the illusion cards fervently, drawing envious looks from those who hadn't obtained one. The sharp-eyed disciples spotted Tommy right away. Seeing Master Brother Wenxiang return, the disciples immediately surrounded him, eagerly asking about the wonders of the pea shooter. Warriors. Courage. True, the pea shooter in the illusion card is impressive, but don't neglect your own cultivation. Tommy slightly tilted his head, speaking slowly and profoundly, encouraging the new disciples. Jasper listening to these words, Mickey became excited and quickly pulled out pen and paper, furiously jotting down notes. Warrior. Courage. The ultimate goal of cultivating immortality is to protect peace in the cultivation world. Thus, the means of protection is through unmatched martial prowess. Relying solely on external aids and neglecting self-cultivation would result in losing courage in times of war. Wonderful, Master Brother succinctly hit the essence of cultivation with just one sentence. Overwhelmed with excitement, Mickey hurriedly wrote down his thoughts in his notebook titled, Master Brother Wenxiang's Teachings, with a solemn expression. Night fell. Tommy didn't forget his daily task, to learn music theory at Heavenly Melody Peak. He called for the driver, Ainsley, and headed to Heavenly Melody Peak. Although he got turned away, Evangeline had already retired. He still symbolically played a tune on his trumpet at Heavenly Melody Peak, completing today's task. Next morning, dawn at the arena square. Today, the arena square was even more bustling than yesterday. Even many sequestered senior brothers and sisters came out to enjoy the spectacle, witnessing the eventual victors. While traditionally the peak rankings change little, there are always underdogs that leap several places during each competition. At the edge of the arena, Tommy took out a chair and waited patiently for the competition to start. However, after waiting for half a day, he still didn't receive Precipice Peak's match information. The first round had been skipped. Seeing that Precipice Peak wouldn't participate for now, Tommy lounged more comfortably, watching the cloud mirror in the sky. Swift Sword Peak versus Thunder Sword Peak. It's an acquaintance, a familiar face from yesterday, Flynn of Swift Sword Peak. Thinking of this, Tommy straightened up slightly and watched quietly as the battle commenced on Swift Sword Peak. On the arena, 6 fighters from Swift Sword Peak and Thunder Sword Peak stood opposite each other, awaiting the Elder's signal to begin. Among the Swift Sword Peak side, a short blue-robed youth stood solemnly, occasionally sneaking glances at the woman beside him. It must be Flynn. Beside him stood a young woman in a white gown, carrying a jade-like sword, vigilantly alert. In Flynn's eyes, she had porcelain-like skin, eyebrows like distant mountains, eyes like autumn water, and a touch of youth on her cute chin, all adding to her unique beauty. Tommy noticed the woman on the stage, and curiously glanced at the participant list. Swift Sword Peak, Jensen, Beatrice, Flynn. Flynn was familiar from yesterday. Among the 3 from Swift Sword Peak, there was only one woman, undoubtedly Beatrice. TSK, such a beautiful woman, yet her name lacks Lou, a regrettable omission. Battle begins. The Elder's voice boomed, giving the order to start, then floated backward to give space for the match. On the arena, a young man dressed like a scholar in green robes wielded a purple longsword, initiating the attack for Thunder Sword Peak. This young man, Tommy recognized as Edison, the top disciple of Thunder Sword Peak. He paid attention not only because of the Lou in his name, but also because Edison performed exceptionally well in the individual matches yesterday. Edison skillfully manipulated his Jasperkning sword technique, showcasing remarkable prowess. Edison thrust his purple sword skyward, causing a surge of yang energy from the sword to form ominous clouds above. Instantly, thunder rumbled around Edison, and he shouted, "Thunderstorm spell," pointing his sword toward the trio from Swift Sword Peak. Dark clouds loomed over the arena as bolts of lightning struck down fiercely upon the 3. Boom, boom, boom. Despite the fortified arena floor, cracks began to form amid the heavy thunder strikes, stirring up dust. As the dust settled, the area where the Swift Sword Peak trio had been stood charred but devoid of their presence. To cast an AoE spell, you need to control first. Do you know games? That's not how you unleash a major ability. Wasting such a powerful move. Tommy observed the scene in the cloud mirror, mentally criticizing the attack despite its impressive display. It missed. Suddenly, the trio reappeared behind the Thunder Sword Peak disciples, striking with swift, ruthless precision at their backs. Fast, accurate, brutal. No flashy effects, just deadly efficiency. Clang, clang, clang. Edison's fellow disciple seemed to anticipate this move and formed a thunder wall with his palm, deflecting all attacks from Swift Sword Peak. Chapter 49. Actually, I am a mage. How sneaky. Are all cultivators in the immortal world this cunning? On the surface, Edison was unleashing his attack and deliberately exposing a weakness. In reality, the fatal move was to be completed by another disciple. Ganon's lightning wall wasn't just for defense, but also had a retaliatory function. Any person or weapon that touched the lightning wall would be countered, causing a stun effect. At this moment, the 3 from Sword Peak felt they had been deceived as the counterattack from the lightning wall was imminent. The trio stiffened, halting their attacks, and even their bodies became rigid. Just as the 3 of them froze momentarily, the third disciple's attack reached them. The feigned weakness, control, and finishing blow were executed perfectly. Good heavens, it seemed like the Mystic Sword sect now only had one innocent giant sword master left, while the others were sly old foxes. In the blink of an eye, all these maneuvers occurred in a flash. The sound of 2 swords piercing flesh rang out. It was evident that Flynn struggled free from the stiffness, blocking Beatrice with his shaky form. The long sword of Ganon's disciple instantly pierced his shoulder. Fortunately, Flynn was short enough that the intended target, the chest area of Beatrice, was thwarted by his shoulder, thus not inflicting a mortal wound. Hiss. Flynn inhaled sharply, cold sweat beading on his forehead. It wasn't that the injury was severe. He was simply afraid of pain. Flynn had simple desires, cultivating for immortality while improving his appearance along the way. Afraid of pain, he never intended to participate in such major competitions, yet deep within his heart lay a secret. He harbored unrequited love for Beatrice. Extremely introverted, Flynn loved her but dared not speak up, fearing rejection due to his short stature. Whenever he met senior sister Beatrice, he would get so nervous that his palms sweated, and he stuttered, unable to utter a word. So, Flynn devoted himself to cultivation, aiming to reach the soul formation stage, perfecting his physique to express his love. However, despite being only at the Foundation establishment realm, his height remained a persistent sore point. This explained why whenever people mentioned his height, Flynn would become uncontrollably furious. Junior brother. Beatrice glared, seeing Flynn block a fatal blow for her. She mustered all her spiritual energy, broke through the restraint, and swung her sword upwards, deflecting Ganon's subsequent lethal move. While Flynn blocked the damage for Beatrice regardless of life and death, another Swift Sword Peak senior brother, Jensen, was not so fortunate. The attack from Ganon's disciple pierced his chest, though he managed to avoid vital organs. Nonetheless, this strike inflicted significant injuries, diminishing at least half of his combat effectiveness. Are you alright, junior brother? Beatrice held Flynn and floated backward, concern evident on her fair face. Cough, I'm fine. Just a minor mortal wound. Despite enjoying Beatrice's embrace, it was clearly not the time for intimacy. He hurriedly stood up, forcing a calm demeanor to respond to Beatrice. At this moment, Jensen, who had narrowly escaped a fatal blow, maneuvered his stance and instantly created distance from Ganon's disciple. He held his sword horizontally, exerted his strength, and shouted, "Ignite! Explode!" A grayish sword was instantly enveloped in dazzling white light, as spiritual energy surged forth, creating white smoke across the arena. Following his command, a star-like spark appeared in the mist. Instantly, the smoke erupted, spreading rapidly across the entire stage. Boom, boom, boom. The white smoke covering the arena detonated explosively, the force shaking heaven and earth. Damn, what sorcery is this? A good assassin becomes a mage instead? Tommy was taken aback by Swift Sword Peak's Jensen's Ignite. Explode, move. Previously, Brock, who looked tough, employed military tactics, and now Jensen, abandoning assassination for magic. One was more bizarre than the other. It seemed only Flynn from Swift Sword Peak was normal. His speed was unmatched. Yesterday, he even ran at blue lightning speed. Escape? There was nowhere to hide. As Swift Sword Peak's eldest disciple, Jensen naturally had some tricks up his sleeve. Despite his injuries, he launched a large-scale magical attack in a fit of rage, leaving Ganon's 3 disciples no place to hide. 3 jets of blood spewed out, clearly indicating they were severely wounded by Jensen's Ignite. Explode. At this point, Beatrice saw an opportunity when her opponents were injured. She maximized her movements, creating over 10 illusions on the arena, all attacking the trio simultaneously. Dark Prison Shadow Killeray? Familiar with all popular games from his past life, Tommy instantly identified the skill name. It was indeed impressive, almost making him feel like a shadow flow master in the immortal world. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 from Ganon could hardly react, bombarded continuously by white shadows, resulting in bursts of explosions and streams of blood. Finally, under Swift Sword Peak's relentless assaults, Ganon's trio couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed to the ground. Swift Sword Peak is indeed formidable. They didn't even need Flynn, using just 2 skills to finish off the opponents. Tommy watched the skill displays, pondering how to defend against Swift Sword Peak's team strategy if he faced them. Swift Sword Peak, victory. On the arena, the black-robed elder announced the winner loudly. This match was thrilling, back and forth between both sides. Even the elder's voice was tinged with excitement. After a brief pause, Tommy resumed his lazy pose, eyes closed, replaying the match in his mind. Meanwhile, voices of discussion came from behind him. There's Cliff Break Peak. Cliff Break Peak versus Giant Sword Peak. Giant Sword Peak is strong. I wonder if we can win. Nonsense. How can those brutish members of Giant Sword Peak compare with our Cliff Break Peak? Senior sister alone can handle them. The competing disciples should ascend the arena. The elder announced the start of the second round of the team competition. The elder overseeing Arena 3 was visibly excited, wrinkles etched into his smiling face. Without exaggeration, mosquitoes wouldn't dare land on his face as long as he smiled, for fear of being crushed. They are coming. They are coming. This time, Giant Sword Peak definitely won't surrender. I see who dares stop me from smoking. Recalling last night, the elder who smoked with Tommy bragged extensively about Huazi, how enjoyable it was, arousing envy among other elders. Initially intending to try smoking himself, he was disappointed by Cliff Break Peak's unconditional surrender. Now, encountering Giant Sword Peak's stubborn resistance filled him with joy. Chapter 50. Stored in the heart, not manifested in form. Brother, try to stay close to me later, said Ainsley, her small face filled with worry. She couldn't help but whisper to her brother, the barbaric warriors of Giant Sword Peak won't hesitate to attack just because you have a strong aura. Your information is clearly outdated. Don't think of Giant Sword Peak as merely a bunch of uncouth fighters. Although this thought crossed his mind, Tommy nodded in agreement and prepared to head towards the arena. Just as Tommy was about to stand up, an elder on platform number 3 cast his gaze across the space and fixed it intensely on Tommy, almost fearing he wouldn't come or that his opponent would concede. No, this is too slow. Before Tommy could take a step, the elder vanished from the platform and suddenly appeared behind Tommy and Ainsley. Extending both hands, he grabbed one of them by each hand and swiftly transported back to the platform, placing the 2 siblings there. If I'm fast enough, you can't pull any tricks. Brilliant indeed. The elder, seeing Tommy successfully standing on the platform, couldn't suppress a smile. He beamed at the brother and sister duo, completely ignoring Tommy's bewildered expression. Thump, thump, thump. At this moment, 3 members of Giant Sword Peak emerged. Their entrance style was different from the other peaks. Others either flew in on their swords or gracefully glided in using mysterious footwork. In contrast, the 3 from Giant Sword Peak leaped hundreds of meters from below the platform, landing heavily on it, resembling mini versions of the Hulk. Tommy stood steadily on the platform, his face calm and unreadable. However, his long-standing poker face, paired with his pure white flowing robe, exuded a transcendent air, commanding respect. A basic skill for cultivation masters is mind reading, so Tommy always maintained a blank expression to prevent being read. As long as I have no expression, no one can read my thoughts. Brother Wenxiang. Brock bowed deeply to Tommy, his face serious. Thank you, Brother Wenxiang, for the opportunity you bestowed upon me earlier. Please go easy on me during this match. No need to be so formal. Tommy nodded with a gentle smile. Though Brock called Tommy Brother Wenxiang, he was actually a few years older. Brock looked about 22 years old, while Tommy was only 18. But since they were both the eldest disciples of their respective peaks, they addressed each other as peers. Fear not, senior brother. One of Brock's muscular juniors, standing beside him, seemed displeased by Brock's bow and request for mercy. He gruffly said, we aren't celestial maidens. Brother Wenxiang's explosive attacks don't faze us. Yeah. Even if Brother Wenxiang doesn't use his explosive attacks, we'd explode ourselves. Another junior chimed in. It became clear that among the Giant Sword Peak trio, only Brock was the outlier, fitting the typical profile of Giant Sword Peak members. Cough. The elder nearby couldn't help but cough, stretching out his index and middle fingers in a gesture as if holding a cigarette, reminding Tommy. Tommy understood and leaned over to the elder, whispering, Elder, wait to smoke later. Doing it now won't make a good impression. Though unsure what good impression meant, the elder smiled hearing Tommy say later, and immediately felt relieved. Even though he couldn't smoke now, the thought of soon tasting the miraculous Huazi made him eagerly anticipate. How sinful! Tommy internally sighed, realizing how many old smokers he might turn the mystical sword sect into just by wanting a smoke. He wasn't refraining due to lack of a good impression, but simply because he didn't want to smoke in front of his sister. Smoking was a bothersome activity that should be kept away from people. However, as the elder didn't understand the rules, Tommy needed to maintain decorum even in this alternate world, adhering to public morals. Are you ready? The elder asked Tommy quietly. Yes, Tommy confirmed with a nod. The duel begins. With a surge of spirit energy, the elder loudly announced the start, eager to get it over with so he could enjoy Huazi. Hearing the signal, Ainsley silently moved a few steps closer to her brother, preparing to prevent any sudden moves. However, the three from Giant Sword Peak remained calmly in place, not drawing their weapons. Under Brock's lead, the two juniors followed suit, not reaching for their weapons until their senior brother did. Then, Brock stretched out his hand and pulled a giant sword from the air, suspending it before him. His expression solemn, he gently stroked the giant sword, then bowed deeply to Tommy and asked, "May I ask, Brother Wenxiang, what is the strongest sword path?" The mystical sword sect specialized in sword arts, with countless techniques and methods. Yet, debates over which was the strongest persisted. 1,000 years ago, some claimed the Clifftop Peak's Chi sword was the strongest, striking enemies from afar with elegance. Others argued that Giant Sword Peak's giant swords were unmatched, leaving none in their path and capable of splitting mountains. Tommy knew Brock well. This question wasn't meant to challenge, but to genuinely seek insight from someone he respected as a powerhouse. The sword path is stored in the heart, not manifested in form. Tommy raised his right hand, extending his index and middle fingers in a sword gesture, demonstrating it to Brock. Stored in the heart, not manifested in form? Brock echoed, awaiting further explanation. You, who practice boxing, know nothing about the sword path. Ainsley inwardly criticized her brother's grandiose statement, but she maintained a puzzled look to support him, a basic show of sisterly loyalty. Outside the platform, wonderful, wonderful. Arno stared intently at the cloud mirror, moved by Tommy's profound statement. He quickly grabbed paper and pen, beginning to write again. This phrase hit straight at the essence of the way. The elder waiting nearby had been thinking about smoking but paused upon hearing Brock's question. Hearing Tommy's answer next, he froze, momentarily forgetting about smoking. Stored in the heart, not manifested in form. How could such wisdom come from an 18-year-old disciple? The elder was stunned, unable to believe these words came from someone so young. He waited silently for Tommy's next explanation. Chapter 51. What is swordsmanship? Whether it's the way of the sword, sword techniques, or sword moves, practicing swordsmanship should be about cultivating one's heart. Tommy slowly explained, and before anyone could ask a question, he continued. The Spirit Sword Peak's air sword, or the Giant Sword Peak's huge swords, are all just external forms. What truly matters is not the form, but the sword heart, the heart dedicated to the sword. A swordsman is a gentleman. One who practices swordsmanship should possess an unyielding heart that fears no power, bullies no weak, endures setbacks, and strives for excellence. Tommy's voice grew louder, and his aura intensified as well, gradually forming a phenomenon in the sky above the arena. The air seemed to come alive with swirling spiritual energy that coalesced into colossal stars hanging high in the clear blue sky. Suddenly, dark clouds covered the sun, and countless stars appeared, shining brightly across the heavens. Before the audience could react, Tommy continued. True swordsmanship does not depend on the sword you hold. True swordsmanship lies in cutting through the sun, moon, and stars with a single blade of grass. With that, Tommy formed a sword gesture with his hand and vigorously waved it toward the sky, shouting loudly, "I have a sword that can break through all methods." At that moment, his sword gesture seemed like a divine blade, emitting powerful sword chi that sliced through the void. In an instant, it struck the largest star. Boom, boom, boom. The massive star shattered, causing a cascade of stars to break apart, transforming into points of light that filled the entire sky. This sword is the heart sword. If you have the sword in your heart, everything can be a sword. Tommy withdrew his sword gesture, letting his arms hang naturally by his sides, and slowly explained while dispelling the phenomenon. Even after Tommy had dismissed the phenomenon, silence enveloped the area, so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. How magnificent! Cutting through the sun, moon, and stars with a single blade of grass. A robust middle-aged man in the audience couldn't help but exclaim. After praising, he turned to Jasper Jiang beside him and complained. "Brother Jiang, you're not fair. What realm is your son at? How could you let him participate in the competition? With him here, how can the other peaks compete?" "Oh, this?" Jasper Jiang stammered, unable to explain. He knew Tommy was strong, but he never imagined he would be this strong. Setting aside the phenomenon, just comprehending the sword heart was beyond what ordinary disciples could achieve. Understanding the sword heart was something only elders at the core formation realm or higher could grasp. For Tommy to articulate the essence of the sword heart was truly beyond Jasper Jiang's expectations. Moreover, during registration, Jasper Jiang hadn't been sure of Tommy's true realm, but given his formidable aura and strength, he had casually listed him as late Foundation establishment. After a moment, outside the arena, among the bewildered disciples, Mickey was the first to react. He quickly recorded the scene in Tommy's words. His pen flew furiously across the page, fearing he might forget Tommy's words. As he wrote, he marveled at the abundant knowledge gained that day. Meanwhile, among the Tianjin Peak crowd, Annalise watched Tommy's actions intently. She was initially stunned by the phenomenon, but then her face turned red, seemingly lost in thought. Time passed again. In the arena, Brock slowly opened his eyes, and with it came a more concentrated aura, even resonating with boom, boom, sounds from within his body. Phew, almost broke through again. Brock's voice conveyed unimaginable excitement. With joy, he bowed deeply once more. Thank you, Brother Wenxiang, for granting me another opportunity. We, the Giant Sword Peak, concede this match. Finally getting the Giant Sword Peak to concede. Even these martial enthusiasts had surrendered. Everything should go smoothly from now on. But, before Tommy could celebrate for long, Brock added, now that I'm nearly at 100 meridians, I can't help but feel itchy. May I boldly request to experience Brother Wenxiang's sword technique? Damn, isn't it over yet? He had just praised Brock as unique, not a crude warrior, but now it seemed there wasn't much difference. Tommy's face turned dark, feeling baffled. I release a phenomenon, and you break through. Are you born to counter me? However, he had to keep up appearances. Smiling, he nodded slightly. Fine, but I cannot fight myself. I'm afraid I might accidentally kill you. My sister has inherited my true teachings. Let her spar with you. Ainsley. Am I going to get hit because of your showboating? Bro, he's nearly at 100 meridians. I might not be able to win. Ainsley's face contorted as she whispered these words to Tommy after hearing his instruction. Tommy gently patted her shoulder, reassuring her and whispering back, go ahead, you can do it. I'll help you at critical moments. You help your own self. Muttering under her breath, Ainsley still drew her sword and pointed it at Brock, crying out crisply, come on. In the original plan, even if they faced the Giant Sword Peak, Tommy had strategies prepared. Namely, using his pea shooter, along with his sister and her pea shooter, 3 people versus the Giant Sword Peak trio. A decisive move, blowing a whistle to cast the lying flat skill, should ensure control and victory. However, plans don't always go as expected. Brock asked for more, and Tommy couldn't resist showing off, leading the Giant Sword Peak to concede but still wanting to fight. Plans needed to change quickly. Here he comes. Seeing Ainsley ready to battle, Brock's fighting spirit ignited. Raising his sword, he rushed over, immediately clashing with Ainsley. Brock's prowess was formidable. Even at the semi-100 meridian stage, his attacks rivaled the black-clad man Tommy had encountered before. Yet, Ainsley seemed to have improved recently, making their clash intense and evenly matched. It looked like the outcome wouldn't be decided anytime soon. Hey, Elder, have a smoke? Tommy approached the Elder, pulling out a box of freshly exchanged Huazi and offering it to him. Given the Elder's fondness for Huazi, Tommy generously handed over an entire box, figuring it wasn't too expensive. Though impressed by Tommy's strength, the Elder eagerly accepted the box with both hands, exclaiming, such a divine item. You give me so many? Take it. Come, Elder, let's smoke elsewhere, so we don't disturb their battle. Tommy took a cigarette for himself and motioned towards the side of the arena. Sure. The Elder smiled warmly, retrieving a pill from his spatial bracelet and handing it to Tommy. An elite cultivation essence pill. You may not need it, but it will enhance your sister's cultivation. Chapter 52. Feasibility analysis of cigarettes in the other world. Thank you, Elder. Tommy nodded with a smile, accepting the pill without hesitation. Pill quality is ranked from best to worst as supreme grade, superior grade, middle grade, and inferior grade. Typically, when people refer to ordinary quality, they mean middle or inferior grade. The Peiyuan pill is only useful for cultivators below the 100 pulse realm, capable of significantly enhancing one's cultivation. The supreme grade Peiyuan pill, with its more abundant spiritual energy, can easily boost a small realm after just one pill. Regular Peiyuan pills are sold by the sect, costing around 3,000 contribution points each, equivalent to approximately 30,000 spirit stones. However, supreme grade Peiyuan pills are rarely available. This Elder has been quite generous. Tommy thought to himself, even if I don't need it, it would be good to give my younger sister some to enhance her strength. Walking a bit further away, the Elder skillfully used the fire control technique to light cigarettes for both Tommy and himself, clearly prepared after listening to another Elder's description yesterday. Huff. Marvelous. The Elder took a deep puff, paused for a few seconds, then slowly exhaled, grinning from ear to ear. This item has a calming effect on the mind and soul. It's marvelous. While this item is good, it's harmful to the body and should not be overused, Tommy said sternly, unable to help reminding the Elder of the drawbacks despite hearing continuous praise for the cigarette. No problem. The Elder laughed and waved his hand. When I first inhaled, I felt a stream of smoke toxins slide down my throat. But for us cultivators, this toxicity can be easily cleansed with our spiritual energy, Tommy agreed outwardly while inwardly contemplating the prospects of cigarettes in the cultivation world. Hashtag feasibility analysis of cigarettes in the other world. Tobacco profits are well known. Monopolizing tobacco means never having to worry about spirit stones again. Although tobacco is harmful and highly toxic to ordinary people, it is negligible for cultivators who can easily neutralize such toxicity. Cigarettes offer top-tier effects in calming the mind and spirit, even though their calming effect doesn't match the tranquil spirit pill. The main advantage is convenience and accessibility. Here, accessibility means buying them from him personally. Otherwise, they'd be hard to obtain elsewhere. Tommy pondered, then savoring a couple more puffs, he noticed the difference. The cigarettes sold in the system store were seemingly stronger versions of those from his hometown, offering far better stress relief and calming effects. Moreover, they weren't spicy but had a refreshing herbal scent, seemingly worthy of promotion. He decided, after the competition, I'll set up a stall. Sure, his little sister was forbidden from smoking, and Annalise too. Not because smoking would greatly harm their health, but mainly due to propriety. Just imagining Annalise blushing with a cigarette in her mouth gave Tommy the chills. Too horrifying. Bang. A loud noise startled Tommy. Turning his gaze, he saw straightforward Brock mercilessly striking Ainsley's blocking sword with a heavy blow of his giant sword. The force was so strong that it caused a thunderous sound at the intersection point, shaking the surrounding spirit energy into ripples. Jasper P. Attack him. Pushed back several steps by Brock's attack, Ainsley quickly withdrew a few steps, pulling out a pea shooter plant and throwing it to the ground. Upon receiving Ainsley's command, the pea shooter plant puffed up its mouth and fired a series of peas at Brock. Haha, initial foundation establishment level attacks won't work on me. Brock ignored the flying peas, allowing them to hit his body while the giant sword in his hand gleamed even brighter, clearly gathering power. Initial foundation establishment level. Upon hearing Brock mention the pea shooter plant's level, Tommy inwardly scolded his sister. Where have you been playing games these past few days? Still only initial foundation establishment. Clearly, Tommy had underestimated the speed of the pea shooter plant's growth. Not all plants would absorb anything. Ainsley managed to raise the pea shooter plant from scratch to initial foundation establishment in just a few days, a commendably fast pace. Bah, why no shredded clothes? Seeing the series of attacks hit Brock without any substantial damage or tearing his clothes, Ainsley was puzzled. She frowned, muttering, Brother Lewin's pea shooter plant could shred clothes. Ainsley didn't realize that her brother's pea shooter couldn't be compared normally. It could devour passionate comic books. She should feel lucky not having made Chung Yuluin's clothes shred, which would have intensified his attacks. Seeing the ineffective attack, Ainsley grew frustrated and mentally commanded the pea shooter plant to explode. The pea shooter plant widened its mouth, wildly absorbing spiritual energy. A few seconds later, it shot out an oversized pea much larger than before. Its speed was unmatched, catching Chung Yuluin off guard, leaving him no time to defend. The attack struck him heavily. Bam! A muffled sound rang out as Chung Yuluin flew backward more than 5 meters. Late foundation establishment level. An initial foundation establishment spirit pet unleashed an attack nearly reaching late foundation establishment level. With half-step 100 pulse realm cultivation, Chung Yuluin faced initial foundation establishment naturally without defense. Sword Peak was balanced in both offense and defense, being particularly defensive. But caught off guard by the powerful attack from the pea shooter plant, Chung Yuluin was severely disadvantaged. Cheating. This is clearly cheating. Winning like this is unjust. Why does Tommy get to have a spirit pet alone? And how did Clifftop Peak suddenly end up with everyone having them? In the audience, the black-robed elder who previously berated Clifftop Peak immediately started complaining when Chung Yuluin was sent flying. What injustice! Great Sword Peak had already surrendered. Young people should have bigger ambitions. Then a purple-robed elder spoke up, defending Clifftop Peak. Shouldn't we ask how the siblings obtained this spirit pet? If it's easily obtainable, it could significantly enhance the disciple's strength. At this, gray-robed Daeon turned around, giving the black-robed elder a side-eye, slurring, What? Were you still mad about the other day? Want another fight? With that, Daeon raised his purple gold gourd, ready to stand up. Calm down, Master Jasper. There's always room for negotiation. Jiyoung, calm down. Now is not the time to get angry. Numerous elders tried to restrain Daeon, with one elder even straining his tendons, forcefully holding him back. Chapter 53. No sleeping during the grand competition. Once upon a time, Brock, who had been flung away by the pea shooter, was quick on his feet. He rolled to evade several consecutive attacks. Immediately after, Brock slapped the ground hard with his right hand, bouncing himself up into a side somersault, landing smoothly on his feet. Then, he filled himself with spiritual energy. His upper body rapidly expanded, causing his clothes to tear into pieces instantly, unleashing an overpowering aura, demonstrating the full potential of his quasi-100 meridian realm prowess. With his clothes shredded, Giant Sword Peak's Brock seemed like an unleashed force, becoming even more formidable. In an instant, he was back in combat with Ainsley. Brock was a prodigy, but Ainsley was a prodigy among prodigies. Despite her younger age and lower realm compared to Brock, she held her own thanks to the constant distractions from the pea shooter beside her. Brilliant! Seeing the intense display on the arena, Tommy couldn't help but clap and shout. This moment compels me to play music for them. Saying this, Tommy pulled out a golden Swona from his personal space, holding it in hand and turning to ask the elder smoking nearby. Elder, would it be excessive if I played the Swona? Indeed not. The elder exhaled a smoke ring and nodded with a smile. Such an exciting match deserves musical accompaniment. The elder, having received favors from Tommy, agreed to anything he proposed. Who cares about playing the Swona as long as it doesn't interfere with my smoking? Tommy put the Swona to his lips, took a deep breath, and started playing while simultaneously activating his skill, Lying Down Board, in Brock's mind. Lying Down Board can only be activated while playing the Swona. Targeted skill. Skill description. Jasper listening to the Swona should be done lying down. Those who hear it will naturally lie down. The longer they listen, the stronger the urge. I can make anyone, even gods, lie down if they listen to the entire tune. Wah! A unique sound from the Swona echoed throughout the arena. Tommy chose to play Golden Snake Mad Dance, a lively tune that resonated well with the scene. But he did not infuse it with any aura. It was a normal performance. Creating phenomena once is enough to demonstrate power. Repeating it would diminish its effect. This principle Tommy understood. Outside the arena, spectators observed Tommy playing the Swona via cloud mirror. While they found it peculiar, it didn't seem inappropriate, as good matches often deserved musical accompaniment. However, while others thought music was appropriate, Brock's reaction wasn't. Suddenly, amidst fierce combat, Brock heard the Swona and lay flat on his back, hands crossed over his stomach, eyes closed with a serene smile, a bizarre sight. Upon hearing the Swona, Brock became incredibly zen-like, feeling life and death were no longer important, let alone the competition. All battle desire vanished. All he wanted now was to lie there peacefully, listening to the tune. Any other position felt uncomfortable, only lying flat offered serenity. Seeing Brock suddenly lying down, Ainsley paused, puzzled, scratching her head in confusion. Meanwhile, the prone Brock felt something was missing. If only there was a white cloth covering him while he listened to the Swona, it would be one of life's most beautiful moments. Sigh, this ground isn't quite right. If I could lie on a wooden board, covered by a lid, listening to the tune, it would be much more comfortable. On the ground, Brock smiled contentedly, imagining this scenario. The first time hearing the Suona, one might not understand it. The second time, you're already in a coffin. Though Brock was lying there in tranquility, outside spectators began murmuring. What's wrong with Giant Sword Peak? How disrespectful. Yes, such rousing music, yet he sleeps. Is Brock disregarding senior sister Joanna? You can't sleep during a match? Too much, too far. The smoking elder also noticed the unusual situation. He removed the cigarette from his mouth and shouted loudly. Hey, boy from Giant Sword Peak, what are you doing? This is a grand competition. Why are you sleeping? Tommy's skill was aimed at Brock, so to others, it sounded like an ordinary tune without any spiritual energy infused. Everyone knew musical performances from Heaven Sound Peak could serve a combat function, but those sounds needed spiritual energy to be effective, visible when released. Crucially, Tommy's skill required no spiritual energy, which he didn't possess. Thus, everyone believed it was Brock's lack of respect, sleeping during the match, completely overlooking Tommy. Even if they suspected Tommy's involvement, they dismiss it. Making someone lie down without spiritual energy was unheard of. Ignoring the elder's shouts, Brock remained still. Feeling embarrassed, the elder strode angrily toward Brock, taking deep breaths to calm down. Seeing this, Tommy frantically signaled his sister to attack Brock. Although puzzled, Ainsley suspected her brother might be involved. She turned, catching Tommy's urgent gestures. Tommy caught her gaze and repeatedly raised his eyebrows, nodding towards Brock. Understanding immediately, Ainsley lifted her sword and walked to Brock, feigning anger. You disrespect me so openly, daring to sleep during the match. She placed the sword at Brock's throat. Despite the ongoing tune, Brock remained serene and unresponsive. The elder approached, Tommy stopped playing, and all stepped toward Brock. As soon as the Suona stopped, Brock regained awareness but kept lying down, now with his eyes open, fearing the sword at his throat. The elder glared at him, displeased. You foolish boy, what are you doing? Please note that character names have been romanized accurately as provided in the Chinese text. Chapter 54. The Gambling King Arturo. Hearing the anger in the elder's voice, Ainsley hastily withdrew her long sword from Brock's neck and stood obediently beside her brother. Elder, I don't know why I suddenly lay down. Do you believe me? Brock looked puzzled as he opened his eyes and met the elder's gaze. Elder, get up first, then we'll talk? Okay. Brock swiftly got to his feet with a fish-leaping motion. At this moment, he was thoroughly bewildered. He had been fighting intensely, preparing to unleash a powerful move, but how did he end up lying down? Brock scratched his head. In his memory, it felt like everything was peaceful and comfortable just now, but he couldn't remember the specifics. Elder, we didn't finish fighting earlier. Let's go for a bit longer. Brock couldn't suppress his combat urge, reaching for his giant sword, ready to resume the fight. He was truly careless. He paid no attention to what happened when he lay down, and at this moment, he was nothing short of a battle maniac, fully immersed in the excitement of breaking through, with only combat on his mind. Fighting? Fight what? I can still fight. You get lost over there. Your giant sword peak has already conceded. If it weren't for Ainsley holding back, you'd have lost your head while you were asleep. After speaking, the elder ignored Brock who wanted to keep fighting, turning to look at the siblings Tommy and Ainsley, announcing loudly, Cliff Peak, victorious. This shouldn't be. In the audience, the head of Giant Sword Peak, Winston, revealed an expression of puzzlement identical to Brock's, murmuring to himself, I know this child, Montaguillan. He wouldn't act so impolitely. Although Giant Sword Peak had conceded under Brock's initiative, Winston wouldn't blame him. To Winston, Tommy's strength was beyond the reach of ordinary disciples, so conceding made sense. Ainsley was indeed remarkably talented, but Brock, being half-step 100 meridians, still had a good chance against her. He wouldn't simply lie down. Winston hadn't ruled out the possibility that Tommy's Suona playing caused Brock to fall asleep. When Brock first laid down, Winston had used his divine sense to investigate, but found that the Suona playing was purely ordinary, without any infusion of spirit energy. It also wasn't possible for Ainsley to cause it. All the moves she used were recognized by Winston, and none had a sleep-inducing effect. Eliminating all impossibilities, even the most absurd option left would be the correct answer. That was, Brock had fallen asleep on his own. After pondering for a while, Winston finally concluded what he believed was correct. You naughty boy, falling asleep in such a situation? Wait until you're back on the peak, and see how I deal with you. Time flew by quickly, and soon it was dusk. Since Tommy displayed the technique, a single blade cuts through sun, moon, stars on the platform. All opponents of Cliff Peak chose to surrender immediately, not giving him a chance to show off on stage. Heavenly Sound Peak, victory. As the last match concluded, the elder loudly declared the results. The first place winner of this sect competition is Cliff Peak. Upon hearing the elder's announcement, cheers erupted from behind Tommy. Yes, Cliff Peak wins first place. We are number one. Senior brother is awesome, high-pitched. Some rejoiced, while others grieved. The Cliff Peak side celebrated joyfully, but the Sharp Sword Peak side was dead silent, with everyone looking dejected and sighing. Sharp Sword Peak senior sister, Tiara, after being stripped by Tommy's pea-shooter attack, was too ashamed to appear in public and even skipped today's major competition. What was originally a 3-on-3 team match turned into 2-on-3, and without Tommy's momentum, the Sharp Sword Peak disciples couldn't muster enough spirit to intimidate their opponents. Moreover, without the formidable senior sister, Kyle, although skilled, could hardly win against more hands. In the team match, they barely won twice. This led to Sharp Sword Peak dropping from 10th to 17th place, with Flame Peak ranking last. Fortunately, in individual competitions, Sharp Sword Peak performed decently, or they would have been ranked last. However, Flame Peak was inherently not good at fighting. What Flame Peak excelled in was culinary skills. Dishes prepared using spirit energy were not only delicious, but also beneficial for cultivation. Well, perhaps only Evangeline despised Flame Peak's chefs. Thus, being second to last was even more shameful than being last. Haha, yes. At this moment, An incongruous laugh echoed among the Sharp Sword Peak crowd, sounding somewhat jarring. Kyle glared sharply, his face cold, staring at the disciple celebrating for Cliff Peak, reprimanding, "What are you laughing about?" Kyle was extremely annoyed. He despised the Cliff Peak disciples who managed to become first by sheer luck. Finding an outlet for his frustration, upon hearing laughter, he couldn't contain his anger and rebuked aloud. "Haha, nothing much." The smiling Sharp Sword Peak disciple remained cheerful despite the scolding, casually answering Kyle, "I just remembered something happy. Haha. Haha, I'm rich now. Haha, I bet 50,000. At this moment, the initially oppressed Sharp Sword Peak crowd seemed invigorated by the laughter, echoing a series of joyful laughs. "What? Did you also remember something happy?" Kyle's face grew even colder, asking sternly at the disciple laughing the loudest. But this disciple didn't cower before Kyle's authority, boasting proudly, 50,000, 50,000. Do you know what betting on Cliff Peak becoming first with 50,000 means? It's 1.5 million spirit stones. 30 times return. It's like directly soaring sky high. Haha. The disciple showed no respect for Kyle, bluntly revealing the truth. Then, another perceptive disciple recognized the audacious classmate who confronted Kyle, excitedly shouting, "Arturo, it's Gambling King Arturo." Arturo was Sharp Sword Peak's famous gambling king, around 30 years old, not particularly outstanding in strength but unmatched in gambling. He was obsessed with gambling, rivaling Yin Shuangying. Without anyone to gamble with, he would even gamble with himself, even betting on how many steamed buns he could eat during meals. For important bets like the sect competition, Arturo always participated, placing unconventional bets, directly betting on Cliff Peak to win first place, playing big and bold. Hearing someone mention the gambling king's name, Kyle didn't argue further with Arturo, turning away. Though Arturo lacked strength, his mysterious gambling abilities were renowned. Who knew if he might someday gamble with a deity over something unpredictable? Fearing Arturo's reputation, Kyle had no choice but to be cautious, angrily leaving the crowd, stepping onto a flying sword, and shooting into the air. Chapter 55. Compelling Russell Mickey. Ha ha ha, congratulations, Master Jasper. Master Jasper's children are truly the best of humanity. Congratulations, Master Jasper. In the audience seats, Carver smiled broadly as he greeted the many elders and masters who came to congratulate him. Suddenly, he felt a burning sensation on his waist. He reached out and removed the white jade-shaped token hanging there. The once dull token suddenly emitted a bright light. Carver's smile faltered. His brows furrowed tightly, and he cursed inwardly. Such a joyous day, and still people come to cause trouble. Can't let anyone have peace. Without even saying goodbye, Carver disappeared from the audience seats and appeared in front of Tommy. He managed a strained smile, placing his hand on Tommy's shoulder. "You've done well. I have some matters to attend to. You and Joanna can take care of the new disciples." Before Tommy could inquire, Carver had already teleported away at lightning speed. "What's our father rushing off to do again?" Ainsley looked up at her brother, puzzled. "Probably saving the world or something," Tommy said nonchalantly, jokingly misleading his sister. At this moment, Tommy thought of something and immediately checked the system interface. With the competition over, the task should be completed by now. The last 2 days were just for the sect banquet, not part of the main event. Ding, Cliff Peak. Flashed their eyes with brilliance. Task completed. Rewards being processed. Ding, processing complete. Task reward. Soul Taming Tower has been issued. Collected emotions from 32,145 people. Converted into 750,000 universal points. Adding the points he got from Evangeline, Tommy now had more than 800,000 points. Got rich quick. This method of gaining points through public display really is fast. Though Tommy didn't outwardly show it, the dilation of his pupils betrayed his excitement. Now, let's allocate the new disciples into their respective peaks. At that moment, a black-clothed elder called out loudly from the central stage. Finishing his sentence, he quickly descended from the stage, gathered thousands of unchosen disciples in midair, and brought them back onto the stage. Please send representatives from each peak to receive the disciples. At this point, Tommy was completely engrossed in thinking about this soul-taming tower given by the system. He had no interest in taking time-consuming tasks like receiving new disciples. Besides, Cliff Peak already had nearly 1,000 disciples, plenty enough. Additional recruits would merely add more glory but weren't necessary. Do any of you want to join other peaks? If so, come to me, and I'll guide you. Recalling his promise to the disciples earlier, Tommy asked. After his words, the multitude of new disciples remained silent, none willing to join other peaks. Seeing no response, Tommy magnanimously said, "Never mind. If any of you wish to join other peaks in the future, just let me know." After these past few days, most of the new disciples had become familiar with one another. Moreover, they weren't foolish. Knowing that Cliff Peak was number one, and seeing how strong their senior siblings were, leaving the top peak for others would be absurd. "Mickey." "Yes." Seeing his senior call him, Mickey responded loudly and approached Tommy. "Go to the stage and receive the new disciples. Don't accept low-level cultivators, nor too many disciples. Arrange the rest yourself." "Yes, senior brother." Excited, Mickey loudly accepted the important task assigned to him by his senior. Tommy did not go himself, nor did he send Ainsley, knowing she disliked crowds and probably wouldn't bring back any disciples. So, he chose someone reliable. Finishing his instructions, Mickey, at the peak of the chi cultivation realm, instantly unleashed all his spiritual energy and rushed toward the central stage. Soon, representatives from various peaks appeared on the stage to receive new disciples, including Mickey. "Where is Tommy?" The elder saw Mickey standing at the head of the line and felt curious. "This elder, senior brother Wenxiang, sent me to receive new disciples." Mickey straightened his posture and replied loudly. The elder frowned, silently wondering if Cliff Peak had become too cocky, sending only a child to receive new disciples, but said nothing. Receiving new disciples involved mutual selection, a privilege exclusive to the top 3 peaks and Tian-Montagan Peak. Tian-Montagan Peak was an exception due to its unique cultivation methods, consisting only of women. Allowing male disciples to apply without rejection would lead to issues. The elder explained the disciple reception rules to the crowd and ordered, "Please choose your peak, new disciples." Instantly, following the elder's command, a large group of disciples rushed towards Mickey, forming a dense crowd before him. Everyone wanted to join Cliff Peak, but getting in wasn't as easy now. As the top-ranked peak, Cliff Peak clearly had the right to choose. After listening to the elder explain the rules, Mickey understood everything. Looking at the chaotic crowd before him, Mickey frowned and shouted forcefully, "Silence, one at a time." Upon hearing this, the new disciples cooperated, forming several long queues. "I'm at the peak of chi cultivation. I'm the weakest in Cliff Peak," Mickey proudly boasted, subtly flexing, then continued, "Those weaker than me don't deserve to join Cliff Peak." "Why? What gives you the right to deny us entry? How unfair. Does Cliff Peak decide everything? Denying those weaker than you is laughable." Mickey's arrogant words sparked whispers and sarcastic remarks among the queuing disciples. They knew Tommy wouldn't dare say such things aloud and would only leave them disheartened. But since Mickey was also a new member of Cliff Peak, they spoke freely without fear. "Humph." Mickey glared at everyone coldly and snorted. "If you can't even raise your voice, what makes you think you're worthy of joining Cliff Peak?" At this moment, a new disciple who bore a resemblance to Brock stepped forward, gathering his spiritual energy and shouting loudly at Mickey. "Why? Is Cliff Peak being first so impressive?" Mickey shrugged indifferently and replied, "Sorry, being first is indeed very impressive." Chapter 56, The Fairy and the Demoness. Mickey was actually very straightforward. In his eyes, these new disciples were all sycophants. When Master Innes had started recruiting disciples earlier, none of you came to see Cliff Peak's decline. Now that Cliff Peak has risen to first place, everyone comes rushing over. However, it's not so easy for you to reap the benefits. Mickey's mentality right now was typical of, "Yesterday you ignored me. Today I am unattainable." Furthermore, Tommy had instructed him not to recruit too many low-level disciples, so Mickey decided that anyone below the Peak Chi practitioner level would not be accepted. Actually, the young men weren't wrong. Cliff Peak hadn't shown much strength before. Who would bet their future on it? Fortunately, an elder intervened to stop the commotion, thus ending this farce. Mickey made a symbolic compromise, setting the recruitment standard at the 9th level of Chi practitioners. Ultimately, only about 20 new disciples who truly wanted to join Cliff Peak were accepted, most barely reaching the 9th level of Chi practitioners. Not one was at the foundation establishment stage. To become a foundation establishment cultivator in one's teens is no small feat. It's a sign of genius. However, geniuses have pride, and if Cliff Peak doesn't appreciate them, they won't come here. After a short while, the new disciple entry ceremony ended. Mickey led the 20-odd new disciples to reunite with Tommy. Satisfied by Mickey's successful completion of the task, Tommy offered a few words of encouragement before leading everyone back home. Nighttime at Cliff Peak's midsection, in the courtyard. Tommy lay on the bed, intently studying the palm-sized soul-suppressing pagoda. With others around earlier, he didn't want to bring it out. Now that he was alone, he could carefully observe the so-called supreme divine artifact mentioned by the system and discover its wonders. The palm-sized pagoda was bronze-colored, divided into 9 levels. On top of the pagoda, there was a carved statue of an unknown mythical beast roaring to the sky, looking quite ancient and grand. However, as for its function, Tommy couldn't figure it out. He tried communicating with it using his spiritual sense, but it vanished instantly like sand thrown into water. "Forget it. I'll give the high-grade cultivation essence pill to my sister first," Tommy muttered irritably after a long study of the soul-suppressing pagoda. He tossed the pagoda into his spatial bag and got up to visit his sister next door. Knock, knock, knock. A standard knocking pattern, one long and two short, thrice. One mustn't learn Ainsley's door-kicking habit, maintaining elegance even in another world. Bang. Sitting at her desk, Ainsley held a book, engrossed in reading. Hearing someone knock behind her, she waved her hand casually, sending out a strand of spirit energy that opened the door. Even without moving, kicking a door can be done. Tommy didn't mind his sister's lack of elegance and entered the room. Ainsley didn't even turn her head, still absorbed in her book. What makes a genius? A genius is someone who secretly studies and strives hard where you can't see, Tommy exclaimed inwardly. Despite already being so powerful, Ainsley was still secretly studying, truly a model student. Seeing his diligently studying sister, Tommy couldn't help but praise, "Oh, growing up, knowing to study on your own." Curious, Tommy approached her side to see what technique or secret manual she was studying so intently. Ainsley, knowing it was her brother, wasn't concerned. The story and illustrations in her book captivated her entirely. As Tommy watched, he felt a growing familiarity with the content. He quickly reached out and snatched the book from Ainsley's hands. Opening it, he saw the title, The Fairy and the Demoness. "Isn't this my beloved comic book? How did you get it?" Tommy was visibly flustered, feeling embarrassed. "I found it in your room," Ainsley replied nonchalantly, lifting her face. "Give it back. The fairy is about to attack the demoness. Let me finish." "What are you doing? Is this kind of book appropriate for your age?" Tommy exploded in anger, his cherished comic found by his sister. "I'm confiscating this book. Children should focus on cultivation, not waste time on useless books." With that, Tommy quickly put the book into his spatial bag and said sternly, "For your cultivation, I've worked really hard. Here, take this high-grade cultivation essence pill. What do I need this for?" Ainsley retorted angrily, "Just give me the book. The pill is ineffective for me." Tommy paused. W. The pill boosts cultivation below the 100 meridian stage, yet it's ineffective for her. My sister is apparently a powerhouse? Propping his chin with his right hand, Tommy looked at his sister with a newfound understanding, quickly asking, "You're already at the 100 meridian stage, aren't you?" 100 meridians, my foot. Ainsley rolled her eyes, then quickly explained to avoid misunderstanding, medicine has side effects, even high-grade pills have some toxicity. If taken now, it will impede future breakthroughs. So, it's useless to me, you keep it. Fine, Tommy conceded. Knowing his sister was genuinely talented, unlike his fake genius self, she could advance effortlessly without such aids. Seeing her reluctance, he simply stashed the pill away and left the room. Hey, give me back the book. Didn't hear that. Back in his room, Tommy took out the pill. The purple pill had black patterns and emitted a refreshing fragrance. Without hesitation, Tommy swallowed it. If his sister couldn't use it, he might as well. Even if it didn't boost cultivation, strengthening the body would be beneficial. Instantly upon swallowing the pill, the medicinal effects began to circulate, bringing a cool sensation from the bottom upward through his head and rapidly spreading throughout his body, invigorating the meridians. The spirit essence contained within the pill was extremely abundant. After replenishing Tommy's 8 extraordinary meridians, only a fraction of its power was used. Inside his body, the spirit essence surged violently, turning into liquid and flowing into his barren dantian. Chapter 57. Tommy reaches the peak of chi cultivation. Bang! Suddenly, after being washed by the medicinal effects, a loud sound of breaking walls resounded inside Tommy's body, as if an earthquake were happening, with the roaring noise unceasing. At this moment, Tommy sat cross-legged, his brows knitted tightly, unable to suppress groans of pain. Under the violent surge of spiritual energy, his fragile body was in agony. Chi cultivation level 1. Chi cultivation level 2. Chi cultivation level 3. Chi cultivation level 9. Peak of chi cultivation. Driven by the spiritual energy, Tommy's aura instantly became tumultuous, breaking through layers like paper. Upon reaching the peak of chi cultivation, despite a significant amount of spiritual energy still remaining in his body, it could not continue to break through further. The residual spiritual energy within him surged out from the Andriahui acupoint on the top of his head. Bang! The violent spiritual energy lifted the roof off the house, and under its momentum, it transformed into a strange phenomenon. The originally clear night sky, shimmering with countless stars, suddenly darkened with thick clouds, followed by thunder and lightning. The clouds continued to expand, gradually covering Clifftop Peak, yet showed no signs of stopping. Roar! Clang! Several wild roars echoed beneath the cloud layer. Amidst the lightning and thunder, legendary ancient divine beasts appeared in the sky. Qinglong, Azure Dragon, Indrihu, White Tiger, Zhuke, Vermilion Bird, Xuanwu, Black Tortoise. The 4 divine beasts ran and danced in the sky, bathed in lightning, roaring loudly. After a moment, the phenomena dissipated, and the stars reappeared as if nothing had happened, except for the roofless room. Brother, are you okay? Ainsley rushed to Tommy's side, cautiously asking. From the moment Tommy swallowed the Peiyuan pill, Ainsley had sensed the turmoil in the surrounding spiritual energy and quickly came out to check. She then saw her brother's aura becoming increasingly extraordinary, and the phenomena accompanied his breakthrough, appearing dramatically. Ainsley did not dare approach easily, fearing that she might disturb her brother's progress. She stood nearby, holding the edges of her clothes anxiously, waiting. Phew, what a relief. Tommy took a deep breath, his words filled with excitement, but remained calm and composed. No problem, just breaking through a small realm. Before Tommy could explain to his sister, a huge, cheerful laugh suddenly sounded from the sky. Ha 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 ha, congratulations on successfully breaking through the realm, young friend Wenxiang. Tommy and his sister turned their heads toward the sound, and saw a white-bearded elder dressed in purple robes standing in the courtyard. He looked quite distinguished and ethereal. This person was familiar to Tommy, a senior elder of the sect. Yesterday, he was the one who turned the clouds into steps to create the audience seats, displaying considerable prestige. Tommy and his sister quickly walked out of the ruined room and bowed to the elder in the courtyard. Disciple greets elder. The elder swiftly approached them, lifting them up with a hand and smiled. Young friend, there's no need for formalities? Addressing Tommy as young friend, indicated that the elder respected his remarkable breakthrough and did not assume anything about his true realm. Thus, he used the respectful title without putting on any airs. My name is Ramon. I've come to discuss some important matters with young friend. Upon hearing the elder's words, Tommy knew more would follow. Puzzled, he listened attentively. Well, this matter should have been discussed with your father, but Solomon left hurriedly after the competition, so we can only consult you two now. Elder Ramon maintained a gentle smile, explaining his intentions. He then asked, I wonder what kind of spirit pet young friend has. Could you show it to me? The elder means pea shooter, Tommy said, taking out the pea shooter and placing it on the ground. The pea shooter affectionately rubbed against Tommy's pants. Seeing the spirited pea shooter, the elder felt quite delighted and hastily replied, yes, that's it. How did you obtain this pea shooter? It seems your sister also has such a spirit pet. It wasn't found. It manifested. Tommy then took out a copy of the Plants vs. Aliens illusion card and handed it to the elder, saying, Elder, try it yourself to understand better. Curious, the elder carefully examined the card, noting its unusual material, but failing to understand its workings. Elder, communicate with the illusion card using divine sense. Tommy reminded him. Very well. The elder nodded with a smile and communicated with the card using his divine sense. A quarter of an hour later, the elder returned from the illusion, still dragging a Peak Foundation Establishment pea shooter behind him. True to his status, the elder's cultivation allowed him to cultivate the pea shooter to Peak Foundation Establishment in just a short time. This is a miraculous item. The elder looked at the pea shooter in his hands, his eyes gleaming with surprise and excitement. He then carefully placed the pea shooter on the ground and ordered it to attack him. Bang! A massive pea shot towards the elder, who did not dodge, allowing it to strike him. The elder gave a satisfied sigh and commented, impressive. Indeed, at Peak Foundation Establishment level of attack. Before the elder could ask more, Tommy briefly explained the concept of illusion cards and games to him, intentionally omitting details about the realms and the origin of the cards. In fact, even if the elder hadn't inquired about the pea-shooter, Tommy planned to promote the illusion cards eventually. When the system hinted that the minus 10% debuff on foreigners had loosened, Tommy realized he should use these illusion cards to benefit cultivators in the world. Otherwise, receiving virtue points and not promoting them would be counterproductive. It felt burning hot to keep them to himself. Those with profound cultivation and expertise in illusions should be able to create this Plants vs. Aliens. Tommy explained the reproducibility of illusion cards but added, however, they are manifestations of my mystic powers. Only I can create them and at a certain cost. I see. The elder understood Tommy's implication. His gaze brimmed with anticipation as he asked, what price would you set for the illusion cards, and how many can you provide to the sect for replication? The elder was eager, spitting out his questions in a hurry. For now, only 100 can be provided, and as for the price, elder, you decide. Tommy took out 100 blank illusion cards he had just purchased and handed them to the elder. Great. The elder's voice was excited. 100 illusion cards exceeded his expectations. Hastily, he pulled out a spatial bracelet. Here are 10,000 medium-grade spirit stones. Take it, and I'll find someone to start replicating them. 10,000. Medium grade, the elder was generous indeed. 10,000 medium-grade stones converted to lower grade would equal 10 million spirit stones. Far better than risking it all. This translation maintains the structure and tone of the original Chinese text while ensuring a natural and fluent English narrative. Chapter 58. The Tobacco Business. Tommy hadn't expected the elders to be so generous. In his mind, receiving a million low-grade spirit stones would have been excellent, but never in his wildest dreams did he imagine getting 10 million. In reality, even though the sect was willing to spend 10 million spirit stones for it, they wouldn't typically sell it at such a high price. Illusion cards mostly needed contribution points for exchange, or served as rewards for disciples who contributed greatly to the sect. Tommy didn't hesitate either, happily accepting the spirit stones before reminding them. Elder, please take note that the content of the illusion cannot be easily altered, otherwise it may fail to manifest properly or lose its gameplay value. The elder only understood the first part and nodded solemnly, assuring him he wouldn't change it without permission. However, he didn't quite understand the latter part about gameplay, but didn't ask for clarification. From the elder's perspective, an illusion card could mean life or death for a disciple. As long as it manifested correctly, everything else was secondary. Jaspertal friend Wenxiang, we shall meet again next time. This old man must depart now. The elder showed no attempt to hide his excitement as he bid farewell to Tommy and prepared to step off into the air. Oh right, elder. If there are any issues with the construction of the illusion, please come to Cliffside Peak for assistance. Seeing the hurried elder, Tommy quickly reminded him. Thank you. Although he didn't specialize in illusions, Plants vs. Aliens had been created by himself and Annalise. By Tommy's understanding, illusions were very similar to software programs from his past life. Hence, modifying them carelessly could lead to significant errors. He felt compelled to offer a word of caution. By releasing Plants vs. Aliens as open source, equivalent to giving away the game code, it didn't affect his income. Even if he didn't release it, people would eventually crack the illusion cards when they went on sale. It was better to preemptively provide the sect and earn their favor. Cultivation isn't just about fighting and killing, it's also about human relations. Moreover, the illusion game within the illusion cards couldn't be easily replicated. The illusion was like a game distributed via consoles. The cards acted as game machines. As long as he held the cards, he wouldn't need to worry about piracy. If only it could connect online. Online games never face piracy. Tommy sighed to himself, contemplating how to proceed. His gaming dream was starting well, but the internet posed a significant challenge. The world of cultivation was vast. Even Xinjiang sect occupied nearly 1,000 kilometers, let alone the entire continent. Building base stations like back home was impractical, and they lacked servers. Alright, single-player games it is then. I can rely on my knowledge of popular single-player games from my previous life. Xinjiang sect, Grand Hall. The elder traveled extremely fast. While Tommy was deep in thought, the elder had already returned to the sect's Grand Hall. Ha ha ha, look what I've brought back. Elder Ramon entered the Grand Hall like an excited child, grinning widely as he took out a stack of illusion cards and showed them to the group of old men. This is called an illusion card. It can significantly boost our sect disciple strength. A whole 100 cards. I'll tell you, these illusion cards are quite extraordinary. They contain aliens that seem lifelike and incredibly vivid. And there's this spiritual pet named Pea-Shooter, which is exceptionally powerful. Previously, many elders had gathered to discuss how to communicate with Cliffside Peak regarding the matters of spiritual pets and Huazi. After much deliberation, they decided that their most senior elder, Ramon, would visit Cliffside Peak to negotiate. Elders anxiously waited in the hall for Elder Russell's return. However, upon returning, Elder Russell talked incessantly about the wonders of the illusion cards without mentioning Huazi. Growing impatient, one elder, our old acquaintance from the third arena, spoke up. Elder Russell, do you have anything else besides the illusion cards? He smiled awkwardly, rubbing his hands together and mimicking smoking, subtly reminding Elder Russell. Noticing the crowd's distraction, Elder Russell suddenly remembered he had forgotten about Huazi. He slapped his forehead in frustration. Forgive me, I got carried away with the illusion cards. Let me go once more. Elder, hold on. The third elder hastily stopped Ramon, offering. This time I'll go. I know Tommy reasonably well. Without waiting for a reply, the third elder dashed out of the hall and headed towards Cliffside Peak. Meanwhile, at Cliffside Peak, Ainsley eagerly asked her brother how he managed to cultivate. Before they could delve into their conversation, a loud laughter echoed from the sky. Ha 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 ha, Jaspertal friend Wenxiang, we meet again. Following tradition, the voice preceded the person. The louder the laughter, the friendlier the visitor. Cloaked in black, the third elder descended before Tommy, introducing himself. My name is Youssef, here to discuss Huazi with you. Tommy and his sister maintained their etiquette, knowing they were in the presence of an elder. After some pleasantries, they got straight to the point. Huazi has calming properties beneficial for cultivation. The sect wishes to purchase it. Are you willing to sell? Yusef smiled warmly, stating his purpose directly. Tommy handed over a box of Huazi, saying, Elder, Huazi is merely a name. This item is called a cigarette. Then, he nodded to his sister, signaling her to leave, knowing Elder Yusef wouldn't resist the urge to smoke immediately. Elder Yusef didn't hesitate. Taking the cigarette, he lit one and started puffing while asking, how did you acquire this? Do you have a surplus? It's crafted through mystical means, but it requires certain costs. Having grasped the dynamics of the cultivation world, Tommy attributed unexplainable things to mystical powers. With countless wondrous abilities in the cultivation world, anything seemed plausible. Finishing his explanation, Tommy opened his system interface and searched for cigarettes. Huazi, Zunheming, Platinum Leaf, Shu Yin. A list of familiar brands appeared, each priced at 20 points per box. The system set the price, unaffected by the prices back home. Chapter 59. Fist Strength Shattering the Sky. Tommy casually bought 10 cartons of cigarettes, picking brands he used to enjoy as much as possible. 10 cartons were merely worth 2,000 points. With his over 800,000 points, this was a trivial expense. Of course, even if he were richer, he shouldn't provide too much at once. If given in excess, the mysterious allure of the cigarettes would diminish, and their value would decrease. Rarity makes things precious. This was something Tommy understood well. The carton of Huazi, high-end cigarettes, given to the elder earlier was a complimentary gesture. Then, Tommy arranged the newly purchased 10 cartons of cigarettes into 2 rows in the air, stating aloud, 1 carton contains 10 packs, making it a total of 100 packs of cigarettes. Having spiritual energy is so convenient. Tommy thought to himself while waiting for Dino to name his price. Previously, he would have had to hold the 10 cartons himself, which wasn't very dignified. 10,000 spirit stones per pack. How about that? Dino was remarkably generous, his eyes gleaming as he stared at the cartons. That's not right. 1,000 spirit stones per pack. Tommy quickly interjected, stopping the elder from paying. After all, he still needed to sell these cigarettes. While selling them for 10,000 spirit stones might bring quick profits now, it would make future sales difficult. If he lowered the price later, the elder would feel cheated. If he raised it, few disciples besides the elder could afford them. Better to keep the cigarettes rare and valuable, ensuring everyone could still buy them by gritting their teeth and parting with some money. I've become a capitalist myself. Thinking this, Tommy couldn't help but inwardly sigh. I've become the very person I despised most. I should be hung on a lamppost. Wait, there are no lampposts in the cultivation world? Well, never mind then. Young friend Wenxiang, you're truly kind-hearted. Dino's face lit up with gratitude, nearly shedding tears as he said, his voice trembling. He then stored the 10 cartons in his spatial bracelet and took out spirit stones. Here's 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Please keep it. I'll take my leave now. Elder, take care. Tommy bid farewell. Seeing the elder leave, Ainsley came out with a pout, sounding irritated. We really should add a mountain protecting array to Cliffbreak Peak, or anyone can just waltz in. It's so annoying. Come on, don't be upset. Tommy gently patted Ainsley's head. He then extended his hand toward the sulking Ainsley and opened his palm. Here, take this. There are 50,000 mid-grade spirit stones inside. Tommy had never been stingy with family and friends, especially considering how much his sister genuinely cared for him, despite her occasional teasing, which was harmless anyway. Knowing she was a little money enthusiast, he decided to give her some, making it easier to call on her in the future. Yay, no going back on this. Ainsley cheered, snatching the spatial bracelet from Tommy's hand, so quickly it left an afterimage. Oh, right, can you cultivate now? Ainsley suddenly remembered and asked after stowing away the spirit stones. Seeing her curiosity, Tommy demonstrated without hesitation. He raised his hand toward a stone table in the courtyard, and invisible spiritual energy flowed from his fingertips, instantly enveloping the heavy table. The solid stone table, under the pull of spiritual energy, soared into the air. With a flick of his wrist, the heavy table flew out and collided with the ground, creating a dull thud. I'm probably at the peak foundation establishment stage. Tommy tilted his head back, resuming his old confident demeanor, unabashedly showing off before his sister. Really? Ainsley's small face beamed with excitement. Seeing her brother able to cultivate made her happy too. Let me try. Suddenly, she lightly slapped Tommy's abdomen. PFT. Struck by Ainsley's sudden attack, Tommy instantly spat blood and was flung several meters away. Ainsley, WDW. Brother, are you alright? I only used early foundation establishment strength. Don't die on me. Don't scare me like that. Wah wah wah. Cough. You should suppress me a bit more if you want to save me. Tommy pushed aside his sobbing sister, saying weakly, got it. Seeing her brother alive, Ainsley wiped her tears, hurriedly got up, and gave Tommy a medicinal pill, somewhat complaining. You said you were at the peak foundation establishment stage. Why are you so weak? Swallowing the pill, Tommy recovered after a moment, but didn't blame his sister. Truly, one who brags and one who believes it, both equally daring. However, compared to before, he realized that even at early foundation establishment, a single slap might have finished him off completely. This meant his defensive capability had increased along with his offensive power. Feeling excited, Tommy knew he was no longer the defenseless weakling he used to be. Recovering, he stood up and said to his worried sister, take a punch from me to see how strong I am. Sure. Ainsley nodded. Be careful, Joanna. My fist strength can break through the sky. Tommy declared. Himph, bring it on, brother Wenxiang. Ainsley retorted in a spirited, yet somewhat awkward manner. The hell have you learned from watching those action comics? Tommy felt embarrassed hearing his sister's dramatic response, but didn't argue further. He raised his right hand, clenched it into a fist, and punched toward Ainsley without deliberately emitting any aura. Boom. Despite not intentionally emitting aura, his combat move still unleashed his aura alongside the punch. The wind created by his fist caused chaos, even sweeping the remaining walls of the room clean. His intense fist force surged toward Ainsley, forming a stark contrast against her frail and delicate frame. From an outsider's perspective, such a punch would surely be unstoppable. Facing the incoming attack, Ainsley instinctively set up a defense. After a moment of internal struggle, she closed her eyes, dropped her guard, and let Tommy's attack hit her. Rumble. The force of the fist passed through Ainsley's fragile body, lifting layers of earth behind her with a terrifying roar. After a moment, Ainsley, did you hit me? This translation retains the original tone and style while ensuring natural English expression and coherence. It maintains paragraph structure and line breaks as provided in the original text. Chapter 60, Tool Disciples. Tommy, it's done. Didn't feel a thing. Ainsley shook her hand, inspecting her body carefully. Indeed she felt nothing. Tommy. Actually, have you considered that since you are my sister, how could I bring myself to really hit you? Get lost. You just can't do any harm. How did things end up like this? It shouldn't be this way. Temperance should be able to cultivate now. Tommy was puzzled by his own situation. He then summoned the system interface and stared intently at the outsider debuff in his mind. Outsider. Because you came from another world, you haven't been acknowledged by heaven and earth yet. Therefore, you cannot directly harm the natives of this continent. Your direct damage is 0. Jaspermint removal, 10%. The system was very considerate, fearing Tommy wouldn't understand. It highlighted the words, direct damage in red. Partial restrictions lifted. He could now cultivate, but still couldn't actively attack? Or perhaps, still couldn't perform direct attacks. Another doubt lingered. This 10% limit removal, could it mean he could only cultivate up to the peak of chi condensation? When temperance broke through earlier, there was still a lot of spirit chi. Normally, she should have had a chance to impact Foundation establishment, but the spirit chi dissipated directly. You doggone it, enough with your harshness. Realizing the reason, Tommy cursed inwardly and consoled himself using the Q spirit. At least I can cultivate now, and won't be killed instantly. Moreover, indirect damage is still damage. True big shots never lift a finger. Okay, that's it for today. Let's go back to sleep. Tommy ignored his sister's complaints, called out to her while walking towards the room. Ainsley, open your eyes and look. Is there even a place to sleep? Tommy, the bed is still here. We can sleep. The next morning, at Dawn Cliff Peak, Tommy was awakened by the morning sunlight, surprisingly not hearing his sister's usual door kicking. After some simple grooming. Well, actually, it seemed impossible now. He blamed himself. Last night's breakthrough was too intense, leaving most rooms in the courtyard in ruins. Forget it. Being a cultivator now meant no need for plain water to wash his face. It lacked flair. Thinking of this, Tommy waved his hand, summoning spirit chi which condensed into water droplets, splashing towards him. Although this was his first time cultivating, he had read various cultivation techniques several years ago. However, due to lack of spirit chi before, knowing the techniques was useless. Now, with spirit chi, techniques like fire control and water control were easily manageable. After tidying up, Tommy returned to the bed, feeling somewhat idle after the abrupt end of the competition, unsure what to do first. Forget it. Might as well lie down. It's comfortable, Tommy muttered to himself, lying back on the bed and planning his next steps. Currently, the two key considerations were strength and spirit stones. Though cliché, they were essential. First, from the perspective of strength, his primary goal was to unlock the outsider debuff. To unlock it, he needed virtue points. To gain virtue points, he needed to benefit the cultivators. Making games was a viable route. Not only did it earn virtue points, but also spirit stones. As for displaying holy signs before people, how about reciting the Tao Te Ching? After all, novels in his past life always wrote that the protagonist, upon finishing the Tao Te Ching, received virtue points with celestial phenomena. Yes, though untested, let's note it down for future trials. Secondly, there was an incomplete system task, 30 days of learning music at Heavenly Sound Peak. Luckily, he didn't interrupt it, so it should be easy to complete, adding to his strength. Second point, the spirit stone issue, which was relatively easy to solve. Fantasy games and tobacco could make money. No need to worry for now. Yes, the goals are clear. It's time for the second meeting at Dawn Cliff Peak. Having sorted out his thoughts, Tommy regained his drive, jumping out of bed to find Ainsley. Huh? Didn't you return to your room to sleep last night? Exiting the room, Tommy saw Ainsley meditating in the courtyard. Upon hearing her brother's voice, Ainsley pouted and pointed at the ruins, frowning. Do you call this pile of rubble a room? Tommy, that's strange. When I broke through, though it was noisy, your room should still exist. Ainsley, yeah, until you smashed it with a punch yesterday. Tommy. But thinking again, though Tommy had no damage output in combat, he was excellent at demolition. With one punch, regardless of the structure, everything would be leveled. Come on, Joanna. Accompany me to Heavenly Sound Peak. We need to hold our second meeting today. Do it yourself? Ainsley remained angry, her small face still pouting, unwilling to talk to Tommy. You fly faster. Tommy said seriously. What about our house? Seeing his sister worrying about the house, Tommy suddenly had an idea. With so many new disciples, they weren't just eating without contributing. They were perfect laborers, and there were a full 1,000 of them. It's time to assign some tasks. Deciding, Tommy turned to Ainsley solemnly. I'll handle the house issue. Let's go to the new disciples first. Dawn Cliff Peak, Disciple Courtyard. Mickey. Tommy gathered his true chi and loudly called out Mickey in the yard. Among so many new disciples, only Mickey was familiar and convenient to use. Plus, he didn't know the others, so it made sense to just call Mickey for tasks. Yes, senior brother. Immediately, Mickey appeared, standing straight, awaiting orders. Go gather all the disciples. I have a task to assign. Yes, sir. Shortly after, a group of youths appeared in the courtyard, curiously watching Tommy, wondering why he had summoned them. Now, Dawn Cliff Peak announces its first task. Tommy, in the style of a big shot, said calmly. Task name. Repair the Great Hall of Dawn Cliff Peak. Task reward. 100 contribution points per person. Afterwards, rewards will be placed in the treasure vault. You may exchange your contribution points there. After assigning the task, Tommy called out to Mickey again. You're responsible for recording those who participate in repairing the hall.
Yes.
Mickey responded loudly and addressed the crowd. If you want to join the task, sign up with me. #####Chapter 61. The second Cliff Peak meeting. Mickey's words had barely finished when the courtyard instantly descended into chaos. I sign up. Brother Mickey, write me down first. Don't step on my foot. It's still better now. Cliff Peak is lively and vibrant again, Tommy thought with a satisfied smile. Then, he beckoned his sister, leaving quietly to head for Heavenly Sound Peak. On the way, Ainsley maneuvered her flying sword while turning to speak to Tommy. Brother, doesn't your conscience hurt? Tommy. Ainsley, they are only over 10 years old. You should know how psychologically damaging a mission can be for children of that age. Tommy, old cliché. Dad isn't here. Who else would manage these disciples if not me? Besides, I'm not using them as mere tools. I gave them contribution points. After hearing her brother's explanation, Ainsley felt even more convinced of her brother's insidious intentions. The contribution points Tommy offered were less valuable than a few spirit stones. Cliff Peak had been poor for so long, having only a few basic cultivation manuals left. Offering contribution points was practically useless and just made the new disciples get their hopes up for nothing. Ainsley, have you considered that our Cliff Peak treasure vault is already empty? I've thought about it long ago. I have my ways. Tommy patted his sister's head, reassuring her. Before issuing the task, Tommy had already planned to replenish the Cliff Peak treasure vault. Without new disciples previously, it wasn't an issue. After all, only the two of them lived there. Now that he had decided to accept these new disciples, he needed to treat them as family and cultivate them accordingly. So, Tommy planned to exchange suitable magical artifacts, cultivation manuals, weapons, and other items from the system space, placing them in the treasure vault for the disciples to claim. Of course, illusion cards couldn't be missing. They were the signature item of Cliff Peak. As for cigarettes, Tommy didn't plan to include them since they were still kids. Although these children possessed formidable cultivation skills and were immune to the dangers of cigarettes, it was a habit he carried from his past life, making him uncomfortable seeing children smoke. Thus, he decided not to let them come into contact with this at all. The siblings chatted casually as they soon arrived at Heavenly Sound Peak. In the courtyard of Heavenly Sound Peak. Oh, where's elder sister Sherry? Ainsley asked curiously, looking around but finding no sign of Evangeline. Elder sister Sherry has gone to attend the sect's celebratory banquet, said Blanche, appearing next to Ainsley after sensing someone coming, explaining gently. Oh, so she went to eat. Ainsley realized, almost forgetting that today was the day the sect celebrated the end of the apprentice competition. Suddenly, Ainsley seemed to realize something, opening her mouth wide in surprise. Worse, junior brothers and sisters haven't eaten yet. Ainsley exclaimed in shock. Though she often complained about too many new disciples, deep down she was happy with the liveliness of Cliff Peak and cared about the newcomers. But Ainsley was too proud to admit it. Usually, after competitions like this, sect banquets were attended by the Peak Masters or senior disciples leading the new ones. However, with father leaving abruptly and both she and her brother forgetting, it resulted in these mostly Chi condensation realm disciples working on building houses while starving. Thinking of this, Ainsley scowled at Tommy, feeling more convinced that her brother had a dark heart. Why don't we go back? Our junior brothers and sisters are hungry. Feeling some compassion, Ainsley urged her brother to return. Let's buy some vegetables. We can't go to Flamefire Peak, Tommy responded with a hint of helplessness. Hearing this, Ainsley looked puzzled. What? Why not? Tommy sighed. You forgot how you insulted Flamefire Peak during the competition the other day? Ainsley. Seeing his sister's urgency, Tommy symbolically played a Swona, completing today's daily task. He then invited Blanche to join them in buying groceries and heading back to Cliff Peak for dinner in the second Cliff Peak meeting. Blanche did not refuse. Apart from Evangeline, she knew only the siblings in Mystical Sword Sect. Additionally, though shy, she found interacting with Tommy entertaining because he always came up with peculiar techniques. A few hours later, the three returned to Cliff Peak carrying bags full of ingredients. In reality, due to the personal space dimension, Tommy created an illusion of them carrying a lot, which was unnecessary. Just reaching halfway up the mountain, Tommy was stunned by the scene before him. The original main hall and courtyard had been flattened, replaced by a grand palace-like structure, magnificent and impressive even in its unfinished state. Its scale rivaled the sect's main hall, truly splendid and grand. Tommy chuckled inwardly, approaching the disciples and saying, Everyone, take a break. I bought some ingredients and will cook for you today. Though touched, the new disciples didn't want to stop, replying hesitantly. No need, brother. We cultivators can skip a meal easily. Just a few more hours, and we'll finish. Brother, let us finish first. I have OCD. I can't eat until the job is done. These were all such perfectionist geniuses. With disciples like these, how could Cliff Peak fail to thrive? Though Tommy thought this, he kept it to himself. Maintaining his air of a mysterious elder, he smiled at the disciples. Very well, then we'll wait until you're done before having dinner together. Next, Tommy called Ainsley and Blanche to the peak top for the meeting. Arriving at the summit, Tommy threw out a white jade bed and placed 3 chairs beside it. Ainsley. Seeing the white jade bed, Ainsley stared blankly, then fumed. Why do you have my white jade bed? You didn't give it back to me. For a little miser, the frustration of lending something and forgetting to ask for it back was unbearable. Sit down, Tommy instructed solemnly, indicating they should sit. As for returning the bed, that could wait. I hereby announce, the second Cliff Peak meeting officially begins. ###Chapter 62. the Cliff Peak Technology Group. Tommy's words fell, and both Ainsley and Annalise wore solemn expressions. They sat around the white jade table, awaiting Tommy's next announcement. I plan to start a company, Tommy said, fixing his gaze on Annalise's eyes with utmost seriousness. Ever since the release of Plants vs. Aliens, this idea had been brewing in Tommy's mind. He knew his strength did not lie in combat. Thus, it made sense to take an unconventional approach. Additionally, after being immersed in the world of business for over 30 years in his previous life, Tommy had gained deep insights into capital operations. By transplanting advanced technology and business models from his former home to this realm of cultivation, he believed he could make a name for himself. The technology from his old hometown was the crystallization of generations' wisdom. Even with the system by his side, he could not achieve this alone. Therefore, forming a company and gathering like-minded individuals was essential to realize this dream. As for Ainsley, she was naturally tied to Tommy. If he wanted to start a company, Ainsley would undoubtedly join. Thus, today's meeting was primarily aimed at seeking Annalise's opinion and inviting her to be part of the new venture. Brother, what is a company? Before Annalise could ask, Ainsley quickly raised her hand, querying her brother. Hearing Ainsley's question, Annalise's large eyes widened, and her ears perked up. Clearly, she too was curious. A company, Tommy began, is a group of ambitious individuals who come together to fight for their ideals, make money, and change the world. One person's power is always limited. Only by uniting everyone towards a common goal can we harness a force capable of altering heaven and earth. He explained using rhetoric familiar to him, though somewhat cliché, it was highly effective. Just listening to Tommy's speech, both Ainsley and Annalise became excited, eagerly anticipating more. In short, you can think of a company as a sect. However, a company does not have the same level of binding commitment as a sect. You don't need to risk your life for it. Any spiritual stones earned will be shared among us all, achieving success for all. Tommy simplified the concept so they could easily understand it. Then, rising with a serious expression, he continued. Now, I am going to establish our first company, the Cliff Peak Technology Group. Annalise, will you join me? Without hesitation, Annalise stood up and nodded earnestly. Earlier, upon hearing that a company was similar but not equivalent to a sect, joining this company wouldn't constitute betraying her sect. Moreover, it delighted her to be able to stay with Tommy and his sister. Hence, without much thought, she agreed immediately. Why didn't you ask me, brother? Ainsley pouted, feeling neglected as Tommy focused on Annalise. Do you not wish to join? Tommy turned to ask her. I'll join out of reluctance, she said, with a reluctant smile. Tommy paid no heed to his sister's mood and resumed his seat, interlocking his fingers before saying gravely, Now, let me explain the organizational structure of the group. First, we will establish a board of directors, or the decision-making department, responsible for steering the company's direction. The board comprises a chairman and members. We can meet and solve problems through discussions. To put it in terms you might understand, the chairman is akin to a sect master, while the members are like elders. After explaining the role of the board, Tommy shifted gears. Now, I nominate myself as the chairman of the Cliff Peak Technology Group. Do you agree? Yes. Ainsley replied decisively, raising her hand. I also agree. Annalise chimed in solemnly. The position of chairman was a given, with only 3 people present and the idea originating from him. Who else would take the role if not him? Nevertheless, formal procedures had to be followed to maintain a professional appearance rather than a child's game. Great. Now, as chairman, I appoint you both as members of the board, Tommy declared formally. Furthermore, I appoint Ainsley as the director of finance. At the mention of her appointment, Ainsley's eyes lit up. Though she didn't fully grasp what a finance director entailed, the word money was enough to elicit excitement. The director of finance manages the company's financial operations, specifically the inflow and outflow of spiritual stones. In simple terms, it means managing the funds. Upon hearing that explicitly stated, Ainsley hurriedly stood and raised her hand. I agree. I want to be the director of finance. Tommy had carefully considered letting Ainsley handle finances. Her obsession with money was well known, and despite her considerable wealth, she was frugal. He felt confident in trusting her with this responsibility. Seeing no objections from Annalise, Tommy added, Annalise, you will be appointed as the director of technology. Considering the current main business, illusion cards, and Annalise's expertise in illusions, Tommy felt this was a fitting role. Fearing she might not understand, he elaborated. The director of technology provides technical support during product development. For instance, in Plants vs. Aliens, your role would be to use illusions to implement my ideas. Nodding in agreement, Annalise accepted the appointment. She loved and excelled in illusions, making this a perfect fit. With the basic organizational structure established, it was time to discuss the company's business plans. To gain their confidence and investment, Tommy transformed into a motivational speaker. He stood and placed the illusion cards and cigarettes on the table. Our group's primary business at this stage will be illusion cards and cigarettes. Illusion cards can enhance disciple strength, benefiting the sect greatly. We should promote them widely. Cigarettes possess soothing properties and are novel products. They will surely be profitable. Just listening to Tommy's enthusiastic description, Ainsley and Annalise began to anticipate the future with optimism. However, Ainsley's focus veered toward the cigarettes. Brother, are those cigarettes the things you smoked on the arena last time? I want to try them too. Chapter 63, The Cook Solution. No way. Tommy snatched the cigarette from his sister's hand, clenching it tightly and staring at her anxiously. Smoking is bad for your skin. You don't want to become a yellow-faced woman, do you? All right then. Seeing how worried her brother was, Ainsley reluctantly suppressed her eagerness. But let me tell you, I'm confident we can make a fortune. Tommy continued, trying to persuade her while shifting the topic. Now, we need to focus our efforts on this big project. Come on, everyone, chip in some money. We need it to run the company. Upon hearing that she had to pay out of her own pocket, Ainsley's face twisted with reluctance. Tommy led by example, pulling out a brand new spatial bracelet and saying, "Here's 50,000 medium-grade spirit stones." After placing the bracelet on the table, he added, "From now on, all expenses related to the company will come from this. You can contribute according to your means, placing the spirit stones into the company fund. In the future, when we make a profit, the company will distribute returns based on each person's contribution." Woohoo! Hearing there would be returns, Ainsley's face lit up again. As long as there was investment, there was profit. Thinking it foolish not to seize the opportunity to make money, Ainsley said, "Then, I'll also contribute 50,000 medium-grade spirit stones." After all, since she was managing the money herself, it was just moving money from one hand to the other. Thus, Ainsley didn't hesitate this time, and generously contributed 50,000 spirit stones. "Brother Wenxiang, does contributing more money mean making more profits?" Annalise asked with sparkling eyes, filled with anticipation. "That's right, but there's a limit to the returns," Tommy replied. "Well, I'll contribute 200,000 medium-grade spirit stones," Annalise shyly said. Ainsley exclaimed, 200,000? How can you be so rich? Last time when betting on Broken Cliff Peak becoming first place, I won 1,500 low-grade spirit stones?" Annalise's face turned even redder. Afraid they might misunderstand, she quickly explained, "So, let's count it as 50,000 medium-grade spirit stones. I earned this because of you too." Whoosh. Seeing Annalise's embarrassment, Tommy reassured her that earning money through skill wasn't shameful and insisted on counting 200,000 spirit stones. Where did Ainsley go? After comforting Annalise, Tommy turned around only to find his sister missing. He thought of using voice transmission to locate her, but realized his cultivation was too low for such a feat. For a moment, he missed the convenience of cell phones back home but could do nothing about it. A little later, "I'm back." Ainsley cheerfully jumped off her flying sword, holding a spatial bracelet and shouting loudly, "This has 6.9 million spirit stones?" Her smile quickly turned into a pout as she regretted, "Alas, I bet too little. If only I had put it all in." After an internal struggle, Ainsley unexpectedly added another 150,000 medium-grade spirit stones. Her actions once again showcased what true wealth looked like. Within minutes, they had gathered 450,000 medium-grade spirit stones. Tommy handed the loaded spatial bracelet to Ainsley and instructed, "You're not allowed to misuse this money. It's only for company expenses, and you must keep records." Got it. Ainsley happily accepted the bracelet, dismissively replying, "I hereby declare, the second meeting of Broken Cliff Peak is officially over." Tommy stood up and announced loudly. Immediately after, he invited Annalise, saying, "Immortal Annalise, will you join us tomorrow for setting up the stall? This will be the first business deal for Broken Cliff Peak Technology Group." "Sure." Annalise nodded with a smile. During the meeting, Tommy imparted much information, and before they knew it, the sun had started to set. "Let's head back. The disciples need to eat." Tommy spoke, inviting the two girls. Moments later, Broken Cliff Peak, Grand Hall. "Holy crap!" both Tommy and Ainsley exclaimed simultaneously. "Whoa!" Annalise gasped. "Ainsley, no swearing," Tommy reminded. "Is this Broken Cliff Peak?" Ainsley opened her mouth wide, her eyes bulging in disbelief. The original Grand Hall, barely larger than a thatched cottage, had been completely demolished. In its place stood an opulent, imposing palace. More shocking was the fact that not only was the Grand Hall more magnificent, but the courtyards where Tommy and his sister originally lived had also been renovated. Artificial hills, flowing water, small bridges, and ancient-style pavilions created a serene atmosphere. This was only part of Broken Cliff Peak's transformation, thanks to the diligent new disciples. Facilities were also updated to include treasure halls, task rooms, training grounds, and even a new cafeteria. It wouldn't be far-fetched to call this a small sect, as it had all the necessary facilities. Senior brother. Mickey, who had sharp eyes, immediately spotted Tommy and the two others, shouting loudly. Hearing Mickey's voice, the other disciples turned their heads, spotting their senior brother returning. Originally sitting in groups chatting, the new disciples hurriedly stood up to greet him. Mickey rushed to Tommy and loudly reported, "Senior brother, all 1,035 new disciples are present and have completed the tasks. Good job." Tommy nodded approvingly, smiling at the newly formed squad of kids before him. "Everyone did great, so each of you gets an extra 500 points. Now, everyone gather in the cafeteria. I'll cook for you all." An hour later, in the Broken Cliff Peak cafeteria, after Tommy's efforts, the meal for over 1,000 people was finally ready. Had it not been for his cultivation, preparing so many meals would have killed him. Additionally, Annalise and several other new disciples helped. Otherwise, preparing so many dishes in just an hour would have been impossible. Seeing the numerous disciples eating joyfully and occasionally exclaiming in appreciation, Tommy felt quite happy. Finally, he experienced the satisfaction of nurturing, even if being a senior brother was harder than being the peak master. It was worth it. Sighing, he stretched his stiff neck from cooking, thinking, "I need to hire a cook for Broken Cliff Peak as soon as possible." Suddenly, Tommy's pupils dilated, and his expression turned exceptionally excited. He had an idea. Why hire a cook when he already had a pool of eager helpers? All he needed to do was post a few tasks in the task room, letting the new disciples cook for themselves. However, before doing that, he should first fill the treasure hall to help the new disciples understand the value of contribution points. Chapter 64, The Future of Cultivation Realm Technology. Tommy smoothly opened the system mall and started browsing through its categories. To cultivate new disciples, one must first have cultivation techniques. Various cultivation manuals for the Chi Practitioner, Foundation Establishment, and 100 Meridians realms could be bought in batches, maybe a few hundred copies to start with. These foundational manuals were not expensive, averaging about 100 points per book, well within Tommy's means. Next, he needed various cultivation pills, weapons, magical treasures, and other items. Buy. With a sweeping motion, Tommy purchased everything that new disciples might need. It was no time for stinginess. With cultivation techniques for practice, equipment for combat, and comics for entertainment, he bought everything he could think of, covering all bases as if setting up a small sect treasury. However, this shopping spree cost him dearly, totaling over 500,000 points. His previously substantial funds had instantly diminished by 2/3, leaving only about 300,000 points for unforeseen needs. Just as he felt content and prepared to close them all, his eyes caught a book tucked away in an inconspicuous corner. Advanced Mathematics. Why would the cultivation realm need advanced mathematics? Seeing advanced math immediately transported Tommy back several decades to the fear of being dominated by it during university. Yet it made sense. If Huazi could exist, why not advanced mathematics? Cultivation should be comprehensive, balancing physical prowess with intellectual development. Ignoring mental cultivation while focusing on martial power would turn them into nothing more than brutes, just like the giant sword peak. Moreover, mastering science and technology ensured success wherever one went. Humph, points, who cares? He decided to buy not only advanced mathematics but also all the courses from his previous life, transplanting them to Cliffside Peak. He recalled and purchased each course in nearly an hour. Naturally, he didn't buy English because it wasn't practical. After buying all the textbooks from his past life, Tommy couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache looking at his remaining 200,000 points. Despite this, he knew it was all worth it. In truth, Tommy had ulterior motives. While cultivating new disciples with full effort, he harbored a bold idea when he saw advanced mathematics. Can I replicate Blue Star's technology in the cultivation realm? Clearly, he couldn't achieve this alone. It would be better to let the disciples learn these skills. Who knew what they might create? Certainly, Earth's military technology had limited use here, where cultivators could topple mountains and sever rivers. However, some daily conveniences remained essential and could greatly enhance life's enjoyment. Take smartphones. They would significantly benefit cultivators' lives. During his search in the system mall, Tommy did find smartphones, but they were too similar to those from home, offering little versatility. Without applications, internet, or even electricity, such phones were mere shells. Though system mall smartphones were impractical in the cultivation realm, the principle stood. Teaching people how to fish is better than giving them fish. Bringing Earth's technology knowledge to the cultivation realm via textbooks meant that if he lived long enough, he would see the day when cultivation technology flourished. The thought excited him. He imagined a disciple flying on a sword, enjoying hot pot, singing songs, then spotting an alien trace and making a phone call to alert the sect. Upon receiving the message, the sect aimed at the target and activated the planetary defense cannon. The more he thought, the happier he became. He quickly left the dining hall and arrived at Cliffside Peak's treasure pavilion. Arranging all the purchased items neatly on shelves according to their attributes, he meticulously labeled their prices. Plants vs. Aliens, 500 points. Foundation Establishment Illusion Training Manual, 300 points. Chi Ionadance Technique, 10 points. Elixir of Vitality, 10 points. Jasperneer Algebra, free. Notably, Tommy set all his past textbooks to 0 points, allowing free reading access. Still lacking anti-theft measures. Looking at the nearly perfect treasure pavilion, he sighed at the minor imperfection. I guess I'll wait for my father to return to set up a restriction. Deciding to assign a task next, he swiftly headed to the mission hall nearby. True to its name, it was for posting missions. Upon entering, he saw a large white wall used for current tasks, flanked by 2 counters for accepting or submitting missions. Everything seemed logical and thorough, much like role-playing games from his past, complete with issuing, accepting, and completing tasks. Using his spirit energy, Tommy wrote out the tasks. Task 1 * Mission Hall Manager, 2 positions. Description * responsible for managing the mission hall, handling disciples' mission acceptance and completion. Reward * 200 contribution points /month. Task 2 * Kitchen Staff, 20 positions. Description * Manage disciples' dietary needs. Poor cooking results in dismissal. Reward * 200 contribution points /month. Task 3 * Treasure Pavilion Manager, 2 positions. Description * Record item exchanges at the Treasure Pavilion. Reward * 200 points /month. Phew, finally done. Swinging his arms, Tommy admired the wall filled with tasks, increasingly satisfied. The content covered almost every aspect of the disciples' lives. Of course, earning points required contributions. Like the previous repair work, Tommy had given 600 points as a newcomer's bonus. Earning points wouldn't be easy from now on. Next was the crucial step, selling games to reach the peak of life. However, there was one important issue unresolved. His stock of Plants vs. Aliens illusion cards was nearly depleted. He'd have to trouble Annalise again, though he felt a bit apologetic. But as the technology director of Cliffside Peak Tech Group, who else could do it if she didn't? With these plans in mind, he outlined the following steps. Step 1 * Exploit Annalise's resources. Step 2 * Exploit Xinjiang sect members' resources. Step 3 * Exploit Cliffside Peak disciples' resources. Chapter 65, Cliff Peak Flagship Store. Having arranged everything, Tommy met with Annalise and Ainsley to plan for the next day's market stall. Miss Immortal Annalise, how many copies of Plants vs. Alien Races can you make in an hour? Tommy asked Annalise beside him, needing her answer to set a price for the illusion cards. Well, about 1,000? Annalise replied cautiously. Tommy maintained a poker face as he began calculating. In fact, with some effort, 2,000 is possible. Seeing Tommy's silence, Annalise hurriedly explained, if I take tranquilizing pills, I can probably make 2,000 cards in an hour, but it will drain my mental energy, leaving me exhausted for the whole day. No need. 500 cards a day is fine. Noticing Annalise's anxiety, Tommy quickly responded, estimating the value of the illusion cards internally. He would pay Annalise 10,000 spirit stones per card as her wage. And given that Plants vs. Alien Races was worth a life, selling each card for 100,000 spirit stones was reasonable. Deciding this, Tommy immediately said, Miss Immortal Annalise, please make 500 Plants vs. Alien Races cards first, and I'll give you 10,000 spirit stones per card. Saying this, he handed her the 500 blank illusion cards he had just exchanged. Turning to his sister, he instructed, Joanna, get the money, 5 million spirit stones. Oh. Ainsley's face contorted upon hearing she had to hand over 5 million spirit stones, clearly reluctant. No need to give me money. Annalise blushed and hurriedly refused. Don't forget, you're part of the team. This money is yours by right, Tommy persuaded. After much hesitation and near tears from Ainsley, she finally handed over 5 million spirit stones to Annalise. Half an hour later, deep into the night, Annalise successfully completed the 500 cards and gave them to Tommy. Taking the cards, Tommy looked at the slightly tired Annalise and said, Miss Immortal Annalise, why not stay at Cliff Peak tonight? We'll all go to make a fortune tomorrow. Yes, all right. Annalise whispered, her previously pale face turning red. Hearing this invitation again, Ainsley's face immediately showed suspicion as she hastily interjected, Sister Annalise can stay with me. My bed is big. Our Cliff Peak now has vacant courtyards. Tommy seemed to know what his sister was thinking, pointing ahead at the row of courtyards. Tisich, none of your business. Ainsley snapped, adding, we have women's talk. Don't interfere. The next morning, Tommy woke up early, washed up quickly, and sat down to write marketing strategies for the stall. Shortly after, the familiar sound of kicking on the door came. It had to be Ainsley. Tommy got up and took the two girls, Annalise and Ainsley, to Treasure Hall. Senior brother. Senior sister. Upon arriving at Treasure Hall, a new disciple bowed respectfully to Tommy and his companions. Impressive. These new disciples were truly efficient. Yesterday's posted tasks had already been taken up today. Nodding in acknowledgement, Tommy strode into the hall. Wow, your Cliff Peak is so wealthy. Annalise exclaimed, gazing at the variety of treasures and countless manuals. Ainsley was momentarily stunned. She couldn't reconcile the wealth with what she knew about Cliff Peak. These. She pointed at the shelves, unable to articulate her surprise. What's going on? Ainsley stared at Tommy in disbelief. Where did all these come from? Just my reserves, Tommy replied loftily. A few years ago, I stumbled upon an ancient secret realm. You explore secret realms, my ass? Do you even have the strength? Ainsley silently mocked her brother. Makes sense. Annalise nodded seriously. Indeed, ancient powers may leave behind treasures for successors. How can you believe such nonsense? Ainsley couldn't help but ridicule both her brother and the naive Annalise. Ignoring Ainsley's incessant questioning, Tommy took out 200 Plants vs. Alien Races illusion cards and placed them on the counter for the new disciples to handle. Then he invited Ainsley and Annalise to head to the market by the arena to begin their sales pitch. At the Cliff Peak market, the trio felt a vibrant atmosphere as soon as they arrived. Even in the early morning, various disciples filled the market, their calls and shouts blending together. The 9 rings saber technique for only 2,000 spirit stones. A Peak Foundation establishment stage white rabbit beast with big ears, just 500 spirit stones. Hurry up. Freshly baked buns. Take orders, help with fights, 5,000 spirit stones per time. Wait, help with fights? Amidst the cries, Tommy spotted an old acquaintance, Brock. Brock, bare-chested, shouted vigorously, occasionally punching his chest to display his strength. Indeed, this fit better if he was from Giant Sword Peak. Unaware of Tommy's presence, Brock continued his loud promotion. Instead of greeting him, Tommy chose a prime spot nearby to start setting up. White jade table, chairs, signboard, couplets, illusion cards, cigarettes, everything that could be used was laid out. Within minutes, they had everything ready. Tommy sat calmly behind the white jade table, flanked by Ainsley and Annalise like bodyguards. Above them floated a huge signboard suspended by spirit energy. Signboard, Cliff Peak Flagship Store. Couplets, if you want to fight strong, Smoky Peas come to your aid. With everything in place, Tommy turned to his sister and asked, do you remember the lines I taught you? Chapter 66, Mickey takes action. This is too embarrassing. I can't say it out loud. Ainsley was someone who cared about face. Seeing her brother asking her to perform in front of people, she felt uncomfortable and her little face twisted. Do you still want to make money? Yes. If you want to make money, do as I say. Tommy was also somewhat anxious. He had already planned what to say when they arrived, waiting only for his sister and Annalise to start performing. It would be disastrous if Ainsley failed at this crucial moment. He pointed at Annalise next to him and scolded his sister. Look at Annalise, a disciple from the Holy Land. She doesn't act like you, being all fidgety. But she's blushing. Ainsley retorted, pointing at Annalise with her small hand while muttering. Tommy glanced sideways at Annalise, seeing the girl with her hands clasped unnaturally in front of her, eyes darting around, unable to meet Tommy's gaze. Her face was bright red like a boiling kettle, unsure if it was embarrassment or shyness. And above her head, visible wisps of white steam rose up. So, this is how celestial maidens dissipate heat? Are you okay? Concerned by Annalise's obvious discomfort, Tommy asked. If both Annalise and Ainsley were to falter, he'd have to initiate the backup plan, stepping in to hawk the goods himself. Although the effect might not be as good, it was better than standing here speechless. I'm fine. Annalise's words were hesitant, yet she forced herself to be strong. As a top-ranking sex prospective saintess, she had never experienced transforming into a street vendor before. Growing up in luxury, it was natural that she would feel some awkwardness when actually required to perform. That's good. Tommy nodded at Annalise, then added, let's get started, then. Annalise forcibly suppressed her shyness and nodded firmly. I can recite the lines, but demonstrating it is just too embarrassing. Ainsley gritted her teeth. She was willing to read the humiliating lines for the sake of the spirit stones, but acting them out was beyond her capability. In that case, go fetch Mickey, and remember to ask him to bring the illusion card, said Tommy helplessly. His sister's failure meant he needed to call in the first substitute. All right. Delighted by her brother's compromise, Ainsley rushed to Clifftop Peak to find Mickey. A short while later, Mickey was brought over by Ainsley, standing straight, bowing respectfully to Tommy. Master brother. Tommy nodded, quickly briefing Mickey on what he needed him to do. Mickey agreed and stood rigidly behind Tommy, awaiting orders. With Mickey arranged, Ainsley no longer had any objections. Tommy gave the command, signaling for Ainsley and Annalise to begin their performance. The two girls, who had been standing on either side of Tommy, moved swiftly to the entrance of the market. At the entrance, Annalise and Ainsley held hands, walking slowly toward Tommy's stall like sisters. When they reached a crowded area, Ainsley suddenly stopped, mustered her courage, and loudly asked Annalise, "Senior sister, do you know who won first place in this competition?" "I know, it's Clifftop Peak," Annalise responded, forcing herself through the embarrassment to cooperate with Tommy's plan. "Do you know how they won?" Annalise feigned puzzlement. No idea. How did they win?" "It's because of Clifftop Peak's exclusive Plant vs. Alien illusion card and a mysterious cigarette." Ainsley lifted her face, as if she understood everything, finally delivering her lines with emotion. "So where can one buy them?" Annalise asked, just as they reached Tommy's stall. Tommy, seizing the opportunity, interjected, "Lady Celestial, you're lucky. Clifftop Peak's flagship store opens today, so we happen to have them available." Annalise and Ainsley were already eye-catching, even without speaking. Their conversation only drew more attention from fellow disciples along the way. "Isn't that Ainsley? Who is the celestial maiden beside her? What is an illusion card? What's a cigarette? What are you talking about?" "Forget it, they must have a reason for winning first place. Let's go see." "Come on, let's go check it out." Looking at the throng surrounding the stall, Tommy proudly introduced with a raised illusion card. "Ladies and gentlemen, Clifftop Peak officially opens its doors today. I, Tommy, am specially offering Clifftop Peak's exclusive secret technique at a low price for good luck. This item is called Plant vs. Alien, a game and a powerful combat tool. I'm sure everyone saw my spirit pet on the stage, the P-shaped pet, the P-shooter. The P-shooter is cultivated from the Plant vs. Alien illusion card." Finished with his introduction, Tommy put down the card, beckoned backwards, and shouted, "Come on, Mickey, give us a live demonstration." Knowing mere words wouldn't dispel doubts, Tommy had prepared for Ainsley to demonstrate the P-shooter, which was why she was reluctant to participate. So, he turned to Mickey for the task. "Understood," Mickey answered loudly, quickly moving to the front of the stall. Fellow disciples made way for him. "Go!" Mickey tensed, shouting and executing a backflip, soaring 10 meters high and landing dozens of meters away. Hurrah! Upon landing, Mickey swiftly pulled out an illusion card, slapped it onto the ground, and shouted, "Come forth, sky-busting giant beast." Damn, such cheesy drama. Tommy inwardly criticized, thinking, "Sky-busting giant beast? You were supposed to look cool, not add melodramatic lines." Oh crap. Just as Tommy criticized the dramatic lines, he realized something. Mickey must have visited the treasure chamber and seen those action comics. "I'll adjust the price immediately. It can't be free anymore." Speaking of which, right after Mickey called out, "Sky-busting giant beast," a large pea-shooter, bucket-sized, appeared before everyone's eyes. #####Chapter 67. The Art of Marketing. The pea-shooter shook its head, its mouth opening and closing as it prepared for action, awaiting its master's command. At this moment, seeing that Mickey was ready, Tommy spoke. "Among the fellow disciples present, who would like to experience the pea-shooter's offensive power?" The crowd exchanged glances. No one dared to step forward first to test the pea-shooter's strength. Without having witnessed an attack from the pea-shooter, everyone was unsure of its capabilities. This hesitation was why, despite Tommy's invitation, the disciples continued to glance at each other, none willing to be the first to step forward. What if they got injured? That would mean spending money on healing pills, which wasn't worth it. Just as Tommy began to feel a bit awkward, Brock stepped forward. Earlier, he had been preoccupied with shouting and helping in fights, not noticing Tommy's arrival. But after Annalise and Ainsley engaged in their awkward conversation, Brock noticed them and joined the crowd at Tommy's stall. "I'll do it," Brock said gruffly. "I have battled a pea-shooter before. I'll test this spirit pet strength." Saying this, Brock stood confidently in front of Mickey without any defensive measures. "Please forgive me, senior brother," Mickey bowed and then issued the attack command to the pea-shooter. Receiving the command, the pea-shooter immediately entered a frenzy mode, spewing peas furiously at Brock. Bang! Bang! Each strike hit Brock with tremendous force. Though it didn't break through his defenses, it did make him sway slightly. Not bad. It already has the strength of a chi cultivation 5th level. Brock nodded approvingly. Hearing Brock confirm the pea-shooter's strength, the crowd was somewhat surprised but still within acceptable limits. Since Brock had spoken, they chose to believe him. People from the Great Sword Peak were known for being straightforward and never lying. "Perhaps you may not find the chi cultivation 5th level surprising," Tommy explained, "but you should know that Mickey, a new disciple of Clifftop Peak, only needed 5 days of cultivation to achieve a 5th level spirit pet." After hearing Tommy's explanation, the previously astonished disciples were now frozen in shock, expressionless. 5 days, 5th level of chi cultivation. What did that even mean? One must know that even extraordinarily talented geniuses required at least a year or two to reach the 5th level without taking elixirs. After all, the early stages of chi cultivation are the foundation building period. The speed of cultivation isn't that fast. However, the pea-shooter managed to accomplish in just 5 days what many geniuses took a year to achieve. Wasn't this some divine artifact? Wasn't this something that could outstrip geniuses? Actually, it was 4 days of cultivation. "I rested for 1 day," Mickey corrected Tommy, somewhat sheepishly. Upon hearing Mickey's correction, the already astonished disciples burst out simultaneously. "Wow! 4 days to 5th level. Is this a mortal level? This cultivation speed is beyond normal." How can such a divine artifact be for sale at Clifftop Peak? You're thinking too small, too limited. Senior brother Jasper cares for the sect. This is for everyone's benefit. In fact, Tommy had cleverly played with words here. Although it was true that Mickey reached the 5th level in 4 days, it was because Mickey himself was already at the peak of chi cultivation. The pea shooter only needed infusions of spiritual energy to advance in level, with no restrictions. Fortunately, Mickey had solid spiritual energy, enough to feed the pea shooter. If a 5th level cultivator were to cultivate a same level pea shooter, it might take much longer. Nevertheless, it was undoubtedly faster than human cultivation. As the crowd buzzed with discussion, Tommy revealed an even more shocking detail. The pea shooter inside the illusion card requires your own spiritual energy to cultivate. Once cultivated to the 1st level of chi cultivation, it can appear anytime to assist the host in battle. Of course, theoretically speaking, with sufficient spiritual energy, you could even cultivate an Emperor Realm pea shooter. By now, the disciples were numb from the shocks, their expressions blank. However, someone quickly realized that owning an illusion card was like having an additional trump card for survival, worth any amount of spirit stones. He rushed to Tommy, exclaiming, "Brother Wenxiang, how much? I'll buy it." "Calm down, listen to me first." Tommy reassured the excited disciple, then picked up another illusion card and continued. The Clifftop Peak flagship store grand opening promotion. Originally valued at 200,000 spirit stones, Plants vs. Alien Races is now free. You heard correctly, the first 10 buyers get it for free. Buyers ranked 10 to 20 need to pay 10,000 spirit stones, and those ranked 20 to 30 need 20,000 spirit stones. It continues this way until it tops off at 150,000 spirit stones. Having finished explaining the sales rules, Tommy slapped the table loudly and shouted, "Jasper mighted quantity, act fast. I'll take one. Don't push me, I'm first. Get lost. Who touched my butt?" After listening to Tommy's promotional strategy, the disciples became chaotic, all wanting to buy as soon as possible. Tommy successfully shifted the conflict from merchant and customer to among the customers themselves. According to Tommy's calculations, originally planning to sell each card for 100,000 spirit stones, using this method would yield not only equal but even higher profits. Moreover, the allure of giving away cards for free worked perfectly. Selling all 300 illusion cards would ensure huge profits. Chaos ensued as everyone scrambled to be first, and Tommy promptly intervened, telling them to queue up or he wouldn't sell anything. Otherwise, friendly disciples might have come to blows. Despite the chaos, no one could outpush Brock, who used his burly physique to claim the first spot and receive an illusion card for free. Moments later, all 300 illusion cards were sold out. Those who got the cards for free or at a discount thanked Tommy profusely. Those who paid a higher price felt dejected but did not dare curse Tommy, only lamenting their misfortune. After all, according to Tommy, the original price was 200,000 spirit stones, with a maximum cap of 150,000, which was already a discount. Chapter 68. The Prodigal Tommy. It was fortunate that the cultivation world revered martial prowess, lacking many capitalists and their intricate machinations. Otherwise, anyone who had experienced the harsh realities of ordinary society would know this was a big trap. However, the natives of the cultivation world were not fools. Although Tommy claimed the illusory card was worth 200,000 spirit stones because it genuinely merited such value, an infinitely advancing spiritual pet without cultivation restrictions was something unimaginable before, not even purchasable with spirit stones. Thus, when the illusory card first appeared on the market, it sold out in an instant, drawing even more people who came to witness its allure. Cough cough, fellow disciples who didn't manage to purchase the illusory card, please don't worry. Tommy reassured the crowd. Tomorrow at Cliff Peak's flagship store, illusory cards will still be available for purchase. However, he continued, shifting the topic, the effects of cigarettes are also significant. He then introduced the cigarettes. Has everyone heard about what a certain lover once said? He only smokes Schwanya Min and loves you all his life. Tommy skillfully built up the hype and then picked up a box of Schwanya Min from the table, opened it, took one out, and addressed the audience. This is the cigarette, which has stress-relieving and calming effects. But it also contains toxicity and addictiveness, though these can be expelled using spirit energy. I'm sure many fellow disciples have seen this. Elder Youssef smoked cigarettes during competitions. After briefly explaining the pros and cons of cigarettes, Tommy held up a cigarette and loudly announced, a box originally priced at 30,000 spirit stones. I'll name a price. Tommy employed the livestream selling tactics from his previous life, holding up the cigarette under everyone's gaze as he slowly revealed, 20,000 spirit stones per box. Everyone cheered upon hearing the price, praising Cliff Peak's integrity and righteousness. No, brother, we're already losing money. We can't sell like this. Ainsley acted the part of trying to prevent her brother, feigning tears and pulling on his arm. You're stopping me? Tommy feigned anger but then added, what's wrong with providing benefits for our family? With a stern look, Tommy shook off his sister's hand and apologetically stated, my younger sister is young and doesn't understand, embarrassing all of you. To make amends to our fellow disciples, now we won't sell at 20,000. The original price was 30,000 spirit stones, but now just 10,000 per box. Hearing Tommy's spontaneous discount, the crowd cheered even louder. Yes, elder brother Jasper is so kind-hearted. Indeed, offering such a wonderful item like this while sacrificing oneself. I can't help but cry. Don't cry. Don't make it difficult for elder brother Jasper. The crowd went wild, and Ainsley put in even more effort. For profit, she discarded her pride and lay down on the ground, rolling around and sobbing dramatically. Wah, you've squandered all of Cliff Peak's resources. Wah, how will we survive after this? Tommy looked down at his sister on the ground with authority, sternly saying, still crying? All right, 5,000 spirit stones per box. He then slapped an entire pack of cigarettes on the table, shouting loudly, Originally priced at 30,000 spirit stones, now only 5,000 spirit stones for today only. Hurry, by now. Some in the crowd felt reluctant and tried to dissuade Tommy. Elder brother Jasper, there's no need to go this far for us, making your sister so distressed. Elder brother Jasper, don't lower the price. We'll buy? Exactly. This wonderful item shouldn't be sold cheaply. I'll buy it too. I'll buy at the original price. Who is this competitor? Your sister is too pitiful. I have limited resources but will pay 20,000. The cultivators were still quite simple-hearted. After Tommy and Ainsley's coordinated performance, the 50 boxes of cigarettes were snatched up instantly. Many bought them at the original price of 30,000 spirit stones, while none purchased at the discounted price of 5,000 spirit stones. People cared about their reputation. Seeing others paying high prices made them hesitate to spend just 5,000 spirit stones. Therefore, most ended up buying at a higher price. Ultimately, the average selling price for the 50 boxes of cigarettes was about 1 million spirit stones. According to Tommy's estimation, 100 points should equal 100,000 spirit stones. Since each box of cigarettes was worth 20 points, its ideal price was 20,000 spirit stones. However, considering that illusory cards and cigarettes were different products, even though illusory cards required 100 points, they could be used long-term. Thus, their prices couldn't be directly compared using points. Cigarettes being cheaper was fine since they were consumables, and being the only supplier, pricing too high might hinder sales. Hence, the expected price for a box of cigarettes was indeed 5,000 spirit stones. Unfortunately, the simplicity of Xinjian sect members made them feel embarrassed to buy at 5,000 spirit stones, resulting in the 50 packs of Xuanya Min selling for over 1 million spirit stones. This way of selling is not conducive to promotion. Tommy reflected on the cigarette pricing issue. From now on, let's stick to 5,000 spirit stones per box. As for Elder Youssef, perhaps give him some compensation since he sold at a higher price. No. Tommy suddenly realized a critical problem. Not all cigarettes should be sold at low prices. Otherwise, my points would quickly run out, and uniform pricing wouldn't reflect differences. By keeping some higher-priced options, even turning some into luxury items, it would enhance the perceived status of the buyers. Only then could he ensure his points wouldn't deplete rapidly and continue earning spirit stones. Deciding to change his selling strategy for tomorrow? Thank you all for coming. Tommy, having finished selling all items, expressed his gratitude. Hope to see you all here again tomorrow. With that, he packed up the table and miscellaneous items, leading the trio back to Cliff Peak. #### Chapter 69. Ainsley's Versailles. At the Cliff Peak, inside Tommy's courtyard. Brother, how much did we make? Ainsley asked eagerly, her eyes wide open with anticipation as she looked at her brother. Let's talk about it later. Tommy gently reassured his sister. Then he patted Mickey's shoulder and encouraged him, saying, Mickey, you've done a great job. As a reward, you'll receive 200 points. Go to the mission hall and collect them later. Thank you, senior brother. Mickey bowed respectfully in gratitude to Tommy. Oh, right, Tommy called back Mickey, who was about to leave. Try not to read too many inspirational comics. Remember to focus more on your language and math studies. This translation accurately conveys the meaning of the original text, reads naturally in English, and maintains consistency in terminology and style. Yes. Mickey responded with another respectful bow. Time to divide the loot. Time to divide the loot. After Mickey left, Tommy put aside his serious demeanor and pulled out a spatial bracelet with a grin, releasing all the spirit stones inside. Swoosh. A massive pile of spirit stones, resembling a small hillock, spread across the courtyard, sparkling brilliantly under the sunlight. The illusion card sold for roughly 33 million spirit stones, while the Xuanhe Gate cigarettes fetched about 10 million. So, let's round it up. Today we made around 50 million spirit stones. Tommy pointed to the ground covered in spirit stones and calculated aloud. Haha, they're mine, all mine. Ainsley, overwhelmed by joy, threw herself onto the ground, hugging a handful of spirit stones and rolling around gleefully. She sprawled out in different poses, laughing triumphantly. Don't embarrass yourself. Tommy glanced disapprovingly at his sister, who was rolling wildly on the ground. He then turned serious and addressed Annalise, who also seemed excited. Annalise Immortal, you should take 10 million spirit stones first. That's your share. Tommy had thought long and hard about the distribution. For the production of Plants vs. Aliens, Annalise provided the technology while he supplied the materials. The illusion cards were sold to the group for 50,000 spirit stones each, with any profits divided equally among those involved. Of course, the cigarettes he sold himself, so he didn't split those earnings. But now wasn't the time to be stingy. Spirit stones weren't particularly useful to Tommy at the moment. The main reason for this elaborate scheme was simply to please his sister. However, the bulk of the funds would go towards the expenses of the Cliff Peak disciples. As the nominal eldest brother and actual Peak Master, he had many concerns. No need. I'm not short on spirit stones right now. You can keep them with Joanna. Annalise blushed and waved her hands in refusal. To her, she didn't need spirit stones at the moment. If she needed any magical treasures or cultivation techniques, she could ask the sect directly. Her involvement was purely for fun. Yes, just for fun. Being with the Jasper siblings brought her genuine happiness, experiencing things in a few days that she hadn't in over a decade. As soon as Ainsley heard that Annalise didn't want the spirit stones, she immediately got up, picked up a spatial bracelet, and started absorbing the spirit stones. However, although her actions continued without pause, Ainsley still tried to save face, saying haughtily, Cough. If you ever need spirit stones, come to me. I don't like spirit stones. I have no interest in them. I miss the poor Cliff Peak of old. It keeps my fighting spirit high. Really? Tommy gave her a sidelong glance, amused by her exaggerated display. Why don't we let Annalise keep the spirit stones then? No way. Ainsley shouted, pushing her spiritual power to the limit and frantically absorbing the spirit stones on the ground. Within seconds, every last spirit stone in the courtyard, including the dirt, was absorbed into her bracelet. She tightly clutched the now full spatial bracelet, glaring cautiously at Tommy. I'm the financial director. I have the authority to keep the spirit stones. Tommy. The life of a rich person was so tedious. Eating, making illusion cards, teasing Annalise, sleeping. The day passed quickly. The next morning, bang. Buoyed by yesterday's success, Ainsley couldn't sleep well, eagerly awaiting dawn to set up their stall with her brother. Come on, come on. Ainsley kicked open the door and frantically urged her brother, quickly, go set up the stall. Without waiting for Tommy to get ready, she rushed in, grabbed him, and dragged him toward the market. During this, Tommy did consider resisting. When she grabbed him, he tried to struggle, but his cultivation wasn't strong enough, and since there was no harm intended, he couldn't break free from her grip. He was forcibly dragged to the market. Upon arriving at the market, Tommy saw that the usual spot was already surrounded by fellow disciples waiting for his arrival to start buying. People chattered amongst themselves. Hey, I wonder if I can snatch an illusion card today. I don't care about the illusion cards. Getting a pack of cigarettes is enough for me. Forget both. I just want a cucumber, but someone bought all of them. You mentioned cucumbers. It reminds me of something strange lately. Not only are cucumbers hard to find, but there's also been a haunting. Dude, tell us more. I've heard mournful howls in the middle of the night these past few days, quite frightening. Everyone step aside. Senior brother Jasper is here. A sharp-eyed disciple spotted Tommy and loudly announced it. The crowd parted, allowing Tommy to set up the stall. He addressed everyone. There are only 100 illusion cards today, but the price remains the same at 10,000 spirit stones each. We'll do a lottery draw. He then pulled out a large wheel he had prepared overnight, divided into 5 sections labeled 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Tommy pointed at the wheel and explained to the crowd. If the wheel lands on section 1, you qualify to buy. Any use of spiritual chi to cheat will disqualify you. After a moment, some people smiled, others looked disappointed. Ainsley collected 10 million spirit stones with glee after selling all the illusion cards. Next, Tommy took out 5 cartons of cigarettes and continued addressing the crowd. Huazi brand cigarettes, the choice of elders, symbol of prestige, 10,000 per pack. Andriagini brand, for the elite, 6,000 per pack. Schwanha Gate, specially for you. Don't miss out, 2,000 per pack. Tommy displayed the different cigarette brands on the table and introduced each with their slogans. Regardless of the location, cheaper cigarettes always sold faster. The slightly less expensive Schwanha Gate brand was snatched up first. Other brands were purchased by fellow disciples who bit the bullet, but 2 packs of Huazi remained. 2 packs of Huazi, please. A tall young man in blue robes, with an elegant and bold demeanor, approached Tommy's stall and said, Jensen from Swift Sword Peak? Hashtag chapter 70. Someone comes to buy cigarettes. Seeing the arrival, Tommy immediately recognized him. Jensen, a senior disciple from Swift Sword Peak, who had forsaken his role as an assassin to become a mage. He had met this person before. During the last competition between Swift Sword Peak and Thunder Sword Peak, Jensen used Ignite, Explode, spell on the stage, turning defeat into victory. Jensen approached Tommy and clasped his hands in greeting. Brother Wenxiang. Tommy could not be impolite and returned the gesture with equal courtesy, nodding slightly. Then, Jensen picked up a box of Huazi from the white jade table and examined it closely. So this is what cigarettes look like. I heard my junior brother downstairs talking about how good they are. Indeed, they have some wonderful effects. Tommy repeated his explanation about the benefits of cigarettes from the previous day. Wonderful, truly wonderful. After hearing Tommy's explanation, Jensen's hand trembled as he held the cigarette. His voice was filled with excitement. When I practiced my gas spells before, I always felt something was missing. Now that I see Huazi, I understand. It turns out, what I was missing was cigarettes. Huazi and my spells are a perfect match. With that, Jensen hastily took out a spatial bracelet and slapped it on the table. How much? I'll take them all. Jensen arrived a bit late and didn't hear Tommy introduce the price. He had also heard from his junior brother that Tommy sold for 5,000, but even at the original price of 30,000, he could afford it. Therefore, he confidently said he wanted 2 boxes of Huazi. Upon hearing this, Tommy remained calm, but the surrounding disciples became excited. No wonder you're the eldest brother of Swift Sword Peak. So generous. Duh, Brother Gao must smoke Huazi. He can't be like us. Who knows what Huazi tastes like? I bet Brother Gao smoking them looks even more elegant. If you want to know the taste, we can just stand by when Brother Gao smokes and catch a whiff. That makes sense, that makes sense. The crowd began chattering among themselves, eyes gleaming as they waited for Jensen to buy Huazi so they could get secondhand smoke. Hearing such praise from his peers, Jensen couldn't help but feel a bit self-important, imagining himself smoking while practicing cultivation. 10,000 spirit stones per box. Tommy spoke calmly. At that moment, Jensen was completely absorbed and didn't hear Tommy's words. Cough. Huazi costs 10,000 spirit stones per box. Seeing no reaction from Jensen, Tommy raised his voice. Tommy's words jolted Jensen awake. Upon hearing 10,000 per box, he suddenly reacted, his face twitching. He pointed at the Huazi, his finger trembling. Is the box made of immortal gold, or the tobacco leaves? Don't be silly. 10,000 per box? Do you still want it? Tommy inadvertently played along, but then corrected himself. Huazi is different from ordinary cigarettes. It has a stronger calming effect and is more luxurious. Yes, I'll take it. Jensen's voice trembled as he pulled out another spatial bracelet, placing it on Tommy's table with reluctance. A total of 20,000 spirit stones. I'll take 2 boxes. Saying this, Jensen's heart bled, cursing himself for buying without asking the price. However, spoken words were like water spilled. Once said, there was no taking it back. If he backed down now over the price, he would lose face as Swift Sword Peak's eldest brother, especially in front of Beatrice and Russell Francois from the neighboring peak. Thinking of this, Jensen broke out in cold sweat, trying to reassure himself. Just 3 years. I'll earn back 200,000 after 3 years. Regretting his impulsiveness, he had no choice but to pay for it. Humph. All because of your excessive compliments. Jensen blamed the flattery around him. When I seclude myself to smoke, you won't get to enjoy even a puff of my Huazi. Having made his plan, Jensen took the 2 boxes of Huazi with a pained expression and quickly left the crowd. Cough. Thanks to all my fellow disciples. Same time tomorrow, don't forget. Tommy had sold out all the illusion cards and cigarettes he prepared for the day. Turning to the disciples, he indicated his departure. Then, he called his sister and Annalise, heading towards Celestial Sound Peak. Celestial Sound Peak. Tommy dismounted from Ainsley's flying sword in an uninhabited area and hurried to Evangeline's courtyard. Seeing Tommy, Evangeline, having grown accustomed to him, casually tossed him a music score and continued playing her game. Cough. Headmistress Chin? Tommy called out. However, Evangeline, engrossed in her game, either didn't hear or ignored him, remaining unresponsive. Tommy. Seeing Evangeline unmoved, Tommy finally gathered his courage and shouted, Sis. Evangeline was startled awake, her divine senses leaving the illusory space, and she stared at Tommy with her beautiful eyes. This shout reminded her of the embarrassing incident, getting drunk and sworn brotherhood with Tommy. Her face turned slightly red, but recalling the existence of this sworn brother, she couldn't openly deny him. She composed herself and asked gently, What is it? Can I let my new disciples from Cliff Peak join the music lessons here? Tommy sincerely asked. Then, he took out the prepared 100 plant versus alien race illusion cards and handed them to Evangeline. Here's the tuition, which you can reward to your disciples. Evangeline had been isolated, only focusing on her games, oblivious to the booming market of illusion cards. However, she knew their value. They could enhance the disciples' strength. A special case for my little brother. Evangeline smiled, accepting the illusion cards. Even if Tommy hadn't paid, she would have agreed. Tommy showed obvious relief upon seeing Evangeline's consent. He explained his plans to her. Celestial Sound Peak holding classes, Cliff Peak joining in, and he learning alongside the disciples without needing separate tutoring. While benefiting the disciples was one aspect, the real reason was that his credits were running low. Note, Francois should be Russell Francois, based on proper pinyin transliteration. Chapter 71. Brushing points. Yesterday, Tommy had already pondered the issue of points. If he kept selling like this, he would earn money quickly, but his points would certainly run out first. He could only obtain points at the scene of system-issued tasks. There were no other sources available. Therefore, he needed to brush as many points as possible on-site at Tianyin Peak. However, at present, it was just Evangeline teaching alone, and she was no longer surprising anyone. She was completely engrossed in the game, leaving Tommy unable to harvest any more points. Thus, he came up with the idea of persuading Tianyin Peak to open classes and invite disciples from Duanxia Peak to learn together. With around 1,000 disciples from Duanxia Peak and several hundred from Tianyin Peak, that added up to a few thousand people. By then, all Tommy needed to do was display an impressive performance and create some phenomena to gain a considerable number of points. This was also the main reason why he had come to Tianyin Peak early today. Choosing a day is not as good as catching one today. Let's start the class now. Tommy looked at Evangeline expectantly and continued. My disciples are eager to learn music, but unfortunately, my level is insufficient. Only Tianyin Peak can provide them with valuable experiences. Very well. Evangeline nodded with a smile, then took out a transmission jade talisman and gave instructions to her disciples below. Seeing this, Tommy hurriedly bid farewell to Evangeline and went to fetch his sister to head back to Duanxia Peak to gather the disciples. Just as Tommy stepped out of the courtyard gate. Cough. Where are you going? Evangeline cleared her throat intentionally and said to Emily who was about to follow. How many days have you been here? Not even going home, and you're already lured away by someone so easily? Emily. Not like that, don't misunderstand. Emily's fair face instantly turned red, hurriedly waving her hands and denying it vehemently. Ah, look at that, your cheeks are turning pink. Evangeline, seeing Emily's shy expression, couldn't help but tease her. Emily's face flushed, and she felt extremely awkward, unsure of how to react as if her inner thoughts had been laid bare. Tommy saw the situation and quickly came to her rescue, explaining to Evangeline, the illusion card I gave you was crafted by immortal Lady Emily. She is my collaborator. Hearing Tommy speak up for her, Emily gave him a grateful look. Ah, look, your sister seems to be ignoring me, giving longing glances to her lover and disregarding my feelings entirely. Evangeline acted overly playful and teasing again in her sing-song voice. Sister Sherry, please snap out of it. Emily quickly approached Evangeline, placing her hands on her shoulders and shaking her vigorously. Why you stop joking, W and Xiang and I are innocent. Emily shook Evangeline while explaining, but her voice grew softer towards the end. Ha ha ha, I won't tease you anymore. Evangeline saw how embarrassed Emily was and comforted her. Humph. The white smoke over Emily's head began to dissipate, and she huffed, expressing her dissatisfaction. Then, Evangeline smiled warmly at Emily and said, Stay and chat with me. Your little admirer will come back soon. Emily, Onaji, Udahi, Ohandakute. Ainsley moved swiftly and soon returned to Duanxia Peak. All along, Tommy urged her to hurry. Brushing points was crucial and couldn't wait. Upon arriving at Duanxia Peak, Tommy urgently gathered the disciples and ordered them all to go to Tianyin Peak to study music, with each day earning them 20 contribution points. The disciples cheered and thanked their senior brother for his generosity. They not only got to experience the normally off-limits Tianyin Peak, but also received contribution points as rewards. Naturally, they couldn't contain their joy. A short while later, after organizing the disciples, Tommy used a flying boat to carry the 1,000 or so disciples and headed toward Tianyin Peak in grand procession. Half an hour later, all the disciples from Duanxia Peak finally arrived at Tianyin Peak. Tommy settled them at the foot of the peak, while he and his sister went to the peak master's courtyard to discuss further arrangements. Meanwhile, many new disciples gazed around curiously, eyeing the passing Tianyin Peak seniors and engaging in whispered discussions. Ugh, senior brother Wenxiang treats us so well. The senior's legs are so long and fair, so appealing. Don't wander your eyes around. Don't embarrass senior brother Wenxiang. I suddenly regret not coming to Tianyin Peak. You're a guy. What nonsense. Everyone, quiet down and maintain decorum. Don't bring shame upon senior brother Wenxiang and Duanxia Peak at Tianyin Peak. Mickey shouted loudly, acting like a major domo. His call proved effective as the disciples immediately quieted down, though their eyes remained curious, at least their mouths stayed shut. Tommy often turned to Mickey, his most reliable helper. In the eyes of other disciples, Mickey was deeply favored by senior brother Wenxiang, effectively making him the de facto second senior brother of Duanxia Peak. So when Mickey asked for silence, the effect was excellent. Minutes later, the siblings arrived at Evangeline's courtyard. There, they saw Emily whispering to Evangeline, her face still blushing. Evangeline wore a warm ant-like smile, nodding incessantly as if agreeing with everything Emily said. Cough. Tommy called out to remind them, showing no intention of eavesdropping. The little admirer has arrived. Evangeline cooed playfully at Emily. Emily bashfully tapped Evangeline's back with small fists, avoiding Tommy's gaze. Peak Master Qin, the Duanxia Peak disciples have arrived. When shall we begin? Tommy bowed and asked. Take this token and lead the disciples to find Elder Yang at the sound transmission pavilion. Evangeline threw a token to Tommy and added, start learning while I finish talking with Jasper Emily. Having achieved his purpose, Tommy nodded to Evangeline and Emily before heading down the peak to fetch the new disciples. Half an hour later, at the sound transmission pavilion, Tommy successfully found Elder Yang and explained the situation. The sound transmission pavilion served as Tianyin Peak's teaching venue, filled with continuous music and numerous disciples. Normally, instructors were appointed as elders, and Evangeline would occasionally visit to impart some cultivation techniques or insights. Fortunately, the pavilion was large enough. Under Elder Yang's arrangement, thousands of disciples from Duanxia Peak smoothly sat down alongside Tianyin Peak disciples to learn music at the sound transmission pavilion. #### Chapter 72. Every road leads to Rome. 20 days later, at Tianyin Peak, the sound transmission pavilion. Is there any disciple who wants to come up and perform the requiem that I just taught? Colm stood on a large platform, holding a Qin beside him, waiting for responses from the disciples. Cough, I'll do it. Tommy, sitting in the front row, stood up and addressed Colm. Well, brother Wenxiang, how about you sit back down and let other disciples give it a try? Seeing Tommy stand up, Colm hurriedly and politely declined. There was no other reason. He was already numb from dealing with this situation. Initially, when many disciples saw Tommy's performance full of strange phenomena and immense power, they were quite surprised, offering their shock values. However, after 20 days, the initial shock had turned into disgust. Every time Tommy took the spotlight, no matter how well subsequent disciples performed, his presence overshadowed them all. Although Yang knew it wasn't right, he felt compelled by circumstances. Without at least 1 or 200,000 points to his name, he wouldn't feel secure. So, the other disciples had to bear with it for now. Ding. Congratulations on collecting Mallory's disgust value, converted into 1,200 universal points. Ding. The diligent study mission is completed. Rewards are being settled. Ding. Settlement complete. Mission reward, every road leads to Rome, skill, has been issued. Finally done. Tommy's face lit up with excitement as he quickly walked over to Mickey. Mickey, once the studies are complete, take the disciples back to Cliff Peak. I have some matters to attend to, so I'll leave first. After saying this, Tommy handed a token controlling a flying boat to Mickey. He then quickly bid farewell to Colm and hurriedly returned to Cliff Peak with Ainsley. These past 20 days had been exhausting. Selling illusion cards at the market, earning points at Tianyin Peak, and sleeping at Cliff Peak became his daily routine. Thanks to his efforts, Tommy managed to sell around 10,000 illusion cards. While not enough to cover the entire sect, it allowed a small portion of his fellow disciples to possess their own pea shooters, significantly boosting their combat strength. He had partially fulfilled his promise. The heavenly virtue given by heaven could not be taken lightly, especially since Tommy had pre-spent his karma. If not repaid, retribution would eventually come, as exemplified by the Western religion's 2 sages in the previous mythology. That's why Tommy was determined to promote plants versus aliens, to benefit the sect and repay his debt. Notably, Tommy had ceased the tobacco business early on. Selling tobacco earned more points, but now with insufficient points, the tobacco-addicted disciples had to suffer. After some time, Ainsley flew slowly while Tommy urged her to hurry. Finally, they returned to Cliff Peak. At the training ground of Cliff Peak. Why are you in such a rush, brother? Ainsley looked at her brother quizzically, tilting her head and asking. Just had an epiphany and want to test a new skill, Tommy casually replied but didn't stop preparing the skill. He pointed to a green stone path beside the training ground and silently activated the skill, pointing a deer as a horse. A massive golden green horse appeared before them. The golden green horse galloped towards Tommy. It was even more powerful and imposing than the last horse materialized on the dirt road. When tapped gently, its body resonated with metallic sounds, looking quite mystical. Sorry about this. Tommy stroked the horse's head and mentally commanded it to run to the center of the training ground. The horse conjured by pointing a deer as a horse seemed to have intelligence, making Tommy hesitant. But he couldn't use the Emily for testing every road leads to Rome, so the golden green horse would have to bear the brunt. Ainsley watched curiously without interrupting, standing patiently nearby. Then, Tommy snapped his fingers and mentally activated, every road leads to Rome. Suddenly, several spatial vortexes appeared above the golden green horse. Instantly, countless majestic stags charged out of the vortexes, creating an overwhelming spectacle. Each stag lowered its head and charged its antlers towards the central golden green horse. Boom, boom, boom. The moment the first stag made contact, the golden green horse shattered into pieces with a loud explosion. The remaining stags, without a target, crashed onto the arena, causing continuous thunderous explosions and raising clouds of dust. Ainsley's eyes widened as she clung tightly to her brother's sleeve, unable to believe what she saw. A few moments later, the dust cleared. The newly rebuilt training ground couldn't withstand the impact and ended up with a huge pit over 10 meters deep. We can call this the ruins of the training ground now. Tommy nodded approvingly at the powerful outcome. You rushed back to Cliff Peak just to demolish something? Ainsley frowned, clearly upset. She detested people who didn't value money. Even though they had billions of spirit stones and assets, Ainsley exhibited her frugality to the extreme. Do you know how much it will cost to rebuild again? Ainsley looked at the ruins with tears in her eyes, her chest heaving with anger. Tommy, shouldn't you be impressed? Impressed that I've grown stronger. Ainsley. Clank, clank, clank. What's that noise? Hearing the distant sound, Tommy found it strange, but ignored it. Aware of his guilt, Tommy hadn't anticipated that every road leads to Rome would be so powerful. One skill blast created a deep pit in solid rock, a feat most Pulse Realm cultivators couldn't achieve. Comforting Ainsley, he said, let's issue another task to repair it. Tasks require points, and points mean money. Ainsley pouted, still pained. It'd be better if we could get disciples to do it without spending points. You sure know how to be stingy. Tommy inwardly mocked his sister. All right, I'll make egg tarts for you tonight. Don't cry. I want 3. You can have 10 if you want, just don't cry. Yes. Clank, clank, clank. Chapter 73, Flynn's Twilight. Where is that bell coming from? Tommy muttered to himself, his expression turning cautious as he heard the intermittent ringing. Moments later, phew, mission assigned. Tommy walked out of the mission hall and looked at his thoughtful sister beside him. Let's go home. I'll make you some egg tarts. Great. Ainsley's eyes lit up with delight at the promise of food. Whoosh. Just as the siblings were leisurely walking toward their courtyard, a dark figure hurriedly appeared in front of them. Wenxiang, there's an urgent call from the sect. Follow me to the council chamber. Tommy squinted and recognized Elder Youssef, who had come to buy cigarettes at Clifftop Peak a couple of days ago. The elder's expression was anxious, even forgetting his usual chuckle as he quickened his steps, saying, come with me first, we can talk on the way. Without waiting for Tommy's reaction, Elder Gao grabbed him by the shoulder, lifting him into the air and vanishing instantly. Seeing her brother suddenly taken away, Ainsley panicked, though she knew Elder Gao wouldn't harm Tommy. But what if something went wrong? Tommy had grown up before her eyes. After learning he was considered a failure, she became his constant companion, never leaving his side for fear someone might hurt him. In a rush, she summoned her flying sword and raced toward the council chamber. At this moment, Elder Gao was flying extremely fast, but thankfully, he had erected a spiritual barrier to protect Tommy, who otherwise might not have endured the high-speed flight with his small build. What happened? Tommy, held under one arm, looked up at Elder Gao and asked. The alien races have launched an invasion, said Elder Gao, anger evident on his face. He then calmed himself and added. This bell was to summon all peak leaders and elders above for a meeting, but peak leader Jasper isn't here, so you'll represent Clifftop Peak. After explaining, Elder Gao increased his speed even more and continued rushing forward. Soon, Xinjian Sect, Council Chamber. Elder Gao placed Tommy down and respectfully bowed to a middle-aged man sitting on a raised platform. Adele, the representative from Clifftop Peak has arrived. Tommy looked ahead and saw a middle-aged man in dark green robes, eyes closed, seated cross-legged on the ground. Next to him lay a severely injured young man, half his body missing. The patriarch's hand rested on the young man's neck, channeling spiritual energy. The injured youth wore tattered blue clothes, bloodstains covering his chest, only his upper body intact. Around the patriarch stood several elders and peak leaders, faces anxious and silent, creating an oppressive atmosphere in the council chamber. Tommy stepped forward, bowing to the patriarch without a word. He then examined the man lying on the ground, startled. Flynn? Tommy wasn't sure at first, but upon closer inspection, the same blue attire and facial features, it was indeed Flynn. Seeing this, he felt a pang of sadness. Although they weren't close friends, they had met a few times. What left the deepest impression on Tommy was that every time he set up his stall over the past half-month, he would see Flynn buying cucumbers in bulk. Whenever Flynn passed by, he would always stop to chat, calling him senior brother Wenxiang. This near stranger, now critically injured and barely alive, brought an unsettling weight to Tommy's heart. The patriarch opened his eyes and sighed. This boy returned burning his soul, and even I can do nothing except keep his soul from dispersing momentarily. Is there no other way? A middle-aged man in black robes beside the patriarch frowned deeply, visibly furious. This was none other than Brett, the leader of Swift Sword Peak. Baring his teeth, he shouted angrily, I will kill those bastards for you. Hold back, Zhangqing. Don't act rashly. A senior elder quickly interjected, restraining Brett. Follow the Adele's orders, don't ruin things. Brett shook his head, suppressing his anger and standing aside. Gah, it hurts. Flynn awoke, wincing in pain. Noticing the important figures staring at him, he tried to stand and bow. After struggling, realizing he couldn't stand, he glanced down to find his legs missing. He chuckled bitterly and gave up on rising. This incident began half a month ago. Swift Sword Peak disciples excelled in speed, often taking on reconnaissance missions around the sect to check for enemy movements. Half a month ago, Flynn and others were sent to investigate near Endless Sea east of Clifftop Peak. Since the battle against the Flame Emperor, the alien races had been recuperating. There hadn't been large-scale invasions for tens of thousands of years, but smaller skirmishes and probes still occurred. Therefore, sects remained vigilant, regularly sending out scouts to monitor alien activities. On this particular mission, Flynn encountered the vanguard of an alien invasion, and they killed most of the scouting disciples. To bring back vital information, Flynn burned his soul, sprinting non-stop for 100,000 miles to return to the sect. Although base-level cultivators could fly using swords, Swift Sword Peak specialized in running, combining unique techniques to achieve maximum speed. Thus, Flynn ran with his soul burning until he collapsed at the council chamber, losing his legs in the process. The patriarch sighed again, looking down at the dying Flynn. Thank you for bringing this message to the sect. We will avenge you. Do you have any final wishes? Lying on the ground, Flynn stared silently at the ceiling, filled with regret but unrepentant. Though fearful and timid, he understood that without the warning, the sect might have suffered immense casualties. Or perhaps it was because of a senior sister he cared about within the sect. No matter the reason, he knew he had to bring back the message, even at the cost of his life. Cough, cough. I have no final wishes, Flynn's voice rasped, indicating he was nearing his end. After calming himself and catching his breath, he whispered hoarsely, perhaps I should embrace twilight instead of hoping for tomorrow's dawn. Chapter 74. The Eastern Campaign of the Xinjiang Sect. Sigh, what a good child. The elders and peak masters turned away after hearing Flynn's story, unable to bear the sight. Brett's eyes turned red as he scooped up Flynn from the ground, frantically channeling his spiritual energy. It doesn't hurt anymore. It doesn't hurt anymore. If you have any wishes, tell your master. All the spiritual energy Brett poured and flowed out like water through a sieve, burning one's soul. No deity could save him. Flynn's face was pale. It doesn't hurt. Please, master, take care of senior sister Ebony. Hearing this, Brett felt a lump in his throat, his eyes reddening even more, large tears sliding down his cheeks. Master, I promise. He turned away so Flynn wouldn't see his grief, but continued holding him close, gently patting him. The Xinjiang sect was like a big family. Although there were occasional disputes between peaks, they united when faced with adversity. Overall, the atmosphere within the sect was harmonious, with the peak masters loving their disciples as if they were their own children. System: search for all elixirs that can restore the soul. Seeing this scene, Tommy called out silently in his mind. Ding. The following items have been found. Herb Pill. Restores internal injuries and has a strengthening effect on the soul. Cost: 3,000 points. Spiritual Soul Pill. Repairs soul damage and enhances soul power. Cost: 20,000 points. Damn it, what a lousy system. Aren't points supposed to be able to get anything? Tommy cursed under his breath, having spent a long time searching, only to find elixirs that strengthened or repaired the soul, not one that saved a damaged soul. Treating the dead as if they were still alive, Tommy spent 30,000 points on 3 elixirs that looked somewhat effective. He hurried to Flynn with the elixirs and addressed Brett, who was sitting on the ground. Peak Master Chun, these 3 elixirs might help. Please give them to Flynn. Yes. Yes. Brett, filled with gratitude, quickly took the elixirs. He crushed the pills into powder and fed them to Flynn along with a stream of spiritual energy. The moment the elixir entered Flynn's mouth, its medicinal power, combined with the spiritual energy, began flushing through his body. Soon, Flynn's external wounds were noticeably healed, and his cheeks regained some color. Seeing the effects, Brett was overjoyed and increased the flow of spiritual energy. Sigh. The sect leader sighed again. No use. Though this medicine is extraordinary, his soul is dissipating. We can't save him. The sect leader's words sealed Flynn's fate. The crowd, initially hopeful, now fell silent, each one sighing dejectedly. A quarter of an hour later, Flynn strained to keep his eyes open, twisting his head slightly to look at the setting sun outside. Finally, a smile formed on his lips as he closed his eyes peacefully. Flynn had left. Brett couldn't hold back his tears anymore, sobbing uncontrollably. Even those who usually had grievances against the Swift Sword Peak now remained silent, their faces somber, no longer mocking. True men don't weep unless deeply moved. At that moment, no one dared look down upon Brett. Rather, they respected his love for his disciple as if it were his own child. However, Flynn deserved this respect. To protect the sect, he lost both legs and burned his soul. Such selflessness deserved admiration. Brother! At the door, a worried Ainsley rushed in, calling out to Tommy. Tommy gave a regretful look to everyone, then placed a finger to his lips, signaling silence to Ainsley. He led her quietly into the hall and stood aside. At this moment, Brett stood up with Flynn in his arms, turning to the sect leader. Sect leader, please excuse me. I need to bury my beloved disciple. Inform me once you've decided on the plan. If there is to be war, I, Brett, will lead the charge. With that, he carried Flynn and walked away, everyone parting to let him pass. After Brett left, the sect leader composed himself and addressed the crowd. How do you view the impending attack by the alien races? Fight! Fight like hell! Shouted a muscular man, Winston, chief of the Giant Sword Peak. If there is war, our Giant Sword Peak will lead. This, launching a hasty war risks an attack on our sect. We still have the evil sage sect to the north, a black-robed elder argued against the idea. Have you gone senile? Evangeline, in a red dress, snapped angrily at the elder. In normal times, this might be acceptable, but with the alien threat looming, if the evil sage sect dares cause trouble, the Xinjiang sect will be the first to crush it. Cliff Peak supports battle. Tommy said sternly. Sharp Sword Peak supports battle. Thunder Sword Peak supports battle. Inferno Peak supports battle. Seeing the impassioned crowd, the sect leader made his decision. Cliff Peak lacks high-level strength and must stay to guard the sect. All disciples on missions and enforcers above the cultivation stage must return immediately. Except for Cliff Peak, all other Peak's disciples and enforcers will join the Eastern Campaign against the alien races. Now, Return to your respective peaks, gather your disciples, and prepare for the expedition. We must stamp out the alien invasion before it takes root. Yes. The peak masters saluted and scattered in streams of light back to their peaks. The decision not to send Cliff Peak to battle was wise. According to the Xinjiang sect structure, most peak masters were comparable in strength to the black-robed elders, while senior elders had previously been peak masters themselves. As for enforcers, they were mostly graduated disciples teaching in their respective peaks. Disciples reaching the 100 Meridians realm automatically became enforcers, beyond which advancement depended on personal enlightenment rather than instruction. This explained why the top disciple in Giant Sword Peak was only at the Foundation Establishment realm. In reality, many higher realm disciples of the Xinjiang sect stayed outside, performing missions or cultivating, rarely participating in sect affairs. When war came, they would form the backbone of the Xinjiang sect's forces. Of course, Cliff Peak was an exception. Under Carver's leadership, it had become severely undermanned and lacked the depth needed. Tommy, wait a moment. I have something to discuss with you. The sect leader stopped Tommy and his sister, who were about to leave. He then instructed the senior elders. Gather all the elders and prepare for the confrontation with the alien leaders. Ensure the battlefield is far from our disciples. Yes. The elders saluted and flew off with a group of black-robed elders. ##### Chapter 75, The Best of Times. As everyone left, the Grand Hall remained occupied only by the sect leader and the Tommy siblings. I am Brecken. This should be our first meeting, said the sect leader, clad in a dark green robe, with an amiable face as he introduced himself to the two siblings. Disciples greet the sect leader. They both bowed respectfully. This time, I understand your anxiety about Cliff Peak not participating in the battle. Brecken waved his hand, summoning 3 chairs that formed a triangle, and he sat down first. He gestured for the siblings to sit as well, treating them like family elders, very kindly. Don't hate your father. He has his duties and can't focus on managing Cliff Peak. Brecken spoke up in defense of Jasper Jiyoung. He leaned forward and addressed Tommy. I have been observing you for a long time. Your strength is peculiar. Even I find it hard to fully comprehend. Hearing this, Tommy's pupils constricted into pinpricks, feeling an immediate sense of dread. This was the only top-tier figure who could seemingly see through all his secrets. Upon hearing the sect leader's words, Ainsley's face turned pale, almost tempted to draw her sword and attack him. Of course, she knew it was unrealistic given her current abilities. Don't be nervous, Brecken smiled gently, emitting no intimidating aura, resembling a kind neighbor uncle. Everyone has their secrets, and I have no intention of prying. Everything you've done, I've seen. Then, he pulled out a Huanjing Ka and continued, such a divine object, you didn't keep it secret, but instead offered it for sale to your fellow disciples. You deserve my respect. Correction made. Changed, offered it to your fellow disciples, to offered it for sale to your fellow disciples, to better reflect the original meaning that Tommy sold the item to his fellow disciples rather than gave it away. Also, Huanjing Ka should be translated or named properly in English if it appears multiple times. If it's a special card that creates illusions, you might call it an illusion card, or similar. Without further context, I kept it as is. For consistency and clarity, consider defining what Huanjing Ka is when it first appears in the text, for example. Then, he pulled out an illusion card, a special item capable of creating vivid illusions, and continued, such a divine object, you didn't keep it secret, but instead offered it for sale to your fellow disciples. You deserve my respect. With these words, Brecken stood up, completely without airs of authority, bowing slightly and clasping his hands towards Tommy. Startled, Ainsley shot to her feet. Seeing this, Tommy hurriedly rose and bowed deeply. Sect leader, you flatter me. It's my duty to contribute to the sect. No need for formalities. Brecken sat back down, leaning forward. Can you share the refining secret of this artifact with the sect? We need to expand and strengthen our disciples. Perhaps realizing his request was somewhat abrupt, he quickly added, you can make any demands, and the sect will try its best to fulfill them. But Brecken's actions were understandable. He wasn't trying to cut off Tommy's financial path. Rather, he was genuinely considering the future of the sect. With the current alien threat, the plant war against aliens technique could greatly enhance the disciples' capabilities. As sect leader, how could he not be anxious? Note, the title Zhiwu Da Jianyizu seems out of context in English and may be a specific term or name within the story. I have translated it as plant war against aliens, but if it has a specific meaning or should remain in its original form, please clarify. In other sects, they might just forcefully seize the secret method. However, Brecken chose to negotiate amiably. In truth, it's not that I'm unwilling, but I am unable. Tommy bowed again, his expression sincere. The illusion cards are generated by my mystical powers. I can only produce a limited number each day, and it comes at a cost. Note, I've translated Huanjing Ka as illusion cards for consistency and clarity in English. Upon hearing this, Brecken's eyes showed a hint of disappointment. He gestured for Tommy to sit down. My haste was uncalled for. Such a divine object naturally cannot be easily obtained. He then handed Tommy a book. The Xinjiang sect's foundational technique, Azure Mystery Sword Technique. Take it and study it. Note, I have translated Qingshen Jianfa as Azure Mystery Sword Technique to maintain consistency and ensure it reads naturally in English. I hope that in the future, you will still sell the Huanjing Ka to our disciples. If you have any needs, feel free to come to me directly, and the sect will fulfill all your requirements. Note, for a more natural English translation, Huanjing Ka should be replaced with its English equivalent or description if known, such as illusion cards or mirage cards. Revised version. I hope that in the future, you will still sell the illusion cards to our disciples. If you have any needs, feel free to come to me directly, and the sect will fulfill all your requirements. Yes. Tommy accepted the book with both hands reverently. Disciple understands. Return now, Brecken waved his hand. Soon, I must meet those wolf pups. Outside Cliff Peak's hall, Tommy punched the giant bell on the square, urgently summoning all peak disciples. Asterisk gong. Gong. Asterisk. The massive bronze bell rang loudly under his fists, resonating with powerful sound waves. Bam. On the third punch, the bronze bell shattered. Damn. Not good at fighting people, but excellent at demolition. Hearing the bell, Cliff Peak disciples stopped their activities and gathered promptly. Moments later, reporting senior brother, 1035 disciples of Cliff Peak are all assembled. Arno saluted and shouted loudly towards Tommy. Facing the disciplined formation of disciples standing straight and solemn, Tommy declared in a grave voice. Fellow juniors, I have a heavy announcement. Aliens have invaded. For cultivators, aliens were a deeply ingrained hatred. They had heard stories of their wickedness since childhood. After Tommy's words, the disciples showed no fear, angering faces demanding to fight. But our Cliff Peak is too weak. We don't have the qualifications to join the battle. Tommy looked disheartened. The disciples sighed heavily, regretting their low cultivation levels, wishing they could personally slay the aliens. Do you know senior brother Flynn from Swift Sword Peak? He ran 100,000 miles overnight to report the alien invasion, burning his soul just to deliver the message. Tommy described the sect's arrangements and Flynn's sacrifice, leaving many disciples teary-eyed. This is the best of times, the worst of times. We have nothing yet stand firm. Now, Cliff Peak lacks the strength to march east against the aliens. But I believe, with you all, Cliff Peak will shine brightly in the future. His words struck the disciples, their eyes reddening, bodies trembling. Arno reacted most intensely, tears streaming down as he frantically wrote down Tommy's words, despite his wet notebook. Raising the Qingxian sword technique high, Tommy addressed everyone, the Xinjian sect's foundational technique. The Qingxian sword technique can be borrowed for 5,000 contribution points. Study hard. Note, I've translated Qingxian Jianfa as Qingxian sword technique to maintain consistency and fluency in English. Yes. The disciples answered, voices resounding powerfully, filled with determination to start practicing immediately. Go and practice. Tommy waved them off. After the disciples left, he handed the book to his sister. Here, see if you can learn it. Okay. She accepted it seriously, lacking her usual playfulness. On the way back, Tommy also flipped through the Qingxian sword technique, trying to learn it. Note, I've translated Qingxian Jianfa as Qingxian sword technique to maintain consistency and provide a natural English name for the sword technique. Maybe he truly lacked talent in swordsmanship. After a while, it seemed like gibberish to him. Deciding, he gave the book to his sister to learn first, then store it in the treasure pavilion for others to borrow. By the way, come with me tomorrow to Swift Sword Peak to pay respects to Flynn, Tommy told his sister. Chapter 76, Flynn. The next day, early morning. Tommy got up unusually early. His sister was also uncharacteristically quiet for the first time, not making a fuss or kicking the door. A heavy atmosphere enveloped the entire sect. The new disciples were diligently practicing, and the fellow disciples usually seen around had vanished without a trace. This eastern expedition of the Mystic Sword sect saw almost the entire sect mobilize. Only the Grand Elders remained behind, along with some officials and elders to maintain order. Rarely, Tommy shed his white robe and wore a simple black outfit. Early in the morning, he called out to his sister and set off for Swift Sword Peak to pay respects to Flynn. Flynn, even though not close friends or acquaintances with Tommy, still profoundly touched him with his actions. This made Tommy think of the most beloved and bravest soldiers back home, fearless in the face of death, all for the sake of their country. Joanna, stop here. Dressed in black, Tommy's expression was solemn. We're approaching Swift Sword Peak. Let's walk the rest of the way. Okay. Without extra words, Ainsley was exceptionally well behaved today. Shore is desolate. Tommy and his sister walked on the mountain path, the wind blowing past them, and he couldn't help but sigh. As they approached halfway up the mountain, a figure suddenly appeared in front of them, shouting from a distance. Halt! A blue-robed official blocked their way. Senior brother. Tommy clasped his hands. I'm senior brother Tommy from Precipice Peak, here to pay my respects to a friend. Junior brother Wenxiang. The blue-robed official similarly clasped his hands. Recognizing Tommy, who had recently gained fame, he didn't hinder them much. He then led them into a bamboo grove at the top of Swift Sword Peak and pointed to a grave mound ahead, saying, Junior brother Flynn is here. Junior brother Wenxiang, take your time catching up. I won't disturb you too. Thank you, senior brother. Tommy clasped his hands again. With that, he took his sister to Flynn's grave. Flynn's grave wasn't extravagant or even considered a proper tomb. It was merely a grave mound. A tombstone in front of it verified its identity, tomb of beloved disciple Flynn. Brett, in a state of urgency, had to bury Flynn temporarily due to the ethnic conflict and the loss of his beloved disciple. Tommy pulled out a few chrysanthemums and gently placed them in front of Flynn's tombstone. Then he casually sat down, without any airs, genuinely like a friend chatting about daily life. You remind me of an old friend, Tommy said softly, his expression tinged with sorrow. Though his surname is Francis, his name also contains O. Isn't that a coincidence? He was short like you. A few days ago, I clearly saw through the cloud mirror that you liked Beatrice, right? It's a coincidence. My friend also had someone he liked. Joanna, do you still have father's wine? As Tommy spoke, he felt saddened and shouted towards his sister, let's have a drink with Brother Joie. Hearing this, Ainsley pulled out a wine jar and quietly handed it to her brother. Tommy accepted it, lifted his head, and drank a large mouthful straight from the jar. Haha, good wine. He then leaned forward, slowly pouring the wine over Flynn's tombstone and continued, but he was quite a coward. In this aspect, you were the same. You were about to die yet didn't dare to see Beatrice once. Wouldn't that leave regrets? As he spoke, Tommy's eyes reddened as he hugged the wine jar and took several big gulps. He has many funny stories, let me tell you slowly, and we'll laugh together. In the end, he never got to be with the one he loved. Burp. Joanna, another jar? Tommy shouted loudly, slightly drunk. Seeing her brother's state, Ainsley felt heartache but didn't interrupt, only letting him drink. After passing him another jar, she stood quietly by his side, not asking who he was, not smiling as usual, just standing quietly. Tommy received the jar and started drinking noisily, but didn't forget to pour part of it over Flynn's tombstone. Ha ha ha, he was truly pitiful. When he died, I managed to see him before he left. Tommy laughed maniacally, as if reminiscing about the past. An hour later, Tommy swayed as he slowly stood up. Concerned, Ainsley quickly stepped forward to support him. I'm fine, Joanna. Tommy patted his sister's head and spoke to the tombstone. Last time I couldn't come, this time, I'm sending you off. He then summoned a golden swona and gently played it. The swona sounded. Without releasing any power or using skills, he silently played the famous funeral music from his previous life to bid farewell to his brother. After a moment, the song ended. Unexpected changes occurred. Inside Tommy's system space, the soul-stabilizing pagoda, which he had spent hours studying but could not determine its function, began shaking wildly and emitting golden light. Seeing this, he hurriedly put down the swona, pulled out the soul-stabilizing pagoda, and tried to investigate what was happening. At this moment, a spiritual light emitted from Flynn's grave, suddenly shooting into the soul-stabilizing pagoda. The pagoda in Tommy's hand glowed intensely, vibrating slightly and emitting a buzzing sound. Startled, Tommy shook his head and forcefully dispelled the drunkenness with spirit chi. Using divine sense, he communicated with the soul-stabilizing pagoda. Previously, when he tried to communicate with it using divine sense, it was like pouring earth into water. Nothing happened. However, this time a part of Tommy's soul entered the pagoda as if entering a virtual game world, forming a white translucent shadow inside the pagoda. Startled by the sudden change, Tommy looked at his translucent body and then ahead. The interior of the soul-stabilizing pagoda was far larger than imagined. Even more shocking, light points converged in front of him, slowly forming a human shape. It was Flynn, who had already died. Damn, Tommy? Flynn, looking at the person in front of him, exclaimed in shock. Why are you dead too? Did the sect fall? Is elder sister Jayuan safe? Tommy. Flynn had died, but not completely. Tommy had sat in deep conversation with Flynn for an hour at his grave, and now Flynn was standing before him, asking why he was also dead. If social death counts as death, then he indeed was dead. Faced with Flynn's barrage of questions, Tommy felt both excitement and confusion. Chapter 77. The Spirit Suppressing Tower. So, how did you die? Is everything alright with the Mystic Sword sect? Seeing Tommy in a daze, Flynn walked up to him, patted his shoulder, and asked again, not giving up. Is it possible that you didn't really die? Tommy felt embarrassed, at a loss for words. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Flynn emphatically pointed to himself. I burned my soul to return. I must be dead as can be. Tommy was speechless. He decided it was pointless trying to reason with Flynn and would have to find out what happened on his own. Tommy then opened the item page of the system in his mind. Previously, there was only a pea shooter on the item page, but now there was an additional spirit suppressing tower. Tommy shifted his focus to the spirit suppressing tower, carefully reading its description. Spirit suppressing tower. Quality, divine artifact. Functions, suppress souls, preserve souls, spread divine consciousness. Artifact spirit, Flynn. Artifact spirit function. Invincibility within the tower, control over the spirit suppressing tower. Damn, Tommy became more confused as he read on. Flynn wasn't just dead. He had directly become the artifact spirit of a divine artifact. Ha 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 ha. A burst of laughter interrupted Tommy's thoughts. Flynn laughed heartily and boldly. After death, I am invincible. Brother Wunxiang, I feel like I could destroy half the continent with one punch. Flynn, after closely inspecting his body, said excitedly to Tommy. Don't give me that crap. You're invincible inside the tower. Tommy muttered inwardly. Senior Sister Jayuan isn't at the sect entrance? Flynn extended his divine consciousness, searching for Beatrice across Swift Sword Peak. Finding no trace of her, he voiced his confusion. Damn, something's wrong. Senior Sister Jayuan is in danger. Expanding his range even further, he discovered the eastern expedition of the Mystic Sword Sect and saw Beatrice battling alien creatures. Don't worry, I'm coming to save you. With that, Flynn vanished from before Tommy. Bang! Just as he was about to flash away, Flynn collided with the tower walls and was bounced back. Why can't I get out? Desperate, Flynn repeatedly struck the tower walls, but to no avail. Finally, defeated, he slumped to the ground, pounding the floor with his fists. What good is invincibility if I can see but not leave? Suddenly, Flynn reappeared before Tommy and asked urgently, Brother Wunxiang, can you go out? Hurry and save Senior Sister Jayuan. Calm down, Tommy comforted him. It's 10,000 miles from here to the Endless Sea. We can't make it in time. Let's wait and see how things develop. Senior Sister Jayuan. Senior Sister Jayuan. Flynn repeatedly called out through his divine consciousness, but received no response. His strong divine sense allowed him only to observe, nothing more. He paced anxiously within the tower, watching the events unfold. Moments later, he sighed with relief. Phew, she's safe. An officer saved her. How far can your divine consciousness extend? Tommy asked as Flynn calmed down. Not sure, but it's infinite, Flynn replied, equally puzzled. I feel like my soul power has been infinitely strengthened. Tommy thought deeply, then grew excited. Give me your strongest punch and see what happens. No way. Flynn couldn't bring himself to do it. One punch from me now will turn you into dust. Don't hesitate, just hit me, Tommy urged. Fine if you insist. Flynn delivered a perfunctory punch toward Tommy. Boom. The punch hit Tommy squarely. Though it lacked flair, it was incredibly powerful. Outside, even sect leader Brecken wouldn't have been able to withstand it. The force of the punch reverberated off the tower walls behind Tommy, causing the entire tower to shake. Huh? Are you okay? Flynn stared at the unharmed, smiling Tommy, bewildered. Now it made sense. As the artifact spirit, Flynn was invincible within the tower, and as the owner of the divine artifact, Tommy was also invincible inside. With this realization, Tommy felt confident to reveal the full extent of his plans. He had a bold idea, and its feasibility was quite high: create mobile phones. Why did Flynn die? Because communication in the cultivation world wasn't convenient enough. If they had phones, a simple call could have changed the outcome. Although the cultivation world had divine telepathy, it was greatly limited by the practitioner's cultivation level. Ordinary disciples could barely communicate beyond a few kilometers. Even a powerful cultivator like a sect leader couldn't transmit messages thousands of miles. But Flynn, now as an artifact spirit, could easily spread divine consciousness billions of miles. This gave Tommy hope for mobile phones. The spirit-suppressing tower could act as a cell tower for the cultivation world. Cough, no more pretense. I'm revealing the truth. You are the artifact spirit. Tommy explained everything to the bewildered Flynn, recounting all that had transpired, including the ancestral worship. Flynn felt both grateful and helpless. Grateful because Tommy saved him, giving him another chance to see his beloved senior sister Joan. Helpless because he would now be bound by someone else. You don't want anything to happen to your senior sister, right? Tommy smiled, completely unbothered by any scruples, bluntly threatening Flynn. What the hell are you planning? Flynn swung punches wildly, furious. However, despite hitting for a while, it accomplished nothing. Don't get worked up. I just need your cooperation to serve as a cell tower. Tommy gestured for Flynn to calm down. He quickly explained the function of mobile phones and the role of cell towers to Flynn. Flynn, hearing this, became increasingly excited. Through deduction, he believed this was entirely feasible. His enhanced soul abilities made him a supercomputer capable of calculating possibilities. Come, try stamping a soul mark on this card. Tommy bought an illusion card from the system mall and handed it to Flynn. Even without a physical form, Tommy could still access the system and use its functions once activated. Chapter 78. The third meeting at Broken Cliff Peak. Flynn took the illusion card, and in an instant, it began to emit light. Then, he handed the illusion card back to Tommy. It's done. I've imprinted my soul on it. With this card, no matter where you are, I can instantly sense it, Flynn explained. Pretty cool, Tommy said, admiring the card as it emitted a faint glow. He then looked at Flynn earnestly and asked, would you like to join our Broken Cliff Peak technology group and help us change the world of cultivation? Do I have a choice? Flynn replied with a resigned expression. Indeed, rebirth was real. Just not the way anyone expected, with him as a base station tower. Not really, Tommy shrugged. But doesn't this make me respect you more? Flynn. Brother, what are you doing? Ainsley, seeing her brother's alternating looks of tension and excitement, couldn't understand what was happening. Feeling his sister's call and knowing that the discussion with Flynn had reached a conclusion within the soul-suppressing pagoda, Tommy returned his consciousness. Joanna, let's go to Heavenly Melody Peak, Tommy said excitedly, eager to find Annalise and get the phone made. Okay, Ainsley's face dropped slightly, knowing without asking that they were going to see Annalise at Heavenly Melody Peak. Whoosh. There was no time for further thought, and Flynn hadn't died completely yet. There was no need to respect the dead at this moment. They immediately flew towards Heavenly Melody Peak using their flying swords. Shortly after, Tommy and his sister found the idol Annalise. With a sense of ceremony, Tommy decided to bring Annalise back to Broken Cliff Peak for the third meeting. Broken Cliff Peak, Grand Hall. The Grand Hall, having been refurbished, looked even more impressive. A long solid wooden red table stood centrally, flanked by numerous chairs, adding a touch of elegance. Compared to the first meeting, this one was much more formal. Tommy sat at the head of the table and gestured for the three others to sit down. He then took out the soul-suppressing pagoda and placed it on the table before announcing loudly, I hereby declare the third meeting of Broken Cliff Peak and the first shareholders meeting of Broken Cliff Peak Technology Group officially open. Everyone applause. Clap, 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 clap. Ainsley's face fell slightly, her enthusiasm lacking as she clapped half-heartedly. Annalise, however, sat upright, clapping lightly and watching Tommy intently, curious about what would come next. Of all present, Mickey was visibly the most excited. Hearing his senior brother's words, he stood up immediately, his face beaming with anticipation as he clapped enthusiastically. Indeed, for this third meeting, Tommy had invited Mickey to attend. He found Mickey increasingly reliable and respected among the new disciples. Therefore, aiming to expand the group, Tommy brought Mickey into the meeting. Firstly, I believe we need to grow the Broken Cliff Peak Technology Group, Tommy stated seriously. Thus, I've decided to include Mickey in our group, appointing him as the Human Resources Manager. What do you think? He turned his gaze to Annalise, seeking her opinion. Technically, he was considering everyone's input, but the true technical authority lay with Annalise, so her opinion mattered the most. I agree. Annalise raised her hand and responded crisply. You're ignoring me again, aren't you? Ainsley pouted, displeased. I also agree, but what exactly is a Human Resources Manager? She asked curiously, always reasonable when it came to important matters. Tommy smiled and explained to Mickey, a Human Resources Manager handles talent management, including hiring and dismissing group members. He quickly explained the concept of the group to Mickey and concluded, Mickey, would you like to join our Broken Cliff Peak Technology Group? Hearing Tommy's invitation, Mickey became visibly moved, rising and bowing deeply. Disciple is willing. Inviting Mickey into the group was a well-thought-out decision by Tommy. Mickey acted as a bridge between Tommy and the new disciples of Broken Cliff Peak, making communication smoother. Moreover, once the phone was launched, Broken Cliff Peak would grow, requiring someone like Mickey to manage recruitment efficiently. Great. Tommy nodded approvingly. Please sit down. He then produced 3 tokens. Each token bore the inscription, Broken Cliff Peak on the front and technology on the back. These tokens serve as identification for our group members. Make sure you never lose them, Tommy distributed them, explaining. In reality, Tommy had already instructed Flynn to imprint the tokens with soul marks. As long as they carried the tokens, Flynn could instantly sense their location, ensuring swift rescue if they encountered danger. Cough. Now let's move on to the main agenda. Tommy straightened up, barely concealing his excitement. During the first meeting at Broken Cliff Peak, we created Plants vs. Aliens. At the second meeting, we established the Broken Cliff Peak Technology Group. Now, at the third meeting, I am confident we will change the entire cultivation world. Hearing his confident declaration, Ainsley sat up straight, no longer bored. Annalise watched Tommy intently, unwilling to miss any crucial information. Mickey's reaction was the most intense, quickly jotting notes with trembling hands. What do you think is the biggest challenge faced by cultivators? Tommy posed a question, setting the stage for deeper discussion. No money. Ainsley raised her hand and answered quickly. Tommy shot a glance at his sister. Too narrow-minded. Lack of strength? Annalise tilted her head, guessing cautiously. Not quite accurate. Strength is important, but that's not the core issue, Tommy replied gently. Cultivators lack the resolve to shatter reality, transcend the mind, and banish the world. Mickey stood up again, his face flushed with passion. Tommy was speechless. Damn, did you read another over-the-top manga or something? The response from Mickey hit a nerve, evoking vivid memories for Tommy. This kid, Tommy inwardly scolded himself, turned this passionate youth into a delusional teenager. Translation notes asterisk. Maintained the original paragraph structure and line breaks. Ensured pinyin names, e.g., Flynn, were accurately transliterated. Preserved the tone and style of the original text. Kept the storyline coherent with previous content. Ensured natural and fluent English with correct grammar. Hashtag chapter 79. The Immortal Communicator debuts. Alright, you can sit down. Tommy gestured for Mickey to take a seat and continued. You don't need to stand every time. Now that you're part of the group, we're all family here. No need to be so formal. Yes. Mickey sat down respectfully, picked up his pen and paper, and prepared to record what his senior brother said. Tommy then delved into the past and began answering the questions posed earlier. The biggest challenge facing cultivators isn't within themselves but communication. Poor communication channels. Finishing this statement, Tommy stood up with an animated expression and said, Everyone knows that we cultivators can use mental telepathy, but the range of mental transmission is too limited. Even using voice transmission tokens, the distance covered is still not enough considering the vast expanses of tens of thousands of miles in the cultivation world. So, is there a tool that can instantly transmit sound over thousands of miles? Surely you remember Flynn? Because of poor communication, he risked his life to run back to the sect just to deliver a message. Mentioning Flynn made the originally excited trio suddenly seem somewhat dispirited. While death was common in the cultivation world, few people were as self-sacrificing as Flynn, who had risked everything to save the sect by delivering a message. Changing the subject, Tommy picked up the soul-taming pagoda that had been placed on the table from the beginning and showed it to the three. This object is called the soul-taming pagoda, capable of transmitting mental signals over infinite distances. And when combined with the illusion cards, it can achieve instant communication across hundreds of millions of miles. Turning to Mickey, who was still diligently taking notes, Tommy said, Mickey, give me the paper and pen for a moment. Yes. Mickey stopped writing and handed the paper and pen to his senior brother. Senior brother's quotes? Tommy took the notebook Mickey had passed over, seeing those words written at the top, and felt a bit curious. Then, he slowly flipped through the pages. Martial artists embody bravery. Swordsmanship resides in the heart, not in form. One blade cuts through sun, moon, and stars. I have one sword, which can break all laws. Oh, this? Tommy grew more embarrassed as he read on. Weren't these just the things he said while boasting? Mickey was indeed honest. He had not only recorded everything word for word, but also added his own interpretation beneath each sentence. Looking up, Tommy saw Mickey's red face and encouraged him. Well written. Keep it up. Ignoring the blushing Mickey, Tommy turned to a new page and started sketching. After half an hour, a replica of WeChat, Immortal Messenger, appeared on the paper. During this half hour, Tommy meticulously recalled all the features of WeChat. Chat, group chat, emojis, sending red packets, voice, video calls, moments, the works. Just creating Immortal Messenger wasn't enough. Since they wanted to make phones, they would need accompanying apps. So, after another half hour, Tommy sketched out the phone interface and App Store prototype on the paper, adding detailed explanations below each illustration. Subsequently, Tommy handed the heavily annotated notebook to Annalise. Miss Annalise, do you think these features can be implemented using illusion cards? Annalise took the notebook, examined it closely for a moment, and waved her hand in the air, thinking aloud, let me think. After a brief pause, Annalise admitted sheepishly, I can create the interface, but I don't know how to implement message transmission. That's alright. Being able to create the interface is enough. Tommy comforted her and handed her 2 illusion cards. As for message transmission, I'll handle it. Oh, right. Make sure the payment interface stands out clearly. Tommy quickly added, also, each illusion card should have a unique number, like an ID. Understood. Annalise nodded and began constructing the illusions on the illusion cards. Actually, even before the meeting, part of Tommy's consciousness had already begun testing the theory with Flynn inside the soul-taming pagoda. According to Flynn, theoretically, it was feasible. They only needed to imprint each illusion card with Flynn's soul mark and assign a unique ID number. Flynn could then monitor these cards' activities in real time using part of his mental energy. Whenever a message was sent, he would transmit it to the target card via his consciousness, completing the message delivery. In short, with Flynn and the soul-taming pagoda, they essentially had a large server and a base station, incredibly versatile. Meanwhile, the illusion constructed by Annalise functioned more like a user interface, not handling the actual message transmission. To put it simply, one was the front end, and one was the back end. An hour later, Annalise woke up, her face beaming with excitement. Phew, Done with the first one. Finished speaking. She swallowed a pill and started working on the next illusion card. With experience from the first card, Annalise's speed increased noticeably, though it was still slower than making the Plants vs. Aliens game. Done. Annalise couldn't hide her excitement as she handed both illusion cards to Tommy. Tommy accepted the cards and stored them in the system space. He then sent part of his consciousness into the soul-taming pagoda, opened the system space, and gave the cards to Flynn. Although reluctant, Flynn swiftly imprinted the cards with his soul mark. He then asked, "Do I get paid?" "You're dead. What do you need money for?" Tommy replied swiftly. Then he changed his tone. "However, I can gift Beatrice an immortal communicator so you can chat with her." Ha 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 ha. Flynn laughed excitedly. "Thank you, Brother Wenxiang. I'll definitely cooperate fully with you." But after laughing for a while, he grew melancholic. "Actually, it doesn't matter whether or not I send it. I can still see Sister Jaeun anyway. If I directly chatted with her, she might be frightened." "Tommy, then don't send it?" "Flynn, send it." "Tommy, I'll test the function now, so remember to assist." Tommy held up an illusion card and spoke to Flynn. Flynn straightened himself and said seriously, "I am an Arantide." Returning his consciousness, Tommy left one card with Annalise and handed her another. "Let's add each other as friends and test the functions." He then connected his consciousness to the illusion card, entering the illusion. Even though he had entered the illusion many times before, it still felt novel to him. In this illusion, instead of his physical presence, there was a massive screen floating in the air. Chapter 80, Function Testing. Annalise flawlessly implemented the guidance of Tommy. On the large screen, 3 app icons appeared: Wallet, Immortal Messenger, and App Store. They were arranged horizontally. The Wallet icon was notably larger and more prominent compared to the other two. It was perfect. Tommy tapped on the Immortal Message interface, feeling a wave of familiarity. It looked almost identical to a certain messaging app back home, except that Immortal Message was essentially a VR version of it. The first step was to choose a nickname. Considering he couldn't reveal his identity too easily but still wanted some connection to himself, he decided to use the nickname he often used in his past life, Evil Charming Old Jasper. Next, Tommy split half of his divine sense to inquire about Annalise's ID account and search for friends. Cliff Peak Corporation Technical Director. Annalise, add. "Well, what a straightforward name," Tommy inwardly remarked, admiring how honest Annalise was, revealing her title right away. Meanwhile, as soon as Tommy sent the friend request, a prompt page immediately popped up on Annalise's end. "Evil Charming Old Jasper requests to be your friend. Accept/reject." Without hesitation, Annalise accepted the request, blushing slightly. Chat window. Cliff Peak Corporation Technical Director. Annalise, should I change my name? It feels a bit embarrassing. Evil Charming Old Jasper. No problem, it's good. Jaspertal Annalise. Changed it. Evil Charming Old Jasper. Fairy Annalise. Truly pure and cleared. Jaspertal Annalise. He. The chat function tested out perfectly with nearly 0 lag. Immortal Message was much more convenient than its counterpart from his hometown. Instead of typing, Immortal Message automatically input text by detecting the user's divine sense fluctuations, similar to a voice-to-text feature. However, since the illusion card lacked hardware support like cameras, Annalise had solved this issue through an illusion method. When a user clicked on video, the illusion card would activate a localized illusion covering the user's entire body, instantly creating their holographic projection. In simple terms, it was akin to 3D modeling from his previous life. This allowed for a face-to-face chat experience. After briefly testing the audio and video features with Annalise, Tommy specifically ran a few kilometers to ensure the connection remained stable. Finally, he opened the Immortal Friend Circle and posted his first update. Evil Charming Old Jasper. Hello, Cultivation World. Immortal Message testing completed. As for the wallet page, it was currently just a shell. User, Evil Charming Old Jasper. Immortal Beans balance, 0. Recharge. Please recharge at Cliff Peak Bank yourself. Tommy planned to establish a Cliff Peak Bank where users could exchange spirit stones for credits in their accounts. Based on his previous knowledge, all online payment systems relied on offline banking infrastructure. Given the current user base, implementing direct online payments was unfeasible. Regarding remote stone transmission, while Tommy considered adding a small teleportation array to the illusion card, Annalise quickly shot down the idea due to technological limitations. Constructing a micro-long-distance teleportation array on the card was beyond her current capabilities. Therefore, offline recharges were more practical. Lastly, Tommy opened the App Store page for final testing. The store layout was simple, with categories for games, daily life, socializing, combat, and others. For now, there was only one app, Plants vs. Aliens, under the game section. Through their efforts, this single-player game had been transformed into an online multiplayer experience. Additionally, they added recharge and leaderboard functionalities. Recharging directly deducted the balance from the wallet app. The leaderboard was particularly interesting as it encouraged heavy spending, though only showing top-up and completion lists for privacy reasons. Everything is working perfectly. Tommy exited the illusion and returned to reality, praising Annalise. But something is missing. He paused, adding, security. Huh? Security? Annalise was puzzled. Imagine if a user lost their illusion card, or if someone killed them to steal it. What consequences would arise? Annalise held her chin, considering Tommy's words. Soon, she exclaimed, I get it. If the illusion card falls into enemy hands, it could leak secrets or enemies might gain insights through Immortal Message. So, we should add a verification step before entering the illusion card, preventing unauthorized access. Right? Think about it. Annalise quickly grasped the concept of security. Shortly after, Annalise, excited, asked, Brother Wenxiang, give me your illusion card. Let me make some modifications. Sure. Tommy nodded and handed over the card. It works. Annalise grinned proudly, holding 2 illusion cards. I've added a divine sense verification. Upon first use, it extracts the user's unique divine sense. Subsequent entries require verification, so even if lost, Only the owner can use it. Amazing. Tommy laughed heartily. This is exactly what we need. Our immortal machine is now perfect. Ding, ding, ding. The improved immortal machine was ready, and Tommy's mind buzzed with notifications. Chapter 81. Merit reappears. Ha 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 ha, the long-lost voice has finally come. Tommy couldn't contain his excitement as soon as he heard the system notification. He hurriedly checked it in his mind. Ding. After system testing, CNG, if widely promoted, will greatly change the communication methods of the cultivation world. Ding. Upon evaluation, this action by the host is beneficial to most human cultivators, profoundly moving and meritorious. Ding. Congratulations, host, for gaining favor from the heavenly Tao. The restriction on outsiders has been lifted by 20%. Ding. Congratulations, host, for being the first product manager to create the cultivation world's first CNG. Celebration. Congratulations, host, for achieving possessing CNG, for seeing opportunities beforehand. Celebration. Congratulations, host, for earning achievement rewards. New way to gain points through recharging. Recharge. Deposit spirit stones into the system. The system will return points proportionally. Current ratio. 1 medium-grade spirit stone / 1 point. A string of messages flooded in, making Tommy ecstatic instantly. Unbeatable. Now I don't have to worry about not having enough points. Moreover, with restrictions on outsiders further lifted, does that mean I can upgrade again? Following closely, Tommy began fantasizing about a sea of points and subconsciously thought about the pricing of the CNG. 1 medium-grade spirit stone equals 100 spirit stones. Illusion cards cost 100 points, equivalent to 10,000 spirit stones, or 100 medium-grade spirit stones. Including Emily's salary, the approximate cost is 20,000 spirit stones. Rounding it up to 100,000 spirit stones, selling 1 CNG at 200,000 spirit stones isn't unreasonable, right? Especially since 200,000 spirit stones buys you a CNG plus the game, Plants vs. Alien Tribes. Calculating this, selling 1 CNG for 2,000 medium-grade spirit stones, then rounding it off, means netting 2,000 points per sale. Envisioning bright prospects and an impending invincible self, Tommy got so excited that his body started trembling. Calm down, don't get too worked up. It's not time to celebrate yet. There's no time for promotion just yet. The Eastern Expedition disciples of Xianjian sect haven't returned. Next, I need to resolve the biggest matter at hand, the Clifftop Peak Bank. Mickey, you lead the new disciples to establish a Clifftop Peak Bank at the foot of the mountain. Tommy suppressed his excitement and instructed Mickey, one requirement. Make it grand. Yes. Mickey stood up, bowed, and hurried out of the hall. The CNG, we've completed it. There's still one more thing to resolve. Having arranged Mickey, Tommy proceeded to assign tasks to Emily, speaking apologetically, please, Lady Emily, manufacture another terminal device for recharging. Subsequently, Tommy described the so-called terminal device to Emily. Actually, the recharge terminal for CNG was simpler. Using illusion cards as carriers, it only needed to include a recharge ID, amount, and record. We need 3 illusion cards. Each of us should have one, giving us the authority to recharge for users. Tommy finished describing and handed over a stack of illusion cards to Emily. That's too many. Emily looked stunned at the nearly 100 illusion cards Tommy offered. You can keep the extras to make some trinkets. Tommy waved his hand. Thank you, Brother Wenxiang. Emily blushed while accepting them. After a moment, all right, Emily announced, handing over the 3 illusion cards to Tommy. Tommy took the illusion cards and placed them in the system space, entering the soul awareness inside the soul-suppressing pagoda. Great job, Emily. Evil Me Jasper says. Hello, cultivation world. At this moment, Flynn wore a motherly smile as he read out the conversation between Tommy and Emily aloud. Damn it. I can't let you live, Tommy scowled. He had forgotten that as the server and base station, Flynn could see all chat records. In the future, you're not allowed to read our chats, or else your senior sister Beatrice might be in trouble. Flynn. WDF, who are you? Suddenly realizing something, Tommy always habitually looked down when talking to Flynn due to his short stature. This time, in his excitement, Tommy forgot to lower his gaze, noticing Flynn's face straight on. Staring at Flynn, Tommy felt increasingly familiar. Isn't this just my doppelganger? Conversely, Flynn stood tall at 6 feet, strikingly handsome with an aloofness that kept others at bay. Flynn now bore a 9/10 resemblance to Tommy, almost like they were carved from the same mold. Haha, shocked, aren't you? I researched the functions of the soul-suppressing pagoda. Now, I can change my appearance at will. Tommy, damn. Face customization. Cool. Don't waste time. Imprint your soul marks on these 3 cards first. Tommy extended the 3 illusion cards. Flynn, got it. According to Tommy's idea, these 3 recharge illusion cards would function as the terminals. Upon receiving spirit stones, simply fill in basic details on the terminal. Flynn would then transmit the recharge information to the target CNG, completing the recharge instantaneously. Here you go. Flynn effortlessly completed the soul imprinting on the 3 cards. Rubbing his hands, he chuckled awkwardly. Can I have a CNG? Aren't you capable of sending messages to anyone at will? Tommy asked, puzzled. It's editing. Flynn emphasized. Tommy instantly understood. As the server, Flynn could edit information but couldn't send direct messages without a CNG. Editing, for instance, changing a message from hello to goodbye. This powerful feature meant that once CNG was widely available, he could monitor enemy movements and spread misinformation. Fine, I'll give you one later. Tommy agreed to Flynn's request and exited the soul-suppressing pagoda. Now, it was time to test the recharge function. Of course, he'd recharge himself. There was no need to use Ainsley's spirit stones, as she didn't even know about this. Picking up the recharge terminal, Tommy entered the illusion realm, inputted his ID following the prompts, and added 10,000 CN Bay to his account. Ding. Recharge successful. Tommy exited the recharge terminal and checked his CNG. Perfect timing with no lag. Flynn processed quickly. As soon as the recharge succeeded, The balance appeared immediately on the CNG. User. Evil Me Jasper. CNB balance. 10,000. Since recharging has been realized, there's no need to bundle CNG with Plants vs. Alien Tribes. Chapter 82. Cliff Peak Money House. All that was needed was to change the price of Plants vs. Alien Clans in the Immortal App Store to 1,000 Immortal Shells, equivalent to 100,000 Spirit Stones. This way, those who already owned Plants vs. Alien Clans wouldn't need to purchase it again, and Immortal would maintain its price at 100,000 Spirit Stones. Purchase on demand. It was reasonable. Deciding immediately, this was a task that didn't require involving Zyra. Flynn could handle it perfectly. Of course, thinking about the App Store, Tommy had another idea. He knew he'd have to trouble Zyra again for adjustments. As a product manager, it was common practice to repeatedly revise and improve. Every balding programmer has an ever-demanding product manager behind them. Soon, Tommy conveyed his idea to Zyra. In summary, Zyra's illusion cards would serve as servers for Immortal. By updating content on these cards, Flynn would synchronize changes to all Immortals. This meant that after creating the illusion once, all Immortal updates could be completed. Users would only need to purchase what they needed, making it both user-friendly and convenient. Zyra quickly implemented Tommy's idea. Then, under Tommy's request, Zyra manufactured another 10 Immortals. This time, since Plants vs. Alien Clans wasn't pre-installed, and with Zyra's familiarity, the process was faster. Still, even this took a considerable toll on Zyra. It looks like we need to figure out how to scale up production, Tommy mused, placing the Immortal back into the system mall's duplication function. Duplication could replicate any object he touched and sell it for a certain number of points. Last time, he wanted to duplicate Plants vs. Alien Clans, but unfortunately, it only copied the material, not the functionalities inside. Similarly, duplicating Immortal resulted in just another illusion card. Looks like this won't work, Tommy said, feeling a bit dejected. The current production rate clearly wouldn't suffice. Zyra could manufacture a maximum of 100 Immortals a day at peak efficiency, yet Xinjiang sect alone had hundreds of thousands of members. Relying solely on Zyra for full coverage was unrealistic. Well, at least we've got the concept product ready. Mass production can wait, Tommy consoled himself. Then, his consciousness entered the soul-suppressing pagoda, where he gave Flynn a phone. From now on, if you need me, just send an Immortal message. Actually, Tommy could split his consciousness to remain within the soul-suppressing pagoda and communicate face-to-face with Flynn. But seeing Flynn's handsome face, a carbon copy of his own, was strangely irritating. Alright, noted. Flynn took the Immortal device, curious, playing with it. Oh right, almost forgot to tell you. We won. The alien leadership was wiped out, with only a few escaping. They are now regrouping and preparing to return to our sect. Xinjiang sect was indeed powerful, resolving the battle in just 2 days. Of course, this alien clan was merely a vanguard, not many high-level experts among them. Regardless, the outcome was good. The invasion attempt was crushed by the entire sect might before it could fully develop. Thank you, Lady Zyra. Tommy expressed gratitude, then invited her. Why don't you stay at Cliff Peak tonight? We have a big deal to discuss tomorrow. Sure. Zyra agreed softly, her face blushing. I declare. The third meeting at Cliff Peak is now adjourned. Having settled everything, Tommy stood up and announced. Yeah. Ainsley cheered. Today's meeting was lengthy, mostly Tommy interacting with Zyra. As for Ainsley, she felt left out, listening passively throughout. Finally hearing the meeting's end, she couldn't contain her relief. Half an hour later, Tommy inspected the progress at the foot of the mountain, checking on Mickey. Yet again, Mickey surpassed expectations. Following the meeting's spirit, he mobilized everyone. Before long, a magnificent building arose, nearly as grand as Cliff Peak's main hall, adorned with a large sign. Cliff Peak Money House. Seeing only 3 recharge terminals, Tommy urgently contacted Zyra to create 10 more. Simple illusions like these required little effort from Zyra. He then registered these terminals through Flynn and handed 9 recharge cards to his sister. Here, you money enthusiast. You'll manage recharges from now on. Yay. Ainsley happily accepted the cards, her face beaming with joy. Seeing spirit stones made her happy all day. Tommy ignored his delighted sister and walked into the Cliff Peak Money House. Seeing Mickey leading disciples still decorating, he felt genuinely pleased. Cough. Everyone, stop for a moment. Tommy called for attention. Then, holding up the Immortal, he addressed the crowd. Today, this device is called Immortal. Mickey will explain its functions soon. Later, I'll place it in the treasure hall for exchange. The disciples were excited, eagerly asking Mickey questions. Mickey. Tommy called. Present. Mickey hurried forward. Use the Immortal to contact me. Tommy handed him an improved Immortal and added, pick a few disciples to assist Ainsley managing the Cliff Peak Money House. Yes. Mickey replied loudly. Oh, right. Tommy suddenly remembered. Operating hours are 8 to 10 o'clock. Don't delay their cultivation. What could be done? Being the exclusive provider allowed such authority. While the disciples served as tools, their cultivation remained paramount. Having arranged everything, evening approached, and Tommy returned to his courtyard room. ####Chapter 83, discussing business. Or, should I break through? Tommy, lying on the bed, suddenly realized his strength was still inadequate. Just in time, the restrictions on the outsider debuff had been lifted once more, and no one from the sect was around. Even if he caused a huge commotion, there was no need to worry. Said and done, Tommy spent some points to exchange for several pills that enhanced cultivation and headed towards the mountaintop. Although it's true that pill poison can be detrimental to later stage cultivation, this applies to ordinary practitioners. For Tommy, who has a system, this minor issue was nothing. Arriving at the mountaintop, Tommy didn't hesitate and swallowed the pills immediately. Given how long he had anticipated this breakthrough, even with some drawbacks, it was well worth it. Half an hour later, a series of impressive effects unfolded, culminating in a resounding bang. Tommy successfully reached the peak of Foundation Establishment, only a step away from the 100 Meridians realm. However, Due to the restrictions imposed by the outsider debuff, he couldn't advance further, and the remaining power dissipated with the spiritual energy into the wind. Phew, what a rush. Tommy stood up, stretching and flexing his muscles, producing a series of cracking sounds. Then, he pulled out a long sword, suspended it in the air using spirit energy, and cautiously stepped onto it. He had finally achieved sword-riding flight, something he had long dreamed of. The excitement was immense, but descending directly off a cliff was too risky despite having enough cultivation. His acrophobia hadn't improved. Moreover, he wasn't confident in his skills yet. What if he fell to his death? So, practicing sword riding on level ground was the safest option. Slow and steady, Tommy encouraged himself as he urged the flying sword to slowly lift off. Soon, the sword hovered a meter above the ground and moved forward according to his will. Awesome, he exclaimed. Flying on his own felt entirely different from being carried by someone else. It gave him a sense of true freedom, soaring through the skies, exhilarated even if just a meter above the ground. Tommy practiced flying for about an hour, gradually becoming more proficient. He dared to elevate to 2 meters, achieving a qualitative leap. Meanwhile, unnoticed by him, 2 small heads occasionally huddled together, whispering and quietly observing his performance. The next morning, Tommy was awakened by a loud rumble early in the day. Stepping outside and following the sound upward, he saw over a dozen colossal flying boats casting shadows across the sky, crossing Cliff Peak and heading deep into the sect grounds. Half an hour later, a tremendous and resonant voice echoed throughout the heavens and every corner of the sect. It was the Adele, Brecken, declaring, "Everyone, assemble at the training square. There is important news to announce." High-level cultivators often use the most primitive means of communication. Adele Jasper, who had been busy all day, planned to gather the disciples by shouting. Shortly after, Tommy and his sister, along with a group of disciples, headed toward the training square. Of course, Annalise, with nothing better to do, followed to hear the important announcements of Xinjian's sect. After some time, all the disciples from Cliff Peak arrived at the crowded training square. By then, the returning disciples were already lined up according to their peaks order. All peaks except Cliff Peak had mobilized, and the Patriarch's call mainly targeted Cliff Peak and those remaining within the sect. Upon arrival, each peak master was accompanied by thousands of disciples, many unfamiliar faces among them. These must be the secluded cultivators, representing the true strength of Xinjian's sect. In the sky, Adele Brecken floated, flanked by several senior elders. Tommy brought his disciples to their position and observed that while other peaks had tens of thousands of disciples, Cliff Peak barely had over 1,000. Clearly, their foundation was far less substantial. Adele Brecken, speaking loudly to rally everyone, made a summary of the battle. After encouraging the crowd, his tone turned somber. Despite our victory, we lost many excellent disciples. Therefore, the sect has posthumously bestowed Rapid Sword Peak's disciple Flynn as the bell ringer of Xinjian sect. Tomorrow, at 10,000 Longevity Mausoleum, a memorial service will be held for Flynn and all outstanding disciples who sacrificed themselves for the sect. Half an hour later, after detailing all arrangements, Brecken left, and the remaining disciples departed in an orderly manner. Mickey. Tommy turned and instructed, "Lead the disciples back to the peak." "Yes, sir." "We should go too," Tommy told Annalise and his sister, "to find the Patriarch and discuss business." After about an hour, they arrived leisurely at the sect hall. If it were just Ainsley and Annalise, they would have arrived much faster. But Tommy insisted on flying, so the two women slowed down to match his pace. Inside the Xinjian sect hall, Adele Brecken sat high on a throne, with a group of elders standing below, listening to his orders. Seeing Tommy approach, Brecken paused, smiling at him. Realizing his abrupt arrival, Tommy quickly bowed and said, "Adele, my visit is concerning important matters that could change the world of cultivation." He remained composed, maintaining proper etiquette while also emphasizing the importance of the matter. Promoting the divine device indeed had the potential to change everything. With proper utilization, countering the alien territories wasn't impossible. Upon hearing Tommy's words, the elders who knew him were startled, wondering what new marvel he had concocted. The secluded elders, unaware of recent developments, dismissed him as a brash youth speaking grandiose words. Yet, Brecken's eyes widened, clearly intrigued. Tommy, accompanied by the two women, approached the Patriarch amidst the elders' gazes. Reaching the center of the hall, he extended his hand, retrieving the divine device and levitating it toward the Patriarch while explaining, "This is called the divine device. Communicate with it, using your divine sense to understand its capabilities." Brecken watched the device curiously, catching it mid-air and following Tommy's instructions to communicate via divine sense. Moments later, Brecken's expression shifted from curiosity to shock. Despite his advanced cultivation, the astonishment was evident. He quickly asked, "What is your divine signal number?" Chapter 84. Brecken smiles as he slays the 7 saints. Facing the puzzled gaze of the elders, Tommy stepped forward and informed the Adele, Brecken, about the capabilities of his immortal communication device. "Fierce Jaspertle Farmer, are you there?" Sly old Jasper. A great name for the Adele. Fierce Jaspertle Farmer. Just a long-held dream, duh. Fierce Jaspertle Farmer. This can support calls over very long distances, smiling, duh. Sly old Jasper. Theoretically unlimited distance. Why not try it out yourself, Adele? As soon as Tommy finished speaking, the Adele vanished in an instant. A moment later, his illusion card emitted a faint glow. A video call was coming through. Tommy accepted the call and displayed the projection from the immortal communicator for all the elders to see. "Hello, can you hear me?" At this moment, Brecken appeared floating in midair above a blood-red structure. "Yes, I can." Tommy nodded earnestly. "Marvelous. Ha ha ha." Brecken laughed heartily like a child who had found a new toy, praising repeatedly. Is this Cloud Mirror?" One elder asked as he watched the projected video. "Look carefully. Where is the Adele standing?" An experienced elder, known for his explosive temper, retorted without hesitation. Cloud mirror my foot. Can your cloud mirror transmit 50,000 miles? Is this evil saint sect? The elder, who was rebuked, exclaimed in surprise. Just as he spoke, the air at Brecken's location crackled loudly. Brecken held the immortal communicator aloft over his head, while still on the video call with Tommy. Beside him, several black-clad figures appeared. Suddenly, a dry, cold laugh emerged from the communicator screen. Adele Jasper, you come unannounced into our territory of evil saint sect. Do you take us lightly? A gaunt figure confronted Brecken, his smile strained and accusatory. Truly marvelous. Brecken ignored the old man's question, marveling aloud to himself. Brecken, don't push it too far. The black-clad elder raised his voice upon seeing Brecken ignore him. Oh, you're talking to me? Brecken responded casually, never once looking at the black-clad elder properly. Form the array. The black-clad elder shouted. Seeing Brecken so audacious on their own turf, he coldly said, capturing Adele Jasper today would be quite an achievement. As the black-clad elder spoke, several others drew their magical treasures and surrounded Brecken, cutting off all his escape routes. These are the 7 saints of evil saint sect? In the hall, a knowledgeable elder identified the black-clad men. The 7 saints of evil saint sect were 7 brothers born to the same parents. Though they bore the title of saints, their power fell short of the sage realm, but it was rumored that all 7 had reached the 3 elements realm. If only 1 or 2 faced Brecken, the Adele could handle them easily. However, these 7 excelled in combined formations, magnifying their strength far beyond what they could achieve individually. Our Adele is in danger. Seeing the Adele trapped, Elder Ramon furrowed his white eyebrows and urged the other elders anxiously, quick, let's go help him. Elder Russell, don't worry. Another elder reassured him calmly. Look, the Adele seems unperturbed. He must have a plan. At this moment, Brecken's voice came through the projection. He showed no concern about being surrounded, stretching his neck slightly before addressing the 7 saints of evil saint sect with a smile. All right, since I'm in a good mood today, let me beat you up a bit. Then, his expression turned serious as he straightened his posture and asked, do you know what the strongest sword technique is? Humph. The lead black-clad elder sneered. Who cares about your strongest sword technique? You'll die here today. Brecken took no notice of their words, maintaining a calm demeanor. He let his hands hang naturally by his sides, tilted his head slightly upward, and slowly spoke. The strongest sword technique cuts through sun, moon, and stars with just a blade of grass. What the hell does that even mean? Tommy, overhearing the Adele's grand statement, blushed. How did you say that so confidently? For Adele to steal his disciple's catchphrase. But it also showed that Tommy had been noticed by the Adele long ago. Even though Brecken didn't appear in person during the competition, he secretly observed everything. Speaking of which, immediately after making his boastful statement, Brecken gave the 7 saints no time to react. His aura erupted suddenly, sending those surrounding him flying. Simultaneously, he rose swiftly into the air, raised his right hand in a sword finger gesture, and swept it downward. Instantly, an overwhelming sword chi burst forth from his fingertips, reaching the 7 almost instantly. Bang, bang, bang. Everything happened so quickly that they had no time to defend or evade. Blood spurted out, and all 7 were injured by Brecken's single move. Seeing they couldn't resist further, the 7 exchanged glances and instantly used the blood escape technique to flee for their lives. How is that? Not bad compared to you, right? Brecken raised an eyebrow and bragged to Tommy via video. Adele, you will remain undefeated for eternity. Tommy bowed deeply, flattering the Adele. After all, he still needed to negotiate business with him. All right, it's time to return. Brecken chuckled and ended the video call. Moments later, a ripple of spatial distortion passed through, and Brecken reappeared in the Xinjiang sect's main hall. He quickly walked to Tommy, his stern demeanor replaced with a broad smile, and said, what a remarkable invention. With this, how could Xinjiang sect not thrive? He added wistfully, if only we had this immortal communicator earlier, fewer disciples would have sacrificed themselves. Indeed, because of Giovanni's death, I thought of this. Tommy feigned sorrow and explained with a bow. Of course, if Giovanni hadn't died, he wouldn't have been able to create the immortal communicator. To make the communicator, he critically needed Giovanni as a base station. How many do you have? Can they be quickly distributed to every disciple in the sect? The sect is willing to pay any price for this device. Realizing the magic of the immortal communicator, Brecken's excitement was palpable, leading him to fire off a series of questions at Tommy. Reporting to the Adele, this is exactly why I came to discuss with you. Tommy replied. Really? Brecken lifted his head, eagerly waiting for more. I need all the cultivators skilled in illusions to come to Cliff Peak to mass-produce the immortal communicators. Tommy bowed, expressing his thoughts sincerely. Chapter 85, Tommy starts teaching. There are cultivators who practice illusion arts in our sect, but not many. Brecken sounded somewhat disappointed after hearing Tommy's words. If we talk about expertise, there are even fewer. But, his tone changed. If we speak of true mastery in illusions, it has to be the little holy maiden from the celestial saint sect who is by your side. Really? Hearing Brecken directly reveal Annalise's background, she stiffened for a moment. You know me? Brecken smiled and nodded at Annalise without replying, instead continuing to speak to Tommy. You should put in some effort and try to get this little holy maiden. Upon hearing these words, Annalise's face flushed bright red, almost smoking. If you can win her over, her master will surely come to help us create celestial mechanisms. Brecken earnestly tried to foster this relationship. Humph! A cold snort came from the entrance of the grand hall. A stranger, a beautiful woman in her 30s, elegantly approached. She looked composed and otherworldly. She quickly arrived beside Annalise and said bluntly to Brecken, You old man, you dare to bully my disciple while I'm still here? Master. Annalise turned around, staring at the beautiful woman beside her, unable to form a coherent sentence. How did you come here? Am I interrupting something? Annalise's master tapped her head playfully. If I hadn't appeared, you would have become a member of the Mystic Sword sect. I didn't. Annalise shyly denied it, nervously fidgeting with her skirt. Ignoring Annalise's bashfulness, her master closely examined Tommy and said, take good care of her in the future. Seeing this formal acknowledgement, Annalise could no longer contain herself, and steam practically puffed out of her ears. Ainsley let out a sigh of relief, putting aside her readiness for battle. In contrast, Tommy, due to his thick skin, felt no discomfort at all. He bowed respectfully to Annalise's master, then nodded solemnly in agreement. Cough. Brecken coughed, trying to ease the awkwardness as he spoke to Annalise's master. Shannon, how about you help establish an illusion peak? TCH, dreaming. Annalise's master snorted and refused outright. However, Brecken, well-versed in negotiation tactics, urged further. You've seen the power of celestial mechanisms. How about you help create them, and in return, we'll give half to your celestial saint sect. As I feel like it. With that, Annalise's master left abruptly, leaving behind those words before vanishing. Seeing the beauty had disappeared, Brecken chuckled sheepishly and explained to Tommy, Madison, Annalise's master and protector. Ever since Annalise ran away from the celestial saint sect, her master had secretly followed her, ensuring her safety. If I hadn't shown my humility today, she probably wouldn't have revealed herself, Brecken said, sounding slightly proud of himself. That doesn't make sense. Tommy thought about the patriarch's explanation. There was something missing. If Annalise's master had been at the Mystic Sword sect from the start, why hadn't she intervened when the black-clothed men attacked Cliffside Peak? After all, a Foundation establishment realm Annalise facing Andrea might pose a considerable danger. Moreover, when he had turned Annalise into a white horse, she hadn't intervened either. This seemed suspicious. Never mind, let it go. Tommy decided not to dwell on it. He had a good habit of not stressing over things he couldn't understand, leaving them for the future him to solve. Cough, let's get back to business. Brecken regained his seriousness, turning to address the elders. Hayes, Devlin, both of you have practiced illusion arts, right? Following his words, two senior elders stepped forward, bowing to Brecken. Now, I order both of you to assist Tommy fully in creating celestial mechanisms. Brecken waved his hand and issued orders. We obey the patriarch's command. The two elders bowed in acceptance. Elder Chuanji, expedite the search for disciples with good comprehension skills and send them to Cliffside Peak to learn illusion arts. Brecken systematically arranged tasks for the elders. Understood. Elder Ramon nodded and agreed. Cliffside Peak, Grand Hall. Let's begin here shortly, elders. Tommy smiled and addressed the two elders. Understood. Tommy then took out the celestial mechanism and hurriedly contacted Arno. Debonair Old Jasper. Arno, gather all disciples interested in learning illusion arts to attend the lecture at the Grand Hall immediately. LV Haoyin. Received. Great, another cool name. It fit Arno perfectly. He must have been sneaking off to read more heroic comics again. Tommy didn't comment on Arno's nickname and patiently waited for the disciples to gather. Shortly after, Arno led hundreds of disciples into the hall. Brother, Arno bowed. 420 disciples from Cliffside Peak wish to learn illusion arts. Good. Tommy nodded, indicating for everyone to take their seats. Oh, there aren't enough seats. Fortunately, Devlin, perceptive and considerate, noticed his dilemma. With a wave of his hand, a surge of spiritual energy formed white steps allowing many disciples to sit. Tommy thanked Devlin with a bow, then waved his hand and pulled out a large blackboard. He wrote swiftly on it, Cliffside Peak Illusion Class. First lesson. What is planning? To develop mobile apps or games, understanding planning was crucial. For the disciples, this was manageable. They would listen carefully to what he said. What Tommy feared were the elders having their own ideas, adding unnecessary features that might skew results. Thus, in his first lesson, Tommy emphasized the importance of planning and introduced a bit of theory from his previous life. In summary, regardless of how bizarre the requirements, follow the planner's instructions and don't arbitrarily alter the content of the illusion. Half an hour later, Tommy explained everything in simple terms. His younger sister, Ainsley, listened intently with wide eyes. This surprised Tommy. Apart from spirit stones, Ainsley usually showed little interest in anything else, except food. Arno remained the same, holding his elder brother's words, fervently recording every word Tommy said, occasionally exclaiming, brother's words cut straight to the essence of the way. Arno's professional note-taking attitude was like a walking recorder. The two elders sat upright, entirely without their usual elder airs. They patiently absorbed the new knowledge, occasionally nodding, pretending to understand. Translation ends here. Chapter 86, Memorial Ceremony. Come, Annalise. Tommy finished his speech and beckoned to Annalise, who was seated obediently below the platform. Next, let her share her insights on illusionary realms. Annalise did not hesitate. She walked forward confidently, bowed to everyone and began. Considering the advanced realms of the two elders, I won't boast about my knowledge. Today, I will mainly focus on the application of illusionary realms on illusion cards. Tomorrow, I will give a comprehensive lecture on studying the art of illusionary realms from scratch. As soon as Annalise finished, applause erupted from the audience, and even the two elders praised her warmly. Tommy understood why the disciples were so excited. The Mystic Sword sect had always prioritized swords, and was not proficient in illusionary realms or other mystical techniques. However, it was no exaggeration to say that Broken Cliff Peak relied on illusionary realms for its rise. Now, with someone finally teaching these skills, the disciples were completely thrilled. As for the two elders, they likely knew Annalise's background and would not put on airs before a saintess from the Holy Land. Wenxiang, could you please provide everyone with an illusion card? Annalise stood beside Tommy and made the request. I need to demonstrate while they practice. Sure. Tommy nodded, exchanged for several hundred illusion cards, and waved his hand, sending them floating toward each person's seat. What a luxury. Spiritual energy makes everything better. Tommy thought inwardly as he came to sit next to his sister, leaving the podium for Annalise. The reason illusions can be embedded on illusion cards is because there is a peculiar space inside each card, Annalise explained, holding up an illusion card. Try communicating with your spirit sense to experience its wonder. An hour later, Annalise emphasized how to construct an illusion within an illusion card and shared insights on crafting celestial mechanisms. Her explanation included many technical terms like illusion architecture, adaptability, and stability. Tommy and the disciples were somewhat lost, but Ainsley occasionally appeared thoughtful, nodding meaningfully, whether genuinely understanding or pretending. This lesson was aimed at helping the two elders quickly learn to create celestial mechanisms, rather than catering to beginners. However, after an hour, the two elders seemed to have gained much, often displaying expressions of deep contemplation and excitement. Cough. How did the two elders feel? Tommy smiled and asked. Ah, young Miss Annalise, your talent surpasses what I can ever hope for, said Bogdan, his hair streaked with gray. He complimented Annalise and then expressed guilt. I specialize in killing formations. This method is new to me, and I fear I cannot master it. I share the same feeling. Hayes also looked guilty. My strength lies in trapping formations. Don't worry. You can take the illusion cards back for research, and we will start from the beginning tomorrow. Tommy reassured the elders, marveling at Annalise's brilliance internally. As a saintess specializing in illusionary realms, her comprehension and creativity were unparalleled. Tommy's ideas were realized by Annalise, and even improved upon. In contrast, though the two elders were highly accomplished, their expertise was primarily in combat illusions, limiting their grasp of practical applications. Let's end here for today. Tommy gazed appreciatively at Annalise before addressing everyone. Class dismissed. Everyone rose, bowing respectfully to Annalise and Tommy. The two elders also smiled and nodded their thanks. Gradually, people left the grand hall, leaving only Tommy, Ainsley, and Annalise. You've done great work. Tommy smiled warmly at Annalise. Tommy sincerely thanked Annalise. Without her, there would be no games or smartphones. Their bond stemmed from a misunderstanding, but it also allowed Tommy to meet Annalise, enabling him to pursue his dream of creating phones in the world of cultivation. Now, get some rest early. We still have to attend the memorial ceremony tomorrow. They exited the grand hall and returned to their respective courtyards. However, Annalise didn't stay at Broken Cliff Peak, but returned to Heavenly Sound Peak. There was no other reason. Her master had already revealed himself, and staying at Broken Cliff Peak would be impolite. The next morning, the somber sound of the morning bell reverberated through the air, heavy and prolonged. Its tone carried a weight of sorrow and solemnity, expressing the grief of the mystic sword sect. Tommy called his sister and headed to the courtyard where the disciples gathered. They launched a flying boat and brought all the disciples to the sect's sacred grounds, the Eternal Peace Tomb. After an hour, they arrived at Eternal Peace Tomb, disembarked from the flying boat. Eternal Peace Tomb was an independent mountain range with excellent feng shui, covering hundreds of kilometers. It did not belong to any peak, but was solely for honoring the deceased members who contributed significantly to the sect. According to legend, even grand elders with fading life force had sealed themselves here to protect the sect. Everyone's silence. Tommy's face was solemn as he turned to address the disciples. It wasn't that the disciples were disrespectful, but being mostly young children, they couldn't help being curious and discussing things. His voice calmed them instantly, and the disciples, dressed in black, stood quietly behind their seniors. Half an hour later, all disciples from various peaks arrived. Adele Brecken suddenly appeared above the crowd and announced in a low, grave voice, "The memorial ceremony officially begins." He raised his long sword and pointed it towards the sky, shouting, "1,000 voices ring out to welcome the spirits." Brecken held a 5-foot-long sword, its body glowing green, releasing spiritual energy that surged into the sky with a loud roar. He initiated the salute with his sword first, followed by the Elder Peak Masters. Finally, tens of thousands of disciples lifted their swords high, pouring spiritual energy into the sky. Moments later, Brecken lowered his hand, and the previously thunderous sky fell silent. He said in a low voice, "Welcome the spirits to the sacred land." With a swift motion of his sword, a luminous path formed. Chief Bread of the Swift Sword Hall, carrying the remains of Flynn, stepped onto the light path, walking slowly ahead. Behind him, numerous disciples, either carrying bodies or relics, followed closely on the light path, in perfect unison with Brett. Chapter 87. The Funeral of Flynn. What a tragedy. Tommy felt somewhat heartbroken, not because of Flynn but as he saw behind Brett, the disciples holding their fellow sect members in their arms. Most of these deceased disciples were incomplete, as if silently telling everyone how brutal this battle was. There were also many disciples who only held some clothes to make burial mounds for them. Seeing all this, Tommy couldn't help but think of his hometown where they too had once traveled thousands of miles to welcome back the souls of heroes. Jasperving in a you die or I die world of cultivation, it was reasonable for everyone to be accustomed to death. However, the Shinjian sect could still grant the departed disciples a last bit of dignity, which gave Tommy a sense of belonging. Thinking of this, Tommy sent half of his divine consciousness into the soul-suppressing pagoda. After all, this was Flynn's funeral, and paying respects to his true self showed respect for him. As soon as Tommy entered the pagoda, he saw Flynn sitting on the ground casually, weeping loudly. Tommy intended to comfort him with a few words, but what Flynn said next made him give up that idea completely. Flynn cried while pounding his chest, full of regret. "You say I'm dead, yet seeing your sister Jayun shed so many tears for me. I really deserve to die. Wow, a tan dog is invincible. Correction. Wow, a love-struck dog is invincible." This phrase is used sarcastically to describe someone who is excessively devoted or submissive in their affection towards another person, often in an embarrassing or pitiful way. However, to make it more natural in English, we can say, "Wow, a love-struck dog is invincible." which conveys the meaning more fluently. Hearing this, even Tommy, with all his patience, couldn't hold back. He walked forward and kicked Flynn. Are you sure those tears were for you? Couldn't they be out of sorrow for other fallen fellow disciples? Impossible. Senior Sister Jiayuan must have loved me. Flynn stubbornly replied, unwilling to admit otherwise. But, my death was quite grand, wasn't it? Flynn suddenly turned smug. I wish I could reappear before them with a glorious comeback. Tommy fell silent, no longer responding to Flynn, but still kept half of his divine consciousness within the soul-suppressing pagoda. It was merely a gesture of care from a fellow disciple. After all, this funeral was primarily for Flynn, and staying by his side would spare him some pain. At this moment, Flynn being able to witness his own funeral firsthand must have been an unusual experience. Suddenly, Flynn made a face of disdain and spoke, Brock, how come he didn't die? The next time I get a chance, I will ask him face to face why the damn growth secret manual was useless. After dying, Flynn seemed to let loose, spouting curses. Even the issue of height, which he usually avoided, became something he could now discuss freely. Perhaps since he could reshape his appearance, he no longer cared. After all, being dead meant freedom from physical constraints. But there was still a lingering resentment in his heart because the growth secret manual, provided by Brock, seemed to have no effect on him. Outside, as Brett walked step by step to the gravesite, Evangeline led a group of Tainyinfing disciples to play dirges. The mournful music played on, causing many to shed tears and sob silently. This time, Flynn's grave was much better than before. It wasn't just a small mound, but a proper burial place of considerable scale. Brett stood before the grave, sad and somber, gently placing Flynn into the coffin and murmuring, Rest easy, my disciple. Your master will avenge you. After saying this, he waved his hand, closing the heavy wooden lid smoothly. Another wave sent Flynn's coffin into the pit, covered by soil on both sides. An hour later, all the fallen disciples were buried. The memorial service ended, and after addressing the crowd briefly, Sect Master Brecken left alone. Soon, most of the disciples gradually left Wansho Cemetery. By this time, almost everyone had left, except for a few who came specifically to Flynn's grave to pay respects. Seeing this, Tommy instructed Mickey to lead everyone back while he went to Flynn's grave with his sister. He noticed that those who came to honor Flynn were mostly acquaintances. A few unfamiliar faces quickly paid respects and left after offering flowers. Tommy nodded slightly to them, then quietly stood aside with his sister. Then, Brock, towering over 2 meters tall, bowed before Flynn's gravestone and said in a deep voice, Brother, I never got to see you grow taller before your heroic sacrifice. With a solemn expression, he promised Flynn earnestly, but don't worry. I will avenge you. Go away. Flynn inside the soul-suppressing pagoda snarled in disdain at Brock. Perfect hit. Even after death, I'm still mocked. After speaking, Brock bowed again before Flynn's tombstone. Then he greeted Tommy with a respectful fist salute and left. Why did you leave so suddenly, brother? A chubby disciple wailed, clinging to Flynn's tombstone. You promised me we'd be best friends for life. On the day you died, I swore I wouldn't be worthy of calling myself your brother until I avenged you, he sobbed. Inside the pagoda, hearing the little fatty's heartfelt words, Flynn's wounded heart warmed up. It seems some people do care about me. Not bad for a friend like me, Flynn. Suddenly, the chubby disciple stood up, looking serious and solemn. But I found out the aliens are too strong for me. Now, here at your grave, I tear my robe and sever our brotherhood. This vengeance, I'll take up in the next life. With that, he reached out and ripped off half his sleeve, placing it lightly on Flynn's tombstone. Then, crying, he ran back. Damn, I thought you were my brother. Flynn's recently warmed heart shattered once more. Get lost, all of you. I don't need your offerings. Perfect hit again. Seeing this, Tommy felt sorry for Flynn. Was there really no one else who cared about him besides Brett? Aren't you coming back? Tommy tried to console Flynn. Beatrice is here. Watching further might make you even sadder. Even if I go back, I can still see everything with my divine consciousness. Flynn smiled bitterly. He was afraid Beatrice might hurt him as Brock and the chubby disciple did, but he couldn't control himself and wanted to see how she would react toward him. Chapter 88, Two Nonconformists. Beatrice stood quietly in a white dress before Flynn's tombstone, silent. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, an hour. A whole hour passed, and the people who had come to pay their respects privately to Flynn had all left. Yet, Beatrice remained standing there, her eyes brimming with tears as she gazed at Flynn's grave without speaking. At this moment, only Tommy and Beatrice were left at Flynn's tombstone. Even his sister had been sent back by him beforehand. Beatrice? Tommy spoke up, drawing Beatrice's attention. Beatrice turned to look at Tommy, softly sobbing once before composing herself. Someone entrusted me to give you something. Tommy felt somewhat awkward, especially in this setting. Beatrice was incredibly beautiful, both in figure and appearance. Almost flawless, save for the faint trace of whiskers near her lips which would have made her perfect if not present. Tommy knew Flynn wasn't dead and thus wasn't truly mourning, but the atmosphere demanded he maintain the pretense. He then put on a sorrowful expression, frowned slightly, and handed over a communication device called a shunji to Beatrice while saying, Here's a shunji for you. Oh. Beatrice looked puzzled, her small nose twitching in an adorable manner. Flynn and I were close friends. I promised him that should anything happen to him, I would look after you. Tommy explained. To avoid revealing the secret of the soul-taming pagoda temporarily, he chose to tell a kind lie. This is the latest shunji researched and developed at Precipice Peak. You'll know how it works once you use your divine sense to communicate with it. Beatrice nodded gratefully, accepted the shunji with both hands, and soon her expression became complicated as she tried it for the first time. Her face shifted from sorrow to shock, eventually looking rather lost. Alas, it would have been great if junior brother Flynn had a shunji too, Beatrice sighed. How unpredictable life can be. Tommy chimed in, echoing her sentiment. He then added, "What's your Shinji number? I'll add you so you can contact me if you have any problems in the future." Of course, Tommy deliberately said he didn't know her Shinji number. In reality, each Shinji came with a unique ID set by Annalise and bore Flynn's soul imprint, equivalent to a Shinji number. Moreover, this Shinji number was permanently bound. Even if Tommy didn't ask, he could easily add her as a friend. However, adding her directly might seem impolite, so he asked. After a while, they became friends. Tommy bid farewell to Beatrice and prepared to leave. An hour later, Precipice Peak. Half of Tommy's divine sense remained within the soul-taming pagoda while he attended to his own matters elsewhere. However, Flynn didn't speak, and Tommy completely forgot about this. No. Suddenly, inside the pagoda, Flynn shouted, his handsome face turning inexplicably dejected. Hearing the shout, Tommy remembered he still had his divine sense in the pagoda. What happened? He asked. You see for yourself. Flynn responded with a despondent look, casually waving his hand to project a scene from space. Huh? Your ability has upgraded? Tommy was quite surprised. Normally, one could see through their divine sense clearly, but others couldn't. Flynn, however, managed to project the divine sense image outward. Impressive, like a walking surveillance system. It's just a small trick as a spirit entity, Flynn replied proudly, though his mood quickly turned grim again. In the projected scene, Beatrice was seen standing quietly, but this time, she held several bright green cucumbers, obviously of superior quality. In the scene, Beatrice looked hesitant and said, Junior brother Flynn, I've thought a lot, but I don't know what you like. But recently, I noticed you often buy cucumbers. I assume you love them very much. I specially bought some cucumbers, hoping they would make you happy. As she spoke, tears began streaming down her face, and her emotions erupted uncontrollably as she cried her heart out. I admit it, Beatrice is crying for you, Tommy remarked, feeling somewhat relieved that someone genuinely cared about him. Damn it, I'm not human. Seeing Beatrice cry, Flynn, this clingy dog, twisted his face in anguish, cursing himself fiercely. How could I make senior sister Jayuan cry? I'm really not human. Growing increasingly agitated, he rushed to Tommy and pleaded, could I tell senior sister Jayuan I'm still alive? Flynn wasn't foolish. His resurrection was entirely due to Tommy's soul-taming pagoda, a powerful artifact whose exposure could lead to deadly consequences or even worse. However, seeing Beatrice shed tears for him, Flynn couldn't help but beg Tommy. AI, send her a message via Shenji. Sighing, Tommy couldn't bear to let the two lovers suffer. But, keep some secrets hidden. Decide what to say yourself, Tommy reminded him. Okay. Flynn excitedly grabbed the Shenji to add Beatrice as a friend. At this point, the scene showed Beatrice stopping her tears and checking her Shenji, presumably seeing Flynn's friend request. Moments later, Beatrice's expression changed dramatically, shifting from shock to anger. Tommy. Initially, he had no intention of probing into what Flynn and Beatrice were discussing, but her expression indicated things weren't going well. Flynn approached Tommy with a mournful face and asked, she thinks I'm a scammer. What did you tell her? Tommy was shocked by Flynn's lack of tact. See for yourself. Flynn's voice was low as he showed the chat record to Tommy. 6 feet 2 inches handsome Ayani. Are you there? Lover Lockhart, who are you? 6 feet 2 inches handsome Ayani. Hi, it's me Flynn. I actually didn't die. Lover Lockhart, go away. He's already gone. Don't joke about him. 6 feet 2 inches handsome Ayani. No, listen to me. Message sent but rejected by the recipient. Tommy. Silence enveloped the night at the soul-taming pagoda. Looking at their chat record, Tommy found himself speechless. Chapter 89. Justice's unconventional behavior. Speechless. Completely speechless. When Tommy first added Beatrice, she had a normal name, just Beatrice. What happened in this short period that transformed this gentle and sensitive woman into someone so unconventional? Heart-locked love? What a ridiculous term. Tommy couldn't help but inwardly rant furiously. What kind of cultural revival is this? And you, tall handsome guy, look at yourself. That's better. After finally venting his frustrations about the two, Tommy adjusted his mindset and comforted Flynn. She might just be unable to accept it right now. Tell her later. That's all we can do. Flynn looked somewhat aggrieved, yet there was also a hint of joy. He was happy because he realized he wasn't alone in his feelings. It seemed his senior sister Jayuan liked him a little too. While Flynn was excited, Tommy silently took out his immortal device and changed all the contact labels on it. These unconventional names made him feel uncomfortable every time he glanced at them, as if painful memories were attacking him. Soon after, Tommy withdrew his divine sense and ignored Flynn. Sigh, such worries. With nothing else to do, Tommy lay in bed pondering the future of the immortal device. The biggest challenge facing him now was insufficient production capacity. Annalise could manufacture nearly 1,000 units of Plants vs. Aliens in a day, barely keeping up with demand. However, the immortal device only showed its full potential with many users. Otherwise, wouldn't Flynn's spirit essence abilities be wasted? Moreover, he couldn't proceed with his subsequent plans. Late at night, Tommy was so worried he even pulled out a hair. He searched through the system store but found no rapid cultivation techniques for creating illusions. Annoyed, he criticized the system again before falling asleep in frustration. The next morning, as Tommy walked out of the gate, he saw a crowd gathered at the entrance of the Great Hall. Even the two elders had put aside their dignity and were waiting patiently. Tommy hurried to the front of the hall, greeted the two elders, and opened the door. Before he could send an immortal message to Annalise, she appeared with a swoosh. This time, however, she wasn't alone. Her master, Madison, accompanied her. Madison smiled and led Annalise towards Tommy, saying, next month, we're returning to Heavenly Saint Sect. Upon hearing this, Tommy felt a pang in his heart. But years of playing the cool guy allowed him to remain calm. He bowed and said, greetings, senior. Before Tommy could say more, Madison continued, this girl begged me to teach you illusion creation. Learn as much as you can this month. Thank you, Senior. Tommy bowed deeply and invited Madison into the hall. Although Annalise would leave, by the end of the month, the elders should have learned quite a bit. Still, despite knowing that all good things must come to an end, it felt stifling to hear that Annalise was leaving. It's not because of any deep feelings. Definitely just because Annalise is such a useful tool. Yes, that's the reason. Tommy consoled himself with these thoughts. 2 hours passed quickly. During this time, Madison lectured from the stage while the disciples and elders practiced below. Tommy listened attentively. Just when he felt he was gaining something, Madison interrupted him. Unlike ordinary teaching methods, she thought the efficiency was too low and switched to transmitting knowledge directly through her divine sense. She shared some of her insights with everyone, but due to the system, Tommy didn't gain much. Although convenient, the sudden transmission of foreign insights required time to digest. Nonetheless, there were gains. The two elders had already managed to create preliminary immortal devices, even if the user interfaces were ugly and basic. Good prospects. This way, even if Annalise returned, the production line wouldn't break. What is this mess? Madison snatched an illusion card made by Hayes and started criticizing like a teacher scolding a student. Hayes merely smiled awkwardly, knowing he couldn't win against her. Forget it. I'll handle it. Impatient, Madison turned to Tommy. I'll make 1,000 immortal devices daily for the next month after my lessons. In return, half go to me. Deal? Deal. Tommy was elated. He'd been hesitating about asking, and now it was offered to him. Madison didn't cut off his future either, still promising to teach. While giving away 500 per day, he still stood to gain. Moreover, Tommy's real goal was to expand the user base for immortal devices. As long as there were enough users, there'd always be profit. Seeing Tommy agree, Madison got straight to work with a stack of illusion cards. Half an hour later, beads of sweat formed on her nose. She handed over a stack of devices and said, "Here, 500 immortal devices." Taking the devices, Tommy heard Madison sigh. Making these really drains one's mental energy, almost as much as battling enemies. She couldn't do more. It was already a significant feat, given the continuous nature of creating 1,000 units. After making the immortal devices, Madison left with Annalise, ignoring the latter's reluctant expression. Shortly after, Tommy's device beeped. He checked the message. Angry Farmer, Reckon Wenxiang, heard Madison is helping with your immortal devices. Mysterious Old Jasper. Indeed, the sect leader has impressive information. Angry Farmer, Reckon tomorrow, we're having the Memorial Jogging Festival for Flynn. Got anything to contribute? Mysterious Old Jasper. Understood. I'm planning to sponsor 500 immortal devices. Angry Farmer, Reckon excellent. Chapter 90, the Xinjian Sect Family. After sending a message to the sect leader, Tommy, with nothing much else to do, returned to his room to take an afternoon nap. The sect leader's move was absolutely unparalleled. Under the pretext of commemorating Flynn, he wanted 500 immortal devices. It was likely to equip all the elders so communication would be easier. However, what needed to be given had to be given. It could be seen as preparing for future sales. Besides, during their first meeting, the sect leader had bestowed him with the Qingxian sword technique, which was one of the sect's most precious techniques. Though he had given away 500 immortal devices for free, thinking about it this way made it not seem like a loss. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, there were knocks on the door. At this time, whoever was coming to see him couldn't possibly be Ainsley. If it were his sister, she wouldn't have knocked but probably kicked the door down directly. Ahem. Is Wenxiang in the room? A man's voice called from outside the door. Tommy. Amazing. The sect leader couldn't even wait a moment and came straight over after they had spoken. Tommy hurriedly got up, opened the door, and welcomed Brecken inside. He didn't dare to be impolite towards the sect leader. After all, his safety depended on their protection. The elders were urging me on. Otherwise, I would have come to get them tomorrow. Brecken sat at the tea table, took a sip of tea, and explained with a slightly awkward expression. Right. Tommy laughed awkwardly beside him. Then, he pulled out a stack of immortal devices, exactly 500 of them, and handed them over to Brecken. Brecken took the devices with a full smile and said in a hearty voice, with such great talent as Wenxiang, how could our Xinjian sect not flourish with these immortal devices? By the way, I'll add you to a group chat soon. Make sure to accept it, Brecken said as he walked out the door. The moment he stepped outside, he vanished, probably eager to hand out the devices to the elders. 10 minutes later, Tommy's immortal device lit up. He picked it up and checked the notification. Brecken invited you to join the Xinjian sect family, group chat. Well, no wonder the great cultivator was so impressive. Just this speed alone was unbeatable. However, what was this Xinjian sect family? It felt like an old people's WeChat group. Despite his reluctant face, now wasn't the time to comment. He might as well calmly accept it. This was probably a necessary path for the rise of the internet. Young people were always nonconformist, while the elderly would also have their own way of chatting. Xinjian sect family. As soon as Tommy entered the group, non-stop pings filled his ears. Brecken invited Ramon to the group chat. Brecken invited Youssef to the group chat. Brecken invited Evangeline to the group chat. Brecken invited Yin Francislu to the group chat. Wow, he had underestimated the sect leader's speed again. In just 10 minutes, the sect leader had run around to 18 peaks. Except for his father, who wasn't in the sect, almost all the peak leaders and elders were added to the group. However, to Tommy's surprise, Annalise was also pulled into the group. Brecken. Everyone is here, right? I'm about to send red packets to bring good luck. Evangeline. Send them quickly. Evangeline, having just received her device, immediately turned into a teenage net addict. Ramon. What are red packets? Sect leader. Hold on, let me study this. Winston. This thing seems interesting. Can we use it to fight? Tommy couldn't help but laugh out loud at Winston's comment, very typical of Giant Sword Peak. Bang. Hey brother. Ainsley kicked the door open and barged in, waving her hands excitedly. Good news, big news? Don't rush, speak slowly. Seeing his sister's excitement, Tommy smiled too. Just now, A disciple told me someone came to our bank to recharge Shinbei, immortal coins. Ainsley widened her eyes, gesturing wildly. Do you know how much they recharged? 200,000. She exclaimed excitedly. 200,000 Shinbei. That's 20 million spirit stones. According to Tommy's system, 1 Shinbei equals 1 medium-grade spirit stone. 200,000 Shinbei did indeed equal 20 million spirit stones, a significant amount of income. Forgot to ask who it was. Such an idiotic person. I should thank him. Ainsley's face still carried a mocking tone. Hearing both excitement and mockery from his sister, Tommy was silent for a moment. Do you think the idiot could be the sect leader? Ainsley paused, more confused than angry. Was the sect leader ever that silly? Tommy. Apart from Brecken, probably no one else would recharge at this point, as there weren't many payment points yet. Brecken did indeed act generously, not forcibly taking disciples' wealth, but instead, freely recharging. The sect leader is going to send red packets. Do you want to join the group? Tommy asked his sister. Honestly, asking was pointless. With his sister's greed, missing out on red packets would upset her for days. Yes. Ainsley jumped at the chance. Let me ask first. Tommy opened the group chat and typed. Charming old Jasper at Brecken. Sect leader, my younger sister wants to join the group. Is that okay? Brecken. I forgot about that. Bring your sister in quickly. Charming old Jasper. Thank you, sect leader. Charming old Jasper invited Ainsley to join the group chat. Ainsley. Hi everyone. Heard someone's giving out red packets. Tommy. His sister's straightforwardness left nothing to be desired. She went straight for the money without any politeness. Before Tommy could intervene, fearing his sister's brashness in front of all these elders, Yin Francislu suddenly messaged. Yin Francislu. Tommy? Yin Francislu. Explain why my immortal device isn't working. Charming old Jasper. Yin Francislu? Yin Francislu. I'm her master. Oh no, this was the equivalent of parents checking the phone. Yin Francislu. The device has a divine sense verification. How did you try to use it? Yin Francislu. Nonsense, as her master. I only need a thread of divine sense once she unlocks it to enter the virtual world. Yin Francislu. Stop dodging the question. Explain now. Charming old Jasper. You must have left too quickly, forgetting to activate it. Fortunately for Madison's expertise. Otherwise, I wouldn't have noticed this loophole. I'll fix it tomorrow, Tommy thought to himself. Hashtag chapter 91. Grabbing red envelopes. Bang. Tommy. His sister was right next to him. Come help me activate these. Madison burst in urgently, holding a stack of illusion cards, and handed them over to Tommy. Truly befitting of a high-ranking elder. The speed was on par with the patriarch. However, the elder's etiquette was somewhat lacking. How could he barge into someone else's room like that? You? How did you raise such a well-behaved immortal lady as Aliana Hazel? Of course, thinking was one thing, but he definitely dared not voice it. After all, this person was Master Hazel's teacher, and some face had to be given out of respect. It wasn't just because of his high rank that Tommy felt intimidated. Tommy chuckled and took the illusion cards, saying, Please wait a moment. He then tossed the stack to Flynn to activate them. Soon enough, Tommy handed back the activated immortal devices to Madison and said, Give it a try now, senior. Madison nodded and initiated communication through the illusion card. Before long, new messages appeared in the group chat. Brecken invited Madison to join the group chat. The speed was indeed impressive. It seemed Madison and Brecken had a special means of communication. Or perhaps it was direct communication via divine sense, a terrifying skill spanning hundreds of kilometers. No wonder he was an elder who could directly confront the patriarch. At this moment, in the grand family group of Xinjian sect, Brecken, everyone has gathered mostly here. Let me explain the situation to Tommy. Brecken, Madison is the previous saintess of Tianshang sect and also a messenger. Brecken, the messenger is responsible for liaising with major sects, collaborating, sharing intelligence, and fighting against alien races. Brecken, so, your little young companion will also need to serve as a messenger. Tommy, understood. Does our sect have messengers? Brecken, yes. Your father used to do it, but after he became busy, the position has been vacant. Brecken, I plan to have you take up this role of messenger. What do you think? Tommy, can I refuse? Brecken, what are you thinking? Of course not. Smile. Great, I really should have thought twice before asking. No benefits gained, just landed myself a tough job, Tommy regretted inwardly. This job sounds like it involves running around everywhere, fraught with danger. Fortunately, he had changed his name beforehand. Otherwise, all those elder IDs would have included his real name. But having evil mysterious old Jasper as a handle didn't exactly sit right either. Ainsley, didn't we agree to send red envelopes? Tommy. Brecken, send them already? Everyone prepare to grab. Brecken sent a red envelope, wishing the Flynn long-distance running commemorative event goes smoothly. Ramon grabbed Brecken's red envelope. Evangeline grabbed Brecken's red envelope. Madison grabbed Brecken's red envelope. Elder Russell's divine sense is really quick. Tommy couldn't help but exclaim, watching as the red envelope emptied rapidly. That kind-hearted elder sure doesn't hold back when it comes to grabbing red envelopes. Grabbing red envelopes was related to one's realm as well. Elders and peak leaders, with their deeper cultivation and quicker reflexes, snatched them up instantly with their focused attention. Moreover, the patriarch's red envelope even brought out several lurking elders. But notably, Ainsley, due to her lower cultivation, missed out entirely. Tommy split his divine sense and looked at his sister. He saw Ainsley's face contorted in frustration, bursting into tears. Holding the immortal device in her hands, she trembled in anger. Unbecoming of an elder. Wah, I didn't get any at all. Ramon, the patriarch is so generous. Evangeline, hee thank you Adele. Madison, humph, at least you still have some decency. Ainsley, wah, I didn't receive anything. Tommy watched their praise and opened the red envelope to check. A total of 100,000 immortal shells divided among 50 people. That equated to 10 million spirit stones, truly fitting for a patriarch in terms of grandeur. Brecken sent a personal red envelope to Ainsley. Everyone must not compete with a child. Ainsley received Brecken's personal red envelope. Ainsley, haha, thank you, Adele. In the future, I'll make sure my brother listens to you. Tommy. How much did it take to buy you off? Tommy inwardly scolded, frustrated by his ungrateful sister, who could be swayed by a little money. Haha, 100,000. The patriarch gave me 100,000. Ainsley projected the image from the immortal device, proudly showing it to Tommy. This is 10 million spirit stones? Envious, right? Tommy pursed his lips. Only 10 million spirit stones, and you sold me out? Cough, excuse me. Madison interjected awkwardly. Let's continue chatting later. I should go now. Senior, please leave slowly. Tommy and his sister bowed, escorting Madison out. Goodness gracious, completely absorbed in playing with the immortal device. They had forgotten about the top-tier elders standing nearby, no less formidable than the patriarch. Brecken. All peak leaders, including Wenxiang, please ensure to inform disciples under your peaks to gather at the Marshall Square tomorrow for the Flynn long-distance running commemorative event. Brecken. Of course, participation isn't mandatory, but the reward is an immortal device. Brecken. Immortal devices are truly convenient. We no longer need to convene in the main hall for discussions. Winston. Received. Brett. Understood. Immortal devices, but production capacity is insufficient, Tommy lamented inwardly. If production could keep up, I'd prioritize distributing them to the disciples under my peak, avoiding this struggle. Naturally, Tommy was lazy too. With immortal devices available, he wouldn't have to run errands. Directly, he picked up the immortal device and called Mickey. Tommy. Remember to inform the disciples to gather at the Marshall Square tomorrow morning for the event. Mickey. Received. After the patriarch spoke, the Xinjian sect family group chat became unusually quiet, with no more idle chatter. Indeed, this was not ideal. While group chats helped bridge distances between people, the strict hierarchy within the sect remained, keeping everyone somewhat restrained. With nothing better to do, Tommy shooed his sister back to her room. He, on the other hand, started scribbling and planning potential products to develop for the immortal device. But this matter couldn't be rushed. He just needed a plan for now. If immortal device production couldn't meet demand and market expansion was limited, all beautiful plans would remain mere fantasies. Chapter 92. Messenger. At the Tianyin Peak, inside Annalise's room. Madison suddenly spoke in confusion, turning to her disciple Annalise who was fiddling with a Shinji, divine device. What are you blushing for, my girl? Ah. Annalise was startled by her master's sudden question and quickly waved her hands in denial. No. Just a few minutes ago, while lurking in a chat group, she suddenly noticed an important piece of information. Tommy would soon become a messenger of Shinsort sect. After seeing this news, she hesitated for a long time, eventually biting her lip and opening a private chat with Tommy. Yin Francislu, you want to go visit Tianqing sect with me next month? Having sent the message, Annalise's face turned crimson and her heart raced. The usually demure girl had taken the initiative. With a worried blush, she anxiously waited for Tommy's reply. After waiting for a while without any response, she hurriedly explained herself. Yin Francislu, don't misunderstand. I just mean that Tianqing sect excels in illusions, which can help in manufacturing divine devices. Yin Francislu. Moreover, as a messenger of Shinsort sect, you have both the right and duty to exchange information with other sects. Tommy, who was engrossed in drafting plans, completely missed Annalise's messages. Half an hour later. Damn! Tommy muttered under his breath. Upon opening his divine device, he saw a string of messages from Annalise. The notification is too weak, he thought, then added Annalise to special concern, along with his sister. Special concern. Strong notification. If a message is received, the illusion card will activate its embedded illusion to alert the user. As Tommy scrolled through Annalise's messages, he could easily discern the emotions of the young girl, from anticipation, to shyness, to eventual disappointment. Sorry, I was too presumptuous. After all, you have Cliff Peak to take care of. Tommy hesitated. Annalise wasn't wrong. Producing divine devices was important, but he also had over 1,000 disciples at Cliff Peak to care for. Technically, Tommy was their real master now since Daeon had been ousted. Balancing disciples against divine devices troubled him. More pressing, though, was his own weakness. Within the sect, protected by elders and friendly peers, he was safe. Outside, it was uncertain. For wealth and honor, one must take risks, he muttered irritably. To grow stronger, he needed to remove the outsider restriction, requiring merit points. So far, making divine devices and games were the only known methods to gain them. Therefore, producing divine devices was a crucial step. With that in mind, he replied. Tommy, sorry, I didn't see your message earlier. Actually, I've been considering going to Tianqing sect. Upon receiving Tommy's message, Annalise immediately responded. Yin Francislu. Really? That's wonderful. Yin Francislu. I'll tell Master right away. Tommy, wait. First tell me what exactly does a messenger do? Yin Francislu. Oh, messengers represent their sects while outside, carrying a very important role. Interesting, Tommy pondered, not replying right away. By Annalise's description, a messenger was like an ambassador, essential even when remote communication existed, symbolizing a nation or sect's intentions. In the cultivation world, this position was significantly higher than he imagined. Messengers acted on behalf of the sect leader and even wielded war powers. Typically, such roles were filled by respected, powerful, and loyal elders. Recalling Luan Yuan's explanation, Madison had been the previous holy maiden and messenger of Tianqing sect, a fitting match given her high status. However, his father's appointment baffled him. As peak master, his father lacked impressive power. Why entrust such a vital role to someone unreliable? Through logical deduction, Tommy brushed an imaginary pair of glasses, contemplating two possibilities. 1. The sect leader was incompetent. 2. His father was once a big shot. Eliminating impossibilities left the improbable yet sole correct answer. Still, the second option seemed unlikely, so maybe the sect leader was just odd. He should ask if the sect leader hailed from Jisward Peak. Tommy concluded, maybe giving the sect leader some ginkgo biloba would help. Despite the risk, being a messenger offered high rewards, spreading divine devices across other sections. With the device, he could easily contact Lusha in emergencies. Safety, however, needed attention. Clearing his thoughts, he muttered, it's time to establish a new department, Danya Peak Technology Group Security Division. Late into the night, Tommy meticulously planned, ensuring every detail was covered. Though seemingly strong, safety always came first. Deciding to capitalize on the upcoming sports event to promote the security division, Tommy felt satisfied, falling asleep peacefully. Chapter 92, The Messenger. At the Tianyin Peak, in Yulu's room. Madison suddenly voiced her confusion, turning to Yulu who was fiddling with the Shinji device. What's gotten into you, girl? Why are your cheeks so red? Ah. Startled by her master's sudden question, Yulu waved her small hands hastily in denial. No. Just a few minutes earlier, while she had been quietly lurking in the group chat, she suddenly noticed an important piece of information. Tommy was about to become the Shin Sword Sect's messenger. Upon seeing this news, she wrestled with herself for a long time before finally, blushing furiously, opening a private chat with Tommy. Zyra, do you want to visit the Tianqing sect with me next month? The moment she sent the message, Zyra's heart raced and her face flushed. Always the obedient type, she had impulsively put herself out there. Anxiously blushing, she waited for Tommy's reply. After waiting for what felt like forever and receiving no response, she quickly clarified. Zyra, don't get the wrong idea. Tianqing sect excels in illusionary arts which can help create Shinji devices. Zyra, moreover, as the Shin Sword Sect's messenger, it's within your rights and responsibilities to exchange information with other sects. Meanwhile, Tommy, fully engrossed in writing his subsequent plans, did not notice the messages from Zyra at all. Half an hour later. Damn! Tommy muttered under his breath. As soon as he opened the Shinji, he saw a string of messages from Zyra. The notification function is too weak, he thought to himself, then added Zyra and his sister to special attention. Special attention enabled strong notifications. Any incoming message would trigger a built-in illusion that enveloped the Shinji user for prompt alerting. As Tommy scrolled through Zyra's messages, he could almost sense the journey of her emotions. From anticipation, to shyness, and finally to a hint of disappointment. I'm sorry for being presumptuous. You have Danya Peak to look after. Tommy hesitated before replying. Yulu was right. The production of Shinji was important, but he also had over 1,000 disciples at Danya Peak to care for. In essence, Tommy was the de facto peak master. Daeon, having abdicated his responsibilities, had been effectively ousted from Danya Peak. On one hand were the disciples, on the other was the production of Shinji, placing Tommy in a quandary. But the bigger dilemma was that he knew all too well he was still considered an outsider, someone expendable. Within the sect, it was manageable with many elders watching over him, and friendly relations among peers ensuring no fatal confrontations. His safety at Shin Sword Sect was reasonably secure, but outside, it was another story. Forget it. Fortune favors the brave. He mumbled irritably. To grow stronger, he needed to overcome the outsider restrictions, which required merit. Currently, the only way he knew to gain merit was by creating Shinji or games. So far, no other methods had been tried. Thus, increasing Shinji production was crucial for becoming stronger. With this in mind, Tommy replied in the message. Tommy, sorry, I didn't see it earlier. I've been considering going to Tianqing sect anyway. No sooner had Tommy sent his reply than Zyra responded instantly. Zyra, really? That's great. Zyra, I'll tell Master right away. Tommy, hold on. First tell me more about the role of the messenger. Zyra. Oh sure. The messenger represents the sect's will in the outside world, essentially acting as a vital liaison. It's a significant position. Tommy paused, reflecting on her explanation. In terms of analogy, the messenger was akin to an ambassador representing a nation's will, even if modern communication tools existed. However, in the cultivation world, such a role held immense prestige and responsibility. Representing the sect's will, the messenger acted almost like the sect leader outside the sect, with powers extending to decisions of war. Typically, only esteemed, powerful, and loyal elders took on this role. Yueling explained that Madison, the previous holy maiden of Tianqing sect, also served as its messenger due to her elevated status. But as for his father, Tommy was puzzled. Given Shin Sword Sect structure, a peak master's capabilities were relatively modest, comparable to a guide. Assigning such a critical role to someone as unreliable as his father seemed odd. After some logical reasoning, Tommy touched the air where his glasses should be but found nothing. Now, there are only two plausible explanations left. 1. The sect leader was inept and misjudged people. 2. His father was secretly a powerhouse. The second possibility seemed unlikely, suggesting the sect leader might indeed be flawed. He would need to find a chance to ask whether the sect leader hailed from Giant Sword Peak. Reflecting further, Tommy found his deductions increasingly reasonable. Who in their right mind would storm into an evil sect to attack their elders without reason, or casually give such a critical role to just anyone? Sigh. Having reached his conclusion, Tommy sighed. Indeed, the sect leader needs some brain white gold. Regardless, he had to undertake the role of messenger. Despite the risks, it offered substantial benefits. Not only could it enhance connections with other sects, but also promote Shinji usage widely. Moreover, with the Shinji device, any issues could be reported directly to Mickey, ensuring disciples' welfare was not compromised. What he needed to focus on now was his own safety. Having sorted his thoughts, Tommy mused aloud. It seems it's time to establish a new department, Danya Peak Tech Group Security Division. Late into the night, Tommy meticulously planned at his desk. Though he appeared strong and capable, Matters concerning his safety demanded utmost caution. In fact, being tough didn't mean being reckless. Reviewing his plans, Tommy felt quite rational. Decided. Tomorrow, during the sports meet, I'll boost support for Danya Peak Security Division. He clenched his fist, boosting his own morale, then fell asleep with a satisfied smile. Chapter 93. The Martial Arts Obsessive. The next day, early in the morning, Tommy woke up feeling refreshed after a good night's sleep. After a somewhat thorough wash-up, he slowly strolled out of his room to enjoy the morning sunshine. After all, today was an important day for him. Previously, a simple wash-up would suffice, but today he needed to look sharp and exude confidence. Last night, Tommy suddenly thought it necessary to inform the sect leader about the Cliff Peak Technology Group situation. Since he still had to stay in the Zuinyijian sect, informing the sect leader was only right and would help facilitate future plans. Of course, Brecken didn't pay much attention to these small matters, merely saying, as long as you're still a disciple of the Zuinyijian sect, do as you please, before hastily logging off. Just as Tommy was contemplating how to make an impressive appearance later, two figures suddenly appeared in front of him. Looking closely, it was Madison with a displeased expression, and beside her was Victoria quietly obedient. Give me the illusion cards. Madison adjusted her tone, trying to sound gentle as she coldly said, Still 1,000? Tommy asked. Yes. Madison nodded. Taking advantage of Madison's preoccupation with refining the immortal devices, Tommy glanced at Victoria and whispered, What's wrong with your master? Sure. Victoria frowned slightly, making a hushing gesture, then quietly pointed towards Madison. Tommy understood. There must be something unsuitable to discuss here. Victoria. When my master gets angry, it's really scary. Tommy, what happened? Victoria. I told my master about you going to the Tianshang sect yesterday. Initially, my master was very happy and went to talk to your sect leader. Victoria. Afterwards, when she returned, she looked furious and kept muttering useless candy. And she's still upset. Tommy. It seems there were some high-level disputes. No wonder Brecken seemed quite urgent last night. Indeed, these big shots were likely discussing while engaging in combat, or replying to messages on the fly. After a moment, Madison opened her eyes and threw a stack of completed illusion cards towards Tommy. You don't need to give me half anymore. Saying that, she vanished. Curious about what transpired between the two bigwigs last night, Tommy and Victoria headed to the treasure pavilion to store some of the refined immortal devices for the disciples to exchange. Let's go. Tommy turned to Victoria. We should hurry. Joanna has already led the disciples to the training square. Sure. Victoria nodded happily. At the Zuinyijian sect training square. Upon arriving at the training square, Tommy immediately felt the vibrant atmosphere. The Juggernaut Peak warriors, bare-chested, pounded on large drums with thunderous beats, creating an exhilarating scene. Meanwhile, the Heavenly Sound Peak did not fall behind, showcasing their signature skill, the Heavenly Sound Formation. Dozens of disciples played in harmony, maximizing the visual effects. What is the Cliff Peak Technology Group? Obviously it's from the Cliff Peak. Why ask? The Cliff Peak has indeed become famous recently. Tommy overheard a group of disciples pointing at the sky in amazement. He followed their gaze to see Elder Ramon using his cloud manipulation skills to form huge characters. First Annual Zuinyijian Sect Zhuojian Long-Distance Running Festival. Under the bright sun, these words shimmered brilliantly, likely due to Elder Russell's special effects. Indeed, he had manipulated clouds into steps during the last competition. This time, the spectacle was even grander, with couplets formed from clouds on either side. Upper couplet. With immortal devices, predict enemies' moves beforehand. Lower couplet. Immortal devices in hand, cultivation at will. Crossline. Exclusively sponsored by Cliff Peak Technology Group. Impressive. Clearly, this publicity stunt by Elder Russell was under sect leader Brecken's instruction. Tommy found the Cliff Peak's designated area and stood among the other disciples, waiting for further instructions. Then, a muscular man walked up to the Cliff Peak disciples and loudly greeted them with, Hiya. In the immortal realm, louder laughter signifies friendliness. Apparently, this senior brother's laugh had gone awry. This junior brother, what's happening today? Isn't Cliff Peak supposed to be the weakest? Weakest? Mickey's eyes narrowed. Under senior brother Wenxiang's leadership, Cliff Peak is now the foremost of the 18 peaks. Mickey, known for his short temper, especially since writing senior brother notes, regarded Cliff Peak as family. Any insult toward Cliff Peak made him irritable, nearly ready to draw his sword without regard to the opponent's cultivation level. Brother, calm down. Disciple Curtis held back Mickey, greeting the muscular man with a bow. Brother, were you in seclusion? Yeah. The man nodded earnestly. I've been in seclusion for 5 years and just came out today. Before Curtis could reply, the man hurriedly added, Do you know what's happening today? Why are all the Juggernaut Peak fellows absent? Curtis. Ah, it makes sense if it's Juggernaut Peak. Bro. A roar echoed. A massive figure, like a small mountain, rushed towards the Cliff Peak disciples. It was Brock, grabbing the muscular man's hand and asking, Why are you here? Looking around and confirming no trouble had been caused, Brock sighed in relief. He then bowed to Tommy, saying lowly, Did my brother cause any trouble? Not at all. Tommy smiled and waved. Suddenly, an elder disciple nearby shouted, Conley, it's Conley. What? Conley has emerged from seclusion. Oh, I forgot to collect my laundry. I'll go get it. Won't participate in the sports event. I suddenly feel hungry. I'll skip it too. Huh. Tommy listened curiously to their conversation. From the name alone, Conley seemed formidable, and paired with the reputation of Juggernaut Peak, he must be like a security captain. Brother Montagwell and wait? Tommy quickly called out to the departing brothers. Brother Wenxiang? Brock turned and bowed again. Could you tell me about your brother briefly? Tommy smiled and asked. Alas. Brock sighed bitterly, reluctant to recall past events. My brother is Geordie, twin brother to me. Due to an incident in our childhood, his mental state has remained adolescent. But perhaps through misfortune comes fortune. My brother also awakened a unique power, advancing in cultivation much faster than peers. #####, Chapter 94, Pre-Race Mobilization. Ah. Tommy sighed, consoling Brock. Jasperf is unpredictable. Try to look at the bright side. At least your brother is very strong. Yeah, you're right, Brock said with a simple smile, scratching his head. His words were filled with pride. My brother has already reached the Golden Core realm since he emerged from seclusion this time. What? Golden Core realm? Brock was about 22 years old, and his twin brother was of the same age. That meant he achieved the Golden Core realm by the age of 20, making him a genius among geniuses. Moreover, coincidentally, Brock's brother's name included Lou. Wasn't this person born to be the head of security? This person must not be missed. Tommy planned in his heart for the future of Conley Geordie. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Tommy burst into laughter, took out 2 immortal devices, and handed them over. Here, 1 each for the 2 of you. Ah. Brock was stunned, not daring to believe it. He repeatedly said, Brother Wenxiang, this can't be done. These are too valuable. Although verbally rejecting them, his eyes clearly revealed his longing. Brock knew the significance of the immortal device. After first experiencing it with Winston, he immediately gathered his disciples upon returning to the peak to show off. The news that the reward was an immortal device had been spread by various peak leaders the day before. So, Brock was secretly determined to get this immortal device reward. Take it. Tommy smiled and replied, I have a bond with you 2 brothers. Well then, thank you very much, Brother Wenxiang. Brock bowed deeply in gratitude, not forgetting to press his brothers back down for the same bow. In contrast, Geordie didn't say anything formal but simply murmured, hey hey hey. This was probably his way of expressing gratitude. First impression. Good vibes accomplished. Even though Tommy was now dealing with a man, a particularly robust one, who cares? High cultivation skills were all that mattered. After a brief exchange, the Chung brothers returned to the gathering place of Giant Sword Peak. Shortly after, the drumming stopped, and the senior sisters of Heavenly Sound Peak put down their instruments. Suddenly, Adele Brecken appeared out of nowhere, standing beneath the cloud-scripted text. He announced, to commemorate Flynn and let everyone experience his hardships, our sect will officially hold the Flynn long-distance running competition today. All participants must seal their cultivation, prohibiting the use of spiritual energy, and run purely with their physical strength all the way to Tianyuan City. As soon as these words were spoken, there was a commotion among the disciples. Running solely on physical strength to Tianyuan City would be quite an exhausting endeavor. Tianyuan City was a large city under the jurisdiction of the Mystic Sword Sect, located approximately 10,000 miles away. Not only was the distance long, but the journey was also treacherous, with numerous mountains and rivers along the way. Usually, disciples could easily traverse these obstacles using flying swords, but now they had to climb mountains and cross great rivers without using their cultivation, a far more daunting task. Seeing the dejected expressions of the disciples upon hearing the destination was Tianyuan City, Brecken waved his hand, causing a pile of immortal devices to float in the air. Tommy noticed the number of immortal devices seemed off and scanned them with his divine sense. 720 pieces? He gave the Patriarch 500, and after distribution to elders and peak leaders, how did it become 720? Damn, impressive. Tommy instantly realized the power of Adele Brecken. Considering Madison's complaints from earlier, it was likely that the 500 immortal devices he gave her were requisitioned by Brecken. This item is called the immortal device. I believe all disciples are aware of its function. Brecken pointed at the floating devices, a hint of satisfaction on his face. Exactly 720 immortal devices will be awarded to the first 720 disciples who reach Tianyuan City. Upon hearing this, the disciples couldn't help but cheer, and the practice ground erupted in excitement. The value of an immortal device far exceeded that of Plants vs. Aliens, because it not only contained games, but had even more powerful features. While Plants vs. Aliens averaged around 100,000 spirit stones, an immortal device was priced exorbitantly and was practically priceless. Ordinary disciples might accumulate 10,000 spirit stones in a year, while those with higher cultivation or diligent task performers might gather 50,000. Now, getting something they'd need years of hard work to achieve just by placing within the top 720, how could they not be thrilled? The path to popularizing the immortal device was still long and arduous. Tommy sighed inwardly, knowing that production capacity was insufficient. While he wished to lower prices to popularize the device within the sect, lowering the price would deplete his points. Quiet. Brecken smiled and pressed his hand down, silencing the crowd instantly. Then, with a smile, he said, next, please welcome the chairman of Cliff Peak Technology Group, Tommy, to deliver an important speech. Damn. Though agreed upon with the Patriarch yesterday, Tommy still felt a bit embarrassed hearing it today. This time, Tommy did not emit any imposing aura, but calmly stepped onto a flying sword and flew beside Brecken. However, to ensure good speaking effects, he used his aura to amplify his voice. In celebration of the smooth running of the marathon competition, I have decided to add another 500 immortal devices. His voice wasn't loud but was audible to everyone due to the support of his aura. Roar, roar, roar. The crowd once again erupted into cheers. Initially, with just 720 slots, the chances for ordinary disciples seemed slim. But with Tommy adding another 500, they saw new hope. The number of participants in this marathon was moderate, around 20,000. Among them, disciples at the Chi practitioner stage were not allowed to participate, not out of exclusion, but due to regulations prohibiting Chi practitioners from leaving the sect to do tasks. The first batch of immortal devices was intended for those who needed them more. Most disciples from Cliff Peak were only at the Chi practitioner stage, so Tommy letting them join wasn't for the rewards. Cliff Peak's treasure vault had immortal devices available for diligent disciples to purchase. Tommy's true intention was to let these disciples undergo some training, enhancing their physical strength through exercise and fostering camaraderie among them. Lastly, allow me to advertise. Tommy mimicked Brecken, pressing his hand down. Despite lacking sufficient spiritual energy, His aura created the same silent effect, maintaining the grandeur. Cliff Peak Technology Group, Security Department invites all ambitious individuals to join us. Those joining the group will receive priority to purchase immortal devices at the lowest price. If interested, please come to Cliff Peak for an interview after the competition. Finishing his speech, Tommy briefly explained the concept of the group to assure everyone it wouldn't conflict with their respective peaks. Chapter 95, Setting the Trap. Now, everyone seal your cultivation. After Tommy spoke, Elder Ramon appeared in the air, shouting loudly at everyone. This competition will be supervised by me throughout. Any use of spirit energy will result in disqualification, said Ramon, stroking his beard. Following Elder Russell's announcement, tens of thousands of disciples simultaneously moved, furiously compressing their spirit energy within their bodies, restricting their own cultivation levels. After a brief moment, Ramon raised his arm high and brought it down forcefully, pointing forward. Destination, Tanyuan City. Go! Roar! With those words, the disciples of Giant Sword Peak, led by Brock, let out a roar as they charged forward. The Giant Sword Peak disciples were all strong and robust. Even with their cultivation sealed, using only pure physical strength, they could still achieve nearly 200 kilometers per hour speed. In Tommy's view, the disciples of Giant Sword Peak were like fast-moving tiger tanks or a group of playful wild bulls, making a tremendous racket as they ran. Brock was breaking the wind at the front, with numerous disciples closely following behind. Geese never fly alone. On the contrary, they are very organized animals. The lead goose is often the oldest and most experienced in flying. However, their role is to break the wind. Breaking the wind means leading the way through the air, forming special currents that reduce the physical strain on the younger geese behind them. Brock took up this role selflessly, sacrificing himself to conserve everyone else's energy. Soon, due to the initial intense burst of speed, Brock started to slow down a bit. At this moment, Conley Geordie broke from the crowd, quickly running up beside Brock, and said loudly with a smile, "Hey there, here we go." Although Conley has a damaged mind, it doesn't mean he's stupid. He still cared about his brother, seeing his brother's excessive exertion and deciding to take the lead for him. Quite touching indeed, Tommy mused aloud while seated cross-legged on his flying sword, watching the scene below. Humph! Ainsley coldly snorted in dissatisfaction while controlling her flying sword. "You can fly yourself now, so why do you still need me to carry you?" "Nonsense, a big shot without a chauffeur isn't really a big shot, right?" Tommy replied nonchalantly, then resumed watching the race intently. Roar! Geordie roared again, putting in an extra burst of effort, speeding up further. Behind him, nearly 20,000 disciples stretched out into a long line, following closely. Suddenly, a black-clothed elder rapidly flew ahead of the procession, stopping midair and shouting loudly, "Hey, the foolish boy from Giant Sword Peak. How did you choose the path? Tianyuan City is behind you." Conley was puzzled. "I was just heading to the canteen for lunch. Why were they following me?" The black-clothed elder's face turned as dark as his clothes. "Then why did you seal your cultivation?" Upon hearing this, Geordie became even more upset, saying indignantly, "Didn't the elder ask us to seal our cultivation?" Frustrated and almost in tears, he added quickly, "All I wanted was to have lunch, and I had to seal my cultivation." Tommy. Forget the claim that Conley isn't stupid. Due to just coming out of seclusion, Geordie didn't understand what the immortal tournament meant, nor did he comprehend the concept of a long-distance race. Upon exiting, he noticed Giant Sword Peak empty, prompting him to seek food. Coincidentally, it was during the long-distance race event, when the elders ordered the sealing of cultivation. Geordie listened obediently, thinking if he was told to seal his cultivation, it wouldn't delay his meal. F***K. How the hell did I get dragged along by Giant Sword Peak to run? I must be dumb to follow Giant Sword Peak. Damn it. Hearing Geordie's explanation, many disciples beat their chests in regret. Quick-thinking disciples immediately turned around and headed in the opposite direction. At this moment, the black-clothed elder shouted loudly, "Everyone, follow my direction." Saying this, he swiftly flew towards the rear of the formation, leading the charge. Elders flew above while disciples chased from below. This time, however, it wasn't Giant Sword Peak taking the lead but Clifftop Peak. Due to the generally lower cultivation of Clifftop Peak disciples, their physical fitness lagged behind the rest. Thus, when Brock led the charge initially, Clifftop Peak disciples fell behind. However, running in the wrong direction meant they were now at the front. An hour later. "It's getting a bit boring." Tommy sat on his sister's flying sword, legs hanging down naturally. Smoking was definitely not an option with his sister around. So, he picked up a bag of sunflower seeds and began to snack as he watched his fellow disciples run below. Indeed, Ainsley's flying technique had improved significantly. At least now, she flew steadily enough that Tommy no longer felt afraid of heights. "What are you eating?" Ainsley turned back, seeing her brother leisurely munching while she strained to control the flying sword, feeling slightly displeased. "Do you want some?" Tommy extended a handful of sunflower seeds. Ainsley eagerly accepted them, eyes gleaming, asking happily, "Are they good?" Then, she also squatted down, patting the flying sword beneath her feet. "Francis Spy, you fly on your own?" She then imitated her brother, sitting down, swinging her legs, and began shelling sunflower seeds, her face filled with contentment. Looking at his sister, Tommy was somewhat surprised. "You don't need to control the flying sword?" "Nope," Ainsley happily answered, patting the flying sword under her bottom. "She can fly on her own? Is that a sentient weapon?" Tommy asked. "Yep." Ainsley nodded emphatically. Impressive, his sister held more secrets than ever. But this gave Tommy an idea, a money-making scheme, delivery service. Lying at home, sending out the sentient flying sword for deliveries, making money effortlessly. Why not? At that moment, in the clouds above. "Master, isn't this too risky?" Elder Russell stroked his beard, looking somewhat worried. "No risk, no gain." Brecken's expression was stern, speaking gravely. 20,000 fat targets. We'll see if they dare to bite." Is the heavenly sword ready? Brecken turned to an elderly elder behind him, asking. The elder nodded. The sword is unsheathed. Good. Brecken nodded in satisfaction, his eyes gazing forward as if penetrating space. He said solemnly, Humph. I don't believe they can resist the temptation not to come. Inform all elders to hide, and be ready for battle at any moment. Yes. A young man with a long spear on his back responded loudly before floating away. Chapter 96. Strategy to conquer the martial arts obsessive. Joanna, fly lower, Tommy said after finishing his sunflower seeds with satisfaction. He shook his shoulders and declared, I need to get down and stretch a bit. Ainsley complied, slowly lowering the flying sword. Lower it more. Tommy commanded. If I go any lower, we'll be skimming the ground, Ainsley remarked, pointing at the ground 3 meters below. Tommy. His fear of heights had improved but hadn't disappeared completely. As a leader, it's undignified to jump down. Tommy looked up and said, just land me on the ground. Fine, you're so troublesome. Ainsley clearly wasn't happy but couldn't argue with her brother. She needed to cooperate if she wanted more snacks. After all, full meals are better than occasional ones. After saying this, Ainsley patted the flying sword and instructed, Francis Spy, land on the ground. The flying sword trembled in response to Ainsley's command and gradually descended to the ground. Upon landing, Tommy quickly began searching for Brock to start his plan to recruit the head of security. Are you tired, little brother? Jordy shouted from within the crowd. Ah, don't talk. Brock responded breathlessly. It messes up my rhythm. Why are we running? Jordy seemed less exhausted than his brother and still maintained steady breathing. To obtain the immortal artifact. Brock explained while running. Didn't Tommy already give it to us? Unlike Brock's fair complexion, Jordy's dark face showed a puzzled expression, creating an oddly charming contrast. Everyone thought Jordy was naive, but he was actually very shrewd. When Tommy gave them the immortal artifact earlier, although they didn't know what it was at first, Jordy realized its significance immediately when the sect master displayed it. Oh right. Brock stopped suddenly upon realizing this. Then, he understood. Why are we running? Let's go eat. Yes, let's eat. Jordy agreed with a gruff voice. Cough. At that moment, Tommy found them, appearing suddenly in front of them and said, I'm hungry, come on, let's go for grilled chicken wings. Brother Wenxiang. Brock greeted, saluting him. Hee. Jordy smiled broadly, expressing his feelings in his unique way. Grilled chicken wings. Hearing about food, Ainsley appeared out of nowhere, hopping over to Tommy. She looked up at him excitedly. I want some too. Let's go. Tommy invited the 3 of them, pointing towards the woods. We'll eat over there. We shouldn't disturb the competition. In the woods, Tommy retrieved 4 blue quail chickens from his personal storage space and distributed them among the group. The blue quail chickens were indeed valuable treasures, with solid textures and extremely fresh flavors. The only downside was their low cultivation level, which made them incapable of aiding in cultivation beyond being delicious. Tommy tore off a chicken wing and snapped his fingers. Joanna, use fire control. Though he could now use spiritual energy, Tommy liked to show off when others were around. He relied on Ainsley's fire-controlling abilities to keep the flare. Reluctantly, Ainsley extended a small hand, and with a bang, purple flames ignited in her palm. Tommy handed his chicken wing to her to grill while he focused on preparing the seasonings. Eating chicken without dipping it in sauces was like not eating chicken at all. Cumin, chili, black pepper. These basic seasonings were essential. These items, though easily obtained back home, were rare in the cultivation world and had to be exchanged through Tommy's system. The cultivator's diet tended to be bland, with limited seasoning varieties, probably because most people could abstain from food once they reached the foundation establishment stage. Soon, under the controlled flame, the chicken wings started sizzling and dripping oil. Tommy promptly sprinkled the seasonings onto everyone's chicken wings. So fragrant. Jordy commented sincerely, picking up his chicken wing and devouring it. Delicious. Brock, having run all morning, felt genuinely hungry. If it weren't for self-restricting his cultivation, he wouldn't feel hungry as much. However, with his large build and sealed cultivation, his consumption was higher than average disciples. 3 meals a day, no worries, just enjoy Wenxiang's little barbecue. Jordy praised with a hearty voice, clearly enjoying the meal. Brother Shiwalu. Tommy smiled and looked at Jordy. What do you usually like to do? The strategy began. Tommy had made up his mind to win over Jordy. By doing so, Brock would naturally join the Cliff Peak security team to protect his brother. Despite Brock's lower strength, his intelligence was superior to his brother. Thus, focusing on Jordy was a sound decision. Jordy laughed humbly, pondering for a moment before replying, I like fighting and eating. What a coincidence. Tommy said enthusiastically, how about joining our Cliff Peak security team where you can fight every day? No. Jordy replied apologetically, that would make me your subordinate. Okay, Jordy isn't as simple-minded as he seems. Of course not a subordinate, we would be colleagues. Tommy laughed, waving his hand. Colleagues work together towards common goals. Then, Tommy turned to Brock, who was engrossed in eating. Montaguilin, do you want to join our Cliff Peak? I'll think about it. Brock lifted his head briefly, muttered, and then resumed eating fiercely. Alright, the timing isn't right yet. To attract the rough and tumble group from Sword Peak, one must show them true strength and courage. But there was no rush. Tommy's trip to Tianshang sect was still a month away. According to his plan, he needed to establish the security team before his journey, ensuring part of the team protected him and another secured Cliff Peak safety. Hashtag chapter 97. Old Iron, want a boost? Phew. Tommy stood up and stretched, turning to the few people present. I'm full. Let's get some exercise. Do you guys want to go watch our fellow disciples compete? Sounds good to me. Brock got up and said in his usual hearty tone. As for Ainsley and Jordy, they had no say in the matter. One followed her brother, the other her younger brother. A short while later, the group arrived at the main path. Despite the two 10,000-strong group being strung out along the route, even after eating for a while, there were still scattered disciples on the main road. Watching them panting heavily, Tommy felt a pang of sympathy and decided to help them out. Then, he opened the system mall in his mind and started searching. Swift boots, after wearing, can sprint for 1 hour without stopping midway. Price, 10 points. Recovery pill, instantly restores physical energy to peak condition. Price, 20 points. 5 speed shoes? They have these things? Tommy was surprised. The system mall might not be reliable with truly amazing items nowhere to be found, but it had plenty of random trinkets. Swift boots, also known as 5 speed shoes, were products from the League of Legends universe. Simply put, they made the wearer run super fast, perfect for selling now, and at an affordable price. Tommy exchanged a pair of Swift boots and scanned the running crowd, looking for suitable targets. At that moment, a familiar figure appeared before him. It was Kyle, a disciple of Sword Peak who once had a minor dispute with Tommy. He was huffing and puffing as he ran past. "I've got one, just you then." Tommy muttered to himself, shoe in hand, and chased after. Seconds later, Tommy appeared beside Kyle, holding a pair of yellow boots. He said, "Old Iron, want a boost?" Kyle turned his head, seeing Tommy running alongside him. A look of shame crossed his face as he said, "One, brother Wenxiang." Kyle wasn't inherently bad. He was just proud and looked down on weaker individuals, especially those from Cliff Peak. However, the conflict between Sword Peak and Cliff Peak mainly stemmed from the Masters. After experiencing the major competition and witnessing the rise of Cliff Peak, even his cherished opportunity came from there. He could no longer be arrogant, so when he saw Tommy, he couldn't hide his embarrassment. "These Swift boots are high-quality goods homegrown. With these, I guarantee you'll win first place. Even Flynn can't outrun you." Tommy persisted, waving the shoes in front of Kyle while explaining their function as they ran together. After hours of running, Kyle was already breathless. Looking at the boots, he asked, how many spirit stones?" "Oh, not too much." Tommy waved a hand and said, "Since we know each other, others would pay 10,000, but for you, just 5,000 spirit stones. Will it really work?" Kyle was doubtful, concerned. "Isn't this against the rules?" "Rules? What rules?" Tommy straightened his expression. "The rule is no use of mana. You're just changing shoes." Comparatively, he lacked physical strength compared to Giant Sword Peak and speed compared to Quick Sword Peak. Even though Quick Sword Peak's disciples' cultivation was sealed, they were naturally faster due to prolonged practice. Without any advantages, and with only about 1,000 openings available, his chances were slim. Rather than struggle in vain, why not take a gamble? After some deliberation, Kyle's expression hardened. He clenched his teeth and said, "Enough talk. I'll buy it." Without stopping his run, he pulled out a small black pouch and handed it to Tommy. "Here, 50 medium-grade spirit stones." With a smile, Tommy took the spirit stones and solemnly handed over the Swift boots. "Take your shoes and run for first place." The moment Kyle received the shoes, he leaped into the air, quickly putting the Swift boots over his original ones. The effect activated instantly. His previously disordered pace and uneven breathing turned into rapid, smooth movements. His speed increased dramatically, almost cartoonishly. Accompanied by a scream of "ah," Kyle vanished from Tommy's sight in an instant. His passing left a trail of blur, leaving deep furrows on the ground. Awesome. Watching Kyle's impressive performance, Tommy couldn't help but exclaim, "This speed could rival a 100-channel cultivator." "Whoa, did you see that? What the heck just flew by?" What? Too fast to tell. Could it be a fellow disciple breaking the seal? How? The elders are watching closely. The disciples who were overtaken by Kyle stared in confusion and began discussing. "Old Irons, want a boost?" Tommy caught up, floating next to them with several pairs of Swift boots levitated by mana. Cliff Peak specialty, Swift boots. "Wear these, and you'll run as fast as Kyle." Tommy hovered, addressing the disciples below. "But isn't that cheating?" one disciple protested. "What are you talking about?" Tommy raised his voice. "How can that be cheating? It's called utilizing resources wisely. You're not using mana." "That makes sense." A female disciple stared at the Swift boots, her eyes sparkling. "Wouldn't you hate it if someone else grabbed the opportunities meant for you?" Tommy held up the Swift boots and smiled. "How much for the stones?" The female disciple who agreed earlier asked. "We're all peers. For a special deal, just 3,000 spirit stones each." Though 3,000 spirit stones weren't trivial, equivalent to 30 medium-grade stones, with the system's currency conversion rate, it was a profitable trade. Tommy was content with threefold profit. Besides, gradual gains were more effective than sudden profiteering. Tommy's words prompted some bold disciples to pay up and grab the Swift boots. One wore them and immediately shot off in a flash, vanishing. Seeing this firsthand, numerous disciples became excited, drawn to the incredible effects of the Swift boots. Chapter 98. Sudden Anomaly. "Brother Wenxiang, sell to me first." "Brother Wenxiang, sell to me, and I'll dance for you." "Get lost. Who the hell wants to see someone from the Giant Sword Peak dancing?" "Don't worry, everyone will have a chance." Tommy smiled as he spoke, simultaneously pulling out a large pile of Swift boots and placing them before them. To say he was breaking the game's rules? Not really. When everyone cheats, it's as if no one is cheating. Moments later, Tommy successfully sold over 300 pairs of Swift boots, converting all the spirit stones he earned into points. Selling each pair of boots for 30 mid-grade spirit stones equates to 30 points. For 300 pairs, it rounds off to about 10,000 points. The appearance of this caching feature effectively resolved Tommy's urgent dilemma. Although cashing in for points wasn't as fast as earning them through emotional value, it had the advantage of being sustainable, allowing him to indefinitely exchange spirit stones for points. "I should go ahead and sell some more. Otherwise, it wouldn't be fair to those who haven't bought any shoes yet." Thinking this, Tommy mounted his flying sword and caught up with the advancing group. Although he couldn't catch up to his fellow disciples wearing the 5-speed shoes, he could still catch up with the rest of them. However, he did not want the disciples of Broken Cliff Peak to wear the 5-speed shoes either. Not only did they have side effects, but the primary goal of the Broken Cliff Peak disciples wasn't for rewards. At this moment, winning or losing didn't matter much to the Broken Cliff Peak disciples. What mattered was strengthening camaraderie through this long run. Reaching the front of the non-cheating disciples, Tommy took out his jade white table, laden with swift boots. He also spent a few points to get a megaphone, which repeatedly broadcasted. Senior brother, I want to win first place, but I can't run fast enough. What do I do? If you can't run, don't panic. Come to Broken Cliff Peak for help. Broken Cliff Peak's latest product, Swift Boots, to help you win first place. Originally priced at tens of thousands, now available for just 3,000. Buy Swift Boots for your junior brothers and sisters and witness the unity of our sect. If you love her, buy her Swift Boots. 15 minutes later, bolstered by these brainwashing ads, the effect was noticeable. Every disciple who ran past would glance curiously, coupled with the moral guilt tripping, leading to about 1,000 pairs being sold. Yet, selling only 1,000 pairs among 20,000 people was still barely scratching the surface. Just as Tommy was thinking about how to boost sales, the sky suddenly turned blood red, signaling an abrupt anomaly. In that blood red sky, 3 figures appeared, emitting deafening cackles. Hee hee. Over 20,000 fresh meals, this old man will surely live another life. Tommy's face darkened as he looked up at the sky and cursed inwardly, damn, things are getting serious. Next, he split part of his consciousness and entered the soul-suppressing pagoda. As soon as Declan saw Tommy appear, he anxiously ran over and grumbled, are you ignoring heavenly messages? Shit, I forgot about it. Tommy scolded himself. Declan could only communicate with him through heavenly messages, or when Tommy entered the soul-suppressing pagoda. Before the anomaly happened, Declan had already detected their movements and sent an urgent message. But Tommy was too engrossed in selling and hadn't set Declan to special attention, missing the alert entirely. Forget about that for now, Tommy replied hurriedly. Quickly locate Jasper Tangiai's position. She's 100 kilometers behind you, together with your Broken Cliff Peak disciples. Thanks. Tommy quickly thanked him and rushed to find Jasper Tangiai, keeping his consciousness inside the soul-suppressing pagoda to stay in touch with Declan. On the way, Tommy used his aura to shout frantically, all fellow disciples, unlock your cultivation levels and prepare for battle. Then, he spent 200,000 points to exchange for 20,000 pairs of Swift Boots, throwing them to the crowd and shouting, if you can't fight, put on the shoes and run. Humph. Benedict Old Ghost, last time you escaped, but this time, for the 30,000 lives in Tianyuan City, you shall pay with your blood. Suddenly, Brecken, dressed in gray-green robes, appeared in the sky, facing the 3 figures head-on. With just you? One of the Benedict Old Ghosts, clad in blood-red robes, sneered, the blood feast of Tianyuan City was delicious, but today it seems even better. Who said it was just me? Brecken coldly laughed. Instantly, hundreds of hidden elders rose from the ground, converging from all directions to join Brecken. Humph, feudal. The Benedict Old Ghost realized he had been tricked and coldly snorted, waving his hands, revealing black mist spewing from his sleeves, forming countless 2-horned demons on the ground. Go forth, my children, feast away. The Benedict Old Ghost laughed maniacally. Kieran, clear the Benedicts below. Brecken ordered the spear-wielding man beside him, cold-faced. Yes, sir. The man shouted, rushing toward the Benedicts below with his spear in hand. Jasper Tangiai, are you okay? Tommy found the crowd of Broken Cliff Peak disciples and called out loudly to his sister, his voice preceding him. Once danger arose, Tommy went mad searching for Jasper Tangiai, prioritizing her safety above all. Notably, Annalise remained in the sect under her master's orders, sparing him one less concern. Seeing everyone safe upon reaching Jasper Tangiai, Tommy let out a sigh of relief. He then shouted to the Broken Cliff Peak disciples, everyone, gather and prepare to defend. What's happening, brother? Jasper Tangiai asked, pointing nervously at the blood-red sky. I don't know, probably an enemy attack, Tommy answered gravely. Soon after, Brock in the crowd suddenly yelled, everyone, be careful. From all sides, countless blood-red demons appeared, each with 2 horns atop their heads, eyes glowing with dark green light, their mouths wide open and gnashing, producing a grating sound. Draw your swords, prepare for battle. Tommy raised his arm and roared. At that moment, the Chung brothers led the charge, wielding giant swords with ease, felling many Benedicts in one stroke. At the initial foundation stage, Brock assessed the Benedict's strength immediately as he engaged in combat, feeling the force transmitted through the giant sword. Chapter 99, Crane saves the day. Disciples, listen to my command. Upon hearing Ianto reveal the Benedict's strength, Tommy immediately changed his strategy and shouted, form a circular defensive formation with higher-ranking disciples on the outside and lower-ranking ones on the inside. Yes, sir. As Tommy gave his order, numerous Cliff Peak disciples, led by Mickey, instantly formed a circle and readied their swords in defense. On the battlefield, flesh and blood flew everywhere. The 2 brothers, Ianto, lived up to the name of Giant Sword Peak. They were mighty warriors. They fought fiercely, displaying unmatched bravery as they defended against wave after wave of attacks. Despite their valor, Ianto struggled slightly as the Benedicts came like waves crashing against a mountain, appearing almost overwhelmed. The battlefield was gruesome, especially with the broad and powerful techniques from Giant Sword Peak, which shattered the Benedicts into pieces, creating an alarming scene. Tommy watched the countless Benedicts rushing forward without stopping, furrowing his brows in deep thought, trying to devise a plan. Wah, are we going to die here today? At that moment, a female disciple from Cliff Peak wailed loudly, dropping her sword and bursting into tears, clearly overwhelmed by fear. Hold your sword. No crying. Wielders of martial arts are brave. Do not forget what senior brother taught us. Mickey yelled, stopping the spreading fear. He raised his sword, assumed a stance, and cautiously observed the surrounding Benedicts. Senior brother is here. We'll be fine. Yes, everyone, don't worry, let's form our defensive formation and not trouble senior brother. Under Mickey's leadership, the earlier atmosphere of fear gradually subsided. Although they were still scared, at least they had the courage to lift their swords. In truth, the Cliff Peak disciples had done remarkably well under these circumstances. After all, most were only teenagers who had joined the sect barely over a month ago. Facing such a brutal scene, maintaining composure and holding their ground was commendable. Even more so, that they could still think clearly and defend themselves with their swords. At this moment, Tommy seemed calm on the surface, squinting his eyes as he stared at the relentless charge of the Benedicts. However, internally, he was growing increasingly anxious, pondering whether to risk exposing himself for a chance at victory. Indeed, Tommy's concerns weren't baseless. If everyone discovered that he remained unharmed despite facing such formidable enemies, and that his punches, although dramatic, caused no real damage, it could bring disaster to the Cliff Peak tech group he painstakingly built, a foundation that might crumble under such scrutiny. After all, a man is innocent unless proven guilty, but someone who possesses valuable assets, like the powerful artifact Shinji, is often seen as a threat. How could such a treasure be left in the hands of a perceived weakling? Moments later, Tommy's expression turned resolute. He clenched his teeth and thought, so be it. If I don't act now, how can I face my disciples and live up to being called senior brother? With that decision made, Tommy silently activated the summon card. Ding, summon experience card, Crane, successfully used. Duration, 1 hour. Remaining uses, 1/3. Bang. As the card was activated, a robust warrior clad in golden armor, Crane, descended from the sky, landing with a cloud of dust. Tommy pointed towards Ianto, who was surrounded and barely holding on, and ordered Crane, go save him. Stand by me. Following the command, Crane roared, radiating a golden glow as he charged forward with his massive sword. His towering frame surpassed even the two brothers of Giant Sword Peak, causing the ground to tremble as he charged. Ding! Suddenly, a system notification rang in Tommy's mind as Crane initiated his fierce charge. Crane trait 2. Stand by me, activated. Stand by me. When near a tower, Crane becomes exceptionally courageous, greatly enhancing both his attack and defense. Tommy wondered about the activation of this new buff. Soon, looking at Crane's glowing figure, he realized the truth and slapped his forehead in enlightenment, thinking, the spirit-suppressing tower is also a tower. This creates many possibilities. Ah! Crane reached Ianto, who was deeply engaged in battle, and shouted, break their formation. Crane swung his heavy sword while spinning around Ianto. Blade without edge, simple yet profound. Under Crane's immense power, even the Benedicts in the Foundation realm were shattered into bloody fragments, exploding mid-air. It worked. Indeed, with the enhancement from the tower effect, Crane's attacks became even more formidable. Just a simple spin cleared out a wide swath of Benedicts. Relieved, Ianto bent over to catch his breath for a moment, then turned to see Crane still spinning protectively. With a grateful nod, he said in a deep voice, thank you, fellow Taoist. Crane wasn't just a soulless tool. He was a proud Dalmatian warrior whose creed was to help the weak, even if they appeared as strong as him. Casually swatting away incoming Benedicts, Crane walked over to Ianto, smiling and extending a hand to help him up. Fight for those who cannot fight for themselves. Ianto. Had he been able to comment, Ianto would have already retorted that he'd been fighting valiantly from the start. Initially, the tide of battle seemed to turn in their favor with Crane's arrival. However, before they could fully regroup, another wave of change occurred. Seeing their relentless assault failing, the Benedicts began to stand off with Tommy's group. Their eyes glowed unnaturally, revealing signs of intelligence rather than mere mindless savagery. Whoa! Suddenly, countless Benedicts lifted their heads to the sky and let out chilling howls. Shortly after, an even larger wave of Benedicts surged toward them like a crimson tidal wave. This isn't working. We can't kill them all. Observing the worsening situation, Tommy shouted, Jasperston to my command. Everyone, summon pea shooters to clear the path ahead. Tommy demonstrated by summoning a pea shooter and tossing it forward. The disciples followed suit, including Ianto, pulling out their illusion cards and releasing beams of light. Instantly, numerous pea shooters appeared on the battlefield, shaking their heads and ready to fire. Chapter 100. An Angry Punch. The coverage of illusion cards at Cliff Peak was significantly higher than that of other peaks. Although they could not provide a pea shooter to every person, when Tommy shouted out his command, nearly 800 pea shooters appeared on the field. Tommy, though kind-hearted, did not want to feed freeloaders. He designed a series of methods for disciples under his peak to earn contribution points, enabling them to contribute to Cliff Peak outside of their cultivation practices. Even if the pea shooters were not of high level, it was better than nothing. After all, the pea shooters could be remanifested in the illusion card with spirit energy after being destroyed, so the disciples did not have to charge recklessly. The pea shooters that Tommy hurled into the Benedict crowd now fired in machine gun mode, spewing peas wildly. One by one, the Benedicts exploded upon being hit. Meanwhile, the pea shooters' eyes grew large, glistening with tears, and they looked at Tommy with an expression of indignation. It seemed as if his pea shooters had undergone some severe mutation. Unlike the emotionless machines from other disciples, these pea shooters exhibited human-like emotions, showing signs of distress. However, Tommy couldn't afford to worry about the pea shooters' emotions at this moment. He kept his eyes on the battlefield, ready to seize any opportunity to break through the encirclement. At this point, the scene shifted to a location 100 kilometers north of the Clifftop Peak Group, towards Tianyuan City. The man with the spear had gathered most of the Shenyuan sect's disciples and reached into his robe, pulling out an array disc which he slammed down hard. With a deafening boom, the activated array disc unveiled a colossal circular barrier 2 kilometers in diameter, enveloping all the disciples within its protective white dome. Outside the barrier, swarms of Benedicts howled as they launched attacks, only to be met with their own destruction. The moment they came into contact with the barrier, their flesh smoked and disintegrated, their souls scattered. Within the barrier, disciples from Sound Peak played musical instruments, filling the air with harmonious melodies imbued with spiritual energy. These melodies rushed toward the injured disciples, healing them swiftly as their pale faces regained color. Outside the barrier, the spear-wielding man thrust forward with great force, shouting, "Heavenly dragon piercing!" Roaring cries filled the air as two enormous azure dragons instantly materialized around the tip of his spear, surging forward and clearing a path through the sea of benedicts, creating a wide open space. "You stay inside the barrier and recover. Do not venture out. I will go rescue the others," he declared, before shooting up into the sky and flying off towards the distance. Back with Tommy and his group, the situation was dire. Most of the Clifftop Peak disciples were in the cultivation stage of chi condensation, far less physically robust than the veteran disciples of the sect, leaving them struggling during long-distance travel. This left the Clifftop Peak group isolated and unsupported. Though Brock fought bravely, Geordie displayed strength, and Briar was fiercely valiant. Even they could barely hold their ground against the endless tide of benedicts. A sense of powerlessness began to seep in. Let it be exposed then. Tommy steeled his resolve and slowly raised his fist. An furious punch. With a roar, his powerful punch surged forward, sending a shockwave that lifted the solid earth and carved a massive trench several feet deep. Amidst the rumbling thunder that accompanied his punch, Tommy managed to create a pathway amidst the chaos. Even without causing damage, the sheer force of the wind could clear a way through. As dust settled, an astonishing sight appeared before him. 100-meter-wide, kilometer-long chasm lay to the right of the group where Tommy had been defending. The land was bare and silent, trees vanished, but a trail of blood-red marks told the tale of his devastating strike. Could it be I actually caused damage? Tommy marveled in disbelief. There's no reason for this. I'm supposed to be useless. Unless I really am a powerhouse? Tommy took a moment to re-evaluate the outsider debuff. Outsider, since you are a Chanyuachira, transmigrant, currently not acknowledged by heaven and earth, you cannot directly harm natives of this continent. Direct damage equals 0. Restriction Jasperfted, 20%. Natives. These benedicts were not inhabitants of the immortal realm. Tommy realized that the restriction placed on him wasn't just limited to humans of the immortal realm, but extended to beasts as well, explaining why he couldn't harm creatures like the white rabbit beast earlier. Well, in that case, don't blame me for showing off, Tommy grinned sinisterly. Brock, you take over the right flank. I'll clear the path. Understood. Brock quickly swapped positions with Tommy. Galton, get Joanna over here, Tommy ordered, pointing to Ainsley on the left side of the group. With newfound capability, he aimed to show off in front of his sister, but more importantly, ensure her safety. Boom, boom, boom. Punch after punch cleared hundreds of meters ahead, but as soon as a path was forged, the Benedicts surged back in, relentlessly charging towards them. At this moment, Tommy had no time to worry about the feelings of his pea shooters. He closely monitored the battle's progress, ready to seize any opportunity to break through the encirclement. Suddenly, the half of his divine sense retained within the soul-suppressing pagoda heard Juyu shouting loudly, quickly break through towards Tinyuan City. There are major forces there. Understood. Tommy nodded gravely, then he called out to the crowd, everyone, prepare to break through. At this moment, Tommy played his role as the mainstay. As long as he remained calm, everyone else would stay composed. Brock Crane, you head north and clear the path. Geordie, you guard the rear in the south. Joanna, protect the left flank, and I'll handle the right flank. Pea shooters guard around us. We need to regroup with the main forces. With a grim expression, Tommy issued his commands systematically. Everyone responded promptly, fulfilling their respective duties while protecting the Cliff Peak disciples within the circle. 100 kilometers north of the Cliff Peak group, in the direction of Tianyuan City, a man holding a spear gathered most of the Xinjiang sect disciples. Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out a formation disc and slapped it down. Boom. As the formation disc activated, a circular array with a diameter of 2 kilometers emerged, enveloping all the disciples in a massive white dome. Outside the array, Benedict screamed and attacked ferociously. But as soon as they made contact with the array, their blood and flesh began to smoke and disintegrate. Inside the array, disciples from Heavenly Sound Peak took out various musical instruments and began playing. Healing melodies accompanied by spiritual energy rushed toward the injured disciples. Soon, the pale-faced disciples' faces regained color and vitality. At this moment, outside the array, the spear-wielding man thrust his spear forward, shouting, Heavenly Dragon's Eye. Roar. Instantly, two enormous azure dragons coiled together at the tip of his spear, charging forward. The ground behind the dragons turned into a void, scattering benedicts like water parting before them. You recover inside the array. Do not go out. I will rescue the others. With that, he soared into the sky, rushing off into the distance. Back at Tommy's side, the Cliff Peak group found themselves in a fierce battle. Since most of the Cliff Peak disciples were only at the cultivation foundation stage, their physical fitness was far inferior to that of the senior disciples from other sections. Thus, they fell far behind during the long run, leading to their current isolated predicament. Though Brock was brave, Geordie strong, and Crane invincible, even the mightiest warriors could not withstand countless foes. Despite their powerful attacks, they felt powerless against the endless sea of benedicts. Let's reveal ourselves then. Tommy steeled his resolve, slowly raising his fist. An angry punch. As he spoke, a powerful punch surged toward the benedicts ahead. The force was immense, tearing up chunks of solid earth and creating huge trenches. Amidst the fury of his strike, thunder rumbled within the wind of his punch, adding dramatic effects. Even without direct damage, the sheer force could carve a path through anything. Tommy's furious punch left everyone in shock. When the dust settled, an unbelievable sight appeared. To the right of the group, where Tommy guarded, A massive trench several kilometers long and 100 meters wide stretched out. Everything in its path was obliterated, leaving only silence and emptiness. However, the blood-red stain on the ground confirmed that Tommy's punch had indeed eradicated the Benedicts completely. I actually dealt damage? Tommy couldn't believe it. It shouldn't make sense. I should be worthless. Could it be? I'm really a powerhouse? Taking advantage of the lull, Tommy reviewed the foreigner debuff in his mind once again. Foreigner, due to your transmigration status, you haven't been recognized by this world yet. Therefore, you cannot directly harm the natives of this continent. Your direct damage is 0. Restriction lifted. 20%. Natives. These Benedicts were not inhabitants of the cultivation world. Tommy's restriction applied not only to people in the cultivation world, but also to its beasts. Initially, when Emily brought out the white rabbit beast, Tommy couldn't even scratch it. An excellent example of his limitation. Well then, don't blame me for flexing, Tommy grinned, his gaze cold and sharp. Thinking about this, he shouted, Brock, you guard the right flank. I'll open the way. Yes. Brock quickly swapped positions with Tommy. Cover Mui with Joanna, Tommy ordered Crane, pointing to Ainsley on the left side of the group. Since he now had the ability to cause damage, he wanted to show off in front of his sister. Flexing aside, protecting her was his priority. Having Ainsley close allowed him to focus on clearing a path more confidently. Boom boom boom. Punch after punch, each strike pushed the Cliff Peak group hundreds of meters forward. However, each cleared path was instantly filled with new Benedicts, relentless and fearless in their charge. Chapter 101. Pointing at a Benedict and calling it a horse. This isn't going to work either. Tommy muttered under his breath, but his fists continued their relentless assault. Under the intensity of his attacks, the group's progress was slow yet steady. Most of the blood demons were drawn towards him, positioned at the front. The blood demons appeared intelligent, but lacked true sentience, mostly acting on instinct. Wherever they were killed the fastest, they would swarm towards that spot. Thus, Tommy faced enormous pressure as he cleared the way ahead. He would strike down one wave, only for another to immediately follow, making it seem like an endless tide of blood demons. Despite Tommy leading the charge, the group felt despair, as if this short 100 kilometers would take an eternity to traverse. After half an hour, everyone, stop for a moment and rest. Tommy raised his hand and gave the command to halt. Simultaneously, he instructed the disciples, have all the pea shooters keep watch around us. Even though Tommy had reached the peak of the Foundation establishment stage, the high-pressure environment over this half hour left him somewhat fatigued. The blood demons, seeing that Cliff Peak's party had stopped advancing and instead clustered together, surrounded them with fierce looks, howling menacingly without daring to attack. This pause provided Tommy and his companions a chance to catch their breath. Phew! Tommy took several deep breaths inside the soul-suppressing tower and asked Flynn, how much farther? About 50 kilometers, Flynn replied with a frown. You need to accelerate. More blood demons are heading your way. Understood, Tommy acknowledged, his brow furrowed, focusing on finding a solution. After some time, still no ideas emerged, which frustrated him. He complained, if these blood demons were deer, it'd be easier. Deer. Brock suddenly appeared beside Tommy and chimed in, actually, these beasts do resemble deer quite a bit. Brother, how can you be thinking about flame deer now? Ainsley's face twisted with anxiety. What flame deer? What are you talking about? Tommy scolded her, then turned to Brock, pointing at him. Wasn't it you who mentioned deer first? The focus is on the flame deer? Tommy teased. Oh, I saw the blood demons weren't attacking, so I came to check what was happening, Brock replied guiltily. Forget it, let's try something, it won't cost anything. With this thought, Tommy raised his right hand and pointed at a blood demon in front of him. Simultaneously, he silently activated the skill, point deer is horse. Neigh. A loud horse neigh echoed through the blood demon crowd, startling everyone. They looked to find a blood-red horse with glowing eyes emerging from the middle of the blood demons. Seeing this, the other blood demons backed away from the blood-colored horse, baring their teeth and growling cautiously. Blood demon. Blood demon. Is there a traitor among us? Holy crap, this actually works, Tommy exclaimed. Then, with excitement, he pointed at the blood demon turned blood horse again, snapped his fingers, and used the skill. All roads lead to Rome. Before anyone could react, spatial vortexes appeared above the blood demon crowd. In an instant, countless stags burst forth from the vortexes, creating a massive spectacle. On the ground, blood demons frantically pointed at the sky where stags hovered. In the air, the stags lowered their heads, preparing to charge. Neigh. The lead stag lifted its head and let out a powerful neigh before charging at the blood horse. Following its lead, the other stags charged en masse. Boom boom boom. When the first stag struck the blood horse, it shattered into fragments from the force. But the onslaught didn't stop. Each subsequent collision shredded more blood demons. With the final stag vanishing, not a single blood demon remained. Instead, a massive circular pit hundreds of meters wide and deep lay in front of them. The sight stunned everyone into silence. Massive AoE. Awesome. Tommy was exhilarated. This was far quicker than punching endlessly. Furthermore, this time, the all roads lead to Rome skill seemed even more potent than when he first used it on the practice field at Cliff Peak. Could it be because my cultivation has improved? Tommy pondered briefly but dismissed further thoughts, knowing greater power was beneficial. Next, he summoned his flying sword and soared 10 meters into the sky. He pointed at the blood demons in different directions, attempting to use the skill. Point deer is horse again. Nothing happened. Minutes passed fruitlessly. Odd, what's going on? Tommy scratched his head in confusion. Could it have been sheer luck that the earlier blood demon's name had deer in it? That seems unlikely, he mused. He then approached Brock on the ground and said, Chung brother, please help me capture a live blood demon. Tommy couldn't handle such a delicate task himself. His attacks would obliterate the blood demon. All right. Brock nodded and rushed toward the nearest blood demon, feet stomping the ground. As he charged, blood demons swarmed around him, attacking. However, Tommy's earlier clearance had thinned their numbers significantly, leaving Brock relatively unbothered. Quickly, Brock grabbed the leaping blood demon by the neck, holding it in one hand while using a giant sword to knock back any others. Chapter 102. The Benedict is a deer. Brock grabbed the blood demon and returned to Tommy's side. The surrounding blood demons squealed frantically but still feared Tommy's imposing presence. They could only watch helplessly, not daring to act recklessly. They were waiting for the arrival of the main force of blood demons. At this moment, Brock threw the blood demon to the ground with a loud thud, then stomped heavily on it. For a blood demon merely at the early Foundation establishment stage, Brock, who was at the 100-channel stage, was clearly too formidable for it. It struggled helplessly, thrashing its limbs wildly but to no avail, looking quite pitiful. Don't move. I have a few questions for you. With that, Tommy squatted down slowly with a friendly smile. Are you still moving, huh? Seeing the blood demon under Brock's foot struggling, Tommy didn't think twice and slapped it hard, helping it calm down. Ainsley. Brock? Tommy. This? Originally intending for the slap to silence it momentarily, Tommy underestimated his own strength. His attacks, harmless as breezes to the natives of the cultivation world, were like divine retribution to blood demons. What was supposed to be a warning slap directly turned the blood demon into ashes. With a guilty look, Tommy stood up and bowed to Brock. Brother Chung, please catch another one. Brock, straightforward and honest, didn't hold it against Tommy for his rash action. Nodding, he rushed out again. Soon, accompanied by the screeches of surrounding blood demons, Brock returned, dragging another blood demon which he promptly stepped on. Tommy resumed his self-perceived kind expression and slowly squatted down again. Seeing this, Brock looked tense and hurriedly said, Brother Wunxiang, don't touch it. If you want to ask something, I'll hit it for you. Tommy. After bending down, Brock struck the blood demon fiercely, saying, cooperate or else you'll get worse. All right, classic indeed. Tommy paid no attention to Brock's actions and stared at the blood demon, his voice deep. Is your name related to a deer? Blood demon. Ayurashoka Sabaka $#*. What are you blabbering? Unable to communicate normally, Tommy angrily raised his right hand again. However, while Tommy raising his hand didn't scare the blood demon much, Brock was panic-stricken. Brock quickly squatted down, grabbed the blood demon's neck with his left hand, and started slapping it with his right hand. While slapping, he angrily said, Brother Wunxiang asked you a question. Answer properly. Blood demon, day. Under Brock's slaps, the blood demon struggled even more fiercely, revealing fear in its originally aggressive eyes. Hold it, stop. Tommy caught Brock's right hand urgently. If you keep hitting, you'll kill it. It's not cooperating. Brock growled angrily. You wait a moment. Tommy tried to soothe the furious Brock while casting a skill, pointing a deer as a horse, at the nearly dead blood demon. Soon, after everyone had stared blankly at each other for a minute, the blood demon continued struggling vigorously, looking more terrified at Brock's raised hand. No effect? Tommy was confused, unsure about the conditions for using pointing a deer as a horse. Previously, the blood demon turned into a horse. If it was just coincidence, the probability would be incredibly low. Unwilling to give up, Tommy threatened the blood demon. Tell me, are you a deer? Blood demon. Ayurashoka. Slap. Are you a deer? Slap. Aren't you? Slap. Are you still defiant? Brock slapped the blood demon repeatedly, asking angrily. Seeing the blood demon almost beaten to death, Brock sighed. It looks like a deer to me. Look at those antlers on its head. They're just like a deer. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. The blood demon, previously subjected to Tommy's multiple attempts at pointing a deer as a horse, suddenly transformed into a blood-red horse. How did it turn into a horse again? Brock stared at the now transformed horse beneath his foot, puzzled. However, his grip remained firm, still pressing the red horse firmly to the ground. Damn, why didn't I think of this earlier? Tommy smacked his forehead, blaming himself for his slow reaction. According to the system's subjective nature, if everyone believes it is a deer, then it is a deer. Since it is a deer, the skill, pointing a deer as a horse, can be activated. Upon explaining this, it made perfect sense. Earlier, when Tommy called the blood demon a deer and Brock agreed, even though his sister mocked them, by following the principle of majority rule, both Tommy and Brock believed the blood demon was a deer, making the 2:1 vote valid. Thus, the blood demon became a deer. Understanding this, Tommy smiled, realizing the problem was solved, rendering the blood demon harmless. He smiled at Brock and said, Brother Chung, can you throw this horse into the crowd of blood demons? Sure thing. Brock agreed loudly, bent down, grabbed the horse's hoof, and hurled it forcefully into the group of blood demons. Tommy took the opportunity to activate the skill. All roads lead to Rome. Following another set of special effects, a huge crater appeared instantly within the blood demon crowd, turning countless blood demons into ashes. Satisfied with the results, Tommy cleared his throat and shouted to the disciples, the blood demon is a deer. Does everyone agree? How can this thing be a deer? An uninformed disciple voiced out. At this point, Mickey frowned and yelled loudly, what nonsense? How can this be nonsense? Seeing a disciple from Broken Cliff Peak contradict Tommy, Mickey grew furious and exclaimed, Master Brother says it's a deer, so it's a deer. How could Master Brother lie to us? Mickey's words stirred up a wave of agreement among the disciples. Yes, it's a deer. That's right. The blood demon is a deer. Master Brother wouldn't lie to us. Only Master Brother Mickey sees clearly. I didn't realize it earlier. Amidst their chorus of voices, the notion, blood demon is a deer, was solidified. Tommy mounted his flying sword and soared into the sky. Of course, if he flew lower, he could only point at individual blood demons, but flying higher allowed him to point at a large area of blood demons. Chapter 103, The Chatterbox Elroy. Tommy forcibly suppressed his fear of heights, slowly raising his flying sword. 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters, gradually ascending to 100 meters. As he ascended, the blood demons on the ground mostly looked up with tense expressions, watching him warily and not daring to make a move. This man was too formidable. Even the mindless blood demons were struck with fear from his earlier beatings. About right, Tommy muttered under his breath, feeling the fierce cold wind blowing through the air. At this moment, Tommy gazed into the distance. Seeing the red sea of blood demons surging towards the Disciple Peak group, he murmured to himself urgently, "I need to hurry." Then, he extended his finger, carefully circling it around the flying sword before pointing at the blood demons in all directions. Activating his skill, Deer Calling. Squawk. As his skill activated, the wave of blood demons surrounding the Disciple Peak disciples instantly transformed into blood-red horses, rearing up and neighing loudly. Hee explode. Tommy watched the herd on the ground, laughing a bit eerily, as he silently activated his skill. All roads lead to Rome. The sky immediately turned black with an oppressive presence. While tens of thousands of blood demons were already astonishing, multiplying them by dozens, or even 100-fold made it far more terrifying. Tommy's skill only targeted blood demons. Though the stampede of stags created a massive impact, affecting a wide area, it couldn't actually harm the people. It only left everyone feeling shocked and fearful. A moment later, the dust and smoke slowly cleared, revealing a scene of utter devastation. Tommy was deeply shocked. The ground was littered with countless giant craters emitting faint smoke, resembling a meteor shower impacting the continent. However, the effect was undeniable. The blood demons around the Disciple Peak disciples had been nearly eliminated. However, there was still difficulty in merging the disciples back with the main force. Only a few disciples had reached the Foundation establishment realm and could manage to fly using their swords. Most were still at the chi condensation stage and were unable to remain airborne. Revised. However, it was still challenging for the disciples to rejoin the main group. Only a few had reached the Foundation establishment realm and could handle flying with their swords. The majority were still at the chi condensation stage and could not stay airborne. Moreover, the Disciple Peak's flying boat was deemed too bulky, so it wasn't brought out. Looking at the ground covered in craters, he felt a bit worried. Forget it, let's just walk slowly. At least now the blood demons aren't a threat anymore. Thinking this, he controlled his flying sword and slowly descended to join the Disciple Peak group. Just as Tommy landed, before he could boast to his sister, a roar came from the distant sky. "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Crane reacted first, planting his massive sword into the ground and scratching his head. "That line sounds familiar." Hearing the voice, the disciples, including Tommy, looked up into the sky, feeling a surge of hope. Reinforcements had arrived. A small black dot appeared high in the sky, rapidly approaching. Closer and closer. Everyone lifted their heads to see clearly. A young man approached, wearing golden armor and wielding a spear over 10 feet long. He looked incredibly handsome but entered in a peculiar manner. Most people rode flying swords. He rode a spear. Not unusual, but his method was distinctly different. Typically, one would stand on the sword vertically, but this master flew horizontally, being dragged by the spear, adhering to aerodynamics. And you wouldn't believe how fast it was. From hearing the young man's call from afar to seeing him appear in front of everyone, only a blink of an eye had passed. Ha ha ha. The young man laughed aloud from above. Ainsley. Tommy. What kind of time was this? Did they really need to follow the unwritten rules of cultivation all the time? At that moment, the young man hurriedly descended and asked anxiously, "Are you all unhurt?" Before anyone could respond, he looked around at the craters and blood-red ground, sighing heavily and hitting his chest, saying, "I'm sorry, I came too late." "No, you came just in time," said Tommy, dressed in white. Despite the recent bloody battle, not a drop of red stained his white clothes. Now, Tommy in his white robe and the young spear-wielding warrior stood side by side, both equally striking in their own ways. You are Tommy?" the young man asked. "Yeah." Tommy nodded confidently. Having just exterminated a large wave of blood demons, he felt a bit inflated. He felt his status as a master was firmly established, and not showcasing his demeanor would have been a disservice to his achievements. But before Tommy could maintain his pose and ask, the young man sighed in relief, exclaiming, "Alive is good, alive is good." He sized up Tommy again, muttering to himself, "If something happened to you, Master could tear me apart." "Master?" Ainsley tilted her head, curious about the young man's identity. "Oh, you look at my memory." The man slapped his forehead and said, "Almost forgot to introduce myself. My name is Elroy, Master's youngest disciple. I'm here to rescue you disciples. And don't tell others, this is actually a scheme. The elders of the evil sage sect have been thoroughly tricked by Master." Elroy, seeing everyone unharmed, was visibly excited, spouting off words rapidly, leaving everyone bewildered. Tommy remained silent, inwardly criticizing. How long has he been in seclusion? Can't help but spill everything when he sees people. Cough, Tommy coughed, interrupting the incessant chatter, bowing politely. "Senior Brother Young, shall we meet up with the rest of our fellow disciples first?" Good. Elroy smiled awkwardly, still eager to talk. "We can talk on the way." With that, he pulled out a flying boat, ushering all the Disciple Peak members aboard. On the flying boat, Elroy couldn't hold back, finding silence unbearable. He came to Tommy's side and asked, any casualties among our Disciple Peak disciples?" Before Tommy could answer, Elroy added hastily, "Don't worry. No matter what the losses are, Master will compensate you." Chapter 104. Unraveling the Mystery. "Tommy, would your master know if you talk this much?" Previously, Tommy was going to say there were no casualties. However, once he heard Elroy's statement, it became impolite to still insist on no losses. Tommy's principle was that if there was wool to be fleeced, one must do so without hesitation. Tommy sighed dramatically and began his performance, Cliff Peak suffered tremendous losses this time. Decades of hard work were destroyed in an instant. Elroy patted Tommy on the shoulder consolingly. Don't be upset. I will report this truthfully to Master. He will definitely provide compensation for Cliff Peak. Then, Elroy launched into another monologue, boasting about sect leader Brecken's plan. Tommy listened patiently while Elroy seemed quite pleased with himself, but Tommy's brows remained furrowed, as he saw numerous flaws in the plan. In summary, Brecken had set a trap. The story began when Xinjian sect embarked on its eastern campaign. During this time, Arthur, the supreme elder of Evil Sage sect, took advantage of the situation and attacked Xinjian sect's territory, Tianyuan City. Arthur was at the quasi-saint level, making him one of the few highly powerful supreme elders of the Evil Sage sect. He had lived for over 10,000 years. Usually, sect supreme elders would not leave their seclusion unless faced with existential threats, unless they were nearing the end of their lifespan and willing to take risks. However, righteous ancestors disdained such actions, while Arthur didn't care about these conventions. During Xinjian sect's conflict with the aliens, Arthur targeted ordinary humans, using his blood demon technique to refine and absorb the life essence of 30,000 civilians in Tianyuan City, prolonging his own life by a few years. After the battle with the aliens ended, sect leader Brecken immediately discovered this disaster. The matter wasn't as simple as it appeared on the surface. Through investigating the deaths of the civilians, Brecken found alien energy traces on the bodies and concluded that Arthur was collaborating with the aliens. This was absolutely unacceptable in the world of cultivation. Moreover, given the timing, right after the aliens' sudden attack and Arthur extending his lifespan, it was naive to believe they weren't connected. If this news spread, not only would Xinjian sect seek revenge for the civilians in its territory, but even other major figures within the Evil Sage sect wouldn't let Arthur off the hook. Since ancient times, the struggle between righteousness and evil had always existed, mainly due to differing philosophies on cultivation. One side pursued integrity and justice, while the other sought freedom and ease. However, if any cultivator collaborated with aliens, they were considered traitors. When it came to defending against the aliens, all cultivators stood united. Therefore, Arthur's actions were intolerable to everyone. If the Evil Sage sect dared to protect him, the Holy Lands would intervene, resulting in the extermination of the entire Evil Sage sect, not just Arthur. Upon learning of Arthur's collaboration, Brecken feigned anger and challenged the Evil Sage sect by killing the 7 saints. This was actually a ruse to investigate Arthur's state. He learned that absorbing human life force could not extend Arthur's life for long. Thus, Brecken devised a plan, using Flynn's name to organize a sports event, inviting 2,000 strong civilians as blood sacrifices for Arthur. Predictably, Arthur fell for Brecken's trap, emerging to claim the sacrificial lives. After processing everything, Tommy inwardly marveled at how devious Brecken was. Had Tommy not been involved, the disciples of Cliff Peak might have faced dire consequences. While the sect didn't allow Chi condensation disciples to participate in long-distance running, the critical issue was that Brecken hadn't informed Tommy of his plan. Consequently, Tommy had innocently trained his disciples for the event, nearly causing disaster. To these old schemers, sacrificing some disciples to eliminate an enemy supreme elder might seem worthwhile. But Tommy, influenced by decades of positive education, strongly disagreed with such thinking. He didn't want any disciple to become a tool of sacrifice, even to trade for a supreme elder. It was not worth it. Reflecting on everything, Tommy sighed deeply, determined. Once we return to the sect, Brecken must pay dearly for the psychological trauma inflicted on Cliff Peak. Meanwhile, high above, led by Brecken, the Xinjian sect leaders continued battling Arthur. Notably, Arthur initially brought 2 other elders from Evil Sage sect. However, both were swiftly killed by Brecken, leaving Arthur alone facing the entire group. Ha 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 ha. At this moment, Arthur's disheveled appearance and blood-red eyes emitted eerie laughter. Brecken, stop wasting your effort. With your mere Earth Essence realm, you can never defeat me. Earth Essence realm was one of the 3 Essences realms, Human Essence, Earth Essence, and Heaven Essence. Entering the 3 Essences made one truly extraordinary, able to commune with heaven and earth and possess inexhaustible spiritual energy. Hence, these 3 realms were often discussed collectively as the 3 Essences. Half-saints were essentially perfected Heaven Essence cultivators who had approached the threshold of sainthood, producing far more formidable power than ordinary Heaven Essence cultivators. This explained why, despite Brecken and a group of elders setting up a comprehensive net, they still struggled against Arthur. Hearing Arthur's mockery, Brecken laughed heartily and shouted, "Do you know what a disciple of our sect once said? I have a sword that can break all methods. Today, I, Brecken, will show you how to slay a saint with one sword strike." Finishing his words, Brecken put away his green lightsaber, then extended his palm towards the sky. Jasper-lightning patterns flashed, thunder roared deafeningly, and suddenly, a purple lightning-covered divine sword, the sky-viewing sword, emerged from the storm. Buzz! The sky-viewing sword gleefully absorbed the energy, emitting a buzzing sound as it bathed in the lightning. At this moment, Brecken bellowed, "Sword come!" Chapter 105, Predicament. Buzz. As he finished speaking, the Skywatch sword shot forward like a dragon in flight, carrying a streak of lightning as it lunged toward justice. The Skywatch sword was crafted by the second patriarch of the mystical sword sect as a sacred protector sword for the sect. It was a true and genuine saint-level weapon. The Skywatch sword had its own sentience and didn't require its wielder to have immense power. It could unleash half a saint's strength on its own. Benedict clearly realized this. Upon seeing the sword taken into Justice's hands, he frantically dodged and fled. However, no matter what secret technique he used or how nimbly he moved, it was futile. An invisible aura from the Skywatch sword locked onto him tightly. That elusive aura made Benedict feel an intense sense of danger. In his estimation, regardless of how he evaded, that aura would firmly lock onto him, impossible to escape. "Tao!" Benedict shouted in shock, feeling as if the heavens had collapsed. A saint can comprehend the laws of heaven and earth, transforming attacks into rules of nature. Clearly, the attack from the Skywatch sword was one such rule. An attack from it would hit without fail. This was the unyielding rule of the Skywatch sword. This rule treated all below the saint realm equally, be they at the chi practitioner stage or a half-saint like Benedict. Once the sword left its scabbard, there was no choice but to endure the attack head-on. It was brute logic without any room for negotiation. If Benedict were truly at the saint realm, he could escape through his dimensional space. However, although the difference between half-saint and saint realm was just one word, the gap was insurmountable. There was no way to avoid it. Justice, you forced my hand. Ha ha ha. Benedict laughed maniacally, then expanded his body instantly using a secret technique. Since that's the case, none of us will live. No. Justice yelled and quickly channeled his cultivation to its peak, launching a wild sword chi at the rapidly expanding Benedict. Even as Benedict's body began to expand, everything happened in a flash. But despite Justice's quick reaction, it wasn't enough. Just before the sword chi struck Benedict, his inflated body exploded, scattering red bloodlines across the sky, dyeing it crimson. By choosing suicide first, no one could kill him. Benedict's response was timely and brutal. With Benedict's self-detonation, Justice instantly felt relief, but the pressure shifted to the ground. Suddenly, a rain of blood fell from the sky. Hold him back, Justice called out, wielding the Skywatch sword as he rushed towards the ground. On the ground, Justice unleashed his full spirit energy, launching massive sword chi into the sky. As the spirit energy met the blood rain, it vaporized instantly. Other elders rushed down to join Justice in dispersing the blood rain. However, the power of a half-saint's self-detonation was extraordinary. Despite their combined efforts, some of the blood rain still reached the ground. Below, countless blood demons awaited. Though they were only at the early Foundation establishment stage, which posed no threat to the elders, the blood rain transformed them dramatically. Mid-Foundation establishment, late Foundation establishment, peak Foundation establishment, early Hundred Vein realm. What were initially low-level blood demons now posed a formidable threat. While numerous mid to early level Foundation establishment blood demons might not be too problematic, hundreds of thousands of Hundred Vein realm blood demons presented a terrifying situation. Move the disciples first. Jasper Qingfeng instructed an elder with a grim face, continuing his relentless attacks on the blood rain without pausing. Hundreds of thousands, even millions of blood demons meant Justice couldn't ensure the safety of all disciples, nor could he evacuate them back to the sect safely. Furthermore, leaving the blood demons alive threatened the entire cultivation world. If they didn't clear them now, the disciples wouldn't dare leave the sect again. Inside the large formation, an elder who followed Justice's order appeared to relocate the disciples. But the sea of blood demons instantly surrounded and blocked the entire formation, cutting off any possible escape. No way up, no way down. Unprecedented crisis. Boom, boom. The protective formation began shaking wildly under the onslaught, losing much of its brilliance. Sure. Just as the formation's light dimmed to the point of collapse, a streak of sword chi cleared away countless blood demons in front of the formation. Justice flashed into the formation, placing his palm on the array disc to channel his spirit energy into it. The fading formation regained its radiance and resilience under his input. Other elders joined him inside the formation, collectively channeling spirit energy into the array disc. Wah, I don't want to die, cried a young mystical sword sect disciple, unable to hold back tears. Fear spread among the disciples, who saw the hope extinguished when even their sect leaders struggled to control the blood demons. What do we do? I haven't confessed to my junior sister yet. Don't cry, go out and fight if you're a man. Forget it, Giant Sword Peak is hopeless, wah? Jasper, listening to the cries, Justice's usually composed face showed unmasked regret. He blamed himself for this predicament. Knowing Benedict had collaborated with foreigners, he specifically brought out the Skywatch sword, only to be blindsided by this move. Infinite numbers of Hundred Vein realm blood demons couldn't be killed entirely. If Justice stopped maintaining the formation, it would collapse, leaving tens of thousands of disciples defenseless. A predicament. Two paths lay before Justice. Contact the Grand Elder within the sect, risking their lives, or abandon the 20,000 disciples. The Grand Elders were already on death's door. Mobilizing them meant certain destruction for them and a significant loss for the mystical sword sect. On the other hand, abandoning the disciples would burden him with immense guilt, stunting his future cultivation progress. A decision. Chapter 106, Mickey times Zhaogao square root. But no matter which path Brecken chose, he would be labeled a sinner of the Xinjian sect. Sigh, you damned old Benedict, even in death, you won't let us have peace. Brecken gave a bitter smile, cursing under his breath. You have such spirit, yet why did you betray your own kind? After speaking, he slowly stood up, determination showing on his face as he addressed the elders. This old man will go outside the formation to slay the Benedicts. You must protect the great array with all your might. Adele, no? Russell Chuan cried, reaching out towards the patriarch, seemingly understanding Brecken's intentions. At this moment, Brecken approached Tommy and gently patted him on the shoulder. Wenxiang, I know you possess extraordinary strength and many secrets, but I hope that when the Xinjian sect faces destruction one day, you can lend a hand to save us. Tommy looked at Brecken as if he were making final arrangements, feeling somewhat awkward. However, with the atmosphere set, he nodded vigorously, agreeing to Brecken's request. Seeing Tommy nod, Brecken burst into wild laughter. How fortunate for the Xinjian sect to have you. With that, Brecken swept his sleeve and strode toward the perimeter of the formation, evoking a sense of farewell like the icy waters of Montague River. Adele, where are you going? Russell Chuan asked, tears streaming down his face, voice trembling. To kill the Benedicts and restore peace, replied Brecken. Russell Chuan, what if you do not return? Brecken, then I shall not return. Tommy, Watching the elders' reactions and recalling Brecken's words that felt like final arrangements, Tommy realized what Brecken was planning. He most likely intended to lure all the Benedicts away and then self-destruct, clearing most of them and giving the disciples a chance to escape. But it wasn't necessary. Tommy still had two powerful techniques up his sleeve, calling a deer a horse, and all roads lead to Rome. Although he tried initially, the Benedicts outside the formation hadn't turned into horses. He surmised it was because they were in a new environment, requiring revoting. While Cliff Peak disciples believed the Benedicts were deer, the other 20,000 plus disciples inside the formation hadn't agreed yet. Thus, the Benedicts weren't considered deer. It's just another vote. No need to make things so tragic. Ah, Adele, Tommy called out. Let me say something. Upon hearing Tommy's voice, Brecken turned back, his expression heavy with resolve. Speak. I wish we could talk more, but there's no time. Tommy. It was an awkward moment, Brecken wanting to go down in a blaze of glory, leaving him equally uncomfortable. Forget it. No use talking to him. Tommy pulled himself together, flying up into the sky and shouting loudly. The Benedicts are deer. Shinjin sect disciples weren't Cliff Peak disciples. No one like Mickey would blindly follow him. Though Tommy's voice carried immense authority, compelling everyone to think seriously, denials quickly emerged. How can Benedicts be deer? What kind of joke is this at a time like this? Do you eat people? That's your family of deer? Wah, I haven't confessed my feelings to my senior sister yet. Wunxiang. Brecken looked up at Tommy, who suddenly went mad, feeling even more sorrowful. Come down. I'll deal with the Benedicts. In his mind, Tommy couldn't bear the pressure and had gone crazy, saying absurd things like, Benedicts are deer, as a way to deceive himself. Wunxiang, come down. Russell Chuan, still in tears, looked at the patriarch and said, Adele will protect you. Gosh, what's happening here? Tommy felt distressed, having these powerful moves but unable to get everyone on board. Yet, as he struggled, Mickey jumped forward first, summoning his full spiritual energy to shout loudly. The Benedicts are deer. Senior brother says they are deer, so they are deer. How can they be deer? Someone from the crowd shouted, reacting to the unfathomable words from the Cliff Peak disciples. Are you scared out of your minds? Stop joking around. Who are you? Mickey, furious, saw someone defy his senior brother. Swift Sword Peak, Jensen. Jensen stepped forward to confront Mickey. Mickey, unafraid of Jensen, thought, what's a Swift Sword Peak senior brother compared to a Cliff Peak second elder? He glanced at Jensen, then turned to the crowd. If you believe Benedicts are deer, stand by me. If you don't, stand by senior brother Gao. You must choose sides. Anger boiled within Mickey, disregarding status as he forced everyone to pick a side. Despite his efforts, many disciples remained unmoved, their faces filled with anger and ridicule. Powerless, he couldn't force anyone. Of course, Cliff Peak disciples cooperated fully. They stood behind Mickey one by one. Even Brock and his brother joined in, causing murmurs. By the principle of majority rule, Cliff Peak disciples, including Brock and his brother, clearly didn't meet the conditions for the calling a deer a horse technique. Even if Tommy explained the conditions, it wouldn't help. Everyone would comply outwardly but inwardly disagree, rendering the technique ineffective. So, trying to force everyone to side with him was pointless. Unaware of the futility, Mickey only knew that his senior brother's word was law. As Tommy pondered how to make disciples truly believe Benedicts were deer, he remembered a skill he hadn't used in a long time. Momentum pressure. Momentum pressure. Momentum is the manifestation of power. Your words carry incomparable authority, compelling others to agree subconsciously. 1,000 points per minute. Why did I forget this? Tommy smacked his forehead in frustration. Last time using momentum pressure, Evangeline mistook him for Universal True Lord. These disciples aren't as strong as Evangeline, so momentum pressure should still work on them. Chapter 107. Aura Suppression. At that moment, all Tommy needed to do was release his aura suppression and gently guide them. He could certainly alter their perceptions. The Benedict is indeed a deer. Moreover, Mickey had already gone all out, fiercely defending his senior brother. Naturally, Tommy couldn't leave his own disciples in an awkward position. Without delay, Tommy immediately began releasing the skill, aura suppression, from mid-air. Boom. Just as everyone on the ground was still arguing heatedly with flushed faces and stiff necks, a booming sound erupted. Looking up, they saw the surrounding spiritual energy rapidly spreading outward from Tommy at its center. Accompanied by the effects of aura suppression, Tommy shouted loudly from the sky, "The Benedict is a deer. Who agrees? Who disagrees?" As his voice fell, the group of fellow disciples on the ground gazed with hazy eyes, falling into deep contemplation. Moments later, having completed their internal deliberations, an intense discussion broke out among them. The Benedict is a deer. That's right, that's right. I was questioning the thoughts of disciples from Cliff Peak just now, but now it seems my understanding was too shallow. Senior brother Wunxiang has insight. He has revealed the essence of the Benedict. Everyone, hurry up and take sides. The Benedict is definitely a deer. After a couple of minutes, the previously chaotic group of fellow disciples quickly gathered behind Mickey, aligning themselves with the conclusion that the Benedict is a deer. Initially, many disciples from Swift Sword Peak stood behind Jensen. After all, as the eldest disciple of Swift Sword Peak, if Jensen stated that the Benedict was not a deer, the disciples would more or less give him face. However, this situation assumed that Tommy wasn't using the aura suppression skill. Now that he had activated it, the disciples behind Jensen also joined the ranks of Cliff Peak, aligning themselves with Mickey. At this point, two conflicting thoughts raged within Jensen's mind. Of course, his dilemma wasn't about whether the Benedict was a deer, but whether he should join the others. If he joined, he would be going against his initial stance. If he didn't, he felt like he was defying the truth. He stared intently at the Benedict, allowing his mind to expand along the lines Tommy had laid out. Sigh, I must be foolish. The Benedict is a special breed of deer. I should have known. Someone mentioned before that the Benedict is a hybrid between a deer and a demon. So logically, the Benedict is a deer. How could I forget this? Forget it. No more thinking, Jensen growled, stomping his foot before slinking to stand behind Mickey. At this moment, after the disciples finished taking sides, the head disciple Elroy was the first to succumb. He bellowed at the elders. What are you all hesitating for? Venerable Hurricane has already said the Benedict is a deer. Hurry up and line up. It's too late if you don't act now. Yes, yes. Elder Yusef, who loved smoking, rose first to echo Elroy's sentiment. Look at the proud antlers of the Benedict. Whoever says it's not a deer, old man here will have a bone to pick with them. Elder Gao sees clearly. Yes, it's definitely a deer. Hurry up and line up. Come on, let's go. Brecken watched in utter bewilderment as the elders and disciples collectively lost their minds. Confused and frustrated, he even cursed under his breath. F***K. How can the Benedict be a deer? Just then, Elder Ramon, who had been maintaining the grand array, rose and bowed to the Adele. Adele, old man can't bear the truth being buried any longer. I will also line up now. With that, he flew over to join the disciples from Cliff Peak, abandoning the maintenance of the grand array. The higher one's realm, the broader one's knowledge, and the more extensive the imagination. The most terrifying part. In Ramon's mind, what was the point in maintaining the grand array when the crucial thing was to stand beside Emperor of Heaven, Tommy, leaving the Benedict outside for the Emperor to handle? Brecken, who was initially preparing to exit the formation to fight, instantly flashed back to the core of the grand array and placed his hand on it. T, all of you have left. Who will maintain the grand array? Tommy's aura suppression skill only affected those whose aura was inferior to his, making them imagine and conform to his ideas. Clearly, someone like Brecken, a cultivator of the utmost attainment, was beyond the skill's influence. But good news came in that Tommy's aura was basically superior to most of the elders of Xinjiang sect. Seeing that everyone had lined up, the fact that the Benedict is a deer was now set in stone, unchangeable. Without much thought, Tommy pointed around in circles, starting to transform nearby Benedicts into horses. Then he manipulated his flying sword, soaring outside the grand array into higher skies. Facing the sea of red-like Benedicts, he unleashed the skill, Point Deer as Horse. Each point of his finger turned tens of thousands of Benedicts into blood-red horses. Sighing deeply, Tommy casually pointed at a Benedict flying toward him. The efficiency is still quite low. Next, he carefully examined the skill, Point Deer as Horse, in his mind. Point Deer as Horse. When your finger points at a deer, it turns into a horse. A deer isn't limited to a physical deer, but can also be one in cognition. Could there be some play in this pointing? Considering this, Tommy recalled an ancient idiom. One leaf can blind the view of Mount Tai. Thinking of this, he extended 2 fingers in front of his eyes, pointing outward, and then activated the skill, Point Deer as Horse. Neighing sounds filled the air as entire sections of Benedicts instantly turned into horses. Millions of blood-red horses roared, creating an incredibly spectacular scene. Amazing, it works. Tommy felt elated, realizing he had found another useful technique. The system was becoming increasingly subjective. Logically speaking, when pointing at a target, one's vision should focus on the target as well. So, blocking one's vision directly meant everything in sight became the range of the skill. Without hesitation, Tommy continued this action, turning every visible Benedict into a horse in circular motions. After these operations, Tommy slowly descended back into the grand array of Xinjiang sect. Since the horses were under his control, as he had confirmed with Emily, he didn't rush to use the all roads lead to Rome. These Benedicts were now harmless. Chapter 108. Target. Evil Saint Sect. Damn, what's going on? The moment Tommy descended into the large array, he saw thousands of horses staring at him with sad eyes, neighing in frustration. Shit, I can't use this trick again. Tommy watched the scene and inwardly cursed. Using it this way significantly amplified the range of the calling a deer a horse skill, but the downside was equally apparent. It easily caused collateral damage. However, looking on the bright side, the calling a deer a horse effect would last only 12 hours. Moreover, all the disciples turned into horses had saddles, so they wouldn't be confused with Benedict's creations. He hadn't expected that there were so many fellow sect members whose names contained the character for deer. Tommy scrutinized the shapes and colors of the saddles, noting them down. These people would form the backbone of Cliff Peak security force in the future. Wenxiang, what's happening? As soon as Tommy landed, sect leader Brecken immediately appeared beside him and asked. Even a fool could see that this bizarre event was caused by Tommy. He conveyed his situation to Brecken via telepathy. Of course, he embellished the details rather than giving a full account. In short, he attributed everything unexplainable to his mystic powers. The fewer people who knew the truth, the better, as some might try to decipher the secret of the calling a deer a horse skill. Upon hearing this, Brecken burst out laughing, visibly relieved. Just then, a loud laughter rang out. Ha 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 ha. Tommy looked up to see Elroy pushing through the crowd, laughing loudly and shouting, I told you we should have teamed up with Venerable Wildstorm. Master, you should quickly hand over your position to Venerable Wildstorm. Tommy. Damn. The side effect of the intimidating aura was causing everyone to lose their minds. What nonsense about Venerable Wildstorm? The old man agrees. Russell Chuan smiled, stroking his beard as he approached Brecken, saying, when the Heavenly Emperor acts, none can match him. The seat of sect leader is suited for him. Russell Chuan, who had been shedding tears just moments ago, now praised the Heavenly Emperor without hesitation. Get lost, all of you. Brecken's face darkened as he bellowed. It wasn't that he was reluctant to give up his position, but seeing his elders and beloved disciple behaving like lunatics infuriated him. He gestured to the crowd and sent a mental message to Tommy asking about the situation. The intimidating aura, though taboo, could influence people's thoughts, something considered evil among evils. But since Brecken didn't seem to mind even calling a deer a horse, he advised Tommy not to reveal its secrets either. Now, telling Brecken about the effects of the intimidating aura wasn't too much of an issue. Besides, this matter couldn't remain hidden forever. It was better to explain it openly and save trouble later on. Despite his impulsive nature and flawed plans, Brecken was fundamentally upright and wouldn't harm his disciples out of fear. After careful thought, Tommy explained the effects of the intimidating aura to Brecken in detail. After listening, Brecken pondered deeply, then his expression brightened as his eyes twinkled mischievously, clearly concocting another plan. He continued telepathically, "These horses, can you control them?"
Yes.
Tommy nodded. Brecken, within 12 hours, they'll definitely listen to you, right? Tommy, sect leader, rest assured. Within 12 hours, they will obey me completely. Good. Very good. Brecken laughed heartily, outlining his plan to Tommy. As he spoke, his excitement grew, becoming more confident. Tommy listened, pupils dilating in shock, thinking, what a crafty old fox. In matters of underhanded tactics, Brecken was far superior. Tommy's actions paled in comparison. Should we get moving? Tommy asked. Brecken grinned. Let's go. We can't delay. Then he turned serious and announced loudly, I declare the long-distance running competition officially over. All participating disciples will receive a mystical artifact. He announced the early end of the competition to make amends, using the sect's funds to provide mystical artifacts for all participants. Of course, the artifacts weren't ready yet. The disciples would receive them once Cliff Peak finished crafting them. Then, shifting his tone dramatically, he continued. The evil Saint sect has insulted our Xinjian sect disciples by sending their grand elders to ambush us during the competition. We cannot stand for this injustice. With that, he gestured for the disciples to mount the horses and demanded justice from the evil Saint sect. Charge! 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 The disciples' spirits soared, and they clamored angrily as they mounted the horses. Even the fellow sect members transformed into horses got help mounting the blood demon horses. Although comical, this was standard practice in the cultivation world. Shortly after, nearly 20,000 disciples gathered and readied themselves. Brecken pointed ahead and spurred his horse, shouting, Target! Evil Saint sect! Charge! To everyone's surprise, the horses remained unmoved. The scene became awkward. Brecken, frozen in place with his arm outstretched, Brecken frantically contacted Tommy via telepathy. Tommy promptly issued orders to the horses to avoid embarrassing the sect leader further. A command went out, and nearly 1,000,000 horses neighed and galloped toward the evil Saint sect. These horses, having been drenched in blood rain, were mostly at the 100 Meridian's realm, racing faster than average cultivators of the same realm. ####Chapter 109. The Adele Clashes. Although the Benedict that Tommy had transformed into a horse couldn't utilize its own spiritual energy, its cultivation still remained intact. Moreover, a Benedict's body at the same realm was far stronger than a human's. Thus, despite being in horse form, it could still gallop at an incredible speed. The distance between the evil Saint sect and the mystical sword sect was roughly 50,000 miles. Though the disciples had already galloped for several thousand miles, they were still a considerable distance from reaching the 50,000-mile mark. Considering that the transformation effect would only last 12 hours, Tommy shouted, Everyone, hold on tight. We need to accelerate. With that, he issued a command in his mind to the herd of blood-colored horses. Whoosh! After receiving the order, the already speedy horses increased their pace even further. The sight of 10,000 horses galloping was awe-inspiring, shaking the earth wherever they passed. To save time, Tommy pushed them to their limits. After all, these horses were Benedicts, and even if they died from exhaustion, it wouldn't matter to him. As for why they didn't use flying boats, the primary goal was not just to deliver the disciples, but also this herd of horses. 3 hours later, Brecken, leading a group of disciples riding blood-colored horses, arrived at the gate of the evil Saint sect. Along the way, they were intercepted by several elders of the evil Saint sect as soon as they entered their territory. Without any politeness, Brecken swung his sword and sent the elders flying, though he did not harm them seriously. Corey, you old scoundrel, come out here. Brecken filled his voice with spiritual energy and loudly cursed outside the gate. Then, he raised the heaven-viewing sword in his hand and swept it forward, slicing off the top of a peak beside the gate. Holding a sacred artifact meant showing no mercy. Brecken was there to wreck things, not give face. Brecken, what is your meaning? At that moment, a man in his 50s dressed in black stepped onto the severed peak, shouting angrily, Is your mystical sword sect planning to wage war on us? The one who appeared was none other than the patriarch of the evil Saint sect, Corey. He was extremely displeased with Brecken's actions, feeling humiliated in front of the entire sect. But Brecken didn't care about his thoughts. In fact, he had been harboring anger with no outlet until now. So, this was perfect. Holding his long sword, Brecken pointed forward and roared, Very well, let's have a fight. With that, he vanished from where he stood, reappearing above Corey and launching a killing blow. Of course, Corey couldn't just let Brecken wreak havoc unchecked. Raising the black short staff in his hand, Corey quickly blocked the attack and shot into the sky, pulling the battle away from the sect grounds. Brother? At that moment, Ainsley, riding a horse, turned her head to look at Tommy beside her and whispered, Don't you think our patriarch is a lot like father? Huh? How so? Tommy asked, puzzled. They're both quite impulsive. Ainsley pointed to her head, making an exaggerated face. I suspect he has the same problem as father. He must be crazy. Tommy, that's unnecessary to insult our father. Though Dayon was unreliable, years of interaction gave Tommy the sense that he was actually very wise beneath his simple exterior. On the other hand, Brecken seemed genuinely foolish, often coming up with plans that were supposed to be perfect but full of holes. Despite his ordinariness, he was always so confident. This was something Tommy couldn't understand. According to the plan Brecken initially discussed with Tommy, there was no mention of a clash between the two sect leaders. Clearly, Brecken had gone overboard again. I really should find a chance to investigate whether the Patriarch comes from Giant Sword Peak, Tommy thought worriedly. This was important for his future plans. If Brecken really came from Giant Sword Peak, Tommy wouldn't expect much from his intelligence or strategies. Boom. Just as Tommy was contemplating how to end this farce, a loud boom interrupted his thoughts. He saw Corey, clad in black, fall heavily to the ground from the sky. Brecken immediately followed, jumping on him and fiercely punching him in the face, like a thug beating someone up. As he pummeled him, he raged, "This punch is for the 30,000 civilians of Tianguan City. Boom. This punch is for the disciples of Mystical Sword Sect. Boom. This punch is for your unrighteousness." Seeing Brecken displaying his prowess, the Mystical Sword Sect disciples laughed gleefully, finally getting revenge. Meanwhile, the elders and disciples of the evil Saint Sect looked anxious and embarrassed, as their own patriarch was being beaten down. At this point, they dared not make any rash moves. Brecken fought fiercely but didn't go all out. After all, killing another sect's patriarch would start a full-blown war. After delivering enough punches, Brecken got up and took a deep breath. His expression suddenly changed from fierce to friendly, almost like greeting an old friend, as he said to the battered Corey, "Now, let's talk about compensating Mystical Sword Sect for its losses." Humph. Corey grunted in displeasure as he rose. Then he waved his hand, and black mist enveloped his body. Instantly, his tattered black robe vanished, replaced by a brand new one. As expected, powerful figures cared deeply about their appearance at all times. Corey knew he was in the wrong. He was aware of the misdeeds of his Grand Elder. Therefore, as long as Brecken's demands weren't too outrageous, he could compromise. Both the Mystical Sword Sect and the Evil Saint Sect were top-tier forces with comparable strength. Their relationship wasn't hostile, but neither was it friendly. Each sect held contempt for the other's practices. Mystical Sword Sect disapproved of the Evil Saint Sect's cultivation methods, which often involved blood sacrifices. Conversely, the Evil Saint Sect found the Mystical Sword Sect's righteous stance overly pretentious and oppressive. Thus, the friction between the two sects persisted, from the elders down to the disciples, due to differences in cultivation philosophies. However, it's worth noting that in all these years, the Evil Saint Sect only produced one Benedict elder who used live sacrifices to extend his lifespan. Over generations, they revised their blood sacrifice techniques, making them less barbaric. Now, their blood sacrifice rituals involved disciples donating blood, rather than killing humans. Therefore, while the Evil Saint Sect wasn't part of the righteous faction, it certainly wasn't an evil force that committed heinous acts either. Chapter 110, A Flawed Plan. Moreover, once it comes to matters involving other races, the Demon Saint Sect stands on the side of humanity. Do not think that during the last invasion by the vanguard of the alien race, the Demon Saint Sect did not lend a hand. That was because the major sects of the cultivation realm had jointly set rules to avoid resource wastage. Whoever's territory was invaded by aliens was responsible for handling it. Only when large-scale invasions occurred and a single sect could not resolve the issue would the messenger system be activated to urgently communicate with all major sects to join forces against the invaders. How do you wish to discuss this? Corey asked in a heavy voice, his tone displeased. Let's go through some numbers, Jasper Chingfeng said with a grim smile. Your Grand Elder is at the Half-Saint realm, correct? Yes. Corey nodded. A Half-Saint realm powerhouse colluding with aliens, right? Brecken continued to present the facts. Corey almost ground his teeth to dust upon hearing the words, colluding with aliens, forcing out an acknowledgement, right? The incident happened suddenly. Just after Brecken exterminated the Blood Devil Old Ghost, he brought his disciples directly to confront them. But this didn't mean that Corey, the Demon Saint Sect's leader, knew nothing. As early as when the Blood Devil Old Ghost was performing blood sacrifices on the civilians of Tianyuan City, Corey had already suspected something. However, given that it was their own Grand Elder, suspicion alone wasn't enough reason for him to take punitive action. He didn't have that power. Now, Brecken came with questions and evidence, leaving Corey unable to deny the reality. Just minutes before, while they were battling in the sky, Brecken had shown Corey the footage taken from the immortal device capturing the Blood Devil's axe. Being the leader of a sect himself, Brecken gave Corey some face by not displaying the incriminating evidence right in front of the Demon Saint Sect's disciples. This was also why, despite the two leaders being evenly matched in strength, Brecken still managed to dominate Corey in combat. His Grand Elder's misdeeds left Corey no room to fight back. Conversely, seeing Corey readily acknowledge the issue, things were now easier to proceed with. Brecken then shifted his tone angrily. Then, what about the 3,000 civilians of Tianyuan City? The Demon Saint Sect must give an explanation. Hearing the mention of these civilians, Corey's face darkened immediately, feeling deeply self-reproachful. The Demon Saint Sect, despite its name containing demon, was not a merciless devil sect. The Demon Saint Sect had its own territory where ordinary humans lived. It was called the Demon Saint Sect because the founding patriarch had enlightened himself through ancient evil deities and gained blood sacrifice powers, thus establishing the sect. Therefore, the disciples of the Demon Saint Sect only practiced more sinister cultivation methods. It didn't mean they were all bad. Our sect is willing to compensate for the loss of these civilians, Corey admitted regretfully, not even asking about the specifics of the compensation. 10,000 spirit stones per civilian is not excessive. Brecken saw the cooperation and continued somberly. You should know that no amount of spirit stones can restore these lives, but they will help support the families affected and rebuild Tianyuan City. Corey, I offer 5 billion spirit stones. Brecken. Demanding 3 billion and receiving 5 billion confused Brecken. If he was so generous, it made it harder to manipulate further. In any case, I, as the leader, am also responsible for neglecting duties. I agree to pay this sum. Corey looked remorseful. Fine. Brecken was slightly stunned. With such generosity from the other party, he couldn't act petty either. He then added, regarding the damages to my sect's disciples, we don't need compensation for that. Initially, Brecken intended to use his disciples as leverage to squeeze the Demon Saint sect. Though his disciples were safely protected by the formation without injury, having an excuse to demand spirit stones from the Demon Saint sect delighted him. So much so that he had arranged for his disciples to appear pitiful later. However, given how well Corey accepted responsibility, the Mystic Sword sect couldn't push too hard. After all, one shouldn't condemn everyone just because of one person's mistake. The crimes of the Grand Elder had already been punished by Brecken. If they continued pushing, wouldn't the Mystic Sword sect be no different from a true demon cult? Yet, regarding the crucial matter of the Blood Devils, it still needed addressing. Next, he turned the topic to dealing with the Blood Devils. As you see, our sect used secret techniques to transform these horses into Blood Devils. Corey followed his gaze, scanning all the horses with his divine sense, realizing hundreds of thousands of Hikaimijing realm horses, startling him. These many Hikaimijing beings, killing them seems wasteful. Wouldn't it be better to use them against the aliens? Brecken pointed to the horses, turning to Corey. How can mindless Blood Devils be useful? Corey questioned, confused. Blood Devils were not originally from the cultivation world, nor created by the Demon Saint sect's techniques. They were a lower-ranked demonic race from the alien realms, lacking full sentience but highly aggressive. The Blood Devil Old Ghost communicated and controlled them using his powers, leading Brecken to determine his collusion with aliens. This explained why Tommy's fists could hurt the Blood Devils. To explain that, I must introduce my sect's genius disciple, chairman of Cliff Peak Technology Group, Tommy. Corey. Come on, Wenxiang, show him what you've got. Brecken waved at Tommy with a grin. Tommy. The roles were reversed. How Tommy once treated Arno, now Brecken did to him. Despite feeling uncomfortable, Tommy clearly understood their conversation. Was putting him front and center really wise for the leader? He knew well that being conspicuous invited danger. Handling the Blood Devils within his own sect was one thing, but exposing details to another sect like the Demon Saint sect risked attracting trouble. Yet, Brecken seemed overly confident in Tommy's capabilities. In Brecken's eyes, Tommy was strong and invincible. Even revealing some of his abilities wouldn't endanger him. This is entirely different from the plan. Tommy raged internally, determined never to trust Brecken's plans again. Although unwilling, he had no choice. Being summoned by the leader meant that acting like a coward now would be disrespectful. Translation ends. Please let me know if there are specific sections or terms that need refinement, or if you need additional context. Chapter 111. Strategic Mutual Trust. Tommy followed the Adele summons and stepped out of the crowd, releasing a burst of aura as he did. When someone says you're strong, it's best to actually be strong. Excessive humility only leads to endless trouble. Your Excellency. Tommy approached Brecken and clasped his hands in greeting. He then greeted Corey, who stood beside him, with another clasp of hands, acknowledging him. After all, Corey was a senior figure from the Evil Sage sect. Brecken could afford not to give him face, but as a disciple, Tommy still had to observe proper etiquette. Come on, Wenxiang, show him your horse trick, Brecken whispered to Tommy. Tommy. Before they set out, Tommy had already explained to Brecken about his all roads lead to Rome skill. However, Brecken only half understood it and didn't care much about the details, as long as it could handle the Benedict issue. At this moment, Tommy nodded slightly, maintaining a composed demeanor, and clasped his hands again at both patriarchs. Let me make a fool of myself before you. After saying this, he gave Brock, standing among the crowd, a look. Brock immediately understood and responded accordingly. They had clearly worked together before. Then, the burly Brock jumped off his horse, grabbed a blood-red steed nearby, and hurled it forcefully toward the direction of the Evil Sage sect. With sharp reflexes, Tommy snapped his fingers as soon as he saw the flying horse, silently activating the skill. All roads lead to Rome. Boom. After a dazzling effect, a large crater appeared in front of the gate of the Evil Sage sect. The force of this explosion equated to the full power attack of a peak pulse stage cultivator. However, ordinary cultivators have their limits, while Tommy's skill had no cost whatsoever. So, as long as there were horses available, Tommy was essentially a walking weapon of mass destruction. This is what kind of divine power? Corey was so shocked by Tommy's demonstration that he couldn't regain his composure for a long time. It wasn't because he lacked experience. Rather, his profound cultivation made him realize just how terrifying this ability was. Because he hadn't detected any spirit energy usage from Tommy. Without using a single wisp of spirit energy, he managed to unleash an attack equivalent to that of a peak pulse stage cultivator. What sort of divine might was this? Cough. Brecken cleared his throat and said to Corey, "You've seen the power. Let's not mince words. I plan to entrust these horses to your Evil Sage sect for safekeeping." Upon learning Brecken's intention, Corey frowned unhappily. "Do you think I'm a fool? You said these were Benedicts earlier, and now you're telling me they're horses. How can anyone be sure these horses won't turn back into Benedicts?" Brecken never expected Corey to be so hard to convince. Changing tactics, he played the card of cunning persuasion. "Alright, let's say they are Benedicts. Corey, not let's say, they are." Brecken. "Think about it positively. You know the Evil Sage sect practices blood sacrifices, right?" Brecken continued persuading. "Blood sacrifices require fresh blood. Relying solely on disciples for blood is highly inefficient. But millions of Benedicts offer an inexhaustible supply of fresh blood, much faster than using disciples' blood. Corey, I suspect you're treating me like a fool." Not exactly," Brecken said with a frown, continuing his persuasive effort. "Look at the power you've seen. My sect wouldn't hand over such dangerous creatures without trust." "What does this mean?" "It means we have a high level of strategic mutual trust between our two sections." "Oh." Corey caught Brecken's meaning, raising an eyebrow. "What if I take these Benedicts and cause trouble for your Shinjin sect?" "I trust you." Brecken looked at Corey with an encouraging gaze, speaking solemnly. "Ah, so that's where you're getting at." Tommy immediately caught on when he heard Brecken speak. Of course, this was all impromptu from Brecken, completely deviating from the plan. In Tommy's understanding, this was similar to separating nuclear weapons and launch codes. The Benedicts were the nuclear weapons, while Tommy was the launch code. Nuclear weapons should be kept far away from home, lest they explode unexpectedly one day. So, Brecken's idea of dumping the lethal Benedicts on the evil sage sect while keeping Tommy at the Shinjian sect was somewhat improper. But since Brecken proposed having the evil sage sect manage the Benedicts, he wasn't afraid of them turning traitor and attacking the Shinjian sect with the Benedicts. Firstly, Tommy had a natural advantage against Benedicts. Secondly, the mountain protective formation of the Shinjian sect would pose a significant challenge to the Benedicts even if they tried. Once a cultivator reached Brecken's level, quantity became irrelevant. It merely determined the speed of annihilation. Earlier, when Brecken rushed out to kill the Benedicts within the array, it was partly due to concern for the Shinjian sect disciples. He himself had nothing to fear from Benedicts, even if they numbered in the millions. But the disciples were here because of the sports event he organized. If all these disciples perished, he would likely regret it for the rest of his life. Thus, as long as the Shinjian sect disciples were safe, handing over these troublesome entities to the evil sage sect was feasible. This way, even if foreign races invaded again, they would have nearly 1 million Benedicts to drain the invaders' strength. And it would also preserve the human forces of the cultivation world to the best extent possible. Win-win situation. Now tell me the truth, what's up with these horses? Corey asked suspiciously, listening to Brecken's smooth talk. They'll revert to Benedicts after 12 hours, Brecken admitted frankly. My skill can only maintain this transformation for that duration. You're setting me up? Corey looked displeased. Don't say it like that, Brecken chuckled. I've thought about this. Look at this. He took out a device and showed it to Corey. A marvel created by Cliff Peak, immortal machine. What is it? Corey was puzzled. With this, the Benedicts will remain in horse form indefinitely. Brecken beamed proudly, waving the immortal machine around. Here, try one for yourself. Hashtag chapter 112, promoting the immortal device. Watching the sect leader's maneuver, Tommy began to change his opinion of him. While it was true that his plan had plenty of flaws, Adriel considered the details thoroughly. For instance, regarding the immortal device, Adriel specifically asked Tommy to test whether he could use the device to transform Benedicts into horses. Of course, all the Benedicts had already been turned into horses by Tommy. However, for the sake of the experiment, Adriel specially brought in a mountain deer and had Tommy perform the spell via video, successfully turning the deer into a horse. Thus, Adriel's intention was clear: to keep the Benedicts under control and have Tommy use his skill daily to maintain their horse form. Corey reached out to take the immortal device from Adriel. The moment he got hold of it, he immediately immersed himself in the illusory experience it offered, his expression changing rapidly. He then hurriedly added Adriel as a friend on a mortal message and flew thousands of kilometers away to test its functionality. Moments later, he reappeared before Adriel with an expression of shock, saying gravely, "Will you sell this thing?" "You can buy it if you agree to manage the Benedicts," Adriel replied with a chuckle. "I agree." Corey responded urgently, "How many spirit stones?" Even a powerful figure like Corey found it hard to remain composed after seeing the capabilities of the immortal device. He seemed to glimpse the future landscape of the cultivation world. At this point, Adriel pointed at Tommy and said to Corey, "As for the price, you'll need to talk to our Clifftop Peak Technology Group chairman." Adriel did not put on any airs of a sect leader, treating Tommy almost like a deity. Witnessing Tommy's various abilities and the immortal device, he aimed to make Clifftop Peak a unique presence in the cultivation world. In time, he only hoped Clifftop Peak could maintain friendly relations with Mystic Sword Sect, which would be enough for him. As a cultivator of great power, Adriel saw far ahead. The immortal device could either be a calamity or an opportunity for Tommy. Providing respect and protection now, while he was weak, would ensure that Tommy might repay him once he grew stronger. "Did you create this?" Corey had to reassess Tommy, no longer viewing him lightly. Previously, upon witnessing Tommy's versatile skills, he was merely astonished by his unusual abilities and deemed him a genius. But now, learning the immortal device might be Tommy's creation, he could no longer see him as a junior. The device that could alter the cultivation world's dynamics deserved equal footing with its creator. Yes. Tommy nodded modestly. Even though it wasn't entirely his own work, he didn't want to over-explain to outsiders. Now, Corey did not put on airs, unwilling to miss out on such a device. He bowed and asked Tommy directly, "How many spirit stones will the evil Saint Sect pay?" Seeing Corey's sincere attitude, Tommy smiled and extended a finger to give a price. But before he could speak, Corey, looking at the single finger, reacted immediately. 100 million, he frowned slightly, then seemed resigned. "It's reasonable. Such a divine item isn't cheap." Damn, this must be how generous they get, Tommy thought, internally shocked. He intended to ask for 1 million spirit stones, given the limited production capacity and higher price being reasonable. But he hadn't expected Corey to be so generous. 100 million was definitely too much. This needed to be a steady business. Setting the price too high now would make future sales difficult. "No," Tommy said, seeing Corey look somewhat pained. 1 million spirit stones. What? Corey was astonished. Buying such a divine item for just 1 million spirit stones was unimaginable to him. Quickly, fearing Tommy might change his mind, Corey declared boldly, "I want 1,000. We don't have that many yet. We can sell you up to 100 now." Tommy explained, 100 will do." Corey eagerly handed over a spatial bracelet. After the transaction, both sides got what they wanted. Tommy gained spirit stones, boosting his credits again, and Adriel solved the Benedict issue. Of course, from Corey's perspective, his biggest gain was acquiring the immortal device, making military command far easier. "Oh, right," Tommy interrupted Corey's joy. "You should add me as an immortal message friend to prevent the Benedicts reverting." Of course. Corey smiled and agreed. An hour later, Corey gathered over half of Evil Saint Sect's elders and successfully settled more than 1 million Benedicts. Notably, on Tommy's insistence, the Benedicts were placed within a killing formation to ensure they wouldn't harm people even if he forgot to connect via video. How about staying for dinner? Having finished official matters, Corey invited Adriel warmly. I've met young friend Wenxiang late, and I should host a feast. No, thank you. Adriel declined politely. Mystic Sword Sect disciples are exhausted from slaying Benedicts. We'll borrow your 2 flying boats to return home. Agreed. Through this operation, Adriel successfully strengthened ties through business. Both sects cooperated for the first time, putting aside some reservations and better understanding each other. After pleasantries, in the company of Evil Saint Sect's warm farewell, Mystic Sword Sect's 20,000 disciples boarded the flying boats and headed back to their sect. Meanwhile, in Tianyuan City, haha, Kao laughed wildly. I'm number 1. Brother Wenxiang, indeed honest and trustworthy. Elders, come award me. Elders? Where are you guys? Looks like I ran too fast, even surpassing the elders. I must thank Brother Wenxiang when I see him. Chapter 113, Debt Collection. At this moment, at the Xinjian sect, after a day of harrowing events, the disciples were utterly exhausted. They had never felt such a strong desire to return home as they did today. Haha, we're finally back. No matter how good other places may be, nothing compares to Giant Sword Peak. I don't want to go out anymore. Wah, senior sister, wait for me. I'll confess my feelings to you right now. You have all worked hard. As soon as the flying boat landed, Brecken soared into the sky and addressed everyone with satisfaction. After some unexpected incidents, the Flynn long-distance running competition is now officially concluded. Each of you present will receive 10,000 contribution points of the sect. You can exchange these for treasures at the sect's treasure chamber. Roar. As Brecken finished speaking, over 10,000 disciples erupted into cheers, marveling at the generosity of the sect leader. Actually, Brecken wasn't being generous just because he was magnanimous. Rather, he felt extremely guilty and even somewhat terrified afterward. If not for Tommy's timely action in transforming the Benedict into a harmless horse, the 20,000 plus disciples present might have suffered immense casualties. Cough, sect leader? Tommy smiled and approached Brecken, whispering, let's divide the spoils. He then handed over a spatial bracelet containing exactly 50 million spirit stones. Due to Brecken's facilitation, the trade with the Evil Saint sect went smoothly. Therefore, based on the principle of splitting equally, Tommy gave half of the spirit stones to Brecken. Oh, that won't do. Seeing Tommy offer him spirit stones, Brecken immediately rejected it, saying, as the sect leader, how can I accept your spirit stones? No, you must take this. Tommy responded seriously, without you, Cliff Peak couldn't have earned these spirit stones. Brecken firmly said, no. Tommy continued, I beg you to accept it. Brecken was speechless for a moment. After some reluctance, Brecken, with an increasingly guilty expression, accepted the 50 million spirit stones. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel a bit resentful towards Daeon. Sigh, what a fine son Daeon has. What does he possess to deserve such a child? Seeing Brecken accept the spirit stones, Tommy's smile widened as he whispered to the sect leader, now that you've taken the spirit stones, shouldn't we discuss the compensation for Cliff Peak? Brecken was stunned. This time, during the Benedict crisis, most of the Cliff Peak disciples were at the cultivation stage of chi condensation. Tommy sternly explained to Brecken, if I hadn't arrived in time, all the Cliff Peak disciples would have been lost. Upon hearing Tommy's almost accusatory words, Brecken blushed and laughed nervously, saying, but you were there. What if I hadn't made it in time? Tommy asked, his expression turning slightly angry. Don't dilly-dally. Should Cliff Peak receive this compensation? Tommy looked serious, a rare sign of anger on his face. The safety of Cliff Peak's disciples was paramount to Tommy. He raised each disciple like his own children, so losing any one of them would be a significant blow. Although the competition wasn't originally meant for Cliff Peak disciples, Brecken's failure to stop them in time was still a dereliction of duty as sect leader. Yes, it should. Brecken spoke bitterly. The sect had already spent many spirit stones due to his actions. However, just after praising Tommy's filial piety, Tommy came up with a big request not long afterward. What do you want? Brecken clutched the spatial bracelet tightly, regretting his decision deeply. Had he stood firm earlier and not accepted the spirit stones, Tommy wouldn't have come asking for compensation now. Cough. We don't need more spirit stones. Cliff Peak doesn't lack those. Tommy noticed how tightly Brecken held the spatial bracelet, nearly cracking it, and understood that the sect was indeed poor lately. For the safety of the disciples, I think providing a mountain protection array to Cliff Peak is more practical. Tommy got straight to the point, stating his real desire. Since the great tournament of Xinjian sect, Cliff Peak had seen a constant influx of outsiders. Today an elder would visit, tomorrow a disciple. It annoyed both Tommy and Ainsley. Therefore, requesting a protective array now was the best choice for Tommy. Moreover, he had carefully considered this option. In a month, he would set off for Tianqing Palace. Without a protective array, he couldn't fully trust the safety of Cliff Peak's disciples, especially considering the hidden treasure chamber within Cliff Peak. If its contents leaked out, it could lead to chaos. What level of array do you need? Brecken asked. Not much, just enough to defend against someone like you. Tommy smiled. Brecken was speechless. Talking with Tommy infuriated him to no end. He had been speechless more times today than in thousands of years combined. Well, there's no array that can stop me, but I can give you one that can defend against cultivators below the third origin stage, Brecken retorted, not in the best mood. It's not that I'm unwilling to give you a high-level array, but even if I did, you wouldn't be able to use it, Brecken explained. High-level arrays require vast amounts of spirit stones to operate. All right. Tommy pretended to reluctantly agree but was secretly delighted. People, whether in the mortal world or the cultivation realm, like to start big and settle for something moderate. Tommy knew Brecken wouldn't provide a high-level array, so he settled for one that was good enough, still far exceeding his expectations. Regarding the spirit stones required for the array, Tommy was aware. The Shinjin sect's protective array was too powerful and thus usually remained inactive, allowing the assassin group called Shadow to exploit this vulnerability a month ago and send a black-clothed man named Skylar to explore Cliff Peak at night. Seeing him agree, Brecken wasn't stingy and handed over a soil-colored array disc. Simultaneously, Brecken warned him, "Don't activate this thing casually. It's expensive." Tommy bowed and thanked the sect leader, accepting the array with satisfaction. With the mountain protection array in place, his trip to Tianshang Palace would be free of worries. Chapter 114. Security Department Recruitment. Cliff Peak, inside Tommy's courtyard. Having toiled all day, he had no time to rest and sat at his desk, diligently writing down plans for what was to come. Step 1. Protect the safety of Cliff Peak with a grand protective formation. Square root. Step 2. Ensure his own safety by recruiting members for the security department. Times. Step 3. Visit Heavenly Saint Palace to increase the production of immortal mechanisms. Times. As night deepened, Tommy yawned while plotting on paper, listing everything he needed to do next. An hour later, looking at the densely written paper, his thoughts instantly became clear. With a satisfied smile, he fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, at dawn, bang, Tommy, who intended to sleep in, was once again woken up by the sound of a kicked door. Sigh. Being rudely interrupted from his sweet dreams, Tommy sighed heavily in bed, feeling utterly exasperated. Tommy had a habit of sleeping whenever he could. Even though his cultivation had reached the peak foundation establishment stage, meaning theoretically he didn't need much sleep, an old habit persisted, reminding him that rest was good for health. However, his sister, Ainsley, was rather tactless. Without considering his current status, one capable of chatting freely with the two patriarchs, she dared to kick open doors every day. Just as Tommy was about to get up to teach her a lesson about not disrespecting a big shot, Ainsley poked her head out from the doorframe and hurriedly said, "Brother, it's bad." At the foot of the peak, a group of fellow disciples has gathered, looking menacing. "You should go see them right away." "Ah, more troubles for Cliff Peak," Tommy complained, tidying up quickly and said to the small head at the doorway, "Let's go see what's happening." Moments later, brother and sister descended on their flying swords to the base of Cliff Peak. There, the usually sparse area with only 1,000 disciples now teemed with thousands of people. The disciples of Cliff Peak were maintaining order, but these newcomers were all senior brothers and sisters. As juniors, they hesitated to say much. At this moment, a fellow disciple from Profound Sword Sect asked, "Where is our senior brother? We have matters to discuss with him." Mickey bowed respectfully and replied calmly, "Senior brother is resting. If you have any matters, you can speak to me." "What use is talking to you?" Seeing Mickey as just a 15 or 16-year-old new disciple, some felt unsatisfied. One voiced, "We're here to join the security department. Such a significant matter. You can't make decisions." "He can make decisions." Suddenly, Tommy projected his aura in the air, his booming voice silencing everyone. He saw the crowd harassing Mickey upon arrival and immediately stood up for him. They hadn't even been accepted yet, but already challenged his disciples. If they became part of the security department, how would they respect even him as chairman? Deciding to delegate recruitment authority to Mickey, Tommy landed beside them and pointed at Mickey, declaring loudly, "Mickey is now the personnel officer for Cliff Peak Technology Group and has the authority to decide if you can join the security department." Hearing this, Mickey almost teared up with emotion and bowed deeply. Indeed, when necessary, one must be firm. How could he let others take advantage of him? If Tommy appeared overly conciliatory now, how could he manage the company in the future? Turning around, Tommy instructed Mickey, "Pick a few disciples to assist you with interviews. We'll only recruit 100. "Yes, senior brother." Mickey agreed. With that decision made, several older disciples deemed Cliff Peak too arrogant and left without a word. Tommy watched them go but didn't try to stop them. Forming the security department served to protect Cliff Peak and support him in battles. If they wouldn't follow orders, accepting them would be risky. Moreover, with Cliff Peak's current strength, supporting thousands wasn't feasible. Thus, limiting to 100 was optimal. Next, Tommy privately conveyed recruitment rules to Mickey. Loyalty over strength, choosing responsible individuals first, then selecting those with higher cultivation. After delegating recruitment power, the Profound Sword Sect disciples no longer underestimated Mickey. They smiled awkwardly and rushed forward. "Junior brother Mickey, I'm from Sharp Sword Peak, skilled in martial arts and loyal. Pick me." "Junior brother, look at your senior brother from Flame Fire Peak, best at cooking." "Junior brother, ignore those men, pick your senior sister." "Junior brother." Called Junior brother, affectionately, Mickey felt overwhelmed. Just as everyone scrambled to apply, two rough voices broke through the crowd. "I, Jordy, late Golden Core stage, applying." "I, Brock, early 100 Vein stage, applying." Upon hearing these names, Tommy smiled and whispered instructions to Mickey, "Recruit these two." Brock and Jordy emerged from the crowd, arriving before Mickey. With a thunderous noise, they ripped off their shirts, exposing their chiseled, bronzed muscles to showcase their strength. "Junior brother, are we good enough?" Jordy, bare-chested, muttered. These two were giving Tommy face, as he stood nearby and had invited them previously. Now they were willing to follow protocol, seeking Mickey's approval. Chapter 115. Brock joins the team. Mickey knew that Brock and his brother were good friends of his senior brother, having once fought together on the battlefield. At this moment, he naturally could not put on airs. Moreover, even Jean Dan realm martial arts enthusiast Jordy had given him face. He certainly could not be negligent. Hurriedly, he clasped his hands and said, "Both senior brothers have astonishing strength and can join the Cliffside Peak Security Department." Then, Mickey spread out his palm, pointed to Tommy beside him, and announced, "Eldest senior brother invites both senior brothers for the second interview." Tommy nodded at the brothers. Brock waved his hand to signal them to follow, then summoned a flying sword and led the way towards the Great Hall. Cliffside Peak, Great Hall. Tommy smiled and pointed to the chairs around the round table, indicating for them to sit down. He grinned and asked, "Have you thought about it?" Brock looked somewhat bashful, laughed kindly, and said, "I was still a bit hesitant at first, but after seeing the strong man Brother Wunxiang recruited yesterday, my brother and I couldn't help but feel envious." "Briar?" Tommy asked. "Yes, him." Brock's expression turned excited as he hurriedly added, "We two brothers want to ask him how he trained to become so strong." "Got it." Seeing the state of the Chung brothers, Tommy knew this was in the bag. Although they were not won over by his own strength, Briar was part of his power by proxy. Rounded off, he still conquered them with his might. At this point, Tommy leaned back comfortably, his hands resting on the armrest of the chair. "Briar is the head of our Cliffside Peak Security Department. He admires the two of you very much." "Really?" Brock's face lit up. Hearing that there was a stronger man who admired them, he couldn't contain his joy. As for Geordie, though not adept at pleasantries, his continuous hi indicated his excitement. "How about this? If you two sincerely wish to join the security department, I will introduce Briar to you when the time is right." Tommy followed up while the iron was hot. "That's absolutely sincere." Geordie patted his chest to assure him, then added, "Even without Briar, we would still join." "All right, since that's the case, sign the employee handbook." Seeing their quick agreement, Tommy pulled out the prepared employee handbook with a smile. The employee handbook wasn't too lengthy. It outlined basic duties such as obeying orders for combat and maintaining order. Brock gave it a quick glance, didn't read it carefully, then bit his thumb and pressed his fingerprint on it. As for Geordie, he mimicked Brock, pressing his fingerprint without even looking, grinning. "Hee hee, your old man can't read? Ha 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 ha." Tommy put away the signed handbook, stood up, and laughed heartily. "On behalf of Cliffside Peak Technology Group, I sincerely welcome you both. Brother Wunxiang, you're too kind." Hi. "Oh, right. You guys are using Immortal Messenger, aren't you? Let me add you to the group," Tommy quickly added. "Yeah." Brock nodded in agreement. The power base of Cliffside Peak was taking shape. After adding both men as friends, Tommy created a new group and invited everyone from the company into it. Tommy invited Brock to join Cliffside Peak Technology Group. Tommy invited Yin Francislu to join Cliffside Peak Technology Group. Tommy invited Ainsley to join Cliffside Peak Technology Group. After inviting all members, just as Tommy was about to set aside his immortal communicator to say a few formal words, it started vibrating and flashing crazily. "Flynn. What about me?" "Flynn. Invite me too." "Flynn. Alone here, dark and boring." "Flynn. Also, damn it. I must ask Brock why the secrets to growing taller didn't work." Looking at Flynn's frenzied messages, Tommy inwardly sighed. It seemed that despite being able to change his appearance, Flynn was still fixated on his height issue. Dead or not, he still cared about the secrets to growing taller. Feeling helpless, Tommy replied to Flynn. "Tommy, you're dead. How can you join the chat group?" "Flynn, I can use another identity." "Flynn, just say I'm an undercover member of Cliffside Peak Group, usually unseen." "Tommy, all right." Reluctantly, Tommy felt that inviting Flynn in might reveal the fact that he was dead. However, he understood Flynn. Watching without speaking must be extremely boring. Then, Tommy opened the Cliffside Peak Technology Group chat and invited Flynn into the group. Tommy invited Tall Handsome Ayane to join Cliffside Peak Technology Group. Cliffside Peak Technology Group. Tall Handsome Ayane. Ha, little lord is here. Newcomer sends red envelope. At Brock. Watching Flynn go on a spree with Brock in the group, Tommy increasingly felt it was a mistake to invite him. Yet, Brock remained honest, finding nothing amiss. Scratching his head with a puzzled look, he asked Tommy, "Brother Wunxiang, how do you send a red envelope?" Tommy briefly explained the basic operations, subtly hinting that sending red envelopes required topping up money. A fake capitalist, 996. A true capitalist, Tommy, making employees take loans to work. Having listened to Tommy, Brock rushed off immediately to the Cliffside Peak Bank. In no time, Brock returned, fire in his eyes, and said with a kind laugh, "I topped up 2,000 immortal beans. Damn, he's rich. 2,000 immortal beans equaled 200,000 spirit stones." Of course, Tommy couldn't swindle such a small amount of money and hurriedly stopped Brock before he sent the red envelope. "Brother Chung, there's no need to spend so much. Don't listen to him. You don't need to send red envelopes." "But how can that be?" Brock looked serious. "As a newcomer to the company, I should build relationships with the seniors." Saying this, Brock opened the Immortal Messenger app and sent a red envelope of 1,000 immortal beans directly. Ainsley claimed Brock's red envelope. Tall Handsome Ayane claimed Brock's red envelope. Ainsley, "Boss is generous, thanks." Mickey, "Thanks, senior brother Brock." Geordie, Hi. Tall Handsome Ayane, "With just this much, what can you do?" Moderator message, Tommy has muted Tall Handsome Ayane for 1 day. Translated with accuracy and adherence to context provided. Hashtag chapter 116. Distributing candy. Something felt off. Tommy watched the lively chat in the group, but noticed that Annalise hadn't said a word. Moreover, she hadn't agreed to be invited into the group either, which left Tommy puzzled. He sent her several messages in a row, asking for the reason. An hour later, Tommy informed Brock and his brother about his upcoming trip to the Heavenly Saint Palace in a few days. Almost without hesitation, the brothers agreed. Brock had recently successfully advanced to the early stage of the 100 Meridians realm and was no longer at the half-step 100 Meridian stage. In theory, as the senior disciple of Gigantic Sword Peak, he had graduated and didn't need to participate in or manage peak affairs anymore. Thus, accompanying Tommy on a trip to broaden his horizons was a good idea. As for Geordie, he never had his own opinion. Having just emerged from seclusion, he naturally followed wherever his younger brother went, agreeing to accompany Tommy to the Heavenly Saint Palace. During this time, Tommy frequently checked his immortal message, but Annalise never replied. Annalise had been called away by her master since the start of the sports meet and hadn't shown up today. This unexpected turn of events made Tommy increasingly worried. Should I go check on her at Tianyin Peak? Tommy thought. The fact that Annalise hasn't appeared is a minor issue, but her master hasn't come to give me the Immortal Oracle, and that's the bigger problem. Yes, that's it. It's not about Annalise, but the Immortal Oracle. Even when alone, Tommy remained stubborn, insisting even if he were turned to ashes, his mouth would still be set. With this in mind, Tommy stood up and said to the Chung brothers, "That's all for today. We'll communicate through immortal messages if we have any issues later." "All right." Brock stood up, smiling heartily. "Brother and I will head back now. Brother Wenxiang, you can reach out anytime you need us." "Great." Tommy nodded with a smile. After bidding farewell to the Chung brothers, Tommy was about to head to Tianyin Peak to ask what was going on when a sound broke through the air, and two figures appeared before the Grand Hall. Tommy looked closely and saw the person he had been thinking about. Yin, Annalise's master. Tommy shook his head, forcing an explanation for his behavior. "It's all for the Immortal Oracle." Seeing who arrived, Tommy felt relieved and walked steadily towards them. Just as he reached them, Annalise glanced at him, took a deep breath, and finally let out the tension she had been holding in. Then, with a somewhat upset expression, she said to her master, "Well, can you give me the Immortal Oracle now?" However, her master didn't scold her for her rude tone and instead took out the Immortal Oracle and tossed it to Annalise. Madison then sized up Tommy and said, "You did well. Hand over the illusion cards." Tommy clasped his hands and handed over a stack of illusion cards, pondering what she meant by "did well." Could it be? Did she find out about the pointing a deer as a horse incident? Transforming millions of blood demons into horses, getting praise from the big shots. It seemed reasonable. Holy crap, does this mean she knows I turned Annalise into a horse? No, Tommy quickly interrupted this line of thought. If she knew about turning Annalise into a horse, she wouldn't hesitate to attack me now, much less help with the Immortal Oracle. It must be because when I wasn't at the sect, Annalise showed signs of concern, Tommy mused, constructing a more plausible reason. After all, Annalise is like a hard-won cabbage she has nurtured, only to be plucked by me accidentally. Anyone would feel uncomfortable seeing that. Hence the comment, "You did well." Yes, that's it. Tommy fully embraced the spirit of AQ, believing whatever he imagined must be the truth. And here, Tommy really started treating his imagination as reality. Next, he wore a goofy grin, staring at Annalise while inwardly thinking, "Just say you like me, no need to hide it. I understand everything. I can empathize with your modesty, after all, you're still a young girl. If you don't say it, I might just say it first." At this moment, both Tommy, wearing a foolish smile, and Annalise, blushing deeply, spoke simultaneously. "Go ahead, you first?" "Forget it, let's talk in the hall." Tommy invited Annalise, leaving Madison, who was silently making the Immortal Oracle, outside the hall. In the hall of Broken Cliff Peak. You were okay yesterday, right?" Annalise held the edge of her clothes, her face flushed almost to the point of smoking, whispering softly, "I wanted to see you, but Master didn't allow me to get involved in your disputes between Xuani sect and Evil Saint sect. She put me under house arrest." Annalise grew angrier as she spoke, stomping her small feet, her flushed cheeks endearingly cute. "She even confiscated my Immortal Oracle so I couldn't contact you." Tommy seized the moment, patting her head swiftly. "Don't worry. Look at me. I'm perfectly fine." Gee good. When Tommy touched Annalise's head, she froze as if struck by lightning. Even her speech became stuttered due to shyness. Though they weren't strangers to such close contact, being alone together in the vast hall made Annalise feel an indescribable shyness. "Cough, sit down and talk slowly." Tommy coughed lightly, breaking the awkward silence. He then pulled out some candies from his storage space and offered them to Annalise. "Fresh fruit candy, very tasty. Try one?" "Candy? Me too." A sudden urgent voice startled Tommy. Suddenly, Ainsley popped up from nowhere, bouncing over to Tommy, extending her little hand, and pouting adorably. "I want some too." "Tommy." "Annalise." Onaji, Radirsh winky face. "Escape." "Ainsley." "Nabla." Tommy grabbed the nearly escaping Annalise and, feigning sternness, asked his sister, "Where did you come from?" "From above." Ainsley pointed to the roof beam, threatening playfully, "Jasperston, I heard everything. If you don't give me candy, I'll tell everyone." Ainsley grinned mischievously, eyeing the plate of fresh fruit candies greedily. Hashtag chapter 117. On the eve of departure. Tommy. Oh boy, Tommy felt a headache coming on as he listened to his rebellious sister. He had been hoping to use this opportunity to cozy up to Annalise and have a good conversation, but his sister had interrupted him. Here, eat." Tommy grabbed a piece of candy and shoved it into his sister's hand, grumbling, "Finish it quickly and get out. I need to discuss important matters." Sure. Ainsley readily agreed but chewed slowly, occasionally making exaggerated expressions of enjoyment, with no intention of leaving. Tommy sighed, feeling helpless. Chasing her out would make him seem too heartless as an older brother. But if he didn't, he and Annalise would lose this rare chance to be alone together. The mood was almost perfect, just a few moments away from culmination, when Ainsley ruined it all. He felt incredibly frustrated. "Leave one for Annalise." Got it. Ainsley said dismissively, stuffing more candies into her mouth. As Tommy tried to think of an excuse to coax his sister out, the door to the grand hall suddenly swung open. Madison entered. Today, Madison had worked on crafting immortal devices at an unprecedented speed. Normally, producing 1,000 immortal devices would take half a day, but she had expedited the process, likely driven by concern for Annalise. Madison tossed the finished devices to Tommy and asked Annalise sharply, "What are you two doing here?" Annalise stuttered, unable to form a coherent reply. Meanwhile, Ainsley widened her eyes, acting as if she were watching a show, continuously grabbing and eating candies. Seeing Annalise's unease, Tommy quickly interjected, saying, "It's windy outside. We came in to avoid the wind. Madison's face turned into a black question mark at that explanation. How can you be so shameless, Tommy? Madison thought angrily. I was laboring outside to craft immortal devices, and you were cooing with my apprentice inside. She grew angrier the more she thought about it, almost ready to quit in a huff. As for Annalise, how could she start turning towards someone else even before permission was granted? What would happen once they did get permission? Madison wasn't against the relationship per se. It was just a matter of emotional adjustment. In the past, Annalise always called her master, but now, Tommy seemed to be the focus of her attention. It felt like her little cabbage, whom she had nurtured, was slipping away, leaving her feeling powerless and somewhat melancholic. Taking several deep breaths, Madison set aside her personal emotions. After all, she was the senior. She couldn't really hold it against them. But despite that, she was still annoyed. She pulled Annalise to her side and snapped at Tommy. I heard from this girl that you plan to go with us to the Celestial Sage Palace? Not as myself, Tommy replied earnestly, but as a messenger of the Xinjiang sect, visiting the Celestial Sage Palace. Yeah. Ainsley cheered. I want to go too. Shut up. Two voices rang out simultaneously. Fine. Ainsley pouted in defeat. After interrupting his sister's excitement, Tommy sincerely asked Madison, may I bring some guards along? You can, it's your right, Madison conceded after hearing he was a messenger. But not too many. Understood. Tommy nodded and thanked her respectfully. The trip to the Celestial Sage Palace was now set in stone. There was no need for too many people. Brock would suffice. They weren't going there to fight, but to conduct business, which didn't require brawls. Brother, I want to go too. After Madison left with Annalise, Ainsley quickly approached Tommy, insisting firmly. What do you need to go for? It's dangerous. Tommy sternly refused. Please let me come, Ainsley began pleading, tugging at his arm. No way. Tommy remained firm. Humph. Defeated, Ainsley stomped off, muttering, fine, don't go then. When you get beaten up, don't expect me to clean up your mess. A month passed swiftly. The people of Precipice Peak, along with the two elders, were summoned again by Madison for another lecture after digesting the material for half a month. While they hadn't mastered crafting immortal devices yet, they could now collaborate to create rudimentary sketches. During this time, sect leader Brecken unexpectedly stayed quiet and didn't cause any trouble. Tommy enjoyed a peaceful period, spending his days teasing Annalise, arguing with his sister, and supervising the disciples' cultivation on Precipice Peak. As for Precipice Peak Security Department, under Mickey's management, they indeed recruited several talented individuals. Mickey strictly adhered to Tommy's requirements, limiting recruitment to exactly 100 people. Among these recruits were dozens of experienced 100 Meridian disciples who joined due to the high pay and numerous benefits offered by Precipice Peak. Not everyone was as wealthy as Precipice Peak. Even 100 Meridian disciples needed money. Besides, the compensation and perks were highly attractive. This bolstered Precipice Peak's strength considerably. At least during Tommy's absence, he wouldn't have to worry about security issues at home. Interestingly, Brecken honored his promise and provided two 10,000 immortal devices to the disciples. Of course, it wasn't free. He purchased them from Precipice Peak at the price of 100,000 spirit stones each, paying Tommy 10 million medium-grade spirit stones up front, with the remaining 10 million to be paid gradually. Xinjiang sect was truly short on funds, making Tommy feel somewhat embarrassed. However, he couldn't ignore profits for the sake of sentimentality. Since the system's tasks had been scarce after the competition, he relied on gold purchases to maintain the balance of points. Thus, Tommy knew he had to endure this difficult phase with Brecken and collect the outstanding payments. Today marked the day of their departure for the Celestial Sage Palace. Tommy woke up early and found his sister Ainsley, entrusting her with maintaining the protective mountain array and providing her with 1 million medium-grade spirit stones to cover daily expenses and upkeep. He also bought 5,000 illusion cards, giving them to her for the disciples' practice. Madison remained dedicated until the last moment, continuing to lecture the disciples in the Grand Hall, right until they left. Outside, the flying boat Madison had prepared awaited their departure. Fortunately, the renovated Grand Hall of Precipice Peak was spacious enough to accommodate everything. Chapter 118. Ainsley stows away. Class dismissed. Madison said with some fatigue. This is the last time I'll be imparting knowledge through divine sense. If you can fully digest this, crafting a Shinji shouldn't be a problem. Thank you, senior. The disciples of Cliff Peak, including the two elders, rose to their feet and thanked Madison. Madison waved her hand and sauntered out of the hall, toward the prepared flying boat. Are you ready? She asked Tommy beside her. Yes, everything's set. Tommy nodded in reply. Climb aboard. Madison gracefully leaped into the flying boat and beckoned to Tommy. On board, Annalise waited patiently, while Brock and his brother had already boarded, resting in the lounge. Suddenly, from above Cliff Peak, came a hearty laugh. What are you doing here? Upon seeing the visitor, Madison's tone turned displeased. I'm just seeing off my disciple, Brecken chuckled awkwardly, then shouted to Tommy on the boat. Xiang, be careful on your journey. Remember to call if anything happens? Thank you, Sect Master. Tommy bowed but added, Sect Master, remember to make more money and settle the final payment soon. Brecken. Enough chatter, let's go. With that, Madison cast a finger seal and under everyone's watchful eyes, the flying boat shot into the sky. How long will we be flying? On the boat, Tommy, having nothing better to do, chatted idly with Annalise. Annalise thought for a moment and replied, about a week. So fast? Tommy was puzzled. After all, even just within the territory of Xinjiang sect, it spanned more than 10,000 miles. Located in the eastern part of the continent bordering the Endless Sea, Xinjiang sect was far from Tianshang Palace in the south, next to the Immortal Mountain, a distance spanning billions of miles. Let me explain. Seeing his confusion, Annalise began to count on his fingers. From here to Greenwood City, it takes 3 days. Then, We'll use a teleportation array to get from Greenwood City to Heavenly Flame City of Tiansheng Palace. And from Heavenly Flame City to our destination, it takes another 3 days. So, a week sounds about right. Ah, I see. Tommy understood after Annalise's explanation. Such vast distances required using teleportation arrays. Relying solely on the flying boat would be futile. Teleportation arrays were fundamental knowledge in the cultivation world. Though Tommy had heard of them, he had never seen one. His low cultivation level and lack of strength meant he rarely ventured outside the sect, unfamiliar with the outside world. So, during this time, Tommy bombarded Annalise with questions. And Annalise patiently educated the young man from the mountains. Greenwood City was one of the cities under Purple One Dao sect in the Eastern Wasteland, and also the largest city within its domain. Purple One Dao sect was one of the 5 great sanctuaries, each governing nearly 1,000 cities and over a dozen top-tier sects. Xinjian sect was among its subordinate sects. As for teleportation arrays, only the great sanctuaries could afford to establish these large-scale interdomain transportation systems. Other sects simply couldn't manage it, both because of the immense cost and lack of capability to construct them. These large teleportation arrays were built by advanced array masters working together. After the war, with heavy casualties and powerful cultivators hidden away, even if they wanted to build new teleportation arrays, there was no one capable of doing so. Most existing interdomain teleportation arrays were relics from the Flame Emperor era. Thus, every teleportation array was invaluable, requiring the sanctuaries to maintain them diligently. Through conversations with Annalise, Tommy gradually gained a clearer understanding of the world. It was indeed vast, and Flinkyang was indeed strong. Even millions of kilometers away, he could still stay connected with the sect without any signal issues. The man who carried his own base station, truly unreasonable. From north to south, from heaven to earth, hours passed unnoticed as they chatted non-stop. Tommy also inquired about the structure of Tiansheng Palace, ensuring he had all the necessary information at hand, so he wouldn't panic when needed. Phew. Tommy stood up, stretching lazily. Time for a nap. After bidding farewell to Annalise, he walked to the lounge, where Annalise seized the opportunity to meditate. It wasn't that Tommy was lazy. Meditating wouldn't help much due to the restriction imposed by being an outsider. Unless he found favor with the heavenly Tao, no amount of practice would matter. Rather than waste time, a good rest seemed more practical. In the flying boat's lounge, as soon as Tommy opened the door, laughter caught him off guard. 3 people were gathered around, playing a game of card fighting using illusion cards. Actually, Tommy had renamed it Fighting the Palace Master, to make it easier for locals to understand. However, what startled him most was seeing his sister, Ainsley. She was laughing the loudest, enjoying herself immensely. Seeing Ainsley on the boat, Tommy's lips twitched. Recalling her strange behavior over the past month, it finally made sense to him. No wonder she agreed so readily not to come. Also, before boarding, Ainsley hadn't come to see him off. Initially, Tommy thought she was sulking, hiding somewhere to sulk. Turns out, Ainsley pulled a fast one and snuck onto the boat first. Tommy had 2 reasons for not wanting his sister to come along. First, Cliff Peak needed someone to take charge while he was away, and that responsibility naturally fell on his sister. Second, Tommy knew his limitations well. He could handle different races, but not the original inhabitants of the cultivation world. Traveling outside the sect was inherently riskier. Even going to Tiansheng Palace meant facing numerous uncertainties. However, Ainsley was Tommy's soft spot. He held many secrets and the Shinji, a double-edged sword, bringing opportunities and troubles alike. While he could rely on his system and quirky skills to navigate danger, if anyone threatened his sister, the consequences would be dire. Hence, despite letting Brock brothers come, Tommy insisted his sister stay behind. But it was too late now. There was nothing left to do but accept it. Cough. Standing at the lounge door, Tommy coughed softly, waiting to see how Ainsley would explain herself. Hashtag chapter 119, Greenwood City. Call the Lord of the Clan. Rob the Lord of the Clan. I'll rob. The 3 were playing fervently, completely oblivious to Tommy standing at the door. Cough, cough. Tommy continued coughing, feeling a bit helpless. Cough, cough, Still, the trio remained unresponsive, engrossed in their game. Straight flush. Can't beat that. Tommy was utterly confused. No matter how he tried to get their attention, it was as if they couldn't hear him. He approached and saw a faint yellow light-emitting formation disc beside his sister. Damn, a soundproof barrier? Not only did it block sound, but it was also one-way. In other words, this small formation was set up to prevent interruptions from outsiders. Sounds inside could go out, but sounds from outside couldn't penetrate. Tommy walked within the range of the formation, standing behind Ainsley, and in a low voice said, "What's straight flush? Blow him away." "You know nothing," Ainsley blurted out without thinking. Suddenly, she seemed to realize what had happened, hurriedly getting up with a trembling voice. "B brother, why are you here?" Seeing her flustered, like a child who'd done something wrong, Tommy found it quite adorable. His lips curved into a smile. "So, I'm disturbing your game?" "No, not at all." Ainsley stood there dejectedly, awaiting her brother's reprimand. "It's fine, since you're here, let's play." Tommy patted her head without scolding her. After all, Ainsley was just a teenager who had barely left the place in her entire life. Catching any chance to go out was understandable. Yay. Realizing her brother wasn't angry, Ainsley cheered, pulling Tommy's hand, unsure how to celebrate properly. "Oh, right," Tommy suddenly asked. "Did you leave the formation disc I gave you at Cliff Peak?" Before leaving, he thought Ainsley wouldn't be going and handed over the protective formation controls to her. Now, with her sneaking out, he needed to ensure the safety of Cliff Peak's disciples by finding out where the formation disc was. "I gave it to Mickey," Ainsley whispered softly. She glanced at her expressionless brother and quickly added, "I also gave him 2 million medium-grade spirit stones." Clearly, talking about the spirit stones made Ainsley wince. She had sacrificed much to come out, and for someone as money-obsessed as her, parting with 2 million spirit stones was a huge deal. For such a high-level formation, each activation consumes significantly, approximately 10,000 medium-grade spirit stones per day to maintain normal operation. 100,000 in common spirit stones is required for a single day, an amount that many disciples would spend decades struggling to earn. This was why even though the Xinjiang sect had a more powerful protective formation, it wasn't often activated due to the exorbitant cost. 2 million. Tommy muttered quietly, even if it runs day and night, it should last half a year. That's enough. Seeing that Ainsley had taken care of things, he didn't blame her further. Instead, he patted her small head. I understand. Go ahead and have fun. With that, he nodded at Brock and his brother, acknowledged them, and returned to his room for rest. Night fell over Xinjiang sect. 2 black figures floated in midair, gazing into the distance. Do you really trust him to go out like this? Eagles soar under heaven's breath, while young birds must eventually leave the nest. But your daughter is with him. Damn, why didn't you tell me sooner? It's too late now, they're already far away. Shit. 3 days passed swiftly. Eating, sleeping, teasing Annalise, Tommy's days on the flying boat were both leisurely and fulfilling. As for Ainsley, she played Call the Lord and Rob the Lord, laughing and enjoying herself immensely. As they neared Greenwood City, they emerged from their quarters onto the deck. The magnificent city gate loomed large before them, its grandeur striking. Greenwood City was vast, larger than the entire Xinjiang sect, with towering buildings and patrolling celestial soldiers making it look spectacular. Approaching slowly, Madison brought the flying boat to a stop above a large square in the heart of Greenwood City. Numerous flying boats filled the sky, guided by celestial soldiers directing traffic. Under their guidance, Madison gently landed the boat on a clear patch of ground. The group disembarked, greeted by vendors shouting advertisements. Sir, do you need lodging? Luxury king-size beds available. Immortal lady, experience our bubble bath made with Wanlin Mountain's jade fragrance flowers, guaranteed to leave you smelling divine. Sir, have you heard of Tiger Roar Manor? We've new stock of Pulse Realm Rage Tiger Whips for maximum nourishment. Sir, the shouts nearly made Tommy drunk with delight. Such lively scenes were never seen in Xinjiang sect. Whoa! Ainsley suddenly shouted, her eyes wide with disbelief, looking up at the sky. Be polite. Tommy nudged her gently. Don't act like you've never seen the world. No, brother, look. Ainsley's voice rose with excitement, pulling Tommy's gaze to the sky. There are dragons. Whoa, cried Tommy. Whoa, echoed Brock. He, laughed Jordy. The Xinjiang sect contingent felt like country bumpkins in the city. Raised in isolation, they had never witnessed anything like this. 6 massive green dragons, each hundreds of meters long, pulled a colossal carriage, slowly descending. On top rode a youth dressed in purple brocade, looking extraordinarily noble and impressive. These aren't true dragons, Annalise chuckled, seeing the astonished looks on the Xinjiang sect members' faces. They're dragon-like serpents pulling the carriage. But even dragon-like serpents aren't something ordinary people can use. Indeed, Tommy marveled. What a spectacle. This was what grandeur truly looked like. Dragon-like serpents pulling a carriage. Now that's what I call grand. Chapter 120, Transmission Order. Thinking of this, Tommy silently made up his mind that in the future, he would also get a Jiaolong to pull his carriage. Oh no. If playing, then play for real. Get 9 dragons to pull the carriage, with fairy maidens playing music behind and scattering flowers. He, Tommy chuckled to himself as he thought about it. His anticipation for the production capacity of immortal mechanisms growing even more. As long as the capacity was high enough, selling the immortal mechanisms across the continent would eventually allow him to have whatever he wanted. There's still a lot of fun things here. Annalise came over beside Tommy and said to him, a few years ago, I came here with Master. The food at Baxianju is exceptional. Oh, Baxianju? Jasper Wintao inquired aloud. Baxianju is the largest tavern in Qingmu City. Annalise explained cheerfully, legend has it that it was established by 8 sages who lived freely like clouds, gathering all kinds of delicacies from around the world. There's the 8 Immortals brew, known as Immortal Intoxication, and the Xuanhu soup, which can greatly boost cultivation with just one taste. Basically, it's delicious and entertaining. Upon hearing about food, Ainsley stopped admiring the Jiaolong and hurriedly poked her head over, her eyes blissfully closed as she said eagerly, where's the yummy stuff? I want to eat yummy things. Alas. Annalise sighed, but Master is eager to return. We don't have the time. Ah. Ainsley's excited little face felt like being doused with cold water. Hearing Ainsley so excited about eating, Annalise couldn't bear to dampen her enthusiasm but had no choice. She patted Ainsley's head gently and consoled. We can go to Huanyan City and Tianqing Palace. We should be able to stay there for a while. Yes. Upon hearing they could go somewhere else to play, Ainsley raised her little hand joyfully. Let's go to the teleportation array. Madison retracted the flying boat and said to everyone. The teleportation array was located on the eastern side of the square. However, since the square was enormous, even if they flew slowly, it would take them some time. Of course, if not for the consideration of Tommy and the others, Madison, with her strength, could have reached the large teleportation array in an instant. They treated it as sightseeing, with Madison leading the way, while the Xinjiang sect group followed while observing their surroundings. After half an hour, Madison led the group to a small square. The teleportation array stood right at the front of this square. It might be called a small square, but it depends on what you compare it to. It wasn't as grand as the landing square for the flying boat, but compared to the training field square of the Xinjiang sect, it was much larger. As for the teleportation array itself, it resembled a giant gate more than anything. The transmission gate was hundreds of meters wide and several hundred meters tall, filled with blue wave-like ripples. As the waves rippled within the transmission gate, people continuously moved in and out, shuttling between various parts of the world. Following Madison's lead, the group arrived at the teleportation array. Here, imposing celestial soldiers guarded the entrance, maintaining order and collecting transmission fees. Madison approached a celestial soldier responsible for collecting fees and handed over a token, saying, 6 people, Huanyan City. After glancing at the token, the celestial soldier bowed respectfully to Madison and then took out 6 small array discs, handing them over to her. Tommy was somewhat surprised. Do we not need to pay? Earlier, Annalise had mentioned that using the teleportation array once required 1,000 medium-grade spirit stones, and with his wealth, he had already prepared to cover the transmission fees for everyone. However, Madison only showed the token briefly and got the array discs without paying. Amazing! The array discs the celestial soldier gave to Madison were essentially coordinates. Since those using the teleportation array might have different destinations, carrying the array disc allowed for positioning and communication with the target location's teleportation array to ensure accurate transmission. Without carrying an array disc and attempting to enter the teleportation array directly could result in appearing at a random location, or worse, getting lost in spatial turbulence with no way out. Seeing Tommy's puzzled expression, Annalise kindly explained, this is a transmission order, a symbol of a messenger's identity. Since messengers need to travel everywhere, showing this token allows free use of the teleportation array. So, that's how it works? Tommy understood. It was business travel. However, soon his face turned angry, and he muttered under his breath, the sect leader deceived me. He became angrier the more he thought about it. Brecken had given him the position of messenger, but did not provide him with the corresponding transmission order. This meant he could not use public funds for travel. How could this be acceptable? He immediately picked up the immortal mechanism, entering its illusory realm to contact Brecken. Tommy. My transmission order. Agitated farmer. Ha 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 ha. You left in a hurry and forgot it. Tommy. I suspect you're trying to trick me into paying for transmission. Agitated farmer. Apart from allowing the use of the teleportation array, it doesn't do much, and it's not free. The sect has to pay annually. Agitated farmer. Understand this, the sect hasn't paid for the teleportation array's usage in a long time. Giving you the transmission order wouldn't help either. Tommy, quickly finalize the payment for the immortal mechanisms. The transmission fee is too expensive. Agitated farmer. Well, through his conversation with Brecken, Tommy realized the sect was truly poor. His position as a messenger meant he had to pay for everything out of pocket when traveling. While Tommy was contemplating how to bring in some money for the Xinjiang sect, Madison returned with several array discs, distributing them and reminding everyone, don't put these in your spatial bracelets and don't lose them. Okay. They nodded in gratitude upon receiving the discs. It's our turn. Let's go. Soon, Madison called Tommy and the others to follow as she walked toward the entrance of the teleportation array. At this moment, a loud shout came from afar, stopping her in her tracks. Fairy Fong, hold on. As the voice rang out, a middle-aged man dressed in black Taoist robes appeared before Madison. His brows furrowed as he looked at Tommy and the others behind her, remaining silent. Speak up, it's fine, Madison spoke calmly, signaling the black-robed man to relax. Lord Taoist wants to discuss important matters with you. The black-clothed man bowed slightly and handed a sealed letter to Madison. Chapter 121. The 8 Immortals Inn. Madison received the secret order from the black-clad man and began reading it carefully. After a moment, her eyebrows knitted tightly and a flame erupted from her palm, incinerating the order to ashes. She then turned to Annalise and instructed her seriously, you go back to the sect with Wenxiang first. Master has some matters to attend to at Xiado sect. After speaking, she handed Annalise a miniature flying boat, nodded to the black-clad man, and both vanished instantly from where they stood. What's going on? Tommy asked, his voice tinged with concern. Seeing Madison's haste, he felt uneasy. Something must have happened. Otherwise, Madison wouldn't have changed her planned itinerary so abruptly. I'm not sure either, Annalise replied softly. Well, are you in a hurry to leave? Seeing that Madison had already departed, Tommy had an urge to explore a bit. Though he felt somewhat anxious, this was a matter for the elders, and he couldn't interfere. For now, there was no need to worry too much. After all, one can always deal with problems as they come. Oh, I'm not in a hurry. The Saintus assessment is still a long way off. Annalise's eyes twinkled, feeling somewhat happy. Why don't we go out for a bit? Yes. Upon hearing this, Ainsley was the first to cheer excitedly. Let's eat something delicious. Let's go. All of us. Tommy smiled warmly and invited them. We'll head to the 8 Immortals Inn. If it were before, Tommy might have maintained his dignity and acted the part of an elder within the sect, keeping his emotions in check. But since they were outside now, and everyone around him were acquaintances, he decided to let loose and enjoy himself. After 3 days of roughing it, Tommy's stomach had been growling nonstop. Why torment himself with fasting when there was food available? Ainsley fully supported this idea, almost raising both hands and feet in approval. Before Tommy showcased his cooking talent, Ainsley had been practicing abstaining from food, not because she didn't love eating, but because she was lazy and didn't know how to cook. However, ever since she tasted Tommy's cooking, she found it unbearable to go a day without it and had long forgotten about fasting. Without hesitation, they set off, following Annalise through a casual stroll until they finally arrived at the 8 Immortals Inn. Wow, so majestic. Ainsley stood at the entrance of the 8 Immortals Inn, looking up at the entire building in awe. How many spirit stones must this cost? The main building of the 8 Immortals Inn stood approximately 100 meters tall and occupied a vast area, rivaling even the most grandiose structure in Xinjiang sect, the Hall of Sect Affairs. At the front of the main building, the gilded characters, 8 Immortals Inn, hung prominently, enhancing its grandeur. Please come in, exalted beings. A waiter dressed in typical attire bowed deeply and welcomed them with a smile. Ionated by the waiter, they entered the main hall of the 8 Immortals Inn. As soon as they stepped inside, an overwhelming sense of luxury greeted them. Glass walls, luminous pearl lamps, blue goldenwood beams, and jade tables. Everything here proclaimed wealth and extravagance. Not much of a fuss, Tommy recovered first and asked the bowing waiter sternly. Do Do you have any private rooms? This humble servant regrets to inform you, sir. The waiter bowed deeper, expressing his apologies. Private rooms require reservations and are fully booked. No problem. Tommy waved his hand. Let's stay in the main hall. After being guided by the waiter, the five of them took their seats smoothly, and two exquisite menus were presented. Although not in a private room, the spacious main hall did not have too many tables. Each table had individual screens for privacy, making the space feel uncrowded. Seeing this, the hungry Ainsley snatched up a menu and started flipping through it quickly. Tommy picked up the other menu and examined it slowly. The menu featured symbols unique to the cultivation world, along with prices listed after each dish name. $@ and $@ 17,000 medium-grade spirit stones. At #@ UN and *% 12,000 medium-grade spirit stones. True to a top-tier sanctuary city, dining here required paying in medium-grade spirit stones, a far cry from Xinjian sect. I can't read this. What kind of script is this? Tommy felt embarrassed. He couldn't understand what to order. He pushed the menu toward Annalise and said, pick whatever you like. Annalise took the menu, frowned at the symbols and whispered, so expensive. Should we really order this? Order it. Tommy declared boldly. Annalise had voiced her concerns. He couldn't lose face in front of her. Though pricey, it wasn't beyond their means. Even without understanding the dish names, these prices clearly signified quality. Let's get *at UN then. Annalise pointed at the text on the menu. It's only 1,000 medium-grade spirit stones, and it sounds more refined. Refined? Tommy murmured, impressed. No wonder she's the prospective saintess. Even eating seems elegant. Brock, what do you think? Annalise passed the menu to Brock after making her choice. We're good with anything. Brock said gruffly. My brother and I aren't picky. You guys decide. He then pushed the menu back to Tommy. Don't be so formal. Since we're here, let's just order. Tommy flipped open the menu and called out to the waiter. Bring everything on the first page. Since Annalise appreciated elegance, let's stick to it thoroughly. Of course, he wasn't ordering blindly. Before doing so, Tommy quickly calculated the cost. It would amount to roughly 150,000 medium-grade spirit stones, which he could afford given his multimillion fortune. This was also the first team-building event for Duanya Peak Tech Group. Splurging a bit was fine if it brought joy. Wait. Just as Tommy was about to place the entire page's worth of orders, Annalise swiftly stopped him. Sure thing. The waiter, sensing the situation, deftly took the menu from Tommy and laughed. I'll note down your orders right away, sir. Chapter 122. Fox Maiden Graceful Dance. No worries. Tommy's lips curled into a smile as he playfully tousled Annalise's hair, saying, it won't cost much. Oh. Okay. Annalise replied nervously. Seeing Annalise's shy and tense expression, Tommy couldn't help but feel moved. Annalise is truly thoughtful, always thinking about saving money for me. At this moment, Ainsley also finalized her choices. Although she winced at the prices, she bit the bullet for the food. 1 pot of 8 Immortals wine. 1 serving of black tiger soup. Qingzuan bamboo shoots. Sea beef. Sure thing. Please wait a moment while we serve you, the waiter said hurriedly before scurrying off. A little expensive, huh, brother? Ainsley's face twisted, clearly pained by the spiritual stones spent. She complained with a hint of grievance. I ordered nearly 100,000 low-grade spirit stones worth of dishes. Don't worry about it. Tommy reached out to pat his sister's head, comforting her. Since we're out enjoying ourselves, let's eat without worrying about the stones. But spending so many stones in one go. Ainsley was still heartbroken. I still feel reluctant. What are you talking about? Tommy was taken aback by his sister's words. 1 section of celestial device? He understood that if they were ordinary spirit stones, it wouldn't be that costly. 100,000 low-grade stones converted to mid-grade would be just 1,000 mid-grade stones. And according to the menu Tommy had seen earlier, the lowest price was 1,000 mid-grade stones. Annalise chose the cheapest option to save money for him. Yet, his sister felt heartache over spending only 1,000 mid-grade stones. Sigh, her mindset is still too narrow. F***K. Just as Tommy criticized his sister for having a limited perspective, he suddenly realized something and cursed silently. What did I order just now? Now, Tommy realized that his sister spent so little on all these dishes. The menu he had wasn't the actual one. Damn it. Scam restaurant. Feeling cheated, Tommy gritted his teeth. 15,000 mid-grade spirit stones, rounded up, amounted to 15 million low-grade stones. He couldn't tell Ainsley this, or she'd be heartbroken. What's wrong? Annalise noticed Tommy's odd behavior, and came over to ask softly. Hee, nothing. Tommy laughed awkwardly, brushing it off but still blaming himself inwardly for not being more cautious. At this moment, a beautiful woman in her 30s, dressed in a red long dress, approached Tommy's table. She placed her hands over her abdomen, slightly bowed, and softly said, Sir, your requested $@ and $@ has arrived. She then stepped aside, addressing a group of stunning beauties behind her. Haven't you met the sir yet? With that, several distinctive beauties lined up in front of Tommy's table, bowing in unison, meeting the sir. The red-dressed woman resumed introducing them with a sweet voice. You have excellent taste, sir. These are our signature performers from the 8 Immortal House, Fox Maiden Graceful Dance. Finally, some human talk, Tommy thought wryly. Now, he realized why it was so expensive. What he had ordered wasn't from the menu but an atmosphere package. After the beauties took their places, the red-dressed woman continued introducing. These ladies are from the Qinghua Fox tribe among the exotic races. The Qinghua Fox tribe has handsome men and beautiful women. These 8 are especially outstanding beauties. Tommy had read about the Qinghua Fox tribe in ancient texts preserved on Precipice Peak. Exotic races were also known as the 10,000 tribes, referring to the myriad of different races outside the human cultivation world. Not all tribes were enemies of humanity, Some remained neutral and even retained channels of communication with human holy lands, though how they interacted was unknown to Tommy. The red-dressed woman kept talking, making everyone listen dazedly. Now, please enjoy, Fox Maiden graceful dance. Finally done introducing, she raised her voice. Then, she snapped her fingers, and soft music began playing. 8 exquisite Fox Maidens danced gracefully to the rhythm in front of Tommy's table, attracting attention from other diners who whispered admiringly. Whose noble son dares to order the top act at 8 Immortal House? Keep it down. You should consider yourself lucky to witness such beauty here. Amazing. Look at those petite figures, amazing. Several diners quickly used sound-transmitting talismans to invite friends to come watch the exotic dance performance. Watching the dancing Fox Maidens, Tommy wore a serious expression, feeling regretful but determined to appreciate the performance since he had already paid. He nodded occasionally and clapped lightly to show encouragement. Ainsley was bewildered, wide-eyed, alternating between watching the Fox Maidens and looking at her calm brother suspiciously. She couldn't understand that her brother had such tastes. Annalise, on the other hand, enjoyed it thoroughly, smiling with twinkling eyes and humming softly to the rhythm. On Brock's side, both brothers had intense reactions. The Fox Maidens revealing attire made Brock, the gentleman, unable to watch openly. He propped his elbow on the table, covering his forehead with his hand while secretly peeking through the gaps. His pale face instantly flushed red. As for Wuchi Jordy, the martial arts fanatic who grew up in the mystical sword sect, he had never seen such scenes before. In the prime of youth, he started bleeding from the nose, pretending not to care as he awkwardly whistled, repeatedly turning away when he saw the dancers. By the end of the dance, Jordy's nosebleeds rivaled a major battle's blood loss. Note: in translating names, I kept Tommy, Annalise, Ainsley, Brock, and Jordy consistent with pinyin representation. If any name changes are necessary, please specify. Chapter 123. Young Master of the Ho family. A few minutes later, the music stopped. The red-robed beautiful woman bowed slightly to Tommy and said, Sir, Ria's performance is over. Next, please enjoy, Fox Maidens Ensemble. Tommy, how come the food isn't served yet? Upon hearing more performances were coming, Ainsley pouted her lips in complaint. Food is being served. Just as Ainsley finished complaining, a waiter led a group of beautiful women carrying different dishes. The waiter came to Tommy's table, holding his small belly with one hand and using the other to introduce the dishes. Shintiger soup, made from the spine meat of a peak Andrea my realm Shintiger, delightfully tender and incredibly fresh. 8 Immortals brew, crafted from peach blossom spring yeast, distilled from grain mash, its aroma intoxicating and captivating. Green respected bamboo shoots. With the waiter's introductions, dish after dish was neatly placed on Tommy's table. The food is all served, sirs and fairies, please enjoy. Finished speaking, he bowed deeply and retreated, showing proper etiquette. Let's eat. Let's eat. Ainsley said happily, unable to wait any longer. She quickly picked up her chopsticks and took a piece of Shintiger meat. As soon as the meat entered her mouth, its savory taste exploded immediately. Ainsley couldn't help but savor it, her eyebrows arching and eyes narrowing in surprise. Brother, this is so delicious. You should try it. Okay, no rush, eat slowly. Watching his sister enjoying her meal, Tommy felt genuinely happy for her. Why had he earned so much money? Apart from strengthening Cliff Peak and enhancing his own strength, a major part of the reason was to satisfy his sister's love for wealth. Being in another world and having a family member like Ainsley made him feel extremely happy. Moreover, not only did he have Ainsley by his side, but also Annalise, and brothers Brock, along with Flynn, who was in a state of superposition between life and death. He could say that he now had friends when needed, and family when wanted, already feeling content. Do you want a wipe? Seeing Jordy eating while blushing at the Fox Maidens ensemble, Tommy couldn't bear to watch and handed him a handkerchief. Watching the Fox Maidens wasn't the issue. The problem was that Jordy's nose was bleeding profusely, making him essentially eat bloody rice, which looked quite unseemly. Hi. Jordy smiled apologetically at Tommy. No problem. After saying this, he put down his bowl and chopsticks, activated his spiritual energy, and tapped several acupoints on his neck with his index finger. Indeed, worthy of being a Golden Core realm expert, Jordy's maneuver was quite effective. The blood flow from his nose stopped instantly. However, his originally flushed face now turned dark red, appearing rather comical. Forget it, let's just eat. Tommy didn't pay attention to Jordy's unusual behavior, figuring that with his Golden Core realm cultivation, this surge of chi and blood shouldn't be an issue. Minutes later, the Fox Maidens ensemble concluded. As they thought the show was nearly over, the red-robed beautiful woman approached again, introducing the next act. Be it instrumental performances or singing, everything requested was fully provided. If Tommy ordered a page, the performers would indeed present a page without any arrogant or unfriendly behavior. This money is well spent, Tommy thought to himself as he continued eating. Even if the system didn't assign tasks, such a scene would certainly yield plenty of emotional points. Tommy and his companions enjoyed specialty cuisine accompanied by music and dance, finding it delightful. Just as they indulged in the performances and their meals, some commotion emerged from the entrance. Following the noise, Tommy could see clearly past the not-so-tall screen. At the entrance appeared a familiar figure dressed in purple robes, the very man who had arrived in the flying boat landing square earlier, pulled by a Jiaolong. He walked into the 8 Immortals pavilion with a pompous gait, flanked by a group of servants. His servants cleared the way, shouting loudly, "Young Master Ho has arrived. Quickly fetch your innkeeper to greet him." Ouch! Suddenly, the young master dressed in purple robes slapped one of the servants' heads, admonishing him. "How many times have I told you to be low-key?" Yes, I understand. The servant responded with a forced smile. Ha. At that moment, laughter echoed from the stairs. A round, smiling man descended the stairs. Standing about 5 feet 7 inches, around 40 years old, despite his stout build, he moved nimbly. This person was the innkeeper of the 8 Immortals Pavilion, hurriedly descending upon hearing the commotion. Please this way, sir. The innkeeper approached young Master Ho, smiling and inviting him inside. I've heard you have excellent fox maidens here, the young master said arrogantly. Arrange me a first-class private room and bring all the fox maidens over. Sir, do you have a reservation? The innkeeper asked with a smile. No. In that case, sir, you'll have to dine in the main hall. Not even this is possible? The young Master Ho waved his hand, scattering a large number of mid-grade spirit stones on the ground, which glittered under the moonlight pearls. Don't make things difficult for me, sir. The innkeeper smiled awkwardly. At this point, some diners in the main hall couldn't bear the disturbance anymore and voiced their disapproval. Why show off with those spirit stones? The Eight Immortals Pavilion has its rules. Who cares what young master you are? Dining in the main hall is fine. Exactly, why show off? Another diner stood up, pointing at Tommy. Look, this gentleman is still ordering fox maidens in the main hall. What do you have to show off? Tommy. These people really went out of their way to divert the trouble. Whether intentional or not, the effect was achieved. Young Master Ho turned his gaze towards Tommy, smirking evilly as he approached. Approaching closer, he sat down at Tommy's table, dragging over a chair casually. Behind him followed a group of furious-looking servants, ready to strike at a moment's notice. Sitting back in his chair, he leaned back, grinning wickedly at Tommy. You sure have refined tastes, brother. Chapter 124. The young master's bitter past. Seeing the unfriendly arrival, Brock and his brother abruptly stood up, cautiously eyeing the young master of the Ho family. Emily and Ainsley also wore rather displeased expressions but remained still, waiting for Tommy's cue. The atmosphere became tense as the fox maidens playing music paused, standing silently to the side. At this moment, the red-dressed beauty hurried forward with a smile. Let's keep things harmonious and profitable, she pleaded. Tommy stared directly into the Ho family young master's eyes, and in an instant, his presence burst forth, nearly making everyone gasp for breath. With a faint smile, Tommy did not respond to the Ho family young master but instead snapped his fingers lightly and said, Continue the music and dancing. Why yes. Under Tommy's overwhelming pressure, the red-dressed beauty struggled to breathe and stammered as she instructed the fox maidens behind her, Keep going, don't stop. The scene grew tenser. Brock and his brother glared at the Ho family young master, while his servants nervously retreated step by step. Ha ha ha, no need to be nervous. At this moment, the young master of the Ho family laughed loudly, stood up, put aside his playful attitude, and bowed respectfully to Tommy. I am the son of Garrett from the eternal Ho family, Dimitri. What should I call brother Dao? Shinjin sect, Tommy. Seeing the other party choose to laugh it off, Tommy also couldn't fail to give him an exit, so he rose and introduced himself with a bow. Suddenly, Emily seemed to realize something and discreetly transmitted a message to Tommy. He is the son of a sacred land. Garrett is the head of the eternal Ho family from Beichun's sacred land. Tommy nodded slightly to reassure Emily, then seriously examined Dimitri. Standing at over 1.85 meters tall, Dimitri had hair black as ink, eyes like morning stars, a high-nose bridge, and an air of nobility, resembling an exquisite sword displaying its brilliance. He was indeed a fine specimen, living up to his title as young master. At the same time that Tommy was observing Dimitri, Dimitri was also scrutinizing Tommy. The more he looked, the more startled he became. Not only by Tommy's handsomeness but also by his overpowering aura. Although Dimitri believed Tommy was younger than himself, his aura was unusually strong. Initially, Dimitri had intended to assert dominance by intimidating Tommy and possibly showing off his wealth by seizing the fox maidens. But it was clear he had encountered a formidable opponent. A small-scale confrontation wouldn't win him anything. It was better to de-escalate gracefully. Ha ha ha, Dimitri chuckled, adhering to the unwritten rules of the cultivator world. Brother Jasper truly is a remarkable man. Well, Ulrich is indeed a standout among men. Tommy responded with equal laughter. Ha ha ha, why don't we enjoy together? Dimitri pointed at the performing fox maidens and invited Tommy. His reason for coming here was to witness the famed fox maidens. He had heard that apart from the delicious food at the Eight Immortals Inn, the fox maidens were even more beautiful. Since fighting wasn't an option and grabbing them would only cause discord, and likely wouldn't succeed either, it was better to watch together and appreciate the beauty of the fox clan. Agreed. Tommy smiled and responded to Dimitri, then called out loud, Bring an extra set of utensils for Ulrich. Oh, how can this be? Dimitri grinned even wider. How can I impose on you? He waved at the innkeeper nearby and said generously, Brother Jasper and I are kindred spirits. Tonight's expenses will be on me. The innkeeper, upon hearing this, could hardly contain his excitement. Channeling his spiritual energy, he announced loudly to the entire place. Tonight, all expenses are covered by young Master Ho. Wait a minute. Dimitri hastily interrupted the overjoyed innkeeper, pointing to those who had mocked him earlier. Not those few tables. Holding a grudge. Indeed, some people rejoiced while others worried upon hearing the offer of free expenses. Those whose bills were waived loudly praised, young Master Ho is so generous. While those who had mocked Dimitri before now looked grim and murmured curses under their breaths. An hour later, accompanied by the music of the fox maidens, they enjoyed a hearty meal and engaged in delightful conversation. Both Tommy and Dimitri didn't suppress their drunkenness with spiritual energy, freely indulging themselves. Tommy had Emily and others watching over him, ensuring nothing untoward happened if he got too drunk. As for Dimitri, having been born into a sacred land gave him confidence, feeling fearless even when traveling outside. Using alcohol as a lubricant, Dimitri seemed genuinely touched by Tommy's friendship and began sharing his life experiences. Although he was a child of the sacred land, he had always been unpopular since childhood. The main reason? He was a jinx for his father. Moreover, this curse reached such a level that any situation involving Dimitri would almost certainly lead to trouble for his father. His birth itself was accompanied by thunderstorms that shattered the protective array of the family's mountain, hence the name Dimitri, which roughly translates to auspicious beacon. In his own words, I, Dmitri, was born to be an outstanding individual, meant to stand out. However, the trouble he caused his father didn't stop there. As he grew older, his curse intensified. At age 3, led by a servant, he happily bought a string of sugar skewers intending to present them to his father, Garrett. That simple candy almost led to the death of a near-sage realm powerhouse. Garrett thought his son had grown up and was learning to show respect, so he happily ate the candy. Unfortunately, it nearly choked him to death. But the incidents didn't end there. At age 5, while hunting with his father, they encountered old enemies who left Garrett injured on the spot. At age 7, during a swim with his father, they almost drowned. At age 10, during a meal together, Garrett was poisoned and injured. At 15, an earthquake struck the family estate, leaving Garrett severely wounded. At 20, a meteor shower attacked, again leaving Garrett gravely injured. At 24, alien tribes raided, resulting once more in severe injuries for Garrett. Essentially, whenever Dmitri appeared within the Eternal Ho family, his father faced constant threats, walking the line between life and death, teetering between the gates of the netherworld every day. Given his status as the head of a sacred land, Garrett could no longer bear this anxiety. In desperation, he assigned Dmitri the role of messenger, sending him away. As long as Dmitri stayed away, money was no issue. He could spend freely and live however he wanted. This explained why Dmitri was so extravagant. Despite his good nature, his unique constitution inevitably made him an outcast within the family. Apart from spending money to alleviate his loneliness, he had no other way to relieve his sorrow. Chapter 125. The first person to reverse haggling. Alright, stop crying. Tommy gently patted Dmitri's shoulder. Seeing the young master with tear-filled eyes, he couldn't help but feel a bit sympathetic. Although Dmitri came from a prestigious family, no one in his family looked up to him. It was rare for him to meet someone like Tommy who got along so well with him, and thus, he drank and cried with true emotion. Brother, it's not that I'm bragging. Dmitri wiped his tears and leaned on Tommy's shoulder, speaking drunkenly. If you're ever short of spirit stones, just let me know. I've got plenty. Won't that be too expensive? Upon hearing spirit stones, Ainsley's big eyes sparkled again, filled with anticipation as she looked at Dmitri. Huh, expensive? Dmitri immediately objected upon hearing this, putting on a serious face and saying solemnly, if I don't squander, I won't live up to my father's position as head of the sacred family. Tommy perked up upon hearing this and raised his wine glass to clink with Dmitri's. Great brother, cheers. Cheers. Dmitri was quite generous and gulped down his drink without hesitation. After taking a hearty swig, Tommy put down his glass and, looking at the tipsy Dmitri, recited aloud, word by word, drinking wildly while singing only wastes time. Who are they trying to intimidate? In this moment, he couldn't help but recall a famous ancient poem from his past life, wanting to use it to counsel the somewhat disillusioned Dmitri. Upon hearing these lines, Annalise quietly savored them in her mind. The more she repeated them, the more fitting they seemed. She felt Tommy becoming even more mysterious, as if he had a knack for everything. Ainsley. Her eyes widened as she watched her brother recite the powerful lines. Instantly, she felt overwhelmed by awe. Even though she didn't understand, it did nothing to diminish her pride. My brother is invincible. Though Ainsley often teased and ridiculed her brother about being harmless in private, she had always been proud of him. Perhaps she was a classic case of a sister complex? As for the Chung brothers, due to their background from Giant Sword Peak, they were completely detached from literary affairs. They wouldn't even show surprise, thinking, whatever nonsense you're talking about, I don't get it. Conversely, when Dmitri heard Tommy's poem, he instantly straightened up, sobering up significantly, clearly showing a higher cultural upbringing than the Chung brothers. Drinking wildly while singing only wastes time. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Dmitri savoring the poem. His face lit up with the joy of meeting a kindred spirit. Brother Wenxiang, you understand me. Through Dmitri's recounting of past events, Tommy could sense his inner anger and frustration. Despite being the son of a sacred family, he had never received the recognition or importance from his family. Not only did he fail to gain familial care and love, but he was also increasingly marginalized and even blamed as the bane of the ancient Ho family. What you lack, you value the most. Because he didn't receive affection from his family, he sought attention through heavy drinking and spending money, desperately seeking validation. Who are they trying to intimidate? In other words, who is the hero here? While Dmitri indulged in wild drinking and singing, appearing despondent, his heart harbored a fiery determination, eager to prove himself. To prove to his family that even outside the ancient Ho family, he could carve out a place for himself through his own efforts. Dmitri softly repeated the two lines over and over again, unknowingly with tears streaming down his face. Cheers, brother Wenxiang. Dmitri hastily wiped away his tears and said with a choked voice, today, I truly understand what wine flows freely among kindred spirits means. Ulrich, you have real emotions. Tommy clinked glasses with him, saying, meeting Ulrich is a great honor for Wenxiang. After several rounds of hearty drinking, Tommy put down his cup and took out a spirit device, his expression earnest. This is our Xinjian sect specialty. You'll understand once you connect with it using your divine consciousness. The idea of giving Dmitri the spirit device was both impulsive and well thought out by Tommy. Before leaving, he had prepared thousands of devices, intending to gift them to make new friends. Cultivation isn't all about fighting. It's also about human relationships. If you plan to mix in society, you need more friends and fewer enemies. Moreover, the spirit device wasn't anything special to Tommy, so why not leave a favor by gifting it? Additionally, it would build momentum and strategy for the device. Oh, what's this nifty gadget? Dmitri curiously took the device Tommy offered and quickly connected with it using his divine consciousness. As if anticipating Dmitri's reaction, Tommy extended one finger. Tommy, don't get it. Dmitri, what's this? Tommy, shocked. Dmitri, damn, it has such an incredible function. Tommy, overjoyed. Dimitri, ha ha ha, awesome. With this, who in the family will dare look down on me? Annalise, Ainsley, and Brock. Jordy, oh wow. Surprised? Tommy had perfectly gauged each of Dimitri's reactions. After a moment, Dimitri reluctantly exited the spirit device's illusion. Just moments ago, he was sobbing uncontrollably, but now he perked up, exclaiming, Brother Wenxiang, how much does this cost? Not for sale. Tommy smiled. I'm gifting it to Ulrich. No way, no way. Dimitri stiffened and waved his hands urgently. How could he accept gifts without paying? He always gave tips. He couldn't take something for free. Saying this, despite his reluctance, he steeled himself and handed the device back, saying, I can't accept it if you don't charge. It's too valuable. Tommy, how about 100,000 spirit stones? Tommy suggested with some resignation. 100,000? Dimitri feigned offense. You doubt my financial capabilities. At least 1 million. Dimitri declared boldly. 200,000, no more? Tommy insisted. 2 million. Fine, 300,000 then. At least 3 million. Dimitri slammed the table, nearly shouting. Amazing. This reverse haggling was truly incomprehensible for a wealthy person. Tommy underestimated Dimitri's financial power. Chapter 126, 6 Dragonflyers, Go. At this moment, even Ainsley, with her money-grubbing tendencies, could no longer bear to watch. She quickly poked Tommy in the ribs and whispered, Brother, it's enough. Do you want 6 Dragonflyers? Tommy interjected. Who wants 6 Dragonflyers? Tommy abruptly stood up, pointing at his sister's nose, and scolded loudly. Those are Ulrich's mounts. How can you think about them like that? Ainsley. Brother Wenxiang, calm down. Dimitri grabbed the furious Tommy and hurriedly said, Your sister is right. Even 6 Dragonflyers aren't as valuable as the divine device Shindy. After speaking, Dimitri began searching through his waist pouch for the jade talisman that controlled the flying dragons. Ulrich, you mustn't. Tommy quickly pulled him back. No way. Dimitri said sternly, Don't you consider me a brother anymore? Yes, I do. Tommy nodded seriously. Then don't stop me. Dimitri, influenced by his drunken state, spoke generously. We became acquainted as if we were brothers from the start. Your sister is like my own. If she likes the 6 Dragonflyers, why not give them to her? Tommy shook his head and pressed down on Dimitri firmly, nearly bursting veins in his hand. No, they're too precious. Our little sister's happiness is invaluable. With that, Dimitri fished out the jade talisman and, passing over Tommy, placed it directly into Ainsley's hand. Ignore your brother. It's nothing much. If you like it, keep it. Ainsley. Her small head filled with huge confusion. How did things escalate this far? She only wanted to persuade her brother not to go too far, but now she had ended up with someone else's mount. Don't forget to thank Ulrich. Tommy nodded towards his sister, saying solemnly, Ulrich made a painful sacrifice. You should cherish this. Thank you, Ulrich. Ainsley thanked Dimitri with a joyful smile, clutching the jade talisman tightly. Oh, right. After handing over the jade talisman, Dimitri continued happily. I haven't given you the payment for Shindy yet. Ulrich, no need. This time, Tommy genuinely tried to stop him. After taking the mount, asking for spirit stones was inappropriate. One thing is one thing. Dimitri's eyes widened, speaking earnestly. The mount is a gift for your sister. It doesn't conflict with the payment for Shindy. With that, he reached into his spatial bracelet and pulled out a golden treasure pot, which he slammed onto the table. He then started scooping out spirit stones while saying, Brother Wenxiang, medium-grade spirit stones take up too much space, so I prepared only high-grade ones for you. He kept scooping out stones while counting aloud. 1 high-grade equals 100 medium-grade, 3,000 high-grade equal 300,000 medium-grade. Belch, 30,000 high-grade, no mistake. Dimitri belched and turned to Tommy, saying, Brother Wenxiang, open your spatial bracelet. There's not enough space here. Tommy. Ainsley, oh F***ck. My perspective was too narrow. Seeing Dimitri calculating the spirit stones so earnestly, Tommy was greatly astonished. Tommy initially quoted 10,000 ordinary spirit stones, but Dimitri misinterpreted it as medium-grade spirit stones, and even offered 10 times the amount. In the end, Dimitri offered 3 million medium-grade spirit stones for Shindy, a price that was absurdly high. Even Master Brecken, owing 10 million medium-grade spirit stones, was being chased by Tommy for debts. Yet here was Dimitri casually spending 3 million. The sanctuaries truly had deep reserves. Brother Wenxiang? Dimitri saw that Tommy wasn't responding and urged again, Quick, open your spatial bracelet. The table can't hold it all. Tommy sighed, looking at the gleaming pile of spirit stones on the table. He loved wealth but believed in earning it honestly. Then, he turned away, forcing himself not to look at the stones and gently patted Dimitri's shoulder. Ulrich, take them back. I can't accept these spirit stones. Tommy explained the original pricing and production issues of Shindy carefully to Dimitri. After listening, Dimitri didn't feel cheated at all. Instead, he marveled at the great deal he got for Shindy. Brother Wenxiang, you are truly righteous. Dimitri looked at the table covered in spirit stones and sighed. I'll take them back. You should. Tommy nodded and said, Ulrich, after a few rounds of drinks, it's late, perhaps? Oh. Hearing Tommy's subtle hint, Dimitri slapped his forehead, feeling somewhat guilty. Look at me drinking so much, causing delays. I'll settle the bill now, and then head to the city lord's residence. They ate immortals and had many specialties that Tommy and others thoroughly enjoyed, unwilling to delay their journey because of drinks. During the revelry, Tommy listened intently to the conversations around him, gathering information about surrounding events. One topic that came up frequently was the Grand Lantern Festival, Tiandeng Festival. This 5-day festival, unique to Qingmu City, was among its most significant celebrations. Being the main city of the Zi Dao sect sanctuary, and since the last human emperor, Uriel, was was born in Dao sect. This festival commemorated Uriel. Legend has it that Uriel, in his youth, enjoyed helping people across the land. Grateful citizens would place their wishes inside lanterns and release them skyward, hoping for good fortune. When Uriel saw the wishes written on the lanterns, he fulfilled them whenever possible. Though just a beautiful legend, the tradition stuck and was officially adopted by the Dao sect. Thus, during Tiandeng Festival, disciples of Dao sect would come to Qingmu City to randomly pick and check the lanterns. If the wishes weren't too unreasonable, they would try their best to fulfill them. Chapter 127. The Sky Lantern Festival. 8 Immortals Inn, beside the counter. The stark contrast was evident between the innkeeper's apologetic smile and Dimitri's livid expression. How much? Dimitri leaned in, cupping his hand around his ear as if in disbelief. I advise you to be cautious with your words. Master Ho, we have not miscalculated. It is indeed 500,000 medium-grade spirit stones, the innkeeper said with a forced grin. We've even rounded down for you. I may be wealthy, but that doesn't make me a fool, Dimitri grumbled. During his drinking session with Tommy, they had ordered additional dishes on the spot, and he knew the price as well. There was no way it could have cost so much. Even reserving the entire place wouldn't amount to 500,000 spirit stones. So, according to Dimitri's logic, paying 3 million medium-grade spirit stones for a celestial device was worth it. But spending 500,000 for a meal? Definitely not. This was how it worked. When walking through a pleasure district, you saved where you should and spent where necessary. You consumed 450,000 medium-grade spirit stones at that table alone. The innkeeper spread his hands wide and pointed toward Tommy, smiling. The Fox Maidens ensemble has been non-stop. Damn, rip-off shop, Dimitri muttered under his breath, then pulled out a stack of superior-grade spirit stones and tossed them over. Turning, he looked at Tommy with a smile. Brother Wenxiang, we've already exchanged messages via celestial messenger. Let's keep in touch. I need to head to the city lord's mansion urgently. So be it. Tommy nodded with a smile, bidding farewell to Dimitri. Qingmu City, Sky Lantern Street. Night had fallen, yet the street was aglow with lights. The long street seemed like an unending city of light, filled with laughter, shouts, and the sounds of hawking goods, a continuous symphony of activity. Tommy and his companions strolled along with the crowd, arriving at Qingmu City's longest street, the Sky Lantern Street. Sky Lantern Street stretched over 1,000 li from north to south, bisecting the entire city. It was the busiest and widest street in Qingmu City, bustling with both cultivators and civilians alike. Brother, Tonghulu. Ainsley tugged at her brother's sleeve, pointing excitedly at a street vendor. Bye. Tommy responded generously. With her brother's approval, Ainsley skipped over to the Tonghulu stall and pointed at the bright red candy-coated skewers. Old man, how much is this? 10 won each. The elderly man replied with a smile. 10 won? Ainsley scratched her head, confused. How many is that? Having grown up in a sect, she had little experience with ordinary currency. She then pulled out 10 shiny spirit stones and asked eagerly, is this enough? The old man was taken aback, hesitating whether to accept the spirit stones or not. This will not do, exalted one. The old man smiled wryly and refused the spirit stones. Consider this a gift from this humble old man. He picked a tonghulu and carefully wrapped it in rice paper before handing it to Ainsley. But how can I take this? Ainsley pouted, hastily refusing. Though she was craving the treat, she wouldn't accept it without payment. She wasn't about to bully the common folk. At this moment, Annalise noticed Ainsley's predicament and hurried over, pulling out a silver ingot. Old man, please take this silver. The old man exclaimed, quickly bowing and repeatedly thanking them. Thank you, exalted one. A short while later. Why did he refuse the spirit stones? Ainsley felt a bit wronged, the tonghulu suddenly not tasting as sweet. Yin Yin gave him spirit stones, and he didn't even want them. Annalise gently smiled and stroked her hair. Of course, you shouldn't give him spirit stones. Do you know what an innocent man becomes guilty by possessing jade means? Annalise said in a mock-serious tone. Giving him spirit stones would harm him. Ordinary people earn just a few taels of silver in a year, while one spirit stone can be exchanged for hundreds of taels. Suddenly giving him a spirit stone would not only leave him unable to spend it, but it might also bring deadly trouble due to the exposure. I understand now. Ainsley perked up after Annalise's explanation. It wasn't that the old man didn't want her money. He simply couldn't accept it. Tommy also sighed deeply, realizing how far cultivators had drifted from the masses. One spirit stone could become a death sentence for commoners. This indicated a profound chasm between cultivators and civilians. Cultivators were few, while the world was predominantly populated by ordinary people. Each group had its own way of life and rules. However, this should not be an excuse for cultivators to detach from the masses. Throughout history, emperors had strived tirelessly to protect humanity, aiming for the prosperity and strength of their race. Civilians were the roots of cultivators. Without a large population base, how could exceptional talents emerge? Cultivators should come from the people and return to the people, fostering connections and protecting the world alongside ordinary folks. Tommy reflected on the philosophy from his previous life, combined with the current cultivation context, and resolved within himself. If celestial devices could be mass-produced in the future, he would ensure every civilian could benefit from them. He wanted to bring technology from Duanya Peak into every household. He would bridge the gap between cultivators and civilians. Wow, it's beautiful. As they enjoyed the scenery along the way, they found themselves near a square. Here, lanterns shimmered and crowds buzzed. People slowly lifted their sky lanterns and released them into the night sky. Occasionally, figures soared across the sky, retrieving the lanterns to read the wishes written within. Tommy watched the joyous expressions of the commoners and felt heartened. Though cultivators had somewhat distanced themselves from the people, they hadn't completely lost touch. At least Zi Dao sect had bridged this gap, even if only for 5 days a year. During these 5 days, cultivators celebrated with the people. Brother, let's write our wishes too. Ainsley, gazing at the sea of lanterns, enthusiastically pulled Tommy along. Let's go. Tommy felt relaxed and playful, leading his sister and Annalise to a nearby lantern stall. Following custom, Annalise paid the bill since neither Tommy nor Ainsley had brought any silver. At the stall, Annalise, resembling a fairy-like figure in the night, happily pointed at the largest lantern and said with a smile, "Ma'am, I would like 5 lanterns. 5 strings of coins in total." The elderly woman tidied up the lanterns and smiled in response. "Here's 10 taels." Annalise generously took out a small pile of silver and placed it in the Camilla's hand. Note: I've made sure to maintain the natural flow and consistency with the rest of the narrative while ensuring accuracy. The name Yanlu is translated as Annalise to maintain consistency in terminology. Too much. Given the context, it seems more natural to use too much in English. However, if you want to maintain the conversational tone, way too much, or for a more refined version, that's too much. Choose the one that best fits the overall style of your translation. Don't worry about the change. This revision ensures the translation reads naturally in English while maintaining the meaning and context of the original text. It also keeps the tone consistent with a casual yet polite interaction. Note: I mistakenly included Chinese characters at the end of the translation. Here is the corrected version. Annalise, resembling a fairy from the night, happily pointed to the largest lantern and said with a smile, "Ma'am, I'd like 5 lanterns. That'll be 501. The elderly woman organized the lanterns and replied with a smile, "Here's 10 taels." Annalise generously placed a small pile of silver in the woman's hand. "You've given too much." No need to give change. Note: please ensure all translations are consistent and aligned with previous content. I have revised the ending section for consistency. Chapter 128, Making a Wish. Quickly, let's make our wishes too. Ainsley held a lantern in her hands while biting on a brush she had picked up from somewhere, speaking indistinctly. "I've thought of it." Ainsley happily shouted, gently placing the lantern on the ground. "May Uriel bless me and make me rich." Then, she pulled out a piece of white paper from the lantern and wrote, "I hope I can learn illusions soon. I hope my brother." Hee, I've thought of mine too. Annalise looked at Ainsley busily writing and smiled warmly as she took out a piece of paper and started to write. Heh. Brock chuckled heartily. "Then may I be blessed with an intense battle. Jordy, ha ha ha, bless me to become stronger." Seeing everyone squatting down one by one to write their wishes, Tommy didn't want to stand out or dampen their enthusiasm. He picked up a pen and started to write as well. Tommy carefully considered what he urgently needed at present. Besides his own outsider debuff, there was only the production of immortal chi left. However, these 2 wishes were beyond the capabilities of any Purple Dao sect disciples from the sky. Even if they could solve them, Tommy did not want them to know his background. After much deliberation, he crossed out line after line and finally wrote his wish in a blessing form. May all races live harmoniously together, people live peacefully, cultivators and civilians support each other, and cultivation walk into every household. Tommy looked at the powerful calligraphy on the paper with satisfaction. Although it was just a beautiful wish, its grandeur was already evident. He carefully folded the paper filled with wishes and placed it inside the lantern, then sent it flying into the sky. With nothing else to do after sending the lantern off, Tommy slowly approached his sister from behind, trying to sneak a peek at her wish. If it wasn't too outrageous, he didn't mind fulfilling Ainsley's wish in advance. "Don't look." Before Tommy could speak, Ainsley seemed to have eyes on her back and hurriedly covered the paper. Then, she frowned slightly and complained, "A girl's wish cannot be seen." "Tommy." To avoid embarrassment, Tommy turned away, and Ainsley continued writing her wishes carefully, finally signing it with an elegant signature. Xinjian sect, Ainsley. What did Jaspertal Annalise wish for? Unable to see his sister's wish, Tommy shifted his attention to Annalise. With a mischievous grin like an uncle, he walked towards her laughingly. "Ah!" Annalise screamed, blushing. "And nothing. Just some ordinary wishes." "Oh, really?" Seeing Annalise's bashful appearance, Tommy felt even more playful. As he approached her, he teased, "Smoke is coming out of your head again." "Annalise." Seeing Tommy getting closer, Annalise swiftly pulled out an array disc and slapped it on the ground. The formation activated instantly, pushing Tommy out of range like ripples spreading out. "Tommy. Really, no need for that." Tommy felt that Annalise's reaction was a bit overboard. Perhaps he had gone too far, forcing Annalise to use an isolating array. It seemed he had touched upon something she didn't want him to know. Haha. Ainsley held the lantern lightly, laughing loudly, sending it off. "May Uriel fulfill my wish." Finishing her sentence, she extended 2 fingers and used fire control spell. Flames ignited instantly on her fingertips, setting the wick alight. Fly higher." Ainsley clasped her hands together, watching her lantern with uplifted gaze, muttering softly. Soon, Annalise's and the Chung brothers' lanterns were also sent off one after another. Everyone gazed at the sky, looking at the lanterns floating across the sky, feeling unusually content. "Go away, the lanterns are coming." A green figure threatened a young man clad in only his underwear in the night sky. "If you keep pestering me, you won't even have underwear left. You're so unreasonable." The stark-naked man quickly grabbed temporary clothes and put them on, complaining as he followed the green figure. "Why did you take my Purple Dao sect robe? Still talking nonsense?" The green figure, slightly displeased, revealed a bit of pressure, pushing the entangled Purple Dao sect disciple back. In an instant, the young disciple who lost his robe broke into a cold sweat, hastily bowing and apologizing. "Sorry, senior, I'll leave now." And with that, he fled, moving so fast that a sonic boom erupted around him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A series of whistling sounds echoed as the green-clothed man joined the group, picking lanterns, like a real Purple Dao sect disciple. Seemingly premeditated, he aimed for the largest lanterns in the sky, quickly snatching them and examining their wishes before heading toward the crowd below. At the same time, on the ground, after releasing her lantern, Ainsley appeared extremely happy, hopping around leisurely, finding everything fresh and new. Brother, do you think my wish will come true? It will. Tommy patted his sister's little head, encouraging her without reserve. Even if it doesn't, as long as we work together, it will eventually happen. Hum. Ainsley nodded vigorously, looking at her confident brother, feeling genuinely encouraged. Sigh. Tommy sighed inwardly. It's strange if it happens unless I help. Based on Tommy's understanding of his sister, she liked spirit stones and delicious food. These things Tommy could easily obtain with some effort, so Ainsley's wishes he could fulfill for her. But today, Ainsley was stubborn and wouldn't let her brother check her wish. Whoosh. As they wandered about, the sound of flying swords rang out. A young man in a blue-green robe, holding 5 lanterns, descended on a flying sword before them. Cough cough. The green-clothed man cleared his throat, putting on airs. Who is Ainsley? Aya. Seeing someone really came with lanterns, Ainsley shrieked in surprise and hurriedly ran to the man, saying anxiously, It's me. Hashtag chapter 129. The wish-granting immortal. Tommy muttered in confusion, subtly moving closer to his sister, while cautiously eyeing the man in blue robes. Cough, your wishes. The man in blue reached for a slip of paper and was about to read it aloud. Don't say it. Ainsley hurriedly interrupted, her eyes sparkling as she nervously rubbed her hands. Just grant it directly. The man in blue. All right then, he muttered resentfully, casting an even more melancholic glance at Tommy. The Thousand Illusions Decision, the compendium of all illusory arts. The man pulled out an ancient manual and tossed it to Ainsley, muttering, This should fulfill your wish. I told you not to say my wish out loud. Ainsley's little face tensed up with annoyance, but held the manual tightly against her chest, afraid he might change his mind. Tommy, Annalise. Can this really be given? Tommy's confusion deepened. Regardless of its authenticity, just the name alone was impressive enough. A compendium of all illusory arts, such a title wasn't to be taken lightly. But the surprises didn't end there. Despite Ainsley's somewhat rude remarks, the man in blue showed no sign of anger on his face and continued to produce more items. Golden armor robe, no need for spirit energy to activate, capable of withstanding a full blow from a Tianyuan realm expert. With that, he threw the golden flexible armor toward Ainsley, his gaze filled with even more resentment when looking at Tommy. Yay! Ainsley eagerly caught the armor and exclaimed joyfully, Uriel blesses me. I knew my wish would come true. Then, bouncing happily, she presented the armor to Tommy. Big brother, here you go. The man in blue. 1,000 herbs revitalizing pill, can revive the dead and regrow flesh. Feather dress of the rainbow goddess, impervious to water and fire. The man in blue generously kept pulling out treasures one by one, nearly overloading Ainsley's tiny hands. Any other wishes? He asked in a grave voice. Nope, that's already enough. Ainsley beamed with happiness, quickly stowing away the treasures and making random gestures to the sky. Thank you, Uriel. The man in blue's mouth twitched slightly, not adding any more words. He then picked up another lantern, took out a wish slip, and prepared to read it aloud. No. Annalise blushed and shouted out, recognizing the lantern as the one she had released earlier. I don't need your help to fulfill my wish anymore. Annalise hastily whispered. How can that be? The man in blue straightened his expression and declared seriously, Today, I am here as the wish-granting immortal and must help you fulfill your wish. Even Uriel cannot stop me. He then unfolded the wish slip, preparing to grant the wish immediately. Fire! Annalise exclaimed, instantly shooting out a surge of spirit energy that burned the wish slip to ashes. Fine. Seeing Annalise's excitement, he didn't want to spoil the moment and said, Consider your wish fulfilled. Next, Brock? Yes. You wish for an intense battle. Ha burp, that's easy to arrange. Saying this, the man cracked his knuckles loudly and walked toward the burly Brock. You're in the early 100 Meridians realm, so I'll suppress myself to the same level. Minutes later, Brock, with a bruised nose and swollen face, panted heavily, continuously muttering, Intense. The man in blue smiled. After this beating, your chronic injuries and hidden ailments will be mostly cured. Thank you, senior. Brock bowed gratefully. By now, astute observers could easily tell that this man in blue was no ordinary disciple of Z Dao sect. Who else would have such generous gifts, even surpassing what Saintess Annalise possessed? Jordy. The man pretended to read another slip. You want to become stronger, right? Hee yes. Jordy chuckled, his honest smile showing. Gold bone pill, significantly enhances physical strength. The man fished out a golden pill and tossed it to Jordy. Jordy didn't hesitate, bowing in thanks before swallowing it right there, trusting fully without any fear it could be poisonous. Soon, as crackling sounds came from within him, Jordy's vigor improved significantly. Although his cultivation level didn't increase, his physical strength became incomparably stronger. Tommy. The man lifted the last lantern, calling out the name on the slip. At this point, Tommy had already guessed who it might be. Smiling, he watched curiously to see how the act would play out. That's a tough wish to fulfill, the man mused, his face conflicted. Oh, how so? Tommy smirked mischievously. My wish is just for some drunken immortal wine. At the mention of drunken immortal wine, the man recoiled in shock, staring intently at Tommy. Drunken immortal wine was the usual content of Burl's purple golden gourd, and when Tommy heard the man laugh with a burp earlier, he had guessed who it was. Only his father laughed like that, and wouldn't withhold treasures from his daughter. Moreover, the shock reaction after hearing drunken immortal wine confirmed it. This was undoubtedly Burl. Tommy suddenly used telepathy, loudly shouting, "Burl, go away. I'm not your father," the man responded telepathically. Hearing this, Tommy became even more certain. It was indeed Burl. Then, smirking, he focused his telepathic message on Burl. "How did you know Burl is my dad?" "Burl. Good boy, you've got me." Burl sighed telepathically. "Don't tell your sister. I just happened to pass by." Tommy scoffed telepathically. "Sure. You obsessive father. Transparently obvious." "Oh, right." Tommy quickly asked his question. "Dad, are you a big shot?" "What big shot?" Burl, puzzled by his son's odd question, replied, "I'm just an ordinary peak master." "But where did you get all these treasures from?" Tommy pressed. "Burl, I saved up, can I?" The chapter captures the humorous and playful interaction between Tommy and Burl while maintaining the original tone and style of the narrative. The translation stays fluent and natural, ensuring the storyline remains coherent and logical. ##### Chapter 130. Qianhuanju. Silence filled the night of the Lantern Festival. Father and son faced each other, not speaking aloud, but their expressions were vivid, engaging in a heated mental conversation. Ahem. Carver coughed awkwardly, masking his embarrassment as he muttered, "I really am not what you think, some kind of big shot." "Oh, right," Carver chuckled. "Do you want to know what wish the little Saint Maiden of Tiansheng Palace made? It concerns you, you know." Adair was speechless. Just moments ago, he had been relentlessly questioning his father, yet Carver's abrupt change of topic was too abrupt. But strangely, this tactic worked on Adair. As soon as Carver finished speaking, Adair's face lit up with excitement. He, too, wanted to know what wish Annalise had made that led her to such a state, burning the wish paper rather than letting anyone see it. No, it's fine." Adair spoke calmly, unwilling to let Carver gain any leverage over him. If Annalise didn't want to reveal it, he would respect her privacy and avoid causing further embarrassment. "All right, since I've delivered everything, I can rest easy knowing you're prepared for your journey." Carver waved a hand, continuing in a low voice. "You can show that little Saint Maiden the Qianhuanju. It will benefit her cultivation." "Wait." Seeing Carver about to slip away, Adair hurriedly shouted out. But it was too late. Carver moved swiftly, vanishing almost instantly, as if he had never been there at all. The only proof of his presence was the treasure Christiana held in her arms. "Damn it." Adair clenched a fist in midair, grumbling inwardly. "Is he even my real dad?" They shared the same father, yet the gap between them seemed too vast. Christiana barely managed to hold onto her treasures, while Adair, the true son, received nothing. The only item he did receive, the golden armor, was secured thanks to his sister. After venting his frustration with Carver for a while, Adair regained his composure. At this point, everyone except Christiana harbored suspicions. They all guessed that the man in green wasn't an ordinary person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have treated them so kindly. Christiana, however, remained blissfully unaware, clasping her hands together and bowing randomly toward the void, murmuring, "Thank you, Flame Emperor, Tong Montague." Adair approached his sister, motioning for her to put away her treasures. "When convenient, you can show Annalise the Qianhuanju." "Sure." Christiana readily handed over the Qianhuanju to Annalise. "You take a look first." Annalise specialized in illusionary arts. Earlier, Carver boldly claimed that the Qianhuanju was the pinnacle of all illusionary techniques. Given that, it likely held significant value, and he wouldn't deceive his own children. Thus, having Annalise study it first would be more effective than Christiana, given her specialization. "Whoa." Annalise's small face lit up with excitement as she took the manual, her voice trembling slightly. I can really have it?" "It's not free." Christiana feigned sternness. "Learn quickly and teach me." "Okay." Annalise nodded earnestly, extending both hands to reverently accept the manual. After putting it away, she patted Christiana's head and quickly added, "Thanks, Tong Montague. I'll treat you to some snacks later." Hee hee. At the mention of food, Christiana giggled foolishly. Annalise couldn't contain her excitement and eagerly flipped open the Qianhuanju, ready to begin her studies. Upon opening it, she felt an immense surge of inspiration. Even the introductory text provided a profound revelation. Her spirit energy began to boil, nearly pushing her towards a breakthrough. Sensing this, Adair reacted swiftly, placing a hand on her shoulder and channeling his spirit energy to calm her down. "There are too many people around. Wait until we get back to Tiansheng Palace," Adair cautioned sternly. "Phew." Annalise exhaled deeply, steadying her emotions before carefully putting away the Qianhuanju. Glancing cautiously around, ensuring no one was paying attention, she whispered excitedly, "It really seems to be genuine, the ultimate guide to illusions." Hearing Annalise's affirmation, Adair's curiosity about his father grew even stronger. Previously, he might have believed his father was just an ordinary peak master. But today, Carver's protective rush to deliver treasures contradicted that belief. These treasures clearly weren't something an ordinary peak master could possess. This solidified Adair's suspicion. His father was indeed a high-ranking figure. Well, excitement flooded Adair's face as he thought, if my dad is a high-ranking figure, I can finally live without restraint. With his father covering for him, Adair saw no need to be overly cautious anymore. He needed to be more audacious. That's what youth was all about. Of course, audacity should still be within reason. He couldn't afford to create unnecessary enemies. "Let's go check out the 6 flying dragons Ulrich gave us," Adair invited, eager to experience the dragons himself. Initially, he avoided drawing attention by staying inconspicuous, especially since they had family with them. Now, since Carver had already shown up, and considering his father's daughter-obsessed nature, Adair was confident he wouldn't leave. So, flaunting the treasures was justified, especially those from Ulrich. Sure. Hearing about experiencing the flying dragons firsthand, Christiana raised her hands in agreement and quickly retrieved the jade talisman used to control the 6 dragons, infusing it with spirit energy. Flying dragon mounts were different from flying boats, which could be minimized and stored. Jasperving creatures like dragons couldn't be stored in spatial bracelets and had to be kept in designated areas. The Jade Talisman was quite user-friendly. It automatically provided directions to locate the dragons and allowed remote summoning. However, using flying mounts was prohibited outside specific zones in Greenwood City. Therefore, they had to go to the designated area to experience the dragons. This translation captures the essence of the original chapter while adhering to the requested guidelines. Chapter 131. Leading the enemy into a trap. An hour later, the group gradually moved farther away, slowly distancing themselves from the crowd. How much farther? Ainsley complained, her impatience showing as she held a sugared hawthorn skewer, eager to see the flying dragon. Unwilling to lead the way since it would interfere with her eating, she handed the jade token to Tommy and let him take the lead. Almost there, Tommy reassured his sister, the jade token in his hand glowing more intensely, flashing continuously. Everything was perfect in the realm of cultivation except for one thing. Traveling wasn't very convenient. For ordinary people, it was probably impossible to leave Greenwood City their entire lives. Whoosh! As Tommy pondered how he could use methods from his previous life to improve transportation in the cultivation world, a black shadow suddenly darted out from an alleyway, snatched the jade token from his hand, and fled at top speed, vanishing around a few turns. The black shadow moved too quickly. Tommy looked down at his empty hands and barely managed to utter a damn before he realized what had happened. After a moment, chase! He snapped back to reality, shouting, pushing his speed to the limit, and chasing after the shadow. His sudden shout also brought everyone else back to their senses. You scoundrel, stop right there! Ainsley yelled, nearly crying in anger as she chased after the thief. Hey, hi! Jordy shouted emphatically, enraged. As a member of the Cliff Peak Security Department, he couldn't afford to lose face if they didn't retrieve the jade token. His cultivation being the highest among them and enhanced by Ace's pills, he ran like a landslide, making a huge racket. But not all aerial flight via sword is necessarily faster than running. It depends on the person. Clearly, Jordy excelled at running, and the elegance of sword flight would only hinder his speed. Roaring and sprinting, he quickly overtook Tommy and the others, disappearing into the distance. The black shadow was incredibly fast. Though its cultivation level was unknown, this speed was clearly beyond the ordinary. Unable to trace the shadow, Tommy hurriedly entered the soul-suppressing pagoda and shouted urgently, Flynn, locate his position for me. Meanwhile, in Greenwood City, 100 Families Lane. 100 Families Lane lived up to its name, being the residential area of Greenwood City where millions of citizens resided. It was known for its complex road network and numerous deep alleys. Whoosh! A thin black-clothed figure darted through, kicking up a trail of dust. Turning left and right, it reached a narrow lane's end and stopped, facing a group of burly men standing confidently. At that moment, the slender man, looking like he wanted credit, held up the jade token he had just snatched from Tommy and smiled sycophantically at the scar-faced leader. Hee boss, I got it. The Isaiah nodded, speaking gravely. Did they chase you? No. The slender man pounded his chest proudly. They can't catch me when I move. Smack. The leader slapped him, sending him flying 10 meters and crashing into a wall. Enraged, the Isaiah scolded. I sent you out to snatch this thing? I wanted you to lure them here. I'll do it now. The slender man, fearful, covering his swollen face, hastily ran out to lead the trail again. However, he hadn't gone far when a translucent long sword like moonlight pointed at his throat, stopping him, the wielder being a furious Ainsley. Initially, they had been far behind. Even Jordy, a golden core cultivator, hadn't caught up. Jordy excelled at running, but with many alleys here, he couldn't unleash his full speed, fearing the destruction of buildings. Fortunately, Tommy timely contacted Flynn, and despite being outside their sensing range, they still caught up using Flynn's precise location. Hand over the jade token. Ainsley pressed the sword closer to the man's neck, her voice cold, clearly angry. Ha, you've come at just the right time. The scar-faced leader counted them and laughed wildly. Now I don't need to waste effort luring you over. A true ambush never wastes words. To avoid any delays, the scar-faced leader attacked immediately. 2 array discs appeared in his hands, and after giving a mocking look at Tommy and company, he slammed the discs onto the ground. Boom! The great array formed instantly. Caught off guard, Tommy and the others were enveloped within the array formation before they could react. Upon the array's activation, mist filled the air around Tommy, so dense that no way out was visible, every step seeming perilous. Confusion array! He growled, understanding dawning. He had read about illusion arrays in the Cliff Peaks records, but had never experienced one firsthand. Illusion arrays came in various types, and the one he faced was a confusion array, used to isolate enemies and break them down one by one. Those inside a confusion array would have their senses and spiritual awareness sealed, unable to sense each other even if close. Usually, such arrays are paired with killing arrays. Anyone blundering into a killing array without strong enough cultivation would likely meet a grim end. Joanna. Hazel. Tommy dared not move recklessly, fearing he'd stumble into a killing array. Ainsley had given him the golden armor earlier, but he had returned it. Despite the armor being designed for a male, Ainsley wore it for its excellent defense. Now, lacking both defense and a clear path, he felt lost on what to do next. What are you thinking? Go left. Flynn suddenly spoke from within the soul-suppressing pagoda. Yes. Tommy's spirits lifted. He often forgot about Flynn's unique abilities. While illusion arrays can block spiritual awareness, there is a limit. For Tommy, finding a way out might take some time, but for Flynn, everything was crystal clear. After all, his spiritual awareness spanned the continent, making him essentially a powerful server and base station. However, Flynn wasn't omnipotent. Continuously monitoring the world would exhaust him quickly. To conserve energy, he connected only to devices marked with his spiritual imprint for point-to-point communication rather than always keeping his awareness spread wide. Chapter 132. Misfortune? Take 10 steps to the left, then keep walking to the right. That's the exit. Flynn instructed from within the soul-suppressing tower. Tommy cautiously advanced following Flynn's guidance step by step. Although his pace was slow, he surprisingly did not encounter any enemies on the way. Suddenly, as if he had fallen into an endless abyss, Tommy dropped instantly. After a dizzying spin, he finally emerged from the illusory array but found himself in a wilderness. The moment he landed, Tommy clutched his stomach, nearly vomiting. The teleportation array gave him a terrible experience, dizzier than the wildest roller coasters from his previous life. This is what a teleportation array feels like? After catching his breath, he cautiously surveyed the surroundings and saw Qingmu City lit up in the distance. He started to doubt. Earlier, the Isaiah had taken out 2 array discs. Since there were no killing arrays here, it must have been a teleportation array. But creating a teleportation array is extremely difficult, not nearly as demanding as interregional ones, but still far beyond what just anyone can manage. Before he could properly take in his new environment, the scar-faced leader appeared with a group of burly men surrounding him. As fast as you came out, he laughed heartily, approaching Tommy. Now that you're out, we don't have to worry about the city guards interfering. With those words, he boldly hoisted his large blade over his shoulder, unleashing a formidable aura, ready for battle. Golden Core stage. And a high-level Golden Core at that. He had sensed this realm before on Geordie and recognized it immediately. Realizing the situation's severity, Tommy dug his heels in and released his own imposing aura. Boom. His snow-white robes flared dramatically under the moonlight, giving his stern face an almost intimidating presence. The burly men, seeing this display, became cautious, hesitating to advance. Tommy didn't speak yet, rapidly thinking of a strategy. A high-level Golden Core, there was no way he could fight that. His best bet was a Foundation Establishment stage opponent, even then only with P-Shooter's help. As for Crane, while he handled Benedict easily, tackling a Golden Core would be tough. Besides, Crane was meant to bluff Ianto's brothers and couldn't be wasted so quickly. Thus, faced with imminent danger, Tommy opted for stalling, to buy time until Ianto and the others arrived for support. Otherwise, led by a Golden Core expert, he stood no chance alone. However, just as he pondered, the scar-faced leader roared, "Attack!" Infuriated that his men were cowed by Tommy, he felt both anger and shock at how someone Tommy's age could exude such powerful presence. To him, aura equaled strength, making this encounter daunting. The burly men, now hesitant, crept forward cautiously, but fearing delay, the Isaiah gritted his teeth and urged them on. There's only one of him. What are you afraid of? Attack together. Tommy's cold eyes swept over them dismissively. Just you lot. Without waiting for their reaction, he took deliberate steps toward them. In situations like these, akin to facing wild beasts in the wilderness of his past life, appearing strong made them weak, showing weakness invited attacks. In critical moments, displaying fear meant inviting ferocious assaults. Thus, scaring them thoroughly was crucial. As he approached, his aura grew stronger, forming a dense vortex of condensed spiritual energy around him. Each step stirred the earth around him, tossing soil 3 feet into the air. With every stride, the pressure on the opposing men intensified, causing them to retreat with each advance. 50 meters, 30 meters, 10 meters. Closer. Seeing the fear-stricken faces, Tommy taunted mercilessly. Is this all you've got? Defeated before battle. The Isaiah eyed Tommy warily, his hand trembling on his weapon. Only those who felt Tommy's aura truly understood its terror. As his realm improved, so did his overwhelming presence, leaving even a Golden Core unable to gauge Tommy accurately. Though deeply fearful, he tried rallying his men again. You want spirit stones or not? Capture him, and I'll secure your wealth and glory. Spirit stones? F***K. This is about money. Tommy silently cursed, understanding the motive behind this ambush. Earlier, Tommy wondered which enemy had provoked this attack. Reflecting on it, he hadn't crossed paths with anyone significant in recent years. Today, hearing the mention of spirit stones, he realized the motive. It was all about money. Spotting a familiar face among the men, Tommy identified the man who had mocked Dimitri and directed attention towards him earlier. It all made sense now. Back at the 8 Immortals Inn, his lavish spending had attracted unwanted attention. As for Dimitri, his extravagant behavior had likely drawn similar scrutiny. Attack. Mentioning spirit stones had its effect, emboldening the men to charge with resolve. Bunch of idiots. Capture him. The Isaiah angrily kicked the foremost attacker down. Kill him. Where do you think you'll get paid? Capture him. Chapter 133. A stroll together. Here I come. Tommy's bluffs were no longer effective. With a loud shout, he showed no fear as he swung his fist forward. Boom. A fierce gust of wind swept through. The punch was delivered with such overwhelming force that it almost solidified into substance, its momentum like the sky collapsing. The group led by the Isaiah were horrified, with nowhere to escape. They braced for certain death, raising their weapons or pulling out last resort defenses, desperately trying to protect themselves. Seizing the moment while they were defending, Tommy didn't hesitate and bolted away, pushing his speed to the limit. As he ran, he shouted loudly, "Dad, if you don't show up now, I'm going to be chopped to death. Ace, come out already, don't hide anymore. I've already seen you." However, after half a minute, there was nothing but the roaring wind caused by his high-speed sprint. Ace did not come out as Tommy had expected to save the day. Tommy stood still for a moment before muttering to himself in frustration, "Damn, really not coming?" There was no other choice but to rely on himself during this critical moment. His top priority now was to run away first. Clearly, the illusionary array from earlier was just a cover-up. The real killer move was the teleportation array. Their purpose was to avoid trouble inside the city. Therefore, the Isaiah buried the teleportation array at the exit of the illusionary array. Because of Flynn's help, Tommy was the first to get out of the illusionary array, which also meant he entered the ambush first. Unfortunately, even though Flynn had broad divine sense and could clearly see the illusionary array, he couldn't recognize the teleportation array, hence falling into their trap. At this moment, Tommy was thinking about his younger sister and the others while escaping for his life. His sister had a golden armor, and the highest level among these people was only golden core stage. So, there was no need to worry about her safety. While Annalise wasn't too high in cultivation at the peak foundation establishment stage, she would definitely have some means of self-preservation from the Holy Land. If she couldn't fight back, she could at least escape. So, Tommy was now stalling for time by running, hoping Jordy would quickly find her way out of the illusionary array. Once Jordy restrained the Isaiah, the rest would be easy to handle. It's all a sham. By this time, the effects of Tommy's punch had mostly dissipated, leaving the men unscathed. The Scarface leader saw through this ruse and became enraged. He roared, "Two of you, go chase him down. I'll block the teleportation array." Having realized that Tommy was all bark and no bite, he took him less seriously. Now, he needed to focus on dealing with Jordy, the strongest of Tommy's party. All right. Two large men responded, speeding off toward Tommy's direction. Flynn, send a message in the group to contact them, telling them to all come out together. Not to separate, Tommy commanded, dividing half of his divine sense within the soul-suppressing pagoda to let Flynn reach out to Ainsley and the others. In reality, although Flynn's divine sense was extensive, it had a fatal flaw. Normally speaking, as long as the divine sense could reach, it could transmit sound. But Flynn could see everything but couldn't speak. He could perceive things but couldn't transmit sounds due to being heavily restricted by the soul-suppressing pagoda. Even Tommy needed to divide his divine sense into the soul-suppressing pagoda or use the divine machine to communicate with Flynn. If Flynn could directly transmit sounds, it would make things much easier and he could directly inform his sister and the others. AI. Tommy sighed, but did not stop his escape. I hope they can see it. Not long after. Hey, brother Wenxiang. Suddenly, a distant call reached his ears. Upon hearing the voice, Tommy instantly recognized who it was. He saw Dimitri sprinting frantically along the same route as him. They were running towards each other, and behind Dimitri was a pack of similarly built muscular men chasing after them. Upon seeing Tommy, Dimitri seemed delighted, quickening his pace even more, crazily sprinting towards him. K. Seeing the situation, Tommy nearly swore. He was already in danger running away when Dimitri brought another batch of pursuers. At this moment, Tommy began running even faster, desperate to survive. A peculiar scene unfolded with Tommy sprinting ahead, Dimitri pursuing from behind, followed by a group of shirtless muscle-bound men huffing and puffing as they chased after them relentlessly. However, it appeared that Dimitri's cultivation level was slightly higher than Tommy's. In no time, he caught up, running side by side with Tommy. Huff, huff, brother Wenxiang taking a stroll? Dimitri turned his head sideways, gasping for breath, but still managing to greet. Upon hearing this, Tommy immediately knew that Dimitri shared a similar temperament. He'd never stop talking even if burned to ashes. It wasn't anything else, it was simply stubbornness. Yes, after having my meal, it's good to jog for digestion. Tommy replied stubbornly while running. How about you? Digestion too? Huff, huff, too full. Jogging makes it better, Dimitri panted. Want to pick up the pace? Tommy suggested. Thought you'd never ask. Saying this, Dimitri increased his speed, leaving Tommy behind. And Tommy was no pushover either. Falling behind meant death, so he pushed himself harder to catch up. A few minutes later, can't run anymore. Tommy yelled helplessly at Dimitri. What's your cultivation level? Can you still fight? I'm 100 veins, Dimitri replied while running. Fight, I can't. At this moment, Tommy emitted his divine sense to gauge the number of pursuers behind them. 6 in total, 2 chasing him, 4 chasing Dimitri, all 100 veins cultivators. You came out from the Holy Land, can't you face multiple opponents alone? Tommy asked disdainfully, although weak himself, it didn't affect his ability to look down on others. 2 are manageable, but any more and I'm done for. Dimitri admitted guiltily, hastily adding, I'm only early stage 100 veins. What about those guards of yours? Tommy persisted, feeling reluctant since constantly being chased was not a solution. Those misfits. Mentioning his guards caused anger to flash across Dimitri's face. They're the ones I hired in Greenwood City. Once trouble started, they fled clean. Tommy was speechless. Hey, brother Wenxiang. Suddenly, Dimitri perked up, excitedly shouting. Why keep running? Your strength isn't bad. I'll take care of 2. You take the other 4. We can fight them off. Hell no. Don't. Tommy hastily tried to stop him, but it was too late. Chapter 134, Brother Wenxiang, save me. Just as Dimitri finished speaking, before Tommy could stop him, he abruptly slammed on the brakes, raised his trident, and turned around to charge at the group. He was ready for a fight. As he got closer, using the momentum, Dimitri leaped high into the air, holding the trident with both hands, and slashed down at the largest man in front of him. Clang. The burly man, accustomed to fighting, reacted swiftly. He hastily raised his blade to block, and the moment their weapons met, a loud metallic clash rang out. The impact sent him stumbling back several steps, his arms tingling with numbness. Humph. Filth. Dimitri, emboldened by his successful strike, flicked his sleeve, looking incredibly valiant. With a shout, he pointed his trident forward. Who else? Indeed, he looked handsome and fierce, standing over 6 feet tall with an imposing figure. Coupled with his trident and heroic posture, he resembled the legendary warrior Lu Bu come to life. Bang bang bang. Brother Wenxiang, save me. But truly, good looks last only 3 seconds. Dimitri reveled in the bravado for a moment, but it quickly turned sour as 6 men surrounded him and pummeled him mercilessly with punches and kicks. Though severely beaten, Dimitri's life wasn't immediately in danger. The assailants weren't using lethal force. Their intent was kidnapping for ransom, not murder. Damn, bragging causes trouble. Tommy cursed under his breath, stopping his run and rushing towards Dimitri. As he ran, he fed points to P-Shooter frantically in his mind. With P-Shooter's level rapidly rising, Tommy's over 5 million points plummeted accordingly. From Foundation Establishment peak to early 100 meridians, mid 100 meridians, late 100 meridians, and finally peak 100 meridians. It took nearly 5 million points for P-Shooter to leap across a major realm. However, further advancement to the Golden Core stage required more than just points. On P-Shooter's upgrade screen, the button for feeding points had turned black, and the experience bar showed a string of question marks, indicating that special materials were now needed for upgrades. Otherwise, if infinite point feeding were possible, Tommy could simply focus on earning money, exchanging spirit stones for points to create an Emperor-level P-Shooter. But this loophole had been sealed off by the system long ago. Tommy felt the sting of seeing his points dwindle, but the effects were clear. As soon as he summoned P-Shooter, he sensed an immense change in its presence. Now, P-Shooter could communicate with Tommy's thoughts, automatically executing tactics without specific commands. Suddenly, P-Shooter sneaked around behind the attackers, launching a surprise assault on the group beating Dimitri. Boom boom boom. Eyes blazing, mouth wide open, P-Shooter shot a barrage of gigantic peas at the assailants. These oversized projectiles, resembling missiles, streaked towards the men with trailing flames. By the time they realized what was happening, it was too late. A torrent of peas rained down on them, sounding like thunder and creating miniature mushroom clouds upon impact. Amazing! Tommy exclaimed, surprised at the power. If he'd known it would be this effective, why did he even run earlier? But his joy was short-lived when a weak cry brought him back to reality. Cough. Brother Wenxiang, save me. Tommy. While P-Shooter now had some autonomy, it still lacked intelligence. Its broad-range attack hit Dimitri too, though luckily, being positioned in the back and in the center of the circle minimized the damage. Otherwise, Dimitri might have been in serious trouble. I'm coming. Tommy snapped back to reality, rushing towards Dimitri. Upon arriving, he saw Dimitri being piled on by the assailants. With a swift kick, Tommy scattered the men off Dimitri, revealing his battered state. Dimitri now looked no different from a street beggar, his face blackened and his hair disheveled like a bird's nest. His clothes, however, were surprisingly intact except for a few tears. Cough. Dimitri, supported by Tommy, coughed out a wisp of smoke. Brother Wenxiang, you have such a weapon. Why didn't you bring it out sooner? Tommy, embarrassed but stubborn, replied, in our Xinjian sect, we uphold kindness and refrain from unnecessary violence. He said this confidently, despite the absurdity. Truthfully, he hadn't expected P-Shooter to be so powerful, or else he wouldn't have let things escalate so far. Moreover, Tommy's combat skills were mediocre. In the past 18 years, aside from competitions and recent encounters, he rarely engaged in actual fights. Even the encounter with the black-clothed man on Precipice Peak was resolved through Briar's help, and the competition was less about fighting and more of a show of prowess. Previously, when sparring with his sister, he was usually the one getting beaten. Yet, Tommy had plenty of trump cards, each capable of turning the tide. For instance, he could lie flat, or use his aura to intimidate. But lacking real combat experience, he often forgot to use these in critical moments. Other disciples started accepting missions and slaying monsters outside the mountain at a young age. However, Tommy and his sister were so well protected by Daeon that they rarely left the sect. This lack of practical combat experience made him slow to react during crises. Oh right, Tommy added, remember to settle P-Shooter's appearance fee later. Dimitri. Chapter 135, Beijing Great Wall. To save you, I spent a full 5 million medium-grade spirit stones. Seeing Dimitri trying to dodge responsibility, Tommy instantly became serious. Do you think such a powerful weapon can be used without any cost? At that moment, Tommy seemed possessed by his sister, aggressively demanding spirit stones. After all, due to Dimitri, he had spent hundreds of thousands of points in one go. Upon hearing Tommy mention 5 million medium-grade spirit stones, the puzzled look on Dimitri's face quickly turned calm. He brushed off the dust on his clothes and said calmly, I was wondering how many spirit stones it would be. Just 500,000 is enough to save the life of the whole family's young master. Worth it. Tommy. Being pretentious like the wind, always by your side. At this crucial moment, and he's still putting on airs. I'm not saying this, but don't you have a protector as a young master? Tommy asked, taking advantage of their temporary safety to voice his doubts. Dimitri indeed looked rather pitiful, especially for someone from a holy land, being chased around by a bunch of wandering cultivators. Hee hee. Hearing Tommy's question, Dimitri gave an awkward laugh. Indeed, his current situation was quite miserable. However, to maintain the dignity of the young master, he crossed his hands behind his back and spoke with a tone of solemnity, in my ancient Ho family, we are all men of valor who don't need protectors. Is that so? Tommy deeply doubted his words. Suddenly remembering something, Dimitri laughed sheepishly. Actually, the northern front is tense, and our family couldn't spare anyone to protect me. Tommy, foreign races? Yeah. Dimitri nodded and hurriedly took out a spatial bracelet, throwing it to Tommy. Without hesitation, Tommy accepted the bracelet and began inspecting its contents. 10,000 high-grade spirit stones? Tommy looked at the spirit stones inside the bracelet and asked in confusion. This is 10 million medium-grade spirit stones. Hee hee. Dimitri smiled somewhat embarrassedly, then pretended not to care as he said, 5 million is compensation to you. And the remaining 5 million, Brother Wenxiang, can you become my protector? So, that's what you're after. Indeed, those spirit stones aren't so easily earned. Tommy didn't rush to respond to Dimitri but felt increasingly angry inside. Look at how the ancient Ho family members are treated, and then compare it to how his own sect master treats him. The gap was just too great. Subtly controlling his Shunji device, Tommy continued to ask for payment. Tommy, 10 million, you can't repay this in a lifetime. Angry peasant, no money. Brother Wenxiang? Seeing Tommy frowning and looking enraged at times, Dimitri thought his offer was unreasonable and tentatively suggested, "How about adding another 10,000 high-grade spirit stones?" Huh. Tommy almost subconsciously agreed. It wasn't that he wasn't tempted, but he couldn't really be Dimitri's protector. Not only did he have issues with strength, but he also had other important tasks at Tianqing Palace. Tommy then politely explained the situation to Dimitri. Dimitri listened and wasn't discouraged. Instead, he exclaimed joyfully, "Tianqing Palace? That's where I'm heading to, let's go together." But, according to Aliana, doesn't your Bachin Ho family already have a messenger permanently stationed at Tianqing Palace? Tommy asked in confusion. "That's my uncle. I came out to replace him," Dimitri explained. Now, with the foreign races invading again, all high-level fighters must return. After learning more from Dimitri, Tommy grew anxious. The foreign races were becoming more active, and he still hadn't resolved the production issues with his Shunji devices. In a critical moment, this could cause problems. He needed to increase the production of Shunji devices before the full-scale invasion to ensure every cultivator had one. This way, commands could be issued more efficiently. In the game, plants versus foreign races could significantly boost human combat power. Seeing Dimitri's sincere demeanor, Tommy agreed to accompany him. Of course, he didn't demand the 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. He'd already taken 5,000 for free, and being greedy would be excessive. "Brother Wenqiang, what should we do with these people?" With the crisis resolved, Dimitri pointed at the few barely breathing burly men on the ground and sought Tommy's opinion. However, Tommy remained silent, lost in thought. Executing them would be a waste. Given the ongoing threat from foreign races, every human fighter mattered. It wasn't that he had a saintly heart, but he didn't want to set a precedent by killing humans indiscriminately. Over the years, unless it was a matter of life and death, he had never harmed another human. While he killed foreigners mercilessly because they posed a real threat to people he cared about, now, these individuals were helpless. Killing them like a butcher would set a dangerous precedent. He didn't want to turn into a demon stained with blood. "Brother Wenqiang?" Dimitri called out again, noting Tommy's unusually frequent silences. "If you won't deal with them, I'll take them back to the Bachin Great Wall," Dimitri suggested. "The Great Wall?" Tommy was puzzled. He remembered his hometown also had a wall like that. "The Great Wall is one of our ancient Ho family's greatest military fortifications," Dimitri explained proudly. "These villains can be put to good use guarding the Great Wall and help resist the foreign invasion." "Wise choice." Tommy nodded approvingly, agreeing with Dimitri. Dimitri then took out a sound transmission jade token and contacted the city lord of Qingmu City. First, to send reinforcements. Although they were temporarily safe, there were still golden core cultivators on the other side. Second, to keep these men under control until the ancient Ho family came to pick them up. After arranging everything, Dimitri used a rope-like magical treasure to bind the 6 men tightly. However, they hadn't relaxed for long when the transmission array Ainsley emerged from suddenly stirred with spiritual energy, indicating her group had engaged in battle with the scarred man. ####Chapter 136, Squad Reunion. Without much thought, Tommy hurriedly called out to Dimitri and dashed towards the area at top speed. After all, one more person meant one more ray of hope. Even if Dimitri was considered weak, he was still at the 100 Meridians realm. In a split second, Tommy's concern for his sister and Annalise made him run even faster than when he was fleeing. They were getting closer. By the time Tommy and Dimitri arrived, the first round of confrontation between the two groups had already ended. Brock and his brother stood slightly ahead, while Annalise and Ainsley, being weaker in strength, positioned themselves on the flanks, ready to seize any opportunity to attack. Since they received Tommy's message, they agreed to emerge simultaneously, preventing the scarred man from dealing with them one by one. When they came out, led by Jordy with Brock assisting, they immediately engaged in battle with the scarred man and his group. However, both sides were at the Golden Core realm, so no one could easily gain the upper hand. Thus, they separated and began strategizing. "Brother Wenqiang." Seeing Tommy appear, Ainsley and Annalise called out in quick succession, their voices filled with worry. "Don't worry." Tommy waved at them gently, signaling them to stay calm. Meanwhile, he quickly exchanged a glance with Dimitri. The two of them took positions on either side of Jordy, ready for battle. Tommy stared sternly at the opponents, rapidly planning in his mind. On the opposite side, there were now 8 people, leaving the highest realm scarred man to Jordy, that left 700 Meridians realm fighters. On their side, P. Shooter could handle 200 Meridians realm fighters, Brock could take on 1, his sister and Annalise together could face 1, and Dimitri could handle 2. That made 6 fighters, rounding up to 7, perfect allocation. Of course, Tommy definitely wouldn't count himself in the equation. True powerhouses didn't need to fight directly. They observed the chaos from above, casually smoking cigarettes. However, although Tommy wouldn't directly join the fray, he wasn't against using the lay-down skill at crucial moments to assist his teammates. After the intense chase, Tommy finally calmed down and recalled all his skills. If he could catch the opponents off guard with the lay-down skill, he didn't see how they could possibly lose this battle. Having planned everything, Tommy quickly whispered instructions to assign combat targets. Taking advantage of this moment, he secretly deployed P-Shooter to attempt another sneak attack. "Understood?" Tommy asked in a grave voice after assigning the tasks. "Got it." "Yes." "Understood. Roger that. Go." Seeing everyone clear about their targets, Tommy roared, "Let's give it all we've got." As his words echoed, Brock and his brother charged forward with fierce shouts, while others followed suit, targeting their respective enemies. Tommy, however, leaped back lightly, stepping out of the fighting range. Of course, he wasn't just spectating. He still directed P-Shooter to carry out a surprise attack. But this time, it didn't work as expected. Golden Core realm practitioners had heightened senses. Even the slightest movement caught their attention. When P-Shooter managed to flank around, just about to launch an attack, it was detected by the scarred man, who sent out a powerful wave of energy, sending P-Shooter flying dozens of meters away. Although P-Shooter was tough-skinned, this attack was less damaging but highly insulting. Shaking off the dirt, Pea Shooter ran back angrily, deciding to engage in direct combat instead of sneaking attacks. Pea Shooter leaped into the air and unleashed a barrage of peas like rockets, covering the entire battlefield. Boom, boom, boom. The 100 Meridian's realm Pea Shooter now packed considerable firepower. With each volley, small mushroom clouds erupted on the battlefield. Jordy and his team had been warned earlier by Tommy, so they promptly retreated to avoid collateral damage. However, the scarred man and his gang weren't as lucky. Tommy's previous use of Pea Shooter went unnoticed because it had strayed too far, allowing them to get caught off guard. Even though they raised defenses instantly upon detecting the peas, the impact left them with varying degrees of injury. Realizing the setback, the scarred man roared furiously and flashed toward the sky, intending to slash Pea Shooter first. However, Jordy, the martial arts enthusiast, wasn't going to let that happen. The moment the scarred man moved, Jordy pursued him relentlessly. If the scarred man attacked Pea Shooter, he'd be vulnerable from behind. But failing to defend would mean being cleaved in half by Jordy's heavy sword. In the cultivation world, battles usually involved equal-ranking combatants engaging in one-on-one duels. Clang. Back then, seeing Jordy closing in, the scarred man had no choice but to turn and block Jordy's strike. The clash between the giant sword and the broadsword created visible sound waves. However, turning gave Pea Shooter an opening. Pea Shooter fired a 5-round salvo, hitting the scarred man before he could react. Even a Golden Core practitioner couldn't endure such explosive pea blasts. The scarred man spat out a mouthful of blood. Realizing the danger, he hastily retreated, with Jordy closely following, determined to finish him off while he was weakened. Meanwhile, on the ground, the situation wasn't as favorable. Due to Pea Shooter's distraction of the scarred man, the burly men on the ground gained the upper hand, leading to a 7-against-4 scenario. God damn it! Dimitri roared, charging at 3 of the burly men head-on, fully committing to the fight. Chapter 137. The Mysterious Young Man. Dimitri was fearless and valiant. He held up his long halberd, stepped forward, and roared with a hoarse voice, "Frost and snow." At that moment, he swung his long halberd horizontally. A massive, white stream of spiritual energy surged along the icy edge of the halberd and shot out. The burly men he attacked tried to defend themselves with their weapons, but the spiritual energy that Dimitri unleashed seemed like an endless deep chill, instantly freezing all 3 of them into ice sculptures, which then shattered into pieces, turning into ashes. Damn, that's cool. Tommy, like a war reporter, watched Dimitri's attack from a safe distance and almost got carried away by the excitement, almost wanting to join in himself. However, before he could revel in it much longer, Dimitri suddenly seemed to lose all strength, almost unable to hold onto his long halberd, and weakly shouted, "Brother Wenqiang, save me. I've used my trump card." Tommy. Indeed, true manliness doesn't last more than 3 seconds. Dimitri couldn't be impressive for more than a few moments. However, one had to admit, those who came from Holy Lands truly had their skills. Their backup plans were endless. Fortunately, there was no need for Tommy to step in. Brock reacted quickly, grabbing Dimitri and throwing him at Tommy's feet, making him stay on the side and observe the battle. With Dimitri's burst of power now over, it was now 3 against 4. Pea Shooter and Jordy joined forces to fight the Isaiah. There was still some danger on the ground. Tommy, dressed in pristine white clothes, looked very suave and unperturbed. Annalise and Ainsley knew his true condition, but Brock was unaware. In Brock's mind, since Tommy could eliminate a group of blood demons with one punch, he must be extremely powerful. So he thought that Tommy simply did not deign to act, and left these few opponents for practice. In reality, Tommy was powerless, except for a few peculiar skills. Without actual damage-dealing abilities, joining the fray would only get him beaten up and hinder his teammates' efforts. As for his Jaspier Flat skill, he preferred not to use it unless necessary. After all, it required someone to hear him play the Swona horn to take effect, which had too many limitations. Once others figured out his situation, they might block their hearing as soon as they saw him take out the Swona, rendering the skill useless. Therefore, the Jaspier Flat skill should either be kept unused or, if he had to use it, he needed to ensure the opponent didn't survive to spread the word. Now, it was clearly time to use it. Dimitri was no longer able to fight. The remaining Foundation Establishment cultivators, Annalise and Ainsley, and Core Formation cultivator Brock were having trouble handling the 4 Core Formation burly men. Tommy retrieved his golden Swona from his spatial ring, ready to play. However, before he could bring the Swona to his lips, a voice from within the soul-suppressing pagoda suddenly spoke. "Someone is coming. Seems like they're the immortal soldiers from Greenwood City." Upon hearing Declan's warning, Tommy gently put down the Swona, his heart relaxing once again. If they could hold out until the immortal soldiers arrived, he wouldn't have to risk exposing his skills. But, there's someone in the sky in front of you. I can't make out their strength. Hearing this, Tommy's heart leaped back up. He looked in the direction Declan indicated. About a few kilometers away in the sky stood a young man wearing immaculate white clothes, just like Tommy. He seemed to have appeared suddenly, or had been observing the battlefield silently for some time. Within such a short distance, it was within Tommy's divine sense range. If not for Declan's alert, Tommy hadn't noticed the man's appearance at all. The Jaspernden, sensing Tommy's gaze, stepped slowly through the air toward him. Though his steps appeared slow, they were actually quite swift. In just 2 steps, he was beside Tommy, standing shoulder to shoulder and watching the ongoing battle nearby. Danger. This was true danger. Standing next to Tommy, the identity of this young man was uncertain. However, he could stand in the air effortlessly without any support or flying techniques, indicating that he was at least a nascent soul cultivator. Nascent soul realm was already the domain of most elders in the profound sword sect. Tommy's skills were unpredictable, but they required time to react and an opportunity to deploy. Being close to at least a nascent soul realm powerhouse, unsure whether he was friend or foe, Tommy was in extreme danger. Despite this perilous situation, Tommy's face remained calm, showing no urgency. Inside, however, his thoughts raced, pondering all available skills and preparing for the worst. They are pretty useless. Suddenly, the Jasperden beside Tommy spoke, seemingly regretful, for core formation cultivators can't even handle 3 youngsters. How disgraceful. Tommy. Hearing this, Tommy's heart sank. Their stances were different. Indeed, he was an enemy. Ha 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 ha. Tommy laughed heartily and said boldly, they are pretty useless, but perfect for practice. Even in the direst moments, one must not show weakness. Tommy had played the part of a powerful figure for so long that, though his inner turmoil was immense, no one could gauge his true strength before he acted. Pretending to be indifferent ensured their safety and made the young man hesitant to strike. The battles involving Brock and the others continued, while Tommy and the young man chatted amicably. To outsiders, it would seem they were old friends reuniting after years apart, engaged in warm conversation. Is that your sister? The young man pointed at Ainsley, who was fighting, and asked with a smile. Hemph, no. Tommy immediately denied it without hesitation. My sister couldn't possibly be so ugly. The young man. In truth, upon hearing the young man ask about Ainsley, Tommy's heart tightened, but he quickly suppressed his emotions and calmed down. His sister was what mattered most to him. The young man's casual mention of Ainsley was meant to provoke him. However, Tommy reacted quickly, denying the question without revealing any emotional disturbance. If Tommy showed agitation and let slip the truth, and the young man threatened to use his sister, the consequences would be unimaginable. Hee, no need to deny. The mysterious young man chuckled amusedly, saying no more and continuing to watch the battle. Translation completed while maintaining the original structure, tone, and coherence. Chapter 138, Confrontation. An indeterminate amount of time passed. It felt like an instant, yet as long as a century. Neither Tommy nor the Jasperden said anything. The only sounds were the visual effects and clashing noises from their battle, adding to the oppressive atmosphere. During this time, Tommy had not been idle. He had silently extended his index finger, subtly using the pointing deer as horse skill on the Jasperden, but it did not yield the expected results. After a while, the outcome of Geordie's and the Isaiah's fight became apparent. Suddenly, the Isaiah bolted towards Tommy as if escaping, with Geordie and the pea shooter hot on his heels. The Isaiah, being at the golden core stage and desperate to flee, was incredibly fast, leaving Tommy no time to dodge. Expressionless, he watched the rapidly approaching Isaiah, feeling anxious inside but unmoving physically. To outsiders, he seemed unperturbed, like a powerful figure facing calamity with a calm demeanor. However, just as the Isaiah was about to reach Tommy, a loud bang resounded. The Isaiah came fast but flew back even faster. At the last moment, the Jasperden kicked him with disdain, sending the Isaiah flying backwards. Cough. The Isaiah landed heavily on the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The kick was extremely powerful. Already severely injured from Geordie and the pea shooter's assault, he now lay incapacitated. Struggling to stand, his eyes filled with disbelief, he looked up at the Jasperden, his voice hoarse. Rez? Peck dead. Puff. Before he could finish, the Jasperden flashed beside him, striking swiftly with his palm to slice open his throat. Iron-argling sounds emerged from the Isaiah's throat as blood gushed out. Clutching his neck, he realized it was too late. Meanwhile, the young man elegantly wiped the blood from his fingers with a clean handkerchief. What a beautiful masterpiece! He suddenly exclaimed, a sinister smile on his face that chilled anyone who saw it. Roar. Face pale, the Isaiah pointed weakly at the Jasperden, attempting a final, silent scream. But no sound came. The 4 remaining thugs, witnessing this sudden turn of events, lost all heart for fighting and retreated quickly. Ainsley and the others did not pursue them but hurried to stand beside Tommy, warily observing the Jasperden. At this point, Tommy was certain that this Jasperden was definitely an enemy, not a friend. Who would be so deranged? Moreover, disregarding his madness, the Isaiah had clearly been targeting the Jasperden, not him. The Isaiah had also called out respected, indicating they knew each other. Fearing exposure, the young man had killed him. If Tommy dared to speculate further, perhaps this Jasperden was the mastermind behind everything. Realizing this, he quickly briefed his teammates through telepathy. If they needed to fight the young man, Tommy would declare that the young man was a deer, and everyone must immediately agree, solidifying this belief. Only then would they have a chance to turn the tables. Otherwise, they stood no chance against this madman. Let's end this swiftly. Having arranged everything, Tommy spoke calmly, hiding his emotions. Witnessing such brutality made him uneasy. Being kind-hearted, he couldn't bear to see blood. So when fighting monsters or blood demons, he always obliterated them instantly to avoid seeing the carnage. Geordie, hearing Tommy's request, showed respect to his CEO by stepping forward and delivering a powerful punch to the barely alive Isaiah, reducing him to dust. Yet, even as he turned the Isaiah to ashes, Geordie's sharp eyes caught sight of the spatial bracelet on the ground. The jade talisman controlling the 6 flying dragons was still inside. He couldn't forget the primary goal. Heh, you ruined my masterpiece. Seeing the Isaiah blown apart, the Jasperden's expression darkened with rage. Who are you calling an idiot? Geordie retorted without hesitation, visibly disdainful. His behavior reflected Juggernaut Peak's philosophy, action over words. However, Geordie wasn't just a fighter. He used actions to express himself. Enraged by the interruption and the young man's cruelty, he couldn't hold back any longer, ready to face off regardless of the opponent's strength. Do you wish to die? The young man's face was almost dripping with anger. No one dared defy him like this, especially not with direct insults. Stepping closer to Geordie, he grinned wickedly. Or do you want to be my next work of art? Unfazed, Geordie planted his massive sword into the ground, bursting out of his clothes. Earlier, he hadn't fully exerted himself against the Isaiah. Now, in the state of bursting clothes, his true power was unleashed. But at this moment, Tommy moved, intercepting between the Jasperden and Geordie. You want to fight? Tommy stared at the young man, his expression unwavering, his tone indifferent yet taunting. With these words, Tommy's aura exploded to its maximum. This was the most dangerous enemy he had faced, unlike any before. Previously, he had restrained his aura for show, but now it was a matter of life and death. Crack, crack. As Tommy's aura rose, the clear night sky darkened, clouds gathering and thunder rumbling. Tommy's anger shook the heavens. ##### Chapter 139, Antony. The dark clouds seemed to follow Tommy's will. As his anger intensified, the clouds grew denser and lower, almost within reach. It wasn't just the clouds. Everyone felt that the spiritual energy in the air had disappeared as well. At this moment, all the spiritual energy within 1,000 miles was revolving around Tommy alone. This spiritual energy seemed to possess its own consciousness, roaring, rejoicing, and boiling with eagerness for battle. The atmosphere on the field was suffocating, making everyone but Tommy feel as if they were struggling to breathe. Tommy's aura had reached its peak. At this moment, he cast a disdainful glance at the Jaspernden and spoke in a low voice. If you want to move against him, by all means, try it. We'll see who is faster. Facing the overwhelming pressure from Tommy, the Jaspernden found it hard to take even a single step forward, as if he were wading through thick mud. His face became grim, completely losing the ease he had shown earlier. Tommy was also taking a gamble, betting that the Jaspernden did not know about Tommy's escape earlier. Seeing the cautious demeanor of the Jaspernden now, Tommy knew he had made the right bet. Brother, don't waste words with him. Ainsley broke through the oppressive atmosphere, baring her sharp fangs as she shouted fiercely, smash him into pieces with one punch. Roar. Brock instantly tore off his clothes, blood surging in his veins, shouting loudly, Brother Wunxiang, don't worry about us. Use the sky burial fist you used against Benedict, crush him. Tommy. After his sister finished speaking, Tommy refocused, gathering the pervasive aura and compressing it entirely onto the Jaspernden. Otherwise, Brock wouldn't be able to burst his clothes or even perform the sky burial fist. Though he wasn't sure what exactly Brock had imagined, he couldn't help but admire the name Sky Burial Fist. From now on, it would be his. After hearing Brock's dramatic declaration, Tommy couldn't help but inwardly sigh and feel delighted by the name. But wait, what's up with my sister? Even in such a tense situation, Tommy, despite maintaining a calm expression, allowed his thoughts to wander a bit. He had some idea how strong the aura he had emitted was. If even Geordie and the Jaspernden couldn't speak under its pressure, how did his sister manage to break through? This left Tommy somewhat baffled. Ainsley never played by the rules. Tommy's infallible aura suppression didn't seem to work on her. Recalling his sister's past strength, he began to suspect that neither his father nor his sister was ordinary. Could my sister also be a powerhouse? Tommy involuntarily arrived at a frightening conclusion. Damn, I'm getting too far ahead of myself. He quickly reined in his scattered thoughts and grinned at the Jaspernden. So, are we fighting or not? Young man in white. Tommy continued, not answering, do you look down on me? The Jaspernden no longer looked composed. He was now bearing immense pressure, both physically and mentally. He seemed to carry a heavy mountain on his back, his face flushed, his throat moving as he struggled to speak. Noticing his lack of response, Tommy suddenly realized and slightly eased the oppressive aura. Phew. Feeling the sudden release of pressure, the Jaspernden took a deep breath. Then, he silently took a few steps back, clasped his hands toward Tommy, and laughed aloud. Ha 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 ha, my judgment was wrong. Hearing this hearty laugh, Tommy withdrew all his aura, smiling mildly without replying. He knew that once the other party laughed aloud, it meant they harbored no ill intent, at least not for now. After speaking, the Jaspernden, Antony, suddenly vanished, leaving behind a lingering voice in the sky. My name is Antony. We will meet again. Brother Wunxiang. Brother Wunxiang. After Antony left, the group of friends instantly surrounded Tommy, asking him about his condition. They weren't fools. They knew Antony was powerful and had been scared away. If a real fight had started, it might not have ended in their favor. Tommy was drenched in cold sweat, having truly brushed with death. If Antony hadn't feared Tommy's aura and forced an attack, Tommy wouldn't have stood much chance. Brother, give this golden armor back to you. Ainsley removed the golden armor from her body, looking worried as she extended it toward Tommy. No need. Tommy gently ruffled his sister's head and comforted her. Keep it. I'm invincible. Ainsley. In reality, Tommy couldn't take the equipment from his sister, even if she had gotten it for him. Regardless of whether his sister was a powerhouse, having the golden armor protected Ainsley, giving Tommy peace of mind to fight without hesitation. Besides, his intimidating aura deterred most people from challenging him. Are you all alright? At that moment, a group of soldiers in uniform appeared beside them. Behind these soldiers followed 6 burly men bundled up by Dmitri, along with the 4 individuals who had run away. They had all been caught and brought back. What took you so long? Dmitri recovered and jumped out, scolding the soldiers sternly. If anything happens to the young master of the Ho family, do you think the Purple Dao sect can still exist? Dmitri dared to openly threaten another holy land, something only he could pull off due to his status. Since both were holy lands, despite mutual assistance, their strengths were comparable, none bowing to the other. Ho, please explain the situation to them. Tommy approached Dmitri and whispered, we'll meet back at the teleportation array entrance. Sure. Dmitri nodded lightly and resumed, scolding the group of soldiers. Let's go. Tommy called out to the group, leaving Dmitri to deal with the soldiers while leading everyone toward Qingmu City. On the way, Tommy remained serious, pondering over the encounter with the Jaspernden, Antony. Tommy couldn't believe that Antony's appearance was coincidental. Moreover, he recognized Tommy and his sister, suggesting it had been carefully planned. It was clear that the plan had failed. Chapter 140. Target, Illusory Flame City. So, who was he exactly? Tommy was deep in thought. Having an unknown individual with hostility towards him and his sister was not a good situation. He quickly recalled everyone he had met, but still couldn't find a fitting target. At this moment, he opened his Immortal Messenger app, clicked on the chat window of Brecken, and asked if the sect leader had any clues. Tommy, sect leader there? Irritated Jaspertle farmer. No money, scram. Tommy, this isn't about debt. Do you know Anthony? Soon, Tommy described everything that happened tonight, as well as Anthony's appearance, to the sect leader. Irritated Jaspertle farmer. Not familiar. I'll look into it for you. Are you safe now? Need backup? Tommy, I'm fine. I'm preparing to head to the Heavenly Saint Palace. Please inform me if you get any information. Irritated Jaspertle farmer. Sure. After replying, Brecken hurried offline, leaving Tommy even more puzzled. If someone was targeting him because of the immortal mechanism issue, it didn't make much sense. The immortal mechanism wasn't widely known. Currently, only the sect insiders and the high-ups of the Evil Saint sect knew about it. As for the Heavenly Saint Palace side, only Annalise and her master Madison were aware of it. So, who could be targeting him? No matter how hard he thought, Tommy couldn't find a reasonable answer. However, he deeply etched Anthony's appearance into his mind. One day, when they meet again, he would beat him into submission and get answers. Bro? Just as Tommy was feeling agitated, Ainsley suddenly flew over on her sword, tilting her head and softly asked, I'm a bit tired. Why do we need to fly back? Don't we have 6 flying dragons? Even if we don't use the 6 flying dragons, there's still Annalise's flying boat. Ainsley pouted slightly, adding in a low voice. That's right. Hearing his sister's reminder, Tommy silently cursed himself for being foolish. There were easier ways to travel, yet he chose the most strenuous one. Earlier, Tommy was leading the way with a contemplative expression, so his companions did not disturb him. They had almost traveled half the distance. Ainsley was exhausted from today's battle and finally voiced her complaints. Tommy, who watched from the sidelines all along, had barely used any energy, while the others had fought all night, both mentally and physically drained. Tommy took out the jade talisman Jordy had given him to control the flying dragons, infused it with spiritual energy, and called them over. Let's take a break. Tommy stopped walking and shouted to his companions. The flying dragons will be here soon. At this moment, the group gathered together to rest and started chatting animatedly. Tired? Want food? Who knows who Anthony is? Hee hee, today's fight was thrilling. 3rd day missing Crane. A short while later. They're here. Ainsley suddenly stood up, pointing towards the distant sky, excitedly shouting, the flying dragons are here. Time for yummy food. Siblings were always carefree. She didn't worry about who Anthony was or who wanted to harm them. In Ainsley's mind, battles were battles, and eating was eating, 2 separate matters. Everyone stood up and looked in the direction Ainsley pointed. Roar. Suddenly, 600-meter-long emerald green flying dragons appeared in the sky, roaring as they approached Tommy and his companions. Each dragon, individually, might not have been impressive at just over 100 meters long, but 6 dragons flying together created a spectacular sight, blocking out the sky. The flying dragons, being highly intelligent, approached quickly but landed gently, bowing their heads to invite Tommy and the others aboard. Wow, beautiful. Ainsley reached out and lightly stroked the flying dragon's head, her excitement evident. Only when they got closer and truly felt the opulence of the flying dragon carriage did they understand that Dimitri's wealth wasn't exaggerated. Golden chains and silk saddles adorned the massive carriage, studded with night pearls the size of human heads, making it a striking sight from any angle. The flying dragon carriage wasn't just luxurious in appearance, but also practical. Various arrays, including soundproofing, wind protection, and spirit gathering, covered the carriage. The 5 people boarded the flying dragon carriage orderly. Previously, they had only seen Dimitri alone riding it from afar and hadn't realized how extravagant it was. Now, personally experiencing it, they felt its comfort and luxury. Even with 5 passengers, it wasn't cramped at all. Greenwood City, let's go. Sitting in the main seat, Tommy shook the reins forcefully and declared loudly. He was extremely excited. Who gets to ride mythical beasts? It brought the grandeur full circle. For flying dragon carriages, reins were purely decorative. These were autonomous, controlled by communicating with the flying dragons via jade talismans, simply stating the destination. Soon, the flying dragons slowly descended onto the flying boat square in Greenwood City. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Tommy persuaded his sister after some effort not to go out for dinner. Instead, he convinced her that the Heavenly Saint Palace had better food and urged her to save her appetite. Actually, Tommy wasn't being mean. Ainsley wasn't hungry, just craving food. If they happily went to eat, leaving Dimitri waiting alone at the teleportation array entrance wouldn't be right. Half an hour later, Tommy and his group rushed from the flying boat square to the teleportation array entrance. Dimitri had been waiting there for a long time, presumably arriving via the Immortals' carriages. Once young, Dimitri waved from the crowd, coming close and whispering, let's go. Sure, Tommy nodded. Then, Dimitri generously took out his transmission token, showed it to the immortal soldiers guarding the teleportation array, and exchanged it for 6 teleportation discs. The profound sword sect, poor. Tommy held the teleportation disc Dimitri gave him, feeling a twinge inside. Although Madison had already given them one, taking free stuff was still tempting. But someday, he'd definitely recharge his own transmission token. Let's go to Illusory Flame City. Hashtag chapter 141, corny sweet talk. Everyone was ready. Dimitri walked at the front, waving his hand grandly and shouting excitedly. Immediately after, he stepped into the teleportation array as the first one. Tommy and the others followed closely behind, each quickly entering. As for the flying dragon, well, it couldn't pass through. Unfortunately, it had to be left in Qingmu City, waiting for Tommy to return to Xinjiang sect and take it out for a show later. Having experienced the teleportation array once before, Tommy had mentally prepared himself this time. However, this time wasn't as terrible as he had imagined. After stepping into the teleportation array, he felt time and space warping, losing all sense of temporal change. Unknown how much time passed, Perhaps just an instant, and after a series of visual shifts, they appeared together within Huanyan City. Huanyan City, like Qingmu City, was one of the major cities of the Holy Land. However, unlike Qingmu City, Huanyan City gave off a feeling of heat. Qingmu City, located east of the Endless Sea, enjoyed a pleasant climate, whereas Huanyan City was built upon scorched earth. It was rumored that Uriel had once battled a great emperor of another race here, using a heaven-descending heteroflame that scorched tens of thousands of miles of land, the residual heat still lingering today. The Tianshang Palace, besides specializing in illusionary techniques, was also highly skilled in fire tribute methods. Therefore, to facilitate the practice of fire elemental methods, they rebuilt a new city on this scorched land, which became today's Huanyan City. However, the group didn't linger this time. Tommy, eager to address the prolonged production issue with Bitter Immortal Device, couldn't wait to reach Tianshang Palace. They rushed out of Huanyan City immediately and, with the fire deer summoning the flying boat, set off toward Tianshang Palace. It would take about 3 days to reach Tianshang Palace from Huanyan City. Because of the night's battle, everyone except Tommy went into meditation early to recover. Ainsley continued her habit of sleeping as usual, seemingly needing no cultivation. She ate when hungry and slept when tired, never worrying about anything. Fortunately, under normal circumstances, the flying boat could automatically navigate to its destination, making things convenient. Night passed without incident, and dawn arrived. Tommy woke up early, freshened up, and came to the deck to admire the magnificent scenery alone. In his heart, he planned the arrangements for their visit to Tianshang Palace. Previously, he had listened to Emily speak about Tianshang Palace. In broad strokes, its structure resembled that of Xianjian sect. However, Tianshang Palace was divided into 36 pavilions, similar to the peaks of Xianjian sect, each forming its own school and specializing in different cultivation methods. The leader of a pavilion was called Pavilion Master, analogous to the peak leader of Xianjian sect, which made it easier for Tommy to understand. However, there were differences too. Tianshang Palace had sacred daughters and Weilans. Generally speaking, the Weilan was the heir apparent to the palace head, while the sacred daughter was the second in command. The evaluations for Weilans and sacred daughters occurred every 2,000 years. Emily's master Tori and the current palace head of Tianshang Palace were the winners of the previous evaluation. Now, 2,000 years had passed, and it was time for a new evaluation. According to Emily, she had many competitors but was almost guaranteed success due to the illusion card. Thus, Emily was practically assured to become the next sacred daughter. Thinking about what? At that moment, a light-hearted voice suddenly sounded behind Tommy. It was Emily who approached him slowly, sat down next to him on the edge of the deck, her legs dangling, her feet swinging carelessly, looking incredibly cute. I'm thinking about how much dowry I should spend when we go back home. Seeing Emily's adorable appearance, Tommy couldn't resist teasing her and started making up nonsense earnestly. Oh! Upon hearing this, Emily's face turned bright red, steam rising from her head. She covered her face with her hands, stuttering incoherently. Tommy, remembering past interruptions by Ainsley, quickly cast several isolation arrays around them. Unless Ainsley attacked forcibly, she wouldn't be able to intrude. Hee, this time we're safe. Having set everything up, Tommy smirked and began using the ultimate weapon from his past life, corny sweet talk. He leaned closer to Emily and whispered, "Hush, listen. What is it?" Panic-stricken by this sudden move, Emily almost drew her weapon, cautious and alert. Tommy swiftly reached out, pulling Emily back and gently guiding her ear close to his chest. "My heart beats for you." Emily's reaction, oh, asterisk forward slash 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 asterisk Q. The 17-year-old girl had never heard such corny sweet talk in frozen place, unable to move. Her blush deepened, the steam rising from her head more intense, showing her growing embarrassment. Taking advantage of the moment, Tommy cornered Emily against the wall, spouting more corny lines nonstop. "You must love candy otherwise. How can you be so sweet? I want to ask you something. How do I get to your heart? Do you know what deity I like best? Your eyes." With all these corny sweet talks bombarding her, smoke billowed profusely from Emily's head. Trapped in the corner by Tommy, she didn't know where to escape, only waving her small hands weakly and whispering, "Please, don't joke like this. I'll take you seriously." She turned her head away, not daring to look at Tommy, her fair neck flushed red. In fact, Tommy wasn't sure when he developed feelings for Emily. Perhaps it was because they had shared so many experiences, or maybe he was attracted by her charm. Anyway, Emily had become one of the most important women in his life now. One was his sister Ainsley, the other was Emily. Of course, it wasn't about horses or any such nonsense. It was mainly because he liked Emily's name. Cough, cough. Suddenly straightening up, Tommy cleared his throat and said solemnly to Emily, "I am, brother." A shout startled both Tommy and Emily. Unfortunately, even with all precautions, Tommy couldn't prevent Ainsley from interrupting before he could finish his sentence. Chapter 142. Ainsley's Ultimatum. "What? How did you get in here?" Tommy was almost at his breaking point, pointing at the place where the formation had been set up, and growled through gritted teeth with a red face. There were so many layers of formations. "You came in just like that? You mean this?" Ainsley said as she opened her palm, revealing a palm-sized, entirely black nail. Then she showed 2 tiny fangs, smiling and said, "Hee, formation-breaking nail." Tommy. Really necessary? Seeing his sister pull out the formation-breaking nail, Tommy was helpless and almost laughed out loud. "You have this thing. Why didn't you use it yesterday?" As its name implies, the formation-breaking nail is specifically used to break formations, crafted by artisan mechanics. Formation-breaking nails also have different grades. Typically, the number of golden lines on the surface of the nail indicates the grade. "Look carefully now." Seeing her brother questioning her, Ainsley felt slightly angry, resenting her brother for not understanding her intentions. Then, she held up the formation-breaking nail close to her brother's eyes and complained. This is an ungraded formation-breaking nail. The formation yesterday was already at the golden core realm. Naturally, it couldn't be broken. Just then, her tone changed, and a smug smile appeared on her face. Hee hee. Although it's ungraded, removing your formation still isn't a problem. Tommy. Things have come to this point. Tommy felt it was time to put all cards on the table. He needed to talk everything through with his sister today. His future happiness couldn't always be interrupted by her. Then, he pulled Hazel with his left hand and Ainsley with his right, leading them to the edge of the deck, gesturing for them to sit and chat while enjoying the view. Joanna. Tommy reached out his right hand, gently patting his sister's head, using the most gentle tone he could muster. Why did you come find me? To eat with you. Ainsley replied coquettishly. Be serious. Tommy pretended to be stern. Having dinner doesn't require using a formation-breaking nail. Actually, Ainsley knew she couldn't hide it anymore, twisting her little hands together, unsure of how to start. Looking at her hesitant expression, Tommy adjusted his glasses mid-air and said with a penetrating gaze, Don't act anymore, woman. I already know. Phew. Hearing this, Ainsley breathed out heavily, her face relaxing instantly, saying casually, It's good you know. You like me, don't you? Tommy spoke firmly, blurting out, So, you got jealous when you saw Hazel and me together. Hazel. This conclusion wasn't baseless. Growing up together since childhood without exposure to other men, girls tend to admire strength. Moreover, Tommy was handsome, strong in aura. Despite being a bit weaker in power, he remained the ideal man in countless girls' hearts. Thus, her brother obsession was gradually becoming unhealthy. However, before Tommy could give her a lesson on correct dating views, the breath Ainsley had just let go was abruptly held back again, her face turning serious. Brother, if you don't want Dad to break your legs, continue talking at your own risk, otherwise, I advise you to be careful what you say. Oh well? Ainsley waved off angrily. If she didn't speak up, who knows what fantasies her brother might concoct. Actually, I'm saving your life. Tommy, Do you know who she is? Then, Ainsley stood up, walked over Tommy, sat next to Hazel, and said solemnly, She's the sacred maiden. What's a sacred maiden? She belongs to the Holy Land. Tommy. Hazel. Brother, listen up. We are from a small sect. We can't afford to tangle with someone from the Holy Land. Ainsley frowned, expressing her concerns. It would have been okay if we were still at the Shinjian sect. Now we're about to reach Tiansheng Palace. Do you know how many admirers the sacred maiden has? Hazel here, with outstanding talent and beauty, must surely have countless admirers. At this point, Ainsley stretched out her hands, grabbed Hazel's hand, and shook it eagerly. Come on, tell us, has anyone ever pursued you? Yes. Hazel, taken aback by Ainsley's actions, was at a loss. Then she glanced at Tommy and hurriedly added softly, But I didn't like any of them. See. Ainsley stood up excitedly upon getting her answer. There are more than one. Hazel mentioned multiple people, which means there are many admirers. If Hazel's admirers see you and Hazel together, they will definitely try to kill you. After speaking, Ainsley made a gesture as if cutting her neck, adding threateningly, They'll surely poison you, assassinate you, put feces in your food, use illusion arrays. Anyway, you're as good as dead. So, Tommy stood up and approached his sister. That's why you're worried? Yes. Ainsley nodded vigorously, finally getting all her concerns off her chest. No one knew how much effort she had put into secretly monitoring her brother and Hazel daily. It was exhausting. Don't worry, Tommy asserted confidently. Not only will I keep being affectionate with Hazel here, even at Tiansheng Palace, I won't stop. Ainsley was speechless for a moment. She had spoken so much, yet her brother hadn't taken a single word seriously. If I can't even confess my feelings for someone I love, wouldn't that make me a real failure? Tommy said resolutely, I'm sure you don't want such a useless brother. Then Tommy consoled his sister, deciding he must make things clear with Ainsley today. Otherwise, he and Hazel would endlessly suffer under Ainsley's interference. We've gone through so much together, whether it's the black-robed men at Cliff Peak or Benedict, even under yesterday's dire circumstances, we still managed to get through safely. So, don't worry, have some faith in your big brother. Tommy placed his hand on Ainsley's head, gazing at the sky pensively. Your brother isn't as simple as you think. Ainsley. Chapter 143. Arrival at the Celestial St. Palace. All right then. Ainsley sighed, somewhat helplessly. Her brother was immovable, so she had no choice but to let him be. Then, she feigned a light-hearted tone. Next time you get beaten up, remember to contact me quickly. Humph. Woman. Hearing this, Tommy gave an evil smile and said, I knew it. You still can't help but worry about me. No, I'm just here to collect your body. At that moment, Ainsley put on a serious expression and said earnestly, We cannot leave the corpses of Duanya Peak out in the wilderness. Tommy. Brat, are you asking for a beating? Seeing his sister not giving him any face and criticizing him relentlessly, Tommy started to scare her. Ainsley, come on, I'm not afraid of you. Tommy, one punch and I'll tear through the heavens. Ainsley, you cause no harm. Tommy, one punch and thousands of blood demons turn to ashes. Ainsley, you're useless. Tommy. Can I say something? At that moment, Annalise gently approached between the two siblings. She felt somewhat guilty watching them argue. After all, Ainsley's concern ultimately stemmed from worrying about her brother's safety due to Annalise. Annalise then suddenly became solemn, placing her hands lightly on Ainsley's shoulders, and said earnestly, Wenxiang is my best friend. You can rest assured. As long as I am alive, I won't let anyone from the Celestial St. Palace harm him. Hee hee. Hearing Annalise's promise, Ainsley's expression immediately did a 180-degree turn. Hearing that, I feel relieved. Just moments ago, she was arguing red-faced and neck-deep with anger. Now she appeared delighted, humming tunes while walking back to the Flying Boat's lounge. On the deck, only Tommy and Annalise remained, bewildered. I feel like she was scheming against you, Tommy remarked, noticing how Annalise had inadvertently fallen into her sister's trap. It seems like it. Annalise blushed as she replied, but it doesn't matter. Once we reach the Celestial Saint Palace, you can be at ease. Although the intimate atmosphere had been interrupted once again by his sister, it didn't matter anymore. Tommy had already sensed what he wanted from Annalise's expressions and words. According to a certain great sage named Ayana Dao, they were now in the warming realm. It was said that a famous Jasper surname Great Sage once summarized 5 emotional stages required to become Dao companions. Favorable impressions realm, heart-stirring realm, warming realm, hot waves realm, destiny realm. Upon meeting and hearing each other, finding each other agreeable and compatible, one wishes to converse. This is the favorable impressions realm. The realm of mutual favor progresses fastest. If only one party favors the other, it takes more effort. After several or even tens of conversations, finding the other's bright spots, when a desire to spend more time together arises. This is the heart-stirring realm. The warming realm signifies increasingly harmonious relations, unimpeded communication, and similar temperaments. This stage can progress quickly or very slowly, varying widely. In the hot waves realm, hearts burn intensely, willing to act for each other, unable to tolerate slander or seeing their loved ones wronged. This is a heart aflame with passion. On this foundation, willingness to sacrifice everything for each other without regard for consequences. This is breaking through to the destiny realm. So, by this theory, he and Annalise were currently at the peak of the warming realm, needing just one more step to reach the hot waves realm. Thinking of this, Tommy chuckled inwardly, reflecting, better take it slow. Haste makes waste. Without his sister interrupting, Tommy invited Annalise to continue chatting by the edge of the deck. Naturally, he set up several formations around them, not just to keep his sister away but also to prevent interruptions from others. They chatted idly, recalling childhood stories and sharing experiences. From dawn till dusk, then back to dawn. Happy times always pass too quickly. Soon, 3 days had passed. Tommy and company walked out of the lounge onto the deck to admire the magnificent scenery. Through the clouds, an expansive and ancient architectural complex emerged before them. The Celestial Saint Palace was built on a massive floating island, surrounded by perpetual clouds and soaring divine birds. A truly picturesque scene resembling a heavenly paradise. Closer. We're here. Annalise announced as she skillfully landed the flying boat on a clearing on the island. First, they saw the mountain gate formed by 2 towering peaks. On one peak, there were 3 grand characters inscribed in flowing script, Celestial Saint Palace. These 3 characters seemed to possess a mysterious charm, drawing one's gaze deeper and deeper, making it hard to look away. Snap. At that moment, Annalise snapped her fingers, muttering incantations, bringing everyone back to reality. She then explained while leading everyone off the boat. These are characters written by our founding master of Celestial Saint Palace, the Illusion Emperor. You haven't practiced illusion techniques, don't stare too long, or you might get trapped. Without reminders, even sitting until death won't bring you back to consciousness. Oh, close call. Suddenly coming to, Ainsley broke out in cold sweat, patting her chest to calm down. Tommy, though shocked, also felt a deep unease. The profundity of sacred lands was evident even at the entrance. The trace of an emperor held infinite power. Emperors were truly emperors, an existence they could only endlessly admire at this stage. Ho ha ha ha. At that moment, a figure emerged from behind a boulder below the cliff, an elderly man with a sage-like demeanor. He laughed aloud. Jaspertal Annalise is back. Oh, Jackson. Annalise, spotting the elder, called out joyfully and ran over to him. Facing the elder, she bowed deeply and happily said, I've brought some friends back. Please issue passage permits for them, Jackson. She opened her palm and pointed to her friends behind her, explaining, This is Tommy, messenger from Shinjian sect. Seeing Annalise introduce him, Tommy stepped forward, respectfully clasping his fists and greeting, Greetings, senior. Chapter 144 Jackson. Ha ha ha, times 11. Jackson burst into laughter. Seeing Tommy bow respectfully, even as a grandmaster, he still adhered to the unwritten rules of the cultivation world and smiled, saying, Young man, you've got great presence. Ha 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 ha. Since the other party had already shown no ill intentions, Tommy could not break the rules either and joined in with loud laughter, arching his hands again. Thank you for your kind words, senior. Then, Annalise pointed to Dimitri and introduced, This is the young lord of the eternal Ho family, Dimitri. He's here as a messenger too. Greetings, senior. Dimitri hurriedly clasped his fists and bowed. Despite his usual arrogance, he was very courteous in front of senior figures. Ha ha ha, times 11. Jackson laughed warmly and began chatting with Dimitri. How is Elder Ho lately? Replying to senior, our ancestor plans to emerge from seclusion soon. Dimitri bowed deeply, replying solemnly, with these foreign tribes attacking the Great Wall again, he intends to emerge to fight. The northern front is tense, so I am here this time to exchange my second uncle back. Ah. Upon hearing about the war, Jackson sighed. If you need help, you can discuss it with the palace master. Tianshang Palace still has some resources left and can offer support to the Ho family. Thank you, senior. Dimitri expressed his gratitude. Among the sacred places, there is a sense of mutual assistance. If one falls, the whole continent will suffer. Thus, the 5 holy sites have agreed that messengers can seek emergency aid through the patriarch's orders to assist each other. However, since it wasn't a matter of life and death yet, Dimitri came mainly to familiarize himself with the role of a messenger. He would still have time to seek help if necessary. Next, Annalise pointed towards Ainsley and Brock brothers, speaking softly, These 3 are, Since they were not from Tiansheng Palace, their backgrounds and intentions needed to be introduced individually. Huh. Wait a minute, uncle. Please don't laugh yet. Before Jackson could laugh loudly as a sign of welcome, Ainsley jumped out and said playfully, laughing so many times at once, I'm afraid you might get tired. I'll introduce them. I'm Ainsley, from the Mystic Sword Sect. These two are Brock and Geordie, both from the Mystic Sword Sect as well. They are both guards and friends. We are here to gain some insights and see what a holy place looks like. Ainsley's big eyes sparkled as she introduced them fluently one by one. The Chung brothers also showed good manners and bowed politely when Ainsley introduced them. After all, they were guests, and failing to respect the hosts would embarrass their own sect. Ha ha ha, times 11. Jackson couldn't control his laughter and burst into habitual laughter after Ainsley finished introducing everyone. You're all such nice kids, come on inside. As he spoke, he waved his hand lightly, causing 6 tokens glowing fiery red to appear before them. He added, with these tokens, you can enter most areas freely, but certain restricted zones remain off limits. As for which areas, let little Annalise tell you. As Jackson finished speaking, without waiting for thanks, his form gradually faded away, disappearing as if he had never been there. Let's go inside. Annalise invited them happily and summoned her jade flute, stepping onto it and leading the group deeper into the palace. Flying into the gate, they passed through an array similar to a portal. With a swirl of light, they truly arrived at the interior of Tiansheng Palace. From the outside, Tiansheng Palace appeared majestic, but from the inside, it looked like a celestial city, exquisitely beautiful. Tiansheng Palace formed its own world, built on floating islands where only the entrance and outer structures were visible. The true Tiansheng Palace existed within an independent, special space, much like the boundary realm Tommy encountered on Clifftop Peak. Here, 36 pavilions were situated around 8 directions, each atop a small floating island. Cloud bridges connected the islands, while functional buildings like training grounds, mission halls, and libraries were on the ground. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Suddenly, Ainsley covered her mouth and burst out in a series of exclamations. Behave. Tommy tapped her head gently and whispered, don't act like you've never seen anything before. Brother. Phoenix. Phoenix. Ainsley's eyes widened as she joyfully shouted, there really are phoenixes. At this moment, Tommy also looked up in the direction his sister was pointing, emitting equally unrefined exclamations. A giant golden phoenix soared in the clouds, its wings gracefully spreading as it freely navigated through the sky. Absolutely magnificent. Seeing such a splendid creature was truly a rare privilege. The Mystic Sword Sect members all gazed upward, momentarily stunned. In contrast, Dimitri seemed relatively calm. Given his family's vast resources and experiences, he had seen more astonishing things and didn't react excessively to a phoenix. This is our Tiansheng Palace's guardian divine beast. Annalise came beside Tommy, smiling lightly as she explained, that's why I was so thrilled seeing your painting of the birds paying homage to the phoenix at Tianmontagan Peak. Phoenix amidst birds? Tommy asked. Yes. Annalise nodded, but quickly blushed, recalling their awkward first meeting. Cough cough. Seeing Annalise blush again, Tommy hurriedly changed the subject. So many pavilions. Which one do you belong to? It seems I don't belong to any pavilion. Annalise thought for a moment and explained, my master is the previous saintess, and she has only me as her disciple, so I usually live with her and don't have a pavilion. Got it. Jasperkey Dimitri. Annalise was definitely part of a second-generation cultivator family. Madison, being the second in command of Tiansheng Palace, held significant power. Annalise, because of her master, enjoyed elevated status and differed from ordinary disciples. So, where are we heading next? Tommy asked. Probably to the Azure Phoenix Hall. Annalise answered, pointing to a grand palace in the distance. We should meet the palace master first, and my master and I live there. Hashtag chapter 145. You Andrea Liu. The group strolled leisurely, enjoying the scenery and soaking in the exotic ambience of this foreign land. The cultivation methods and attire of the Tiansheng Palace disciples were vastly different from those of their Xinjiang sect. How to describe the clothing here? Perhaps because of the hot weather, their attire was somewhat revealing. Male disciples mostly went bare-chested, while female disciples wore light silk dresses, making Geordie repeatedly exclaim, hi hi hi. This situation could be understood. After all, separated by thousands of kilometers, it was impressive that they even managed to standardize their writing. As for cultural differences, it was inevitable. Dispatching messengers for intersect exchanges was also part of a messenger's duties. Mutual understanding and learning allowed the cultivation world to progress steadily rather than stagnate. Even as a holy land, Tiansheng Palace welcomed messengers from smaller sects, though officially, this was policy. Individual disciples' views might differ. After half an hour, the group arrived leisurely at the entrance of the Qingwan Hall. The grand hall stretched out of sight, adorned with numerous colorful phoenixes and immortal birds, adding elegance to its majesty. Sensing visitors, the doors opened without a breeze, revealing the meeting hall of Tiansheng Palace. Inside, dozens of men and women gathered, sipping tea, burning incense, and chatting. But in reality, Tate, you're being a bit too aggressive. What do you have to compare with me? My Fontuan building has countless handsome men and beautiful women. This time, we'll definitely win first place. Oh Tate, don't be so sure. My you Andrea Liu is pretty good too. Want to come and experience it? Get lost. How dare you corrupt my Dao heart? Seeing this scene, the few powerful figures arguing red-faced caused the group to freeze. The reverence and respect they had initially felt quickly vanished. What's going on? Tommy leaned over to Annalise's ear, asking quietly. This scene was far from his ideal image of a holy land. If not for being truly in Tiansheng Palace, he would have thought he was back at Xinjiang sect. In Tommy's imagination, a holy land should be the highest authority, where disciples respected each other and great cultivators enjoyed tea, burned incense, and discussed Tao. Now, the tea and incense were present, but the discussion seemed unresolved. I don't know either. Annalise's face flushed with embarrassment. She had hoped to show him the best side of her sect on her first visit with Tommy, but encountered this instead. Annalise tapped her small feet nervously, whispering, "Let me ask." Cough cough. She cleared her throat loudly, then approached the soft-spoken female cultivator. "Vicky, what's happening?" Annalise bowed and asked, "Is the palace lord available?" "Oh." The Vicky's voice was sweet and seductive. She replied gently, "Jaspertal Annalise is back. Do you want to stay at Sister's White Building? The palace lord is in seclusion." Before Annalise could reply, a middle-aged man responded coldly. He was none other than the head of Fontuan Building, Tate. He glared at Vicky menacingly, warning her, "Himph, if you dare corrupt Annalise, be careful when Madison returns." "Himph, how does she get corrupted? Isn't you Andrea Liu one of the 36 towers of Tianshang Palace?" Vicky retorted, rising to challenge him. "Under your leadership, you Andrea Liu's morals are terribly skewed. Look at your disciples' attire, so revealing, and their bold behavior. It's a disgrace to Tianshang Palace." "Brilliant." Tommy noted down, "You Andrea Liu," mentally, planning to investigate later to correct such improper conduct. While Tommy thought this, Brock and his brother boldly took out notebooks and wrote down their observations. "You Andrea Liu, revealing, worth a visit. Fontuan Building. Head is stubborn, uninteresting, not worth exploring." Brock brothers recorded diligently, as members of Duanya Peak Security Department, ensuring the chairman's safety abroad. Recording information made sense, knowing one's enemy for victory. However, Vicky's originally fair complexion reddened with anger. Pointing at Tate, she shouted, "You old fool, daring to insult you Andrea Liu like this? Do you want to fight? Come on, fight then, scared of you. Go on, leave this place, go to the practice field." "Enough." An elder in gray robes shouted, silencing them. "Don't you know guests have arrived? Arguing in front of children. What a spectacle." "Hemph, since the elder has spoken, I'll let you off today." Tate left first, flying away. Scram. Vicky spat back, chasing after him. A moment later, the 36 tower heads departed unhappily. The vast hall was left with only the elder and Tommy's group. Ha 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 ha. After the commotion, the elder laughed warmly, greeting them. He waved, summoning chairs and steaming cups of immortal tea. "I apologize for this." The elder sighed helplessly. Tianshang Palace's simple and lively atmosphere makes it feel very welcoming. Tommy smiled politely, engaging in pleasantries. Then, Annalise briefed the elder on their mission, mentioning Tommy's identity and purpose without disclosing the specifics of his celestial matter, which he would discuss personally with the palace lord or plan ahead. "When will the palace lord exit seclusion?" Annalise asked. "That's hard to say." The elder stroked his beard, smiling. "Why not let Annalise take you around? I'll contact you once the palace lord emerges." Afterwards, Tommy and others rose, bowing farewell to the elder. Once he left, Annalise smiled, saying, "I'll show you to your quarters first." Chapter 146, The Plan. After a while, under Annalise's lead, Tommy and his group arrived near a small courtyard adjacent to the Blue Phoenix Hall. Here, Annalise stopped and pointed towards the exquisite courtyard ahead, feeling somewhat apologetic as she said, "Normally, it's my master who handles the reception for envoys. Since she's not here, I can only arrange for you to stay here for now." Then, she waved her hand casually and continued, "Well, regardless, the envoys residing here is definitely the right decision." Following Annalise's guidance, they all settled in smoothly, each person occupying a luxurious mansion lined up neatly, allowing mutual support. After all, what the cultivation world never lacks is land. Houses could be as large as needed. Of course, the settlement wasn't extravagant. There were no welcoming performances or banquets. Reflecting on his past life, this was quite understandable. After all, weak countries have no diplomacy. For the Holy Land to allow a minor faction like the Xinyan sect to station here was already giving them face. Expecting a welcome banquet or ceremony was absolutely impossible. Naturally, this also applied to Dimitri. Despite being from the Holy Land, the Tianshang Palace, as another Holy Land, would not lower itself to specifically court a mere child. If the current patriarch of the Eternal Ho family, Dimitri's father, had come, there might have been some formalities. Speaking of which, after their arduous journey, everyone returned to their respective quarters to rest. Ainsley, however, called Annalise over to stay with her, chatting about girl talk. In contrast, Tommy once again took out pen and paper and began writing fervently. Having truly experienced Tianshang Palace, he needed to reconsider how to proceed with future arrangements. Quickly, following his old game design thinking, he drew a mind map, jotting down every task he needed to accomplish. Main task * increase immortal machine production and expand its sales scale. Purpose * repay debt, heavenly virtue merit, make money to enhance strength, boost the overall power of humans. Completion method * need cultivators skilled in illusions, as many as possible, to create a brand effect for immortal machines. Challenge 1 * currently, within Tianshang Palace, besides Annalise, there's no one else trustworthy. Challenge 2 * can't openly confront someone at the level of the Palace Lord, as it might raise suspicion and expose the secrets of the soul-suppressing tower, making the mission harder to continue. As Tommy thought and wrote, listing the current difficulties and objectives, his thoughts became clearer. The fastest way to increase immortal machine production would be to negotiate directly with the Tianshang Palace Lord. With his approval, an order would mobilize disciples to start production. However, as a high-ranking figure of the Holy Land, he would surely be like Brecken, only seeing benefits without discussing potential risks. If questioned about how remote communication was achieved through mere magic, it might not be convincing. This would inevitably expose the existence of the soul-suppressing tower, possibly leading to suspicions that Tommy could monitor all conversations through immortal machines. But the key issue was that Flynn really could do this. This was why Tommy was determined to promote the use of immortal machines. On one hand, it genuinely aimed to strengthen the overall power of humanity. On the other hand, if anyone planned against them in the future and used immortal machines for covert plotting, Tommy would receive an early warning from Flynn, preventing any misfortune. Thus, the soul-suppressing tower must remain secret, and immortal machines must be promoted. Considering his personal safety, caution couldn't be excessive. To solve these problems, he needed to expand the brand advantage, making immortal machines not just a communication tool but also a productivity enhancer. In a manner cultivators could understand, immortal machines not only facilitate daily life, but also enhance a cultivator's strength. Even when the higher-ups realize the potential for leaks, they must consider whether the advantages of immortal machines outweigh the risks. Since the plan was clear, the first step was to build momentum. Transform immortal machines into affordable luxuries, making cultivators proud to own one. The goal was to implant the concept of immortal machines into these cultivators' minds. Once Madison returned, the production issue would naturally resolve. Other Tianshang Palace leaders didn't understand immortal machines, but Madison had personally made and endorsed them. With Madison's backing, increasing production wouldn't be so difficult. An hour later, Tommy listed all issues and provided the best solutions. He sighed deeply, stretched, and decided to visit his sister's room to ask Annalise about some situations. A short while later, in the neighboring room, "Brother, isn't this wasteful?" After discussing for a bit, Ainsley looked distressed, clearly feeling pained. Earlier, when entering the Tianshang Palace's main hall, Tommy overheard the pavilion heads arguing about a competition. This revealed some business opportunities. Where there are competitions, there are people. Where there are people, there are profits. After clarifying his thoughts, Tommy rushed to his sister's room to inquire about the competition Annalise mentioned. Annalise explained that Tianshang Palace was holding an idol selection contest, creating Fairy Swordsman 108. 36 pavilions each selected 3 disciples, totaling 108 participants, who went through layers of selection to choose the top 18. These 18 winners would lead the cultivation trends at Tianshang Palace. In essence, it was an idol phenomenon where disciples voted for their favorite idols. These idols influenced other disciples through their actions, promoting unique values. Tommy immediately thought of quickly developing community and ranking functions, then distributing some immortal machines for free. Those with immortal machines would vote for their favorite idols. Voting required credits, meaning the free items would eventually be paid back, with interest. Soon, Tommy shared his plan with Annalise and Ainsley. Upon hearing about the potential earnings, Ainsley's tight expression relaxed. Annalise naturally agreed. As long as it was Tommy's decision, she had no objections, always supporting him wholeheartedly. Chapter 147. Simple Family Values. Alright, since that's the case, it's time for the 4th meeting of the Cliff Peak. Tommy straightened his posture, his expression serious and solemn. "Joanna, go call Dimitri and the others to my courtyard. We're about to start the meeting." "Yeah." Ainsley cheered excitedly. Each meeting held at Cliff Peak always brought forth something new. To Ainsley, every meeting meant a large influx of spirit stones was just around the corner. In the Tianshang Palace, in Tommy's courtyard. After deciding to hold the meeting, Tommy immediately returned to his courtyard and set up a round table and chairs he had brought with him. The specific location of the Cliff Peak meetings wasn't important. What mattered most was the set of chairs Tommy had brought from Cliff Peak. These were the core and soul of the meetings. They came from Cliff Peak, and as long as one sat on those chairs, it was like being at Cliff Peak. Therefore, any meeting held there would be a Cliff Peak meeting. Reasonable and somewhat logical. After some time, once everything was prepared, Tommy took the main seat and quietly discussed what needed to be done with Jasperdo Aliana. In his hands, he held a pre-prepared proposal regarding community functions. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, a boisterous laughter echoed from the doorway. A robust middle-aged man with a broad smile appeared, and behind him were Dimitri and his sister, among others. Dimitri hurried forward, slightly apologetically bowing to Tommy. "Brother Wenxiang, this is my uncle. He was chatting with me in our room earlier. Then, my sister called us for the meeting, and my uncle became curious and decided to come along." After explaining, Dimitri asked tentatively, "Brother Wenxiang, if it's not inconvenient, could my uncle also listen in? If it's inconvenient, I'll send him back." The second uncle from the Ho family was quite forceful. If he wanted to attend the meeting, it wouldn't be easy for Dimitri to stop him. In fact, inviting Dimitri was part of Tommy's plan all along. Dimitri's main characteristic was having lots of money despite being somewhat naive. Thus, Tommy was eager to pull Dimitri into the venture. With the background of the ancient Ho family, his future funding chain would not easily break. "No problem." Tommy stood up and patted Dimitri on the shoulder reassuringly. "Your uncle joining us is an honor for me." Ha 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 ha. Tommy then approached swiftly, laughing loudly. Farouk's presence truly brings light to this humble place. With a smiling face, Tommy welcomed Farouk inside. The more he laughed, the more he realized these influential people should be treated with respect. He still had to persuade them to contribute resources later. "Ah, cousin, you're too kind." Farouk smiled even more warmly, lightly patting Tommy's shoulder while giving him a thumbs up. "You're really something. This immortal device is indeed extraordinary." Cough. Farouk, a strong-built man raised in the northern continent, possessed an incredibly robust physique. Even his gentle tap on Tommy's shoulder nearly sent him coughing up blood. Cough. "Farouk, please come in." Tommy resisted the urge to vomit blood, maintaining a smile as he invited Farouk to sit down. "This is my first time here, and I have limited spirit stones, so the venue is rather simple. I hope Farouk won't mind." "Spirit stones?" Farouk murmured. As soon as he heard spirit stones, his reaction was immediate. "Dimitri, come here." What is it, uncle?" Dimitri approached, bewildered. Seeing Dimitri's puzzled look, Farouk grew increasingly irate. "What's the Ho family's ancestral rule? Never retreat in the north?" Dimitri guessed hesitantly. "No." Farouk, unsatisfied with the answer, immediately refuted, "That's against non-humans." "Oh, you mean this?" Realization dawned on Dimitri. He proudly declared, if we can't win a fight, throw money at it. If it doesn't die, throw more money until it does. Smack. Hearing this response, Farouk slapped Dimitri across the back of the head. Thankfully, Dimitri's cultivation level was high enough to withstand it without much harm. Farouk then took a deep breath, suppressing his anger and smiling kindly. That's for enemies. I'm talking about friends. When a friend gives a drop of water, we return a mountain of spirit stones, Dimitri said while rubbing his head. That's right. Farouk smiled approvingly. For every drop of kindness shown to us, we must repay with a mountain of spirit stones. But his relief quickly turned to fury. Since you remember the rules, why is your cousin short on spirit stones? They gave you such a miraculous device, and this is how you treat a friend. F***ck. With your stingy attitude, you shame the ancient Ho family. Farouk became angrier, raising his hand as if to strike Dimitri again. Farouk, calm down. Tommy rushed to hold back the angry Farouk. Dimitri has been very generous to me. You misunderstood. Yeah, Dimitri mumbled under his breath, looking unconvinced. I even offered him my 6 flying dragons. You dare talk back. Farouk's temper flared again, but Tommy managed to soothe him down after much effort. Ah, this child has been spoiled by my elder brother. Sitting back down, Farouk sighed, slapping the table. He's been miserly since childhood. How many times have I advised my elder brother? It disgraces our whole family. Tommy remained speechless. He thought Dimitri was already extravagant and acted like a spoiled heir, but now he realized it was small potatoes compared to the grandeur of the ancient Ho family. Their family values were commendable, simple, and sincere. Let's get down to business. Farouk, calming down, apologized to Tommy. I tend to lose my temper and may have overstepped. Tommy waved his hand dismissively. Farouk is passionate. I understand. In fact, Tommy had a rough idea of why Farouk suddenly joined. Clearly, he saw potential in the immortal device and wanted a share of the benefits. Hashtag chapter 148, the 4th meeting at Cliff Peak. In fact, even if Alastair hadn't said it, Tommy had already intended to invite Dimitri to attend the meeting. Having the Ho family as a backing and with Annalise's support, Cliff Peak Technology Group now had 2 important figures from prestigious places. This was crucial for establishing a solid foothold in the world of cultivators. Everyone, please take your seats. Tommy stood up and invited everyone to sit down. Once everyone was seated, he loudly announced, I hereby declare the 4th meeting of Cliff Peak officially open. Then, he shifted his tone and asked Dimitri solemnly, before we start, I'd like to ask Ulrich if you would consider joining our Cliff Peak Technology Group. I'm in. Before Dimitri could respond, Alastair immediately chimed in. Dimitri. Since Uncle has agreed, then I'll join, Dimitri replied somewhat helplessly. Even so, Tommy still took the time to explain the future development of Shinji, immortal device, and the concept of the group, appointing Dimitri as a member of the board of directors of Cliff Peak Technology Group, responsible for handling sales and other matters related to Shinji in the Bachin domain. Now, I have a question to throw out there. Having brought Dimitri on board, Tommy raised the Shinji he held and asked, although the inconvenience of long-distance communication has been solved by the Shinji, what common pain point do cultivators face today? Do you know what it is? Poor. At this moment, Alastair leaned back with an exaggerated gesture and declared, damn it, cultivation is great in every way, except it burns through money. Tommy, accurate, but not elegant. Jordy, hey, it's lack of combat power. Brock, big brother speaks the truth. Tommy. After waiting a bit, Tommy still did not receive a satisfactory answer. Is it convenience? At this point, Annalise raised her small hand and softly interjected to save the day. In fact, before the meeting started, Tommy had already briefed Annalise on the content of the meeting, giving her a head start. Yes. Tommy's spirits lifted as he loudly proclaimed, it's the issue of convenience. Of course, he continued his performance, knowing that the more seriously he acted, the more others would take him seriously and not treat the meeting as a joke. He continued, the realm of cultivation has many pain points, and one of the most severe is convenience. As we all know, the continent we inhabit is vast beyond measure. The distance between 2 sects is enormous, making communication highly inconvenient. Although the immortal message system can solve communication issues, it is predicated on both parties having each other as contacts. Therefore, we will upgrade the Shinji to version 2.0 and introduce a new application. Tommy became increasingly excited as he described the prospects of the new app. With this, we can overcome geographical distances and facilitate smoother communication. With it, Bachin and non-Yu disciples can freely communicate without needing immortal message contacts, allowing them to get to know each other better. With it, disciples won't need to run to the mission hall to accept or submit tasks. They can do it directly via the Shinji. Therefore, I shall name this groundbreaking application, Weibo. It will connect everyone in the realm of cultivation as closely as a scarf around the neck. Clap, clap, clap. After Tommy finished speaking, thunderous applause filled the courtyard, with everyone filled with anticipation. Wonderful. Alastair praised enthusiastically, saying, Nephew, you are truly a genius. If you ever need spirit stones, just tell Montague-jun. If he doesn't give them to you, come to me. Hee, exactly. Then, Alastair shifted his tone. Despite his large frame, he looked almost sheepish and said, after the Shinji is made, could I bring some back? Bachin is currently at war, and having this device will make commanding the disciples easier. Understanding Alastair's true intentions, Tommy nodded respectfully and replied, Uncle, indeed, that was my plan. No need for formalities. Outsiders call me Alastair. Alastair feigned seriousness and introduced himself. My name is Kenny. You can just call me Uncle. Tommy. Sure enough, Grandpa Ho had chosen meaningful names. Elder brother Chungyun and second brother Fengtian. Uncle. Tommy bowed deeply, recognizing the familial connection. Kenny smiled widely and exclaimed, Great nephew. You truly are a talent. Now, Kenny looked at Tommy with increasing admiration and felt more and more annoyed with Dimitri, wishing Tommy were his own kin. Look at yourself, lazy good for nothing. You should learn from Wenxiang. He couldn't resist lecturing Dimitri again. Dimitri. Damn, bad luck. Throughout the meeting, Dimitri didn't get a word in, only receiving criticism. Of course, he thought this internally, but facing an elder, what could he do but stay silent? Uncle. Tommy feigned sternness. Please focus on the meeting. Hee hee. Kenny chuckled awkwardly. Right. Sometimes I can't control my temper. Sorry. Getting back to the point, Tommy explained the concept of Weibo and returned to the main topic. Now, Weibo will include functions such as sect communication, live streaming, tipping, and accepting missions. Based on Weibo's features, let's brainstorm to add more functionalities. After Tommy spoke, Dimitri finally spoke up, breaking his silence. I think we should add a trading function. That way, if anyone has unused items, they can list them for trade. Very good. Tommy's expression brightened as he encouraged. The trading feature is an excellent idea. Actually, Tommy had considered bringing applications like Taobao or Pinduoduo into the cultivation world. However, these required user volume and logistics, which were non-existent without a foundation. The trading function suggested by Dimitri was perfect. It acted like a community platform where users could list items they wanted to sell and arrange offline transactions. Chapter 149. Weibo launch. I think we should have a ranking system. Brock raised his hand and said in a low, serious voice, with rankings, we can know who the strongest ones are, giving everyone goals to chase. Great idea. Tommy shouted loudly and added, we should not only have a strength ranking but also diversify it into various categories like fan rankings, wealth rankings, and more. An hour later, ideas were flying back and forth. Even Tommy hadn't anticipated some of the features that came out of the brainstorming session. This laid the foundation for Weibo's core functionalities. Quickly, Tommy began sketching on paper, transforming everyone's ideas into practical features. He produced a prototype diagram and handed it over to Annalise. Currently, Weibo has the following functionalities. 1. Communication between sects, similar to the World Channel in games, where all those with a Shinji can see posts made here. 2. Internal sect communication, covering sects like Xianyuan Sect, Tianshang Palace, Raself Ho Clan, and Xiesheng Sect. More can be added as needed. This feature allows sect members to interact internally, take on tasks, etc., requiring facial recognition to prevent outsiders from entering. 3. Jasper streaming and gifting, allowing Shinji users to live stream in real time. Viewership varies by section, and a gifting system is enabled, enabling streamers to earn spirit stones. 4. Trading platform, present both in sect communication and internal sect communication, enabling online content posting and offline transactions. 5. Ranking system, including a talent rank under 100 years old, divided into heaven, earth, and human lists, as well as fan and wealth rankings. Of course, Tommy valued the fan rankings most, as it aligned with his plan to monetize fans. He needed to allow disciples to donate to their favorite idols, boosting engagement and profits. This would perfectly complement Tianshang Palace's current event, creating the 108 Immortals. Disciples could boost their favorite idols, while Cliff Peak earned massive amounts of spirit stones, achieving a win-win situation. Another hour passed. Annalise implemented all of Tommy's proposed features and handed them over for final inspection. Tommy scrutinized every detail, finding loopholes and correcting any issues, working closely with Annalise. After several hours of continuous refinement, it was already late at night. Everyone was exhilarated rather than tired. All eyes eagerly awaited Tommy's final verdict. Phew. Tommy sighed deeply. The prolonged mental exertion had exhausted him. Annalise must have been even more fatigued. He slowly opened his eyes, exiting the Shinji illusion, and excitedly announced, I declare, Shinji 2.0 upgrade complete. Weibo function officially launched. Clapping echoed around the room, everyone celebrating joyfully. Yay. Hooray. Roar. Pounding chests. Big nephew, you're the man. O-B. With Weibo completed, Tommy's divine sense entered the soul-suppressing tower, instructing Flynn to promote the app. Now, all Shinji users could download Weibo from the App Store. To expedite this process, Flynn remotely controlled all Shinji devices to automatically install Weibo. From then on, Weibo became an inherent feature of Shinji 2.0. Uncle Second. Tommy handed over several hundred Xianjis. Please take these. I've set you as the administrator for the Raself Ho clan. Future clan members joining specific communities will need your approval. Ah, excellent. Kenny smiled and accepted the Xianjis. Then he waved his hand, and a spatial bracelet flew into Tommy's possession, saying, a little token of appreciation. No need for formality, big nephew. Tommy received it with a smile, knowing Uncle Second's generosity but deciding against counting the spirit stones just yet. He still had much to do. After gifting the Xianjis to Kenny, they officially connected with the Raself Ho clan. Tommy then proclaimed, I hereby declare the 4th meeting of Cliff Peak concluded. Meeting adjourned. Everyone left with bright smiles, bidding farewell to Tommy. Kenny exchanged pleasantries before swiftly leaving Tianshang Palace towards the north. Back in his room, Tommy contacted the senior administrators of each sect via Shinji, assigning administrator privileges. For Xianyuan Sect, the administrator was Master Brecken. For Xiesheng Sect, it was Corey. For Tianshang Palace, it was temporarily entrusted to Annalise and Madison until further notice. Bang! Familiar sounds greeted Tommy. He didn't turn around, reminiscing about the last time he heard this sound. At Cliff Peak, now far behind. Brother, are you asleep? Ainsley peeked through the door, asking mischievously. Here, you check. Tommy chuckled, tossing a spatial bracelet to her. He knew exactly why she was there. This little miser couldn't wait to count the spirit stones from Uncle Second. Earlier, Tommy had taken a quick look. The bracelet held a mountain of spirit stones. Too lazy to count, he left this task to Ainsley, who was eager to handle it. Minutes later, ahaha! Ainsley screamed in excitement, dancing around the living room, Rich, so rich. Brother, do you know how many spirit stones are inside? She exclaimed, eyes wide with excitement, coming to Tommy's side, whispering secretively. ##### Chapter 150. Hello, Cultivation World. How much? Tommy asked calmly. After all, he had seen the world now and wouldn't be startled by a few million spirit stones. 2 million. Ainsley held up 2 fingers triumphantly, her expression filled with pride. Hissed. Tommy inhaled sharply. He didn't need his sister to explain. From her smug expression, he knew it must be high-grade spirit stones. 2 million high-grade spirit stones would roughly equal 200 million medium-grade spirit stones, far beyond what Tommy had anticipated. The whole family's wealth was indeed not just for show. Considering that Brecken was still worried about repaying 1 million medium-grade spirit stones, and here Abraham casually handed over 200 million medium-grade spirit stones. The last time Tommy sold his immortal machine to the sect, the price was set at 1,000 medium-grade spirit stones per unit, while Abraham offered 40,000 medium-grade spirit stones for each unit. The difference was terrifying. This time, Tommy only gave Abraham around 500 units because Madison wasn't around, and there weren't many immortal machines left. These were all hastily produced by Annalise when they came to the Heavenly Saint Palace. It really felt like some people could kill others with envy. The worst part was that this couldn't be revealed to Brecken, or else he would have even less motivation to repay his debt. Upon closer thought, it made sense. Kenny wasn't acting as a fool. He saw the potential in the immortal machine and made an early investment, expecting mutual benefits later on. When the immortal machine truly developed to a large scale, Tommy would naturally think of their Myriadian and Ho clan first. Cough. Tommy feigned a cough and said indifferently, "Give me 500,000. Save the rest." All right. Ainsley's face twisted unhappily, clearly unwilling but understanding. The money was earned by her brother and Annalise, and she hadn't contributed much. Being allowed to keep the spirit stones was already more than enough, and being stingy would be too much. Tommy took the 500,000 high-grade spirit stones and exchanged them for 50 million points, his points overflowing once again. Currently, most items in the store could be purchased, but they weren't very useful. The system's initial promise, which sounded grandiose, turned out to be mostly useless when examined closely. As for the pea shooter, although it could consume points, it hit a level cap and could no longer upgrade except with special materials. Thus, besides exchanging for illusion cards to be used as raw materials for the immortal machine, Tommy couldn't think of any other use for his points. However, at least now, he didn't have to worry about running out of points. After sending off his sister, who looked heartbroken, Tommy lay down on the bed, his consciousness entering the immortal machine's illusion realm, ready to post something on Weibo. Of course, upon first entry, he needed to choose a nickname. For easy recognition, he had already chosen a name during testing. He clicked into the Sect Exchange channel, the main page's world channel, and quietly posted a status update. Cliff Peak Tommy. Hello, Cultivation World. The first status update was successful, and soon his immortal machine began vibrating non-stop. Comment section. Lu Outyin. Senior brother. Amazing. Off-key. Corey. Remember to video chat later. Wenxiang. Annoyed farmer. What did you do? Disciples are queuing up for 800 miles outside. Can anyone sleep anymore? Ha 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 ha. Watching the lively comments, Tommy felt a surge of emotion. Tears welled up in his eyes as he laughed heartily. 18 years, exactly 18 years, and finally, he could experience the magic of the internet once again. A modern person transported to another world would always miss the convenience brought by the internet. Now, Tommy had achieved his first step towards his dream, building a network in the cultivation world. Right, almost forgot about this. Tommy muttered to himself and opened the message from Corey, initiating a video call. No matter how busy they were, this was a daily task, to remotely misidentify the deer as a horse every day to prevent the blood demons from reverting to their true form. Today, he nearly forgot due to meetings and creating Weibo. Ha 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 ha, how has everything been, Wenxiang? As soon as the video opened, Corey in his black robe burst into laughter, greeting him. Behind him, a field full of red-eyed blood demon horses stretched out endlessly. Although they chatted every day, this was their essential ritual. The louder the laughter, the friendlier it felt. With your blessing, everything is fine. Tommy smiled politely, then snapped his fingers lightly to refresh the spell's duration. At this moment, Corey suddenly became serious. Wenxiang, if you encounter any trouble in the future, remember to tell your older brother. If the old guy isn't well, you shouldn't take action yourself. Let me help you resolve it. Just. Corey threw in a sweet offer but immediately hesitated, unsure how to continue. Relax, Sect Master Jasper. Once we have enough immortal machines, I will make sure Evil Saint Sect gets priority. Tommy understood his discomfort and quickly answered. With those words, I am reassured. Tommy's response made Corey beam, though he then added apologetically. It's all thanks to the appeal of the immortal machine. The disciples under me adore it so much that they come to nag at me every day. After chatting with Corey a bit more, Tommy ended the call. The immortal machine was gaining acceptance, but production was still a problem. Of course, recognition came only after experiencing the device, and Heavenly Saint Palace's members didn't know about it yet. And precisely because Heavenly Saint Palace was a crucial part of his plan, he had to carefully strategize how to promote the immortal machine through the creation of Xinxia 108. Once the immortal machine gained momentum and won genuine affection from the Heavenly Saint Palace disciples, there wouldn't be a shortage of people willing to produce them. AI. Looks like I need to venture out tomorrow and find a bustling place to infiltrate the Heavenly Saint Palace's disciples. Tommy pondered for a moment, stretching lazily before lying comfortably on the bed. Half an hour later, unable to sleep either from excitement or worry, Tommy unfolded his consciousness, intending to have a late-night chat with Annalise. ##### Chapter 151. Old Trade. This time, he was quite fortunate. Annalise and Ainsley were both meditating and had not activated any shielding formations. Normally, to prevent spying, girls' rooms would have spirit-sensing shielding formations. However, Today they hadn't activated them, giving Tommy a chance. What surprised Tommy, though, was that his sister was unusually diligent today, meditating instead of sleeping. Cough, cough, Annalise, are you asleep? Tommy lay on his bed, staring at the ceiling, and sent a mental message to Annalise. Hee hee, not yet, Annalise replied with a soft laugh via mental communication, while maintaining her meditative posture. Tommy, you've worked hard today. Annalise, it's okay. I can also practice my illusion skills. Tommy, by the way, do you need anything? We've got money now. Tommy quickly explained the spirit stones given by Farouk and their financial situation. After all, Annalise was part of their family business, and it was important to be transparent about finances. Of course, Tommy had ulterior motives. He wanted to repay Annalise for her efforts which had led to Immortal Machine's success today. However, Annalise was currently focused on the 1,000 illusions technique, and didn't lack anything at the moment. This left Tommy feeling a bit frustrated, wanting to give gifts but having nothing to give and not knowing what to buy. So, they chatted casually, and Tommy took the opportunity to inquire about the common places visited by Tiansung Palace disciples. Note: I've maintained the essence of the original text while ensuring it reads fluently in English. I also kept the name Annalise as it appeared in the provided segment, and retained 1,000 illusions technique for consistency with earlier terminology. For Tiansung Palace, I corrected the missing word to Tian Saint Palace for clarity. If Tiansung should be translated differently, please let me know. According to Annalise, Tiangong Palace disciples frequently visited two places, the quest hall and the market. This wasn't much different from Xinyuan sword sect, or even the entire cultivator world. The quest hall was bustling with disciples completing tasks to earn points, while the market was where one exchanged items needed for cultivation. Therefore, Tommy carefully considered it and decided to resume his old trade, setting up a stall in the market. The market was crowded, which also gave him a chance to gather information on the details of creating Immortal Hero 108 to adjust his plans accordingly. As they talked, the atmosphere grew warmer and friendlier. Deep into the night, Tommy yawned and, with a sweet smile, fell sound asleep. The next morning, early in the day, Tommy and his group arrived early at the Tiangong Palace market. This market was far larger than that of Xinyuan sword sect. Instead of just a few streets, here skyscrapers stood tall amidst a sea of people, almost like a small city. Tiangong Palace's market boasted 36 main streets and 72 alleys, each specializing in different goods. At the heart of the market, standing tall at the intersection of streets and alleys, was the auction house, an imposing tower where items ranging from qi cultivation to heavenly yuan could be found, including occasional quasi-saint level treasures. Of course, Tommy wouldn't start at the auction house, a place filled with big shots. Too many powerful figures around would draw unwanted attention. Moreover, the price of immortal machines must remain affordable to promote wider usage. Thus, aiming for popularity, they needed to set an attractive price. Tommy and his companions strode confidently down the street of artifacts, the most lively area. After all, cultivators always valued strength, and artifact equipment was always in high demand. Choosing a prime spot, Tommy brought out his white jade table and placed the immortal machines and cigarettes on it. His friends settled into chairs around him, chatting idly. The immortal machines on display were already pre-configured with internal chat permissions for Tiangong Palace members. Since the buyers would mostly be Tiangong Palace disciples, this arrangement facilitated Tommy's next steps. After preparations, Tommy rose, built up his aura, and loudly announced, "Fellow seniors, juniors, walk past, walk by, don't miss out." From the mysterious east, Xinyuan sword sect specialty, originally priced at 200,000 spirit stones, immortal machines are now absolutely free. Indeed, Tommy's strong aura was far more effective than mere spiritual energy. His voice carried a magnetic quality, immediately silencing the bustling street. Everyone looked curiously at this man from the mysterious east. Humans are inherently greedy. Upon hearing free, a crowd surged forward, buzzing with excitement. Cough! Tommy cleared his throat and picked up an immortal machine. "Everyone, we offer these special immortal machines from Broken Cliff Peak for free. Would you like to try one? Such a deal? Give me one." A handsome man with revealing clothes emerged from the crowd, speaking lightly. "Don't be impatient, fellow Taoist." Tommy smiled and waved a hand. "Please listen as I explain the features." He then vividly described the functions of the immortal machine in the game Plants vs. Aliens. His words electrified the audience, sparking excitement and cheers among the cultivators. No one was foolish. If the immortal machine truly functioned as Tommy claimed, no amount of spirit stones would be too much. "Hurry up and give us these wonders. I can't wait anymore." Yes, stop stalling. I feel it's suspicious. How could such a miraculous artifact be given away for free? The atmosphere reached its peak, and the cultivators couldn't wait, demanding immortal machines. "Everyone, please calm down." Tommy released a little of his aura to soothe the excited crowd. "Since I promised free distribution, I won't go back on my word. But there are a few small rules. Please pay attention." He pulled out 5 black iron boxes from his spatial storage and placed them on the white jade table. "The rules are simple. You only need to." Chapter 152, The Divine Opportunity Giveaway. Soon, Tommy explained the rules, leaving everyone in awe. He directly transplanted the group buying model from his hometown's Pinduoduo platform, but it was genuinely about haggling, not the kind where tens of thousands can't bring down the price. 5 iron boxes were all made from material that blocks divine sense detection, ensuring absolute fairness and transparency. Inside the boxes were slips of paper with different discount amounts. For each person a buyer recruits to help haggle, they could draw 1 slip from a corresponding box. Thus, each participant had 5 chances to draw, with a maximum potential discount of 200,000 spirit stones, which would make the divine opportunity free. Everyone understands, right? After explaining the rules, Tommy smiled and asked, "Any fellow Taoists want to give it a try?" As Tommy finished speaking, some in the crowd cheered while others expressed doubts. "Wow, it sounds interesting. This way it doesn't seem like a loss," said a purple-robed youth in the crowd, suddenly voicing his thoughts. Immediately after, A disciple who looked quite knowledgeable frowned deeply and sternly said, "Humph. Based on my precise calculations, there must be a scam here. Don't buy if you don't want to. Get lost and stop blocking the front." The purple-robed youth shouted loudly at him, clearly dissatisfied. "Would an envoy from the Mystic Sword sect deceive a poor disciple like you?" Exactly. Poor ghosts shouldn't crowd in front. This senior brother speaks truly. How could an envoy representing a sect possibly cheat us? I'll go first, move aside. The few words from the purple-robed youth immediately dispelled everyone's doubts. He wasn't just anyone. He was actually Dimitri. Earlier, a few companions had been sitting beside Tommy to stabilize the scene, while Dimitri had casually wandered off to check out Heavenly St. Palace's magical treasures. With the crowd gathered and the Heavenly St. Palace disciples still hesitating, Tommy called back Dimitri to play along and put on a show together. Of course, for the act to work, they needed to look convincing. Since it was their first visit to Heavenly St. Palace and their first appearance, no one knew Dimitri, let alone that he was a messenger from the 10,000 Ian's Ho family. So, Dimitri boldly pushed through the crowd to Tommy, bowed slightly, and asked, "Brother Taoist, do we start by drawing from this first box?" "Correct." Tommy nodded with a smile, saying, "A divine opportunity originally priced at 200,000 spirit stones. The amount drawn will be deducted." "Let's do it." Dimitri feigned excitement, then plunged his hand into the first iron box, feeling around inside. "Let's see what I've got." Dimitri dramatically stretched the moment, pulling out a slip of paper, deliberately building suspense. Behind him, the Heavenly St. Palace disciples craned their necks curiously. Selling the divine opportunities wasn't a problem. What was needed was someone brave enough to take the first bite. If Tommy simply gave them away without any effort required, it would cheapen their value, making people think less of them. Therefore, giving away the first batch of divine opportunities was essential, but how to give them away was key. Pinduoduo's strategy in his previous life served as a perfect example. A small investment could attract a massive flow of people. Speaking of which, only then did Dimitri turn to face the crowd, slowly unfurling the paper slip and shouting excitedly, 100,000! It's 100,000! Now, does that mean I can purchase the divine opportunity for just 100,000 spirit stones? Dimitri hurriedly leaned over to Tommy, showing him the slip, his excitement evident, like a top-notch actor. "Yes." Tommy nodded and loudly announced, "Brother Taoist, do you want to recruit another person to help haggle? You could get an even better deal." "Well," at this point, Dimitri displayed a worried expression, seemingly hesitant. I don't really have many friends here. I'll do it." Before Dimitri finished, the same disciple who had previously clashed with him, a scholarly-looking one named Izar, stepped forward, shouting defiantly, "Humph! I don't believe it can be free." "Name? Izar. Affiliation? The Illusory Slaughter Pavilion." Snap. After Tommy asked, he snapped his fingers lightly and instructed Ainsley beside him, "Joanna, write this down." According to Tommy's arrangement, haggling was allowed, but each person could only help once per day. Otherwise, if they kept haggling, recruiting new participants wouldn't be necessary. After Ainsley recorded everything, Tommy pointed to the second iron box and smiled at Izar. "Brother Taoist, feel free to draw now." "Humph." Izar, looking unconvinced, thrust his hand in, determined to expose Tommy's scheme. Moments later, after fumbling around inside, he held up the slip high without even looking at it, presenting it to the crowd. "I reckon this might reduce it by just a couple hundred spirit stones." "Wow. How senior brother, great luck." "Amazing. Another 100,000, directly free." Initially aiming to expose Tommy's deception, Izar unexpectedly drew a slip offering another 100,000 spirit stone discount, causing a stir in the crowd. "Ha ha ha, thanks brother." Dimitri laughed loudly, patting Izar on the shoulder repeatedly. Then, Dimitri looked expectantly at Tommy and asked, "Does this mean I can get it for free?" "Right." Tommy handed over a divine opportunity to Dimitri, saying, "Brother Taoist, your luck is incredible. Wow, it's really free. As I said, would an envoy ever lie to us?" "Bullshit, others said that. You didn't believe it initially." "Shut up, it was me who said it." Dimitri indeed got the divine opportunity for free, validating Tommy's free giveaway statement. At this moment, a sharp-eyed disciple pulled Izar's hand, warmly saying, "Senior brother How, do you remember the cake from 10 years ago? At that time, you almost starved to death, and I gave you a cake to eat." "Is that so?" Izar looked bewildered, but couldn't resist the sincerity of the disciple and scratched his head, saying, "It seems there was something like that." "Exactly." The disciple holding Izar's hand continued earnestly, "Now, I ask nothing of you but to help my brother haggle. ####Chapter 153, Sky. Ha ha ha, of course." Izar waved his hand with an expression of satisfaction. Always unassuming, he was now basking in the admiration of so many disciples. How could he not be happy? Seeing senior brother How agree, a group of Heavenly St. Palace disciples immediately surrounded him, showering him with praises and flattery. "Senior brother How, you and I have always been close. You must help me out." At this moment, another disciple approached, hooking his arm around Izar's shoulder, pleadingly recounting their friendship. "Senior brother How, do you remember that cold rainy night 5 years ago?" Another disciple appeared almost instantaneously before Izar and whispered, "Back then, when you were caught stealing senior sister Jasperin's underwear and got thoroughly beaten up? Oh come on, make some space." Suddenly, a sultry voice rang out. A boldly dressed celestial maiden appeared, biting her lip with teary eyes, calling from behind the crowd. Her words had an effect similar to Tommy's presence, causing everyone to fall silent involuntarily. A young woman, around 20 years old, stepped forward in what could hardly be called red attire. More like a few red strips of fabric barely covering the essential areas. With tears welling in her eyes, she took small steps toward Izar and said seductively, "Big brother How, please help me reduce the price by 100,000. and I'll find you tonight. The term, Big Brother, left not only Azar and others dazed but also affected Jordy and Brock beside Tommy. The two young men from Giant Sword Peak, in the prime of their youth, nearly burst out in fury, their clothes nearly ripping off them. Fortunately, Annalise was quick-witted, using her delicate hands to wave, instantly creating an illusion that enveloped everyone. A few seconds later, the heavenly St. Palace disciples snapped back to reality, their flushed faces gradually returning to normal. As they calmed down, sighs of relief filled the air, revealing lingering fear. Well, it turns out that it's the esteemed Lady Yin here. My apologies for my rudeness. The sultry red-clothed woman, seeing Annalise dispel her enchantment, sweetly apologized, though her eyes remained cold, emphasizing the term, lady. Sky, don't overstep your bounds. Annalise wrinkled her nose, completely unfazed. Since Lady Yin has spoken, I won't disturb any longer. With that, Sky turned coldly and strode away into a corner, disappearing from view. Her words set off a flurry of excitement among the disciples at Tommy's stall. Heavens, it's Lady Yin. Why is the Holy Maiden with the messenger? Oh no, I'm heartbroken. Brothers, if even the Holy Maiden approves, shouldn't we rush to grab one? What are you waiting for? Annalise usually kept to herself, known only to a few elders and leaders in Heavenly Virtue Palace. Most disciples had only heard of her name but rarely seen her. Sky's deliberate reveal of Annalise's identity stirred up excitement among the Heavenly St. Palace disciples, finally allowing them to see the legendary figure. At this moment, the man who had earlier latched onto Azar saw an opportunity amidst the chaos. He hurriedly dragged Azar's arm towards Tommy's stall and smiled, Taoist brother, give me a fairy device. Tommy nodded with a smile, pointing to the first iron box, signaling him to draw a discount slip. 100,000, 100,000. The disciple buying the device murmured excitedly, rubbing his hands together. After carefully selecting for a while, he pulled out a slip and glanced at it, dejectedly muttering, only 70,000. 70,000 is not bad. Watch me. Azar cracked his knuckles arrogantly, declaring, my attempts will get at least 100,000. Saying this, he reached out to grab from the second iron box. Smack. Ouch. Before Tommy could react, Ainsley, moving with lightning speed, whipped a twig from somewhere and slapped it on Azar's hand. You've already helped someone else reduce prices today. Ainsley frowned fiercely, waving her arms. Each person can only assist once per day. No cheating. You didn't say that earlier, Azar complained under his breath, adopting a pitiful look. During the chaos, he had promised to help and even accepted several gifts for it. Now, you didn't ask either. Ainsley retorted sternly. The more people involved, the better the sales of fairy devices would be. Letting one person repeatedly reduce prices would cut off Ainsley's profits. Cutting off the little money grubber's income might as well mean killing her outright. Give me back my treasure. Forget the cakes. The disciple who earlier called Azar senior brother now changed his tone entirely. He snatched the brocade bag hanging from Azar's chest and turned to shout at the crowd. Which Taoist friend would help me reduce the price? I'll offer you my 100 flower bag. In no time, the crowd shouts and calls drew everyone to the treasure street, blocking it solid. Occasionally, impromptu chants and arguments erupted. Friends help each other. You don't want to help me reduce the price? How dare you say you love me? Good brothers, hearts beating as one, join hands to break through the gold. Love her, and cut her a deal. Half an hour later, hundreds of fairy devices were sold out, along with a significant number of cigarettes peddled by Tommy. Most managed to get theirs free by having 5 successful price reductions. A few solitary individuals managed only 1 or 2 reductions before running out of friends. With Annalise, the Holy Maiden, standing behind Tommy, it was like a living advertisement to the Heavenly St. Palace disciples. Some mischievous disciples even shouted, Holy Maiden's model fairy device, buy it now. Alas, I came too late. Soon after, a disappointed sigh echoed. One of the Heavenly St. Palace disciples had gone through great lengths to gather 5 friends, only to find that the fairy devices were already sold out. Clutching his chest in frustration, he asked, when will you sell the fairy devices again? While tidying up the stall, Tommy loudly replied, soon, just a few days later, same place. See you then. Finishing up, he led his companions and flew off into the sky, leaving behind a crowd of disappointed Heavenly St. Palace disciples. On the way, what's going on with Sky? Tommy leaned in, whispering to Annalise, do you need help? Hashtag chapter 154, branches of Heavenly St. Palace. Oh, feeling Tommy's concern, Annalise smiled sweetly, softly saying, it's not much. So, what exactly is it? Seeing Annalise unwilling to elaborate, Tommy moved closer, abandoning his flying sword to share her jade flute. Unable to resist Tommy's persistence, Annalise stiffened, blushing slightly as she whispered, Sky is also one of the Holy Maiden candidates. Under Tommy's continuous questioning, Annalise finally revealed the truth. Sky, the senior sister of Desire White Tower, was also a candidate for the position of Holy Maiden in Heavenly St. Palace. Generally speaking, the selection for Alessio and Holy Maiden occurred every 2,000 years, lasting a decade with various assessments. The successful candidate would hold this title for nearly 2 millennia. When the Palace Master retired, the Alessio automatically became the new master, while the Holy Maiden became the deputy leader of Heavenly St. Palace. Of course, the Palace Master here isn't absolute either. The Holy Maiden can also become the Palace Master. It's just that over the span of several million years, Heavenly St. Palace has never had a female master. Speaking of Sky, she harbors a competitive relationship with Annalise, and because Annalise possesses an innate advantage, Sky can't help but view her unfavorably. Thus, whenever they meet, Sky can't help but mock Annalise sarcastically. Actually, Tommy understands Sky's mentality. It's nothing more than jealousy. Annalise, not part of the 36 Towers, being a disciple of Madison, naturally holds a higher status compared to ordinary disciples from a young age. Therefore, the other Holy Maiden candidates can't help but feel envious of her. However, although Annalise doesn't care about them, Tommy takes this matter to heart, determined not to let them bully Annalise, even if he doesn't act directly. Night fell. After a day's activities, Tommy lay on his bed, opened his fairy device, and projected his consciousness into the heavenly St. Palace community to further advance his plans. As soon as he entered the community, a deluge of messages flooded in. Wow, truly amazing. The mysterious East lives up to its name. Hey, does anyone know how to recharge immortal coins? I'm also looking for Cliff Peak Bank. Seeing the Plants vs. Aliens game in the store was very tempting. Today, Holy Maiden Annalise was simply stunning. Well, it seems cultivators adapt quickly indeed. However, reading these chat messages reminded Tommy of something important. Cliff Peak Bank needed to establish a branch soon. With this thought in mind, Tommy couldn't rest. He headed to Annalise's room for a night visit to discuss his subsequent plans. Tommy explained his follow-up plans one by one to Annalise, who cooperated immediately, taking him out for a flight. An hour later, here we are. Annalise pointed at a small palace in front of them and said, "This used to be the Holy Maiden's residence. But since my master no longer serves as Holy Maiden, this place has been vacant for hundreds of years. This is really okay?" Tommy looked at the luxurious palace, feeling incredulous. He had initially asked Annalise to find a location for Cliff Peak Bank. Annalise promptly brought him to the Holy Maiden's residence. "It's fine." Annalise smiled lightly, waving her hand confidently. "Anyway, this will be my residence in a few years. Consider it early use." Tommy was taken aback by Annalise's confident demeanor. In Shinjin sect, Annalise used to shy away constantly, but now back in Heavenly St. Palace, she seemed like the true Holy Maiden Annalise, exuding immense confidence and grace. All right then. Tommy nodded lightly, walking into the palace with Annalise. The Holy Maiden's residence consisted of 6 floors, fully equipped with all necessary facilities. The ground floor could serve as the Cliff Peak Bank. Other floors could function as workspaces for employees or bedrooms for Tommy and others, making it perfect. After a brief tidy-up, Tommy sent messages to his companions, telling them to prepare to move into their new home. Taking advantage of this time, Tommy posted 2 announcements on Weibo's World Chat channel and Heavenly St. Palace channel. Cliff Peak Tommy. Big news. Cliff Peak Bank's Heavenly St. Palace branch will officially open tomorrow at the Holy Maiden's residence. Cliff Peak Tommy. Urgent. Seeking experts in illusionary techniques for employment at Cliff Peak Technology Group. Salary negotiable. Interview location, Holy Maiden's residence. Annalise, with administrator privileges, set the message within Heavenly St. Palace to the top immediately after Tommy posted it. Even without her help, Tommy could have done so, as he possessed super administrator rights. Ding, ding, ding. Within minutes of posting, Tommy's fairy device notification didn't stop ringing. Comments poured in non-stop. Madison. Rash Farmer. Well done. Corey. Remember to call your big bro if anything comes up. Lu Outyin. Master brother. Awesome job. Picking up on Corey's implied meaning, Tommy, as usual, had a video call with him, chatting for a while before completing his daily task. But soon, Annalise's video call rang. Tommy. In the video, Madison deliberately frowned, loudly seeking Tommy. Humph, I gave him the residence. Annalise looked indignant, clearly explaining the Holy Maiden's residence situation. You naughty girl. Madison's face twisted in anger. I haven't agreed yet, and you've already handed it over? Well, I've already given it. Annalise stood defiantly. It's not that simple. Madison quickly voiced her concern, worried Tommy's actions might attract too much attention from the old conservative elders. After all, Madison planned to personally lead discussions with the master, having disciples assist in producing fairy devices. However, Tommy's rash actions might get him in deep trouble if the elders found out, possibly even placing him under house arrest. But with Madison's backing, it would be different. As the second-in-command's endorsement, no one could complain. That was why she hurriedly intervened. However, it was too late now. She sighed deeply and said, try to keep a low profile for a few days. I'll return as soon as possible. Chapter 155, Breakthrough. Jaspertal Annalise, you were quite brave just now. After Annalise ended the video call, Tommy moved closer to her and teased her with a smile. Huff, it was Annalise's first time standing up to her master so firmly. Her small face turned flushed with excitement. She took a deep breath and covered her chest. Not really. I thought master was worried about the palace issues. Then, after calming down for a bit, she said with some concern, however, master is right. We should indeed keep a low profile. There are still many old conservatives in the sect who can't accept new things. Right. Tommy nodded solemnly. The recruitment plan for tomorrow would still proceed, but on a smaller scale. As a sacred place, Tianshang Palace houses millions of disciples. If those who usually stay outside were included, the number would be even greater. Therefore, the few hundred Shinji devices he had distributed so far wouldn't make much of a stir among such a massive crowd. Moreover, these old fellows often spend over a century in seclusion. By the time they paid attention, Madison would have returned already. So everything could go as planned without immediate worry. An hour later. Ha ha ha. Ainsley walked in first with laughter, her eyes twinkling at the luxurious hall. This is way better than where the messengers stay. You've broken through? As Ainsley entered, Tommy examined his sister carefully and felt that her vigor and spirit had changed significantly compared to before. Ha ha, luckily. Ainsley was looking for a chance to show off. Her brother pointing it out gave her the perfect opportunity. She raised her head proudly. Now, I'm no longer the weakest one. After saying this, she deliberately displayed her aura and glanced at Annalise a few times. Whose weakness are you insinuating? Tommy looked at his smug sister speechlessly. Before he could react, Annalise closed her eyes and sat cross-legged immediately. A minute later, boom. With a rumble from within her body, Annalise's realm smoothly reached early 100 veins. But it didn't stop there. With her eyes still closed, another rumble echoed within her after a few minutes. Boom. Mid-100 veins. Huff. Annalise exhaled deeply, opened her eyes slowly, and smiled gently. I broke through too. Seeing Annalise successfully break through, Tommy felt both thrilled and bitter. Annalise was no longer foundation establishment. Among their group of friends, he was now clearly the weakest. Ainsley, meanwhile, widened her eyes and wore an expression of regret, cursing herself for showing off too soon. Ha 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 ha. Tommy pulled Annalise up slowly, laughing. Congratulations, Jaspertal Annalise. In reality, his heart was filled with bitterness. It wasn't jealousy towards his companions breaking through. Rather, it was because their breakthroughs seemed as easy as drinking water. There was no point mentioning his sister. She had always been unpredictable. She would break through whenever she wanted. Just a few months ago, she pretended to be Chi condensation realm, and now she was already mid-100 veins. If Ainsley said she had become a sage in a few days, Tommy would believe it without hesitation. Annalise, despite being so young, had reached mid-100 veins by her own effort. No wonder she was recognized as a quasi-sage, living up to being Madison's disciple. Ha 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 ha, congratulations, Saint Etienne. Dimitri, seeing Annalise break through, laughed loudly. Let me try breaking through too. After speaking, he sat cross-legged as well. Brock also joined in without further ado, practicing his cultivation technique. Soon after, as the spiritual energy in the hall grew stronger, 2 consecutive booms of breakthrough resounded from their bodies. Mid-100 veins. Brock and Dimitri opened their eyes simultaneously, moving their bodies smoothly. Tommy wore an expression of whatever. Alright, apart from himself, Ainsley was still the weakest at early 100 veins. Looks like she wouldn't be bragging for a while. After congratulating the two sincerely, Tommy said, everyone is exhausted after breaking through. Choose a room and rest early. No. Brock scratched his head, grumbling. I feel very comfortable after breaking through, with endless strength. Tommy. Speechless, Tommy and Annalise and Ainsley glared at Brock, warning him to be cautious. You have strength? Go renovate then. Quickly, Tommy assigned Brock the task of transforming the Saintess's palace into the Cliff Peak Bank. After briefly explaining the key points of renovation, Tommy went upstairs to rest. Late at night, unable to sleep, Tommy tossed and turned in bed, feeling the importance of cultivation ever since leaving Xianjian sect. His peak foundation establishment realm seemed inadequate in Tiansheng Palace. While the system gave him boundless momentum, it also restricted his cultivation. Fortunately, it wasn't entirely locked. There was still a slim chance. After thinking for a while, Tommy remained awake, pondering the next day's recruitment plans. The next morning, awakened by the noise outside the palace, Tommy yawned and tidied himself up. Normally, the Saintess's palace had isolation arrays to ensure peace, but they were rarely activated as the palace was located in a quiet area unlike today's chaos. Moments later, looking quite authoritative, Tommy strode out of the Saintess's palace. In front of the main gate, hundreds of disciples were gathered, discussing animatedly. 2 huge stones stood in the open space before the palace, engraved with Cliff Peak Technology Group, Tianshang Palace Branch. Cliff Peak Bank, Tianshang Palace Sub-Branch. Tommy marveled at the scene. Brock indeed had immense strength, managing to transport these 2 giant stones overnight, perfectly meeting his requirements. At that moment, Tommy exuded his presence, forcing the noisy crowd into silence. He shouted, everyone, form 2 lines. Those wishing to top up Xiaobei, please stand on the left. Those applying for Cliff Peak Technology Group positions, please stand on the right. Hashtag chapter 156, group interview scene. After speaking, the crowd quickly moved and formed 2 lines as Tommy requested. Among the nearly 1,000 disciples, the majority stood on the right side. Although only a few hundred had obtained the immortal machine, word spread fast, and everyone began to take an interest in Cliff Peak Corporation. Everyone. Seeing that everyone had quickly lined up, Tommy called out loudly, those who wish to recharge immortal beings can now head to the first floor hall. As he finished speaking, the group on the left side orderly entered the Cliff Peak Money House, formerly Saintess bedroom. A temporary counter had been set up in the first floor hall, and Ainsley was already behind it, eagerly waiting. The rest, follow me upstairs for the interview. After arranging for the immortal being recharges, Tommy loudly directed the remaining people, then strode ahead to the second floor. The first floor was currently managed by Ainsley for recharging, while Jordy oversaw the area. On the second floor, a meeting room had been converted into an interview hall, with Tommy as the main interviewer and Annalise as the assistant. Brock and Dimitri stood guard at the entrance, eyes glaring fiercely, exuding confidence. Isn't that the Taoist brother who bought the immortal machine first yesterday? Just as the Tianshang Palace disciples were heading upstairs for the interview, a sharp-eyed disciple noticed the distinguished-looking purple-clothed youth, Dimitri. He approached Dimitri with a puzzled expression and asked, Taoist brother, do you know the messenger? Upon hearing this, Dimitri's face changed drastically, fearing exposure. At that moment, a familiar face emerged from the crowd. It was Azar. Azar placed his hand under his chin and looked up, saying, it seems our information is a bit outdated. Dimitri. Then, with a gleam of wisdom in his eyes, he said solemnly, if I'm not mistaken, this Taoist brother must have seen Cliff Peak Corporation's hiring notice early and joined before us. Brilliant. Dimitri couldn't help but admire Azar's deduction. Though far-fetched, it made sense. Dimitri then bowed respectfully and said, indeed, I joined Cliff Peak last night. Ha ha ha, just as I thought. Azar laughed heartily, feeling vindicated. He patted Dimitri's shoulder as if they were longtime friends and said, I'll go in for the interview first. Sigh. When Azar touched his shoulder, Dimitri furrowed his brows. In the past, with his entitled attitude, Dimitri would never allow such familiarity. However, to avoid ruining Tommy's plan, he endured it despite his discomfort. In the interview hall, Tommy and Annalise sat side by side on the stage, while a large number of seats were arranged below. Why did you come alone? Tommy looked at Azar, standing proudly at the door, confused. Don't we need interviews? Azar settled into an empty seat, saying casually, I feared a crowded place might disturb us. Tommy, who gave you the nerve to request a private interview? A group interview is mandatory. Only top candidates get individual ones. You all are like fresh vegetables. You must have a group interview. Though he thought this, he couldn't say it aloud. Instead, Tommy smiled and politely asked Azar to bring everyone else in for the group interview. Moments later, with the sound of chairs shuffling, several hundred Tiansheng Palace disciples were seated. Everyone. Tommy stood up and addressed the crowd. I believe you all have one question. What is a corporation? I want to clarify that being part of a corporation does not conflict with your sect affiliation. Tommy eloquently explained the prospects of the immortal machine and the concept of a corporation, leaving everyone in awe. After a while, does everyone understand now? Tommy continued after his explanation. Do you have any objections? If not, let's proceed. No. The disciples chorused unanimously. To them, joining a corporation with no restrictions and earning money seemed appealing. Great. Tommy nodded and then patted Annalise's shoulder, addressing the disciples below. Annalise will assess your illusion abilities next. Once passed, we'll discuss salaries. Tommy gently sat down, leaving the stage to Annalise, who confidently stepped forward. She announced, please relax. I will cast an illusion. Those who can break it within an incense stick's time will pass. Annalise summoned her birth treasure, the jade flute, for this complex illusion, requiring a magical tool rather than simple spells. As the jade flute glowed, she raised it toward the sky, suspending it over everyone. The glowing light enveloped the disciples, placing them in Annalise's illusion. Though Tiansheng Palace primarily focused on illusions, not all pavilions specialized in illusion techniques. This test aimed to filter out those with potential in illusions, dismissing those without. Soon enough, one by one, the disciples snapped out of the illusion, passing the test. Despite the advertisement specifying a preference for illusion experts, some had tried to bluff their way through and failed. Annalise dispelled the illusion, sending those who failed back home to await further notice. After dismissing the unsuccessful candidates, Tommy noted approximately 600 remained and felt quite satisfied. Clap, clap, clap. Smiling, Tommy clapped lightly, congratulating them. Congratulations on passing the assessment. Now, let's discuss your job responsibilities and salary. Your main task will be manufacturing immortal machines, Tommy said excitedly. Don't worry, detailed instructions on how to make them will be provided. Hashtag chapter 157, intensifying. As for the salary, Tommy smiled and said, according to the group's decision, we plan to abandon the outdated system of paying in spirit stones or sect contribution points. We will establish a brand new salary system. At this point, Tommy grew increasingly excited, pulling out a divine device and addressing everyone. We will use immortal coins for payment. This is just freeloadering. The disciples below grumbled. After hearing Tommy's long-winded explanation, they couldn't help but interject, giving us immortal coins means we have nowhere to spend them. What are you saying? This isn't freeloadering. It's a new payment method. Tommy retorted heatedly. Immortal coins can be exchanged for spirit stones at an equal value at the Cliff Peak Bank. And once everyone has a divine device, immortal coins will be just like spirit stones, only more convenient. Quickly, Tommy launched into a detailed exposition on the convenience of modern payment systems from his past life, leaving the audience thoroughly bewildered. However, they eventually agreed to accept payment in immortal coins. Tommy's goal was not just to freeload, but also to facilitate the circulation of immortal coins, gradually building trust in their value. Naturally, concerning salaries, considering that each person's speed of making divine devices varied greatly, it would be impossible to pay by the hour. Since hourly wages weren't an option, piecework was the only solution. Only by paying per piece could competition be intensified. Thus, the final salary scheme was as follows. Each completed divine device would earn the maker 100 immortal coins, equivalent to 10,000 spirit stones. While 10,000 spirit stones might not seem much to Tommy now, a few months ago, it would have been a huge sum for him. Therefore, offering 10,000 spirit stones per divine device was already quite generous. Moreover, for every 10 devices produced, the disciple would receive one to keep and use freely. This move aimed to quickly expand the market for divine devices, ensuring as many people as possible had access to them within a short period. After listening to Tommy's explanation, there was a burst of applause from the crowd. Everyone knew this was a significant opportunity. If they could produce one device a day, they'd earn 10,000 spirit stones, far more than what they usually gain from missions. Seeing no objections, Tommy instructed Annalise to start teaching right there and then, demonstrating how to manufacture divine devices. 2 hours later, under Annalise's meticulous guidance, the 600-odd individuals were all able to make divine devices. Although still clumsy and slower than Annalise, they managed to operate normally. This result wasn't surprising, given that everyone who stayed had passed Annalise's illusion test. As disciples of the Holy Land and especially skilled in illusions, they naturally adapted quickly. Satisfied that everyone could now produce divine devices, Tommy led them upstairs to several rooms filled with cubicles and desks, reminiscent of a 996 corporate environment, which evoked a nostalgic sigh from Tommy. Of course, he had to thank Brock for working so hard to renovate everything overnight. Izar. After settling everyone, Tommy called out. Izar, thoroughly impressed by Tommy's ideas, hurried over, whispering, "Boss, from now on, you will handle the daily distribution and collection of divine devices." Tommy handed him a spatial bracelet containing thousands of illusion cards. These devices needed to be activated by Tommy, making it impossible to take them away without permission. Furthermore, each card was counted, ensuring accurate wage distribution. Got it. Izar eagerly accepted the bracelet, assuring Tommy, "You can count on me, boss." Tommy. Despite some reservations about Izar's reliability, Tommy recognized him as the best choice among the available options. All right, everyone, line up here. Izar, holding the illusion cards, stood in the middle of the office and announced, "Everyone, estimate your production capacity and come to me to collect your cards." With that, the employees started forming an orderly queue to receive their cards. Once they had the cards, they returned to their stations and began working diligently. Seeing the industrious disciples, Tommy felt a sense of relief. He had finally addressed the pressing issue of production, though it was still insufficient to meet the entire continent's demand. However, it was enough to satisfy part of Tianshang Palace's needs. Having arranged everything, Tommy, with nothing else to do, decided to check on his sister downstairs with Annalise. Upon arriving, he saw Ainsley's proud smile. Obviously, she had done well today. Time slipped by until afternoon. Tommy, feeling idle, gathered a few friends in the courtyard for a barbecue, creating a stark contrast with the diligent disciples laboring upstairs. As night fell, Tommy led Brock and his brother with several large bags of grilled food to the Divine Device manufacturing office. Cough, cough. Tommy reminded them, watching the busy crowd. It's quitting time. Let's eat. Eat? Only the weak need food. I won't stop until I've made 100 divine devices. Quitting time? Never in my life. No one will stop me from making divine devices. Seeing their fervor, Tommy released a bit of his aura, sternly ordering, enough work for now. Everyone, stop working and get paid for today. Reluctantly, everyone stopped working, lining up to submit their completed devices. Moments later, 12,000? Chapter 158, Achievement of Immortal Device Production. Tommy stared at the mountain-like pile of immortal devices before him, slightly dazed. He couldn't quite believe it and hurriedly scanned the stack with his divine sense. This time he didn't dare to be careless and almost counted each one individually. However, the result was still 12,000, precisely, no more and no less. At this moment, Tommy furrowed his brow slightly and started to think. It wasn't that he was dissatisfied with the production rate. Rather, he felt that he had given too high a wage. Annalise's daily production rate for immortal devices was about 500, and that was because Annalise had helped Tommy manufacture immortal devices and illusion games from the start, gaining a lot of experience. But these people, just after training, could achieve an average daily production rate of 20 per person, which was already a terrifying number. This meant they could earn at least 200,000 spirit stones per day, not including the additional immortal devices gifted. However, although the wages were generous, looking on the bright side, there were also significant benefits. At least, Tommy only needed to persist for a few months to ensure the spread of immortal devices throughout Tianshang Palace would be feasible. Old boss? Izar looked at Tommy, whose expression fluctuated, thinking Tommy was unhappy with the number of immortal devices. Then, he stepped forward and whispered, "Don't worry, sir. The production is low now because everyone is still unfamiliar." After speaking, he raised his arm toward the crowd, turning into a critic. "Look at you all, so lazy. Just look at how many immortal devices you've made. Do you still want to make money? Don't hide. I'm talking to you, shorty, step out. If I'm not mistaken, you've made the least, right? Hold it." Tommy quickly reached out to stop the wildly outspoken Izar, fearing he might be killed once he left. After calming Izar down, Tommy took out the production record and glanced over it, then said, "Let's give out the wages first." Subsequently, he issued corresponding immortal coins based on the number of immortal devices listed in the production record. Of course, Tommy wasn't being overly generous by rushing to distribute wages. He mainly wanted them to taste the sweet rewards as soon as possible. Otherwise, who would believe he would really pay them? Moments later, with the continuous vibrations of the immortal devices, all workers had received their wages. Satisfied, Tommy nodded and said, "I suggest everyone buy Plants vs. Aliens from the store. It greatly helps in improving strength. Also, those who wish to exchange spirit stones can do so anytime at the lobby downstairs to convert immortal coins into spirit stones." With that, he turned to leave but suddenly remembered something and turned back, saying, "Oh, right. Everyone can invite friends to join us in making immortal devices. For each person recruited and approved, you'll receive 1,000 immortal coins." Cheers erupted again. "Yes. I'll go invite people now. I have many friends skilled in illusions. By the way, have you all bought Plants vs. Aliens yet? I have no friends. I'll work overtime." Time flew by. Half a month passed in a blink. During this period, Tommy's recruitment strategy worked wonders, and the team producing immortal devices grew to nearly 10,000. Daily production of immortal devices reached an astonishing 300,000, with the total approaching 3 million. This coverage would easily reach most disciples in Tianshang Palace. Of course, during this half-month, the constant traffic to the Holy Maiden's chamber caused some attention. A few floor masters had come to inquire, but Annalise handled the situation by gifting them immortal devices. Thus, for now, Tommy remained safe without any troublemakers interfering. Tianshang Palace Market. "Brother, what about this one?" Ainsley pointed at a grand pavilion and exclaimed, "It's big enough." Tommy glanced at the pavilion and smacked his lips, unsatisfied. "The location isn't good. This one will definitely do." Ainsley excitedly pointed to a large building near the central tower. "Big and perfect. Let's check it out." With that, Tommy took the lead, heading towards the target with his companions. They came to the market not to sell immortal devices, but to find a high-end shop to set up a flagship store for Cliff Peak. Given their current assets, selling from a stall wouldn't be fitting anymore, especially since they had too many immortal devices to sell via stalls. Moments later, they arrived at the building Ainsley had previously indicated. In front of the building stood a broad avenue flanked by 4 giant exotic beast statues, with Dharma Artifact Pavilion gilded above its entrance. As they approached, a young Taoist boy hurriedly greeted them with a bow. "Welcome, senior apprentices, please come in. We have all types of magical treasures here, from cultivation stage to nascent soul stage." Cough, where is your keeper? Tommy revealed a slight aura to indicate his status. "I have a big deal to discuss with him." The young Taoist was taken aback by the aura, but immediately bowed and rushed upstairs to call the keeper. Shortly, an energetic elderly man descended the stairs and welcomed them with a smile. Tommy reciprocated the smile and asked, "Keeper, may I inquire if this pavilion is available for purchase?" "Haha, little friend, you jest." The elder laughed heartily. Do you know its value before daring to consider buying it? Stop the chit-chat. How much? Dimitri, standing beside Tommy, burst out, reflecting the Ho family's confidence. In this world, there's nothing the Ho family cannot afford. The eternal Ho family? The keeper frowned initially but understood upon hearing Ho family, explaining, it's not that I don't wish to sell, but this belongs to Venerable Fong. Madison? Annalise raised an eyebrow, puzzled. The keeper sternly reprimanded, you must not speak Venerable Fong's name directly. Tommy. What a loyal servant. Upon reflection, it made sense. Annalise kept to himself, and it was normal for the keeper not to recognize him. Please let me know if you need any adjustments or further details. ##### Chapter 159. Enemies in Love Meet. Suddenly, Annalise flashed a mischievous smile, pulled out a token engraved with the character Fong, and showed it to the innkeeper while explaining. Master Madison is my teacher. Now we need to use this pavilion. Please vacate. Ainsley, trouble. She's bluffing. Smack. Ouch. Tommy, shut up. Ainsley. This is really Venerable Fong? The innkeeper stroked the token, his expression excited yet incredulous. But faced with undeniable facts, he couldn't help but laugh bitterly. This old man will move out? Senior, hold on. Tommy quickly extended his hand to stop the old man. Senior, may I ask your name? The innkeeper halted, turned back to look at Tommy, and replied in a dazed voice, this old man is Brad. Senior Zhang. Tommy blocked his path, clasped his hands, and said, you don't have to leave. You can continue managing, just prepare a counter for us? Huh, really? Upon hearing this, Manager Zhang was so moved that his hands trembled, and he looked at Annalise beseechingly, seeking her opinion. Annalise, being quite sensible, originally wanted to secure the shop for Tommy. Since Tommy agreed, she had no objections. With Annalise's approval, Manager Zhang nearly cried with emotion, saying shakily, fine. Venerable Fong has saved my life and nurtured me. For over 1,000 years, I've managed this shop, unwilling to give it up unless in extraordinary circumstances. Half an hour later, as if he hadn't spoken in ages, Zhang Lao recounted his past experiences, and Tommy listened eagerly. Mainly because he lacked a capable manager, and now Zhang Lao was a perfect fit. To summarize, when Zhang Lao was young, he was rescued by Madison from a beast attack. His parents were killed, leaving him orphaned. He was then taken in by Madison, brought back to Heavenly Saint Palace, and raised there. However, he lacked talent for cultivation, only barely reaching the nascent soul realm after several hundred years, unable to progress further. Thus, Madison granted him a prosperous shop to manage, providing him with something meaningful to do. In gratitude for saving and nurturing him, Zhang Lao diligently managed the shop for over 1,000 years, earning plenty of spirit stones for Madison. Yet, Annalise's actions cut off her master's financial resources, although this wasn't her master's sole source of income. Nevertheless, once back at Heavenly Saint Palace, Annalise felt free to do as she pleased, much like Ainsley did, occupying the Holy Maiden's quarters and seizing her master's property. Upon hearing Zhang Lao's story, Tommy found him to be grateful and reliable, thus suitable for a position of responsibility. He immediately appointed him as the manager of the Cliff Peak flagship store. Meanwhile, the handy decorator Brock crafted a new sign, Cliff Peak flagship store, to hang above the magic tool pavilion. During this period, Tommy and Zhang Lao sat opposite each other, drinking tea and discussing business, primarily the sales strategy for celestial devices. Tommy also introduced his innovative theory on assembling celestial devices, which greatly impressed Zhang Lao, who smiled widely as if discovering a treasure. After settling all matters, Tommy stood up, clasped his hands, and laughed heartily. Senior Zhang, if you have no objections, let's reopen tomorrow. Ha ha ha. Zhang Lao stood up to see him off, wiped his beard and chuckled. Everything according to what you say. This old man has no objections. All right then, rest well. No need to see us out, said Tommy as he waved and led his companions toward the main entrance. At this moment, a loud and arrogant voice rang out from the door. Manager, come out here. Look at the magic tool you sold to our Egan. It broke after 2 uses. This shout stopped Tommy in his tracks. If it were before, he might not care. But now that Zhang Lao was part of Cliff Peak, he couldn't stand by idly. Tommy lifted his palm to signal a pause and stood aside with his companions, waiting to see what transpired. If it was the manager's fault, they would acknowledge the mistake and provide compensation. If not, well, then justice would be served by fists. At this point, a young man in his 20s approached from behind. He was handsome, with an air of melancholy, dressed in black robes adorned with golden phoenix patterns, clearly wealthy and distinguished, presumably the disciple's Egan. Slap. The black-robed man walked into the hall, casually scanned the room, then marched forward and slapped the head of the shouting disciple angrily. How many times have I told you to be polite? Having disciplined his subordinate, he glanced at Tommy and his group as if by chance and feigned surprise. Oh, Sister Annalise, you're back. He put on a friendly face, walking towards Annalise while complaining. Why didn't you tell your big brother you've returned? Seeing the newcomer, Annalise's expression soured. She twitched her nose, frowned, and stepped away from Tommy slightly. Noticing this, Tommy understood that Annalise wanted to protect him from the Egan's attention. But Tommy wasn't intimidated by any Egan. He grasped Annalise's small hand and pulled her back firmly. Caught by surprise, Annalise stiffened, attempting to withdraw her hand symbolically, but unable to resist Tommy, she resolved to face it together. This move thrilled Tommy but worried Ainsley immensely. Her expression tense, she muttered under her breath that trouble was coming. Her fingers moved subtly, ready to summon a sword, prepared for battle, likely already thinking about where to bury the Egan. Tommy's action also made the Egan furious. His steps toward Annalise suddenly halted, his face frozen with cold fury, eyes icy as if looking at a dead man. He asked harshly, "Who are you?" Cliff Peak Tommy. Tommy kept holding Annalise's hand, calmly introducing himself. ###Chapter 160, Moonlight Sword. Heh, Nobody important. Never heard of you. The expression on the Alessio's face was disdainful as he said coldly, I command you to leave Annalise. She is not someone you can even think about. Fuckwit. Tommy did not hold back at all, and let loose a string of curses directly at the Alessio. Ainsley. Though Tommy cursed his heart out, Ainsley was terrified. Without any further ado, she immediately drew her weapon. In a real confrontation, it was always best to strike first. Of course, it wasn't just Ainsley who was tense. Everyone except Tommy became nervous. Even Harvey sat up straight, ready to step in and stop any fight from escalating. However, on the Alessio's side, hearing Tommy's disrespectful words didn't anger him but rather left him speechless for a moment. In his world, living over 20 years in utmost nobility, no one had ever dared to go against his wishes, let alone curse at him so brazenly. Then, with an expression of disbelief, he asked incredulously, What did you say? Alessio, he called you a fuckwit. At this point, the sycophant who had been slapped earlier covered his face and ran up, shouting, I heard clearly, he's cursing you. Slap. I don't need you to repeat that. The Alessio flew into a rage and slapped the sycophant away again, sending him flying with great force. Ha ha ha. Watching the enraged Alessio, Tommy continued taunting mercilessly. Pouting, he added, So much for Alessio. Better hearing than your servant, huh? Do you want to die? Seeing Tommy ridicule him without restraint, the Alessio's face turned dark as water. His weapon appeared out of nowhere in his hand, and he shouted furiously, In heavenly holy palace, no one can stop me from killing you. With that, he gritted his teeth and swung forcefully. The disc-shaped weapon instantly left his hand, emitting a deep cold light as it rushed toward Tommy at breakneck speed. No one could have expected him to be so decisive. After delivering a threatening statement, he launched a fatal attack without any unnecessary talk. The flying disc was not an ordinary weapon but seemed more like a magical artifact. Though it looked unremarkable from the outside, its power was extraordinary. As it emitted cold light, flashing rapidly over the short distance of several dozen meters, it vanished and reappeared multiple times, making its path difficult to predict. Yet Tommy stood there as if nothing were happening, standing upright with a disdainful look, not bothering to defend himself. It wouldn't help even if he tried to defend or dodge, so he figured it was better to stand firm and trust his teammates. Clang, clang. Just in time, two sounds echoed. Annalise and Ainsley stepped forward and behind respectively, blocking the emerald flute and long sword in front of Tommy. Another clang echoed as the incoming disc struck heavily against the crossed weapons. With his failed attempt, the Alessio's expression grew even darker. He made a hand sign to recall the weapon and yelled, Annalise, what are you doing? Don't forget you are still part of heavenly holy palace. But at this moment, Tommy seemed to come back to his senses, gently tapping the long sword held before him. Turning his head, he asked, Joanna, what's the name of your weapon? Ainsley. In the middle of a battle, couldn't he focus a bit more? Ainsley felt like she had nowhere to vent her frustration, twisting her neck slightly and saying, Why do you ask? I haven't thought of a name yet. I'm thinking that this scene is quite interesting. If written into a novel, it would be fantastic, Tommy mused, resting his chin in his hand. How about naming it Frost Sorrow? You see, it emits cold light, just like frost. Frost Sorrow fits perfectly. Buzz, buzz. As he spoke, Ainsley's sword trembled violently as if rejecting the name. Good girl, little white. We won't listen to him, Ainsley comforted the sword, petting it. I won't give you such a ridiculous name. Well, jaspered Annalise, what do you think it should be named? Seeing the spirit of the sword dislike the name, Tommy didn't press the matter and leaned in close to Annalise, asking for her opinion. The tense atmosphere eased as Annalise relaxed. Blushing slightly, she suggested, how about Moonlight Sword? It shines cold and clear, almost like moonlight. Even Joanna's usual sword strikes emit a glow like moonlight. So I think Moonlight Sword is fitting. Clap, clap, clap. Brilliant. Tommy clapped enthusiastically. This is truly profound. Excellent choice. The sword spirit, displaying intelligence, responded joyfully, shaking its body. It flew from Ainsley's hands and affectionately nudged Annalise's head with its hilt, making Annalise giggle. Oh, Little White seems to really like the name. Ainsley widened her eyes, somewhat surprised. But then she felt a little regretful. I was thinking of calling it Mighty Extermination Heaven-Breaking Sword of the Beautiful Warrior. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Hearing Ainsley's name, Little White shook uncontrollably, stopping its affectionate gesture towards Annalise and instead hovering above Ainsley's head, knocking her with its hilt. All right. Ainsley grabbed the hilt, pouting. You'll be called Moonlight Sword then. Buzz. Finally given a satisfactory name, the Moonlight Sword trembled once in acknowledgement and then quieted down. Ha ha ha. Everyone around Tommy laughed heartily at the joyful interaction between the Moonlight Sword and Ainsley's embarrassment, creating a lively scene. How cute. At this moment, Annalise glanced at Ainsley's Moonlight Sword, and then looked at her own lifeless jade flute with envy. I wonder when your spirit will awaken. It will happen. Tommy affectionately patted Annalise's head. Trust me, one day your jade flute will have a spirit too. Okay. Annalise nodded seriously, seemingly genuinely encouraged by Tommy's words. Ah! The Alessio's face wasn't just dark, it was now livid. He suddenly roared in fury. Now he was past furious. He was practically losing his mind. To him, Annalise was destined to be his companion, yet she was now helping another man, openly showing affection before him. How could he possibly bear this? Moreover, Tommy and the others paid no heed to him, laughing and chatting amidst their battle. This pushed him nearly over the edge. Die. All of you must die. He suddenly pulled out a lotus-shaped artifact, holding it in his hands and raving hysterically. Bitches. All bitches. Annalise, you're just like Madison, a bitch. Hashtag chapter 161. A brutal beating. You're asking for death. Three voices roared in unison. Tommy, Annalise, and Harvey moved almost simultaneously. Among the few present, Harvey had the highest cultivation, having already reached the nascent soul realm. Moreover, Harvey regarded Madison as both a master and a mother. How could he possibly tolerate such insolence from a mere youngster? Even if it meant risking his own life, he would not hesitate to kill him. In an instant, Harvey flashed right in front of the Weyland, delivering a powerful kick with blinding speed that human eyes could barely follow. Boom! Though the Weyland wielded a powerful weapon, an attack from a nascent soul realm cultivator fueled by intense hatred was unimaginably powerful. The swift, heavy blow sent him flying hundreds of meters away, smashing through the walls of buildings until he landed in the middle of the road. Had it not been for his noble status and protective body armor, that single strike would have taken his life. But this wasn't over yet. Immediately following, Annalise's attack arrived. Annalise swung her jade flute, letting out a fierce cry as she lunged toward the downed Weyland. The jade flute emitted a deep, chilling green light, and the whistling wind seemed like a wail from hell. Annalise was enraged. Though she often teased her master without hesitation, being insulted in such a manner drove her to want nothing more than to kill the Weyland to vent her fury. Bang! Another deafening thud rang out. The jade flute struck the Weyland's head with force, plunging him into a vivid illusion directly within his mind. While the physical damage from the direct strike was not exceptional, the mental torment caused by the induced illusions far exceeded any physical harm, by many times over. After delivering the blow, Annalise took several deep breaths, standing aside to forcefully calm herself down. Ayaha! On the ground, the Weyland suddenly clutched his head, rolling about in agony, completely disheveled. Annalise's attack had directly assaulted his consciousness, and soul pain was far more excruciating than bodily injury. Although the Weyland had lost all ability to resist, Tommy did not intend to spare him. With his limited cultivation, Tommy couldn't teleport like Harvey or Annalise, but knowing the Weyland couldn't escape, he walked step by deliberate step toward him. In his rage, Tommy didn't need to consciously emit any aura. Each step crushed the stone bricks beneath his feet into powder, causing nearby structures to collapse in an instant. His aura grew ever stronger, dark clouds thickened, soon blotting out the sky, leaving no trace of daylight. Under his wrath, Tommy was like a ferocious tiger descending from the mountains, a heavenly dragon crossing a river. His momentum felt as though the heavens themselves were tipping. Witnessing this, the onlookers gradually retreated, their hearts filled with fear. No one dared speak a word, let alone intervene. Brother! Suddenly, Ainsley reacted, rushing to Tommy and tugging at his hand, tears welling up in her eyes. She implored him, Brother, don't kill him. If you do, we won't be able to leave. That's fine, then we won't go. He must die. Tommy appeared to have lost his reason, ignoring Ainsley's pleas as he continued his steady approach. Ah, all right. Ainsley sighed deeply, accepting her fate. Reluctantly releasing Tommy's hand, she said, if you must kill him, do it quickly. If we linger, when the great powers of Tiansheng Palace arrive, we'll all die here. Brother Jasper, stop. Two voices sounded in unison. Dimitri and Brock stepped forward, blocking Tommy's path. At last, Dimitri set aside his playful demeanor, his expression stern. Calm down. He is the Weyland. He cannot die, at least not by our hands. As the young master of the Holy Land, no one understood the position of the Weyland better than Dimitri, nor did anyone know the extent of the Holy Land's retribution better. Killing the Weyland within the Holy Land was tantamount to slapping them in the face. It was no longer about the Weyland's life, but the Holy Land's honor. Even a quasi-Weyland couldn't be casually killed by outsiders. If Tommy really ignored the warnings and killed the Weyland, Dimitri might survive due to his own lineage, but there would be no guarantees for Tommy and the others. Move, Ulrich. Tommy did not halt. With a roar, his overwhelming aura pushed Dimitri back, clearing a path for him. Jordy, hold him back. Calming herself after the chaos, Annalise regained her composure and shouted with a tearful voice. Hee-haw. Hearing Annalise's plea, Jordy called out loudly, bear-hugging Tommy from behind and holding on tightly. Be reasonable, let go. No. Jordy was not foolish. He knew the relationship between Tommy and Annalise. Now that Annalise had spoken, it was clear she didn't want Tommy to do something rash. Regardless of what Tommy said, Jordy held on stubbornly. Seizing the moment, Annalise ran over to Tommy, hugging him and laying her cheek against his chest. And Jordy cooperated. Since Annalise had embraced Tommy, he released his grip. Holding one from both front and back would indeed be inappropriate. Don't kill him. He's the palace master's disciple and he cannot die, Annalise whispered softly, her face pressed against Tommy's chest. Don't worry, I've thought this through. I won't kill him. Tommy gently stroked Annalise's head, brushing her hair with his fingers. But I still need to teach him a lesson. With that, he gently pushed Annalise away and resumed his slow walk toward the Weyland. During these hundreds of meters, Tommy moved slowly, reflecting while listening to the Weyland's agonized cries. At one point, Tommy considered just killing him outright. If he truly wanted to, a direct attack would only cause superficial harm, akin to tickling. To ensure complete annihilation, he might have to summon Briar and use the ultimate sword to instantly slay him, eliminating any future threat. As for the pea shooter, it likely wouldn't be lethal. Its attacks were spread out, and the Weyland's armor could easily withstand blows from even a nascent soul realm cultivator. Chapter 162. Arnold. However, after so many interruptions, Tommy had calmed down and thought clearly. Sacrificing his companion's safety for Alessio was not worth it. Furthermore, killing him would cut off any future options, preventing the development of immortal opportunities. Without those developments, he wouldn't gain virtue, and without virtue, he couldn't remove the outsider's debuff, thus remaining a waste forever. Additionally, this action might expose the secrets of the soul-suppressing tower, inviting lethal consequences and endangering the Xinjiang sect. Walking while pondering, Tommy realized that killing him would bring too many repercussions and enormous risks. No matter what, now is not the time to kill him. Even if he did, it shouldn't happen here. Gradually, though Tommy's mindset returned to calmness, his anger remained. He vowed that scolding Blanche would not be left unaddressed. Tommy slowly approached the Alessio, who still wailed and writhed on the ground. He looked down with a disdainful curl of his lips. Blanche indeed showed no mercy. Although this strike didn't cost the Alessio his life, it made him wish he were dead, suffering immensely. At that moment, Tommy turned around and waved at Jordy in the distance, saying, "Jordy, come help me lift him up." "Haha hey." Responding promptly, Jordy appeared by Tommy's side, bending down to grip the back of the Alessio's neck, lifting him high into the air. Tommy paused. "Lower him. I can't reach." "Hey, okay." Following Tommy's instructions, Jordy lowered the Alessio, who showed no resistance, eyes dull, face contorted. Then, Tommy restrained his aura to avoid an overwhelming blow that could draw attention from others. Slap. Tommy swung his arm forcefully, striking the Alessio's face. With a cold laugh, he said, "This slap is for Madison. You showed no respect." Slap. "This slap is for Blanche. Your words were too arrogant." These two slaps were exceptionally loud, causing significant humiliation but little harm. The Tiansheng Palace disciples watched closely, yet no one dared to intervene. Immediately, Tommy raised his right hand again, angrily declaring, "This slap is for myself. You are too arrogant." "Stop." Just as Tommy raised his hand to strike, a deafening roar echoed from the sky. Everyone looked up to see a figure clad in blue robes descending unhindered by Tommy's aura, as if walking on solid ground. Though appearing slow, he moved incredibly fast, quickly reaching Tommy's presence. Upon closer inspection, he seemed an ordinary 50-year-old man with subdued demeanor. Tommy didn't recognize him, but the surrounding disciples were visibly startled, bowing or saluting respectfully. Even Blanche and Bernard did the same. Suddenly, everyone shouted in unison, "Greetings, Palace Master, Arnold." Hearing the shouts, Tommy instantly recognized the newcomer. Although he hadn't met the Tiansheng Palace Master personally, he knew his name well. According to rumors, Arnold was the world's strongest near saint, and the most likely candidate to advance to sainthood. Compared to the Benedict Old Devil from Evil Saint sect, a worthless near saint who was already half dead, Arnold, in his prime, was incomparably superior. One might say Arnold could easily defeat dozens of Benedict Old Devils. Swish, swish, swish. More figures appeared one by one, each powerful and imposing, swiftly descending behind Arnold, bowing respectfully before standing quietly, awaiting his word. 36 floor masters and numerous elders were all drawn by Tommy's aura. "Brother." Sensing the tense atmosphere, Ainsley rushed anxiously to Tommy's side. The other companions also stood together, facing the formidable figures of Tiansheng Palace. "Put him down," Arnold commanded calmly, focusing solely on Tommy, barely glancing at Jordy. Jordy hesitated momentarily but complied, placing the Alessio gently on the ground. Arnold examined Tommy closely, confirming the aura came from him, yet he could not discern Tommy's realm. He waved slightly, sending a wave of spiritual energy towards the struggling Alessio. Instantly, the Alessio's eyes regained clarity, but fear lingered. Moments later, he screamed, "Ah, demon, demon!" Pointing at Blanche, filled with terror, he crawled backward, crying out, "Master, kill her! She's a demon, kill her!" "Be silent." Displeased, Arnold shot a strand of spiritual energy from his fingertip, knocking the Alessio unconscious. Without the Alessio's clamor, the scene grew even more solemn and deadly. Arnold stared intently at Tommy, demanding, "Who are you?" "Elder." Blanche tried to explain as she saw Arnold growing angry, but Tommy quickly pulled her back, speaking confidently, "Cliff Peak, Tommy." Chapter 163, and me too. Cliff Peak. Arnold murmured, searching his memory for this name. However, no matter how he racked his brain, he couldn't recall any holy land or hidden force called Cliff Peak. At this moment, it seemed as though he suddenly thought of something else. His frown deepened, and he said in an unhappy tone, "Xianjian sect?" "Yes." Tommy answered straightforwardly. "Haha, good. Excellent." At this moment, Arnold suddenly laughed out loud, but his gaze grew colder. He said coolly, "Brecken really dares to actually dare send people from the Xianjian sect into my heavenly Saint Palace." Following this, Brecken sneered and spoke up, "Hurt my disciple? Have you thought about how you'll die yet?" In reality, Brecken knew that the injuries the Alessio had sustained were brought on by the illusion, making it impossible for him to strike at Annalise. But against the Xianjian sect's people, he could make a move. "You dare." At this moment, Ainsley suddenly dashed forward, blocking her brother from harm. She immediately summoned the Moonlight Sword, pointing it directly at Arnold. She shouted fiercely, "If you lay a hand on him, I will not leave a single chicken or dog alive in your heavenly Saint Palace." "Joanna, step back." Tommy barked sternly, reaching out to grab Ainsley's shoulder. "No." This time, Ainsley didn't heed her brother's words. She continued to block him. Although she was small in stature, she now stood tall and resolute. "Oh, are you threatening me?" "Ha ha ha ha." Arnold suddenly burst out laughing, as if he'd heard the funniest joke in the world. No one would take a child's threat seriously, but Arnold was different. Being pointed at with a sword was nothing short of a humiliation to him as a master of a holy land. Following this, he stopped laughing, his gaze turning cold. "You are also from the Xianjian sect? Then you must die too." "No way." At this moment, Annalise tore away from Tommy's grip and stepped forward, facing Arnold. Anger flared in his eyes as he shouted, "The Alessio was injured by me. If you want to kill, then you might as well kill me too." "And me too." An elderly voice rang out behind them. Bernard also appeared before Tommy, speaking fearlessly to Arnold, "Injuring the Alessio. There's some credit to me as well." "And me too." Dimitri similarly called out loudly, positioning himself beside Tommy. In a serious tone, he declared, "I am Dimitri, the young lord of the eternal Ho family, the messenger of the eternal Ho family, the wanderer of the eternal Ho family. I, Dimitri, hereby swear, if you slay these few here." His voice grew louder and louder, his eyes turning red, almost roaring towards the end. "From this day forward, the eternal Ho family will remain enemies of the heavenly Saint Palace, to the bitter end." Although Dimitri hadn't known Tommy and the others for long, over the past month, through life and death experiences together, they had formed a deep bond. At this moment, Dimitri could stand unafraid of death, boldly standing up to threaten one holy land from another, revealing his true nature. Roar. At this point, the Chung brothers simultaneously shouted, bursting their clothes in an instant as they took huge steps forward to stand alongside Tommy. They pulled out giant swords, as big as door panels, slamming them into the ground with all their might, their fighting spirit reaching its peak. These brothers had neither Dimitri's prestigious titles nor his background. They could only show their resolve through action, ready to fight and die together. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Tommy started laughing uncontrollably, growing increasingly manic. He was moved by his comrades' fearless support, but how could he be a coward? He stomped hard on the ground, sending a thunderous roar echoing. His aura surged again, even stronger than before. He stepped forward to stand shoulder to shoulder with his companions, glaring at Arnold. With disdain, Tommy remarked, "To cultivate such a Alessio, you, the master of this holy land, have truly disgraced yourself." Upon hearing this mocking remark, Arnold snorted softly, and then with a booming sound, his robes stirred despite there being no wind. His aura instantly soared, pressing down upon Tommy and the others. However, Tommy's strength may have been lacking, but his aura was not. He gathered his own aura to confront Arnold head-on. Boom. Between the two, their auras formed an invisible barrier, squeezing and colliding, shattering the ground and collapsing pavilions. Gradually, Arnold's aura grew stronger, and blood trickled from the corners of Tommy's mouth. Roaring deeply, he further intensified his aura. Roar, plank, dragon roars, tiger growls, bird calls, turtle whistles. Instantly, high above Tommy, 4 divine beasts made entirely of aura descended. The azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise. They roared, cried out, treading on thunder, enveloped in storms, advancing towards Arnold's aura. Clank, clank, clank. Suddenly, phoenix cries echoed, and behind Arnold, a divine beast formed from condensed aura, the phoenix, appeared. Unlike the golden phoenix protecting the heavenly Saint Palace, Arnold's phoenix was completely fire-red, rushing towards the 4 divine beasts and instantly engaging them in battle. There was a battlefield in the sky, and a battlefield on the ground. Tommy and Arnold stared intensely at each other, their eyes like lightning, almost sparking. At this moment, Tommy stomped again, his aura still climbing. Beyond him and Arnold, the ground sank instantly in circles. Pooh! Tommy struggled under the explosive pressure of the aura, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Ainsley and Annalise rushed forward anxiously to support him, their faces filled with worry. Tommy gently waved his hand, unable to speak, afraid that uttering a word would break the momentum of his aura. Accompanied by Tommy's eruption, the clouds above grew denser and hung lower. However, Arnold, faced with such oppressive aura, began to sweat, appearing less composed. He roared lowly, "Break!" Boom! A white light column suddenly erupted from his body, piercing through part of the clouds, forming a glowing sphere intertwined with the dark clouds, vying with each other. Slowly, waxing and waning, the black clouds and the light sphere clashed again, rotating and squeezing each other. Under rapid rotation, a dynamic Taiji diagram gradually formed. One white and one black, neither stronger nor weaker. After a while, open! Tommy roared hoarsely, blood seeping from his 7 apertures as he attempted to unleash his aura once more. But this time, things did not go as planned. Suddenly, darkness engulfed his vision. He couldn't hold on any longer and fell forward stiffly. Brother Wenxiang. Brother Wenxiang. His companions were extremely worried. Hashtag chapter 164. Son-in-law of the heavenly Saint Palace. However, to everyone's surprise, Arnold moved. He steadied Tommy with one hand and pressed a point on his body, channeling spiritual energy into him while bursting into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Good boy, not bad at all. Now you're qualified to be my son-in-law in the heavenly Saint Palace. Ainsley. Annalise. What was happening? The group exchanged puzzled glances, completely baffled. Everyone disperse. At this moment, a clear and cold voice echoed from the sky. Though not loud, it carried immense authority, and no one dared to disobey. Slowly, a figure appeared, and Madison revealed herself mid-air. Respectfully obey the elder's command. As Madison spoke, numerous elders and hall masters called out in unison, respectfully bowing to both Madison and Arnold before flying away. Master, what happened? Annalise, who was still holding the unconscious Tommy, anxiously asked Madison. We'll talk about it back at the palace. Madison didn't answer immediately. Then she waved her hand lightly, and everything around them blurred. Moments later, they reappeared in the Qingwan Hall's council chamber. A short while later, in the Qingwan Hall, council chamber. Wake up already, stop pretending, I know you're fine. Arnold, seated at the head of the table, said irritably to Tommy, who was still in Annalise's arms. How can he be fine? Annalise frowned, filled with worry, and angrily shouted, he's completely exhausted. Arnold picked up on the resentment in Annalise's tone, smiled awkwardly, and remained silent, sitting patiently as they waited for Tommy to wake up. Without Tommy awake, their conversation couldn't proceed. The atmosphere became tense and eerily quiet as everyone waited. In reality, Tommy had woken up long ago but found it difficult to face the situation. It wasn't that he wanted to stay in Annalise's warm embrace. Let's go back half an hour earlier. When Arnold started exerting pressure upon hearing they were from the Mystic Sword sect, especially when he was about to kill them, Tommy didn't sit idly by. He immediately contacted Immortal G using his mental connection and started seeking help. Tommy, Sect Master, I'm about to die. Help me quickly. Palace Master Arnold wants to kill me. Tommy, answer me fast. I won't ask for the spirit stones you owe me. Irritated Jaspertle Farmer. Damn it, does Arnold dare? Irritated Jaspertle Farmer. Hold on, I'll call someone. Tommy, Senior Jasper, are you there? Corey. Ha ha ha. Brother Wenxiang, whatever you need, I'll do it. Tommy, can you beat Arnold? Corey. Arnold? Palace Master Arnold. Tommy. Yes, he's going to kill me right now. It's urgent. Corey, how did you get on his bad side? Big brother is cheering for you. Tommy. Thus, during those critical moments, Tommy never gave up hope and desperately sought help. That led to the intense confrontation between him and Arnold. Before fainting from exhaustion, he heard Arnold's final words. Embarrassed and furious, Tommy refused to wake up. But now, he knew he couldn't avoid waking up. Before doing so, he sent a message to reassure the sect master. Tommy, it's okay, just a misunderstanding, crisis resolved. Irritated Jaspertle Farmer. What happened? Tommy, I'll tell you later. Irritated Jaspertle Farmer. Alright, I'll head back then. Just saying, Arnold wouldn't directly bully a weaker person if he weren't a fool. Irritated Jaspertle Farmer. Oh, and I don't owe you any spirit stones anymore. Tommy. Cough cough. He couldn't delay it any longer. It was time to wake up. Tommy coughed lightly in Annalise's arms and slowly opened his eyes, feigning weakness. Is this what death feels like? He's awake, he's awake. This coughing jolted the group into excitement. They gathered around, expressing concern. Supported by his friends, Tommy slowly stood up and caught sight of Arnold's smug expression at the head of the table. Gathering his strength, he sternly said, Arnold, take it out on me, not my friends. Ainsley. Annalise, moved. Nung 3. However, Arnold's smile froze when he heard this. Although he knew Tommy was acting, he couldn't openly call him out and could only curse his thick skin inwardly. Alright Wenxiang, this was a misunderstanding. Madison, sitting beside Arnold, gently gestured downward to dispel Tommy's momentum. She smiled and said, it was a test. A test? Tommy stopped pretending, his face showing displeasure. Can such a test exist, putting the lives of the people I care most about at risk? In truth, Tommy had genuinely lost his temper when Arnold threatened to kill Ainsley too, wishing to tear him limb from limb. This. Madison looked apologetic, hesitating to speak, knowing that the palace master had gone too far this time. I wanted it this way. Arnold, sitting at the head of the table, declared seriously. Did you think our heavenly Saint Palace's Saint Maiden can be taken away so easily? Quickly, Arnold explained the entire story. In fact, he was giving Tommy quite a lot of face because, as the leader of a sacred land, why would he normally care about a disciple's feelings? Madison returned to the palace early in the morning, but didn't rush to see Annalise. Instead, she first summoned Arnold to discuss matters related to Immortal G. During their conversation, they also touched upon Annalise and Tommy's relationship. Annalise was Madison's only disciple and someone Arnold had watched grow up, treating her like his own daughter. Naturally, he couldn't let her be easily deceived by an outsider. Thus, the previous scene occurred, coinciding with sensing Tommy's burst of power. Arnold acted on his own to test Tommy. He wanted to gauge Tommy's character and whether he could protect Annalise fearlessly in times of true peril. Although Tommy was supported by everyone throughout, Arnold found the answers he sought. At the very least, this confirmed that Tommy passed the character test and was trustworthy. Chapter 165. Fury. Understood. Arnold asked calmly after explaining the situation. At this point, Tommy's anger had subsided significantly, and he replied, understood. While Tommy could understand Arnold's method of testing him, he did not endorse it. Tommy thought that if his sister ever brought someone home and said it was her Dao companion, he would probably show a bit of intimidation to see if the person was reliable. In fact, he had lost his cool after being enraged by the Egan, which led to his irrational behavior. Otherwise, he would have realized the absurdity of the situation earlier. Arnold, as the head of the Holy Land, a top-tier authority, wouldn't directly confront mere children. Such actions would render him unable to function in the world, disgraced beyond the 3 realms. Cough. Seeing that Tommy had calmed down, Arnold shifted the topic with some displeasure. Now, can you tell me why you attacked Ruaqian? Do you know he is my disciple? Beating him publicly shows utter disrespect toward me. Ruaqian, Hendrik, was none other than the Egan lying on the ground, and the youngest disciple of Arnold. Upon hearing this, Tommy frowned, unwilling to recall the filthy words spewed by Hendrik. He said coldly, I won't take back my previous statement. Having such a Egan has indeed made you lose face. Annalise, upon hearing Arnold's question, frowned even deeper, showing no restraint in her disdain. She spoke coldly to Arnold, senior uncle. Why don't you ask what exactly he said? Despite his status as a top leader, Arnold maintained his poise, ignoring their tone as he asked casually. Then, he directed a strand of spirit energy at the unconscious Hendrik, waking him up. Master, kill her. As soon as he woke up, Hendrik stared bloodshot-eyed at Annalise and screamed repeatedly, Master, quickly kill Annalise. She's a demon. She's a foreigner. Annalise had truly terrified Hendrik, perhaps with some illusion that left him disoriented, wanting nothing but to kill Annalise. Noisy. From his seat, Arnold's thunderous voice roared out, indicating his dissatisfaction with such a disgraceful disciple who indeed brought shame upon him as Tommy had pointed out. Smack. With a casual wave, another burst of spirit energy from Arnold slapped Hendrik hard. After being struck, Hendrik became more coherent, covering his face and glancing around before noticing Madison next to the seat. Trembling with fear, he dared not speak. Seeing Hendrik's pathetic state, Arnold was furious. What did you say? Disciple didn't say anything. He glanced stealthily at Madison, denying shakily. TCH. Annalise scoffed at him scornfully. Worthless. Why can't you speak now? You. Hendrik pointed at Annalise, the fear fading from his face, yet failing to finish his sentence. Speak. Arnold's expression grew livid as he realized his disciple had said something grave. Furious, he threatened. Don't make me probe your soul. Don't. The mention of soul probing terrified Hendrik, making him cry and retreat, trying to escape. However, just as he flew towards the door, Arnold flashed forward and kicked him back to the ground where he struggled weakly. I'll say. At this moment, Ainsley stepped forward, pointing at the lying Hendrik and shouting angrily. It was him who insulted Annalise and Venerable Fong, calling them whores. My brother couldn't bear it, so he struck him. Silence. Complete silence filled the room after Ainsley's statement. Arnold shook with rage. Madison's face was filled with fury, and Hendrik's face turned ashen gray. Realizing there was no hope for redemption, gathering all his courage, he stood up and pointed at Madison, saying to Arnold, Master, this woman ran off with someone else originally, and now Annalise has followed suit. I am only standing up for you. Smack. A slap landed, but not on Hendrik. Instead, it was Arnold who received it. Tears welled in Madison's eyes as she lashed out angrily, slapping Arnold across the face and snarling, You're fine, disciple. No one expected Madison to strike the Supreme Master so fiercely. Her action demonstrated the strength befitting someone who could train a fearsome Annalise. Sigh. After receiving the slap, Arnold did not become angry. He sighed deeply, his face reflecting deep self-blame. It seems I've secluded myself too long and forgotten how to teach him proper conduct. Bang bang bang. Suddenly, Hendrik got up and knelt, beginning to kowtow to Arnold. Master, please, quickly kill Annalise and Madison. Women like them aren't worthy of your affection. At this point, Hendrik appeared completely delusional, failing to grasp the gravity of the situation and still struggling in desperation. Bang. Calm-faced, but harboring immense anger, Arnold gave Hendrik a powerful kick, sending him flying. Bang. Appearing beside him instantly, Arnold stomped Hendrik into the ground, roaring furiously. Who told you this? Despite his rage as a top leader, Arnold knew his limits. The kicks inflicted pain but not death. Cough cough. Under Arnold's foot, Hendrik spat out blood, barely whispering, It was Senior Brother Draper. Hearing this answer, Arnold clenched his teeth in anger and growled slowly, Su, Hong, Lang. He then began communicating with his second disciple via a message jade talisman. Moments later, a young man clad in a green crane-patterned robe, with sharp eyebrows and piercing eyes, pushed open the meeting hall door and bowed respectfully to Arnold and Madison. Master, you summoned me? Smack. Another loud slap rang out as Arnold struck his second disciple without a word. He shouted angrily, Say what shouldn't be said again, and you will regret it. Then, he kicked Hendrik over to Draper, yelling, Throw Hendrik into Immortal Extinguishing Mountain. Let him fend for himself. When you return, go to the rear mountain and face the wall for 100 years. Master, no. Upon hearing about Immortal Extinguishing Mountain, Hendrik became even more terrified, begging pitifully on the ground. Arnold, however, dismissed them, unable to bear the sight. Hendrik had reason to be afraid. Immortal Extinguishing Mountain was where Uriel and the saints fought against foreigners. There, rivers of holy blood flowed, and the aura of evil reached the sky. Even a holy one had to tread carefully, let alone a mere disciple. Throwing Hendrik into Immortal Extinguishing Mountain was far worse than executing him directly. Hashtag chapter 166. The secret is leaked. After dismissing his disciples, Arnold seemed to have used up all his energy. He slowly walked back to the palace master's seat alone and remained silent. After a while, everyone calmed down. Arnold's decision was not only to give Madison and Jasper an explanation, but also to rectify his own mistakes. Arnold made a mistake, and it was that he only took in disciples without properly educating them, leading to today's outcome. Afterwards, aside from Madison, he noticed everyone's doubts. Deciding it couldn't be held back any longer, he took this opportunity to reveal everything. 2,000 years ago, Arnold and Madison were the Egan and Saint daughter of the Celestial Palace. During their travels, they met the equally youthful Brecken. Traditionally, the Egan and Saint daughter of Celestial Palace would become Tao companions, destined as a pair. Arnold was no exception. He too once had feelings for Madison when he was young. However, after meeting Brecken and facing many dangers together, they gradually became the best of friends. Over time, Madison eventually entrusted herself to Brecken. Back then, although Arnold liked Madison, he chose to keep his love hidden, not forcing her, and decided to let her go. The previous Saint daughter, Madison, was taken away by Brecken of the Mystic Sword sect. Today, the current quasi-Saint daughter, Jasper, has also been taken away by someone from the Mystic Sword sect. This is what led to today's incident. Therefore, when Arnold heard that Tommy came from the Mystic Sword sect, he truly became angry. But regardless of how upset he was, he still maintained the demeanor of a leader and did not intend to take their lives. What he called testing was indeed a test. If Tommy truly loved Jasper and had the strength, he wouldn't mind helping them achieve happiness. Alright, let's not dwell on the past anymore. Arnold sighed deeply, looked at Tommy, and said solemnly, Tell me about your CNG. But before Tommy could respond, Arnold continued, I know you are currently constrained by the production capacity of the CNG. The functions of CNG have already been demonstrated to me by Shannon. It is indeed a divine artifact. Our Celestial Palace can assist you in the mass production of CNG. After saying this, he abruptly changed the subject and stared intently into Tommy's eyes, speaking in a stern voice. However, since CNG is mainly used for communication, can you guarantee it won't monitor the user's information? Upon hearing Arnold's question, Tommy was internally shocked. Indeed, what must come will come. He had anticipated such a day, but he never expected it to arrive so soon. Originally, he planned to develop practical and convenient features quickly to coerce the higher-ups into accepting it. However, after this commotion and with Madison returning early, Tommy had to face this issue prematurely. This question from Arnold wasn't just something Madison wanted to know. Dimitri was also watching Tommy closely, waiting eagerly for his answer. This matter was critical. The secret of the sacred land absolutely couldn't leak out, let alone fall into the hands of a disciple. Initially, Dimitri hadn't considered this problem. It was beyond his scope of thinking. But if he hadn't thought of it, it didn't mean Arnold hadn't. Arnold was the master of the sacred land, and more importantly, the master of illusions within the celestial palace, making him an expert in such matters. Just by glancing, he discerned the principle behind the CNG. If it needed to transmit information, it would require strong divine consciousness support. Thus, this was another concern for Arnold. Since it required divine consciousness, it might always be under surveillance. It absolutely won't. Tommy's face remained calm. Although he was extremely anxious inside, he responded solemnly and confidently, "This is my ability, there's no monitoring involved. The secret of the soul-suppressing pagoda must not be exposed. If it were, at best, it would be seized by the celestial palace. Such an item could not be allowed to circulate outside. Its power posed too great a threat to the sacred land." "Are you sure?" Arnold leaned forward, his presence formidable as he locked eyes with Tommy, speaking deliberately, "You'd better not lie to me." "I'm certain." Tommy bowed slightly and answered firmly. At this point, Arnold seemed reassured and leaned back. Seeing this, Tommy secretly exhaled in relief, inwardly sighing how narrowly he escaped this one. He knew he had successfully deceived them. Suddenly, an unexpected event occurred. As Tommy relaxed, Arnold unexpectedly unleashed a burst of spiritual energy, causing Tommy's eyes to glaze over, plunging him into an illusionary state. "What are you doing?" Two voices rang out simultaneously. Jasper and Ainsley shouted loudly, drawing their weapons and standing guard beside Tommy. Madison frowned, displeased. "Elder brother, this is going too far. Rest assured, I won't harm him." Arnold stepped down from his seat and slowly approached Tommy, addressing everyone gravely. "The CNG is crucial, and I must ensure it won't leak any information as claimed." "Damn it, wake up." Inside the soul-suppressing pagoda, Flynn desperately shouted at Tommy. He was fully aware of what happened outside, but was powerless to do anything but shout. However, Tommy's eyes were glazed over, staring blankly as if lost in thought. Arnold, a quasi-saint-level powerhouse, acted personally, leaving Tommy completely unable to resist, especially when he struck at the moment of utmost relaxation. "Stay back." Ainsley, resembling a fierce little tiger, pointed her sword directly at Arnold and fiercely ordered, "Don't touch him. Rest assured, even if he can monitor messages, I won't hurt him." Today, Arnold had been targeted twice by Ainsley's sword, which left him somewhat irritated. With a slight wave of his hand, he pushed Ainsley and Jasper away, restraining them. He then continued, "If I have misunderstood him, I will compensate him. Anything he wants." Approaching Tommy, Arnold asked slowly, "Do you swear the CNG is truly your ability?" "No." Tommy replied listlessly. Everyone froze in shock upon hearing this, including Ainsley. They stood speechless. "What is it then?" Arnold frowned, clearly angered by being deceived in public. "It's the soul-suppressing pagoda." Tommy revealed the pagoda in his palm. Snap. Satisfied with his answer, Arnold snapped his fingers, releasing Tommy from the illusion. Chapter 167. Palace Master? Just a game of football. You. Tommy suddenly regained consciousness, staring at the soul-stabilizing pagoda in his hands, too shocked to speak for a moment. He was furious and resentful, angry at himself for not being careful and falling for Arnold's trick, and hating his own lack of strength that made him unable to protect what kept him alive. With no way to hide anymore, Tommy took the opportunity to split half of his consciousness and entered the soul-stabilizing pagoda, hurriedly discussing a plan with Flynn. "Ah, speak up." Arnold sighed again. "What exactly is the soul-stabilizing pagoda?" Seeing it was futile to resist, Tommy seemed to resign himself to fate and tossed the pagoda to Arnold, saying, "This is a divine artifact I obtained by chance. It can transmit consciousness. Master, if you don't believe me, try using your consciousness to communicate through it." "Brother, stop this." Madison could not bear to watch any longer. After all, Tommy was someone her disciple liked. She did not want to see him suffer here. In everyone's heart, this matter was understandable. Who would openly flaunt their opportunities or treasures every day? "Oh." Arnold ignored Madison's intervention, lightly expressing his doubts and then splitting a thread of his consciousness to enter the soul-stabilizing pagoda, determined to understand its secrets. He had to ensure the safety of the entire Holy Land. Inside the soul-stabilizing pagoda. Arnold's consciousness coalesced into his form as he observed the peculiar space within the pagoda, inadvertently murmuring, "Interesting." At this moment, Tommy and Flynn appeared directly before him. "Artifact spirit?" Arnold exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the sudden appearance of the two. His face showed a hint of astonishment, but quickly turned to understanding. He now understood how the pagoda transmitted information, all thanks to its artifact spirit, Flynn. However, this also meant that any message sent via the pagoda could leak, implying that Tommy's earlier claim about secrecy was pure nonsense. "You lied to me again." Arnold, having figured it all out, looked at Tommy, feigning anger. "Yes." Tommy stopped pretending, directly admitting, "I did lie. What else could I do? Tell you I can monitor communications and reveal everything? If I did that, the best outcome would be you seizing the pagoda, while the worst would be erasing me from existence. How could I say that?" "AI." Arnold adopted an understanding expression, sighing softly. Indeed, knowing this matter, two paths emerged in his mind just as Tommy had anticipated. Either kill Tommy and claim the pagoda, or let it remain and offer Tommy some benefits. Keep the soul-stabilizing pagoda, Arnold said gently, appealing to reason and emotion. This thing is far too deep for you to handle. I'll give you the honorary elder position in the celestial holy palace, promise you a life of wealth and honor, and safeguard your life. Don't you love Hazel? I can arrange your marriage immediately. In fact, by normal standards, Arnold had already been very fair, not forcibly taking over the treasure. Great treasures belong to those strong enough to possess them. Once the secret of the soul-stabilizing pagoda was revealed, Tommy would inevitably lose it. Better it be under the sanctuary's protection than fall into the wrong hands. Of course, this was only Arnold's view. Hazel, I will marry her personally. Tommy paid no heed to Arnold's offers, fiercely declaring, and I won't hand over the soul-stabilizing pagoda either. No room for negotiation? Arnold lowered his voice, furrowing his brow, seemingly about to erupt. He believed he had given Tommy enough respect, but Tommy was unyielding. No room for negotiation. Tommy smiled, waving his hand fearlessly. Fine, Arnold replied sternly, turning to leave. Bang. But as he flew towards the edge of the tower walls, he was suddenly bounced back. Tommy sidestepped and whispered to Flynn beside him, Are you sure there's no problem? Flynn gave Tommy a reassuring look, calmly replying, No worries, I've controlled this pagoda for so long. It won't fail. Good. Tommy's spirits lifted, shouting loudly, Then let's go for it. Sure thing. Flynn immediately clenched his fists, walking alongside Tommy toward Arnold. What are you doing? Arnold's expression turned pale as he suddenly found himself immobilized, unable to control his body. In the soul stabilizing pagoda, Flynn and Tommy were invincible. The system declared it so. Forget you being a quasi-saint. Even an emperor would have to listen obediently to Flynn and Tommy's commands within this pagoda. Doing what? Tommy walked towards Arnold, smirking maliciously. We're going to mess with you. He reached out, grabbed Arnold, hurled him into the air, then kicked him forcefully, sending him flying. Flynn didn't lag behind, flashing into the sky and kicking Arnold back. For acting almighty. I'm marrying Hazel. Who needs your approval? No wonder Madison didn't fancy you back then. Brecken was indeed much better. And I'm telling you, the pagoda can monitor communications. What are you gonna do? Anyway, once we get out, you won't remember anything. Ha 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 ha. Bang, bang, bang. Tommy taunted and beat up Arnold along with Flynn, slowly causing Arnold's consciousness to fade. How does it feel? Tommy grinned at Flynn ahead. Kicking the master feels pretty good. Feels great. Flynn shouted, continuously kicking Arnold back and forth. When I was still a young disciple, I never imagined I'd kick the master around like a ball. It feels so good. If it feels good, kick a few more times. Sure thing. A short while later. Hold on. Tommy suddenly stopped, stepping on the nearly dead Arnold. He suddenly remembered his pea shooter needed one more material, and a quasi-saint's consciousness should be highly nourishing for it. With that thought, Tommy summoned the pea shooter, ordering it to devour Arnold's remnant soul. The pea shooter, receiving the command, hungrily wiggled its head and swallowed Arnold whole. Chapter 168, House Arrest. Boom. With the pea shooter devouring Arnold's remaining soul, a tremendous explosion occurred within its body. The pea shooter had successfully advanced. Tommy hurriedly opened the system interface to check. Pea shooter. Realm. Early golden core stage. Impressive. Looking at the successfully advanced pea shooter, Tommy excitedly shouted, and then spent countless points to feed it up to the peak of the golden core stage. At this point, the feed points button turned gray, indicating that it now required upgrade materials. However, a pea shooter at the peak of the golden core stage had already undergone significant changes and was unknown in terms of future power potential. Send him out. Satisfied, Tommy waved his hand toward Flynn and said, Remember, don't let him know about your existence. Don't worry. Flynn nodded solemnly. Standing still, Flynn gently waved his hand, as if merging with the soul-suppressing pagoda. The spiritual energy inside the pagoda began to gather, collecting Arnold's scattered soul and slowly forming it back into a human shape. As soon as it coalesced, Flynn instantly attacked Arnold, imprinting several marks on him and altering his memories before sending him out of the pagoda. At this moment, in the Qingwan Hall's meeting chamber, After his divine consciousness returned, Arnold pondered for a while and then spoke calmly. This item is indeed miraculous, capable of amplifying divine consciousness and transmitting it. Hee hee. Suddenly, Arnold laughed softly, tossing the soul-suppressing pagoda back to Tommy and smiled. You weren't lying. The soul-suppressing pagoda is merely a relay station for divine consciousness transmission and cannot monitor information. That's right, Tommy replied with an innocent smile. Flynn, who had been controlling the soul-suppressing pagoda for months, seemed to have some skill. He did indeed modify Arnold's memory. Arnold could not transmit information constantly like Tommy, but needed to recover his divine consciousness to bring back the memories from inside the pagoda. Flynn took advantage of this by first dispersing Arnold's divine consciousness and then reforming and modifying it, thus covering his tracks completely. So, Arnold no longer remembered being beaten inside the pagoda. And Tommy didn't mind as he just wanted to get revenge. Going against Arnold directly would be suicidal. Wunxiang. At this moment, Arnold, with a forced smile, came to Tommy's side, lightly patting his shoulder, and said, Our sect recently needs an honorary elder. Are you interested? No. Tommy knew Arnold hadn't given up and immediately refused. Alright, I'll be straightforward. Arnold realized Tommy wouldn't give up the soul-suppressing pagoda and suddenly became serious. First, I won't try to take your treasure by force. But you must understand that the soul-suppressing pagoda is of great importance and cannot fall into the wrong hands. I've decided to grant you the position of honorary elder of Tianxing Palace, with all privileges and no obligations. Then he shifted his tone, his expression full of determination, leaving no room for refusal. All you need to do is stay in Tianshang Palace and continue managing the soul-suppressing pagoda. If you need any resources, tell me directly, and I will send people to fetch them for you, only asking that you don't leave. Staying in Tianshang Palace, I can guarantee your safety and the safety of the soul-suppressing pagoda. With that, he vanished, leaving behind one last statement echoing in the hall. Please think carefully, do not make a mistake. Brother. Wenxiang. After Arnold left, the restriction holding Ainsley and Irene disappeared. The two women rushed towards Tommy, anxiously asking, "Ah." At this moment, Madison sighed deeply, approaching Tommy guiltily and apologized. "I'm sorry, I didn't expect it to turn out this way." "It's okay." Tommy smiled, waving his hand and bowing to Madison. Disciple had anticipated this. Actually, things had developed to their best possible state. Although Tommy had revealed the soul-suppressing pagoda, its ability to monitor the world remained secret, leaving room for maneuver. Instead of worrying constantly about exposure, it might be better to let Tianshang Palace's higher-ups know about the pagoda's existence, so they wouldn't waste time investigating whether it could leak information. Doing this had its advantages. Now, everyone knew what Tommy had, and as long as he agreed to become an honorary elder, Arnold would order immediate assistance for the cultivation of immortal devices. However, Tommy was now constrained and likely couldn't leave Tianshang Palace. "Ah." Madison sighed again, feeling guilty and resolved. "I'll persuade my senior brother. Rest assured, if necessary, I'll personally escort you back to the sect." Regardless of Tommy's and Irene's relationship, Madison felt she couldn't let Tommy suffer in Tianshang Palace because of Brecken. Moreover, Tommy's relationship with Irene was already known, and she felt morally obligated to help him. Having spoken, Madison formed a finger seal and vanished. Now, only Tommy and his companions remained in the hall. Wah! After Madison left, Irene, her eyes red, suddenly hugged Tommy, burying her head in his chest and sobbing loudly, I'm so sorry. Wah! I never expected Senior Uncle would act like this." Irene cried pitifully, tears streaming down her face. She had previously promised that no one would harm Tommy in Tianshang Palace, but now broke her word. Actually, this matter was beyond Irene's control and unrelated to her. Arnold's actions were quite humane, not trying to forcibly take the soul-suppressing pagoda. Had it been someone else, they wouldn't care about a mere disciple's thoughts and would have simply taken it under the guise of protection. Don't cry, don't cry." Seeing Irene crying sadly, Tommy felt heartache and gently stroked her head, soothingly saying, "It's not your fault, and I haven't lost anything, have I?" At this point, Tommy gently pushed Irene away, staring into her eyes and consoling her. "That's enough. Stop crying. Let's figure this out together." "Yes." Irene nodded firmly but didn't release his hand, letting Tommy hold her. Through Tommy's confrontation with Arnold, she was genuinely scared of losing him. Now, she didn't care about shyness, only wanting to hold Tommy tightly and think of nothing else. Chapter 169. Rallying Support. "Bro." Ainsley softly called to Tommy, putting on a mysterious expression and whispering, "Why don't we run now? Let's take advantage of the moment while Arnold hasn't realized it, and hurry home." "Yeah." Ianto chimed in with a righteous indignation. Hey. That's right, Brother Wenxiang." At this point, Dimitri, who had been pacing anxiously earlier, strode forward and said sternly, "With what Tianshang Palace has done to you, why wait? Let's go. I won't restrict your freedom if you come to my Ruself-Ho family." Dimitri grew more agitated as he spoke and quickly pulled out his immortal communicator. "I'll contact my uncle right away to have him pick us up." "AI. Seems like that's our only option." Tommy sighed deeply and decided to attempt an escape. He didn't want to spend the rest of his life in Tianshang Palace when there was so much of the cultivation world left to explore. "Let's go." With that, Tommy waved his hand at his companions and marched toward the door. However, as they stepped out the door, two unnamed elders instantly appeared, blocking their path politely. "Please return, elders order. No one may wander freely. You must return inside." "Damn it." Tommy cursed silently, knowing someone would stop them, but not expecting it to happen so quickly, not even letting them reach the main gate. "What is this? Is this how Tianshang Palace treats guests? Make no mistake, I'm the message envoy of the Ruself-Ho family." Seeing this setup, Dimitri grew furious, waving his pass in front of the elders and barking, "As an envoy of the Ho family, I move freely. Move aside." The elders frowned, clearly displeased by Dimitri's rant, but eventually cleared a path. "We naturally wouldn't dare stop a Ho family envoy." But before Dimitri could celebrate, they pointed at Tommy and said solemnly, "But you can't leave." "Bullshit, are you bullying me again?" Dimitri resumed his overbearing stance, ready to fight. However, the moment he raised his spirit, the elders released a powerful aura that immediately pushed him back while gesturing for Tommy to return. "Fine." Tommy gently patted Dimitri on the shoulder and turned back into the hall. He now understood that Arnold was serious this time. If he agreed to the terms, he'd be free within Tianshang Palace. Otherwise, he was stuck. Returning to the hall, Tommy walked directly to the palace master's throne and sat down casually, deep in thought. Escaping on their own was no longer an option, so they needed outside help. There were three potential allies: Madison, who might be under Arnold's control; Ruself-Ho family, which could potentially help them escape but would still put them under someone else's thumb; and lastly, his own sect. During a previous chat with sect leader Brecken, he had noticed the latter's demeanor suggested hidden cards. After some consideration, Tommy opened his immortal communicator and messaged sect leader Brecken. "Tommy, sect leader, save me. Angry farmer. What happened? Did Arnold bully you again?" "Tommy, disciple is suffering." Given the current situation, Tommy detailed everything that had transpired, embellishing slightly for effect. Angry farmer. "Damn, did Arnold imprison you?" Angry farmer. "Wait here. I'll rally support and smash his Azure Phoenix Hall." Tommy, sect leader, be careful. But Brecken did not reply further, presumably rallying reinforcements. Conflicted, Tommy wondered how strong their relationship truly was, but concluded that waiting to see Brecken's plan was the best course of action. Besides, his true trump card was never the communicator but the unreasonable skills granted by the system. Deciding to relax, Tommy reclined in Arnold's throne, ready to complete today's tasks. Ha ha ha, brother Wenxiang. In the video call, Corey laughed awkwardly, making Tommy stare in silence, unnerving Corey.
Alas.
Corey sighed, not that I don't want to help, but I can't compete with Tiansheng Palace. Ha 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 ha. Tommy burst into laughter, acknowledging the reality. While he could understand Corey's reluctance, he made sure Corey felt his dissatisfaction. Finishing his daily tasks, Tommy closed his eyes to rest. Exhausted from confronting Egan and Arnold's illusion earlier, he fell into a deep sleep. His friends worried but dared not disturb him, discussing quietly through mental communication about their next steps. The next morning, dawns broke. The partners, exhausted from lack of sleep, waited anxiously for Tommy to wake, without a viable plan. Buzz. Buzz. Suddenly, Tommy's immortal communicator buzzed with an incoming video call from Brecken. Chapter 170. Is our father a big shot? The moment he heard the video call, Tommy was instantly awake and hurriedly answered. In the video, Brecken stood alone with his sword slung over his shoulder at the entrance of Tiansheng Palace. Just you? Tommy looked closely but saw no one else. He couldn't help but say, you should have called the Elder Masters. How can you fight Arnold alone? At the mention of the Elder Masters, Brecken's face darkened. Do you think those old fellows move easily? They are Elder Masters. Brecken pointed his Iron Enchantian sword directly at the gate and shouted loudly, come out and see. Watch me flatten your Tiansheng Palace. Ha ha ha. As Brecken spoke, Jackson guarding the gate suddenly appeared and laughed heartily. Why are you so angry, young friend? Ha ha ha. Seeing Jackson, Brecken put down his weapon and laughed to show goodwill, replying loudly, old Mr. Young, it's Tiansheng Palace who is wrong this time. Soon, Brecken recounted the entire incident in detail. There's such a thing? Upon hearing this, Jackson was visibly shocked and angrily said, it really is getting worse from generation to generation. Indeed. Isn't Arnold bullying us, the Shinjin sect? Brecken got angrier as he spoke, finally bowing to Jackson and saying, I have no intention of conflicting with you. Let me in. I want to confront Arnold and get justice. No way. Looking at Brecken's aggressive stance, Jackson immediately refused. Allowing you in would be disregarding the safety of my Tiansheng Palace disciples. Not negotiable? Brecken asked, seeing the resolute expression on Jackson's face. Not negotiable. Jackson smiled, leaving no room for refusal but added slightly apologetically, however, I can let Arnold come out to discuss things with you. How can that work? Brecken quickly put on an unwilling face, glanced at the camera, and solemnly said, I said I wanted to tear down his Qingwan Hall, and that's what I will do. Then, Brecken turned around and shouted to the sky, filled with spiritual energy, brother, it's your turn now. I can't handle this old man. Brother? Hearing Brecken directly summon someone, Tommy questioned aloud, where did he get a brother? At this point, the other kids also crowded around to watch the video on the immortal machine. Seeing Brecken appear, Ainsley's worried expression immediately vanished. After all, their sect master had arrived. Regardless of his strength or whether he could beat Arnold, it felt like they had a strong backer. Ha 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 burp. With Brecken's words trailing off, huge laughter suddenly sounded from the sky. A middle-aged man dressed sloppily in a gray robe appeared mid-air. After laughing, he slowly flew beside Brecken, took a big swig of wine, and looking drunkenly at Jackson said, 1,000 years apart. How have you been, old Mr. Young? Tommy, gray robe. Ainsley, purple gold gourd. Tommy, laughing with hiccups. Damn. Seeing the middle-aged man appear in the video, Tommy and Ainsley both exclaimed in surprise, our father is here? Isn't this just making things worse? Seeing Dayon appear, Tommy slapped his thighs anxiously. Doesn't our father know his own limits? Why did he come too for such a dangerous mission? Shouldn't it only be the sect master coming? Hey, what kind of talk is that? Brecken saw this in the immortal machine, looking displeased. I rushed overnight to save you. Can't you show some appreciation? Tommy. Getting agitated and blurting out his thoughts, Tommy blushed awkwardly, waving apologetically at Brecken in the video. Continue. Meanwhile, at the gate, seeing Dayon, Jackson lost his previous calm demeanor. Shock spread across his face as he exclaimed, It's you? It's me. Dayon nodded smiling. Are those two siblings yours? Jackson asked incredulously. Ha ha ha. Dayon laughed heartily, asking instead, Ianian is my surname? Sinning. Realizing, Jackson grew enraged. Let's go inside together and deal with him alone. No one else gets involved. Jackson waved towards the gate, and the entrance to Tiansheng Palace opened immediately. Dayon charged in first. Behind him, Jackson chased anxiously, repeatedly shouting, Don't harm anyone else. Is our father a big shot? Tommy looked puzzled at his sister. Don't know? Ainsley was equally confused. In her memory, Dayon always seemed unreliable. She hadn't heard of him being a big shot. But, seeing the current situation, even if Tommy were a disciple of the giant sword peak, he would realize that his father Dayon must indeed be a real big shot. Everyone knows that the ones guarding the gates are usually big shots. Previously, when seeing Jackson, Tommy could guess that the old man wasn't ordinary. Combined with Jackson's different attitude towards Brecken and Dayon, the answer was clear. Dayon was even more formidable than Brecken, truly a big shot. Tommy came back to reality, wanting to check the video again. However, due to Brecken's slow flight speed, all he saw was scenery. Scram. Suddenly, as Tommy was blaming Brecken for being slow, he heard Dayon's loud command from the entrance. Bang. Immediately after speaking, the Qingwan Hall doors were kicked open by Dayon, who had entered. Two elders guarding Tommy lay unconscious nearby. Father. Seeing Dayon, Ainsley exclaimed, rushing to hug her father while sobbing. Wah wah wah. Father, I thought I'd never see you again. Alright. Daeon patted Ainsley's head, comforting her. It's okay now. Father is here. Though his tone was gentle, his gaze grew increasingly cold, hiding unspoken rage. Father, Arnold bullied us. At this, Ainsley loosened her grip on her father and sobbed, pulling Daeon's hand towards Tommy. He bullied brother. Hearing this, Daeon almost couldn't control his anger, gritting his teeth. He bullied you? No. Ainsley honestly denied, then changed her tone. He bullied brother. Chapter 171. Brecken, a man of his word. Ah, at that moment, Carver suddenly heaved a sigh of relief, saying repeatedly, it's good you weren't bullied. It's good you weren't bullied. Adair. Christiana. There's no hope for such a father. At this moment, Adair could only wear an expression of helplessness, too tired to complain any further. Carver's obsession with his daughter had become a chronic disease. What does it mean by it's good you weren't bullied? Isn't your son's life also important? Cough, cough. Seeing Adair's deadpan look filled with heartache and despair, Carver felt that what he said just now was not quite right. He laughed awkwardly, walking up to Adair who ignored him and kept lying on Matt's throne. Innes. Carver elongated the pronunciation, looking at his angry son somewhat at a loss. Don't call me. I am not your son. Adair turned his back to Carver, unwilling to face him. Father doesn't care about you. Suddenly, Carver sat next to Adair, patting his shoulder. This is all part of training you. Just think, with your strong aura, normal people are certainly not your match. But your sister is different. She is too weak. Adair. Do you misunderstand what weak means? To put it bluntly, the current Christiana can single-handedly beat 10 of him. Of course, Adair couldn't say this to Carver. It ultimately boiled down to his own fault, who let himself pretend to be a big shot every day, leading Carver to really believe in it. The key issue is that Carver was usually not around the sect, and rarely interacted with his two children, thus truly believing that Adair was the big boss. Actually, considering Carver's mindset, it made sense. Being a big boss himself, it's natural to assume his son would be one too. After hearing Carver's explanation, Adair sat up, feeling deflated. Alright, there's no point getting mad at you. You see, Carver smiled consolingly and continued, how can a son get angry with his father? Let's go home. However, before Adair could agree, Justice's voice came from outside the door. He shouted loudly, Innes, come out quick. I'm going to destroy his Chingwon Hall. Adair. In crucial moments, it's always their sect leader who comes through. This is what it means to be a man of his word. To say you'll smash his hall and do exactly that without hesitation. Seeing this, Adair quickly ran out of the hall with his companions, fearing it might collapse and bury them underneath. Justice, you dare. Matt immediately appeared in the air above the hall upon hearing the commotion, glaring at Justice disapprovingly. Himph, why wouldn't I dare? Justice scowled, staring at Matt fearlessly. Didn't you think about this when you bullied my disciples initially? As he spoke, he brandished Iron Anchantian's sword and swung it horizontally towards the hall. Bang! Matt saw that Justice was serious, hurriedly trying to block the attack. But as a holy weapon governed by certain rules, it wasn't so easy to stop. Iron Anchantian's sword's rule was that once an attack was launched, it must hit its target. Since Justice aimed at Chingwon Hall, it had to collapse under the strike. That's the rule of the holy weapon. Boom! With the sword chi descending from Iron Anchantian's sword, the massive Chingwon Hall crumbled into ruins. This attack did minimal damage but was extremely humiliating, demolishing Tian Shanggong's iconic structure. Justice's move was like slapping the holy ground directly in the face. Ha 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 ha. Seeing Chingwon Hall collapse in an instant, Justice burst out laughing wildly. Looking down, he shouted loudly at Adair. How about that, Innes? I said I'd destroy his hall, and I did. Adair saw Justice's bold demeanor, instantly giving a thumbs up while shouting, Sect leader, awesome. Ha 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 ha. Pang. Justice enjoyed boasting, but retribution came swiftly. Seeing Matt frown darkly, he slapped a palm outwards, launching a surge of spirit energy that instantly struck Justice, sending him flying backward. Justice then roared, raising Iron Anchantian's sword and engaging in battle with Matt. However, within minutes, Justice was sent flying again. Even with the holy weapon in hand, he still couldn't match Matt. Moreover, Matt hadn't even drawn his weapon yet. Despite everything, they had feelings for each other. Though Justice was beaten badly, it wasn't fatally. Matt didn't intend to kill him, merely teaching him a lesson. At this point, Justice fled ahead while Matt chased after him, yelling down, Elder brother save me. I can't beat this guy. Adair. He'd already had enough wordless moments today. Justice was indeed loyal, but also very weak. This entire fight was one-sided, with him taking all the hits. Come down. Suddenly, Carver muttered softly on the ground. Though his voice wasn't loud, it was transmitted accurately to everyone present. Carver's voice seemed to carry a rule-like power, making Matt, who was chasing Justice, suddenly stiffen and stop in his tracks. His face filled with shock. Matt struggled against it, but still found himself flying back towards Carver. Up close, facing Carver, whose face showed neither joy nor anger. He regained control, astonished and unsure who this person was. He gave up on chasing Justice and respectfully saluted Carver. Senior. Crap, you're really ruthless, huh? Seeing Matt hesitating, Justice flew over and began criticizing him, smirking triumphantly. You're so cocky until my brother shows up, right? Carver. Matt. Who dares make a move in my Tian Shanggong? A deafening voice boomed from afar as a gigantic law body illusion appeared in the sky. Its two enormous eyes were like bright moons, striking awe into anyone who looked. Ancestor Jaspern, please return. At this moment, Jackson appeared in the sky, bowing to the enormous law body and saying, there's no fight, everything is fine. Ancestor. Adair, watching the formidable law body illusion, felt awestruck. His father's presence had shaken the Tian Shanggong ancestor into emerging. Hashtag chapter 172. The true bigwig. Father, what is your true strength? Give me a straight answer. Tommy's eyes were filled with excitement as he watched his father effortlessly shock the ancient patriarch of Tiansheng Palace into appearing. If anyone still said his father was just an ordinary peak master, Tommy would never believe it. Later, Dayon did not directly answer Tommy's question but continued to stare at Arnold's eyes and calmly asked, "You are the one who placed my children under house arrest?" Arnold detected the accusing tone in Dayon's voice. With a bitter smile, he glanced at Tommy beside Dayon and said, "Senior, the safety of the soul-taming tower cannot be compromised." At this moment, Dayon let out a light hum, and his aura instantly flared up. The earth beneath him trembled, and the surrounding spiritual energy boiled like water. If Tommy's aura was grand and dramatic, then Dayon's aura now was the will of heaven and earth. With just a single thought, the rules of the universe seemed to revolve around him. His pressure might lack special effects, but it was undeniably real and intense. Despite how easily Arnold had beaten Adriel before, in front of Dayon, he couldn't even move. He could only stand stiffly, drenched in cold sweat, waiting for a scolding. After revealing just a bit of his power to intimidate Arnold, Dayon chuckled lightly and remarked teasingly, "Are you threatening a sage? A sage. A living sage." Hearing Dayon's words, Arnold still smiled bitterly but did not respond. However, this revelation terrified Tommy and his siblings. They knew their father was extraordinary, but they never imagined that Dayon was a sage. It's important to note that Dayon was not like those elder sages who barely hung on. One was barely surviving, while the other was in the prime of life. Their combat capabilities were incomparable. Now, Dayon could be considered one of the top fighters in the cultivation world. While sages do exist within sacred lands, they can't be easily moved, being more like buried nuclear weapons used only for existential threats. Therefore, Arnold felt even more alarmed looking at Dayon. Besides those ancient sages in the sacred lands, it was hard to find a few more sages in the cultivation world, especially not ones as lively and agile as Dayon. "I dare not," Arnold replied with a bitter smile, bowing in apology. Threatening a sage? That would require some serious guts. In truth, if we talk about true status, Arnold was far inferior to Dayon. The true strength of a sacred land lies, not in its sage lord. If the sage lord does something wrong, they can be replaced. If provoking a peak sage endangered the sacred land, all the elders would step forward first to eliminate that sage lord. "I heard you hit my son?" At this point, Dayon's voice deepened, and his aura grew stronger as he pressed down on Arnold. Yes, it was a test. Under such pressure, Arnold found it hard to stand upright, speaking in broken sentences. Junior wanted to test him. Himph. Dayon let out a heavy hum, his aura surging fully as he revealed his dissatisfaction, sternly saying, "What? Does my son not deserve your Tiansheng Palace's sacred maiden? Sage Jasper." At this moment, Jackson suddenly appeared beside Arnold from the sky, taking on Dayon's anger for him and smiling apologetically. "Sage Jasper, calm down. Despite everything, our disciple is still the palace lord of Tiansheng Palace. Please show some respect." Master. Feeling the pressure ease, Arnold looked guiltily at Jackson and called out softly, "Master?" Hearing Arnold acknowledge Jackson's identity, Tommy was again shocked. He knew these people were big shots, but this identity was too significant. Arnold was already at the peak of near sage level, so Jackson was likely also a sage. But even as sages, seeing how he treated Dayon, it could be guessed that he wouldn't be able to match Dayon or didn't want to provoke a sage over such a trivial matter. Wicked disciple. Jackson tapped Arnold's head, pretending to be angry. "Haven't you apologized yet?" Actually, by stepping in, Jackson was not only teaching him a lesson but mainly saving his own disciple. If Arnold, clinging to his pride, refused to apologize, he would face Dayon's wrath. A sage's fury could easily cost Arnold half his life, if not kill him outright. "I'm sorry." At this point, Arnold showed flexibility, apologizing to Tommy with a low bow, saying, "With Sage Jasper here, I believe you can protect the safety of the soul-taming tower." Arnold accepted the ladder to step down without any arrogance. He did not have malicious intentions and wasn't coveting anything. It was simply because the soul-taming tower was too important. Placed in Tommy's hands, it was unsafe, hence his actions to safeguard both. But he never expected Tommy to have a sage for a father. Refusing to apologize now would indeed be asking for death. Enough. Seeing Arnold's sincere apology, Dayon waved off the matter. Then, he retracted his aura, breaking into a warm smile as he looked at Annalise. Now, he no longer looked like the terrifying sage, but more like the carefree cliff pass master. Cough. Dayon coughed lightly to ease the awkwardness since this was the first formal meeting with his daughter-in-law. "That Annalise?" Dayon forced a smile and extended his hand, calling her. "Ah." Hearing Dayon call her, Annalise jumped slightly, hurriedly walking over and bowing. "Senior." If it was the old Dayon calling her, she might not have reacted oddly, but Dayon had just unleashed his fury as a sage, and Annalise was scared. "Ha ha ha hick." Dayon laughed loudly, waving his hand casually. "Call me senior? Call me uncle." Uncle. Annalise caught Dayon's meaning, blushing red, stammering her reply. "Ah." Dayon agreed, laughing warmly like a flower blooming. "Show me your weapon. Uncle has a gift for you." Okay. Hearing this, Annalise quickly summoned her jade flute and offered it with both hands. Dayon took the flute, tapping it lightly with a finger, causing instant cracks to appear on the surface. Chapter 173. Annalise's Artifact Spirit. When this sudden change occurred, Annalise immediately let out a small scream, her face filled with anguish. The others were also somewhat puzzled, not knowing what Carver's so-called gift-giving was all about. "Don't worry." After comforting Annalise lightly, Carver rummaged through the spatial bracelet on his wrist. "It's here." After searching for a while, he suddenly produced a palm-sized, pure white and flawless soul of an exotic beast. This soul had antlers like a deer, 4 hooves, and 2 wings, resembling the auspicious beast from ancient times, Giselbert. This is a near-saint-level exotic soul, Carver explained as he held the soul of the exotic beast. It can sense good fortune and avoid misfortune. Catching it was no easy task, but it will be perfect for your artifact spirit. Sense good fortune and avoid misfortune. Upon hearing these words, Adair was immediately astonished. Looking like Giselbert and possessing its abilities, this truly was Giselbert. Giselbert was indeed a remarkable being. According to legends, Giselbert could speak human language, possessed the power to discern good from evil, and was extraordinarily powerful. Letting Giselbert be Annalise's artifact spirit. What a magnificent gift. After explaining, Carver carefully inserted the exotic beast's soul into the jade flute and said to Annalise, "Right now, it has no spiritual awareness. You need to nourish it with your spiritual energy for 30 days, allowing it to develop new spiritual consciousness." Having finished speaking, Carver successfully placed the complete soul inside the jade flute. As soon as the operation was completed, the jade flute burst into intense light and began emitting musical notes on its own. For a weapon to birth an artifact spirit is a very demanding process. Firstly, it requires the owner to nurture it over a long period, developing an emotional bond, to have a tiny chance for the weapon to generate spiritual awareness. The second method involves a great powerhouse extracting a soul without spiritual awareness, forcefully inserting it into the weapon as an artifact spirit, just like what Carver did. Watching Carver perform this act, Adair seriously doubted that his sister's sword spirit, Frances Andrea, was naturally born. It was likely that Carver took advantage of Christiana's unawareness and forcibly inserted the soul into her sword. Looking at the brightly glowing jade flute, Annalise was delighted and repeatedly bowed to thank Carver. Carver blushed, clearly very pleased with this daughter-in-law. Earlier, Annalise had admired the sword spirit Frances Andrea within Christiana's moonlight sword, which was quite human-like. Now, she finally had her own artifact spirit too. Nurturing an artifact spirit is akin to raising a pet. Once well-trained, the artifact spirit can do many things on behalf of its master. Seeing Annalise's happiness, Adair genuinely rejoiced for her. Everyone now had their artifact spirits. Christiana's sword spirit was Frances Andrea. Annalise's artifact spirit was Giselbert. And Adair's artifact spirit was Flynn. Although Flynn wasn't as adorable as Frances Andrea or Giselbert and often cursed at his master, he was overwhelmingly powerful, capable of kicking even a sage lord. Could there be anything stronger? Just not the most likable in appearance. "Do you want to come back with me?" Carver asked Adair after an awkward laugh, turning to look at him. Let me think." Staring at his father asking him to return home, Adair fell silent. If he went back now, the immortal device business wouldn't be completed. But if he didn't go back, what if his father left and Matt turned against them and attacked? Wrinkling his brows, Adair didn't know what to do and then glanced at Justice, sending him a telepathic message. "Adele, can we trust Matt? I don't want to be confined again once Dad leaves." Upon receiving Adair's telepathic message, Justice instantly replied telepathically with a smile, "Don't worry, although that guy is a bit stubborn, his character is trustworthy." "Matt, I can hear you." Looking at Adair and Justice exchanging looks, Matt's face turned black as he calmly said, "Rest assured. My intention was always to protect the soul-suppressing tower. With Sage Jasper around, the tower is safe, and I won't restrict your freedom." Adair. Hearing Matt's explanation, Adair felt embarrassed, realizing there were no secrets before such powerful figures. Probably everyone except his comrades heard his telepathic messages crystal clear. It was like talking behind Matt's back right in front of him, making the scene extremely awkward. Now, it seemed staying with immortal devices was safer. At least Flynn's divine sense was incredibly strong, making it impossible for anyone weaker to eavesdrop. However, the good news was that Matt confirmed he wouldn't restrict Adair's freedom anymore. Despite losing his composure today, Justice's affirmation of Matt's integrity meant he could be trusted. Thinking for a moment, Adair decided, "I'm not going back. I still need to manufacture more immortal devices here." He then took out a spatial bracelet full of immortal devices, numbering in the millions, enough to cover the Mystic Sword sect. Handing over the spatial bracelet to Justice, he said, "Adele, take these immortal devices back to the sect and distribute them to the disciples first." Ignoring Justice's amused expression, Adair pulled out another immortal device and handed it to Carver, saying earnestly, "Dad, here's an immortal device. Add me as a friend. If something happens next time, I can call you directly." Carver. Seeing Adair's shameless manner, Carver was speechless and pulled out an immortal device, saying, "All right, add me as a friend, but don't contact me unless necessary. I'm very busy." Adair. Similarly speechless, Adair realized his father already had an immortal device but never added him as a friend. Moreover, Carver had concealed his cultivation level, probably fearing that Adair would develop a spoiled character and cause trouble. However, Adair didn't mind. As long as they became friends, he knew Carver's personality well. If Adair needed help, Carver might not appear, but if his sister needed help, Carver would come immediately. If Adair encountered unsolvable problems, he would simply ask his sister to call their father, doubting his doting father could resist coming. "All right, I'm leaving." After adding Adair as a friend, Carver patted him on the shoulder and looked at Christiana, muttering, "The Endless Sea is stirring up trouble again. Take care of yourselves." With that, he vanished instantly. "Sage Jasper, wait. Let me escort you." Jackson, seeing Carver disappear, shouted anxiously in his aged voice, disappearing as well. Flynn. Hearing his father's words, Adair quickly connected his divine sense to the soul-suppressing tower and asked Flynn, "What's happening in the Endless Sea?" Chapter 174. The Endless Sea Anomaly. "Damn. What's going on?" Upon receiving Tommy's command, Flynn immediately focused his divine consciousness near the Endless Sea. His expression turned somewhat panicked as he saw something that startled him enough to call out in surprise. Seeing Flynn's flustered state, Tommy was also quite anxious and hurriedly asked, "What happened?" "Passages. So many passages. Take a look yourself." Flynn was incredibly surprised, his voice becoming unnatural. He then lightly waved his hand, projecting the scene he saw. In the projected image, above the endless tumultuous waves of the sea, countless spatial passages appeared prominently. Occasionally, several figures would dart out from these passages, only to disappear again, rushing towards the distance. Not outsiders? Watching this sudden situation, Tommy was utterly baffled. Indeed not outsiders. Flynn said gravely, I've seen outsiders. These are humans. What is happening? Tommy muttered to himself, truly unable to make sense of it. However, the endless sea was far in Donghuang, and under the jurisdiction of the Purple Taoist sect of Sacred Land. Even if he was worried, there was nothing he could do about it. Moreover, just now, Ace had rushed away, presumably knowing about the anomaly. Whatever happened, when the time came, they would deal with it as it came. Wunxiang. At this moment, Brecken, noticing Tommy seemed lost in thought, smiled and patted his shoulder, asking, What are you thinking about? You look distracted. Tommy was suddenly startled by Brecken's pat, but, in order not to expose the ability of the soul-suppressing pagoda to monitor everything, he couldn't mention what he saw despite having witnessed it. Then he gave a slight bow to Brecken and replied, Nothing. Don't worry. With your father around, Arnold won't dare bully you. Misinterpreting Tommy's concerns as worry over being placed under house arrest, Brecken immediately reassured him sternly, completely ignoring Arnold's irritated expression. But soon, he shifted tone and put on a mischievous grin, looking at Arnold and saying, I'm hungry. I've come all this way. Aren't you providing meals here in the Heavenly Saint Palace? Get lost. Arnold frowned, glancing at the collapsed Cyan Phoenix Hall and retorted harshly, It's already nice that we didn't kill you, and you're asking for food? Brecken grinned awkwardly and replied, We haven't seen each other in so long. Don't be so stingy. Without Ace nearby, Brecken's attitude improved significantly compared to before, no longer acting as arrogantly. Fix it within 15 minutes. Brecken pointed at the ruins of the Cyan Phoenix Hall and coldly said, disappearing on the spot, Brecken. A short while later, with Brecken's powerful magic, the ruins of the Cyan Phoenix Hall were restored to its former glory, a brand new hall rising from the ground. Brecken then clapped his hands and symbolically wiped sweat off his brow, saying, After all, I'm doing this for the sake of the palace master. I believe you. Tommy quickly put on a serious face, nodding repeatedly at Brecken. Just as Tommy was earnestly faking his seriousness, a calling voice interrupted their conversation. Yuantong? Far away, Madison suddenly appeared, exclaiming in surprise, Why did you come? Hee. Shannon. Seeing Madison, Brecken resumed his usual suave demeanor and chuckled, Came to see you. Not serious. Hearing this, Madison blushed slightly and laughed gently in response. All right, let's go eat. At this moment, an unsociable person appeared. Arnold emerged from somewhere and casually remarked, leading the way into the repaired Cyan Phoenix Hall. The group chatted as they strolled towards the hall. Madison, seeing Brecken's appearance and Arnold's attitude, knew Tommy's problem was resolved. From Madison and Brecken's conversation, it was clear Arnold covered every detail. When he confined Tommy, he had anticipated Madison might help Tommy escape. Indeed, when Madison went to argue with Arnold, he immediately cast an illusion to restrain her, preventing her from interfering, which caused her inability to assist Tommy all day. Half an hour later, after a hearty meal. During the banquet, it was mostly their Xinyuan sect group eating vigorously. After all, a feast set by the head of a sacred land had extraordinary ingredients. The others, mindful of their images, mostly took small bites before putting down their chopsticks. Wunxiang. Arnold, noticing they were almost done eating, smiled and softly called Tommy. Despite his icy demeanor towards Brecken, after learning Tommy's father was a sage, he treated Tommy more respectfully. An alive sage was someone not to provoke. Additionally, given Tommy's strength, Arnold no longer considered him a disciple who could be easily manipulated. What is it, senior? Seeing Arnold's amiable attitude, Tommy naturally responded with a smile. Mystical insight. Arnold blushed slightly, feeling embarrassed as he spoke. Under Madison's guidance, Arnold had thoroughly experienced mystical insight. Being a top-tier leader, he could clearly see mystical insight's potential. Frankly speaking, if all the disciples of the Heavenly Saint Palace possessed mystical insight, their combat power would skyrocket, potentially making them the number one among the 5 great holy lands. Arnold felt rather awkward. Having bullied Tommy, he now wanted mystical insight, finding it hard to bring up the topic. However, upon confirming the soul-suppressing pagoda wouldn't reveal any monitoring information and learning Tommy had a sage-level father, he was relieved. Now, without worrying, he needed to bring up the business matter. Tommy also noticed Arnold's hesitation and simply spoke on his behalf, Palace Master, I intend to cooperate with the Heavenly Saint Palace to jointly produce mystical insight devices. The price for each device is 100,000 spirit stones. Our Cliff Edge Peak Technology Group will provide raw materials and technology. The Heavenly Saint Palace will provide manpower. For each device sold, 50,000 spirit stones can be allocated to the Heavenly Saint Palace. What do you think, senior? Actually, Tommy wasn't particularly greedy for profit, needing only a reasonable share to ensure profitability. Sharing benefits with the Heavenly Saint Palace was fitting since with Arnold's directive, the production scale of mystical insight could skyrocket, solving one of Tommy's major worries. Hearing Tommy's proposal, Arnold smiled and was about to agree immediately. Chapter 175, Haggling. At this moment, Brecken, who was munching on a tiger's hoof, immediately tossed away his food and loudly declared, 50,000? Give him 50,000 for what? Why should we give him 50,000 when Tiansheng Palace contributes nothing? I advise you to be more cautious. Seeing Brecken trying to disrupt the negotiations, Arnold's brows knitted into a frown as he issued a warning. You go take a hike. If you bully my nephew like this, I'll tell my elder brother right now. At this point, Brecken showed no fear of Arnold's threat. He picked up the immortal device to call Daeon. Seeing Brecken start to act like a rogue, Arnold was at a loss. He huffed angrily and remained silent. Hey Wenxiang, listen to your uncle. Let's not give him 50,000. Having just threatened Arnold, Brecken now turned around to form a close relationship with Tommy, calling him nephew directly. Brecken put an arm around Tommy's shoulders and leaned in closely, whispering, "Our Sujin sect is really poor right now. We can't let outsiders profit from our spirit stones." Ah. Tommy, after hearing Brecken's words, felt it reasonable to support their sect and softly asked, "Uncle, how much do you think we should give?" "Give?" Brecken laughed as he leaned back. "Why give it all? Not a single penny. Selling them an immortal device is already generous enough. Why give them spirit stones?" Free stuff made Brecken happy. He felt that his actions were simply excellent, making him a true haggling expert, completely disregarding the murderous intent from Arnold. "Can you show some respect to me?" At this point, seeing Brecken practically acting shameless, Arnold spat out in hatred. "I can hear you. I want you to hear me." Brecken immediately raised the immortal device and shouted loudly, "Don't lay a hand on me, or I'll call my elder brother." Arnold. Damn, Ro. Arnold was almost at his wit's end. Now, Brecken would call in the saints at every disagreement, leaving him truly helpless. Of course, Brecken could be utterly shameless, but Tommy, considering the immortal device, still needed to give Tiansheng Palace something beneficial. Otherwise, if Arnold became truly determined and refused cooperation, Tommy wouldn't have any way to deal with it. At this moment, Tommy gently patted Brecken, signaling him to calm down. After considering for a while, Tommy composed himself and solemnly said to Arnold, "Senior, do you think 10,000 spirit stones will be acceptable?" Without waiting for Arnold's response, Tommy immediately added, "Producing immortal devices can help disciples practice their skills in creating illusions, achieving two goals at once." "Fine." The moment Tommy finished speaking, Arnold loudly agreed, fearing that Brecken might interfere again. Actually, one immortal device for 10,000 spirit stones was already a big profit for Tiansheng Palace. Originally, Arnold hadn't planned to make money from immortal devices. He only wanted Tommy to agree to sell them through Tiansheng Palace. The immortal devices belonged to Tommy after all. Seeing the agreement finalized, Brecken's face displayed clear unwillingness, almost writing "prodigal" across his forehead. At this point, Tommy noticed Brecken's concern over spirit stones and quickly transmitted sound privately, "Uncle, don't worry. For each immortal device sold, I will give our sect 20,000 spirit stones. We are profiting from Tiansheng Palace, so we won't lose out this time." Hearing Tommy's promise, Brecken smiled widely, drawing out the syllable, "That's more like it." Arnold was too lazy to criticize now. In front of him, the two chose private communication over direct speech. Yet he could still overhear. No matter what, the outcome was good. After Brecken's antics, the originally promised 50,000 spirit stones to Tiansheng Palace had been reduced to 40,000. This saved part of the spirit stones which could now benefit the Sujian sect, rather than going to outsiders. Most importantly, Tommy owed Brecken a huge favor. Whenever Brecken needed help, he always came through without hesitation. "Senior." After settling things with Brecken, Tommy formally addressed Arnold, "Let's sign the contract." Regardless of the situation, when it came to business deals, Tommy preferred having a signed contract. Though paper might not bind the powerful, it at least provided some evidence. Contract? At this moment, Arnold asked curiously. As a native of the cultivation world, he didn't know what a contract was. "It's a pact." Tommy took out pen and paper, drafting the contract content while responding to him. Moments later, Tommy handed the drafted contract to Arnold to affix a fingerprint. Unlike Brock and his brothers, Arnold carefully read through it before pressing a drop of fresh blood onto it, confirming his agreement. The content of the contract largely mirrored the earlier discussion between Tommy and Arnold. However, to ensure Tiansheng Palace's interests, Tommy added a clause giving priority supply of immortal devices to Tiansheng Palace. Only after fulfilling Tiansheng Palace's needs would they sell to others. Naturally, Arnold understood Tommy's intention and appreciated it deeply. After both parties affixed their fingerprints, the contract officially went into effect. Arnold carefully stored his copy of the contract, clearly excited. Turning to Madison, he instructed, "Shannon, immediately arrange for the disciples to mass-produce immortal devices." "What's happening? What's happening?" Upon hearing this, Brecken immediately protested, "Go arrange it yourself? Later, I still need to go for a stroll with Shannon." Seeing Brecken's shameless demeanor, Arnold's face darkened. He was ready to pull out weapons and execute him on the spot. However, due to the immortal device in Brecken's hand, he held back. To ease the tense atmosphere, Tommy suggested Arnold seek Azar at the Holy Maiden's residence and gave him several 100,000 illusion cards. Azar already possessed the technology to produce immortal devices and could manage the production efficiently. After listening to Tommy's advice, Arnold glared at Brecken before flying off. Ding. Congratulations, host, for achieving Production Jaspern for Immortal Devices. Production Jaspern for Immortal Devices. Through your efforts, you successfully resolved the issue of insufficient immortal device production. This action benefits humanity, truly moving heaven and earth. Reward, Favor of the Heavenly Tao, unlocking 10% of the debuff for outsiders. Ha 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 ha. At this moment, Tommy suddenly burst into laughter, shocking everyone present. They had no idea what nerve had struck him. After a long silence, the system's ding sounded, and it was melodiously beautiful. Translation completed. If there are any specific details or adjustments you'd like to add, feel free to let me know. Chapter 176, Honorary Elder. What's going on? Brecken, utterly baffled by Tommy's sudden outburst of laughter, hurriedly asked. If it were before, he could still put on the act of a sect master. But now that Carver's identity was exposed, there was no need for him to maintain that facade in front of Tommy. Nothing, I'm just happy today. Tommy waved his hand with a smile, signaling Brecken to relax. Yet, the excitement on his face was impossible to hide. It's good that nothing's wrong. Brecken didn't stand on ceremony and turned to look at Madison, inviting her with a smile. Shannon, it's been a while. Let's go for a walk. Sure. Madison nodded with a smile, gently rose, tidied up her dress, and walked towards the palace entrance. Then, with a sly grin, Brecken gave Tommy a wink before hurrying after her. In the Qingwan Hall, the seniors had already left, leaving only Tommy and a few friends behind, creating a relaxed atmosphere. Huoijin. At this moment, Dimitri suddenly called out to Tommy, saying solemnly, Brother Wenxiang, since uncle is a sage, I assume Tiansheng Palace won't trouble you anymore. I'll send my second uncle back. Thank you, Brother Hua. Tommy nodded appreciatively. After learning that Carver was a sage, apart from being shocked, the group did not react much further. Born in a sacred place, Dimitri had seen sages before, so though surprised, he quickly accepted the situation. As for Brock and his brother, having come from Giant Sword Peak, they had naturally thick nerves. Whether it was a sage or an emperor, they would still behave the same way. Notably, Ainsley has been distracted ever since Carver appeared. No one knew what she was thinking. Tommy didn't bother to ask. He guessed it wouldn't lead anywhere. As long as Ainsley stayed by his side, she could be a small mascot to summon Carver when needed. With all matters concluded, there was no need to stay in the hall any longer. Tommy signaled to his friends and flew towards the palace of the Holy Maiden. Regarding Tommy's cultivation, although some restrictions were lifted by the removal of the debuff from outsiders, advancing from Foundation Establishment realm to 100 Meridians realm cannot be rushed merely by taking pills. He needs to cultivate diligently, although taking pills would provide some assistance. Still, it's not necessary because frequent use of pills can lead to instability in his foundation and potential problems later on. Tiansheng Palace, Holy Maiden's quarters. Correction. It's now Cliff Peak Bank. Tommy and his group returned to Cliff Peak Bank, which was originally bustling with employees but was now deserted. Instead, a new hall had been erected near the bank. Arnold had gathered elders and disciples to manage the production of the divine devices. Initially, Tommy used their resting place for device production out of necessity. Arnold's decision to establish a separate facility made things easier. With this matter settled, Tommy returned to his room to rest and browse Weibo. Weibo, Tiansheng Palace Board. Everyone discussed Tommy's brave feat against Arnold and the appearance of Sage Carver yesterday. Though few disciples witnessed it firsthand, news spread quickly through the divine devices. A video showing Tommy's battle aura clash with Arnold went viral. The comments section under the video was even more active. Who is this god who dares challenge the master? Allegedly, a mysterious envoy from the east. Indeed, very powerful. At Cliff Peak Jasper Wenxiang, I've tagged him for everyone. Everyone, follow quickly. Wonderful. Thanks to the Taoist above. Fame draws attention, and Tommy didn't enjoy the constant scrutiny. However, as the creator of Weibo, this was inevitable. Time passed quickly. Half a month went by, and Tommy truly relaxed. Arnold did not restrict him anymore, focusing on arranging the production of divine devices. Tommy took advantage of this time to spend every moment with Annalise, causing a stir wherever they went. Arnold achieved impressive results within half a month, producing over 10 million devices. Instead of withholding them, he paid Tommy in spirit stones based on production numbers. Now, Tommy had more spirit stones than he could count. With sufficient devices, Arnold immediately provided free devices to the elders and building managers. Disciples mostly exchanged for them using contribution points, yet millions of disciples owned these devices. Suddenly, having a device became a social norm, and anyone without one felt out of place. Ironically, the first person most followers added was Tommy, not Palace Master Arnold. The video of their battle aura became a must-watch on Weibo, and Tommy's fanbase exceeded 1 million. Wenxiang. While Tommy and Annalise strolled, Arnold somehow found them and approached Tommy, smiling. Tomorrow, we will host the Creation of Immortals 108 event. Would you like to speak a few words to encourage the disciples? Of note, Arnold, aware of Tommy's influence, appointed him as an honorary elder a few days ago in the presence of several elders and building managers. Arnold had his reasons. Though Tommy wielded significant influence due to controlling the core technology, part of this was because of Carver. By giving Tommy this title, binding him to Tiansheng Palace's future was wise. Exchanging an honorary position for sage support was a bargain. Agreed. Tommy nodded with a smile, embodying seniority. Chapter 177. Creating Immortal Heroes 108. Seeing Tommy agree without hesitation, Arnold felt quite satisfied and smiled. Then tomorrow morning, at the Tiansheng Palace Square, I'll be waiting for you. Having said that, he didn't continue with pleasantries, choosing not to disturb the couple's date, and vanished alone. Upon hearing about the upcoming Creating Immortal Heroes 108 event, Tommy sensed a business opportunity. He immediately stopped roaming around and rushed back to Cliff Peak Bank with Irene. Next, he activated the administrator privileges under the Tiansheng Palace section and enabled the fan rankings feature. Simultaneously, he posted a message. Cliff Peak Tommy, Cliff Peak Technology Group wishes the Tiansheng Palace Creating Immortal Heroes 108 a successful launch and also initiates the fan rankings feature. Everyone, take out your immortal devices and vote for your favorite idols. After posting the message, Tommy hurriedly found his sister and instructed her to stay on standby at the Cliff Peak Bank all day long. He had a hunch that once the event started, there would be an unprecedented number of people recharging. With everything arranged, Tommy didn't sleep this time but began to cultivate. With some restrictions now lifted, he needed to catch up on his cultivation level as soon as possible. The next morning, Tommy woke up early, tidied up meticulously, styled his hair to look mature, and put on the specially prepared white boss attire. From afar, he looked impressive. Anyone who dared say he wasn't a big shot would have Arnold jumping to disagree first. Soon, Tommy and his companions arrived at the designated location. At this moment, the Tiansheng Palace Square was bustling. Around the square, promotional boards for Creating Immortal Heroes 108 were everywhere. Inside the square, 36 forum moderators and millions of disciples gathered in orderly lines, awaiting Arnold's arrival. A short while later, Arnold emerged from the horizon, slowly flying over with a group of elders. Seeing the palace master appear, the disciples on the ground cheered, while celestial maidens in the sky played music. An elder even summoned a red cloud carpet to greet the palace master. Watching Arnold make such a grand entrance, Tommy envied him intensely, feeling his own presence overshadowed. Though this distance would usually take Arnold just a blink to cover, he deliberately prolonged the flight by nearly 10 minutes to enhance his majestic aura. Approaching the square, Arnold hovered above it, with the elders following behind. Then, using his divine senses, he spotted Tommy among the crowd and transmitted telepathically, "Wen Xiang, come beside me." Tommy's cultivation wasn't sufficient for long-term aerial travel, and using a flying sword lacked enough style. So, he gathered his momentum, concentrated it under his feet, and forcefully levitated himself into the air. Maintaining his standing posture, he moved horizontally next to Arnold, drawing much discussion from the disciples below. Seeing Tommy arrive, Arnold's voice thundered, "Let's give a warm welcome to our honorary elder of Tiansheng Palace, Tommy, who has graced us with his presence today." Clap, clap, clap. His words were met with resounding applause, showing full respect for Tommy. Next, an elder stepped forward to motivate the participants and explain the competition rules. The event would last 1 month, evaluating contestants across multiple dimensions. Not only combat skills but also personal character were crucial for idol influence, leading to a comprehensive guidance for the disciples. Specifically, winners must excel in music, chess, calligraphy, painting, and possess all-round development in morals, intelligence, physique, art, and labor. Additionally, they should demonstrate powerful combat skills among peers. During the contest, Tiansheng Palace would issue various tasks like fighting demons or beasts, with points awarded for performance in each event, determining their rankings. Finally, from the 108 participants, the top 18 would be selected and rewarded by Tiansheng Palace. After hearing the rules, Tommy quickly adjusted the rankings, delegating minor tasks to Flynn instead of troubling Irene. This time, Tommy added 5 new categories: fan rankings, music, chess, calligraphy, painting, and combat strength. He modified the rankings and then Arnold whispered, "Now, you should encourage the disciples." Tommy unleashed his aura, invoking special effects, repeating his motivational speeches from his previous life, instantly boosting morale. After the speech, Tommy decided to provide real benefits, announcing loudly, "Cliff Peak Technology Group will fully sponsor this event. During the event, we will distribute 2 million immortal devices hidden throughout Tiansheng Palace. Go treasure hunting. Roar." Although Tiansheng Palace no longer lacked immortal devices, many disciples still didn't have them. Tommy was more than willing to get them equipped sooner. After all, more users meant more rechargers, so he generously gave away free devices. Immediately after this announcement, the atmosphere soared to its peak. Arnold smiled at Tommy, clearly impressed by his generosity. Then, Tommy opened his spatial bracelet, spreading 2 million devices in the sky. Following this, Arnold used his powers to shoot the devices all over Tiansheng Palace for everyone to find. After distributing the rewards, Tommy returned to Arnold's side. Seizing the moment, Arnold, brimming with spiritual energy, announced, "I hereby declare, the 3200th Creating Immortal Heroes 108 competition officially begins." Clap, clap, clap. His declaration was met with jubilant cheers and thunderous applause from the disciples. Just then, the system voice chimed in again. Ding. Scene suitable for task issuance detected. Ding. Issuing task, celebrate stardom. Celebrate stardom. As the host of a mogul, you have the right and duty to lead the cultivators forward. Therefore, securing first place in the Creating Immortal Heroes 108 is your inescapable responsibility. Task reward, gold recharge technique. Hashtag chapter 178, cash injection technique. Cash injection technique. Consumes spirit stones to exchange for special coins, which can be used to purchase attacks from the heavenly Tao. Special attribute, justifiable defense. Justifiable defense. Although you cannot actively harm others, I swear to defend your right to justifiable defense. Note, this can be used after being maliciously attacked by an enemy. F***CK. Amazing. Tommy was utterly astonished. After being inactive for so long, the system had finally become active again, not only unlocking abilities for outsiders, but also bringing him a brand new offensive skill, especially the justifiable defense attribute, which Tommy valued most. Though he couldn't initiate an attack, he could retaliate after being attacked. It was far better than having no combat capability at all. After pondering, Tommy's face lit up with excitement as he silently vowed, "This first place, I'm determined to win." "What are you thinking about?" Arnold, noticing Tommy's glowing eyes, curiously asked. Tommy lightly coughed, calming his emotions and respectfully greeted Arnold with a bow. "Palace Master, can I participate in this event?" Arnold. Ha ha ha. Hearing Tommy's request, Arnold first looked puzzled, then suddenly burst into laughter, seemingly remembering something. Is it possible? Seeing Arnold in high spirits, Tommy hurriedly followed up. Laughing for a while, Arnold eventually stopped and seriously replied, "No way." Upon hearing this, the excitement Tommy felt earlier quickly faded, leaving him feeling somewhat gloomy. Noticing Tommy's disappointment, Arnold added, "I know you want to prove your strength in front of everyone, but there's no need. You're already an elder of our celestial holy palace. Why compete with these kids? Moreover, your strength far exceeds these disciples. Participating would just seem like bullying. If you want something, just tell me directly. Can't this old man fulfill your wishes?" Tommy. Speechless, Tommy felt that Arnold's words sounded strange. What was he supposed to get fulfilled by this 1,000-year-old elder? Even if it were about fulfillment, there was Annalise. Not to mention Arnold wouldn't be the one responsible. Timing is everything. If it were before, Tommy might have managed to secure a spot somehow. Now, after facing off against Arnold naturally assumed Tommy was extremely powerful. The key issue was that before Ace appeared, Arnold might have suspected Tommy's strength. However, with Ace emerging, Arnold immediately imagined Ace as a world-class genius, far surpassing peers as the son of a sage. So, it made sense. Therefore, Arnold saw Tommy participating as unfair to the Celestial Holy Palace disciples. There would be no comparison, and Tommy would win easily. Hence, Arnold firmly believed Tommy should not participate. If Tommy wanted treasures, he should simply ask without breaking rules. Understanding Arnold's determination, Tommy deflated but persisted. No negotiation at all? No negotiation. Arnold chuckled. This rule cannot be broken. Tell me what you need. There's no need to join this activity. Clearly, Arnold was adamant. This route wasn't going to work. Tommy couldn't tell Arnold about the system rewards either. He had to find another way. Moreover, according to the system's nature, why couldn't Tommy host his own version of the Celestial Holy Palace Creates Immortal Heroes? Sighing, Tommy even had a name ready. The Celestial Holy Palace Creates Immortal Heroes Contest. Very reasonable. Hosting and judging it himself ensured first place. After some thought, Tommy considered himself a genius. He bid farewell to Arnold with a smile and rushed toward the square below. Celestial Holy Palace, Square. 7 enormous screens displayed real-time rankings for categories: music, chess, calligraphy, painting, strength, morality, and overall rankings. Currently, there were exactly 108 people listed, all starting with 0 points as the competitions hadn't begun yet. Seizing this opportunity, Tommy contacted Flynn to modify the Weibo ranking list to match the 7 screens in the Celestial Holy Palace. The fan ranking remained unchanged, and his name was added. Thus, the actual number of participants on Weibo was 109 due to Tommy's inclusion. Unable to change the screen rankings, as selections were reported half a year ago, Tommy plotted his next move. He found his partners, preparing for a grand plan requiring their cooperation. The Celestial Holy Palace Creates Immortal Heroes contest consisted of 6 events, with the overall ranking showing final standings. Each category's venue was set up under its respective giant screen, each managed by attendants. With plans laid out, Tommy met his partners. Since Arnold forbade his participation, Tommy decided to take control of the event. By the time Arnold noticed, it would be too late. Tommy was now free to act boldly, considering he had a sage father. Why hold back? Tommy and his partners arrived at the registration table for the music competition. Crowds gathered around, creating a chaotic atmosphere. Despite the large crowd, most were spectators. Only 108 needed to register. Quickly pushing through the crowd, they reached the attendant managing the event. Cough. Tommy showcased his presence with a heavy cough, silencing the commotion. Chapter 179. If not allowed to participate, then override. Elder Jasper. Upon seeing Tommy arrive, the disciple responsible for handling registration hurriedly bowed. Arnold had just announced Tommy's identity, so wherever he went now, disciples would bow respectfully. The title of honorary elder was only bestowed upon those who made significant contributions to the sect. In terms of status, his position was second only to Arnold and Madison, far above the rest of the elders and pavilion masters. Thus, to this junior disciple, Tommy was like an esteemed elder, a force to be reckoned with. How should I address you? Tommy asked gently. Disciple Russell, the officer replied hastily. Ha 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 ha. Tommy laughed heartily, displaying friendliness, and cheerfully said, Junior Brother Russell. No, no, I dare not accept such a title. The junior brother Russell bowed again, lowering his stance. Just call me Little Russell. Cough. Jasper Russell. Arnold just transmitted sound to me saying I'm in charge of this event. You can go take a break? Tommy told a lie with perfect seriousness, and paired with his authoritative face, no one could tell he was lying. The disciples also wouldn't dare doubt an honorary elder who dared to address the palace master by name. Could ordinary elders do that? Disciple follows your command. Junior brother Russell bowed, and was about to leave. Tommy stopped him, asking about the relevant rules. They were quite simple. He only needed to handle the registration for the 108 participating disciples, while the judges would be the disciples present. Every disciple of Tianshang Palace would have 1 vote. Whoever got more votes would win and gain points, a democratic system considering popular opinion. The other competitions followed similar rules. After hearing junior brother Russell's explanation, Tommy spoke quietly to his sister, assigning her responsibility for this music competition. Ainsley didn't want to stay at Cliff Peak's money house, so it was better for her to manage the contest, making it lively. For recharging, they only needed to post a message on Weibo, WeChat, directing anyone who wanted to recharge to find them at the square anytime. Although Tommy could forcefully add names, since he decided to override the rules, he'd do it thoroughly, playing around and enjoying with everyone. After handling the Chi section, Tommy repeated the process, visiting each competition and assigning roles to his companions, taking charge of the Chi Go competition himself. A few moments later, Tommy stood behind the registration desk, shouting loudly, Any disciples willing to participate? Sign up quickly. Elder Jasper, I wish to sign up. Someone squeezed through the crowd, bowing and loudly speaking to Tommy. Whoa. Tommy looked up, instinctively exclaiming in surprise, Izar? Hee. Yes, it's me. Izar wore a smile, very proud to be recognized by the honorary elder and as one of Tommy's employees, feeling greatly honored. Why aren't you working at Shinji Bureau? What are you doing here? Tommy was surprised, not believing Izar was among the 108 participants. Hee. I'm also a contestant, Izar answered Tommy's question smilingly. All right. Although unwilling to believe it, Izar did have some abilities, especially his illusion skill. However, one person couldn't compete alone, so Tommy shouted again, Any disciple willing to play against Izar from Illusion Killing Tower? I will. A familiar sweet voice rang out from the crowd as Tommy's words fell. Upon hearing the voice, Tommy shivered involuntarily. Today was filled with old acquaintances. Sky squeezed through the crowd, wearing a red dress with 1,000 charms, speaking in a sweet tone, Elder Jasper, I wish to sign up. Sky, a candidate for Holy Maiden, had considerable strength despite the almost predetermined winner Annalise. At least when she bowed, her chest flashed brightly, dazzling Tommy's eyes. Cough cough, mind your decorum. Knowing she was Annalise's old rival, But Tommy's status had changed. Sky didn't dare use seduction techniques on him. Still, this didn't stop Tommy, this upright gentleman, from giving her a reminder. Quickly, Tommy took out a jade talisman, having both input a strand of spiritual energy to verify their identities before entering the adjacent arena. With his words, Izar and Sky stepped onto the stage simultaneously. The arena was a temporary platform with a few stone tables. Without Tommy's orders, the two exchanged glances, chose a stone table, and began the game. As soon as they sat down, Sky's gaze turned cold, her usual flirtatious demeanor replaced by sternness. Observing for a while, Tommy found out the Chi competition named Battle Immortal Chi resembled Go from his previous life, but had more complex rules requiring deeper strategic thinking, heavily testing both players' intelligence and tactics. This match didn't require votes from disciples, as there were specific winning conditions. On the platform, Izar and Sky pondered carefully, every move taken cautiously. Underneath the platform, disciples watched with interest, occasionally commenting. Soon, after a few minutes, Izar made a move with a look of triumph, while Sky furrowed her brows, hesitant to respond. Seeing Sky faltering, the disciples below grew anxious, shouting encouragement. My darling, come on. Izar is indeed smart, that was a great move, but I believe in you. Darling, you can do it. Izar, die. Darling, I love you no matter if you win or lose. Darling, place your move behind his, set a trap. One of Sky's fans in the crowd, unable to bear it any longer, shouted loudly. Boom. Tommy frowned, emitting a sudden aura, silencing the disciple, causing cold sweat and trembling legs. Silence. Tommy spoke calmly, not loud but audible to all. Instantly, the area became eerily quiet, everyone watching intently without commentary. Watching a chess game silently, that rule must not be broken. Chapter 180. The struggle for the title of master. However, it was clear that Tommy's concerns were unwarranted. The Tianshang Palace had anticipated such scenarios and installed an isolating array when setting up the arena. Once a participant entered, the array would automatically activate, blocking all external interference. Therefore, Sky couldn't hear the disciples' warning from earlier. 15 minutes later, with a collective sigh of astonishment erupting from the crowd, Sky placed the chess piece she had picked back down, looking dejected. Ha ha ha, I win this one. Izar laughed heartily, bowing to Sky with smug satisfaction. Victory in the first round went to Izar. As Tommy declared the result, the giant screen behind him promptly updated the leaderboard. Izar's triumph ensured he led the rankings by gaining points first. Of course, the updates were also reflected on the Immortal Opportunity interface. Tommy, eager to play but aware of the need to manage things, stepped in just as the two were about to leave. He knew nothing about Doshin chess, though he understood the rules. However, he could never match the seasoned participants. He could have let Flynn compute the moves. He was like a supercomputer, predicting hundreds of steps ahead. But playing with cheats made Tommy feel uneasy, as it violated the spirit of competition. Still, securing first place was essential for him. Directly altering data wasn't ideal as it might arouse suspicion and reflect poorly on his character. Considering all factors, since Tommy had already manipulated the event, he decided to modify the contest rules. He didn't know Doshin chess, but he did know Dudizu. Or rather, in the cultivation world, this game was known as Duzongzu. This way, using Duzongzu instead of Doshin chess, the matches would become a 3-player battle, increasing efficiency. Having made up his mind, Tommy informed the two players of his changes. Both agreed immediately, Izar, ever the yes man, while Sky saw an opportunity to redeem herself after her poor start. With their consent, Tommy announced the change to Doshin chess becoming Duzongzu. He believed other contestants among the observing disciples would welcome the shift. He explained the gameplay and victory conditions, which were similar to Dudizu. Each player put up 1,000 spirit stones as stakes, played 10 rounds of cards, and then ranked based on remaining stones to earn points accordingly. The audience reacted positively, finding Duzongzu far more engaging than Doshin chess. It also involved teamwork, testing coordination and strategic thinking. After explaining the rules, Tommy paused and loudly invited more contestants to join. Senior Elder Jasper, I'll join. So will I. Me too. Multiple contestants eagerly volunteered upon hearing Tommy's call. They understood the rules at once, their cultivated minds processing information swiftly. Compared to Doshin chess, Duzongzu tested luck more, something cultivators valued deeply. Every contestant believed in their exceptional fortune, eager to prove themselves. Once they registered and verified identities, Tommy organized them into groups of 3 and distributed illusion cards, repurposed as poker decks. Originally called soul containment cards, they were the Holy Sage's poker deck, now perfect for this use. To adapt to local customs, Tommy altered the symbols on the cards. Big 2, Arnold. Jaspertle 2, Madison. JQK were replaced by Jia Montague Bing Ding to avoid confusion over English letters. Apart from Izar and Sky, Tommy had gathered 18 more contestants with his announcement, forming 6 tables perfectly. After assigning them, he beckoned Izar and Sky with a card deck in hand. You too, come on, it's time to start. Sure thing. Izar trotted over obediently. Your slave girl is here, Sky purred seductively, unlike Izar. Ulterior motives indeed. Attempting to tempt Tianshang Palace's honorary elder, Tommy wouldn't stoop to her level. His heart belonged only to Annalise and possibly Ainsley, purely familial affection. Nonetheless, it was time to teach Sky a lesson. Tommy resolved to show her what true Duzongzu was. Moments later, Tommy joined the duo on the stage. 18 contestants were seated and waiting for Tommy to signal the start. With a sweeping gesture, Tommy shouted, "Begin!" He sat down gracefully, motioning for Izar and Sky to take their seats. They cooperatively placed their 1,000 spirit stones beside them. Seeing everyone ready, Tommy threw the illusion card skyward. Powered by Chi, they spun rapidly, shuffling thoroughly. Earlier rules dictated no divine sense scanning of others' hands. Flynn monitored continuously for any cheating, ensuring swift disqualification if discovered. Clack clack clack. The shuffling ended with the cards landing neatly in the center of the stone table. Who goes first? Tommy asked casually. Please go first, Elder Jasper. Izar insisted, seizing another chance to curry favor. Sky nodded slightly in agreement. Without hesitation, Tommy began drawing cards. Moments later, he had finished, but the pace at other tables was noticeably quicker. Call for master. Steal master. Can't follow. Pass. The lively chatter continued, as the players quickly immersed themselves in the game. Chapter 181. How waste. Damn. Tommy looked at his hand and inwardly exclaimed. His luck was indeed extraordinary. Madison is in my hand. What do you have to compete with me? Call the clan lord. Without a second thought, Tommy shouted out loud. Not calling this hand would be an insult to the Madison he held. Steal the Adele. At this moment, Izar glanced at her own hand, frowned slightly, but still called out tentatively. Note, Chang Zhongtu is a specific term in the context of the game being played, and steal the Adele more accurately conveys this unique action in English while maintaining consistency with gaming terminology. Humph. Immediately after, Sky let out a cold snort. Once in battle mode, her usual charming demeanor vanished, replaced by stern seriousness. Then, only to hear Sky announce loudly, I Chang, and successfully seized the role of clan lord. Note, the word Chang should be translated based on context. Here it means snatch or claim, so a better translation would be. Then, only to hear Sky announce loudly, I claim it, and successfully seized the role of clan lord. Trap her. This clan lord position might as well be forsaken, Tommy inwardly sighed. Although he had a formidable card, he still had some minor ones in hand. However, no matter what, he couldn't lose momentum. He countered with a super double down and kept mum for greater gains. Following this, Tommy lowered his voice and declared, super double down. Izar, not double. Tommy, waste. Super double down. Sky wasn't about to back down, doubling up right alongside Tommy. Oh, she super doubles too, but don't worry, she can't beat me with these cards. Tommy looked at his hand triumphantly. He had 5s, 6s, 7s, 8s, 9s, 10s, 2 bomb cards, a very strong hand. If he could switch his Bing card for Njia, it would be a knockout blow. Unfortunately, that wasn't possible. At this point, after a brief moment of thought, Sky slammed down a vision card and announced clearly, 6. Single 6? What an idiot. Izar watched Sky's unconventional move and muttered under her breath. Do you think I'm an idiot? Sky's beautiful eyes glared at Izar, scolding her sharply. Cultivators were sharp of ear and eye, so even with her quiet mutter, Izar didn't escape Sky's notice. You? Exactly who are you calling an idiot? Seeing Sky getting worked up, Izar retorted fiercely. As Tommy's sycophant, he was anything but accommodating towards Sky. Do you want to spar with this old lady? Suddenly, Sky rose from her seat, revealing her bare thighs while wearing her revealing red dress, yelling at Izar furiously. Seeing this, Tommy felt dizzy. He hadn't expected the normally demure Sky to have such a tough side, acting like a real tomboy now. Not really, who plays like that? Shouldn't you start with smaller cards first? Realizing he couldn't win against Sky, Izar conceded slightly, muttering quietly. Sky remained standing on the stone table, leaning forward, and stared at Izar, declaring firmly, my smallest is 6. Not your concern. Izar. With her forceful logic, Izar prepared to concede, turning away without further argument. Meanwhile, Tommy grew anxious watching the two argue. This damn Izar isn't quite herself. In the game of Clan Lord, adaptability is key. It was clear Izar was stuck in her ways, lacking flexibility. Having her as a teammate wasn't ideal. Seeing the growing tension, Tommy slapped the table and declared, stop arguing, settle down and focus on the game. Yes. Sky saluted Tommy and sat back down. Hee hee. Izar smiled awkwardly, realizing his impulsiveness earlier. After a short calm, they returned to the game. Now 6, I play Bing. Tommy threw a vision card, hoping silently for Izar to catch on, play a single 2 to block her and stop her from playing smoothly. When it was Izar's turn, she hesitated and finally announced softly, don't want it. Tommy. Not even a Bing? Waste. Izar passed, allowing Sky to overpower Tommy effortlessly. She played a vision card and called out, 2. Seeing Sky in full swing, Tommy responded swiftly, aiming to quell her momentum. Fong. Ching. Exion. Izar. Pass. Ha ha ha, top you. Unbothered by pretenses, Sky laughed heartily, slamming down another card. Arnold. Bomb. Tommy played a bomb immediately, giving up hope on Izar. Izar. Can't go higher. Sky. Pass. Tommy. Straight. 5s, 6s, 7s, 8s, 9s, 10s. Damn it. Feeling exasperated by Izar, Tommy played his straight quickly but soon regretted it. Mistake. Should have played a 2. Izar. Sigh. Don't want it. Seeing Tommy's dwindling hand, Sky looked increasingly worried and sighed. Pass, pass. Suddenly, Tommy burst into laughter, seeing a way out with his single cards now that Sky had passed. He was left with 4 cards, all forming a bomb. However, seeing Sky still holding 17 cards, Tommy relaxed, casually setting up a teapot. He used fire control to boil water quickly and poured himself a cup of tea. Giving Izar a cup of tea. Time for your bomb show, don't disappoint me. Tommy mused, pushing the tea towards Izar, hoping for her cooperation. Tommy was ready. He casually played a 2. Elder? Izar, confused by the tea, asked hesitantly. Though Tommy gave subtle hints, he couldn't openly cheat, remaining silent. Still puzzled, Izar guessed again. B? Boss. F asterisk asterisk K. Hopeless, this waste. Tommy internally berated. Izar seemed unable to understand his hints, and Tommy resignedly said, drink your tea, don't dither. Oh. Izar hastily complied, sipping the tea. Suddenly, She perked up, perhaps catching on. She then revealed 4 cards and firmly declared, bomb. Chapter 182. How Nyobi. Beautiful. Tommy growled in excitement. This game of cards was no less intense than battling an enemy, especially with Izar being so unreliable, which made playing with him nerve-wracking. Upon hearing Tommy's satisfied remarks, Izar became even more excited, realizing his play had been right on target. He smiled and said, my boss only has 4 cards left. After speaking, he raised his eyebrows and glanced at Peggy, who still held a full hand of cards, instantly feeling reassured. However, Izar seized the opportunity to mock Peggy once again. He suddenly slammed the table and shouted in a low voice, 17 cards. If you can finish off my boss with 17 cards, I'll eat this stone table right here and now. Humph bomb. Peggy ignored his mockery and coldly snorted, using an even bigger bomb to outplay Izar's card. Izar was momentarily stunned by Peggy's bomb, and even his triumphant expression faltered. But he remained stubborn, saying, wow, you also have a bomb, but don't worry. My boss only has 4 cards left. What's there to fear? Tommy. Stop setting up flags. Why does this sound so familiar? Tommy tried to stop Hao Qingxiao, but it was already too late. It was Tommy's turn to play, but the bombs in his hand were not as powerful as Peggy's. Sighing, he had no choice but to say, pass. However, upon hearing Tommy's pass, the previously defiant Izar's expression froze. He looked at Tommy with a worried frown, hesitating for a long time before finally whispering, can't take it? Are you here just to mooch free food and drinks? At this moment, seeing that neither could play, Peggy gave Izar a scornful look and scoffed, flying sword. With that, she threw all her cards down, forming a flying sword, which in Dodiju is known as an airplane. Damn, Tommy subconsciously cursed under his breath while holding a set of bombs. He regretted losing big in such an unexpected way. Peggy won the first round as the Adele, but she didn't plan to let Izar off easily. Rising abruptly, she hugged the stone table with both hands, as if she were Jasper and Dayu pulling up willow branches, creating a striking contrast. Then, she lifted the stone table towards Izar and slammed it down forcefully while shouting sternly, eat it for me. Of course, a stone table couldn't harm Izar, but it carried a strong sense of humiliation. Oh well. Izar hurriedly caught the incoming stone table. Holding it, he awkwardly sought help from Tommy, hesitating. Boss, what should I do? Cough cough. Tommy cleared his throat, smiling at Izar with encouraging eyes, teasing, Qingqiu, a man must honor his word. Eat a little bit. Tommy's words effectively ended this farce. As Izar's boss and one of the elders among them, his authority was undeniable. Okay. Izar stammered, holding the stone table. His face then turned grim, displaying a fearless expression, and he tossed the stone table high into the sky. Immediately, he struck it with a powerful palm, turning it into powder that scattered in all directions. Fortunately, Tommy anticipated Izar's move. Before the table crumbled, he stomped lightly, unleashing his aura to blow the surrounding stone dust away, keeping his spotless white robe clean. Although Izar's move showcased his absolute strength impressively, the resulting cloud of dust was a disaster for the disciples focused on their card games. What the heck? Hack, enemy attack. This son of a bitch, who did this? Izar, get ready to die. On the stage, the players were startled by the sudden explosion and the floating dust, cursing loudly. Izar smiled awkwardly, bowing apologetically to his furious peers. Then, he waved his hand, releasing a burst of spirit energy, gathering the dispersed dust into a single mass in midair. Extending a finger, he gently punctured the dust enveloped in spirit energy and shouted deeply, swallow! Under the guidance of the spirit energy, threads of dust entered Izar's open mouth one after another. Tommy and Peggy watched in disbelief. Perhaps, you shouldn't eat anymore. Peggy couldn't bear seeing Izar's reddening face. Cough cough. No. Izar, while swallowing dust, waved his hand and mumbled indistinctly, a man must keep his word. Dumbass. Peggy's face blushed slightly, muttering softly. Finally, with the last thread of dust swallowed, Izar triumphantly raised an eyebrow at Peggy, smirking, bah, just a stone table, barely enough to fill the stomach. But like Dimitri, Izar's momentary glory was short-lived. Almost immediately, his face turned red as he desperately shouted at Tommy, boss, water? It's choking me. Tommy. Eating some stone dust wouldn't harm the 100 Meridians realm Izar, but he was taking it too seriously. Tommy originally wanted Izar to symbolically eat a small bite, so everyone could gracefully end the situation. Unexpectedly, Izar, being too honest, devoured the entire stone table by himself. Hearing Izar's cries for help, Tommy quickly pulled out the teapot from earlier and threw it to Izar. Not one to be polite, Izar gulped down tea straight from the pot, not even bothering with cups. It simply wasn't enough to quench his thirst. Moments later, after drinking some tea, Izar finally recovered. But since the table had been eaten, Tommy had no choice but to take out his jade table for the next round. Here, Tommy tilted his head, pushing a small pile of spirit stones towards Peggy. Your 800 spirit stones. An unfortunate start with bombs and multipliers nearly wiped Tommy out financially. Thank you, Elder. Peggy carefully arranged the spirit stones pushed by Tommy into a small pile, then glared at Izar. And yours. Pay up, no cheating. Give, you debt collector. Izar muttered, throwing 800 spirit stones to Peggy and grumbling. I always keep my word. Do you think I owe you these few spirit stones? Alright, no arguing. Seeing the pair about to argue again, Tommy hurriedly interrupted. Let's start the next round. Chapter 182. Izar. Fantastic. Tommy roared with excitement. This card game was no less intense than a battle against enemies, especially with Izar being so unreliable, making him nervous every time they played together. Izar, hearing Tommy's triumphant words, felt even more exhilarated. He knew he had made the right move and laughed. My boss only has 4 cards left. With that, his eyebrows lifted as he glanced at Peggy's full hand of cards, suddenly feeling much more relaxed. However, Izar couldn't resist the urge to taunt Peggy. He slammed the table forcefully and growled, 17 cards. If you can beat my boss with 17 cards, I'll eat this stone table on the spot. Humph, bomb. Peggy ignored his provocation, scoffed, and countered with an even bigger bomb, suppressing Izar's cards. Izar was momentarily stunned by Peggy's bomb, his triumphant expression faltering, but he still stubbornly retorted, wow, you have a bomb too? But don't worry, my boss only has 4 cards left. What's there to fear? Tommy, don't jinx it. Why does this sentence sound so familiar? Tommy tried to stop Izar, but it was too late. It was now Tommy's turn to play, but his bomb wasn't as powerful as Peggy's, so he sighed, pass. Upon hearing Tommy pass, Izar, who had been defiant moments ago, froze. He frowned at Tommy, hesitating for a long time before whispering, can't top it. Are you here to scam food and drinks? At this point, seeing both unable to counter, Peggy shot a glance at Izar, sneered, and declared coldly, flying sword. As she spoke, Peggy threw down her entire hand, forming a flying sword pattern, equivalent to the airplane in Dodiju. Damn! Tommy cursed under his breath, clutching a bomb in his hand. The first round ended with Peggy winning as the Adele, but she didn't plan to let Izar off easily. Suddenly standing up, she hugged the stone table as if emulating Jasper and Dayu tearing up willows, creating a stark contrast. Then, she raised the stone table towards Izar and smacked it down forcefully, shouting, eat it, damn you. While the stone table couldn't physically harm Izar, the humiliation was undeniable. Oh! Izar quickly caught the stone table, holding it awkwardly as he turned to Tommy for help. Boss, what? Cough, cough. Tommy cleared his throat, looking at Izar with a smile and encouraging eyes. Chinchio, a man must keep his word. Eat a bit. With those words, Tommy brought the farce to an end. As Izar's boss and an elder among them, his words carried weight. Alright, okay. Izar responded nervously, hugging the stone table. His face set with determination, he hurled the table high into the sky and then, aiming at its descent, struck it with a palm. The stone table shattered into powder, scattering in all directions. Fortunately, Tommy anticipated Izar's actions. Before the powder settled, he stomped lightly, unleashing his aura to blow away the debris around him, preserving the cleanliness of his spotless white robe. Though Izar's display showcased immense strength, the resulting cloud of dust caused quite a mess on the arena where other disciples were concentrating on their card games. What the heck? Enemy attack. Who did this? Izar, die. On the arena, the players were startled by the sudden explosion and flying dust, shouting curses. Izar offered an apologetic smile, bowing to his furious fellow disciples. Waving his hand, he unleashed spiritual energy to gather the scattered dust in midair. Extending a finger, he gently punctured the encased dust, shouting, swallow. Strands of dust obediently entered Izar's open mouth. This scene left Tommy and Peggy speechless. Maybe, don't eat anymore, Peggy suggested, watching Izar's reddening face with concern. No. Izar waved, his voice muffled while swallowing dust. A man stands by his word. Idiot, Peggy muttered, blushing slightly. Finally, after swallowing the last bits of dust, Izar triumphantly glared at Peggy. Puffed. A little stone table isn't enough to fill me. But just like Dimitri, his bravado lasted mere seconds. Red-faced, he urgently called out to Tommy, B-boss, water. Choking bad. Tommy. Eating a bit of stone powder wouldn't seriously harm the Pulse Realm cultivator Izar, but he was taking things too literally. Tommy had hoped Izar would just take a symbolic bite and let everyone save face. Instead, Izar single-handedly devoured the entire stone table. Hearing Izar's plea for help, Tommy hurriedly fetched the teapot and threw it to him. Without hesitation, Izar gulped down the tea, barely quenching his thirst. After drinking some tea, Izar finally recovered. However, since the card table was now gone, Tommy had no choice but to bring out his jade table for their next game. Here, Tommy tipped his head back and pushed a pile of spirit stones towards Peggy. Your 800 spirit stones. Starting off poorly, combined with bombs and doubled stakes, this single round almost bankrupted Tommy. Thank you, Elder. Peggy carefully arranged the spirit stones into a small pile, then immediately turned her icy gaze to Izar. Yours. Hand them over now. Don't think about cheating. Fine, debt collector. Izar grumbled, tossing 800 spirit stones to Peggy. I always keep my word. Do you think I owe you this pittance? Alright, enough. Seeing the two about to argue again, Tommy quickly interrupted. Let's start the next round. Chapter 183. The Irritated Boss. Boss, what should we do? At this moment, although Izar had already passed over the spirit stones, she still felt worried as she and Tommy's remaining spirit stones were few. Hemph. No worries. Tommy sneered, his voice deepening. You might not understand what it means to win 5.78 million with just 200,000. We usually use only 2 words to describe such people, gambling freaks. For some reason, Tommy became increasingly agitated as he spoke. Suddenly, he stood up and shouted loudly, I often say one sentence. Back then, Pedro could win 37 million with just 20 bucks. It's no problem for me, Tommy, to win the chess competition first place using 200 spirit stones. Huh, what happened? Confused by Tommy's sudden excitement and strange speech, Izar looked at him blankly and asked, Who is Pedro? What sex disciple is he that has such power? Izar, filled with envy, anxiously questioned Tommy about Pedro's background, hoping to learn something valuable. Sky. What are you talking about? Why can't I understand? Damn. After finishing his lines, Tommy also came back to his senses. He didn't know why, but whenever he played Dazongzu, fragments of his past life kept flashing through his mind. leading him to uncontrollably blurt out nonsense. Cough, cough. Tommy calmed down, giving an awkward cough. He then regained his usual demeanor and said indifferently, "Let's play cards." With those words, the three began a new round of intense battle. An hour later, at the backyard courtyard of the Palace Master's seclusion in Heavenly St. Palace, Arnold suddenly frowned. Recently, he often felt as if someone was whispering his name. But when he tried to sense more deeply, the voice would disappear, leaving only intermittent echoes echoing in his heart, greatly troubling him. At this moment, Madison entered with a serious expression, looking at Arnold who was meditating and said earnestly, "Senior brother, don't you feel something is off? I don't know why, but today I keep hearing faint voices as if someone is continuously calling me. I suspect it's the grand shaman of another race casting a spell. You too." Arnold couldn't sit still upon hearing this. He abruptly opened his eyes, his expression heavy. "It seems the other races are causing trouble. Inform all the elders and building lords to be cautious recently." "Yeah." Madison nodded, but didn't leave right away. To counter the other races, they carefully discussed the subsequent measures. At Heavenly St. Palace, the chess competition venue, a group of competing disciples were fiercely battling, shouting every time they played a card to build momentum. A simple two. Who would have thought Madison would end up in my hands? Hee hee, just Madison? I, Arnold, am greater. Bomb. Can't handle it? Straight flush. Hold on. Shannon bomb. Who else? Tommy had successfully fulfilled his boast. After the initial mistake, once he took it seriously, playing against these locals in Dazongzu posed no challenge to him. After 10 rounds, Tommy won 2,200 spirit stones, taking first place among the three. Sky clearly was better at Dazongzu than Azar, ending with 800 spirit stones in second place. As for Azar, he lost all 1,000 spirit stones. After the match ended, Tommy rushed off stage and called back the official he had previously interacted with. Busy with handling registrations and matches, he found it overwhelming and decided to amend the contest rules, letting the official manage the registration. Naturally, after fermenting for a while, the spectators below started mimicking Tommy's behavior. Without the grand gesture of using illusion cards as poker chips, they picked up random stones and sliced them into pieces as makeshift cards. The wealthier disciples used higher grade materials, slicing spirit stones directly into cards. So, they made their own cards, stone tables, or simply sat on the ground in groups of three, cheerfully playing Dazongzu. This wasn't the end. Tommy's actions stirred quite a buzz, leading some curious disciples to upload videos of the matches to social media. This move attracted many participants who abandoned their original games to join the chess competition. For efficiency, Tommy couldn't let it drag on indefinitely, so he changed the game content again. Now, the chess competition included not only Dazongzu but also Mahjong, which allowed 4 players and was more efficient. For Mahjong tiles, while illusion cards weren't ideal, spirit stones could be cut into small squares perfectly. Quickly, Tommy explained the rules of Mahjong to the disciples, and then returned to the stage to embark on his Mahjong master journey. The disciples below, after watching several rounds of Mahjong, eagerly tried it themselves, emulating Tommy. 2 hours later, Tommy alternated between the Mahjong and Dazongzu matches, showcasing his superb skills to temporarily lead the chess competition. According to social media, he held the top spot. "It's not right at all." Arnold, who had been discussing with Madison all afternoon, burst out irritably, frowning. "It doesn't seem like it's from the other race's spell. The voices have become too frequent and are increasing in number." Madison was equally distressed, speaking solemnly. "I have a bad feeling." Unable to tolerate it any longer, Arnold, unable to focus on his seclusion due to the noise, closed his eyes tightly. With a resounding boom, an invisible wave pushed outward from him as his divine consciousness instantly spread across Heavenly St. Palace, beginning to inspect. After a moment, he seemed to locate the source of the disturbance, gritting his teeth and saying each word with effort. "Jasper. Wu. Yen. Knowing you wouldn't stay out of trouble without joining the competition." Arnold grumbled irritably and then vanished in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Arnold, who had disappeared from the courtyard, reappeared at the chess competition venue. Here, tens of thousands of disciples in small groups were shouting fervently about Arnold, Madison, Straits, Flying Sword, Greater, and such. Seeing this scene infuriated Arnold, whose facial muscles twitched as he struggled to control his expression. Next, he flashed beside Tommy, grabbed his shoulder without a word, and disappeared from the spot. The card-playing disciples barely noticed their palace master had come and gone, continuing to play happily. Chapter 184. A dispute leads to summoning for backup. After a moment, Arnold dragged Tommy to the back of the mountain. The corners of his mouth twitched as anger gnawed at him, but he tried to maintain an amicable tone and asked Tommy beside him, "Wenxiang, what happened just now?" Tommy hesitated. He could tell Arnold was here to interrogate him. Now caught red-handed, he felt somewhat embarrassed but still replied stubbornly. The disciples were in the middle of a go match. "Is that so?" Arnold pretended to be puzzled and countered. Was Shannon's explosion also part of the competition? "Certainly." Tommy started hedging, flattering. "Master, you can see through all. Don't give me nonsense." Arnold gave Tommy a chance to explain honestly, but this boy not only didn't confess but kept dodging the question. Arnold glared and revealed a hint of quasi-saint aura to intimidate Tommy. Enraged, he yelled, "Why did you change the rules of the competition?" Tommy knew he had acted improperly but had no choice. He needed the skill, and Arnold wouldn't let him participate. According to Arnold's line of reasoning, Tommy was in the wrong regardless. But with a flash of inspiration, Tommy decided to take the moral high ground and lecture Arnold. Facing Arnold's imposing presence, Tommy showed no fear. With hands behind his back and head slightly raised, he gazed into the distant sky and sighed heavily. "Sigh. Everything I've done is for the sake of our Tiansheng Palace disciples." At this moment, Tommy appeared utterly shameless. Arnold had given him the title of honorary elder, and he took advantage of it, acting as if the Tiansheng Palace was his own territory. Tommy continued to gaze skyward while glancing sideways at Arnold, gauging his reaction. Then he turned back and asked, Master, why do we organize these competitions like Immortal Creation 108? Now you're testing me. Hearing the condescending tone, Arnold narrowed his eyes irritably and said, Of course, it's to keep the disciples lively and create role models for others to follow. Seeing Arnold fall for it, Tommy stopped looking at the sky and stared directly at Arnold, earnestly saying, Master has seen it yourself. The modified rules are more popular among the disciples. Isn't this in line with our core purpose at Tiansheng Palace? Arnold saw Tommy's stubbornness and deliberately feigned anger, shouting, Do you know that the rules of this tournament have been passed down for hundreds of thousands of years? Can such ancient laws be changed easily? Holding on to outdated traditions won't work. Tommy's expression turned serious. Believing Arnold to be too rigid, he felt the need to convince him. Thinking about his past life, fragments of memories flashed in his mind, almost making him lose control, but he quickly regained composure by releasing a wave of authority pressure. Next, Tommy turned away, sighed deeply, and stated calmly, Are all ancestral traditions always right? If there's a better way now, why not adopt it? He grew more excited as he spoke, raising his voice until nearly shouting, Without adaptability and innovation, how can such a sacred place still be called a sanctuary? Tommy's words struck Arnold, who under the influence of his authoritative pressure began to feel uncertain and thought that perhaps Tommy made sense. As Tommy gradually freed himself from system restrictions, his authoritative presence became stronger, now affecting Arnold. Although affected, Arnold couldn't entirely agree. Suddenly, Arnold's hesitant face turned grim as he realized he was the master of the sacred place and shouldn't be lectured by a junior. Even if Tommy was correct, Arnold couldn't admit it. Acknowledging Tommy's argument would damage his prestige. Lowering his voice, Arnold angrily retorted, Even if you're right, so what? I don't like the modified rules. Influenced by his past life, Tommy flared up, glaring and snapped, Humph, the disciples enjoy it. Who cares what you think? F********. As soon as he said this, Tommy regretted it. He realized that if Arnold disapproved, he truly had the power to change things. In the immortal world, sect leaders wield near absolute authority. Their displeasure could lead to drastic changes. Ha. Seeing Tommy's disrespectful attitude, Arnold sneered coldly, losing his temper and demanded, Are you lecturing me? Tommy paused, knowing Arnold was furious and that provoking him further could be fatal. Then Tommy pulled out a divine communicator, projecting its screen in front of Arnold and opening the conversation with Daeon, ready to make a call. You want to call Jasper-chan? Seeing Tommy ready to summon backup, Arnold frowned and grew tense. Dreading Daeon's name being mentioned, he feared another visit from the sage. So he managed a forced smile and softened his tone, asking, Why do you want to call Sage Jasper? Tommy chuckled, waving his hand and said lightly, No worries, I just felt today might be my last day. I miss my father and want to say my goodbyes. Arnold. Damn. Speechless. Tommy was clearly threatening him, and Arnold really couldn't do much. When a sage was enraged, the heavens shattered. Sages had the power to destroy heaven and earth. Despite Arnold being a quasi-saint, compared to a sage, he was nothing more than a mere ant, unable to stand against such power. Moreover, if Tommy were harmed, Arnold wouldn't survive, having to end his life to atone. Even then, it might not quell Daeon's fury, who might destroy half of Tiansheng Palace. Seeing the situation deteriorate, Arnold hurriedly snatched the device from Tommy and said gently, There's no need to bother Sage Jasper. Then, his expression turned stern as he assured Tommy, Rest assured while you're at Tiansheng Palace. Anyone who harms you will face my wrath first. Tommy, then the competition rules. Chapter 185, Pedro's winning secret. What's wrong with the competition rules? Arnold asked solemnly, as if he had forgotten what had just happened. Then he laughed loudly and said, The current rules are quite good. He waved his hand and announced loudly, So many disciples can gather joyfully here. Isn't this exactly in line with the core purpose of this competition? Tommy. Seeing Arnold's sudden change of expression, Tommy was speechless. If only he had known that bringing up his father would be so effective. Why did he waste time arguing earlier? He should have invoked Jasper Jiang right from the start. But to prevent Arnold from harboring resentment, Tommy suggested revising the Do Zhongzhu gameplay voluntarily. Moreover, it was indeed disrespectful for disciples to shout out Arnold and Madison's names every time. However, Arnold, being a wise leader, showed no concern. For him, being frequently mentioned by the disciples was an honor, a sign of closeness. Even after stepping down, he would have plenty of anecdotes to share with other elders in the Grand Elder Hall. As a quasi-saint, he could easily resolve the issue of inner echoes by simply blocking the disciples' chants if necessary. After a brief conversation with Arnold, Tommy returned to the competition site on the square, while Arnold informed Madison about the situation. Their alien emergency was temporarily resolved, so they were not too bothered about Tommy anymore. Creating Immortal World 108 was a grand event for the Celestial Sage Palace, but it wasn't worth angering a saint over. And although Tommy initially annoyed Arnold, upon reflection, there was no ill intent. In fact, the disciples rather enjoyed and accepted the new style of competitions like Mahjong and Do Zhongzhu. The original goal was to entertain the disciples, so since everyone liked it, he might as well let them enjoy it, just as long as Tommy didn't unnecessarily drag Jasper Jiang into it. Back to the competition, Tommy became even more relaxed when he returned to the competition site. Since Arnold had already handed over control, indicating he wouldn't interfere anymore, Tommy revised the rules again to secure the top spot. He decided to call all participants for a chess match immediately instead of allowing the 30-day period for gradual progress. Moreover, the chess tournament would only last one day, the very day it started. Latecomers would miss out. Just as he announced the new rules, participants who hadn't yet taken part rushed to join the chess competition, abandoning their previous matches. Soon, it was late at night. Tommy still held the top position in the chess competition. He closed it down promptly. Others who wished to play could do so anytime at the open venues, but no points would be awarded. Late into the night, Tommy and a few friends returned to the money shop on Cliff Peak. Due to the lack of supervision at the registration site, evening events had also been cancelled. Although this caused some resentment among participants, Tommy justified it as play in moderation, health first. Respecting his status as honorary elder and acknowledging that he brought new forms of entertainment, dozongju and mahjong, no one complained much. Leisurely, the friends gathered to chat about the fun events of the day. Meanwhile, countless disciples recharged immortal beans with Ainsley and Annalise. Additionally, most of Tommy's 2 million immortal bean giveaway was claimed by the disciples. Now, the number of disciples with immortal beans in the Celestial Sage Palace was massive. Night had fallen, and they stopped chatting, each returning to their rooms. Tommy lay on his bed, checking Weibo as usual to see what was trending. However, one post caught his attention because it received an overwhelming number of clicks, placing it on the front page. Tommy saw the headline, "Pedro teaches you the secrets to winning dozongju," and clicked on it curiously. A live stream opened, showing Woody's face close up on the screen. In the live stream, Woody remained in the square of the Celestial Sage Palace, speaking mysteriously, "Brothers, after my intense battle with our honorary elder, I discovered the secret to victory. Once you master this secret, you'll be the invincible Pedro." Woody continued in a wise tone, heightening viewers' anticipation. Given that dozongju was today's hottest topic, his statement exploded in the comment section. In the comments, Jasper Fapangsiki, "Yeah, sure. From what I remember, you lost the most today." Huelizage, "Oh, isn't this the same Woody who ate stone tables today?" Suddenly, a bow and arrow effect appeared on Woody's live stream screen, launching a rocket that exploded into fireworks. Weibo prompt, Aiden sent a rocket to Woody, increasing his fan value by 1,000. Aiden, brother Daoist, DM me the secret, and I'll give you gifts. Huelizage, at Aiden, big bro, need support? Ha ha ha. Woody laughed heartily at receiving his first gift, working even harder on the live stream. He bowed deeply and shouted, "Thank you, brother Aiden, for your generous rocket. I'll tell you the secret of invincibility soon. Brothers, with this secret, you'll always be the coolest kid around." Woody continued enthusiastically, making the live stream more exciting. "Do you worry that your senior sisters or junior sisters will lose in dozongju? With this secret, win their hearts." Woody, tasting success, grew more excited. He kept hyping things up, eventually bringing out another stone table, holding it up single-handedly, and shouting into the camera, "Send me a rocket now, and I'll tell you the secret, plus perform a stone table eating act." Tommy, 6. Weibo prompt, Cliff Peak Tommy sent 10 rockets to Woody, increasing his fan value by 10,000. It seemed Woody had developed a peculiar taste for stone tables. Of course, Tommy's gifts weren't for the secret, but to watch him eat stone tables. As soon as Tommy sent the gift, the comment section erupted in discussions about their honorary elder. Whoa. Seeing Tommy's gift information, Woody looked startled, bowing deeply into the camera. Elder, you're watching me too. Cliff Peak Tommy, please start your stone table show." This translation maintains the tone and style of the original text, ensuring natural English flow and coherence with the story. Chapter 186, Courting Death. Elder Jasper, generous and mighty. Izar was almost ecstatic, screaming into the camera as he watched the screen filled with rocket effects. "Thank you, Elder Jasper, for sending 10 rockets. In gratitude for Elder Jasper's gift, I will now swallow a stone table." After explaining to the audience, Izar tossed the stone table into the air, shattered it with his spiritual energy, and swallowed all the pieces using the whale swallowing technique. The entire process was smooth and flawless. After swallowing the stone table, Izar showed no signs of discomfort, only pleasure. Cultivators had extremely strong physiques, clearly indicating that he had adapted well. He then pointed one finger at the camera and shouted loudly, "First one." Speaking done, he roamed around the square, eyeing a few isolated stone tables. Moving with the speed of wind, he grabbed and swallowed another stone table in one fluid motion. A short while later, Izar kept his promise, managing to devour 11 stone tables, the last one being an extra treat. Cough cough. Due to eating too quickly, Haokinku got choked and had to cough violently before regaining composure. Then, he grinned at the camera, still licking his chops over Tommy. "To thank Elder Jasper and all fellow Taoists for your support, I'll reveal Gerhard's winning secrets right now. First point." He raised one finger, eyes wide, voice low and suddenly serious. "Momentum. As everyone knows, the sect master forbids the use of divine sense. Therefore, no one knows what cards you have, making momentum the most important factor. No matter how weak your hand is, if you can intimidate your opponent with enough momentum, they won't dare play their cards easily." Tommy, watching Izar's live stream inside the immortal machine, couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Izar indeed had some talent, summarizing psychological warfare on just the first day. However, before Tommy could type a compliment, Izar immediately continued his performance. Second point. He raised 2 fingers mysteriously. Everyone knows that even with excellent skills, luck plays a huge role in the sect master's games. If you are lucky enough to have Arnold and Madison in your hand, it's almost impossible to lose. So, how do you enhance your luck? Izar paused dramatically, spontaneously learning to interact with his audience. Coupled with his mysterious expression, his words indeed created live stream magic, prompting viewers to leave frantic comments asking about methods to increase luck. Seeing countless comments, Izar smiled and gestured for calm. "Everyone, please remain patient. To get this exclusive secret on increasing luck during the Sect Masters game, all you need is a total of 20 rockets as tips." This statement drew numerous complaints in the comments section, yet many wealthy disciples were willing to tip, mainly because Izar's insights were intriguing. Whether or not for the Sect Masters game, enhancing luck would be beneficial for cultivation. With more disciples tipping him, the live stream effects exploded, covering the entire screen. Weibo notification. Izar gives father a tip of 1 rocket, increasing fan value by 1,000. Weibo notification. This humble self-Gerhard gives Azar a tip of 3 rockets, increasing fan value by 3000. Weibo notification. Lexi gives Azar a tip of 6 rockets, increasing fan value by 6000. Though many resented Azar begging for gifts, they endured it for the so-called secret, tipping far more than the promised 20 rockets. Looking at the screen full of effects from Tommy, Azar became even more excited, taking out a pair of wooden dolls without further ado and shouting, "Everyone, please look. This is the key to victory." Following his thoughts, the immortal machine zoomed in on the wooden dolls in his hands, revealing detailed features. Without magnification, these dolls might have gone unnoticed, but the close-up revealed lifelike depictions of Arnold and Madison, looking exactly like them. These are the dolls of our Palace Master Arnold and Venerable Madison. Seeing the comments questioning the dolls, Azar explained further. If we regularly worship these dolls, the Palace Master and Venerable will bless us, ensuring we always draw Qingshan in the Sect Master's game. He then demonstrated this publicly, targeting another lone stone table and bringing it closer to carefully place the dolls atop. Next, he found 3 cigarettes and some fine fruit wines, placing the offerings on the table. He ignited the cigarettes, respectfully knelt down, held the burning cigarettes in both hands, bowed solemnly toward the dolls and murmured, "Palace Master, bless me with unmatched luck and help me draw Arnold. Venerable, bless me with rapid advancement and help me draw Madison." After completing the ritual, Azar stood up, carefully inserting the burning cigarettes into the dolls and waiting patiently for them to burn down. What a death wish. Watching Azar go berserk, Tommy's mouth twitched. He had no words left. Worshipping living people was already bad enough, but he was even using cigarettes. Undoubtedly, the cigarettes Azar used were sold by Tommy earlier. Perhaps in Azar's view, cigarettes were extremely precious items, better than incense for showing respect. His actions instantly blew up the comment section. Qingshan Tranquility. Who can beat him up? I'll offer 100,000 medium-grade spirit stones as reward. Lexi, don't kill him. Leave him a breath of life, and I'll add another 200,000 medium-grade spirit stones. Azar, give me death. Azar, you're in the square, right? Stand still. I'm coming. In the comment section, many disciples condemned Azar, offering rewards to beat him up. Naturally, Azar didn't tolerate this, directly confronting the comments. What are you, Qingshan Tranquility, and Lexi barking about? I generously shared the secrets of winning at the Sect Master's game, and you want to reward my beating without showing any gratitude. How inhuman. Lexi, 500,000 medium-grade spirit stones. Break his mouth. Qingshan Tranquility, 500,000 medium-grade spirit stones. Ensure he can't get out of bed for a year. Suddenly, light exploded, and Azar was sent flying by an unexpected blow, angrily cursing through his teeth. Damn. Sneak attack? Chapter 187. The 5th Clifftop Peak Meeting. Immediately following, Azar performed a quick roll to evade the subsequent attacks. His combat awareness was indeed strong. Panicking, he scrambled up and ran wildly toward the distance. As Azar fled in front, pursued by 3 masked disciples from behind, he continued maintaining his live-streaming demeanor, not forgetting to promote his products. Huff, huff. Fellow Taoists, those who need affection mannequins, please contact me. Only 100,000 spirit stones required. Bang. His words were cut short as Azar was once again blasted away, though this damage wasn't enough to kill him. Even though he was under bounty, everyone had their limits. They just wanted to teach him a lesson, not to take his life. Shortly after, realizing how disheveled he appeared today, Azar quickly ended the live stream. In the comment section, donations continued flooding in with occasional special effects. Of course, these donations were given to Azar, but mostly in support of the masked disciples beating him up. However, the fan value generated from these donations solidly went to Azar. Now on the fan chart, Azar surpassed Tommy and took first place. Despite his disheveled state, Tommy saw a business opportunity in Azar's predicament. So many people wanted to beat him up, this presented an opportunity. Using spirit stones for transactions is so inconvenient. Why not directly launch an application for online orders, settled in Xian beans, while taking a commission? Thinking about this, ideas flooded Tommy's mind. He had no interest in sleeping or cultivating, so he hastily gathered his friends to discuss his idea. After an hour of discussion, Tommy's plan for the new application was outlined. Naturally, Arnold's involvement was essential. Soon, Tommy opened his immortal phone and urgently contacted Arnold and Madison via heavenly message. With their approval, he brought his partners to the Azure Phoenix Hall, preparing to hold the 5th Clifftop Peak meeting. Inside the Azure Phoenix Hall of Tiansheng Palace, as Tommy and his companions entered the hall, they noticed the unmistakable anger on the faces of Arnold and Madison. Humph, look what you've done. Arnold scolded upon seeing Tommy, his tone unhappy. Tommy could see their displeasure and wore a puzzled expression, unsure why they were angry. Humph. At this moment, Madison maintained her cold face, humming disdainfully. If Azar hadn't turned off the live stream so quickly, I would have liked to see him get beaten. What the hell? Tommy exclaimed in surprise. He realized why the 2 senior figures were so furious. Given that Azar had mentioned Calm Mind and Windy Howl in his broadcast, it was clear that Madison was Calm Mind, and Arnold was Windy Howl. Don't think senior figures don't use social media. Azar's live stream directly angered 2 top-tier elders. No one could surpass him in terms of recklessness. Tommy looked at the enraged senior figures, giving a sheepish smile. Should we change Do Zhongzhu's gameplay settings so they can't call your names? It's fine. Arnold sighed deeply, trying to calm himself, gritting his teeth as he spoke the word, fine. Just earlier, Arnold had agreed with Tommy not to modify Do Zhongzhu, and did not want to abandon his image as a disciple-loving patriarch. After all, this was a capital asset for future bragging rights with the Grand Elders. I, Arnold, love my disciples as if they were my own children. Of course, despite the bounty, the 2 senior figures wouldn't personally punish Azar for fear of losing face. However, they didn't mind having their disciples teach him a lesson to prevent further misconduct. After settling the matter, the senior figures calmed down. Arnold waved his hand, and several chairs appeared behind Tommy and his group. Then, Arnold slightly inclined his head, gesturing for them to sit while patiently waiting for Tommy to speak. "Why have you urgently sought us?" Arnold asked. "A big matter." Tommy paused, then solemnly said, "It concerns the convenience of future disciples in cultivation." "Oh." Arnold raised an eyebrow. "Tell me more." Tommy didn't reply immediately. Instead, he retrieved a long table from his system space. This table came from Clifftop Peak, symbolizing its continuity. Clifftop Peak represented a belief that should not be easily changed. Furthermore, sitting below Arnold's elevated position felt like being interrogated. Although Arnold didn't intend this, it bothered Tommy. When holding a Clifftop Peak meeting, regardless of whom he faced, Tommy had to be the host. Setting up the table and chairs, Tommy respectfully bowed to Arnold and Madison, saying, "Please join us here, Your Excellency and Venerable, for the 5th Clifftop Peak meeting." Ha ha ha. Interesting. Seeing Tommy's serious demeanor, Arnold chuckled, cooperating without complaint. He and Madison joined him at the table. Respecting the senior figures, Tommy and his companions sat on one side, facing Arnold and Madison on the other. Arnold recognized Tommy's intention and generously let him sit in the main seat, flanked by Arnold and Madison. Senior figures indeed understood the seriousness of the situation and the importance of this meeting to Tommy. Thus, they showed great flexibility in minor matters, not dwelling on trivialities. Everyone sat down, ready for the meeting. Except for the newcomers Arnold and Madison, Tommy's companions were familiar with the routine. They sat solemnly, awaiting Tommy's words. Even Ainsley, who usually enjoyed mischief, sat quietly beside Emily, eyes filled with anticipation as she looked at her brother. Everyone knew that each Clifftop Peak meeting heralded a new product and significant changes impacting the lives of numerous cultivators. ####Chapter 188, DD Strikes. At this moment, seeing that everyone was ready, Tommy didn't waste any more time. He placed both hands on the table and stood up, speaking loudly with a serious expression. "I hereby declare the 5th Cliff Peak Conference officially in session." No matter who attended the meeting, the standard procedures of the Cliff Peak Conference had to be followed. Only if Tommy took it seriously would everyone truly respect the meeting instead of treating it like a children's game. Clap, clap, clap. As soon as Tommy finished speaking, his colleagues burst into enthusiastic applause. Arnold and Madison, two major figures, also clapped symbolically, looking rather dazed by the scene. "Before introducing our new product, I'd like to set the stage," said Tommy as he sat back down. He glanced at Arnold and then at Madison before continuing solemnly, "Senior predecessors, do you wish to teach Azar a lesson? Azar's disrespectful words indeed call for some punishment." Madison grew visibly angry as she spoke, her expression filled with indignation. However, their palace master, who loved his disciples like his own children, pondered for a moment and then softly said, "Though Azar's actions were inappropriate, he is still a disciple of our heavenly Saint Palace. A small chastisement should suffice." Arnold was fuming inside, but refrained from directly punishing Azar out of respect for the palace master's dignity. Tommy decided not to beat around the bush and got straight to the point. "In my live stream, I noticed the bounty you two seniors put out on Azar." Cough, cough. Hearing Tommy reveal the truth, Arnold quickly pretended to cough, hinting to Tommy to skip this topic. But Tommy ignored the signal and continued. "Have you considered whether using spirit stones might expose your identity when someone comes forward to claim the reward? Even if you find another disciple to act on your behalf, it will be troublesome and could give others leverage over you." Arnold's eyes lit up upon hearing these words. He understood Tommy's implication. This visit was meant to solve this problem. Nodding approvingly, Arnold looked at Tommy with anticipation and encouragement, urging him to continue. "Shinji, Divine Device, holds endless possibilities. Any good idea can be realized through Shinji, making cultivation life more convenient for everyone." Tommy reiterated the advantages of Shinji and then loudly declared, "To protect everyone's privacy and safety, after careful consideration by the Cliff Peak Board of Directors, we plan to launch several new applications, the DD series. DD Strikes. Place an order offline, professional hitters accepted, full service from start to finish." Quickly, Tommy described in detail to the two senior figures how DD Strikes addresses common pain points among cultivators. It's well known that the most important thing for senior figures is face. They want to punish disciples without personally getting involved. So DD Strikes can fulfill this need. All they have to do is post a bounty within the app. They must specify the person to be punished, including their cultivation level, identity, reason, and the extent of the punishment required. Once posted, registered fighters can accept the order and promptly carry out the task. Payment is made online, greatly protecting the identity of the bounty placer from retaliation. Of course, deadly battles between fellow disciples are strictly prohibited. If the stated reasons for punishment do not align with facts, the punished party can appeal. The case will then be handed over to the Heavenly Saint Palace's Law Enforcement Division to resolve disputes. For instance, target identity, disciple of Illusory Kill Tower, Izar. Target strength, 100 Veins Realm. Bounty price, 1,000 immortal beans. Reason for bounty, disrespectful remarks towards the palace master and venerable. Specific requirements, simple punishment, no severe injuries. Finally, when a disciple accepts and completes the order, they must record video proof of completing the task. Upon verification, Shinji automatically releases the promised immortal beans. Naturally, Tommy would take a commission from the bounty. Furthermore, DD Strikes isn't just limited to internal bounties within the sect. Imagine this scenario. You and your fellow disciples are joyfully descending the mountain for practice, only to bump into an old nemesis. Despite putting up a fierce fight, you cannot prevail and are forced to struggle for survival. At such moments, simply open Shinji, use the emergency assistance function in DD Strikes, and send out a distress signal to all nearby Shinji users with one click. This service isn't free. It costs at least 10,000 immortal beans, but allows advanced usage, repayable once you are safe. Wonderful. Arnold laughed heartily and praised Tommy's detailed explanation. What caught his attention wasn't just the bounty feature but the emergency assistance, envisioning how it could significantly reduce losses for disciples practicing outside. Not only was Arnold excited, but Madison's face also shone with pleasure. After Tommy's vivid description, she couldn't wait to place a bounty on his czar via DD strikes. Yet, calling it the DD series would hardly be appropriate with just DD strikes. Tommy had another bombshell to drop, a powerful speech about the upcoming DD flying sword. He asked again, what is the greatest pain point in the cultivation world? Distance. Distance. Still, distance. The cultivation world is vast. Even crossing a single-sex territory takes a lifetime for those without cultivation abilities. Beyond mere transportation issues, it's also about speed. DD Flying Sword can address both problems while paving the way for logistic solutions to support Tommy's future applications. DD Flying Sword operates similarly to DD Strikes, requiring orders and acceptance. Once launched, this app will be a paradise for cultivators skilled in speed techniques. They can become the primary users, traveling the world, earning immortal beans which can be exchanged for spirit stones for cultivation. Brilliant! Tommy concluded his explanation, and the Brock brothers led the applause. Encouraged by the atmosphere, the two senior figures also joined in with satisfied smiles, clapping along. Based on Tommy's description, they could foresee the promising future of the DD series. Tommy hadn't exaggerated. With just these two applications, cultivators' lives would indeed become much more convenient. Hashtag Chapter 189, Delegation of Authority. So, when can we start using the DD app series? Arnold couldn't contain his excitement and eagerly inquired of Tommy, his composure slipping. Arnold, once a calm and composed elder, had transformed completely since Tommy's arrival. In just 2 days, he had lost his temper 3 times and been stunned on numerous occasions. The emotional changes over the past month exceeded what he had experienced in previous years. Elder, please don't be impatient. Tommy replied with a gentle smile, seeing how eager Arnold was. There's still one more thing I haven't mentioned. Then, to escalate the mood, Tommy instinctively raised his voice. What comes next will genuinely facilitate the disciples' cultivation lives. It will not only integrate with the DD Flying Sword, but also work hand in hand with DD Fight, advancing together. With this, cultivators can enjoy the world's finest cuisines without stepping out of their homes. With this, the Tianshang Palace's Spirit Stones revenue will significantly increase. I will name this revolutionary application, DD Delivery. Tommy then continued to elaborate on the prospects of DD Delivery and its integration with other DD apps using his silver tongue for the two elders. While it's true that Foundation establishment cultivators can subsist without eating ordinary food, which is detrimental to cultivation if consumed excessively, the Immortal Realm offers many delicacies that benefit one's cultivation. However, the vast size of the Immortal Realm and the high travel costs make it difficult for cultivators to access these foods frequently. But with DD Delivery, all these challenges would be overcome. It would enable online ordering, merchant acceptance, flying sword delivery, and allow cultivators to enjoy delicious meals without leaving their abodes. Of course, Tommy was exaggerating somewhat. Currently, it would only serve Tianshang Palace and let disciples enjoy local cuisine. DD Delivery could not only connect with DD Flying Sword, but also link up with DD Fight. Imagine if you ordered food that didn't match the seller's description and they refused to refund your immortal coins. When patience reaches its limit, one need not endure further. Simply open DD Fight, place an order offline, issue a bounty, and directly reward someone to seek justice from the merchant. Certainly, these features could be managed by Tommy and Annalise. However, meeting with Arnold and Madison was not just about announcing a new app launch. These applications required the cooperation of the two elders and involved issues like immortal coin recharges. For online payments, financial mechanisms were essential, and Tommy lacked the credibility Arnold possessed. Thus, the Qianzhuang at Clifftop Peak needed Arnold's endorsement so disciples would deposit their spirit stones and exchange them for immortal coins to facilitate online payments. As the number of users increased, handling recharges became overwhelming for Tommy and his team. Therefore, he decided to delegate authority. Arnold would assign disciples to handle recharges, with the profits divided 70-30 between Tommy, 70%, and Tianshang Palace, 30%. After explaining everything, not only were his partners dumbfounded, but even Arnold and Madison were astounded. They marveled at Tommy's innovative thinking and how he could conceive such revolutionary ideas. Arnold, being farsighted, knew this collaboration would bring immense benefits to Tianshang Palace. If producing immortal devices offered immediate profits, delegating authority and splitting the revenue 70-30 was a long-term source of income that would last as long as there were disciples. These elders weren't merely concerned with cultivation and battles. Managing a sacred land was challenging, requiring daily budgeting and expenditure planning. Spirit stones were always valuable for cultivation. Thus, earning spirit stones was never too much. After careful consideration, Arnold realized he couldn't refuse this opportunity. The trend of immortal devices was inevitable, bringing convenience and enhancing life and strength for disciples. Finishing his thoughts, Arnold gently beckoned. A teapot and several teacups flew in from afar. He personally poured tea for everyone, discarding any pretense of being the head of a sacred land. Here, he said after brewing the tea, rising and pushing the cup towards Tommy while declaring aloud, I represent Tianshang Palace and agree to your proposal. I will hold an elder meeting to discuss its implementation. Seeing Arnold's enthusiasm, Tommy and his companions hurriedly stood up, thanking him with a respectful gesture, using tea as wine. Arnold showed great respect to Tommy, treating him as an equal rather than a junior. This change in attitude wasn't just because of Daeon, but due to Tommy's numerous innovative ideas, proving his capability through actions. With the negotiations completed, discussions about production were straightforward. As Tommy discussed with his team, Annalise had already formulated a plan. Although Tommy wanted Madison to help develop the new apps to reduce Annalise's workload, this secret transmission only earned a scornful glance from Madison. There were no secrets before elders. However, Annalise insisted she could manage alone. Having worked closely with Tommy, especially on the initial game, Plants vs. Aliens, she understood his needs well. Moreover, with Flynn promoting downloads, her workload had lightened. She only needed to create an application on her device, eliminating repetitive tasks. Chapter 190. The Disciples' Sudden Change of Style. An hour later, under the witness of the two big shots, Annalise successfully completed Tommy's request, and the Dida series of apps officially launched. P.S. Didi Durin is a band term, so it was renamed as the Dida series of apps. After the successful launch of the app, seeing Hutch in an exceptionally good mood, Tommy shamelessly asked him to announce that he was the first creator of Immortal Heroes 108. Here, Tommy wanted to exploit a loophole. The system had always been subjective, so he wondered if getting Hutch to directly announce this would count as completing his mission. Hearing Tommy's request, though puzzled by his sudden obsession with being declared the first, Hutch wasn't stingy. Given the immense benefits Tommy had brought to the Heavenly Sage Palace, he overcame his awkwardness and announced to everyone present that Tommy was the competition's champion. However, after waiting for half a day, Tommy still didn't hear the beautiful system notification chime. It seemed that while the system was indeed subjective, such blatant cheating wouldn't work. Despite not directly completing his task, Tommy didn't waste his efforts. At least, after his repeated requests, Hutch contacted the relevant elders and agreed to allow him to participate in the Immortal Heroes 108 creation activity, thereby giving him an official identity. To Hutch, allowing him to participate made no difference anyway. After all, Tommy had already disrupted the competition significantly. He might as well give him an identity and let him play. Failing to cheat his way through, Tommy reluctantly left with his buddies, while Hutch immediately convened an emergency council meeting to discuss the logistics management of the Dida series of apps and the Cliff Peak Money Shop. The next morning, Tommy woke up with a content smile. Indeed, effort doesn't guarantee success, but lack of effort definitely makes life easy. The immortal device had finally settled into a routine. Last night, he rewarded himself by not practicing cultivation but sleeping soundly, letting his cultivation method operate on its own, gradually increasing his strength without urgency. With the chess Dao competition concluded, Tommy wasn't in a rush to head to the scene. As usual, he checked Weibo to see how Azar was faring. Sure enough, the first trending topic was about Azar. What did Phantom Killing Towers Azar do to face such intense pursuit? Azar successfully tops the Dida hit Jasperst. Dida series launches, revolutionizing cultivation Jasperf. Brilliant. Tommy smiled, marveling at the enthusiasm of these people. They had effortlessly promoted the app without him having to go to great lengths. Launched overnight, the app was now a top trending topic and widely used. Especially Azar, who made an indelible contribution to the Immortal Device's Dida app. Soon, Tommy curiously opened the Dida hit list. Amazing! Looking at the bounty list, Tommy couldn't help but exclaim. Azar's bounty had already exceeded 1 million immortal beans, topping the list, with daily pursuers lining up. Of course, while Azar endured relentless beatings, he wasn't idle either. He bombarded Tommy with divine messages for help. Upon opening the messages, Tommy saw Azar's inbox was flooded with, "Boss, save me." Tommy didn't rush to reply. Saving him was possible, but not right now. Let Azar serve as the promotional ambassador for the Immortal Device for now. After briefly looking around, Tommy didn't forget his main business. He tidied up and brought his team back to the Heavenly Sage Palace Square to catch up on today's matches. A short while later, at the Heavenly Sage Palace Square, as soon as he flew there, Tommy was startled by the bizarre scene before him, doubting whether he had come to the wrong place. Taoists, send a small gift, and I'll perform swallowing a frog live. Sisters, look here. This is the registration site for the combat event. Watch me battle against them soon. The vast horizon and the open fields are my love. Flowers bloom under the endless green hills. Brothers, send a small gift, and I'll dance for you. The square buzzed with activity as everyone streamed fervently using the Immortal Device. Some performed stunts, others sang, and countless immortal maidens danced. Though many disapproved of Azar's deceitful methods, his live streaming trick proved effective. His received gifts converted into over 1 million pieces of spirit stone, even surpassing Tommy on the fan list. Realizing the potential income from live streaming, everyone went crazy, broadcasting everywhere, sparking a live streaming craze. "Boss, save me." Suddenly interrupted by an urgent cry, Tommy saw a huge black rat desperately running towards him, pursued by several disciples wielding weapons. It was none other than Azar. No longer pretending, he directly called out to his boss. "Ha ha." Panting and bent over from exhaustion, Azar braked abruptly in front of Tommy, gasping, "Oh, boss, save me. I can't run any longer." After catching his breath, he stood up and explained the situation to Tommy. Originally, not too many were chasing Azar yesterday, and he managed to shake them off. However, when Tommy launched Dida hit lists overnight, Madison placed a bounty on Azar first, and other disciples followed suit. Planning to return to the Phantom Killing Tower, Azar received a divine message from friends, warning him not to return since numerous people awaited to earn immortal beans by hitting him. Thus, Azar had been hunted all night and ran continuously, unable to stop or even participate in the competition. Elders. Just as Azar finished explaining, the pursuing disciples caught up, exhausted but polite, bowing to Tommy. Tommy nodded, returning their greetings. Just as he was about to speak, Azar, holding a grudge for last night's chase, taunted his pursuers. "Ha ha ha, come on, hit me. You think you're so tough, huh? Come on, try chasing me again. Senior Elder Jasper is here. I dare anyone to make a move. Hee hee hee. Come on, come on." Chapter 191. Tommy's Jasper Stream. Seeing Azar's despicable behavior, the few disciples chasing him looked as though they had swallowed 3 pounds of dead flies. Their expressions were grotesquely distorted. Each one gnashed their teeth in anger. They wanted to strike but were restrained by Tommy's status and didn't dare. "Just beat him up a bit. Don't go too far." Tommy took a gentle step back, leaving the battleground for them. Azar was indeed too low down. If he hadn't provoked hatred, Tommy might have protected him. However, self-inflicted karma cannot be escaped. The moment these words left his mouth, the disciple's face lit up with joy, instantly charging forward and raining punches and kicks down on Izar. Meanwhile, they didn't forget to fix the Shinji in the air to record videos as evidence. However, Izar wasn't someone to take lying down. Participants in the Creating Immortal Heroes 108 competition were all prodigies among their peers. Even higher-ranking disciples found it beneath them to target Izar. Therefore, most who accepted Izar's bounty couldn't overpower him. Unable to escape, Izar instead let loose, using illusions to trap the others before pummeling them into submission. His retreat wasn't due to losing to them, but because he dared not stop. Even a mighty tiger fears a pack of wolves. His standstill would only invite more attackers. If that happened, he'd really get beaten. Moments later, having subdued the group, Izar brushed his hands off, swaggering up to Tommy and boasting, "I just don't like stooping to their level." But soon, feigning grievance, he pleaded softly to Tommy for protection. Continuously getting beaten wasn't a viable long-term strategy. How could one focus on cultivation this way? Indeed, Izar made a valid point. Constantly being hunted, while beneficial for combat skills, left no time for seclusion and cultivation. Coincidentally, Emily was nearby, and Tommy realized the flaw in his design. After some contemplation, Tommy instructed Emily to adjust the bounty system logic. A person receiving over 10 bounties within a day would trigger protection and could not be targeted again. Borrowing from online games, being targeted would turn the person red-named, requiring a mechanism to clear this status. Thus, Tommy designed a protection order and Daida Dehiran, an item granting immunity from bounties for 3 days. Alternatively, one could double pay the bounty amount to compensate the bounty issuer with Shinbei, spending money to avoid trouble. To counter extortion via the double payment rule, e.g., a disciple threatening another with a bounty unless paid, Mantis devised a solution where the targeted individual could immediately apply for sect intervention to investigate the cause. Any misuse of rules would result in severe punishment by the Heavenly Saint Palace. These rules applied internally within the sect, as external bounties often involved life or death enmity, and thus wouldn't follow these regulations. Emily promptly implemented the revised rules per Tommy's request. Through yesterday's livestream, Izar earned substantial Shinbei and immediately purchased a protection order and paid off smaller bounties. For larger ones, he prepared to tough it out, unwilling to part with Shinbei. After fixing the Shinji vulnerability, Izar was about to bid farewell to Tommy and prepare for the competition but was stopped by Tommy. Daida Dehiran was already well developed, but many disciples were still unaware of it. Tommy saw this as an opportunity to promote it and gain some popularity. After all, while Go tournament results depended on rules, other competitions were decided by fan support. Tommy needed to brush up on popularity to secure first place. Moreover, Izar was perfect for promotion and winning favor from the masses. Resolved, Tommy relayed his plan to Izar and the others, who began preparations immediately. Izar, naturally complying with his boss's wishes, he'd otherwise risk further beatings, joined the effort. They secured props and chose a secluded location away from other disciples. Tommy then summoned the Shinji, activated the Weibo live stream function, and launched his debut show. With administrator privileges, the stream was immediately pinned to the top, visible to everyone. Title: A single arrow pierces through the clouds. Countless troops gather. As soon as the stream started, millions flooded in, curious about what their revered elder planned to broadcast. With everything ready, the actors entered the scene. In the camera frame, Emily and Ainsley strolled hand in hand, two youthful girls exchanging whispers or admiring scenery, a picture of idyllic charm. The live audience erupted with enthusiasm, showering gifts. Comments flowed. Who is beside Holy Flame? I want her contact within 5 minutes. Holy Flame looks so beautiful today. Ready to be Holy Flame seems quite relaxed. Cough, let's be cautious. Smiling, Tommy observed the comments. While some expressed admiration for Emily and Ainsley, he didn't mind. As heaven's darlings, they naturally attracted adoration. Amidst the flowers, a discordant figure appeared. Wearing a revealing shirt and hanging gold chain, Izar strode arrogantly toward them, a burning cigarette dangling from his mouth. He reached them, eyes lecherous, blowing a smoke ring and leering, "What are you little sisters doing here?" Hashtag chapter 192, provoking hatred. Annalise kept in mind the role and lines that Tommy had assigned her. She knitted her eyebrows slightly, showing an unhappy expression. Then she quickly pinched her nose and looked at Izar, gently persuading him, "Dao brother, please don't smoke here." Hearing Annalise deliver her lines, Izar immediately entered the role of an actor. He carelessly extended a finger as if to point at Annalise's head. However, just when his finger was 0.01 meters away from Annalise's little head, he suddenly paused, retracting his hand hurriedly as if he had been electrocuted. Nothing more. It was only that he accidentally noticed Ainsley's nearly murderous gaze staring at him intently. Tommy had told him to act freely, to be as arrogant as possible, and Izar almost got carried away. He had a premonition that if he really touched Annalise today, there would be no avoiding a beating. The boss's woman couldn't be touched. Even if she weren't the boss's woman, with Annalise's status alone, it would be easy for her to deal with Izar. Izar felt extremely nervous and realized he had taken on a deadly difficult task. But to complete Tommy's instructions, he forced himself to stay calm and continued acting. While Izar retracted his hand, to enhance the live stream effect, he swung it in a circular motion, emphasizing the movement dramatically. At the same time, he put on a show-off expression, his voice menacing, "I will smoke wherever I want. What's it to you? Jasperdal sister, don't be too rampant in the sect. In the Heavenly Saint Palace, I am king." Saying this wasn't enough. Izar remembered Tommy's instruction to be as arrogant as possible. He threw caution to the wind and yelled hoarsely, "On all 4 streets, ask around who's the daddy. Wherever I want to smoke, I'll smoke." You. Hearing these words, Annalise's small face showed shock, portraying anger and helplessness perfectly. She was undoubtedly a capable actress. She stomped her feet helplessly, saying, "Humph, you're so unreasonable. Let's go." With that, she held Ainsley's little hand, preparing to leave. Ainsley cooperated by also putting on an angry expression, glaring fiercely at Izar before following Annalise. Jasper's sister, where are you going? Seeing them about to leave, Izar refused to back down, leering at them as he blocked their way. Indeed, Izar performed energetically. The audience in the comment section was almost at boiling point. I love Saint Maiden forever. Izar, if you touch Annalise, I'll chop off your hands. Death to Izar. What's with this drop to hit person feature? Why does it say Izar has exceeded reward attempts for today? Killing to stop killing, bullying women. What kind of skill is that? Why not challenge me instead? Overpowering might. Though I don't like Annalise Izar, you've truly done well this time. David, %*UN, and %#. Weibo notice, David sent 10 rockets to Cliff Peaks Tommy, adding 10,000 fan points. Weibo notice, David's message. Is anyone seeing my comments? Weibo notice, David sent 20 explosive cannons to Cliff Peaks Tommy, adding 200,000 fan points. Weibo notice, David's message. Damn, I forgot to mention, if anyone helps beat up Izar, David will reward you heavily. Wonderful. Tommy smiled as he watched the intense comment section. As Tommy livestreamed longer, more disciples tuned in. In just a few minutes, nearly 5 million people were watching. Moreover, countless donations poured in, especially the high-value ones which were announced across Weibo. Those not watching the livestream could easily click in via donation notifications. Indeed, Izar was skilled at provoking hatred. With almost single-handed effort, he managed to draw the entire sect's animosity. Of course, Annalise and Ainsley also played their parts. The two girls' beauty and pitiful demeanor made everyone want to punch Izar. These disciples were clearly dazzled by Annalise's appearance. They didn't understand much about Ainsley or Annalise. The latter indeed stayed mostly in seclusion. When Annalise was aggressive, even Tommy feared her. She could drive someone to mental breakdown just by scaring them into rolling on the ground. A feat beyond ordinary people. Anyway, the atmosphere had reached its climax, and now it was Tommy's turn to make an entrance. Of course, he wasn't appearing for a cliché hero saving the beauty scenario, but to promote Strike. Suddenly, Tommy jumped into view, facing the camera gracefully and speaking passionately. In the life of cultivation, many uncivilized and immoral people, despite our constant tolerance, continue to provoke and challenge us. Tommy's sudden appearance puzzled many in the comment section who didn't know who he was. Not everyone recognized Tommy. Only a few who attended activities at Heavenly St. Palace knew he was an honorary elder. But there were still many homebodies who hadn't left their rooms for intensive practice. Thus, they didn't recognize Tommy. As Tommy appeared, blocking the viewer's sight, the comment section erupted. Martial arts world. Who is this guy? Don't block my view of the Saint Maiden. Exploding peas. Yeah. Who is this? What's he doing? Stopping war. I know you're anxious, but let the elder finish speaking first. True greatness. Surprised. Is he an elder? David, %*UN, and %#. Seeing the chorus of protests in the comment section, Tommy twitched his lips, not bothering to argue. After all, he'd only recently arrived at Heavenly St. Palace, and it was normal for disciples to not recognize him. Time for business. Tommy took a deep breath, raising his voice and speaking passionately. Now, none of these issues need worry you anymore. Just use the Immortal Phone and Strike application, and we will automatically connect you with nearby fighters. Accompanied by Tommy's stirring words, the Immortal Phone focused on Annalise. To facilitate filming, Annalise projected her Immortal Phone screen. There, Annalise, following Tommy's promotional script, anxiously tapped open Strike. Then, with a swift flicker of her divine sense, she quickly pressed the request strike button. #### chapter 193, filming an advertisement. Strike has multiple functions, including bounties, I want to strike, emergency SOS, and the bounty Jasperst. To cater to different scenarios, especially when you don't know who's bullying you, using the I want to strike function is far better than posting a bounty. When Annalise pressed the I want to strike button, a gentle female voice identical to Annalise's suddenly came from the immortal device. Of course, this wasn't surprising. Annalise had recorded her voice into the app during its development to serve as notification tones. Strike. Scanning target information. Strike. Estimated target strength. Mid-vein realm. Strike. Contacting nearby enforcers. When designing the app initially, Tommy considered the differences between the immortal realm and his previous life. In his past world, people's capabilities were relatively similar, so specially trained individuals could safely handle most tasks. However, in the immortal world, cultivators' power levels varied immensely. Misjudging an opponent's strength would mean sending enforcers to certain defeat. Thus, Tommy added a feature to scan the target strength to prevent misjudgments. The scanning capability utilized Flynn's divine sense, which was incredibly powerful. Even if someone were at the Emperor level, unless they used special concealment techniques, Flynn could still determine their true strength. After placing the order on Strike, Annalise searched for suitable enforcers. Tommy hurriedly operated the immortal device, switching the view to a location several kilometers away. Two burly men were seen pounding each other with occasional punches, resting briefly on the ground after getting tired, and then doing push-ups vigorously. These two were none other than Brock and Jordy. The brothers chatted while working out. Suddenly, Brock paused, turning to Jordy. Brother, keep practicing. I have something to do and we'll be back soon. A few seconds ago, Brock received a notification from his immortal device. Strike. 5 kilometers away. A mid-level vein realm hooligan has been assigned automatically. Strike. Please proceed to the destination immediately. Roar. Upon successfully accepting the order, Brock roared and rushed toward the target area at top speed. Each step shook the ground, sending dust flying. This was done deliberately to showcase the quality of the enforcer. Brock, standing over 2 meters tall with well-built muscles, looked intimidating. As he ran, he tore off his shirt, maximizing his ferocious appearance. 5 kilometers was no distance for Brock. Arriving at the location, he bellowed as he charged at Izar, who was harassing 2 women. With a loud thud, he kicked Azar away. He then grabbed the fallen Azar by the collar and dragged him into the bushes. The scene was too violent, so Tommy only filmed their backs but still created a strong visual impact. Watching Brock ride Azar and pummel him mercilessly, the audience could almost hear every strike. Boom. Ah. Boom. Stop hitting me. Boom. I'll never dare again. Finally, Azar was beaten, and cheers erupted in the comments section. Shifuchvenko. Who is this muscular man? His cultivation is impressive. Jinjerhui. This is clearly acted. Azar give Grandpai death, even if it's acted. Doesn't watching Azar get beaten feel great? David. %*UN. And %hashtag. Weibo notification. David, of Cliff Peak, sends 10 thunderbombs to Tommy, increasing his fan points by 100,000. Weibo notification. David leaves a message. Why can't I always see my words? By the way, let this warrior beat him longer. I'll reward generously. 5 minutes later, the sounds of blows gradually subsided, and Azar's struggles became weaker until they stopped. Around them, pure white flowers were stained red with Azar's blood, a gruesome sight. Brock, now covered in blood, approached Annalise like a god of death, holding Azar. He bowed respectfully and smiled amiably. Hee. Fairy, the target has been subdued. Please pay 1,000 immortal beans and confirm the order completion. Noong, all right. Annalise smiled and nodded, confirming the order on the die-to-strike interface and paying him. Tommy promptly stepped forward, smiling politely, and announced loudly, "Our enforcers are highly skilled, respond quickly, and have excellent service attitudes." After reciting his lines, Tommy gently nudged Azar. Azar stood up effortlessly, apologizing to Annalise and Ainsley with a bow. Following Tommy's cue, the 5 of them lined up, Tommy in the middle, Annalise and Ainsley on one side, and Brock and Azar on the other. They all bowed together, shouting in unison, "Die-to-strike. Your best self-defense tool, a good helper for cultivation." At this moment, the comments read, Azar give Grandpa death. Thank you, Elder Jasper. That was satisfying. I love the holy girl forever. I thought it was real scary, but Azar did deserve it. Kill to stop killing. What was Azar on? David, %*UN, and %hashtag. With the advertisement for Die-to-strike complete, Tommy glanced at the comments before closing the live stream, letting the content spread. His peak viewership had reached over 5 million, meaning almost everyone with an immortal device could see it. Once the disciples spread the word, it wouldn't take long for the entire Heavenly Sage Palace to understand Die-to-strike's utility. As for Die-to-flying sword and Die-to-delivery, those needed Arnold to resolve logistics issues first. For now, Tommy didn't plan to promote these apps and was content letting everyone get familiar with Die-to-strike to steadily earn spirit stones. Chapter 194, Carver severely injured. The commercial shoot was done, but the main tasks could not be forgotten. Tommy seized the moment and returned to the competition venue of the Creation Immortal 108 contest. Taking advantage of his recent fame from the live broadcast, he rushed to the arena that required voting. The competition was in music theory, and no one understood it better than Tommy. Although he only knew how to play the Swana horn, the power of his phenomenon was unmatched. A few simple melodies summoned a spectacular natural phenomenon, creating momentum for him. Many disciples who were at a bottleneck were also lifted by this overwhelming display, breaking through their limitations right there. In the music theory competition, Tommy naturally remained at the top. As for the Jasperterature competition, which tested the skills of literati, Tommy had nothing to fear. With 5,000 years of cultural heritage from the Central Plains, although not as ancient as the immortal cultivation world, its richness surpassed it. Tossing out a few timeless phrases was like a devastating attack against the sparse culture of the immortal cultivation world. Similarly, in the painting competition, with the added boost of his momentum, victory was guaranteed. Time quickly passed, and soon half a month had gone by. During these 2 weeks, Tommy rested and pushed himself to win every non-explicitly defined competition, immediately closing them once he reached the top rank. Now, only the strength leaderboard remained. According to past rules of the Heavenly Sage Palace, disciples would have to fight on a platform to determine the rankings. But fighting for real scared Tommy. The only ability that could harm the natives required winning first place in the contest. Yet following the old rules, he couldn't win a fight on the platform. This left Tommy extremely worried, unable to think of a way to win. As he watched the disciples fiercely battling on the platform, an urgent and prolonged bell rang through the sky. Upon hearing the bell, the expressions of the disciples changed drastically. Even those in combat paused, cautiously observing their surroundings. The protective divine beast of the Heavenly Sage Palace anxiously soared through the clouds, its loud cries echoing. All these changes foretold that something significant was about to happen. Amidst the chaos, Arnold suddenly appeared on the plaza. Without any fanfare, he materialized in the sky, his face tight with tension and seriousness. All disciples listen. Arnold shouted forcefully, his quasi-saint peak cultivation spreading instantly, delivering his command throughout the Heavenly Sage Palace. His words silenced the square as everyone looked up expectantly. From today onward, the contests are terminated, and all disciples enter wartime readiness. Now, return to your towers, collect divine machines, and fully cultivate pea shooters. The Alchemy Pavilion is now open free of charge, so each disciple can gather necessary cultivation resources. Arnold's commands came rapidly, clearly sensing the urgency. Though he did not directly explain the cause, Tommy felt the impending crisis at the Heavenly Sage Palace, racing against time. As Arnold finished speaking, the disciples turned into streams of light, rushing back to their towers. Just as Tommy was about to ask what was happening, Arnold flashed beside him, grabbing him and his sister, teleporting them to the grand hall of the Heavenly Sage Palace. Inside, they saw an unexpected sight. Their father, Carver, sat meditating in the center, bloodied and ragged, while Jackson aided him with healing energies. Seeing this, Tommy was overwhelmed with worry. Who could have reduced Carver, one of the top fighters in the immortal cultivation world, to this state? Dad! Shocked by the scene, Ainsley cried out, stamping her feet anxiously. Arnold stopped her, placing a finger over his lips to hush her. He then explained through telepathy that Carver had arrived at the palace, bleeding and barely conscious, uttering only, "Ancient families are attacking," before fainting. After hearing Arnold's explanation, the siblings felt immense anxiety but dared not disturb their father. They stood waiting quietly, hearts pounding. The hall fell silent, the atmosphere tense and ominous. 2 hours passed. With a sudden cough, Carver spat blood and opened his eyes, bursting with energy, shouting, "Wen Xiang!" Carver, possibly still disoriented, thought he was in battle. His intense burst affected everyone present, causing tremors and discomfort. Fortunately, an elderly woman struck her cane, dispersing Carver's overwhelming aura. "Dad!" The siblings hurried to his side. Carver, hearing them, calmed down. Kneeling beside him, Tommy gently held his father's hand, reassuring him, "Dad, I'm here." Chapter 195, Actor and Daughter. Cough cough. Carver coughed several times, spitting out a few mouthfuls of fresh blood, then squinted his eyes to scrutinize the siblings before him. Seeing that his children were unharmed, Carver heaved a long sigh of relief, his heart finally settling down. He forced a smile, looking at them with tears in his eyes. That's good. Wah. Ainsley gripped her father's hand tightly, sobbing uncontrollably. "Father, what happened to you?" At this moment, Carver gently stroked his daughter's head with a smile, softly saying, "Cough. It's okay. Are you kidding me? You're spitting out so much blood." Tommy was beside himself with worry. Seeing his father's pitiful state, he couldn't help but retort harshly, "Wen Xiang." Despite his pale complexion, Carver still clutched Tommy's hand firmly, his voice hoarse as he said, "Wen Xiang, promise your father that no matter what happens in the future, you must protect your sister." "Damn it. No." Terrified by Carver's words, Tommy quickly covered his father's mouth, trying to prevent him from continuing. Let me speak." Carver struggled under Tommy's grip, muttering and writhing, determined to finish what he wanted to say. In truth, seeing that his children were safe, Carver had relaxed. Given his cultivation level, there was no way Tommy could have held him down if he really wanted to resist. Now, with veins bulging on his arms, Tommy used all his strength to press down on his father's mouth and shouted, "Don't think I don't know. If I agree, you'll be gone. You go and protect my sister, but you stay alive." It is common knowledge that when someone who is gravely injured asks you to promise something on their deathbed, you absolutely cannot agree. Once agreed, they will die for sure. Being well-versed in movies and TV shows, Tommy was very sensitive to this trope. He knew he must not let his father complete his final words. By logic, as long as the last wishes weren't fulfilled, one wouldn't die. So, Tommy was using his own method to save his father's life. What's going on? The powerful figures present were bewildered by Tommy's actions, murmuring amongst themselves. Tommy might not be able to assess the extent of his father's injuries, but these senior figures could. Although Carver was seriously wounded, his sage-level physique was nearly fully recovered, merely weak at worst. Clearly, Carver had been putting on an act for Tommy. Unfortunately, Tommy genuinely believed his father was about to make his final arrangements. Cough. "Wen Xiang." Carver's face turned even paler, another mouthful of blood seeping through Tommy's fingers. His voice was extremely raspy, almost out of breath. If you don't promise, I'll die without rest." As soon as he finished speaking, Carver's breathing quickened. Alarmed, Tommy released his father's mouth, shouting desperately, "Father, father." Though Tommy yelled at the top of his lungs, it was as if Carver didn't hear him. Instead, he stopped speaking and slowly his breathing calmed. Finally, his chest stopped moving, and the hands holding onto his children slipped away. Unable to maintain his seated position, he fell forward. With wide, disbelieving eyes, Tommy couldn't accept what he saw. How could his sage-level father simply pass away like this? He immediately extended his spiritual senses to thoroughly examine his father's body. No matter how carefully he searched, his father was truly gone. Damn it. Tommy roared in anger, unable to hold back his tears anymore. Tears streamed down his face, falling onto his father's body. I promise. Wah. Cradling his fallen father, Tommy wept loudly, "Father, come back. I promised you." The scene was touching, and if not for Carver's act, everyone would have been deeply moved by Tommy's filial devotion. However, having investigated the truth, they found it hard to feel moved. Not only did the elders remain unmoved, but Ainsley stood quietly nearby, her expression distorted as if suppressing laughter. "Joanna." With tear-filled eyes, Tommy lifted his head to look at his sister, his voice hoarse. "Father is gone." But just as Tommy looked up, Ainsley paused, quickly regaining her dramatic composure. Tears instantly welled up, and she joined Tommy in wailing. Their cries echoed throughout the grand hall, but none of those present felt anything. After a moment, Tommy regained his composure, gently placing his father down. Then, with a loud thud, he knelt abruptly before Carver's body. With a solemn expression and choked voice, he raised his right hand, pointing skyward and declared with a trembling voice, "I, Tommy, swear here and now. So long as I live, I will never allow harm to befall Ainsley. This oath is witnessed by the sun and moon, endorsed by heaven and earth, and heard by all deities, spirits, and demons." Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, a hearty laugh erupted. The supposedly dead Carver rose effortlessly, laughing aloud. Tommy was momentarily dumbfounded, first overjoyed, then filled with rage. Next, Carver patted Tommy's shoulder, grinning widely. "Good boy, you've made a promise to me. Ha ha ha." Before Tommy could react, Ainsley's melodic laughter joined in. "Tommy." Ha ha ha. Looking at Tommy's furious yet hilarious expression, Ainsley bent over laughing until she was short of breath. "I can't hold it in anymore. You two were acting?" Tommy's fury reached its peak. Even if he was slow to catch on, he realized it now. "Ha ha ha. Father. Father communicated with me silently not to tell you. Ha ha ha. Ainsley continued to laugh hysterically, enjoying the prank on her brother, but more importantly, relieved to know her father was unharmed. Upon hearing his sister's explanation, Tommy couldn't control his emotions, boiling with anger. He felt utterly deceived by Carver, crying all those useless tears for nothing. Chapter 196, The Ancient Clan. Immediately after, Tommy, seething with anger, adjusted his stance, flashed to a distant spot, and sprinted towards Burl. Leveraging his momentum, he lifted his right leg for a powerful kick while roaring, "Die, for your father." But you swore, everyone here heard it, no going back now. However, at this moment, Burl's playful side was roused. He kept taunting while dashing away frantically. Tommy, though relieved that his father was unharmed, felt humiliated and continued to chase him relentlessly. For a moment, the grand hall filled with the sounds of filial piety turned into laughter. In reality, over the years, the number of times Burl had met his children could be counted on one hand. After being gravely injured, seeing his children safe made him feel at ease, and he quite enjoyed this fleeting moment of joy. At this point, the crowd noticed Burl did not have the demeanor of a leader, scrambling from Tommy's pursuit. They felt somewhat dissatisfied. Cough, cough. Following this, the Camilla who intervened earlier cleared her throat loudly and thumped her cane on the ground, saying in a mocking tone, "Hutch, you called us old folks out just to see their family drama?" On the surface, the Camilla spoke to Hutch, but everyone could tell she was unhappy with Burl. Hearing this, Hutch's lips twitched. He was speechless and dared not intervene. As the Camilla's mocking voice faded, Burl immediately stopped fleeing, staring coldly at the Camilla. His stop left Tommy in an awkward position. What could he do? If his father hadn't stopped, he could say he wanted to fight but couldn't catch up. Now that Burl had halted, beating his father in front of everyone would be inappropriate indeed. Fortunately, Tommy had quick wit and thick skin. He promptly performed a pratfall and sent a telepathic message to his sister. "Stop standing there like a fool. Grab me quickly." Upon receiving the message, Ainsley complied and hurriedly pulled her brother up, holding him tightly as he still pretended to attack Burl. "Humph, Camilla, for my sister's sake, I'll let you off today." Tommy muttered under his breath to salvage some dignity, then quietly stood aside with his sister. However, in everyone's eyes, Tommy's telepathic message was no different from speaking aloud. No one cared about a child's embarrassment, instead focusing their attention on Burl. "Humph." Burl gave a cold snort, his gaze becoming even colder as he looked at the Camilla. His snort caused all the elders present with lower cultivation than him to break out in cold sweat, feeling as if they were stared at by a ferocious beast. He was no longer the playful father but a true sage, a true god of war. "I see you old ones have been too comfortable for too long, forgetting the real dangers." Burl spoke with displeasure, fearlessly confronting them. With a wave of his hand, a treasured sword shot out and landed at the Camilla's feet. "What do you mean, Burl?" The Camilla abruptly stood up, plunging her cane into the floor with a loud bang. Her sage-level cultivation instantly unleashed, causing the spirit energy within the hall to visibly churn. She was a supreme elder of Tiansheng Palace, a true sage, and truly enraged. Accustomed to luxury, they would not look up even to Hutch, the palace master of the Holy Land. How could they tolerate an outsider berating them? Even though Burl was also a sage, it didn't matter. The atmosphere grew unbearably tense, heartbeats pounding like thunder. Even Jackson wore a difficult expression. He knew Burl better, yet he too was a supreme elder of Tiansheng Palace and found it hard to take sides. "Haha," Burl sneered, unfazed by the Camilla's intimidation. "Are you saying it's wrong to remind you all that you've been too comfortable?" With another wave of his hand, there was a clang as a battered corpse landed in the center of the hall. Everyone scanned it with their spiritual senses. This sight startled them profoundly, making them draw sharp breaths. The corpse belonged to a sage who exuded overwhelming malevolent aura even in death, causing difficulty in breathing and rising blood pressure. This unexpected turn made the Camilla dare not disrespect Burl. She quickly withdrew her aura and asked in a hoarse voice, "What is this?" "Emph, an ancient G family sage, killed one, ran away with the other," Burl said casually. While Burl seemed nonchalant, the people present, including several supreme elders, were deeply alarmed. This realization contributed once more to the escalating tension. Tommy and his sister might not fully grasp the gravity of killing a sage, but the rest were all leaders who understood well the implications of such a feat, making Burl's combat prowess even more terrifying. Sages, because of realms, could retreat when losing a battle. Hence, unless the gap was too wide, sages rarely perished. For Burl to throw out a dead sage and claim he killed one and drove away another during a 2-on-1 battle was already astonishing. Since Burl possessed the power to kill a sage, the supreme elders of Tiansheng Palace now regarded him not only with respect but also fear, sitting stiffly in their seats, waiting for him to explain further. "Emph, you all have been too comfortable for too long because I've been guarding the passage between the ancient clans and our world." Burl's authoritative statement stunned everyone present. After a short pause, Burl slowly revealed the reason. Tommy finally understood why his father spent so many years outside, rarely returning home. It was simple. The ancient clans were a force comprising several powerful families from millions of years ago. But they prioritized self-preservation, never participating in battles against alien races, instead hiding in realms created by numerous venerable sages. Over 1,000,000 years, despite having far fewer numbers than the present-day immortal world, their high-level forces far exceeded those of the major sacred lands. Chapter 197. Mother. The world of cultivation has been at war with alien races for a long time. The peak forces, just as they recovered, were once again depleted in battle. Especially several 10,000 years ago, Uriel gathered all the holy beings to fight against the alien emperors on Immortal Mountain. Although they defeated the aliens, it plunged the cultivation world into its darkest and weakest era. However, Uriel was not without his preparations. At least before the war with the aliens, he personally sealed off the passage connecting the ancient families to the current world. After tens of thousands of years of development, the ancient families have always wanted to return, while the array guarding the passage has become increasingly weak. This is what Carver mentioned earlier about guarding the passage. To protect the weakened post-war cultivation world from being invaded by the well-preserved ancient families, Carver personally guarded the passage for thousands of years. Uriel's array did not completely cut off their path. After all, the ancient families are also human. So, his array only allowed cultivators below the 3 origin realm to pass through. And several thousand years ago, Carver guarded it personally, preventing anyone from passing through, thereby maintaining peace in the cultivation world. However, now Uriel's array power has been exhausted, and Carver can no longer hold it. Thus, there was what Adair saw previously through Flynn. On the Endless Sea, a group passed through the passage, dispersing everywhere. Among them were even holy grade powerhouses. In reality, the ancient families have always wanted to return to the present-day cultivation world. The reason is simple. Although their place of residence has no threat of alien invasion and no survival threats, due to it being a realm opened up by numerous holy beings, despite its vastness, it still lacks complete heavenly laws. Hence, while the ancient families have many holy beings, no emperor-level beings have appeared yet. Even if they improved the realm's laws over generations, they still could not compare with the natural cultivation world. Without the laws of an emperor appearing, the ancients' holy beings could only die of old age. Even if some could match the might of emperors, they still aren't true emperors. Therefore, now with the passages opening up, they are charging out en masse, hoping for a chance to become emperors in the current cultivation world. Carver conveyed this news, and everyone present frowned deeply, tension filling the air once more. The Holy Lands were not unfamiliar with the ancient families. They knew these ancient families existed, but had never seen most of them. Almost all holy level beings in the cultivation world perished during the Battle of Immortal Mountain. Through remnants left behind, the Holy Lands could understand the ancient families to a certain extent, but they never imagined the ancient family's strength far exceeded the current cultivation world. This made everyone feel extremely threatened and uneasy. After passing on the message to Heavenly Sage Palace, it was not Carver's concern how the major Holy Lands would deal with the ancient families. Then, Carver gestured for his children to come to his side. He said nothing, gently stroked Christiana's head, patted Adair's shoulder, enjoying this final moment of warmth. After a while, Carver collected himself and sternly told his 2 children, Father must leave. Protect yourselves. Now so chaotic. Where are you going? Adair frowned, feeling his father had more to say. Moreover, the entire world was now in crisis, yet his father was moving around recklessly. To rescue your mother. Carver answered firmly, his eyes filled with anger. It's been so long. It's time for us to be reunited. Mother. Both Adair and Christiana exclaimed simultaneously. This word was both familiar and unfamiliar to them. In Adair's memory, he had never met his mother. During his first 3 years after transmigration, his consciousness remained hazy. At the age of 3, he vaguely remembered that Carver suddenly brought home a baby, saying she was his sister, which Adair accepted without hesitation. His previous life memories only awakened when he was in his teens, and at 3, he was like a native of the cultivation world, never realizing the concept of mother. Only after growing up did they learn the meaning of mother, but Carver never mentioned her. Naturally, they thought their mother had passed away and never asked about her to avoid making their father sad. Now, their father's sudden statement that he was going to rescue their mother brought mixed emotions to Adair and Christiana. Joy that their mother wasn't dead, and worry because his departure could be dangerous and possibly irreversible. Carver hugged them again, feeling the warmth of their bodies solidifying his resolve. Then he spoke solemnly, remember, your mother's name is Debbie. With that, Carver vanished without further words, leaving to an unknown destination. Hearing their mother's name, the siblings immediately realized, Debbie, from the ancient G family, and the 2 holy beings who chased Carver belonged to the same family. Their mother was from the ancient G family. As Carver disappeared, tears welled up in both their eyes. After a brief farewell to Francis Chung-Jean, Adair took his sister back home. Filled with hatred and helplessness, Adair had tried to track his father's movements with Flynn, but Carver seemed aware, vanishing almost immediately beyond Flynn's reach. Adair wished to join his father in rescuing their mother, but he felt powerless. Carver's enemies were all holy grade. Even with all his enhancements, Adair couldn't challenge them. The sudden turn of events overwhelmed him. He sat down, calming down to digest today's information. The threats facing the cultivation world now included the ancient families on top of the alien races. Even if the ancient families chose peaceful coexistence, they probably wouldn't let Carver go, having blocked the passage for thousands of years. Moreover, their mother was likely from the ancient G family. Thus, regardless of the circumstances, Adair's entanglements with the ancient families were inevitable. After deep contemplation, Adair finally composed himself, focusing back on the system to enhance his strength. It was crucial for survival. Chapter 198. Skill obtained. Although the creation of the 108 immortal heroes in Heavenly Saint Palace was hastily interrupted, and Tommy did not receive any notification about the task completion, his mission status within the system remained active. Hence, there was still hope. Thinking this, Tommy decided to put aside his dignity again. At this stage, maintaining his composure didn't matter. Only enhancing his strength could ensure his survival and protect his loved ones amidst the chaos. He then summoned Shinji, Immortal Engine, and posted a voting topic on Weibo. Cliff Peaks Tommy. Due to the unexpected termination of the contest, please select who you believe is the strongest contestant. Option 1. Tommy. Option 2. The Honorary Elder of Heavenly Saint Palace. Option 3. Founder of Shinji. Option 4. Future son-in-law of Heavenly Saint Palace. Option 109. Izar. Tommy had completely let go of his pride, forcing together 109 options, 108 of which were himself, almost shoving Tommy into everyone's face. There was a reason for this. The competition to create the 108 immortal heroes had ended, but the system task hadn't. This proved that the system cared more about outcomes than organizers. As long as it was called Heavenly Saint Palace's creation of 108 immortal heroes, and he was the champion, the task would be considered complete. Luckily, Tommy had a backup plan by creating a similarly named contest on Weibo, exploiting a loophole in the system. After posting on Weibo, Tommy made sure his friends voted for him and convened them to discuss matters related to the ancient families. The loyalties of the ancient families were unclear to the natives of the immortal realm. But to the Jasper siblings, the ancient G family was definitely an enemy after their father brutally slew a sage in a moment of disagreement, sowing unresolvable enmity. After much deliberation, the consensus was clear. The intentions of these ancient families were sinister. Having been inactive during past conflicts, they now emerged while the immortal world was vulnerable, obviously plotting something major. The current state of the immortal realm was fraught with internal and external threats. In the north, the Eternal Marquis family fought against invaders, while inside the realm, all the ancient families resurfaced, potentially turning against everyone when it mattered most. Amidst this crisis, Dimitri made his plans. With Shinji available, the role of messengers diminished slightly. Although the duty of messengers was still significant, Dimitri planned to return to the northern frontier soon to aid his family. Acting immediately, he sent a message to Alastair via Shinji, informing him of recent events and requesting the whole family to send someone to bring him back. Time passed quickly as each friend was lost in thought. Tommy, feeling restless, opened Weibo to check the votes. A quick glance brought immediate excitement. Support for him being the strongest competitor was at 99.9%. Despite Arnold urging disciples to return to their rooms for cultivation, tens of thousands took advantage of free time to browse Weibo, casually casting votes. Of course, Tommy wasn't cheating. Including Azar ensured fairness. To avoid further complications, Tommy hurriedly closed the voting and confirmed his first place position. He then contacted Flynn to update the leaderboard, placing his name firmly at number 1. Now, in every event, Tommy was indisputably the winner, even topping the fan rankings. Having completed these actions, Tommy instructed Flynn to close other lists, displaying only the overall and fan rankings. Finally, he announced on Weibo the end of the Heavenly Saint Palace's creation of 108 Immortal Heroes competition, revealing the final leaderboard. Naturally, Tommy remained first overall due to the votes. Immediately after announcing the competition's end, the system chimed in joyfully. Ding. To be a celebrity, task completed. Rewards are being processed. Ding. Processing complete. Task reward, Crystal Gold Skill, issued. Ding. Total G-Fund earned, 130 million points. Corrected to ensure it reads naturally in English while maintaining accuracy. The term G-Fund is specifically used within the context of the story system and can be translated as points for better fluency in English. Ha 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 ha. Seeing the task completion notification, Tommy laughed spontaneously. Regardless, the skill was finally in hand. However, there was an unexpected bonus. Over 130 million points. While points meant little to Tommy now, some were better than none. Excited, he examined the Crystal Gold Skill description. Crystal Gold Skill. Exchange spirit stones for special currency to purchase attacks from the Heavenly Tao. Special property. Justified defense. Justified defense. Though you cannot attack others proactively, I defend your right to self-defense. Note. Activatable after receiving malicious attacks. Feature 1. Spirit stones for offerings. Feature 2. Money rules all. Spirit stones for offerings. 10,000 lower grade spirit stones can exchange for an iron coin, 10,000 middle grade for a copper coin, 10,000 upper grade for a silver coin. Money rules all. Offering different types and quantities of coins allows purchasing skills of varying power levels from the Heavenly Tao. In summary, the skill was powerful and unparalleled. Although the cost seemed manageable for iron coins, a single silver coin equated to 100 million lower grade spirit stones. This Crystal Gold Skill was indeed a money-guzzling beast, even too costly for Tommy to use freely. Regardless, the Crystal Gold Skill became Tommy's trump card. Especially in this tumultuous era, its defensive feature meant Tommy couldn't initiate attacks but could protect himself. Immersed in bliss, just as he felt invincible, a Shinji notification disrupted his mood. Arnold messaged him on a mortal messenger, summoning him to the main hall for discussion. Chapter 199. Preparations for War. Tianqing Palace, the Qingwan Hall. Tommy entered the hall alone. The spacious hall now only contained Arnold and Madison, clearly indicating that they had reached a conclusion in their discussions. Wenxiang, take a seat. Seeing Tommy arrive, Arnold forced a smile, gesturing him to sit down. Sitting next to Tommy, Arnold began to discuss his plans and arrangements while delivering some explosive news. Just moments ago, Zi Dao sect had sent a message to Tianqing Palace. A first-class sect under the jurisdiction of the Holy Land, Jasper sect, had been wiped out overnight without even having time to send a distress signal to the Holy Land. This incident dated back to a few days ago when the ancient Ji family approached Zi Dao sect and requested a piece of territory for their development. However, Zi Dao sect did not agree and kept the sect on high alert. Days passed with no further contact from the ancient Ji family. Believing there would be no further issues, Zi Dao sect didn't anticipate that the ancient Ji family would act so decisively, slaughtering the entire sect in one night. Now, Zi Dao sect intended to unite with several major holy lands to jointly suppress the ancient families. They also relayed a message to Tianqing Palace to maintain vigilance and notify the holy lands immediately if any unusual activities were detected. Since things have escalated to this point, a war is inevitable. Arnold's thought was that while a war could be started, it shouldn't be initiated rashly. Instead, they must distribute Shinji, divine machines, first and then consider a full-scale war. The convenience of Zi Dao sect Shinji had already been demonstrated by Madison, who brought it over. At least, communication between two distant sects became possible. Thus, Arnold urgently summoned Tommy to discuss expanding the production of Shinji. Primarily, they needed phantom cards, as these were the essential raw materials for Shinji. Without Tommy's phantom cards, Tianqing Palace wouldn't be able to produce Shinji at all. Regarding the mass production of Shinji, Tommy readily supported it, saving him the trouble of promoting it door to door. He immediately converted all the spirit stones Arnold provided into credits, purchasing 10 billion phantom cards from the system mall. When he produced them, they piled up like a small mountain inside the hall. Fortunately, Tianqing Palace had many wealthy disciples who frequently recharged at the Cliff Peak Bank, allowing Tommy to gather enough spirit stones. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to get so many phantom cards quickly. Seeing the mountain-like pile of phantom cards, Arnold and Madison were stunned. They expected at most a few million cards, but never imagined Tommy could provide 10 billion. With these, not only could the demand of the Holy Lands be met, but most first-class sects could be covered as well. To fully cover everyone, including ordinary people, would require much more effort. There were countless cultivators, numbering in the billions. Among mortals, only a tiny fraction could cultivate, so the true population of human cultivators was unknown. Arnold was shocked by the number of phantom cards, but generous with spirit stones. According to previous agreements, he paid Tommy the corresponding amount of spirit stones. Tianqing Palace welcomed more phantom cards because it meant greater profits. After discussing with Tommy, Arnold was eager to start manufacturing Shinji immediately. However, Tommy stopped him and explained his thoughts. Tommy's primary goal in Tianqing Palace was achieved. Now, he heard that the ancient Ji family had directly exterminated a first-class sect, Jasperquan's sect, which was not far from his own sect, leaving him deeply concerned. After listening, Arnold nodded in understanding, but refused to let Tommy leave immediately due to the critical importance of his role. Arnold assured him that once the Shinji were made, Elder Yang would escort him back safely. Grateful for this arrangement, Tommy agreed. Returning to Cliff Peak Bank, Tommy began a secluded cultivation period to boost his strength. Time flew by, and soon half a month had passed. Under Tianqing Palace's abundant resources, Tommy successfully advanced to the peak of the 100 Meridian stage. However, he hit another bottleneck at this stage, apparently due to the debuff on outsiders. Despite this, Tommy's talent in cultivation was commendable. Though he wasn't adept at swordsmanship or wielding knives, his prowess in martial arts was remarkable, though perhaps lacking in elegance. Upon exiting seclusion, Annalise promptly informed him of recent events. Arnold, upon receiving the phantom cards, mobilized all elders and adept disciples to produce Shinji, achieving a production rate of 10 billion units in just 10 days. Arnold had ensured early communication with other Holy Lands and arranged for future bank recharges at the Cliff Peak Bank, relieving Tommy of much burden. Having confirmed everything was set, Tommy packed up with his companions and prepared to head home. To his surprise, Annalise decided to accompany him, although staying at Tianqing Palace would have been safer. However, Madison unexpectedly agreed, likely considering that Daon's ability to slay sages would give Tommy ample safeguards, ensuring safety for Annalise as well. Chapter 200. Home. Tommy did not fully agree with Madison's decision, though he wished Aviana could stay by his side. However, his father Ace had left no hidden reserves or trump cards for him. After some careful thought, Tommy decided to let Aviana follow him. After all, if it came to confrontations, they could handle them as they arose. Leaving Aviana alone at the Celestial Sage Palace was also something he couldn't bear. A moment later, Jackson appeared in the main hall of the Celestial Sage Palace, preparing to escort them back to the mystical sword sect. Now, except for Dimitri, who was taken back by the Eternal Marquis family a few days ago, the rest of Tommy's group left as they came and set off on their journey home immediately. Being escorted by Jackson, a sage-level powerhouse, the speed was unmatched. They left from the Celestial Sage Palace at dawn and arrived at Cliff Peak at dusk, returning safely to the mystical sword sect within just one day. Along the way, every city and sect kept their protective arrays activated, cautiously guarding against any dangers. Jackson almost exerted his utmost effort to drive the flying boat, a model named Skypiercer. While the Skypiercer wasn't as comfortable or spacious as ordinary boats, its speed was exceptional. Thus, Jackson successfully and safely delivered Tommy and others to the mystical sword sect, then promptly headed north again after Tommy landed. As soon as Tommy returned to the sect, Brecken instantly sensed his presence and appeared right in front of him. Since Ace had already revealed himself, Brecken decided to stop pretending. He gave Tommy a hearty bear hug, exclaiming excitedly, "Nephew, you're finally back." "Ugh, I'm dying." Tommy's voice was hoarse, his face flushed red as he struggled to catch his breath, nearly suffocated by this overexcited embrace. Even at the peak of 100 Vein Realm, his slight frame was no match for Brecken. Beating frantically on Brecken's back, Tommy was eventually released by the quick-acting Brecken, sparing him from an untimely demise. Noticing how close Tommy was to collapsing, Brecken chuckled awkwardly. "Let's go, nephew. Let's head to the Great Hall. I'll give you a welcome feast." "No, I want to go back and see the disciples at Cliff Peak." Tommy, eager to return, declined without hesitation. The Jasper family seemed to have inherited a thick-skin trait. Despite Tommy's refusal, Brecken didn't feel the least bit upset and simply teleported Tommy and the others to Cliff Peak. Upon arriving at Cliff Peak, Brecken showed no sign of leaving. He waved his hand beside Tommy's courtyard, causing another luxurious residence to rise out of the ground. No wonder. This was the man who constructed the Celestial Sage Palace Hall. His building efficiency was indeed impressive. After completing the courtyard, Brecken smiled contentedly, clapped his hands, and said, "This place has beautiful scenery. I'll be staying here from now on." "Tommy. Ainsley. Brother, I told you our sect master isn't quite right. Look, he's at it again." Seeing that Brecken was serious, Ainsley scrunched her face and whispered into Tommy's ear. Regardless of Ainsley's comments, Brecken acted as if he hadn't heard, whistling and looking up at the sky to ease the awkwardness. As the patriarch of a top-tier sect, Brecken's cultivation had reached the peak of the Heaven Origin realm, one step away from quasi-sage. In theory, he should be considered one of the high-ranking elites. But since their father demonstrated his sage power and Brecken's shameless behavior at the Celestial Sage Palace, the siblings no longer feared him. It wasn't disrespect, but rather the stark contrast between his initial demeanor and present actions made it hard for them to accept. Seeing Brecken's intention to stay, Tommy asked, puzzled, "Uncle, Is there something wrong? Huh. Nothing, nothing, Brecken stammered, becoming more unnatural under Tommy's questioning. Though still smiling, his smile now carried a hint of mischief. Next, Brecken pulled out a few spirit stones, fiddling with them without a word. Unsatisfied with playing with just one, he took out a small pile of spirit stones, tossing them up and catching them again in front of Tommy, performing tricks with them. Though Tommy understood what Brecken wanted, spirit stones, he pretended not to notice, turning away and saying, Joanna, Aviana, let's go check on the disciples. Ainsley, great. Tommy, no great. Brecken. Cough, cough. Seeing Tommy really meant to leave, Brecken quickly interjected, nephew. In front of Arnold or Ace, Brecken could be shameless. But Tommy was still his disciple, and saving face was important even for the elite. Despite wanting the spirit stones badly, he couldn't bring himself to ask directly, so he continually hinted. Tommy truly intended to visit the adorable disciples at Cliff Peak and had no time for riddles. Without turning back, he tossed the spatial bracelet backward, saying calmly, there are 5 billion upper-grade spirit stones inside. Spend wisely. Although this amount seemed substantial, once war broke out, spending would skyrocket. These stones were earned through Tommy's hard work at the Celestial Sage Palace. He had traded 10 billion illusion cards for 90 billion upper-grade spirit stones, but only took 70 billion, leaving 20 billion as a favor for future operations. Now, Tommy still had 20 billion upper-grade spirit stones, which he planned to use for improving Cliff Peak, reserving some for purchasing advanced skills or paying tribute to the Heavenly Tao. Awesome. Giving the spirit stones to Brecken, Tommy maintained a calm exterior but felt secretly delighted, nearly shouting aloud. Chapter 201. Is this Precipice Peak? Now, Tommy could also act like a big shot, casually spending tens of smaller goals at once. Just thinking about the shocked expression on Brecken's face when he received the spirit stones filled him with smug satisfaction. Today's Tommy could truly be called a bona fide tycoon, at least in terms of spirit stone wealth, which was no less than that of some top-notch sex. Whoa. How many? After receiving the spirit stones, Brecken was utterly stunned. His words even came out stammered. However, Tommy had already walked far ahead. He hurriedly used his divine sense to probe and saw piles of spirit stones stacked up like mountains, causing him to break down on the spot. Wah, big brother. Did you see that? Our Jasper family has finally made it. Someone can finally earn money. Taking advantage of the solitude, Brecken, overwhelmed with emotion, shed tears, cried for quite some time, then picked up the immortal communication device and started issuing orders. Night fell at the foot of Precipice Peak. Tommy strolled along the mountain path with Blanche Deer, reminiscing about their youth. Of course, it would have been better without the third wheel, Ainsley. He recalled the last time he and Blanche Deer walked this path together. Tommy couldn't cultivate yet, and Blanche Deer wasn't human. Time flew by, and Tommy felt he had experienced so much. Only returning to Precipice Peak made him feel truly at home, allowing him to relax both body and mind. Since Tommy had returned unexpectedly without informing anyone beforehand, as soon as he arrived, he was directly dragged by Brecken to the main hall of Precipice Peak. Therefore, these disciples hadn't noticed that their senior brother had returned. Naturally, only in such a way could they show their true state. Tommy firmly believed that under his exemplary leadership, these disciples would give him a huge surprise. Perhaps someone might even reach the peak of Foundation establishment. Approaching closer, he saw the courtyards lit brightly, with groups of disciples gathered around, discussing intensely. It seemed they were discussing cultivation doctrines. Seeing this scene, Tommy felt very satisfied and immediately released his divine sense to check what these disciples were doing. Senior brother Elton, you didn't chant. How can that work? A young disciple of Precipice Peak sternly reminded Elton in front of him. Chant? Precipice Peak focuses on air swords, no need for casting incantations. Hearing their baffling conversation, Tommy looked puzzled but quickly rationalized an explanation. Perhaps the disciples had created new cultivation techniques. Oh, almost forgot. At that moment, Elton slapped his forehead regretfully. It's all because I spent the past 2 days studying missiles, nearly forgetting about this. Missiles? Thought Tommy, confused. Before Tommy could further speculate, Elton suddenly shouted excitedly, performing an instantaneous incantation. I often say a sentence. Vance managed to win 37 million yuan with just 20 bucks. Elton. The hell is this nonsense? What are you all doing? Tommy frowned, his composure breaking. Unable to continue walking leisurely, he rushed out to face the disciples. This sight took him by surprise. Tommy felt deeply impacted, wishing he could personally punish his R. The disciples, although grouped in 3s or 5s, were not practicing cultivation but arguing over the sect leader. They were discussing things like Teacher How, Vance, and even worshipping statues of Arnold and Madison. Achoo. Unable to bear it any longer, Tommy's adorable disciples, now tainted by Azar's influence, caused him to exude a powerful aura, clearing his throat loudly. The disciples quickly stopped and gathered around Tommy, babbling excitedly. It's Senior Brother. Senior Brother has returned. Wah, Senior Brother, I missed you so much. Silence. Elton shouted aloud, imitating Tommy's commanding presence, silencing the chaos. Everyone line up for assembly and await the Senior Brother's address. Yes. Upon Elton's command, the disciples responded loudly and quickly lined up, standing at attention. Looking at this scene, Tommy felt utterly baffled. If he didn't know Elton's nature, he would think Elton had taken control of Precipice Peak, training the disciples to follow orders diligently. Following the assembly, Elton ran to Tommy, standing straight and saluting while reporting loudly, "Yes, sir." Confused, Tommy instinctively replied, "Well done. 1,035 disciples present as expected. Please give your instructions." Elton exclaimed with vigor. Though Tommy maintained a calm exterior, inside he was flustered. Clearly, the disciples had read the books he left in the treasure pavilion. explaining why they acted this bizarrely. However, seeing this, Tommy was not the only one bewildered. Ainsley and Blanche Deer reacted even more strongly, mouths agape in disbelief. Though Tommy had guessed what might have happened, he still asked hesitantly, pointing at the disciples standing at attention, "Elton, what's going on?" Reporting to senior brother. Elton kept his posture, replying loudly, "We are learning from the secret manuals you left us." After Elton's explanation, Tommy finally understood the changes among the disciples. After he left, the disciples felt guilty for not helping their senior brother or contributing to Precipice Peak. Led by Elton, they secluded themselves in the treasure pavilion. Tommy had previously advised Elton to study mathematics, physics, and chemistry, which they faithfully followed. In the process, they discovered military training methods from Earth and decided to apply them to train the Precipice Peak disciples. This method ensured strict discipline, uniting their individual strength into a cohesive force, enhancing their overall power. Chapter 202, Missile Plan at Broken Cliffs Peak. Although their cultivation levels were not high, after this kind of training, they would absolutely become elite soldiers capable of hitting any target. However, Mickey's surprises for Tommy didn't end there. Under his leadership, these disciples had already completed all the textbooks from Blue Star that Tommy brought and even managed to build a missile independently. Thinking of missiles, Tommy was filled with nostalgia. This thing was a major weapon in his previous life, but its manufacturing process was extremely rigorous and required satellite guidance. Tommy felt incredibly excited as he marveled at the ingenuity of his disciples. Still, he harbored doubts. Turning to Mickey beside him, he whispered, "What's the deal with your missile?" The moment the topic of missiles came up, Mickey's eyes lit up with excitement. He straightened up immediately and shouted loudly, "Curtis! Here!" A young man dressed in white disciple robes with a sharp brow and bright eyes stepped forward, saluting formally and responding loudly. If Tommy remembered correctly, Curtis had been specifically arranged by his father to be one of the essential disciples recruited to Broken Cliffs Peak. However, just a few months ago, Curtis had still been a suave and refined gentleman. How did he get so obedient under Mickey? As Curtis stepped out of formation, awaiting further orders, Mickey continued loudly, "Bring out the missile for senior brother to see." "Yes." Curtis responded and quickly detached from the formation, flying toward the depths of Broken Cliffs Peak. Moments later, a small dot appeared in the sky, gradually growing larger. Closer now, Curtis stood on a flying sword, hands raised high, holding a massive missile approximately 5 meters in diameter and 50 meters long, slowly descending. Despite its exaggerated size, definitely much larger than those in his previous life, the missile looked like a sharp sword and was quite intimidating. Looking at this formidable weapon, Tommy's heart surged with excitement. No man could resist such a marvel. Whether or not it could explode, the idea alone was impressive. While he appreciated the missile's appearance, Tommy remained doubtful about its practicality. After all, the world of cultivation lacked satellites. What would guide this missile? He then asked Mickey about the guidance system. Mickey blushed upon hearing this question, admitting guiltily, "Senior brother, actually, we didn't fully create the missile." Unable to withstand Tommy's questioning, Mickey revealed the entire story of how the missile was made. The original inspiration came from the Blue Star weapons textbook Tommy brought. When Mickey saw it, he immediately had new ideas. For the indigenous people of the cultivation world, Blue Star humans were physically weak but highly intelligent. Through technology, they could strike enemies from afar without relying on personal strength. This concept fit well with the disciples of Broken Cliffs Peak, especially since most were beginners with low cultivation levels. However, recent events had left the entire cultivation world in turmoil. Even if they trained diligently, they found it difficult to contribute to the protection of the peak or the sect. Thus, Mickey gathered the disciples to explore another path, inspired by the Blue Star humans' methods of building powerful weapons. Regarding the guidance principle, Mickey couldn't manage it alone, so he sought help. Fortunately, in their small group chat within the Broken Cliffs Peak organization, which hadn't seen activity for some time, someone named Flynn offered assistance after a query from Mickey about killing an enemy from a distance. Flynn exchanged codes with Mickey and helped the disciples of Broken Cliffs Peak successfully create a guided missile. They simply inserted a device into the missile for control, while Flynn handled the rest, guiding the missile via its location. For propulsion, Mickey used spirit stones and carved several formations to enable remote strikes. As for the explosive power, senior sect members compressed spiritual energy through formations, igniting the remaining spirit stones and energy for detonation. Notably, when Tommy left the sect, Brecken frequently visited Broken Cliffs Peak, asking what the disciples needed. Upon learning of their missile plans, Brecken gave his full support, providing resources and even commanding senior elders to assist. Under collective efforts, the guided missile project was successful, thanks to the senior figures handling complex tasks beyond the disciples' capabilities. This significant achievement remained a secret between Mickey, Brecken, and Flynn, intending it as a surprise for Tommy, to show the sect's unwavering support for him. Interestingly, the Battle Master system Tommy established in the Heavenly Sage Palace also benefited the missile project. Promoted by Azar, it became popular among Shinua sect disciples. Inspired by the explosive elements in Battle Master, the disciples aimed to design innovative weapons. Hearing Mickey's explanation, Tommy nearly shed tears of gratitude. Deeply moved, he realized he wasn't alone with such devoted disciples. After taking a few deep breaths to calm down, he asked, "How is the destructive power of this missile?" "Report to senior brother." Mickey replied proudly, "Range, 1,000 kilometers, blast radius, 1,000 kilometers. Tommy blinked in disbelief. Underscore, what are you proud of? A 1,000 kilometer range and a 1,000 kilometer blast radius? Standing still won't hurt anyone, right? Underscore. Why focus on firepower and not propulsion? Did you get inadequate firepower anxiety from somewhere? Translation note. The last line refers humorously to the common internet meme, inadequate firepower anxiety, expressing skepticism about focusing too much on firepower over other aspects of weapon design. Hashtag chapter 203. Ignition. It seemed Mickey noticed Tommy's confusion and awkwardly chuckled, whispering, "We mainly use low-grade spirit stones. If we used mid-grade ones, it would fly a bit farther and the explosion range would be larger." Tommy understood after hearing Mickey's explanation. Everything made sense now. The missiles on Broken Cliff Peak had been developed before he returned, and without him around, the sect was extremely poor. Even the low-grade spirit stones must have been painfully squeezed out by Brecken to gift to Broken Cliff Peak. Coupled with Brecken's hesitance earlier, it finally clicked why he was so eager for spirit stones. Realizing this, Tommy felt greatly invigorated. It was just spirit stones. They weren't in short supply. Immediately, he waved his hand grandly and shouted, "Low grade? What low grade? Change them. Replace them all with high-grade spirit stones." He then hurriedly contacted Brecken, instructing him to come down as well. After all, being the sect master of Mystic Sword Sect, addressing the spirit stone crisis at Broken Cliff Peak was his responsibility. Soon enough, Brecken appeared before them at Tommy's call. Cough. Brecken cleared his throat lightly, adjusting from his previous excitement, maintaining a composed demeanor that exuded authority. "Salutations, sect master." Seeing Brecken, all disciples, including Tommy, bowed and greeted loudly. Despite losing face in front of Tommy, it was necessary to give him some respect in front of the other disciples. Brecken smiled and nodded, responding to the disciples. Without waiting for Tommy to ask, he took out a spatial bracelet and handed it to Mickey, saying generously, "There are 1 billion high-grade spirit stones inside. Let me know if you need more." Ainsley, "Oh no, he's boasting." Brecken. Tommy wasn't surprised by Brecken's reaction. Their conversation with Mickey hadn't been secretive. Given Brecken's strength, it would be strange if he hadn't overheard. However, it was good that Brecken was indeed generous despite being shown up. Hardly warming up to the newly acquired spirit stones, he had already given away part of them. Brecken inwardly sighed, but couldn't show his frustration in front of the disciples. He then made a move as if to leave, intending to find a secluded place to soothe his wounded heart. "Wait, sect master." Tommy quickly reached out and called. How could he let Brecken leave just like that? He was the perfect toolman. Earlier, Mickey mentioned the missile's power based on theoretical data, but they hadn't actually detonated one yet. Considering the safety hazard of flying 1,000 kilometers and exploding similarly, Tommy dared not launch it casually. Therefore, he decided to bother Brecken to test the missile's power. Explaining his thoughts, Brecken agreed to help fully. Knowing how much Tommy supported the Mystic Sword Sect spirit stones, he didn't mind assisting. In moments, under Tommy's request, Brecken used his great power to transport everyone along with the missile to a place 10,000 kilometers away from Mystic Sword Sect, where it was deserted, perfect for testing the missile. Of course, launching the missile like fireworks would be wasteful. With profit in mind, Tommy asked Brecken to record the entire process on video. Once the missile was set up, Brecken took out an array disc, activated it with high-grade spirit stones, and shielded the disciples within. Everything was ready. Ainsley, excited by the novel device, eagerly patted Mickey on the shoulder, urging, "Launch it, launch it." "Hee, senior sister, just a moment." Mickey shyly laughed and gave a proper bow to Ainsley. Though he gave Tommy a military salute, he didn't want to appear too unconventional to others. Disciples who had learned Rabbit Army training knew that military salutes were reserved for reporting to superiors. In the eyes of the disciples at Broken Cliff Peak, only Tommy was their true superior, not even Brecken. Calming Ainsley, Mickey took out a celestial device and projected its screen, explaining, "To launch the missile, we need to contact Tall and Handsome. Luoutian. Big brother, are you there? Tall and Handsome. Target? Luoutian. North 1,000 kilometers. Tall and Handsome. Got it. Tommy." So the missile's positioning was done this way? Using celestial messaging and chatting with Flynn, this was far too informal. "Stop. Wait a moment." Tommy hastily interrupted, entering the soul-suppressing pagoda's divine consciousness to stop Flynn from continuing the positioning. He then conveyed his idea to Flynn, asking him to expand his divine consciousness to cover the entire cultivation world and project a map. Flynn could easily fulfill Tommy's request. Once prepared, Tommy contacted Alienaka, asking her to cooperate and create an internal map. This map had only one button, the launch button. All that was needed was for the divine consciousness to choose the target location. When the button was pressed, the missile would ignite. After Alienaka created the simple map, Tommy didn't release it for general use. The internal missile map was exclusive and unavailable to ordinary users. For now, Tommy also didn't plan to release the general map. The cultivation world was vast, and obtaining a complete map could cause unnecessary trouble. Next, Tommy contacted Flynn to partially promote the missile map. Only Tommy, Ainsley, Alienaka, Mickey, and Brecken had missile launching rights. As for Brock and his brother, they had already returned to Giant Sword Peak upon arriving at the sect, so they wouldn't receive missile launching permissions for now. With everything settled, Mickey grew even more excited. His fingers trembled as he opened the application and set the target location. He paused his finger above the launch button and shouted aloud, "Missile launch countdown. 10, 9, 1, ignition." He yelled at the top of his lungs and slammed his finger down on the launch button. Hashtag chapter 204, Zong's Blade. Following Mickey's exhilarating command of ignite, the venue fell dead silent, with everyone holding their breaths in anticipation of the missile launch. 1 second, 5 seconds, 10 seconds. However, after 1 minute, the missile remained motionless, not taking off as everyone had expected. The previously excited expressions on people's faces froze in place, petrified. Only in the forest did a few crows, accompanied by their caw, calls, swiftly fly past, proving that time was still moving. Mickey, seeing the missile hadn't launched successfully, cleared his throat and looked awkwardly at Tommy. "There might be some delay." "Tommy." "Delay? Delay my ass." Not only would there be no delay given Flynn's godlike perception, But even if there were delays, the enemies could have already stormed the headquarters before their missile lifted off. This was clearly a failed launch. What had delays got to do with it? Tommy couldn't help but voice his frustrations inwardly before quickly adjusting his emotions. He patted Mickey on the shoulder, consoling him. It's all right. Failure is the mother of success. But before Mickey could respond, Ainsley stepped out from the protective formation, grumbling, "Didn't you say ignite? How will it fly without someone igniting it?" As she walked forward, she began casting fire control spells, instantly summoning dark purple flames in her hands. "Oh shit, Joanna, no!" Tommy hurriedly shouted, trying to stop her as she assumed the role of igniter. It was too late. With a bang, Ainsley placed her flaming hands on the missile's hull, which instantly turned red hot. "Come back," Brecken called out, using his spiritual energy to pull Ainsley back into the formation. Rumble. Suddenly, with the missile ignited, the internal formation started activating, and the spirit stones inside began to burn wildly, propelling it upward slowly with a massive tail flame. Yeah. Success. Success. Disciples of Cliff Peak erupted in cheers upon seeing the missile take off, tears of joy mingling with their smiles as they hugged each other, celebrating this victorious moment. Tommy. But different people experience different emotions. Tommy found this entire launch strange. So this was what ignite meant? How was this different from setting off a giant firework? Most importantly, it actually worked. This was absurd. Soon, Mickey realized the issue and explained the misunderstanding to Tommy. It turned out to be a big mix-up. According to the original design by the Cliff Peak disciples, ignition did require manual activation using spiritual energy on the missile's hull to activate its inner formations. However, before the ignition, Tommy introduced an app, leading Mickey to assume that the missile could be launched directly through the immortal device without manual ignition. This caused the earlier embarrassing scene. But regardless, a successful launch was still a success, representing a step forward for Cliff Peak's technological prowess. As the missile accelerated, Brecken knew his duty and quickly followed. He needed to stay near the explosion site to feel the blast's impact and use the remaining fuel to guide the missile a bit more to avoid harming the disciples. Although the missile's initial ascent was slow, once fully fueled, its speed became incredibly fast. Within just tens of seconds, the missile had crossed nearly 1,000 kilometers, and Brecken, holding the missile, flew swiftly with it. Luckily, Brecken live-streamed the whole process, allowing the disciples to watch with excitement. In an instant, as the missile ran out of fuel, Brecken threw it down and activated defensive formations around himself, preparing to experience the missile's power up close. Boom. Through Brecken's livestream, they felt the missile's explosion almost firsthand. In the blink of an eye, the massive missile exploded, creating a fireball several hundred kilometers in diameter. And that wasn't all. The shockwave following the fireball was even more terrifying. Despite being thousands of kilometers away, they could still feel the fierce wind slamming against the protective formation. Even nearby trees snapped due to the shockwave. The blast power clearly exceeded expectations. It was fortunate they didn't casually test fire the missile, or they might have destroyed Cliff Peak. Based on current estimations, the missile flew about 1,000 kilometers before exploding within 2,000 kilometers. Though damage weakened significantly outside the explosion center, it was still powerful enough within the core area. Brecken also clearly underestimated the missile's power but stuck to his mission. At the moment of the explosion, he surrounded the immortal device with all available defensive formations and shields to prevent its destruction, while layering extra shields around himself. Despite these measures, Brecken's face was charred black, his clothes tattered, and he spat out blood from the intense blast. Below him, the once lush land had vanished, replaced by a bottomless crater hundreds of kilometers wide. This was just the first-generation missile using low-grade spirit stones. Future improvements with high-grade stones would increase its power even further. After testing the explosive force, Brecken closed the live stream and flashed back. A moment later, he appeared before Tommy in a brand new robe, excitedly saying, "This thing has amazing power. The explosion's core can match the full strike of a Tianyuan realm expert. Even at the edge, no one below the golden core realm can withstand it." Hearing Brecken's evaluation, the disciples cheered again. Though the missile's central damage couldn't threaten true powerhouses, its wide attack range offered significant advantages. With this weapon, they could gain an upper hand in future conflicts. Just as Tommy was lost in future possibilities, Mickey approached, saluted, and loudly declared, "Please name the missile, senior brother." Mickey's words were met with Cliff Peak's disciples standing at attention and shouting in unison, "Please, name it, senior brother." Seeing these serious faces, Tommy was overwhelmed with emotion but knew naming was a big decision. Raising his hand, he said excitedly, "Let's return to the peak and discuss together." Chapter 205, Wu Tong. After Tommy spoke, Brecken willingly took on the role of driver once again, lifting the disciples and flying toward Broken Cliff's Peak. Moments later, in the Grand Hall of Broken Cliff's Peak, all 1,035 disciples of Broken Cliff's Peak gathered here at Tommy's call. Inside the hall, Tommy and Brecken sat on the main dais, while below them were a group of energetic disciples. Even Annalise and Ainsley were seated neatly at the front row, waiting for Tommy to speak. Tommy didn't indulge in empty rhetoric, but offered some necessary encouragement. The core of the meeting was about naming the missile and discussing its future development, as it could not remain manually ignited, which would be too dangerous. "Everyone, let's brainstorm and think of a name for our missile." Seated, Tommy interlocked his fingers and said sternly to the crowd. Though Tommy had an idea for the name, he still wanted to hear everyone's opinions. He did not want Broken Cliff's Peak to become a dictatorship centered around him. That would stifle creativity and lead to misjudgment. The best course was for everyone to discuss collectively. As soon as Tommy finished speaking, Mickey stood up first, bowing to Tommy and Brecken. "Senior brother master, I believe we should name our missile Broken Sword." Hearing Mickey's words, Tommy nodded with a smile, awaiting his explanation. Broken Sword combines elements from both our Broken Cliff's Peak and mystical sword sect, symbolizing the breaking of enemy swords. Mickey continued loudly and seriously. In Senior Brother's ancient manual, I once read a phrase that inspired me greatly. The day Broken Sword is reforged, it will herald the return of power. Mickey grew more excited, his voice louder, his body trembling. Now, our sect's missile has been successfully launched, Broken Sword has been reforged, and the power of Mystical Sword Sect will soon return. Tommy was stunned, questioning what books he'd stored in the treasure vault that contained such lines. Clap, clap, clap. Bravo! Brecken stood up excitedly, applauding and shouting. This is excellent, let's call it Broken Sword. Tommy, don't you know your place? You have no right to make final decisions. Tommy had Brecken sit on the platform purely out of respect, given his position as the sect master and elder. But regarding these disciples, Master Brother Tommy's authority clearly surpassed Brecken. And now, Tommy began to suspect Brecken's literary abilities. His nickname, Fairy Male, suggested he was likely a rough warrior in his youth. Certainly, Mickey's suggestion wasn't bad, but Tommy wanted to fully consider everyone's ideas, giving everyone a chance to voice their thoughts before making a decision, instead of having Brecken jump in and settle everything. Following this, Tommy nodded approvingly, smiling. The name is great, and so is its meaning. Does anyone else have other ideas? I know. At this moment, Ainsley seemed struck by inspiration and eagerly raised her hand, shouting, I think we should call it Descendants Cut Off. Just look, this name also includes the word broken, from our Broken Cliffs Peak, and fits the missile's power well. Ainsley chuckled. One missile goes, and it cuts off descendants. Perfect fit, right? Tommy, scram. Fly out with a sword. Ainsley. Tommy immediately shot down his sister's idea. Descendants Cut Off indeed. Despite its appropriateness, they couldn't name the missile that way. Otherwise, everyone would be calling them Descendants Cut Off, rendering Broken Cliffs Peak a laughingstock. Thus, the assembly deliberated over various possible names, each person offering suggestions. Names like Broken Glory, which means losing all honor with one strike. Broken Root, signifying cutting off the base with a missile flyover. Broken Soul, detachment. Brokeback Mountain. Anything was considered, yet everyone agreed that it must start with Broken, since it originated from Broken Cliffs Peak. Silence. Tommy tapped lightly on the table and spoke solemnly. I have thought of a name, Wu Tong. His words plunged the room into silence. All eyes focused intently on Tommy, awaiting his explanation. Wu Tong comes from Wu Tong, martial unity, implying unification through martial force. We all know that during the time of emperors, the world of cultivation was truly peaceful and unified. Only when everyone unites can we harness all our strengths and unite various sects into a single, powerful force capable of exerting greater power. Our enemies are the alien races. Only by uniting can we genuinely confront and counterattack the aliens. Therefore, unification holds utmost importance. However, until we possess overwhelming strength, they won't listen to us and might even scoff at our ideas. At this point, Tommy couldn't hold back any longer. He abruptly stood up, raising his voice. Therefore, we must sweep the 6 directions, conquer the 8 wildernesses, and make mountains and rivers bow under our feet. At that time, if they still refuse unification, then let it be Wu Tong. The formerly silent hall erupted into thunderous applause. Numerous disciples, their faces flushed red, shouted enthusiastically, Wu Tong, Wu Tong, Wu Tong. Even Brecken couldn't contain his excitement. His body trembled slightly as he lifted his head and discreetly wiped away a tear, whispering softly, Big brother, did you see? Our Jasper family has finally achieved something. The term Wu Tong held deep significance for Tommy. Unity was a goal not yet achieved in his homeland before he traveled through time. Now, driven by this passion, he aimed to unify the cultivation world to jointly resist the alien races. When the time came, even if the ancient families chose not to participate, they would face the wrath of Broken Cliffs Peak's Wu Tong. Of course, these were future matters. For now, Tommy didn't plan to name the current missile Wu Tong. Wu Tong required a missile far more threatening to merit such a name. Quickly, Tommy shared his thoughts with everyone. For now, the current missile would be named Broken Sword, with its model called Broken Sword 01. He intended to mobilize the entire sect's resources, regardless of cost, to develop a super missile that posed a genuine threat to immortals, and this would be called Wu Tong. ####Chapter 206, Gathering Storm. The meeting was not just about naming the missile, but also about continuing to upgrade the Broken Sword model, laying the technical foundation for the future Wudong project. In the hours that followed, Brecken summoned all the peak masters and elders of the Xinyan sect to the Grand Hall on Broken Cliff Peak. Together, they brainstormed ideas and worked tirelessly on developing the missiles. During this period, they made considerable progress. The elders who had previously assisted with missile manufacturing at Broken Cliff Peak systematically studied the textbooks brought by Tommy. He contributed both his formidable strength and innovative ideas, ultimately setting the direction for the next generation of missiles. For the Broken Sword 01 to launch, it required the application of spiritual energy on the exterior to activate the formations, igniting the internal spirit stones and spiritual energy. The improved missile would be named Broken Sword 02, filled entirely with high-grade spirit stones, under Brecken's leadership, with a group of seasoned elders assisting in compressing the spiritual energy into the missile. Now, unlike its predecessor, the Broken Sword 02 could achieve automatic ignition and remote control through divine mechanisms. At least in theory, such operations were feasible. The Broken Sword 02 utilized consciousness-sensitive formations to ignite internal fuel, and this consciousness was emitted by the divine mechanism embedded inside the missile. Though Tommy did not explain why the divine mechanism could emit consciousness actively, he insisted they follow this method. Before he was strong enough to handle things alone, Declan must remain hidden. Even his sister and Annalise didn't know that there was a Declan residing in the soul-suppressing tower. Regarding the missile's outer shell, it needed to be re-engineered. The current design, which activated upon consciousness stimulation, would have catastrophic consequences if non-blocking materials were used as the casing. Any passerby's probing consciousness could inadvertently activate the internal formations, leading to an accidental explosion. Therefore, everyone agreed to purchase large quantities of consciousness-blocking materials for the mass production of Broken Sword 02. As the meeting concluded, the missile project of the Xinyan sect officially kicked off. Meanwhile, Tommy took advantage of this opportunity to request a host of defensive techniques, formations, and equipment from Brecken. He foresaw that a conflict with the ancient families was inevitable. As a novice, he believed that stacking defenses would offer some semblance of safety. Everyone resumed their roles, with the sect's higher-ups and disciples of Broken Cliff Peak working together to manufacture the Broken Sword 02 missile. Tommy, on the other hand, began his seclusion to enhance his defensive capabilities before the looming battle. Time flew by, and soon 2 months passed quietly. During these 2 months, while Tommy's cultivation remained stagnant, he discovered that apart from being unable to master sword techniques, he possessed exceptional talent in other areas. At the very least, he had transformed himself into an unyielding turtle over these 2 months, no longer bleeding from even minor touches like before. However, just as Tommy opened the door, intending to emerge from seclusion, a cheeky, smirking face greeted him, giving him quite a scare. "Izar?" Tommy exclaimed, nearly thinking he had traveled through time again. After quickly confirming that the surroundings and buildings were indeed those of Broken Cliff Peak, he asked in bewilderment why Izar would appear here. Having been in seclusion for 2 months, the longest he'd ever secluded, Tommy had expected to be greeted by Annalise and his sister's praise. Instead, the first thing he saw was Izar's annoying face. "Hee, boss." Izar looked surprised to see Tommy, then fell silent, nervously chuckling beside him, afraid to disturb Tommy's thoughts. "How did you get here?" After a moment's reflection, Tommy finally asked. Given the perilous state of the cultivator world, it was surprising that Izar dared to roam around freely. If there was indeed an emergency at Heavenly St. Palace, it wouldn't make sense for Izar to come instead of someone like Madison, his mother-in-law. "Wah, boss, I'm so miserable." Seeing that Tommy had recovered his senses, Izar promptly burst into tears, pouring out his grievances. From Izar's recounting, Tommy understood the changes in the cultivator world over the past 2 months. Originally, he had anticipated a clash between major sects and the ancient families. However, unexpectedly, they had reached a truce a month ago. Although it appeared peaceful on the surface, underlying tensions still simmered beneath. The reason for the truce was simple. Just days after Tommy went into seclusion, the Purple One Dao sect, along with the 4 other great sanctuaries, launched a joint campaign against the ancient families. Not only had the Jasperenquan sect been destroyed, but several other prominent sects within the territories of the 5 great sanctuaries had also been occupied by the ancient families. However, unlike the G family, which obliterated entire sects, the other ancient families mostly chose powerful sects to occupy, forcibly expelling their disciples and elders. Directly occupying a sect provided them with a base of operations, and spared them the effort of building one from scratch. Despite not engaging in total annihilation, these acts were seen as grave provocations by the great sanctuaries. Thus, the heads of the 5 great sanctuaries united, mobilizing their grand elders and imperial weapons to launch simultaneous strikes against the ancient families within their territories. This war carefully avoided involving lower-level disciples. Though the ancient families had elite forces, they were outnumbered by the natives of the cultivator world. In large-scale combat, they couldn't afford heavy casualties. Consequently, this war largely involved sainthood-level battles with imperial weapons, resulting in many losses on both sides. Eventually, fearing the power of imperial weapons and wary of the numerous sainthood-level members of the ancient families, both sides chose to negotiate. Agreement stipulated that any experts above the Tianyuan realm should not easily engage in warfare. Even with this truce, however, the occupied sects would not be returned, leaving a stalemate between the great sanctuaries and the ancient families, each wary of the other, maintaining a delicate balance. This was also the reason Izar appeared at Broken Cliff Peak. With the ceasefire in place, the sects had resumed normal activities, and the bounty on Izar had been revived. ###Chapter 207, Supporting the Mistress. Izar's enmity in Tianshang Palace had grown to an unbearable level. Eventually, he couldn't stay there any longer and secretly fled to seek refuge with Tommy at the Mystic Sword sect. Upon arriving at the Mystic Sword sect, Izar persistently demanded to see Tommy. After being reprimanded by Annalise and Ainsley, he finally calmed down and waited patiently. However, this wait stretched for half a month. During these 2 weeks, he visited Tommy's secluded retreat daily, awaiting his emergence for protection. All right, stop crying." Tommy gently patted Izar on the shoulder, comforting him. "From now on, Cliffside Peak will be your home." The situation that forced Izar to this extent was partly due to Tommy's actions. If not for his antics, Izar wouldn't have suffered so much. Of course, Izar's own behavior also played a role. After consoling Izar briefly, Tommy took him out to see what everyone was up to. But no matter how long he searched, he saw no one. Tommy felt something was off. Although it was a peaceful time, it wasn't normal to see no one around. Quickly, he expanded his spiritual sense in a panic. It turned out that Cliffside Peak was completely deserted except for him and Izar. Anxiety spread over Tommy as he asked urgently, "Where are they? The disciples of Cliffside Peak?" Izar scratched his head, puzzled. "They were all here just an hour ago." Desperately praying that nothing bad had happened, Tommy's concern grew. His peak 100 pulse realm cultivation allowed his spiritual sense to cover only the range of Cliffside Peak. Just as he prepared to enter the soul-suppressing pagoda to ask Flynn, a voice interrupted him from afar. "Senior brother, you've emerged from seclusion." Following the voice, Tommy saw Mickey rapidly approaching with a bundle of bulging items wrapped in spirit energy above his head. Arriving in front of Tommy, Mickey saluted excitedly but quickly added, "Brother, sister-in-law is fighting someone else, and we're about to support her." "Oh?" Seeing Mickey's worried face, Tommy hurriedly asked, "Annalise?"
"Yes."
Mickey nodded and replied seriously, "Sister-in-law is currently battling a woman in red on the central arena." Tommy felt an urgent need to know who dared challenge Annalise within the Mystic Sword sect. "Let's go." he shouted, pulling Mickey toward the central arena without another word. Izar, sensing the seriousness, followed closely behind. On the way, through Mickey's explanation, Tommy understood why Cliffside Peak was deserted. Earlier, Annalise and Ainsley had been shopping for women's necessities when a red-clothed woman suddenly attacked Annalise in the marketplace. The disciples witnessed this and contacted Mickey using a celestial communication device, informing him of the situation. Mickey rallied all the disciples to assist while grabbing weapons himself. Had it not been for Mickey's reminder, Tommy might have missed the pile of modern firearms atop Mickey's head: AK-47s, Type 95 assault rifles, even Barrett sniper rifles, Gatling guns, and single-soldier rocket launchers. This sight made Tommy's eyelids twitch. He was shocked. After just 2 months of seclusion, the technological development of Cliffside Peak had progressed so far. If he were to seclude himself for a year or two, he would fully believe that Cliffside Peak possessed nuclear weapons. Mickey brought these weapons for intimidation and firepower support in case Annalise couldn't handle the fight. They believed in overwhelming force. Reaching the edge of the arena, they found a sea of people watching the spectacle, with Cliffside Peak disciples orderly lined up, focusing on the stage. Mickey distributed the weapons among them, and the disciples aimed their guns with precision. Before reaching the arena, Tommy had already used his spiritual sense to identify Annalise's opponent, Sky, who had always been hostile towards Annalise. Recognizing Sky, Tommy felt somewhat reassured, believing Annalise could handle the situation. Brecken appeared slightly in the clouds, signaling Tommy to relax. Noticing Tommy's arrival, Annalise nodded reassuringly, transmitting a message for him to stay out of the fight. On the stage, 2 beautiful young women, each stunning in their own way, one seductive in fiery red, the other elegant in purity, stood silently, gathering their energies. "Honey, why are you here?" At last, Izar arrived, shouting in surprise, attempting to rush onto the stage. "Come back. Get lost." Tommy and Sky's voices rang out simultaneously, stopping Izar. Embarrassed by the rebuke, Izar sulkily walked beside Tommy, apologizing profusely. Tommy guessed the reason for the duel but knew it wouldn't end until they fought it out. Besides, nothing truly dangerous could happen to Annalise within the Mystic Sword sect. "You better give it your all," Sky cooed in her affected voice, trying to unsettle Annalise. Her voice was a form of psychological warfare, intended to interfere with her enemy's will to fight, or perhaps just to irritate Annalise. "Humph, I'm not afraid of you," Annalise retorted boldly. Suddenly, an out-of-place cry broke the tense atmosphere. "Gamble! Gamble!" A young man in Mystic Sword sect disciple attire stood at the edge of the arena, shouting to the crowd, "Wherever there's gambling, there's me, Gambling King Arturo." He tossed dice in one hand while yelling, "Place your bets for the red fairy on the left. Place your bets for flame fairy on the right. Odds are 1:1. Place your bets and step away. 5,000 spirit stones on flame fairy. Match 5,000 on flame fairy. Don't push me. I want to bet on flame fairy too." Arturo's betting shout shattered the tense atmosphere. The 2 women exchanged puzzled glances, finding it hard to continue the fight. Chapter 208. The neighbor's daughter grows up. At this moment, Izar, who stood beside Tommy, looked somewhat anxious and glanced around. Seeing that all the disciples were standing on Arturo's right side, backing Jasper, this disparity made him unable to just stand by. I'll join in the fun too." Immediately after pondering for a bit, Izar signaled to Tommy and hurriedly ran to Arturo. He threw a spatial bracelet and shouted loudly, "I'm betting 500,000 medium-grade spirit stones on Cassia winning." After saying that, he boldly stood on the left side and wasn't forgetful enough not to give Cassia a look, signaling her that she still had support. Actually, it wasn't as if no one supported Cassia among Xinjian sect's disciples. The critical point was that Cassia didn't explain her reasons before attacking Jasper. Who was Jasper? Most of Xinjian sect's disciples knew that she was Tommy's designated partner. Tommy's prestige in Xinjian sect could be said to only be second to Brecken after the development of his status. Even some senior elders did not dare put on airs before Tommy, let alone these ordinary disciples. Therefore, they thought that no matter what, this red-clothed woman would surely lose. With Tommy's backing, Jasper couldn't afford to lose. Moreover, placing a bet on Jasper winning right in front of Tommy was also a way of aligning with him, trying to gain recognition. Previously, when Izar directly bet 500,000 medium-grade spirit stones, it instantly caused an uproar among the group of disciples. Even Cassia on the stage was quite shocked, her face blushing slightly as she murmured to herself. Originally, in Arturo's mind, since so many people were betting on Jasper, he planned to adjust Casia's odds. Fortunately, Izar intervened promptly, pulling Casia's odds down. Otherwise, if Jasper truly won, the prize might not even be paid out. Izar had his considerations. He knew that Cassia would definitely lose in this fight. But even knowing the outcome clearly, Hao Qingxiao still bet on her winning. By doing so, firstly, he provided a benefit to the disciples of Xinjian sect. After all, he still had to mingle within Xinjian sect, and making acquaintances wouldn't hurt. Secondly, it was a way to support Cassia, a win-win situation. For these 500,000 medium-grade spirit stones, to Xinjian sect disciples who were still using low-grade spirit stones, it was a massive amount. Xinjian sect disciples feared poverty despite Tommy providing a large sum of spirit stones sufficient for their improvement. Yet, they hadn't fully adjusted to such sudden wealth yet. Thus, they remained somewhat frugal in spending. As everyone completed their bets, Brecken no longer hid and appeared directly on the stage. With matters escalating so much, it was inappropriate for him to remain absent any longer. He needed to ensure it didn't get too heated. "Greetings, sect leader." As soon as Brecken appeared, the group of disciples chorused together and saluted him respectfully. Brecken nodded lightly as a response to the disciples and gestured them to be quiet. Subsequently, he smiled at Jasper and Cassia, saying, "This match will be refereed by me. Do you have any objections?" "No objections." Both women responded simultaneously and bowed in respect. Regardless of how informal Tommy acted before Brecken, it was because Brecken considered him family. As for other disciples, even if you came from a sacred place, Brecken was still a major figure, their elder deserving of their respects. Seeing the high morale of both girls with no objections, Brecken didn't waste words. He floated to Tommy's side and whispered, "Your little holy girl is fine, right? Should I call start now?" "It's okay. I trust her," Tommy softly replied. Seeing Tommy was confident, Brecken raised his hand and called out loudly, "Start." Instantly, both Jasper and Cassia attacked almost simultaneously, launching lethal moves without any preliminary feints. Watching the intense battle between the two women, everyone present held their breaths tightly. Cliff Peak disciples clenched their teeth, aiming their guns without any relaxation. Even Brecken tensed slightly, ready to intervene immediately if Jasper faced danger. If Jasper got seriously hurt, Brecken was genuinely terrified, not afraid of Arnold's reprimand, who was merely like an annoying brother to him. He feared Tori's fury, as Jasper was akin to her daughter. Being Tori's partner, Brecken naturally regarded Jasper as his daughter. No matter what, it was certainly not about fearing that Tommy would stop giving him spirit stones. Back to the scene on the stage, both clashed intensely, but neither gained the upper hand. They drew back cautiously, observing each other's actions. The two women emanated peak Andrea my realm auras. Despite being evenly matched on first contact, their fighting spirit remained unyielding. The spacious arena was eerily silent, so much so that a pin drop could be heard. Though numerous, Xinjian sect disciples stared wide-eyed, not daring to breathe heavily, afraid of missing crucial moves. For the disciples, witnessing a peak Andrea my realm cultivator fight fiercely was invaluable cultivation insight. Most watching the duel were at the Foundation Establishment realm. Seeing a higher realm Andrea my realm battle would aid their future cultivation. Conversely, if they watched battles from much higher realms, they would feel helpless, which would be counterproductive. Suddenly on the stage, smack! Cassia suddenly dropped her flute, completely altering her combat style, no longer using illusion attacks on Jasper. Earlier, when they clashed, they both cast illusions, but Jasper's illusions were superior. Using illusions against Jasper offered Cassia no advantage. Then, Cassia, dressed in revealing red clothes, pulled out a giant broadsword, shouldering it, shouting, "Come and fight." As she swung the broadsword single-handedly, it seemed she handled it effortlessly. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The dense, fierce sword light surged like wild horses, blocking all Jasper's escape routes. The current Cassia exhibited a striking difference, abandoning her heavenly Saint Palace illusions, relying solely on brute force to break all defenses. Although Jasper usually didn't engage in much combat, mostly helping Tommy with cultivation insights, as Tori's disciple, her combat skills were formidable. She showed no fear, placing the jade flute to her lips and gently blowing. Just in time, as the sword lights approached, bright light emitted from the jade flute, instantly condensing into a pure white mythical creature, Giselbert. Chapter 209. A force to overwhelm the world. The spirit of Annalise's artifact, Giselbert, appeared, and time around them seemed to slow down. The fierce blade light that had been hurtling towards Annalise now moved at a much slower pace, creeping closer at a visible speed. At this moment, Giselbert stepped gracefully onto the blade light with his hooves, creating a series of dull thuds. Instantly, wherever Giselbert stepped, the blade light vanished into thin air. Giselbert's momentum did not falter. Without the blade light to step on, he floated through the air, charging straight towards Sky. Just as Giselbert was about to collide with Sky, she arched her back and hurriedly raised her sword to defend herself, absorbing the impact from Annalise's attack. Boom! As the spirit and the large blade clashed, a tremendous roar echoed across the arena. Sky was sent sliding backward dozens of meters, her feet gouging deep trenches into the platform. "Xiao Jiao!" Izar shouted anxiously, almost rushing onto the stage again. "Hmph!" Sky spat out blood after dissipating the force, then stood firm once more. She turned to the arena casually and sneered. "A saintess relies on an artifact spirit?" Annalise was enraged by the mockery. Wrinkling her brow, she snorted in anger. "If you think so, fine then." With that, she put away the jade flute, lifted her foot, and stomped it down hard on the arena floor. Boom! Cracks immediately spread across the platform where Annalise had stamped her foot. Tommy watched this move with a wildly twitching right eyelid, sensing strongly that Annalise was going to destroy the scene. After all, the central arena had been reinforced for use by senior disciples or elder-level cultivators. Yet, with one heavy stomp, Annalise managed to shatter the platform, demonstrating immense power. At this point, Annalise gently lifted her hand, and spiritual energy radiated from her. The fragments of the platform, under the influence of this energy, floated upwards. Then, extending a single finger, she pointed forward, sending countless massive boulders whistling toward Sky. Seeing this, Tommy exhaled in relief, secretly thinking that this was elegant. He had feared Annalise might resort to using heavy weaponry like Sky. As the boulders came rushing towards her, Sky abandoned any defense, swinging her large sword above her head and splitting it downwards with all her might while shouting, "Heaven's river, descend!" Immediately, a colossal blade light, hundreds of feet wide, akin to a celestial river collapsing, tore through all obstacles and crashed mercilessly towards Annalise. Bang! Although Annalise had defenses, she was still significantly shaken by the river-like blade light and spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing Annalise cough up blood, Tommy's heart clenched again, nearly rushing to the arena just like Izar. However, he was stopped by Brecken. Tommy couldn't be sure, but Brecken clearly saw that despite spitting out some blood, Annalise wasn't seriously injured. On the other hand, Sky, due to her self-sacrificing fighting style, was more gravely injured, buried under the huge rocks that Annalise had hurled at her. Boom! Suddenly, the pile of rocks covering Sky burst apart. Sky emerged, looking like a demonic god with her hair flying and maintaining a punching stance, standing upright and shouting, let's fight again. This sight made the spectators, including Tommy, tremble with shock. Sky was truly strong. After sustaining such an attack from Annalise, she not only stood up but also demanded another round. At this moment, Annalise narrowed her eyes, her lips curving into a gentle smile. Well, if you insist on causing trouble, I will kill you, she said softly. Though her tone was incredibly gentle, her words were chilling. Who cares? Am I afraid of you? Sky remained fearless, her aura rising once more. She roared, if you want to become the Saintess, then knock me down and prove your strength. Don't regret it later. Annalise smiled gently, her voice still soft, but her words were now terrifying. With that, Annalise summoned the jade flute again, tossing it high into the sky. This time, however, she didn't intend to fight but to cast an illusion. As the jade flute rose, a massive illusion instantly enveloped both of them. Now, the arena appeared completely empty. Annalise directly used the illusion to shield their battle, preventing the disciples from seeing or even hearing anything. This sudden turn left everyone searching frantically, and even Tommy could not see them without Flynn's divine sense. However, what they couldn't see didn't mean Brecken couldn't either. Brecken, being the head of a first-class sect and a peak heavenly Yuan realm cultivator, could easily penetrate Annalise's illusion. But seeing what happened inside, his face contorted unnaturally, his muscles twitching crazily. What's wrong, uncle? Let me see too. Tommy, intrigued by Brecken's expression, asked in a low voice. Brecken hesitated. Maybe it's better if you don't see it. Annalise set up the illusion, probably so you wouldn't. Oh? Tommy was puzzled and even more curious. Was Annalise worried about losing in front of her loved one? Unable to resist Tommy's insistence, Brecken said sternly, are you sure you want to see? Yes. Tommy replied solemnly. Brecken warned, all right, but you mustn't look down on Annalise afterward. Just stop talking and let me see. Whatever she looks like, I won't criticize her. Fine. Brecken placed a hand on Tommy's shoulder, helping him see through the illusion. A few seconds later, Tommy, terrified. JPG. What he saw startled Tommy, who couldn't believe that his gentle Annalise could transform into this image. Inside the illusion, Annalise held Sky by the leg, swinging her in a half circle and repeatedly smashing her against the platform. Each strike created a huge crater in the arena. Simultaneously, Annalise angrily demanded, do you submit? Bang. Do you submit? Bang. Can I become the Saintess? Fear. Tommy was utterly terrified. Annalise had never shown anger in front of him, always maintaining her gentle demeanor. Thinking Sky already showed great contrast, Annalise's anger far surpassed her, terrifying indeed. Truly, the girl next door grew into a formidable force. Her strength could move mountains, her spirit overwhelming the world. Chapter 210, Woody. After about 5 minutes, Tommy had transitioned from initial shock to eventual numbness. Almost throughout the entire time, Madeline had been thoroughly dominating Peggy, employing the most aggressive means possible in a brutal beating. By the end of it, Peggy lay incapacitated, completely devoid of the strength to resist. Fortunately, apart from Brecken, no outsiders had witnessed this scene, sparing Peggy some dignity. Madeline did not go for the kill. This was merely a light reprimand. In the end, she even personally healed Peggy's injuries and only dismissed the illusion once she confirmed that Peggy was unharmed. At this moment, everyone saw Madeline and Peggy reappear on the platform, causing excitement among the disciples, who were unaware of what had transpired. Meanwhile, during the healing process, Peggy quickly changed into fresh clothes, putting away her tattered garments. She wouldn't let these disciples get any perks. Brecken, though, was truly a dog. Seeing Peggy change clothes within the illusion, he promptly withdrew his hand from Tommy's shoulder to prevent him from watching. Just as Tommy caught a glimpse of Peggy's pale thighs, the connection was abruptly cut off, infuriating him. How could a gentleman like him take advantage of the situation to peep at Peggy? He stared intently at the illusory images, just to make sure Madeline wasn't hurt. In any case, when Madeline and Peggy reappeared on the platform, Peggy bowed slightly to Madeline without a word and walked off the platform with a dejected look. Everyone could tell that Madeline had won, prompting cheers from the disciples. Next, Brecken moved onto the platform and announced loudly, victory goes to Madeline. Then he vanished, leaving their matters to themselves. At this point, Madeline floated down from the platform and headed towards Tommy. Upon reaching him, she smiled softly, her cheeks slightly flushed. With her eyes squinted and a gentle voice, she said, you've emerged from seclusion. Yes. Just now. Seeing Madeline, Tommy stammered like he was facing a tigress. This reaction was all thanks to Brecken insisting he see through the illusion. Now, every time Madeline squinted her eyes, Tommy would recall the ferocious side of Madeline he'd seen inside the illusion, causing him anxiety. Taking a deep breath and clenching his teeth, Tommy mustered courage and forced himself to forget that aspect of Madeline. He then held her hand gently and whispered, Did you get hurt? Madeline allowed herself to be held, her face glowing with a blissful smile as she responded softly, I'm fine. Hearing this, Tommy straightened up, regained his usual composed demeanor, and led Madeline by the hand toward Izar. When Peggy stepped down from the platform earlier, Izar rushed over to greet her, asking about her needs. The two were now whispering together. Upon seeing Tommy and Madeline approach hand in hand, Izar suddenly stepped forward, blocking Peggy's path and declared fearlessly to Tommy, Boss, don't hold it against Jiao Jiao. Punish me instead? Silly! Peggy's body trembled, her ears turning red as she muttered under her breath upon seeing Izar jump out to protect her. But she quickly pulled Izar away, abandoning her act, and blurted, Get lost, I don't need your protection. Haha. Watching Izar and Peggy, Tommy couldn't help but laugh softly. To Izar, however, this laughter seemed like an impending reprimand for Madeline's sake. He instantly braced himself for a confrontation. Actually, Izar misunderstood Tommy. Tommy's laughter was genuine, not mocking. He had no idea why Azar would go to such lengths to protect Peggy, almost acting like a love-struck dog. It's all right, calm down. Tommy patted Azar on the shoulder, smiling. Let's head back to Cliffside Peak. With that, Tommy flew towards Cliffside Peak with Madeline, while the disciples fell into place under Mickey's command. Over 1,000 disciples armed with modern weapons formed 4 rows around Tommy and Madeline, encircling them as they flew back. Seeing this formation, Azar and Madeline exchanged glances and followed without comment. Moments later, they arrived at a courtyard beside the Great Hall, while the disciples returned to the foot of the mountain to continue tinkering with their equipment. Boss. Azar and Peggy approached, standing at the entrance with Azar grinning sheepishly. Stop standing there, come in. Tommy beckoned them, gesturing them inside. Meanwhile, he took out chairs and a barbecue grill from his system space and set them up. Take a seat. Tommy nodded towards Azar and Peggy as he retrieved food, glancing meaningfully at Peggy. Is there really no way to settle things without a fight? Elder Jasper, Peggy admitted her fault with a pout, bowing respectfully before saying no more. As Tommy placed the skewers on the grill, he suddenly remembered someone. Hey, where's Joanna? Everything was ready, except for the fire starter. Ever since Madeline's match with Peggy, Tommy hadn't noticed his sister's absence. Preoccupied with worry for Madeline, he nearly forgot about her. Now, with no one to light the fire, he finally thought of his sister Joanna. I'm not sure. I saw Joanna at the market not long ago. Madeline looked puzzled, voicing concern. I'll go find her. She started to fly out, but Tommy grabbed her hand swiftly and whispered, It's fine. She should be back soon. Without Joanna, he would have to start the fire himself. He didn't doubt that the aroma of barbecue would lure her out sooner or later. Once the food sizzled and dripped oil, Tommy believed his sister would surely follow the scent and appear. Chapter 211. The Reason. Before long, a batch of oil-glistening, fragrant kebabs was ready under the enhancement of spiritual energy. Tommy first handed one to Annalise and then passed another one to Sky, asking aloud, Tell me what happened. Why did you fight? Before Sky could reply, Azar rubbed her hands together, looking expectantly at Tommy and spoke somewhat shyly, Shall I tell it? Eat them. At this moment, Tommy grabbed a handful of kebabs and stuffed them into Azar's hand, teasingly saying, Don't worry, I just want to know the reason. I won't make things difficult for her because you like her. Look how anxious you are. Ha ha ha, I didn't. Hearing these words, Azar almost grinned from ear to ear, showing an embarrassed teenage girl look. Ha ha ha, I don't like her. Tommy. Useless. Azar's ability to manage her expressions was indeed not strong enough. This was indeed something she should learn from Tommy. No matter when, Tommy always remained calm even if faced with immense pressure. As for being scared by Annalise earlier, that didn't count. However, while Azar laughed, denying everything, Sky wouldn't stand for it. She lifted her fist in front of Azar, shouting loudly, You bastard, staring at my fist, say it again, do you like her or not? Sky adopted a powerless intimidation, and Azar's expression instantly became very complicated. Both shy and scared, stuttering, like? Ah, hearing Azar finally admit it, Sky leaned back, totally lacking the image of a maiden, sighing deeply, There you go. Only confess after I hit you. Seeing Sky's bold appearance, Tommy was stunned on the spot, subconsciously blurting out, Are all your Heavenly Saints Palace fairies like this? Now he found it hard to connect Sky from her graceful debut with her current self. Still, speaking of which, though Sky's enchanting charm was utterly ruined in Tommy's eyes, but there were gains along with losses. Although she was no longer bewitchingly beautiful, she indeed looked like a true big sister now. If given proper equipment, wearing sunglasses and having a cigarette in her mouth, people would bow down and call her Big Sister, wherever she went. It actually isn't. Noticing Tommy's teasing tone, Annalise gently tugged at his sleeve, closing her eyes in shyness. I'm quite gentle. Gentle means throwing Sky and slamming her onto the ground violently. Still, for Annalise to speak up like that already showed much bravery. Usually, it was always Tommy who teased her, forcing her to accept it. Annalise used to start smoking crazily whenever Tommy glanced at her. Now, she could speak up for herself, which was already a significant progress for her. Her words might be better left unsaid. Hearing Annalise describing herself as gentle made Tommy and Sky's eyes twitch involuntarily, but dared not contradict her. Especially when Annalise closed her eyes, Tommy couldn't help but recall her irascible side, imagining unconsciously, after marriage, Annalise would also pick him up and slam him onto the ground fiercely. Next, Tommy subtly shivered, consoling himself inwardly, pretending not to see anything. Then, he quickly held Annalise's hand, lying sweetly, I know you're very gentle. MMM. Being held by Tommy right in front of Azar and Sky, Annalise gave a light moan, her face turning red immediately, smoke slightly rising from her head again. Seeing Annalise's reaction, Sky didn't dare to frown, instinctively moving closer to Azar, trembling lightly. Others might not know, but Sky knew very well. The real Annalise was extremely ferocious, but Sky didn't dare to say, fearing to be beaten again. Half an hour later, the group chatted and laughed together, gradually putting aside the small episode. Everyone forgot about it. To understand why Sky has been hostile toward Annalise, one must go back to her childhood. It also involves the love-hate relationship between Azar and Sky. Sky's real surname is May, and she comes from the small city of May family within the jurisdiction of Heavenly Saints Palace. Sky, as the daughter of the May family patriarch, was pampered immensely, making her a genuine young lady in the eyes of commoners. When she turned 5, her father threw a lavish party at the auction hall to celebrate her birthday and bought a protective magical treasure for her. Unexpectedly, this treasure attracted calamity. During the birthday feast, gathering hundreds of people in celebration, dark chi suddenly surged from the artifact, releasing an evil cultivator's soul. Due to its recent awakening, the soul was weak and needed fresh blood to replenish its divine power, leading it to consume all the May family members in one night. Sky was out playing with servants and thus escaped the initial carnage. When she returned, she saw her parents tortured by the evil cultivator, causing her profound fear. Just as the evil cultivator was about to devour her too, it was coincidentally interrupted by a wandering disciple from Heavenly Saint's palace who saved her life. It was none other than Izar. Izar, older than Sky, was at the peak of the Foundation establishment stage and had come down the mountain to explore for breakthrough opportunities. Upon encountering the evil deed, as a Heavenly Saint's palace disciple, Izar engaged in battle with the evil cultivator and saved Sky. With its weakened state, the evil cultivator's soul could barely match Izar and fled hastily. At the age of 5, Sky witnessed her family's gruesome death before her eyes, causing her to faint. Out of pity, Izar took her back to Heavenly Saint's palace, entrusting her care to Master Ayana of the Illusory Kill Tower. Master Ayana recognized Sky's talent and accepted her as a disciple of the Illusory Kill Tower. Over time, Izar, following the principle of doing good without seeking recognition, gradually forgot about this incident and never visited young Sky again. Years later, during her practice in the Illusory Kill Tower, White Master discovered her unique, enchanting physique and directly enticed and convinced Sky to join the Desire White Tower. Chapter 212, Love and Hatred. This explains why, when Tommy first arrived at the Tianshang Palace, the Illusory Death Tower and the Desire White Tower were in heated arguments. The leaders of the Illusory Death Tower and the Desire White Tower had a mutual dislike for each other. The leader of the Illusory Death Tower, Leader Ayana, blamed Leader Andrea of the Desire White Tower for stealing his disciple. Conversely, Leader Andrea resented Leader Ayana for misleading disciples. Alyssa possessed a natural charm that made her uniquely suited to practicing the cultivation techniques of the Desire White Tower. It would have been a waste if she didn't. Therefore, Leader Andrea forcibly took away Leader Ayana's disciple from the Illusory Death Tower. Alyssa, now a disciple of the Desire White Tower, did not disappoint. With extraordinary talent, she advanced to the peak of the 100 Meridians realm in just over 10 years and became a contender for Saintess. However, about a month ago, while Tommy was still in seclusion, news came from Tianshang Palace that Jasperv was directly chosen as the new Saintess, skipping the usual evaluation process. Jasperv had been instrumental in creating the Immortal device, which effectively completed her original evaluation criteria. Moreover, after being tested by many cultivators, the Immortal device indeed helped enhance their cultivation and greatly facilitated their lives. Thus, the higher-ups of Tianshang Palace unanimously decided to choose Jasperv as the Saintess without hesitation. While the upper echelons of Tianshang Palace acknowledged Jasperv's contributions, Alyssa remained unaware. Growing increasingly resentful, she believed that Jasperv was merely a pretty face who ascended thanks to Master Madison. Unable to change the outcome of Saintess selection, Alyssa impulsively ran to the Xinjian sect to challenge Jasperv, hoping to prove to Tianshang Palace that she deserved the position. Beneath her outward allure lay deep-seated hatred for the malevolent cultivator who massacred her family. She needed the power and authority as Saintess to command an investigation into the event. Without that position, she lacked the means to uncover the identity of the culprit. Her impulsive actions, however, led to predictable consequences. She attacked Jasperv only to find that Jasperv had real skills, far from being a mere ornament, and ended up getting brutally beaten. After hearing Alyssa's story, Tommy felt both sympathy and frustration at how limited her sources of information were. If she had more information, perhaps she wouldn't have acted so rashly and known that Jasperv had already thrashed a prominent Alessio months ago. Izar, that? Sniff, sniff. After patiently listening to Alyssa's explanation, Jasperv softly wept, pouting slightly and apologizing. I'm sorry, I hurt you just now. I didn't know about your past. Izar, that? Hearing the apology and the reference to her beating, Alyssa was terrified, her eyelids trembling involuntarily. She tried to act nonchalant, saying loudly, No, it's fine. All water under the bridge. Izar, that? That won't do. Jasperv's face turned serious. She declared solemnly, Let me contact elder sister and ask her to pass the Saintess position to you. Saying this, Jasperv pulled out the Immortal device, intending to inform Arnold of her decision to step down. Jasperv wasn't playing a trick. She was sincere. Before, the position of Saintess was important to her. But now, it mattered little to her since she had no plans to return to the sect and fulfill its duties. So, she wanted to give the position to someone who needed it. Izar, that? Seeing Jasperv serious about it, Alyssa panicked even more. She grabbed Jasperv's arm firmly and said earnestly, I am not as good as you. I have no qualifications to be the Saintess. I only ask that you help me investigate who killed my clan members whenever you have the chance. Yes, I will. Jasperv nodded solemnly, promising and keeping this deeply in mind. Izar, can I say something here? Watching these two fairy-like women chat endlessly, completely ignoring him, Izar nudged Alyssa awkwardly and asked, You're the little girl from the May family? Tommy. Jasperv. Really? You didn't know Alyssa's identity? What were you fawning over then? Izar's silly words caused Alyssa to blush slightly, muttering in a low voice, Idiot. But after Alyssa's explanation, Tommy and Jasperv understood the situation. Indeed, Izar didn't recognize Alyssa and regarded her only as a fellow disciple, forgetting everything from the past. Alyssa recognized Izar only during the tournament Tommy created. Even when Tommy sold the Immortal device, Alyssa didn't recognize him until later. Because of the events from years ago, Alyssa was grateful and had feelings for Izar. These feelings drove her to save Izar multiple times. Though Alyssa didn't elaborate on her love, Tommy and Jasperv could sense it. The reason Alyssa could rescue Izar owed much to Tommy. The device he created allowed people to make money by hitting Izar. After Tianshang Palace returned to normal, the disciples continued using it to earn money off Izar. However, Alyssa secretly intervened several times to save him. On the last occasion, Izar recognized Alyssa, captivated by her beauty, and started idolizing her. Just then, after Alyssa finished explaining, Izar stood up suddenly, patting his chest seriously and promising, Jiao Jiao, rest assured. I will avenge you. To ensure Alyssa believed him, he raised his right hand, pointing 4 fingers skyward, gritting his teeth. I, Izar, swear upon the heavens. If I cannot kill that malevolent cultivator, I'll get lost. Interrupting Izar before he could finish, Alyssa kicked him squarely in the chest, whispering, her face flushed, why should you die? Watching these two engage in this complex interplay of love and animosity, Tommy inwardly sighed, feeling fortunate that Jasperv wouldn't be so explosive in front of him. Despite her strong reactions, Jasperv cared about maintaining a positive image around Tommy, like using illusions to isolate their fights, a clear example of her consideration. Chapter 213. Calling the troops. After a while, Izar and Sky ended their playful antics. The 4 of them laughed and chatted, discussing family matters as they enjoyed their barbecue. Meanwhile, Tommy thought about his lighter maiden once again. He wondered where Joanna had gone, especially since she hadn't responded to the celestial message he sent her earlier. Unable to sit still any longer, Tommy projected his divine consciousness into the soul-suppressing pagoda, intending to ask Flynn to help locate his sister. However, before Tommy could speak to Flynn, a loud bang echoed as the gate of the courtyard was kicked open. There stood Ainsley, who had kicked open the gate, pointing towards an empty spot in the courtyard and saying, just put him here. Behind her was Geordie, looking furious, holding up the 5-point-bound Brock. Brock's face displayed a look of resignation, mixed with embarrassment. Tommy. Seeing this scene, Tommy felt relieved that his sister had returned unharmed. Yet, confusion crept back onto his face as he struggled to understand what kind of bondage play the brothers were engaging in. Bondage should involve someone like Sky, not a towering giant over 2 meters tall. It just seemed bizarre. Under Ainsley's instructions, Geordie threw Brock onto the ground with a thud. Brock remained silent, a tear seeping from the corner of his eye as he stared at the sky. What's going on? Tommy stood up and approached them, asking quietly. Hiss! Seeing Tommy approach, Brock instinctively tried to salute but, bound by ropes, he struggled for a moment before giving up and lying flat again. Brother Wunxiang, I'm fine. Look at you. Can't even admit it. Ainsley said, exasperatedly. If you don't say it, I will. Ugh. Hearing this, Brock could no longer lie still, struggling frantically. His brother Geordie was quick-witted, tearing off part of his own clothes to stuff into Brock's mouth. Seeing this, Tommy's heart raced. Could it be that Brock had peeked at the elder sisters of the Heavenly Sound Peak while they were bathing and got caught? And coincidentally, Ainsley happened upon the incident and brought Brock back to be judged. The more Tommy thought about it, the stranger it became. His expression grew increasingly odd. No way. Not you too. He couldn't believe this thick-browed guy could have such thoughts. It really did mean he was growing up. On the ground, Brock seemed to sense Tommy's misunderstanding and wailed loudly, thrashing around again. Seeing Brock's self-incriminating actions, Tommy's face darkened. He leaned in to whisper to his sister, Joanna, what's going on? Ow. Seeing Brock so agitated, Tommy quickly knelt down and patted his chest, trying to console him. Don't worry, Brother Montaguillan. If there's a mistake, we'll fix it. I'll introduce you to a better fairy one day, so you can live honestly without resorting to devious means. Ow. What is all this? Brother Jiang misunderstood again, Ainsley said, frustrated. Brock was beaten up and didn't want to bother you for help. Upon hearing the truth, Tommy's previously laughing face instantly turned cold. He couldn't control his rage as he shouted, who did this? The ancient G family. Ainsley replied angrily, continuing, this happened a few days ago when... A short while later, based on Ainsley's account, Tommy finally understood the entire situation. A few days prior, while Tommy was in seclusion, Brock and Geordie had gone to a secret realm called Thousand June's Secret Realm outside the sect for cultivation to temper their physical bodies. Thousand June's Secret Realm, located at the boundary between the Black Sword sect and the Spirit Spring sect, was a natural secret realm managed jointly by both sects and open to their disciples. Within this secret realm, varying gravity levels offered an excellent environment for physical body cultivation, making it a favorite among the giant Sword Peak disciples. However, after the ancient G family occupied the Spirit Spring sect, they forcibly took over this shared secret realm, driving out all Black Sword sect disciples. Naturally, Brock objected to this treatment and clashed with a young man from the G family, leading to a fight. Unfortunately, the G family disciple was backed by many others and was very powerful. Brock couldn't win the fight. Geordie, having come out of the secret realm, promptly rescued the badly beaten Brock and rushed back to the sect for help, where Ainsley encountered them. But because of pride, Brock couldn't bring himself to tell Tommy about this. However, Ainsley wasn't going to let it go. She made Geordie tie up Brock and bring him to Tommy. Brock might not care much about the incident or wish to trouble Tommy or the sect, but Tommy couldn't leave it be. After all, Brock was not only his brother but also a member of his Clifftop group. How could he allow him to be bullied? Having heard the entire story, Tommy's anger flared up, his brows furrowed and his face darkening as he growled, "Call Mickey here. Assemble the troops. Prepare for war." A little while later, at the Clifftop assembly ground, Tommy exchanged his pristine white robe for a black one embroidered with dragon patterns, his stern demeanor evident. Standing on the platform, he silently surveyed the Clifftop disciples below. At the assembly ground, summoned by Mickey, all Clifftop disciples attended, standing straight and serious, waiting for Tommy's speech. On the platform, Tommy briefly explained the misdeeds of the ancient G family, boosting the morale of the Clifftop disciples. Then, he called out gravely, "Mickey, here." Mickey stepped forward, saluting sharply, responding loudly. "Report the current weapon status of Clifftop," Tommy asked, his expression grim. "Yes," Mickey saluted again and answered loudly. "Clifftop has 27 Broken Sword Model 02 missiles capable of killing Celestial Yuan Realm experts, with Grade 7 array-breaking nails embedded in the warheads, a range of 100,000 kilometers, and a kill radius of 2,000 kilometers. 350 exorcising rockets capable of killing celestial Yuan realm experts, with a 100,000-kilometer range and built-in restraining arrays, with a kill radius of 2 kilometers. 3,220 individual rocket launchers capable of killing golden core cultivators. 13,000 modified AK rifles capable of killing 100 pulse realm cultivators. Hashtag Chapter 214. Selecting generals. After hearing Mickey's report, Tommy nodded solemnly. Then he called out loudly, adjust the Broken Sword 02 missiles and KCR rocket launchers to stand by for launch. Aye, Mickey responded in a commanding voice, acting swiftly. Following this, Tommy gently waved his hand, instructing the Disciples of Precipice Peak to step back and assist Mickey. For this mission, there was no need for the Disciples of Precipice Peak to go to the front lines. Their cultivation levels were not sufficient. Tommy could not bear the risk of sending them into direct combat. It was better for them to focus on logistics management and prepare for missile launches when needed. However, if they were to engage in battle, it had to be a well-prepared one. Tommy promptly contacted Brecken via his immortal device, informing him that he was preparing for battle. Meanwhile, he also instructed Flynn to spread his divine consciousness to assess the G family members present at the Thousand June secret realm, including their numbers and strengths. Brecken arrived at Precipice Peak almost immediately after receiving Tommy's message. He expressed that while engaging in battle was acceptable, none of the elders or senior members of the sect could participate. Any move by them would be considered a violation of the truce agreement, making matters worse if G family elders intervened. Therefore, for this campaign against the G family, only Tommy's disciples could act, while Brecken would watch over and ensure fairness in the conflict. Tommy understood Brecken's decision. If things went awry, it could be claimed as children's play rather than a conflict between influential figures. Brecken was cautious, considering the safety of the entire sect. A single impulsive action could lead to catastrophic consequences. Moments later, after bidding farewell to Brecken, Flynn also brought good news. According to his investigation, the current overseer in the Thousand June secret realm was a secondary branch member of the G family, at the Golden Core realm. As for the lackeys around him, they were mostly at the 100 Meridians realm, along with a few Golden Core cultivators, all well within Tommy's capability to handle. After deliberating on the upcoming combat strategy, Tommy nodded to Brock's brothers and whispered, let's go, to the battlefield. As they prepared to leave, Annalise suddenly grabbed Tommy's hand, her eyes filled with worry. I'm going with you. You shouldn't go, it's too dangerous. Tommy frowned deeply. He wouldn't even let his disciples join, so how could he possibly allow Annalise to accompany him? In smaller scale operations, having more people would only complicate matters and limit flexibility. No, I have to go. Annalise's expression was serious, leaving no room for refusal. If you come, stay behind me, and prioritize self-preservation if things go south, okay? Tommy still felt uneasy, but gave her some instructions. Okay. Annalise nodded slightly, but did not release Tommy's hand. Just as they were about to depart, a young girl suddenly dashed out, hugging Tommy's waist, looking up at him with big, teary eyes. Go away. You can't come. Tommy sternly ordered. Seeing his sister's pitiful expression, he knew what she wanted. Please, Ainsley pouted, pleading. I'm already at the peak of the 100 Meridians realm. That doesn't change anything. Tommy remained stern. This mission, despite being armed with heavy weapons, still held certain risks. He had sworn to protect Ainsley from harm, and he couldn't afford to break that promise. Humph! Realizing her brother's resolve, Ainsley stopped acting pitiful. She crossed her arms, humphed loudly, pulled out the moonlight sword, and placed it against her neck. Jasper! Woo! Yen! Don't get cheeky with me. Tommy rebuked. I don't care. If you won't let me go, I'll commit suicide right now. Ainsley resorted to a tantrum. Next, she looked up indifferently and said, someone swore not to let me get hurt at all. Well, since I'm going to kill myself, the heavens might punish someone for breaking their vow. Shocked by his sister's threats, Tommy dragged her over to Annalise muttering, go on, then, yay. No yay allowed. Having dealt with this issue, Tommy turned around to see Izar and Sky approaching side by side. Izar grinned awkwardly, rubbing his hands together. Hee. Spit it out. Tommy snapped. So, I'm part of the Precipice Peak group, Interrupting himself mid-sentence, Izar was once again kicked away by Sky. After brushing off her hands, Sky planted her fists on her hips and demanded boldly, we want to come with you, so will you take us or not? Tommy didn't answer immediately. Instead, he glanced at Annalise for her opinion. Despite being an honorary elder of Tiansheng Palace, Annalise, as its native saintess, carried more weight. Seeing their friends willing to join him regardless of danger, Tommy felt touched yet conflicted. Caring for their safety, he preferred they not face unnecessary risks. Initially, he intended to refuse Izar and Sky to avoid involving Tiansheng Palace. However, if the G family used this as leverage, neither Tommy nor Annalise could escape entanglements. Considering these points, or fearing Tommy couldn't handle everything alone, Annalise agreed to include Izar and Sky. The Thousand June secret realm lay roughly 5,000 kilometers west of Shuani sect. At their peak 100 Meridians cultivation, it would take them about 2 hours to arrive. With this distance, neither too far nor too close, the group set off on flying swords at Tommy's command, speeding toward the Thousand June secret realm. Thus, under Tommy's command, the group mounted their flying swords and set off at high speed towards the Thousand June secret realm. Chapter 215, Zane. After a short while, under their rapid flight, Tommy and his group arrived outside the Thousand June secret realm without any issues. Various groups of young disciples in different attire were entering and exiting the secret realm's entrance. Outside the secret realm, a young man dressed in splendid clothing was commanding loudly, surrounded by a crowd. According to Brock's description, this person was undoubtedly the G family disciple who had assaulted Brock earlier. Upon seeing this, Tommy instructed his companions to step back as he walked towards the man with an air of confidence. Ha ha ha. As he approached, Tommy unleashed a bit of his aura to intimidate the nearby G family disciples while laughing heartily to show friendliness. Seeing the imposing Tommy staring at him and laughing loudly, the man scanned him with his divine sense and was instantly taken aback. He couldn't gauge Tommy's strength. However, given Tommy's laughter expressing friendliness, he didn't want to lose etiquette. Thus, he clasped his hands and laughed. Ha ha ha, this humble one is Zane. I wonder what brings brother here. Grass, another name that doesn't contain Lou. Upon hearing him announce his name, Tommy silently complained to himself. For such a long time, apart from working well on Emily, his pointing deer's horse skill always lacked suitable targets. Of course, Tommy didn't come here to catch up. As for laughing loudly to express friendliness, it was merely a hidden rule of the cultivation world. Tommy intended to use his laughter to distract and lower the man's guard. Just as Zane was still smiling and waiting for Tommy's response, Tommy abruptly released his aura, swinging his arm to deliver a heavy slap across Zane's face. Slap. The sound was deafening, stirring up a gale that knocked the surrounding G family disciples off balance. Despite the grand spectacle, none except for those slightly injured from being blown over suffered any real harm. Zane, stunned, held his cheek and stared at Tommy with wide eyes, bewildered. He felt like his head would be separated from his body with just one more slap, but surprisingly found it gentle and almost pleasant instead. Regardless, having been slapped in front of everyone caused immense humiliation despite minimal physical damage. Clenching his fists and feigning anger, Zane said sternly, "What does this mean, fellow Taoist? Are you looking to declare war on my G family?" Seeing the situation unfold, Tommy's gloomy mood vanished. He eagerly anticipated Zane's retaliation. Initially, Tommy had hoped that even if he couldn't harm indigenous cultivators, perhaps he could affect these ancient family's members. So, without hesitation, he went for the big hit, hoping to incapacitate him if there was any damage or, at the very least, provoke him into attacking first to justify using the kryptonite technique in self-defense. However, after waiting for some time, Tommy had already activated all his defensive spells but waited in vain for an attack. Even the surrounding G family disciples who wanted to retaliate were restrained by Zane. Clearly, Zane was waiting for Tommy's explanation before deciding to avoid conflict. Indeed, being from an ancient family and navigating the world meant no one was simple. Unable to judge Tommy's strength and intimidated by his fearless demeanor, Zane hesitated to act rashly. Such prudence was not out of kindness. Rather, it showed his astuteness, driving away Brock when he knew him weaker, yet choosing negotiation when facing an unpredictable opponent. Brilliant! To hold back like this. Even as an adversary, Tommy couldn't help but admire Zane internally. But Zane's restraint left Tommy at a loss. "You're not going to make a move?" he asked in puzzlement. Noticing this, Zane quickly loosened his fist, inwardly grateful for not acting impulsively. It was clear Tommy wanted to provoke him to provide a pretext for taking action. However, Zane felt he had seen through the scheme, feeling quite pleased with himself. He then clasped his hands and chuckled. "Oh, fellow Taoist, you jest? My ancient G family always acts reasonably. How could we simply resort to violence?" "Oh, reason," Tommy said with a knowing smile. "So, may I enter the Thousand June secret realm?" "Of course." Zane maintained his friendly demeanor, steadfast in avoiding conflict. Spreading his hand in a gesture of invitation, he replied, "The entrance is right here. Please go ahead." Faced with his amiable manner, Tommy felt somewhat frustrated. He had never encountered someone so tolerant. As the saying goes, even a beggar wouldn't hit a smiling face, but Tommy wanted to strike. Only, Zane didn't make the first move. Not that he couldn't strike. It was just impossible to finish him in one blow. Calling upon P-Shooter might work, but it was unlikely to prevail against a group. Therefore, the only true ace he had was the kryptonite technique, capable of lethal force. Suddenly, a young voice erupted from the exit of the secret realm. "All this commotion. Scatter now." Hearing this voice, the G family disciples surrounding Tommy rushed over, pointing at him and accusing him to the newcomer. "Jaspertal Brother G, it was him who attacked Elder Brother G. Yes, I can attest that he struck Elder Brother G fiercely. Wah, I can't bear it. Elder Brother G won't let us retaliate. Jaspertal Brother G, we can't allow outsiders to bully our ancient G family. The hell you did." Upon hearing from the lackeys, the young man referred to as Jaspertal Brother G bellowed and rapidly moved towards Tommy. Looking at this arrogant man who looked exactly like Zane, Tommy realized, to his dismay, that he had indeed slapped the wrong person. Hashtag chapter 216, Jared. At that moment, Tommy looked at the furious man in front of him with a smile, showing no hint of fear. He had already activated all his defensive techniques and was fully prepared for any attack. The young man saw that Tommy not only ignored him but also smiled widely. Unable to endure this humiliation any longer, he angrily threw a punch at Tommy, the massive fist glowing as if it could tear through everything. Boom. However, something unexpected happened. Despite the deafening sound, the long-awaited punch did not land on Tommy. Tommy was puzzled, and upon closer inspection, he saw that Brian had suddenly appeared in front of him. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he extended his fist to intercept the young man's sudden attack, saying sternly, "Gee brother, no? How did things turn out like this?" Tommy stared at the bizarre scene before him, unable to react for a long time. Normally, regardless of Tommy's strength, he should at least try to probe. How could you, a member of the G family, be so spineless? You would just let someone slap you around without retaliating? Or was it that Brian had some special trait that made him fall deeply in love with Tommy after being slapped by him, thus instinctively protecting him? Just thinking about it sent shivers down Tommy's spine, and he looked at Brian with strange eyes. Shaking his head lightly, Tommy drove away these disgusting thoughts. Then, he gently pushed Brian aside and said disdainfully to the young man in front of him, "Who are you, mutt? The young man lifted his head high and responded arrogantly, Jasper stand up, I'm Jared. Tommy had half hoped that Jared's name would be something else, but now he decided to get straight to the point. A slight smile curved his lips as he looked at Brian and said, so, you're Big G? Yes, yes. Brian replied with a smile, clearly not wanting to provoke Tommy. Then, Tommy smirked at Jared, mocking, so, you must be Jasper G, Big G's little brother. I'm your dad. Jared roared and threw another punch. But how could Brian let his brother do such foolishness? Without hesitation, he blocked the attack again. After preparing for so long, Tommy wasn't about to let this opportunity slip. Taking advantage of the moment when Brian was arguing with his brother, Tommy sidestepped, gathered his strength, and slapped Jared hard across the face. This slap stunned not only Jared but even Brian for a moment. When Brian had been slapped earlier, he had tried to convince himself it might be a way of expressing friendliness, though it didn't hurt. But this slap carried the force of a gale. Nobody would use such force to express friendship. However, Jared's temper flared, and without thinking, he kicked Tommy fiercely. Boom! Jared's powerful kick landed squarely on Tommy's chest, sending sand and stones flying. A few moments later, as the dust settled, Tommy revealed a satisfied smile. After more than 2 months in seclusion, although his cultivation hadn't advanced, his defensive capabilities were incomparably improved. He was now practically an iron tortoise focused on defense. Defending against a random strike from a core formation realm cultivator was effortless for him. His hairstyle wouldn't even be messed up. Next, Tommy signaled his companions to appear and prepare for battle. He then took out 3 copper coins, tossed them into the air, and shouted loudly, 3 coins for lightning. As soon as the words left his mouth, the copper coins turned to ashes before they hit the ground, dissipating into the sky. However, with the disappearance of the coins, a massive deep blue lightning bolt, thick as a barrel, emerged and struck Jared. In an instant, from Jared's kick to Tommy using the gold spinning technique, everything unfolded rapidly. Even though Jared raised a protective turtle shell shield, the lightning still penetrated it. Breaking through his defenses, the lightning struck Jared, burning him black and hurling him back, leaving him unconscious. This power exceeded both Brian's and Tommy's expectations. Initially, Tommy had planned to use Jared as a punching bag to test the coin's power. He hadn't intended to use silver coins, fearing they might kill him. Yet, even the copper coins were too much for a core formation realm cultivator to withstand. Realizing this, Brian looked at Tommy cautiously and backed off quickly, scooping up the unconscious Jared and preparing to retreat. At the same time, he pulled out a communication jade token to contact family elders. But Tommy wasn't about to let him escape. With a wave of his hand, he ordered his companions to block them. Jordy charged forward, breaking through obstacles, completing the burst clothing action instantly, wielding a giant sword towards Brian. Brian had no choice but to defend, clashing fiercely with Jordy. Both being core formation realm cultivators, the sky was their battlefield. Meanwhile, on the ground, numerous G family members rushed towards Tommy, intending to capture the leader first. However, apart from Jordy, the rest of Tommy's companions had already surrounded him, forming a tight protective circle around him, preventing anyone from getting close easily. Brock, driven by anger from the earlier humiliation, fought madly. Completing his burst clothing action, his combat power surged, swinging his giant door-sized sword wildly, knocking back anyone who came close. On Brock's battlefield, the violence was relentless, akin to a meat grinder, instilling fear and dread in everyone. Chapter 217. The Magic Power of Lying Down. As for the other comrades, none of them were backing down, especially the duo of Peggy and Izar. Izar casually tossed out a gesture, instantly forming an expansive illusionary killing array. Meanwhile, those caught in this illusion faced explosive attacks from Peggy. After battling Blanche, Peggy no longer harbored any obsession with the position of Sacred Maiden. She had completely let go of her restraints. In the past, she might have put on an act to appear alluring, but now she was purely a human beast. She wielded her giant cleaver, slicing through enemies like cutting melons, charging straight into their formation like a sharp sword piercing deep into the enemy lines. Don't be fooled by the peak of 100 Veins realm fighters accompanying Tommy. They weren't subpar 100 Veins peak warriors. Each one was a true prodigy, exceptionally gifted and possessing top-tier combat prowess. Unlike that waste of space Dimitri who could barely hold his own against 2 opponents, Tommy's comrades had no trouble facing multiple foes. Especially impressive was Tommy's single-handed attack that left Jared hovering between life and death, severely demoralizing the enemy. Warfare is about courage. On the battlefield, whoever shows fear first will die first. Despite outnumbering Tommy's group, the scales of victory tipped decisively in Tommy's favor without a doubt. However, it must be mentioned that something must have happened between Hazel and Ainsley during Tommy's 2-month seclusion. The 2 celestial maidens with artifact spirits worked together with unprecedented harmony. Oh, not quite. To be more precise, it was the artifact spirits of Hazel and Ainsley that cooperated so flawlessly. Ainsley stood with her arms crossed, looking every bit the part of a big shot, casually nodding and critiquing the battlefield alongside Hazel. Hazel laughed as she responded to Ainsley, occasionally glancing at Tommy, wary of any potential threats he might face. Yet, while the 2 celestial maidens conversed gracefully, their artifact spirits were working hard. On the battlefield, the flute and sword danced together in perfect harmony, weaving through enemy ranks at lightning speed. Hazel's jade flute led the way, emitting a dark green glow. Without needing someone to play it, it produced eerie sounds reminiscent of the depths of hell, striking fear into the hearts of anyone who heard it. But these sounds were not simple. They created illusions that froze anyone who heard them in terror, immobilizing them momentarily. Immediately after, Ainsley's moonlight sword followed closely. Enhanced by high-speed flight, its edge became even sharper, vibrating subtly as it sliced through enemies immobilized by the jade flute, as if cutting through tofu. Thus, the battlefield became a meat grinder once more. The jade flute controlled the enemy, while the moonlight sword dealt damage. These two weapons tore through enemy lines effortlessly, leaving bloodshed in their wake. As for Hazel and Ainsley, they simply stood there, watching as if they were spectators, leaving everything to their artifact spirits. Fall back, seal your hearing. Moments later, as their advantage on the battlefield grew, several comrades ventured deeper into enemy territory. Tommy quickly relayed orders to return, sensing several golden core cultivators who had been scouting earlier were now returning from afar. If delayed further, things could turn for the worse. The addition of golden core cultivators would reverse their current advantage. Therefore, Tommy hurriedly recalled his comrades and quietly took out a golden Suona, ready to control everyone present. He took a deep breath, boosting his aura. Placing the Suona to his lips, he gently blew while activating the skill, Jaspier Flat. Wah! Instantly, with the unique sound of the Suona ringing out, every G family disciple stiffened, frozen in place, displaying an eerily peaceful expression. Even G Battler in the sky, who had been battling Geordie, couldn't escape its effects. He fell straight down, hitting the ground hard. Yet even as he lay on the ground, he seemed unaware of the danger, lying perfectly still, listening contentedly to Tommy's tune. Thankfully, Tommy had promptly instructed his comrades to seal their hearing. Otherwise, the Jaspier Flat effect wouldn't distinguish between friend or foe, and everyone would be lying down instead. Seeing this, except for Ainsley and Hazel, everyone else, particularly Brock, was terrified. Even though he had sealed his hearing, he felt an inexplicable urge to experience what it was like to lie on the ground and listen to music. Realizing this thought, Brock swiftly slapped himself several times, forcefully snapping out of it. However, controlling the enemy wasn't the main focus. The key was how they would retreat smoothly. Thinking this, Tommy blew the Suona while whispering instructions to Brock and Geordie, ordering them to bind up G Battler and Jared, preparing for a quick escape. Receiving the order, the Chung brothers wasted no time. Seeing the vast number of people lying flat, memories flooded Brock's mind. To stop himself from reminiscing, he kicked away several people who were lying down. Those who awoke from being kicked were immediately controlled again by Tommy's Suona, lying back down serenely. Moments later, the Chung brothers returned, each holding one of the beck. To prevent them from retaliating, the Chung brothers beat them half to death and secured them tightly with magic ropes before bringing them back to Tommy. With the hostages in hand, Tommy gave the signal for retreat. Just as everyone prepared to leave, Tommy suddenly halted them. Everyone looked at him in confusion, wondering why he paused at such a critical moment. With a furrowed brow, Tommy stared at the crowd lying on the ground, his expression filled with indecision. Chapter 218. Don't say I didn't warn you. Annalise seemed to understand Tommy's worries. She floated over and tightly held his arm, not saying a word. No matter what decision he made, Annalise would support him. Tommy was conflicted. He wasn't a saint and couldn't be completely detached. The people lying on the ground were enemies, yet Tommy couldn't treat them like animals, slaughtering them casually. After all, those who had attacked Montague Lewin and bullied the Xinyuan sect disciples were Erika. As the saying goes, every case has its culprit. These G family members might still have some good individuals among them. They only had to fight because of their different positions. However, if he let them go, the risk of exposing his Jaspier downplank skill increased. Once the skill was revealed, it could lead to greater losses in the future. Mercy towards the enemy is cruelty towards oneself, a truth Tommy understood. Yet, after years of proper moral education, he felt uncomfortable raising a butcher's knife against fellow humans for the first time. Tommy stood there for a long time, maintaining the Jaspier downplank skill without interruption. He took several deep breaths, his face resolute. He then transmitted his voice to his companions, shouting, "Start the massacre. Leave no one alive." Annalise and Ainsley could sense the anger and unwillingness in Tommy's voice. They had been with him the longest and knew his character, as well as how difficult this decision was for him. At that moment, Annalise empathized deeply, her face filled with worry. She gently pulled on Tommy's arm and whispered, "I can erase their memories." Tommy remained composed, transmitting calmly, "No need. Kill them. War cannot be initiated lightly, but once started, there should be no hesitation or mercy." Those who had seen his skills couldn't be allowed to return alive. Even if Annalise could erase their memories, they still posed too great a threat. Releasing them would be like releasing tigers back into the wild. If the G family and Xinyuan sect clashed in the future, they would be key fighters, ready to strike at the Xinyuan sect disciples. Therefore, for any reason, these people must die. Hearing the resolve in Tommy's words, his companions wasted no time. Each wielding their weapons, they swiftly dispatched the incapacitated cultivators on the ground without torturing them. At least, they died painlessly, their faces peaceful. A short while later, over 100 cultivators lay dead. Tommy looked at the bodies strewn across the ground, quietly put away his Suona, and exhaled deeply. Then, he silently took out his shunji and filmed the corpses in the entrance of the Qianjun secret realm, recording a video with an accompanying message that he posted on Weibo, notifying the entire world. It is widely known that the Qianjun secret realm has always been territory of our Xinyuan sect. Today, Denny forcibly occupied our Xinyuan sect's Qianjun secret realm, expelling our disciples and hindering their normal training. Upon receiving the news, I, Tommy, immediately rushed to the scene to engage in deep discussions with Ji Feition and Erika, the leaders from Denida. However, the Beck went too far. Not only did they refuse to return our land, but they repeatedly humiliated our Xinyuan sect. Our sect maintained restraint, but Denny escalated the occupation and even attacked our disciples. Out of necessity, the Xinyuan sect retaliated in self-defense, intending only to subdue the Ji family and end the conflict. But, the Ji family did not surrender and dared to retaliate. Reluctantly, we wiped out the Ji family to uphold the prestige of the Xinyuan sect. Thus, from clifftop peak of the Xinyuan sect, I, Tommy, warned Denny to cease occupying our territory immediately. Don't say I didn't warn you. As everyone knows, whoever controls public opinion controls the truth. With media tools in hand, black can be painted white. This was something Tommy learned from the Western countries back home. It might be shameless, but it worked. After posting on Weibo, Tommy didn't check the comments. Instead, he quickly put away the Shinji and called his companions to head back. Their objective was achieved, and staying longer would risk being intercepted by more G family members. Soon, Brock and Jordy, each carrying a G family member on their shoulders, followed Tommy flying back towards the Shinyuan sect. Suddenly, an elderly man in simple clothes descended from the sky and blocked their path. He extended a hand casually, and an invisible barrier instantly formed, blocking Tommy and company. Humph! The old man sneered harshly. You killed my G family members and think you can just walk away? Do you really believe the G family is easy to bully? His words were followed by a group of G family members arriving from behind, surrounding Tommy and his companions. Tommy stopped and motioned for his companions to halt, giving Brock a meaningful glance. The Chung brothers immediately understood, clutching the necks of the G family members they carried, fists raised high. One wrong move, and the heads would explode. Tommy gambled on the importance of the beck, hoping it would make the old man hesitate. Given the situation, Tommy had no good way to break through the encirclement. They were outnumbered and outmatched. Unless he used a missile to wipe them all out, which would also mean the destruction of his own side. Only in dire straits would he resort to such drastic measures. Earlier, when the Chung brothers lifted the G family members, the old man subtly frowned but showed no outward concern. However, this small detail gave Tommy hope. Mastering pretentious bravado, Tommy remained fearless, his robe fluttering in the wind. Slowly stepping off his flying sword, he faced the old man mid-air. In an instant, the wind howled, sand flew, and dark clouds covered the sky. Tommy's aura burst forth without reservation. Tommy glanced at the old man indifferently and coldly scoffed. A good dog doesn't block the path. Though not a high-ranking figure in the G family, the old man was not one to be publicly insulted by a young upstart. His divine consciousness scanned Tommy repeatedly, growing increasingly shocked each time. Due to the system, no one could truly gauge Tommy's depth. Chapter 219. Ambush. Although shocked by Tommy's overwhelming aura, he knew he had to rescue the Beck no matter what. Otherwise, he would have no way of explaining this situation upon his return. Then, with steely determination, the elder yelled out furiously, "What an insolent brat! Take him down!" As soon as he spoke, numerous members of the G family cautiously approached Tommy step by step, testing the waters. However, immediately after giving his order, the elder retreated backward, putting himself in a safe position. Damn it, all of you back off. At this moment, Brock's fist surged with spirit energy as he got closer to Jared's head and shouted loudly, "Whoever takes another step forward, I'll kill him. Back off, back off." Seeing that Brock was serious and completely undeterred by their threats, they reluctantly complied. The elder, unable to stand firm any longer, quickly stopped pretending when his threat failed. He hurriedly called out, "Leave the young master behind, and I will let you go." Wow, we really caught a big fish, Tommy thought to himself with secret glee. Smiling at the elder, he said, "I'm always a peace-loving person who doesn't like killing. Off you go. If you want your young master back, bring money to ransom him." Upon realizing that Tommy had no intention of releasing the hostage, the elder gritted his teeth and growled, "Don't push it too far. Ha 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 ha." Suddenly, a loud laugh echoed from afar. Even before the man arrived, his laughter reached them. He didn't forget to add a mocking tone. "So what if I do push it?" Everyone followed the direction of the voice, only to see a young man clad in golden armor, being dragged swiftly by a spear over 10 feet long. In an instant, he was beside Tommy, raising an eyebrow and grinning mischievously. "Venerable Hurricane, nice to see you again." Tommy. For some reason, unpleasant memories suddenly attacked Tommy, but seeing who had arrived, Tommy felt reassured. It wasn't just anyone. It was Brecken's top disciple, Elroy, the master of fluid mechanics. Seeing this, Tommy smiled and saluted Elroy respectfully, softly saying, "Senior brother Yang." Elroy returned the salute with a smile, then shifted his gaze to the elder and smirked, "Is this the one blocking our way?" Without waiting for a response, he pointed his long spear and roared, "Come here and fight me." Before the elder could respond, he was still a significant figure despite the presence of stronger powers. Being humiliated by Tommy was understandable since he couldn't gauge Tommy's strength, and there were hostages involved. However, observing Elroy's cultivation level, merely at the peak of the nascent soul realm, he couldn't allow such disrespect given his own true reversion realm power. Without waiting for Elroy to make the first move, the elder flashed next to him and slapped forcefully towards his chest. However, Elroy wasn't easy prey. Though not as strong as the elder, his combat reflexes were impeccable. Elroy dodged the lethal blow with graceful steps, holding the spear with one hand and delivering a quick thrust. From the tip of the spear came two roaring dragons that lunged at the elder. Unafraid of Elroy's attack, the elder casually deflected the dragons with a palm strike and continued his assault. Elroy promptly ascended higher, distancing the battlefield from Tommy, while simultaneously activating his divine tool. Hovering the divine tool above his head, he used his spiritual sense to send out distress signals. "Hello, Elder Russell, the G family has sent someone, a true reversion realm practitioner. I can't handle this." Elroy was the epitome of bravado meeting brutal punishment. Indeed, the gap between Elroy and the elder's strengths was significant, making victory unlikely. As he pleaded for help, he was struck hard by the elder, flying out from the impact. However, Elroy, much like Tommy, was tough and resilient. Although struck by a true reversion realm expert, he emerged unscathed and resumed battling the elder. Skyward, Elroy and the elder engaged in intense combat. On the ground, Tommy decided not to rush off yet. Instead, he pulled out a bag of sunflower seeds and shared them with his companions. They cracked seeds leisurely while watching the aerial spectacle. If Tommy truly wanted to flee, he doubted the G-Clan disciples would let them leave so easily. Thus, appearing calm made the G-Clan more apprehensive, delaying their actions. After a while, Elroy switched to purely defensive moves, taking minor hits directly and dodging major ones with agility. In the sky, Elroy and the Elder were locked in an ongoing struggle, neither gaining an upper hand. Meanwhile, on the ground, Tommy and his companions enjoyed their seeds while casually commenting on the battle, waiting for Elder Russell's assistance. Initially, Tommy planned to use his skills to incapacitate them. However, subduing everyone would require killing them all, which he preferred to avoid, as it would escalate the feud significantly. Thus, as long as Elroy held on, Tommy remained patient, ready to act if necessary. Soon, an Elder appeared from the horizon, shouting, "Heavenly Emperor," as he sped towards them. Closer, Elder Ramon passed Elroy without acknowledging the ongoing battle. He instantly flashed beside Tommy, who was still munching on sunflower seeds, and tearfully exclaimed, "Heavenly Emperor, I am late in coming to save you. Please forgive my tardiness." Tommy. Before Tommy could respond, Elder Russell started to bow apologetically. Tommy hastily caught Elder Russell's hands, laughing, "Elder Russell, don't embarrass me." Oh, hearing this, Elder Russell deliberately stiffened, solemnly stating, "Heavenly Emperor is Heavenly Emperor. Bowing is appropriate." Tommy understood that the influence of his overwhelming aura caused lingering effects on Elder Russell and Elroy, making them perceive things differently. Hence, Tommy avoided using his aura unless absolutely necessary, as it led to irrational assumptions. Tommy frowned, looking Elder Russell straight in the eye, and sternly said, "Elder Russell, please refrain from speaking. Being the Heavenly Emperor is in the past. Now, I am a disciple of Shwani sect." Elder Russell immediately adopted an understanding expression, nodding repeatedly, "Old servant understands, old servant understands. The Heavenly Emperor has important matters and cannot reveal his identity." Chapter 220. Occupation. Alright, let's bluff for now, Tommy thought, realizing that Elder Russell was convinced he was the Heavenly Emperor and eagerly awaited a glorious future. Under the influence of Tommy's overwhelming aura, Elder Russell treated imagined realities as true. Nonetheless, Tommy achieved his goal. With Elder Russell's support, they could leave without issues. Elder Russell had been away from the sect and did not know Tommy had returned. Upon seeing the Heavenly Emperor's return, he couldn't resist chatting. While Tommy enjoyed the conversation, poor Elroy was suffering in the sky. Just as Elroy picked himself up, he was flung away once more, shouting desperately, "Elder Russell, save me." Translation completed, maintaining paragraph structure and style as requested. However, Elder Russell held back due to his cultivation and did not rush to intervene. With just a casual glance at the sky, he knew that Elroy was fine, merely making a big fuss over nothing. "Old Russell, Russell, king of society, if you don't save me now, I'm really going to die." Elroy had been beaten so badly that he started raving incoherently, charging straight toward Elder Russell with the pursuing G family Elder hot on his heels. As he approached, Elroy didn't hesitate for a moment. He darted behind Elder Russell, using him as a shield. The pursuing G family Elder, clearly agitated by Elroy's actions, rushed forward without regard for who stood before him, ready to engage. "Shut up." Seeing the G family Elder charge instead of retreating, Elder Russell let out a heavy cold snort and fiercely flicked his sleeve, releasing a burst of spirit energy that struck the Elder instantly. The spirit energy hit so hard that the G family Elder flew backwards several hundred meters, spitting out blood uncontrollably, clearly unable to fight anymore. Elder Russell didn't even spare him a glance, his face displeased as he angrily declared, "Disturbing my conversation with the Heavenly Emperor is unforgivable." Tommy. Elder Russell was quite obstinate. Once he believed Tommy was the Heavenly Emperor, no one could change his mind. Tommy could only let it be. The crisis was resolved, and Tommy didn't want to waste any more time here. Bowing respectfully to Ramon, he said, "Elder Russell, let's head back to the sect. We have 2 prisoners that need interrogation." With that, Tommy raised his eyebrows at Jared and Arkai, hinting to Ramon that they were valuable catches. "Let Elroy take them back," Ramon, sensing Tommy's urgency, mysteriously smiled. "I have an important task to attend to." Huh. Looking at Elder Russell's enigmatic expression, Tommy asked curiously, "What task?" "His Majesty, please observe." Saying this, Ramon soared into an open area and gently waved his hand. A colossal stone monument, hundreds of meters long and dozens wide, appeared before everyone's eyes. On it, majestic calligraphy read, "Shwani sect, Qianjun's secret realm." The Heavenly Emperor was right. The Qianjun's secret realm has always been our Shwani sect's territory. How can it be occupied by outsiders? Elder Russell proudly declared. "Tommy, please don't take it so seriously, Elder Russell." Seeing Elder Russell's earnest demeanor, Tommy was momentarily speechless. He knew very well that the Qianjun's secret realm was jointly owned by both sections. His declaration was intended to twist facts for legitimacy. However, he hadn't expected Elder Russell to believe it entirely, likely rushing to prepare the monument after seeing the news on social media, determined to reclaim lost ground. After displaying it briefly, amidst shocked gazes, Elder Russell proudly retracted the monument and walked towards Tommy, inviting him, "Heavenly Emperor, would you like to come along to oversee the ceremony?" "Let's go," Tommy agreed somewhat helplessly. With him around, if Elder Russell encountered insurmountable challenges, he could still step in. To avoid further complications, Tommy instructed his companions and Elroy to return first, incarcerating the 2 captives at Cliff Edge Peak. After arranging everything, Ramon led Tommy rapidly towards the Qianjun's secret realm. Moments later, at the entrance of the Qianjun's secret realm, bodies still lay strewn everywhere. Even Elder Russell, who had seen the scene on video, instinctively frowned. These G family members are truly oppressive. Fortunately, the Heavenly Emperor skillfully intervened and stopped their atrocities. Elder Russell praised. Enough, let's get down to business." Tommy quickly urged, visibly annoyed. "All right." Excitedly agreeing, Ramon soared into the sky, finding an empty spot to place the monument, laughing aloud. "Haha, from now on, this place belongs to the Shwani sect." But before Elder Russell could bask in his joy, A middle-aged man in gray robes instantly appeared atop the newly erected monument. His voice wasn't loud but carried immense authority, dripping with disdain. So the Schwani sect's territory, huh? Do you even deserve it? Without hesitation, Tommy pulled out his Swona, preparing to use the lying flat skill to strike first. Seeing the arrival, Ramon's smile vanished instantly, replaced by cautiousness. He swiftly moved beside Tommy, raising his weapon to protect the Heavenly Emperor. Look who it is, Ford. Days apart, yet still so low? Suddenly, a mocking voice rang from the clouds, harshly ridiculing him. Hearing this voice, Tommy put away his Swona, while Ramon's tension melted away, his smile returning. It was none other than Brecken, who couldn't bear to leave them unprotected. Although Brecken stated that elders couldn't act directly, it didn't mean he wouldn't appear. If Tommy truly faced overwhelming odds, Brecken would step in regardless. How could Brecken allow Tommy to be endangered on Schwani sect territory? That would tarnish his reputation. Approaching Ford, Brecken calmly said, "Fix it within 15 minutes. Tommy." For some reason, this command felt oddly familiar. Chapter 221, Brevin. If I remember correctly, the phrase back then was due to Brecken's anger over the smashing of the Heavenly Saint Palace Hall for keeping his word. It ended with him failing miserably and getting ridiculed instead. He was harshly humiliated by Arnold, who made him repair it within 15 minutes. However, at a different time and place, Brecken had managed to salvage that moment of arrogance completely. Although Tommy had deliberately tried to suppress himself from criticizing Brecken, he couldn't help but feel some restraint melting away upon seeing Brecken putting on this serious front. It seemed as if Brecken never had his own lines, previously borrowing Tommy's to posture. Now, having learned Arnold's lines, he seized this opportunity without hesitation for a grand display. Speaking of which, at the very moment Brecken appeared, Ford's eyebrows imperceptibly twitched before he hastily regained his composure, saying in a stern tone, "Brecken, what do you mean? Do you wish to declare war on the G family?" "Ha, nothing much, just fix it within 15 minutes. Brecken said without fear of Ford's threats, still harping on the stone tablet incident. Then, he put on an expression of disdain, looking at something foul-smelling and added, "And don't you always use your G family to intimidate me? Your G family is just a bunch of scoundrels. Scaring others might work, but intimidating me, Brecken, isn't enough." Brecken's unapologetic criticism brought out the full spirit of a street thug, making Ford incredibly angry. Ford, initially retaining his dignified appearance, suddenly turned beet red after being scolded ruthlessly by the shameless Brecken. Following this, pointing his finger at Brecken, he shouted angrily, "Brecken, as a Tianyuan realm expert, are you ready to tear up the peace treaty?" "What peace treaty?" Brecken feigned incredulity, laughing and saying, "That's a truce treaty. We're still technically at war. We've just stopped fighting for now." Brecken's tone then changed as he continued sarcastically, "But speaking of which, old dog, you really have no shame hanging around here showing off while stuck at the peak Yuan realm? You. Ford was greatly angered by Brecken's words. His face flushed as he pointed at Brecken, unable to get a coherent sentence out. Wanting to curse but not daring to, his cultivation lagged behind Brecken, and he genuinely feared Brecken might kill him here. "You what you?" Brecken frowned, his aura booming outward as he roared, "Fix it immediately, and I'll let you go." Even at this point, Brecken was still fixated on repairing the stone tablet. Perhaps Arnold ordering him to repair the Great Hall left him psychologically scarred, making it essential for him to reclaim his pride now. Seeing Brecken's dominance, Ford somewhat softened, speaking heavily, "Release my son, and I will immediately withdraw. From now on, the G family and Xinjiang sect will have nothing to do with each other." At this moment, Brecken didn't even look at him as he coldly commanded, "Get lost. You aren't fit to represent the G family." Just as these words were spoken, Brecken felt something unusual and quickly moved beside Tommy, then gazed into the distance with slightly furrowed brows. Moments later, a handsome young man of about 30, dressed impeccably in white, suddenly appeared before Brecken. He shared a faint resemblance to Tommy. He first glanced at Brecken, then fixed his gaze on Tommy, standing next to Brecken, scrutinizing him intently. The arrival of this man in white wiped away Brecken's fearless demeanor, replaced by caution. Everyone remained silent as Tommy and the white-clad man stared at each other, creating a tense atmosphere. "Brevin, listen well. Don't you dare touch him." Brecken frowned deeply, looking at the man in white and sternly said, "If you do, my brother will surely wipe out your entire G family." For the first time, Tommy saw Brecken so nervous, almost sounding desperate in his threat. Recalling how Brecken called out his name, Tommy instantly remembered their unseen mother, Ji Qianxian. Though Daeon hadn't explicitly mentioned that she belonged to the ancient Ji family, the signs clearly indicated that her identity was far from simple. This secret would probably be known only to Brecken, yet he wouldn't disclose it to Tommy. However, at that moment, upon seeing the man in white, Tommy confirmed that his mother must indeed belong to the ancient Ji family. Moreover, this man, Brevin, might even be Tommy's uncle. But this wasn't the time to recognize relatives. The fact that this uncle could instill such tension in Brecken suggested formidable strength. Considering Daeon had killed a Ji family saint, it was clear that this uncle's intentions were malicious, possibly wanting Tommy's life. Despite his strong aura, Tommy knew there wasn't much he could do besides keeping his composure intact. While his powerful demeanor could intimidate those one or two realms lower than him, against someone at the peak of cultivation, they wouldn't fear him easily, nor would they need to guess his true strength. If he truly fought, Tommy would expose his true capabilities entirely. Hee, not bad. At this point, Brevin ignored Brecken's threats, lightly laughing after appraising Tommy, adding, "Looks like you've had some interesting encounters." Hearing Brevin's words, Tommy showed no hesitation, instead directly responding boldly, "Naturally, I'm way better than your G family scum." Tommy understood that if Brevin wanted him dead, all his efforts and humility wouldn't change that. Thus, he decided to retaliate outright. Tommy's response did not faze Brevin but frightened Brecken and Ramon. Their facial muscles trembled uncontrollably. Tommy might not know who Brevin was, but they did. Brevin was the current head of the ancient G family, an unquestionable authority, even comparable to rulers of sacred lands. Regardless of the familial connection, should one leave no room for respect? Note: the names provided in Pinyin, such as Ji Qianxian and Daon, reflect their English transliteration according to Pinyin rules, ensuring correctness. The translation maintains the original style and tone, ensuring fluency and grammatical accuracy while preserving the storyline's coherence with previous content. ####Chapter 222, Threat. However, despite this, Tommy really didn't want to give the G family any face. Since they had already ripped off their masks and shown their true colors, why pretend? Especially when the G family had sent 2 sages from the start to chase his father, and even more so, massacred the sect. How could such hatred be so easily forgotten? Daring to insult the G family right in front of me, you sure are brave. Hearing Tommy's sarcastic words, Brevin smiled lightly, saying playfully, do you know who I am? Maybe some no-good uncle? Tommy tilted his head back, speaking without a hint of fear. Brecken. Just a kid, doesn't know better, don't take it to heart. Brecken was stunned by Tommy's words, and quickly laughed awkwardly. He reached out, pulling Tommy along, signaling him to be careful with his words. Brecken knew about Ace's enmity with the G family. Because of this, he feared that Brevin might really go overboard and take it out on Tommy. If it were just him facing Brevin, Brecken would never back down given his personality. At worst, if he couldn't win, he would run. On escaping, Brecken, having lived in the cultivation world for so long, felt quite confident. But the problem was Tommy. Because of him, Brecken couldn't fight or flee. He could only say soft words and try to get Tommy out of here. But Tommy wasn't thinking like that. He directly confronted his uncle, even though this uncle wasn't close to him and even wanted his life. Ha 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 ha. Jasper snigged to Tommy. Brevin laughed as if hearing the funniest joke in the world. Laughing for a while, Brevin suddenly turned serious, staring at Tommy's eyes, whispering, you really have your father's stubborn temper. Aren't you afraid I might kill you? Ha 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 ha. Facing Brevin's threat, Tommy laughed out loud without changing his expression, treating it like a joke. After laughing, Tommy said calmly, all right, if you really wanted to kill me, you wouldn't waste so much time talking. Of course, there's also the possibility you'll lose control and brutally attack this weak, helpless little boy. Facing Brevin, Tommy seemed fearless, almost making Brevin lose his composure. But this was just the beginning. Tommy had nothing to lose, intending to make things difficult for him even if he couldn't win. After all, now that his sister, Hazel, and friends were safe, he had nothing to worry about. Then, Tommy took 2 steps forward and casually put his hand around Brevin's neck. He then pulled out a shindy, divine device, and showed it in front of Brevin, saying nonchalantly, big uncle, do you know what this thing is? Brevin smiled lightly, not minding Tommy's lack of respect. Haha, shindy, this has caused my G family members quite a lot of trouble. After speaking, Brevin suddenly leaned his head toward Tommy's ear, whispering, I've heard the shindy came from you. Wonder what would happen to the shindy from the Holy Lands if you were killed here. The two spoke and laughed as if they were very close, which made anyone who saw them think they were twin brothers. Brevin and Tommy looked very similar. Brevin appeared to be around 30, possibly an older and mature version of Tommy. The only difference was that Tommy was wearing black today, while Brevin wore white. Although they seemed intimately close and harmonious, Brecken and Ramon didn't see it that way. Seeing Tommy hugging Brevin's neck, their hearts nearly leapt into their throats, fists tightly clenched, afraid to move. If Brevin decided to harm Tommy, he could do it instantly, beyond any help. Come on, relax. The earth will still turn without anyone. Tommy waved his hand, completely unbothered by Brevin's threats. Earth? Brevin was puzzled. Forget it, it's pointless explaining to you. Probably can't understand anyway. Look at this. Tommy seemed a bit frustrated. Then, in front of Brevin, he naturally opened up the chat interface with Arno. Thanks to Brevin's calm demeanor, even after being insulted, he didn't rush to kill Tommy. For Tommy, today was all about doing whatever felt good. He had no intention of leaving alive. Looking at Tommy operating the shindy, Brevin forgot about being insulted and became curious, wondering what Tommy would show next. Soon enough, Tommy found videos of the missile tests on Cliff Peak from over a month ago. During his seclusion, every time Cliff Peak made progress on new missiles, Arno would immediately send updates to Tommy. Tommy once had 2 major weapons to threaten Tianyuan realm experts. One was the Benedict at the Evil Sage sect, and the other was Cliff Peak's missiles. However, after self-destructing his cultivation and successfully testing the Broken Sword 01 missile, he asked Corey to eliminate the Benedicts. Now that he had a more convenient option with the missiles, maintaining the Benedicts, preventing them from reverting, and having daily video calls with Corey was a waste of time. So, before entering seclusion, he arranged for the Benedicts to be dealt with, keeping only the Cliff Peak missiles. Now, Tommy wanted to show Brevin the Cliff Peak missiles. Tommy then clicked on the Broken Sword 02 missile video and projected it. In the video, multiple colossal missiles stood upright in the mountains. As Tommy watched the video, he casually explained while hugging Brevin's neck, Big Uncle, these are called missiles, huh? Broken Sword 02 missiles? Brevin stared curiously at the massive cylinders in the video, not knowing what missiles were. Seeing the opportunity, Tommy exaggerated the missile's power seriously. Don't look at its size. It has incredible power, capable of traveling 200,000 kilometers with a destructive range of 4,000 kilometers. In fact, Tommy's greatest strength wasn't his bravado but his ability to remain calm under pressure, almost like he had a boss-like aura. Chapter 223, Reverse Threat. Tommy had a natural talent for speaking with perfect seriousness while spouting nonsense, telling lies effortlessly and without breaking a sweat. Most importantly, paired with his stern and authoritative demeanor, it was incredibly difficult for others to doubt him. At least Brevin genuinely fell for it. He glanced at Tommy, seeing no signs of deception, and then refocused on the missile, trying to understand its secrets. Brecken quickly caught on to Tommy's plan and reacted swiftly, feigning regret as he exclaimed, Wen Xiang, can this really be shown to him? Oh, come now, sect leader. Tommy immediately adopted a serious expression and declared with righteous indignation, "These are all specialties of our Shin Sword sect. If my uncle wants to see, let him see." With that, Tommy deliberately patted Brevin on the shoulder, saying, "Uncle, isn't that right? These are our things. If you like them, feel free to look." "Indeed, well said." Brevin nodded seriously and played along. "Come on, uncle, take a look at this." Tommy's voice carried a hint of excitement, like a child eager to show off. He waved his hand, zooming in on the missile's tip, revealing the small golden nails embedded within. "Take a look, uncle. See those little nails? They're 8th grade breaking array nails, specifically designed to disrupt large arrays." Tommy continued excitedly. "With these, your G family's protective array would be like paper thin." Tommy's words were half-truths, embellished freely. Normally, the breaking array nails were half embedded into the missile's head, and their identification method was primarily through patterns or divine consciousness. Since they couldn't use divine consciousness via video, whatever grade Tommy claimed they were, it would be taken at face value. 8th grade breaking array nails corresponded to near saint level arrays, which most mountain guarding arrays use for protection. However, breaking array nails weren't as powerful as imagined. A single nail couldn't penetrate a mountain guarding array. To do so, multiple nails would need to work together with additional external force. The actual Breaking Sword 02 missile contained 7th grade breaking array nails, but its explosive power was sufficient to create a gap that allowed the missile to destroy most of the array. After showcasing the breaking array nail to Brevin, Tommy grew more animated and turned to Brecken, urging, "Sect leader, show uncle the power of our Breaking Sword 01 missile. You kids, you can't just blurt out everything." Brecken put on an angry face and retorted sternly, "This is sect confidential. It can't just be shown Soyida." Note, the word Thoyida at the end seems out of place in English. It should be omitted or replaced for better fluency. Revised sentence. This is sect confidential. It can't just be shown casually. Enough with your riddles, Brevin. Observing their behavior deadpanned. "If you don't want me to think you're fools, better start explaining clearly." Brevin smiled faintly at Brecken and conceded, "I won't kill him today. Let me see." Brecken chuckled awkwardly and stopped pretending. He pulled out the immortal device and projected the video of the previous test firing of the Breaking Sword 01 missile. Of course, he didn't show how to ignite it or its range. Only the missile's destructive power during high-speed flight and explosion. Through Brecken's video, Tommy felt the power around the explosion area, and now, watching the center of the blast, it was terrifying. As the video progressed, Brevin's casual demeanor became slightly more serious. Seizing the moment, Tommy pressed on, "Uncle, this is only the Breaking Sword 01. Our Breaking Sword 02 can handle near saints easily. Of course, near saints might escape, but from what I know, the distance between Shin Sword sect and your G family is only 10,000 kilometers. No way it's 10,000 kilometers. Brecken laughed. "It's only 7,000 kilometers, tested accurately. Hitting your G family is no problem." Tommy and Brecken stared intently at Brevin, awaiting his reaction. Brevin wasn't stupid. He understood the implied threat. Indeed, they could threaten him effectively. The Breaking Sword 02 missile posed little direct threat to Brevin himself. It was designed not to target individuals, but to wipe out sections. With a large explosion radius, even the smaller Breaking Sword 01 packed significant power. The Breaking Sword 02 was considerably larger. Tommy's claim of a 200,000 kilometer range and a 4,000 kilometer explosion radius seemed plausible to Brevin. Thus, while Brevin might not care about the threat personally, the G family certainly needed to. Not everyone in the G family was as powerful as him. There were numerous ordinary disciples. While Brevin could dodge the missiles, could the disciples? Even if one missile couldn't breach the protective array, what about 10 or 20? Tommy had only shown a dozen or so Breaking Sword 02 missiles, but Brevin wasn't foolish enough to believe that was all the Shin Sword sect had. For the sake of the G family, Tommy couldn't be underestimated. If Tommy were detained, the G family would likely be flattened within minutes. Brevin knew Brecken could dare to do this, especially given the current weakened state after the war between the ancient families and the sacred lands, with most saints in closed meditation, reluctant to appear. Thus, if the Shin Sword sect launched missiles under such circumstances, Brevin found no scenario where they could successfully counter the crisis. Ha ha ha! After a moment, Brevin suddenly laughed, clapping lightly. Impressive. Who would have thought the Shin Sword sect could develop to such a level quietly? He leaned closer to Tommy's ear and whispered, "Give me 100,000 immortal devices, and I'll let you leave." Ha ha ha! Tommy and Brecken burst out laughing simultaneously. Tommy was delighted Brevin had finally asked for immortal devices. Now, he had a way to get the devices into the ancient family's hands. Once the immortal devices were in use, Flynn could monitor them round the clock, capturing every move. If they dared to communicate tactics using the devices, Tommy would indeed gain the upper hand by having foresight and anticipation. Chapter 224, Demanding for Immortal Devices. As for Brecken, he had no idea that the immortal device also had a surveillance function. He assumed Tommy felt the same way as him, mocking Brevin for daring to make such an outrageous demand after being threatened. Now, it wasn't Brevin threatening them. It was they who were threatening Brevin. Anyway, both Tommy and Brecken were acting tough, warning that if anyone dared to harm them, Broken Sword 02 would launch immediately. Trading 2 lives for the entire ancient G family's fate seemed like a fair deal either way. You really have guts. Jasperkey Tommy, Brecken seized Brevin's weak point, deciding to mock freely. Want 100,000 units? Not a single one for you. Brevin was genuinely infuriated by Brecken's obstinate attitude. His face turned cold as he asked in a stern voice, "No room for negotiation?" Seeing this, Tommy inwardly berated Brecken for ruining things and hurriedly let go of Brevin, afraid of accidentally injuring him. The ancient families had considered outright seizing the immortal devices but found their theft-proof mechanisms were too well designed by Annalise. If forcibly accessed, the device's functions would be destroyed, losing all utility. Plus, the ancient families had already suffered setbacks from these devices. While the advantages of immortal devices might not significantly impact sage-level battles, since conflicts between disciples under the Ancients and Holy Lands became frequent, the value of immortal devices became evident. The number of ordinary cultivators in the immortal realm outnumbered those of the ancient families, and with nearly every immortal realm cultivator equipped with a device, coordinated attacks became possible. Add the pea-shooter inside the immortal device, which caught the ancient family's ordinary cultivators off guard, causing heavy casualties. Therefore, Brevin wanted to use this opportunity to equip the G family members. Predictably, Brecken wouldn't give in. With an indifferent expression, Brecken sneered, "Negotiate? Negotiate what bullshit? Hemph, noisy." Brevin's face darkened, and without much ado, he instantly unleashed a palm strike at Brecken. Boom. The force was immense. Even though Brecken reacted quickly, raising his sword to defend, he was still sent flying, crashing through several mountain peaks. This move exposed Brevin's strength, a peak near sage, almost indistinguishable from a sage. His power rivaled that of Arnold. Brecken could barely match Arnold due to holding the sacred weapon, sky-viewing sword, and because they were old acquaintances who didn't fight seriously. This time, Brevin struck with fury. Though he didn't kill Brecken, the disparity between peak near sage and peak celestial origin realm became apparent. Before Brevin, Brecken lacked even the right to retaliate, especially since he hadn't brought the sky-viewing sword today. Even with the sky-viewing sword, he wouldn't stand a chance. Brevin, while lacking an imperial-grade weapon, had plenty of sacred weapons within the ancient family. Damn you, Chi Ding, spat Brecken as he flew back, swinging his sword to unleash a massive sword aura. However, Brevin barely glanced, not even bothering to draw a weapon. A casual wave released a surge of spirit energy, shattering Brecken's sword aura effortlessly. Then it surged forward, hitting Brecken again and sending him flying once more. Brecken truly couldn't fight back. Facing absolute power, he couldn't harm Brevin. Not only did Brevin tower over him, even the Benedict Elder from Evil Saint Sect, who triggered a blood demon crisis, posed a serious threat despite being a lesser near sage. Back then, defeating the Benedict Elder required Brecken using the sky-viewing sword and the combined efforts of elders, and even then, the kill wasn't complete, leaving chaos behind. Now, Brecken repeatedly charged but was thrown back each time. Yet, Brevin controlled his force perfectly, able to end Brecken with one blow but choosing restraint. Truthfully, Brevin feared Tommy might activate the missile out of desperation, annihilating G family members. Thus, beating Brecken served as a show of force aimed at pressuring Tommy into surrendering the immortal devices. Tommy played along, partly to save Brecken. Frowning, he pretended reluctance, saying, "Stop, I'll give you the immortal devices. But I only have 100 units left. Most are at Heavenly Saint Palace." His face showed genuine reluctance, convincing anyone watching. Tommy acted like an Academy Award-winning actor, portraying helplessness convincingly. Seeing this, Brevin almost felt guilty. "No, don't give them," cried Brecken, flying back to stop the handover. "Just give them, or you'll die." With fake tears, Tommy pulled out the immortal devices, ready to hand them over. "I won't die. Don't give them." Brecken rushed forward to destroy the devices, but was slapped away before he could reach. Thus, negotiations continued with mounting tension. Chapter 225, Answering the Call. At this moment, Brevin gave Tommy a meaningful smile and did not say anything more. He then put away the 100 immortal devices that Tommy had handed over. However, by the time Brecken flew back, it was already too late. Seeing Brevin's satisfied expression, he knew that the immortal devices were already in Brevin's possession. Brecken felt deeply distressed, considering himself a sinner of the cultivation world. Attacking Brevin was no longer necessary. It served no purpose now. For Brevin, a bird in hand would never fly away. However, this outcome was exactly what Tommy wanted. Tommy still had many immortal devices left, 10,000 if needed, but giving so many to Brevin was out of the question. Handing over 100 devices was the best possible result. If there were insufficient immortal devices, Brevin would undoubtedly prioritize distributing them to the powerful elders and major figures of the G family. Thus, the 100 immortal devices given by Tommy would neither enhance the strength of the G family nor be misused. Instead, it would allow for continuous surveillance of their actions, achieving two goals with one action. Of course, completing his objective so smoothly was also thanks to Brecken's cooperation. If Brecken hadn't convincingly tried to prevent the transaction, Tommy's offer might have seemed suspicious to Brevin, who might not have dared to accept it directly. As for the fact that the immortal devices could be monitored, Tommy had originally planned to inform Brecken. After all, Brecken wasn't an outsider. He was someone Tommy truly trusted. But Tommy worried that Brecken might unintentionally reveal the secret and act unnaturally. So, he let Brecken genuinely perform as if he were coerced into handing over the immortal devices, ensuring that no one would see through his real intentions. This meant that Brecken would have to bear the blame for revealing the immortal devices temporarily. Things had developed to a point where Brevin was already satisfied. Having obtained what he wanted, he was about to leave. Just as he was about to depart, Ford suddenly flew over from afar. Approaching Brevin, he clasped his hands respectfully and said solemnly, "Adele?" He then glared at Brecken with anger and demanded heavily, "I've repaired the stone steel. Return my son." With that, he extended his hand, and a massive stone steel descended onto the ground with a heavy thud, kicking up dust. Tommy. Brecken. Brevin. What in heaven's name was going on here? Who could explain? Seeing the stone steel, Tommy inwardly cursed, not knowing how to react. The Adele of the G family had come, yet Ford insisted on meticulously repairing the steel. Was this necessary? Ford wasn't far from them, and he couldn't have missed Brevin's appearance. Was it really necessary to do such a slap-in-the-face thing right in front of Brevin, especially by completing the Xinjiang sect steel repair? Wasn't this slapping Brevin's face? If forcibly explained, it made sense since Ford must have been desperate to save his son, fearing that the Xinjiang sect might kill him at any moment. So whatever Brecken said, Ford just followed through, even if it meant repairing the steel. And indeed, he delivered it to Brecken as soon as it was finished. What is this? Brevin asked, his voice low and his face cold. He felt somewhat humiliated. Just moments after he had thoroughly beaten Brecken, he was now being embarrassed, and by his own family member at that. However, Brevin had no clue what had transpired here. His arrival seemed coincidental, possibly sensing Brecken's presence, which brought him here. It certainly wasn't Ford who called him over. Otherwise, Ford would have shown up personally instead of just repairing the steel. Sensing Brevin's fury, Tommy didn't mind stoking the fire further. Moreover, he was unwilling to simply abandon Qianjun's secret realm like a defeated dog. So, he took out another immortal device, opened Weibo, and projected it. The first post on Weibo was Tommy's statement. Below it, millions of comments unanimously criticized the ancient G family. Lexi, the G family has gone too far. Are they planning to slowly devour the entire cultivation world? Bergen, deploying personnel to protect subordinate sects is our Zeodo sect's responsibility. We will never allow another Jasper sect tragedy. Bodhi, Umitba, Brother Jasper's methods are a bit extreme. Isn't exposing bodies to the wilderness unrefined? Shouldn't they be properly mourned? Dimitri, Brother Wenqiang, rest assured, I'll call my uncle to support the Xinjian sect. Inigo, the Geely divine dynasty will always be your backup. Major Holy Lands almost spoke in unison, criticizing the G family's overreach and preparing to support the Xinjian sect. These comments not only exceeded Tommy's expectations, but also left Brevin unable to remain calm. Dealing with one Holy Land was tough enough. Provoking collective outrage would mean facing all the Saint-level experts combined, which the G family could not defeat even if everyone fought to the death. Brevin knew that Xinjun's secret realm wasn't entirely controlled by the Xinjian sect, but Tommy's declaration had rallied a united response, transforming the realm's ownership in public perception. Furthermore, he believed some G family members would indeed carry out the actions mentioned in Tommy's declaration. The G family members had grown too complacent, looking down on the indigenous cultivators and acting without restraint. Even if Brevin wanted to intervene, he lacked the power to stop them. The G family had an elders council, and though his words carried weight, it wasn't an autocratic system. Above him were the supreme elders. The destruction of Jasper sect and seizure of territory were actions taken by the more aggressive members among the supreme elders. However, the deed was done, and the G family was now seen as ruthless bullies, an image widely accepted by the world, impossible to change. Thus, although most of Tommy's statements were exaggerated, the world truly believed them. After all, the G family's reputation was already ruined due to the Jasper sect incident. Seeing this, Brevin furrowed his brows in frustration and kicked Ford away angrily, shouting, "Handle it yourself." Then, he vanished on the spot. But just as he left, a telepathic message reached Tommy accurately from afar. Be careful of the Jasper family. This puzzled Tommy. Why would Brevin warn him about the Jasper family? According to logic, they were enemies, and even his uncle should be counted among them. Yet, upon leaving, Brevin warned Tommy to be careful of the Jasper family. Either Brevin was giving genuine advice or intentionally sowing discord. Chapter 226, Interrogation, Part 1. After pondering for a while, Tommy felt somewhat irritated. The events of today had been like a roller coaster, with so many twists and turns that left him utterly exhausted. Jasper, Qing, Feng. Just as Brevin had left, Tommy and the others were about to return to the sect when Ford, who had just been kicked away, flew back while screaming. He leaped in front of Brecken, blocking his path with red-faced fury, shouting loudly, "I have already repaired the stone tablet. What more do you want? Give my son back." Today, Brecken had lost both opportunities and face, making him particularly irritable. With nowhere to vent his frustration, he seized this chance upon seeing Ford still Zhou Changbuqing, harassing. Brecken instantly showed an unpleasant expression, coldly snorting loudly. Now that Brevin was gone, he was in charge here and had no intention of indulging Ford. Swish! A sharp blade drew from its scabbard, ready to attack. "Wait, uncle." Tommy quickly pulled Brecken back, whispering to him, "If you kill him, where will we get the money from?" In Tommy's plan, these two brothers of the G family had significant uses. Killing them would be the worst choice. Money was much more appealing. This was also one of the reasons why Tommy was eager to declare them as war criminals. As long as they were war criminals and Xinyuan sect had the moral high ground, how the two Beck were dealt with would be entirely up to Xinyuan sect. Even if Brevin came, they couldn't forcefully demand their release because everyone in the cultivation world now believed that the G family was bullying others, and that Xinjun's secret realm belonged to Xinyuan sect. After Tommy explained his reasons through a whispered message to Brecken without any reservations, even with Ford overhearing, Brecken's gloomy face immediately cleared up. He was terrified of poverty. For families like the ancient families, once there was an opportunity, they must be ruthlessly exploited. Understanding everything, Brecken immediately put on a serious face, sternly saying, "My nephew pleads for you. I won't kill you today. If you want your son back, bring money to redeem him." With that, Brecken led Tommy and flew toward the sect headquarters, while Elder Ramon hurriedly followed behind. Back at the sect headquarters, Brecken immediately found several senior elders responsible for combat and ordered them to lead some high-ranking enforcers to head to the Qianjun secret realm as soon as possible for security patrols, turning nominal ownership into actual control. Meanwhile, Tommy flew back to Broken Cliff's Peak after returning to the sect, intending to interrogate the two big catches and get some information from them. "Uncle too, wait." Tommy quickly pulled Brecken back, whispering in his ear, "If you kill him, where will we get the money from?" In Tommy's plan, these two brothers of the G family had great use. Killing them would be the worst option. Money was far more appealing. This was also why Tommy urgently issued a statement labeling them as war criminals. As long as they were war criminals and the Xinjian sect had a legitimate claim, how the Beck were handled would be determined by the Xinjian sect. Even if Brevin came, they couldn't forcefully demand their release, given that the cultivation world unanimously believed that the G family was bullying others, and the Thousand June's secret realm belonged to the Xinjian sect. Shortly after, Tommy briefly explained his reasons to Brecken through telepathic communication, without any hesitation regarding Ford's presence nearby. As for using telepathy, it was simply to give Ford a bit of respect. Upon understanding Tommy's plan, the gloom on Brecken's face immediately vanished. He was terrified of poverty, and now, presented with a rare opportunity to exploit an ancient clan, he was determined to take full advantage. With everything clear in his mind, Brecken immediately put on a serious face and sternly said, "My nephew is pleading for you. I won't kill you today. If you want your son back, bring money to ransom him." With that, Brecken led Tommy and flew towards the sect, while Elder Ramon hurriedly followed behind. After a short while, they returned to the sect. The moment they landed, Brecken immediately sought out several senior elders responsible for combat, instructing them to lead some high-ranking enforcers to the Thousand June's secret realm as soon as possible for security patrols, turning nominal ownership into actual control. Meanwhile, after returning to the sect, Tommy promptly flew back to Broken Cliff Peak. After all, there were two big fish he needed to interrogate and extract information from. At the back mountain of Broken Cliff Peak. "You truly have big courage. Do you know who I am? Quickly untie me. I want to see Brecken." "You fatso. You let me go. When the G family arrives to kill, I can spare you." "Hey, you black-skinned guy, untie me." Tommy had just returned when he heard a series of noisy voices. Arkai, bound and burned, but still brimming with arrogance, pointed at Jordy, demanding to be freed, seemingly unaware of his current situation. Why he was pointing at Jordy? Probably because he thought Jordy was less intelligent and easier to intimidate. After all, the other young cultivators were gathered around him, cracking sunflower seeds and pointing at him, looking rather formidable. Only Jordy stood straight and rigidly beside them. Seeing this scene, Tommy couldn't help but chuckle. Arkai was genuinely naive and a typical spoiled second generation. No wonder he could directly drive away Xinjian sect disciples, or even physically assault them. If not for his brother restraining him, Arkai might have even tried to execute the Xinjian sect disciples in the Thousand June's secret realm on the spot. G. Bartion, being more cautious than Arkai, pretended to be unconscious despite being fully awake, carefully observing the situation. Seeing Tommy arrive, Arkai didn't lie down anymore. He flipped over and stood up, full of energy. Tommy's gold donating technique was potent enough. Arikai's vigor was likely due to recovery pills given by his companions. After all, Tommy specifically instructed that they be brought back, and they couldn't die so easily. Standing up, Arkai glared fiercely at Tommy, struggling for quite some time with no results. The ropes tying Arkai were the ones previously used on Brock, and they were top-notch quality. Realizing his struggles were futile, Arkai stopped and angrily yelled at Tommy, "Damn bastard, you coward! Release me and fight me fairly." Spitting at Tommy, he vented his inner displeasure. Tommy, however, chose not to argue with him. Instead, he smiled, approached his younger sister, grabbed some sunflower seeds from her hand, and joined the group chatting merrily, recounting the previous events while watching the spectacle unfold. After sharing with his companions, Tommy continued munching on sunflower seeds, contemplating how to handle the two brothers. Regardless of how they were dealt with, the most urgent task was to seal their cultivation. Keeping them bound like this wasn't practical. "Shuelu." Tommy stood up, gesturing to Jordy, pointing at the beck, "Please seal their cultivation for me." "Haha hey." Jordy, laughing in his signature way, approached Arkai. Seeing the tall, dark, and muscular Jordy getting closer, Arkai quivered, asking shakily, "Why? You, what are you going to do?" "Fatso, listen up, don't touch me, or the G family won't leave you alone." Even at this moment, Arkai still invoked the G family to threaten Jordy. Clearly, Ford had spoiled him excessively. However, Jordy paid no heed to the threats. Despite his usually calm demeanor, Jordy was actually the fiercest among the group. Chapter 227. Interrogation, Part 2. However, when Jordy was beating his brother earlier, Eric had already fainted and missed seeing Jordy's ferocity. This made him mistakenly believe that Jordy could be easily bullied. Jordy was full of malicious intent, walking closer to Eric with a ha-ha-ha laugh, creating an intense pressure. After a while, Jordy reached in front of Eric, grabbed the back of his neck, and lifted him up. Then, Jordy swung his arm and started to gather strength, aiming at Eric's dantian, ready to strike. This frightened Eric so much that he cried out. Even Eric stopped pretending to be unconscious and hurriedly shouted for him to stop. Not just the brothers. Tommy also couldn't stand it and quickly called for a halt. Jordy was too brutal. Sealing their cultivation didn't mean directly destroying their dantian. Before reaching the yuanying stage, the dantian is the most crucial and vulnerable part of a cultivator. At the yuanying stage, one can achieve soul separation. Even if the dantian is destroyed, the cultivation isn't completely ruined, and one can still forcibly take over a lower-level cultivator's body to continue practicing. However, for someone like Eric at the golden core stage, all cultivation is condensed in the dantian. If the dantian is damaged, the golden core will inevitably be destroyed, and being at this stage, he cannot perform soul transfer, effectively rendering him useless, worse than death. At this moment, Jordy, who was halted, looked confused at Tommy, not understanding why. "Didn't you say to seal his cultivation? Destroying the dantian is the most effective and thorough way." However, once Tommy explained, Jordy laughed heartily, scratching his head and admitting he couldn't do it. To seal someone's cultivation, it wasn't feasible within the same realm. Helplessly, they had to contact Elder Ramon for this task. Soon, under Tommy's invitation, Ramon arrived hastily, calling out, "Emperor." Ramon habitually bowed to Tommy, who accepted the gesture without any formalities. For those deeply influenced by the authority, accepting them as the Emperor made them more comfortable. Quickly, at Tommy's request, Ramon swiftly operated on the two brothers' dantians, locking their cultivation with a few strikes of spiritual energy. He left them with only early foundation establishment cultivation. Tommy wasn't entirely a bully, and ensured they could still fly using swords for convenience. After finishing, Elder Russell stubbornly stayed, insisting on serving the Emperor. However, Tommy finally convinced him to leave politely. After all, the following scene would be too bloody, which might cause physical discomfort for the elderly Elder Russell. After seeing off Elder Russell, Tommy smiled and approached the beck, waving his hand and shouting, "Release Brother G?" "Sure." Ainsley showed her sharp little teeth, smiling in response. She then formed a finger seal and retracted the immortal binding ropes around the brothers. Seeing this, Tommy felt envious, thinking his father favored his daughter even more. Previously, he always thought the immortal binding ropes belonged to Geordie, as it could bind even golden core cultivators. And Geordie being a golden core himself, owning such a tool made sense. But unexpectedly, these belonged to Ainsley too. Dayon must have secretly given her many valuable items. Despite his envy, Tommy focused on business. He placed a chair in front of the brothers, lounged back lazily, and asked Eric with a smile, "Brother G, who was your family's Adele?" "You mother." Unintelligible. Eric, now free, forgot to run away, instead spouting insults and charging towards Tommy. Coming close, Eric instantly pulled out his weapon and slashed. But Tommy didn't need to move. With his current foundation establishment level, even if Eric struck, he wouldn't get hurt. After 2 months of seclusion, his body was incredibly strong. Of course, Eric seemed much more rational. He stood calmly after being untied and did not try to escape. Seeing his younger brother recklessly attacking Tommy, he promptly blocked the sword with his hand and slapped Eric hard, shouting, "Get back!" Eric then bowed apologetically to Tommy, saying, "Forgive my brother. He's impulsive. Please don't mind him." Tommy nodded and mentally reassessed the threat level of Eric, noting his composure despite the humiliation. While Eric was merely a reckless second-generation brat, Eric was quite composed, capable of maintaining rationality and adaptability in adverse situations. After the commotion subsided, Eric sullenly stood aside, not speaking a word. "Cough." Tommy cleared his throat, looking at Eric and asking with a smile, "Who is your family's Adele? What's his cultivation?" Reporting to Taoist brother, Eric bowed and replied, "The Adele is Brevin, currently cultivating at Peak Quasi-Saint." Tommy already knew about Brevin, but asked again to verify and gauge their honesty. Given that everyone knew about Brevin, this question yielded no new information, and Eric wouldn't lie on such an obvious issue. With this thought, Tommy stood up, walked to Aliana, and whispered instructions. Aliana blushed, nodding slightly, confirming she understood. Then, Aliana summoned her jade flute, waved it in the air, creating 2 illusions simultaneously. "Please," Tommy gestured towards the right illusion, inviting Eric inside. Chapter 228 Interrogation, Part 2. Despite the disadvantage, Irvin was unafraid. He followed the illusion Tommy pointed to and stepped confidently into it. As Irvin entered the illusion, his eyes became momentarily dazed, and he froze on the spot. Seeing this, Tommy approached Annalise, whispered a few words to her, then also entered Irvin's illusion. Afterward, Annalise greeted Geordie and asked him to take Edward into another illusion. Edward now feared seeing Geordie, always feeling uneasy as if there was something wrong with his mind and that his behavior was disturbing. Every time Geordie laughed, Edward shuddered in fear, looking pitiful. However, Geordie would not spare him just because he looked pitiful. He dragged Edward into another illusion like dragging a dead dog, with Annalise closely following, preparing to interrogate him further. Setting up 2 illusions for separate interrogations was a classic prisoner's dilemma tactic. If one confessed while the other did not, the one who confessed might serve only 3 to 5 years of labor before being released, while the other would likely receive a life sentence. Tommy's plan was to separate the 2 brothers and ask them the same questions to prevent them from colluding. Of course, these were questions about specific details concerning the G family, such as who the young master was, his cultivation level, and how many sages they had. After all, knowing oneself and the enemy ensures victory. Gathering information about their ancient family would help prepare for the challenges ahead. Tommy quickly began asking his questions one by one. To save their lives, Irvin answered without hesitation. However, whether his answers were true or false was unknown and would need verification against Annalise's findings later. The interrogation proceeded smoothly, consisting entirely of questions and answers without much difficulty. When Tommy left the illusion, he found Annalise still in her session with Edward, whose face was twisted in agony, trembling, and clearly suffering. Moments later, Annalise dismissed the illusion with a wave of her hand. Her eyes narrowed and a smile on her face as she walked towards Tommy. However, Edward was still in a trance, flailing his arms, tears streaming down his face, and screaming in terror. I've told you everything. Please kill me. Don't come near me. Kill me. I don't want to live anymore. I've said everything I can. Please give me a quick death." Even after the illusion was dismissed, Edward continued to cry and scream, revealing the inhumane treatment he endured within the illusion. This scene not only terrified the others, but even made Tommy shudder at Edward's fearful appearance. After a brief moment, Edward suddenly regained his senses. His face showed both shock and fear as he hurriedly checked his body, noticing only the burn marks from earlier but no new injuries, which brought him some relief. Looking up again, he saw Annalise, who had stopped walking towards Tommy and was now returning towards him. The breath he had just taken tightened once more as he looked at Annalise in fear, his legs giving way beneath him as he collapsed to the ground. As Annalise approached step by step, Edward trembled more violently, clutching his mouth tightly to suppress any sound. Cough, cough. Annalise gave a gentle cough. Her eyes narrowed as she looked down at the terrified Edward and spoke softly. "Don't be like this. We agreed, didn't we? You answer my questions, and you don't want everyone to think I'm bullying you, right?" Yes. No bullying. No bullying." Hearing Annalise's words, Edward didn't have the courage to look up, nodding rapidly like a pecking chicken. Tommy felt some regret, realizing he shouldn't have let Annalise interrogate Edward. He never expected her to frighten him so thoroughly. If Ford paid ransom and got back a son with psychological trauma, it would be awkward. Through this incident, Tommy truly understood Annalise's ferocity. He wouldn't agree with anyone saying she was gentle in the future. After threatening Edward, Annalise quickly resumed her gentle smile and walked back to Tommy. Edward could only hold his anger and say nothing as he joined his brother. I really didn't hit him. Blushing, Annalise lowered her head beside Tommy, explaining, he's just timid. I scared him a bit, and he confessed everything without needing to use force. I believe you. Tommy gently took Annalise's hand, speaking earnestly. What else could he do? Everything Annalise did was for him, to ensure she obtained truthful information for Tommy. Of course, he also feared that if he said he didn't believe her, she might subject him to an illusion too. Next, Tommy and Annalise quietly exchanged notes on their findings. Comparing answers, however, revealed discrepancies. What Tommy and Annalise obtained was entirely different. Irvin thought his brother would stay loyal and provided intentionally misleading answers. However, Annalise's intimidation extracted all the information. Tommy decided not to conduct further interrogation, preferring to trust Annalise's findings. Given Edward's current state, he wouldn't dare lie anymore. According to Edward's answers, the G family's young master was named Zion, a descendant of Brevin. Though under a century old, he had already reached the Ren Yuan realm, displaying remarkable talent. As for the brothers Irvin and Edward, they were from a collateral branch of the G family. Their father, Ford, was a member of the Elders' Council. The G family wasn't ruled by the family head alone. While the family head held significant influence, all major decisions required consultation with the Elders' Council. The Elders were divided into two factions, the Hawk faction, favoring war, and the Dove faction, favoring peace. Brevin belonged to the Dove faction and opposed war with the cultivation world. Unfortunately, the Supreme Elder of the Hawk faction disregarded his orders and independently acted, wiping out Jasperenquan's sect, igniting the conflict between the ancient families and the Holy Lands. Chapter 229, Post-Traumatic Stress. As for why the G family was hunting Daeon, these two individuals, not being core members, were completely unaware of this matter. Of course, Gil only knew so much. Concerning the number of sages and the influence of other ancient families, he had no clue, a pure second-generation aristocrat. However, Gil wasn't privy to all the secrets, but Gillen, being slightly better than his brother, knew a little bit of the insider information. Yet, his knowledge was limited to understanding the distribution of ancient families without verifying the truthfulness of the details. According to Gillen, each ancient family resided in an independent small world, maintaining interactions and exchanges among themselves. Among them, the G family, the Jasper family, and the Situ family were the most dominant, dividing the world into three parts. The other ancient families were slightly weaker compared to them but not too far behind. Weaker families joined forces, forming alliances to advance together. One such powerful alliance was the Ancient Moon Alliance, led by the ancient G family, uniting dozens of slightly weaker families, securing their foothold within the western sacred land of the Great Sorrow Zen Temple's jurisdiction. Regarding other family patriarchs and their territorial ranges, Gillen was entirely in the dark. Of course, Tommy wouldn't believe Gillen's lies. This guy had his schemes and would never easily reveal the truth to Tommy. However, Tommy didn't want Annalise to interrogate him. Harming one Gil was enough. Leaving a normal son for Ford would be better as they would slowly bleed the G family dry in the future. Actually, when the interrogation ended, Tommy recalled a long and used skill. If not for this interrogation, Tommy might have forgotten this skill altogether. It was the skill accidentally discovered while having hot pot on Sky Music Peak. Truth Meal. Truth Meal. Your aura has an unexpected effect. Food prepared with aura can make the eater reveal their true inner self, unable to lie. Effect duration, 1 hour. Tommy re-examined the skill description on the system page. This was truly a miraculous interrogation tool. With this, how could he fear that Gillen wouldn't confess? After all, using Annalise for interrogation, although efficient, might be too violent and cause psychological discomfort. Tommy always prioritized humanity. Providing a meal for prisoners wasn't wrong. Eating well and drinking well before heading out was fine. Thinking of this, Tommy called his sister over. When Ainsley trotted up to him, Tommy whispered, "Joanna, go to my courtyard and bring back my barbecue grill. Why don't you go yourself?" Ainsley pouted, reluctant since her brother always sent her on errands that interrupted her watching events unfold. Cough. As a big shot, do I have to go myself? Tommy immediately put on airs, trying to intimidate her. In reality, as Tommy postured, he also secretly messaged Ainsley, "Joanna, listen to me. Brother fears heights and doesn't like flying. You fetch it for me, and later we'll have barbecue." Okay. Hearing about food, Ainsley quickly threw aside her sunflower seeds, summoned the moonlight sword, and dashed toward the palace. Earlier, during their barbecue session, Ainsley had only caught the tail end before everyone's attention turned to Brock getting beaten. They abandoned eating and marched out for battle. Ainsley, missing the barbecue, couldn't be stopped upon hearing about more food, flying off in glee. Soon, a gust of wind announced Ainsley's return, holding the barbecue grill high. She slammed it on the ground with a clang, bounced over to her brother, rubbing her hands eagerly, shouting, come on, let's eat quickly." Tommy wasted no time, smilingly agreeing and started fetching ingredients from the grill. Without needing any reminders, Ainsley took on her role dutifully, snapping her fingers lightly to ignite a bright purple flame in the grill with a pop. Not too hot. Tommy placed skewers on the grill while reminding her. It seemed she couldn't wait, making the flames fierce. Swiftly, various seasonings flew out under Tommy's deft handling. He conjured his signature prop, the white jade bed, table. Having promised his sister barbecue, he wouldn't go back on his word. Tommy planned to use his aura to grill a few skewers for the truth meal, while grilling some normally for his companions. Quickly, chairs flew out at Tommy's command, and everyone sat around eagerly, looking at the meat skewers on the grill. Seeing this scene, Gillen and his brother stood aside, feeling bittersweet. Gil, having been beaten by Tommy and tortured in the illusion, was already mentally and physically exhausted. Watching Tommy and his group preparing joyfully to eat, envy was written all over his face. Of course, Gil wanted to eat but dared not. Seeing Annalise beside Tommy sent shivers down his spine. When the skewers were nearly done, Tommy smiled and waved them over, inviting them, "Come on, let's eat." "No, no." Gillen hastily refused with a polite smile, thinking this was a farewell meal before execution. If they wanted to get rid of them, they'd provide a good meal before sending them off. So, Gillen suspected poison in the skewers and wouldn't dare touch them. However, Gil wanted to eat but didn't dare, and Tommy wouldn't let them off that easily. He gave Annalise a meaningful glance, who immediately understood. Annalise smiled and looked at Gil, saying, "I think it's best if you eat. Don't you agree?" Seeing Annalise's smirking eyes, Gil, as if suffering from PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder, trembled even more severely, hurriedly replying, "Yes, yes." Ignoring his brother's attempts to stop him, Gil ran madly to the seat Tommy indicated, grabbing the skewer and stuffing it into his mouth. At this moment, whether the skewer was poisoned or not no longer mattered to him. He was just eager to pass on, to avoid seeing Annalise's terrifying smile. Hashtag chapter 230, skill upgrade. "How is it, good to eat?" Tommy smiled, leaning forward as he watched Jared devour the food and asked with a chuckle. However, Jared was thoroughly convinced by Annalise's prowess. Faced with Tommy's question, he did not dare to slack off in the slightest, hurriedly nodding his head. At this moment, Tommy glanced sideways at Brian, who was sitting upright and solemnly, raising his head slightly, and said coolly, "Eat up. It's not poisoned. Our Zuanyinjong has always treated prisoners well. Thank you for your kindness, but I really can't eat." Brian ed his hands towards Tommy, responding with a slight apology. Editing this for natural fluency and accuracy, it would be better as, "Thank you for your kindness, but I really can't eat." Brian cupped his hands towards Tommy, responding apologetically. For the sake of consistency and style in English, cupped his hands is more commonly used than arched his hands in this context. Brian was definitely much clearer-headed than his younger brother. Even though he was in enemy territory, he maintained his composure, refusing any food from the enemy, a man of principles. However, since Brian refused to eat, how could Tommy let go so easily? After all, the truth meal set he prepared was meant for him. Jared knew nothing, so feeding him would be useless. Then, seeing Brian repeatedly decline, Tommy suddenly turned cold, slapped the table abruptly, and ordered sternly, "Bring some food for the gentleman." The moment he spoke, Brock stood up immediately, locking his throat and firmly throttling Brian. Despite being shocked by the sudden situation and struggling fiercely, Brian was only at the Foundation establishment stage with his cultivation sealed, making it an impossible dream to escape Brock's grip. Meanwhile, Jordy grinned malevolently as he grabbed the skewer and shoved it into Brian's mouth. Seeing this, if it weren't for their enmity, Tommy would almost feel sorry for Brian. Before long, under the assistance of the Chung brothers, Brian completed his meal. His struggling body suddenly stiffened as the skewer entered his mouth, gradually calming down as the excitement slowly subsided. Observing this, Tommy knew another delicious truth had been revealed. In the realm of cultivation, people generally didn't indulge much in gourmet delights. Their meals were usually bland. None of them had ever seen barbecue with such strong seasoning. After all, the famous philosopher, Jace, once said, "There's no problem that can't be solved by a barbecue. If there is, 2 barbecues will do." At this point, Brian stopped struggling, munching away while his face turned red as he struggled to swallow. Tommy quickly gestured for Brock to release him. Brock indeed held Brian by the neck, making it impossible for him to swallow normally. Once released, Brian joined his brother in the barbecue session without any further ado. "How is it, good to eat?" Seeing both of them getting into it, Tommy smiled and looked at Brian. "You were just too cautious. Since you're here, just enjoy the meal." "Wah, it's so good." Brian chewed on the skewer, crying and speaking indistinctly, unsure if it was from frustration or genuine appreciation of the flavor. Half an hour later, with wine and meat, everyone was cheerful, laughing and chatting merrily. Even Jared loosened up, boasting about his past. Although Jared had recovered significantly, he still dared not look at Annalise, only conversing with Azar. Tommy wasn't entirely inhumane. Despite wanting to extract information, he decided to let them enjoy a proper barbecue feast. After all, no Zuanyinjong disciples had died. Although the Ji family acted overly aggressively and unreasonably, Tommy had leveraged this situation for his benefit. He had no intention of killing these two, and thought it better to keep them working indefinitely. The time had come. If they didn't get down to business soon, the Beck might end up eating too much. Standing up, Tommy finished his drink and loudly declared, "Today marks a good day for us, as our Zuanyinjong has reclaimed our homeland. To celebrate this victory, I will demonstrate my culinary skills." As Tommy spoke, he took out various delicacies and began roasting them with intense aura. Suddenly, as smoke rose, unusual phenomena appeared in the sky. Roaring tigers, chirping birds, towering bamboo reaching the heavens, collecting nectar, brewing ambrosia, thousands of stars hanging in the sky. As Tommy's aura grew stronger, the celestial phenomena became more exaggerated, highlighting the extraordinary nature of the food. Upon finishing his cooking, the celestial phenomena condensed into a glowing orb that dashed towards the food on the table. Instantly, the already exceptional food was enveloped in golden light, each skewer shimmering with a luminous glow, irresistibly inviting one to taste. Ding! Congratulations, host. Due to your advanced aura mastery, the Truth Meal skill has been upgraded. Truth Meal. Your aura possesses unexpected effects. Food prepared with your aura can expose the innermost truth of those who eat it, preventing them from lying. Effect duration, 1 hour. Feature 1. Irresistible delicacy. Anyone whose aura is inferior to yours and sees the Truth Meal cannot resist its allure, including yourself. As soon as the food was ready, the system immediately sent a notification. Damn. Seeing the skill description, Tommy couldn't help but curse inwardly. It was indeed an upgrade, but it seemed like a reverse one. Earlier, he had specifically reminded his companions not to eat the food he prepared. But now, with this feature, not only would his companions fall for it, but even he wouldn't be immune. Now, It felt like a group of little devils were waving their hands, luring him in. Come, sir, come and eat me. Enduring for roughly 3 seconds, Tommy finally gave in, grabbing a skewer and stuffing it into his mouth, instantly displaying a look of bliss and contentment. If Tommy couldn't hold back, the others were far less resistant. While Tommy was still deliberating, the others had forgotten his warnings and were shoving skewers into their mouths. Tears streamed down their faces as they ate, utterly overwhelmed by the deliciousness. Knowing the truth meal's effect, Tommy dared not speak recklessly, fearing exposure of his secrets. Yet, questions needed to be asked. Otherwise, when others questioned him, he wouldn't be able to stop himself from answering. So, instead of letting others take the initiative, Tommy decided to question Brian about the G family first. Cough. Brother G. Tommy cleared his throat lightly, paused for a moment, and then softly called Brian, asking, who is the young master of your G family? How powerful is he, and where is he now? Chapter 231. Everyone letting loose. Upon hearing Tommy's question, Irvin immediately replied, oh, young master is Harold. He's nothing special. He's probably at the early stage of human essence realm now. He might have gone to a secret realm in the south recently, but I'm not sure about the details. Realizing what he had just said, Irvin suddenly stopped, looking at Tommy in disbelief and quickly covering his mouth. Tommy didn't pay much attention to him and continued smiling as he asked, you don't get along with him? Irvin tightly held his mouth, but under the effect of the truth-telling potion, he couldn't resist for long. Of course we don't get along. He's only got an influential father, and he looks down on us brothers. Honestly, he's nothing. Finally saying what he felt, Irvin let out a long breath, whispering, feels good. After a brief pause, Irvin regained his senses, though he noticed something was off. But he couldn't resist the urge to speak the truth, eventually accepting this state. That you. At this moment, before Irvin could ask more, Tommy quickly grabbed a skewer and stuffed it into Irvin's mouth, urging him, tell me everything you know about the G family. Tommy anticipated that Irvin would ask questions, and hurriedly threw out more queries to divert attention from his own secrets. And Irvin complied, lying back while complaining about his younger brother Edward, who he called a fool, and revealing all the secrets of the G family. Irvin wasn't a core figure, but his father was almost considered one. Ford doted on his children immensely. As the elder brother, Irvin was relatively mature, and Ford intended to groom him as the next G family elder. Therefore, Irvin knew many internal affairs of the family. According to Irvin, there were hundreds of G family's top elders, all at the Sage Realm level. However, these old men were nearing the end of their lifespans and seldom appeared unless necessary. As for G family core second-generation members around Tommy's age with similar strength, there were about 10. They were either direct descendants of top elders or highly ranked, influential individuals. In reality, Tommy had a dream that wasn't about fighting or overthrowing ancient families, but about capturing these prodigies and making them work, playing pay-to-win games, using them as leverage to force their elders to pay up, holding the elite hostages to command the big shots. Irvin rambled like a machine gun, spilling all he could without feeling anything wrong initially, gradually accepting this state as normal. While Tommy pondered over the information provided by Irvin, the latter finally voiced his concern. Brother Taoist, are you planning to let us go? Tommy internally cursed. Irvin had asked the inevitable question before he could interrupt. After struggling for a bit, Tommy succumbed to the truth-telling compulsion. Tommy casually leaned back in his chair, crossing his legs, and blurted out, Go? Go to hell. Why did I bring you here? To make you work for me. Not only work, but also to make your dad pay up. I'll tell your father that if he wants you back, he needs to pay. And even then, I won't release you until I've stripped your family dry. Tommy let loose, revealing all his plans regarding the Beck. Strangely, it felt entirely reasonable to him to be discussing this with Irvin, finding no issue with it. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Irvin pointed at Tommy, laughing uncontrollably. Damn you. Ha 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 ha. Unfazed by Irvin's laughter, Tommy laughed loudly in return. Do you not want to escape? Ha 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 ha. Irvin, now carefree, laughed loudly without any of his previous caution. Escape? To where? I'm currently at the Foundation Establishment realm. Where can I run to? Ha ha ha. That's what I thought. Tommy took a cup of wine and pushed it towards Irvin. Let's drink. After all, the Beck would soon be Tommy's cash cows, so they deserved some privileges, like having a drink. Cheers. Irvin clinked glasses with Tommy, drinking heartily. Their interaction was oddly friendly, making it seem like they were close friends. Everyone present, not just Tommy and Irvin, was affected by the truth-telling potion. All exposed their true selves under its influence and alcohol. Taking advantage of this, Jaylene threw her leg over Izar, munching on a skewer and shouting, Say, do you like me? Hick, like. Izar, without hesitation, replied, Ever since we played chess, I've been fond of you. It was love at first sight. Ha ha ha. Hearing Izar's confession, Jaylene, disregarding feminine modesty, laughed heartily. I like your honesty. Izar and Jaylene laughed and joked, eventually embracing passionately. Seeing this, Tommy instinctively held Yinlu's hand, wanting to be intimate with her. However, Yinlu stared at him with a smile, gently saying, Wenxiang, did you see how I handled Jiao Jiao? Sucking in a breath, Tommy shivered involuntarily, breaking out in cold sweat. His remaining rationality told him to deny it. Yet, the potion's effects took over, forcing the truth out of him. Yes, you were terrifying. Wah, Yinlu giggled, narrowing her eyes and continuing to smile. Does that scare you? Yes. Tommy nodded frantically. Good boy, don't worry. Yinlu suddenly reached out, caressing Tommy's head tenderly. Don't worry. I'll be gentle only with you. Chapter 232, Tao Companion. Tommy. He was shocked. Why had Annalise become so forward? The old Annalise would have blushed until smoke practically poured from her ears, even at the slightest touch from Tommy. Now, with these words, it was almost a declaration of love. Tommy wasn't a fool. he naturally understood the implications of Annalise's words. It was impossible for him to not be moved. Their connection started because of a misunderstanding, but ever since then, Annalise had always helped him without seeking any rewards. Even if Tommy was inattentive, he should consider elevating their relationship now. At least, he should give Annalise an official title, like becoming his Dao companion, or perhaps even the second-in-command of Cliffside Peak. Oh no, the second-in-command of Cliffside Peak is Ainsley. She should be referred to as the Madam of Cliffside Corporation. Thinking this far, Tommy's expression turned serious. He embraced Annalise and softly said, "Annalise." Montagging. Hearing Tommy call her, Annalise raised her head slightly, her rosy face resembling a ripe apple, adorably charming. She let out a soft hum, her eyes filled with tenderness as she looked at Tommy, waiting for what he would say next. The atmosphere was already set. If Tommy didn't declare his feelings now, it wouldn't make sense anymore. With this thought, Tommy's expression turned grave. Staring into Annalise's eyes, he spoke slowly, gently yet seriously. "Annalise, are you willing to become my—" However, before Tommy could finish saying the word companion, he was interrupted by a boisterous laugh. A tall figure in a fiery red dress, Evangeline, was laughing loudly as she flew swiftly towards them. "Damn!" Tommy muttered under his breath at the sound of Evangeline's voice. He knew it. It seemed like he was cursed. Every time he wanted to elevate his relationship with Annalise, something unexpected always interrupted them. Just thinking about it made Tommy angry. He had already asked Brecken for the mountain protection array specifically to prevent the elders from constantly coming to Cliffside Peak. However, while he was away, Mickey managed the large protective formation, which remained active. Even if an elder wanted to visit, they had to contact in advance. Now that Tommy was back home, Mickey felt there was no more danger and shut down the array to save money. This led to everyone being able to come unannounced. Evangeline hadn't shown up for a long time, but just this one time, she spoiled Tommy's moment. How could he not be frustrated? As Evangeline flew closer, Tommy became increasingly annoyed. Not because he disliked Evangeline, but because her timing was terrible. At this moment, Annalise, who was still in Tommy's embrace, ignored Evangeline's approach. She suddenly leaned forward and quickly kissed Tommy on the lips, like a dragonfly skimming water. Then, she buried her head in his chest, unable to look up, whispering softly, "I do." Clap clap clap. Ainsley, good job. Brock, whoosh. Torn clothes. Jordy, hi. Torn clothes. Izar, so moving. Sniff sniff. Sky, come here. Xingqiu, let's kiss too. No crying. The moment Annalise finished speaking, applause and cheers erupted. Everyone could see that Tommy and Annalise liked each other but hadn't taken that final step. Now, they had finally achieved true happiness, and everyone genuinely rejoiced for them. However, while their friends truly blessed them, an unsuitable voice rang out. "What's so exciting? Just a Dao companion." Eric's sour expression revealed his true thoughts as he sneered. Upon hearing this, Annalise turned around and barked furiously. "What did you say? Haven't I thrashed you enough in the illusion?" Ah, at the mention of the illusion, Eric shuddered again, screaming in fear. Clearly, Annalise had left a psychological scar on him. While the truth serum merely exposed his thoughts and made him feel sour, seeing Annalise still terrified him instantly. Although Eric was impudent, Tommy didn't plan to fuss over it. After all, how they dealt with him was up to him. However, his broad-mindedness didn't mean the same for his friends. The Chung brothers, already with torn clothes, felt unsettled unless they beat someone up. They shouted in unison and pushed Eric aside, starting to pummel him wildly. Still, the Chung brothers knew better than to cause severe harm, knowing Eric was only at the Foundation establishment stage. Seeing his friends stand up for him and Annalise, Tommy felt genuinely touched and excited. Now, he and Annalise were finally together. Tommy couldn't help but burst into laughter and hugged Annalise tighter. Though Annalise's sudden roar startled Tommy, it didn't affect his affection for her. Even under the effects of the truth serum, Annalise maintained her gentleness toward Tommy, proving that deep down, she wasn't a temperamental person. Perhaps she was only gentle with friends, not enemies. Ha 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 ha. Just then, Evangeline, who had been flying for some time, arrived in front of them and saw Tommy and Annalise passionately embracing. She couldn't help but laugh aloud, teasing, "Jaspertal Annalise, you've finally reached the happy end with your beloved." Before Tommy and Annalise could respond, Evangeline suddenly exclaimed upon seeing the table covered with sparkling barbecue skewers. Her eyes locked onto them, and without hesitation, she grabbed a skewer and began eating, revealing a blissful expression. Tommy realized it was too late to stop her, and even if he tried, it wouldn't work. Except for top-tier experts, few people could resist once they saw the barbecue. Moreover, no matter why Evangeline came, she would soon find out anyway. Since there were no outsiders present, there was no fear of her spilling secrets. As for the Beck, they didn't count. As prisoners of Cliffside Peak, the more they knew, the quicker they would meet their demise. Hashtag Chapter 233, Ancient Inheritance. Tasting the delicious meal made by Tommy again, Evangeline burst into tears and complained, "With such tasty food, why didn't you guys call me?" Evangeline was truly crying out of hunger. Coincidentally, so far, Tommy had only prepared the truth meal twice, and both times Evangeline happened to be present. As she ate and cried, Evangeline began complaining bitterly, "Jaspertal Hazel, why haven't you visited me in so long? You really have forgotten your elder sister, just because you found a love interest." Under the influence of the truth meal, Evangeline rambled like a child, pouring out her grievances. In Xinjian sect, Evangeline was renowned for her mastery of both the zither and sword, but this reputation was mainly among her peers. Evangeline wasn't old. Her actual age was only 28, which is why she could be friends with Hazel. Her heart was pure, and from a young age, she joined Xinjian sect, showcasing exceptional talent. Through relentless efforts, she became the head of Tianyin Peak at a young age. The real Evangeline was quite simple-hearted. evident from how she laughed and cried without restraint. At this moment, Hazel's face turned even redder, and smoke rose from her head as Evangeline teased her. She quickly released her embrace on Tommy and took his hand instead, explaining seriously, "No, I didn't forget Sister Sherry. A few days ago, I did visit Sister Sherry, but the disciples at the peak said you were traveling outside," Hazel hastily explained, waving her hand. "And when I sent you celestial messages, you didn't reply." Oops. Hearing this, Evangeline immediately chuckled, trying to cover up, "I was searching for a secret realm, of course." The moment she spoke, Evangeline covered her mouth, alarmed by her own words. But she couldn't stop herself from spilling everything. According to family news, an ancient saint left a secret realm near the Western Holy Land, the Great Compassion Zen Temple. That's why I went there to seek an opportunity. As she spoke, she kept covering her mouth. Despite realizing something was off, she couldn't resist speaking her mind. Gradually, she no longer questioned her state and thought it was normal. Through Evangeline's narration, everyone learned a shocking secret. Shortly after Tommy left for Tiansheng Palace, Evangeline's family informed her about the appearance of an ancient secret realm and urged her to find opportunities there. She immediately set off, disappearing for several months. Upon arriving at the secret realm, she discovered that it was an ancient sword saint's training legacy, containing swordsmanship inheritance. However, although many testers tried their luck, most returned empty-handed. Even Evangeline failed to obtain the inheritance but gained some benefits, advancing her cultivation level. The deepest part of the ancient secret realm held the sword saint's swordsmanship inheritance, which no one had successfully obtained. It's important to understand that saints from the ancient era weren't like the elderly elders and sects today. Back then, saints were extraordinarily combat-capable, honed through battles against other races. Human territories were much smaller then, and other races roamed freely. It took great efforts by cultivators to expel these races. Therefore, ancient cultivators generally had higher combat skills than those who meditated in isolation now. Thus, the importance of the swordsmanship inheritance left by the ancient saint can hardly be overstated. After Evangeline finished speaking, everyone became excited. Tommy was the most affected. Originally, Tommy had lost all hope in his swordsmanship talent. Being a disciple of Xinjian's sect from Clifftop Peak, known for its swordsmanship, he still couldn't master sword techniques, making it his biggest regret. While Tommy might not need exquisite sword techniques since his punches could be powerful, they looked cool. Wearing white robes and wielding a magnificent sword, roaming the world would make anyone praise him as a sword immortal. Therefore, Tommy yearned to go to the ancient secret realm to obtain the swordsmanship inheritance and fulfill his dream. Excitement bubbled within him, urging him to call his companions to explore the secret realm together. But before he could speak, cold water poured over him. "Sigh, what a pity, you can't go now." Evangeline expressed regret. "The secret realm has cultivation limits. Only golden core cultivators can enter. Otherwise, I'd take you all for another try. Moreover, it opens every 2 months. Calculating the time, the next opening should be in about a month." "Oh, golden core?" Ainsley's big eyes flickered as she muttered under her breath. Suddenly, she stood up, walked to an open space, and began sitting in meditation to gather spiritual energy. "Tommy, what are you doing?" Seeing this, Tommy grew anxious, knowing his sister was extraordinary and extremely talented, but breaking through right here? Though nervous, Tommy didn't dare interrupt. Breaking through from 100 meridians to golden core required surviving lightning tribulations. Without full preparation, rash breakthroughs often ended in death. Soon, as Ainsley's aura grew stronger, the surrounding spiritual energy surged and entered her body. "Protect her." Tommy frowned anxiously, shouting softly. Though irritated by his sister's impulsiveness, he couldn't stop her now. Interrupting could cause her injuries or worse, lead to immediate death from reversed blood flow. Brock carried the beck away, preventing them from causing trouble. Others, including Evangeline, cautiously distanced themselves from Ainsley, guarding her vigilantly to prevent any disturbances. Chapter 234. Ainsley's Tribulation. Before long, as Ainsley's aura grew increasingly intense and reached its peak, a large expanse of dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky. The thick cloud cover extended over 100 kilometers in both length and width, completely shrouding Cliff Peak. Inside the cloud mass, countless bolts of purple lightning flickered incessantly, crackling with the power to annihilate anyone who dared challenge heavenly might. Witnessing such overwhelming power made even Tommy feel apprehensive. Although his sister's ascension to the Golden Core realm would not invoke a spectacle as grand as when he unleashed his full strength, just breaking through from the 100-channel stage to the Golden Core was already an event of unprecedented magnitude. "Move to the edge." Evangeline, her expression serious, whispered, watching the sky fill with thunderbolts. "This power is too formidable. Let's move quickly to avoid affecting ourselves and adding to Joanna's difficulties." Evangeline was the most experienced cultivator present and had experience with tribulations. Even though she had gone through the Golden Core tribulation herself, the intensity of Ainsley's triggered tribulation left her astonished. Never before had she heard of a 100 channels breakthrough invoking a storm cloud that stretched for hundreds of miles. Under Evangeline's direction, everyone retreated from the center of Ainsley's tribulation range, observing from the periphery. Even the disciples of Cliff Peak, following Tommy's order, moved away, leaving Ainsley alone to undergo her tribulation. Ainsley's impromptu breakthrough had caused a significant stir within the sect, drawing almost all the senior elders. And Brecken also appeared, his face stern, his divine sense instantly spreading across the entire sect to meticulously inspect every detail, ensuring no unforeseen events could endanger Ainsley. Suddenly, as if noticing something, Brecken furrowed his brows slightly, summoning several veteran elders for a brief conversation. After their exchange, these elders immediately flew out of the sect to suppress any potential disturbances. No one else but Ainsley and Tommy could command such attention during a tribulation. With their father being a sage, Brecken knew better than to let anything happen to Ainsley. Otherwise, his elder brother wouldn't hesitate to skin him alive. Slowly, the tribulation began. From within the dense clouds, a massive bolt of purple divine lightning, nearly a zhang wide, plummeted from the sky, ruthlessly striking towards Ainsley. Standing firm, Ainsley tilted her head slightly upward, her serious young face revealing no fear. She was fully prepared. A thunderous boom resonated as the divine lightning struck directly above Ainsley's head, causing a deafening explosion. Her previously fearless face turned charred black, her hair disheveled, looking both brave and bedraggled. Tommy, using his divine sense, felt a chill of worry for Ainsley. Tribulations must not be interfered with by others. If someone were to intervene, the tribulation would only intensify rather than dissipate. Safety assurances like protective talismans or Faraday cages could protect Ainsley, yet neither option was viable for a transition from the 100 channels to the golden core stage. Ainsley was well prepared with defensive artifacts, such as her golden armor which could withstand the lightning, but this specific transition required direct exposure to the divine lightning to form the golden core. Thus, no one could assist Ainsley. She had to endure it on her own. I hate this. After the first bolt, Ainsley wiped her scorched face and pouted up at the sky, complaining, "Make it smaller." As if hearing her complaint, the lightning seemed to grow even more dazzling and loud, with the second bolt rapidly approaching without giving Ainsley much time to prepare. The second bolt was far larger and more terrifying than the first, resembling a colossal dragon coiled in violet light, descending with overwhelming force. Upon witnessing this, everyone outside Cliff Peak held their breath, even Brecken flying up close to the tribulation clouds. Should Ainsley fail, he would use his full strength to extinguish the tribulation clouds. While it would save her life, it would also permanently confine her to the 100-channel stage. But the tribulation seemed determined to challenge Ainsley, growing ever stronger. An ordeal far beyond what should be expected for the 100-channel stage. As the second bolt neared Ainsley once again, it no longer resembled mere lightning, but rather a massive purple beam of light. Just then, an incredible sight occurred. The second bolt abruptly halted right before striking Ainsley, hovering mid-air. This phenomenon shocked not only Tommy but even the well-versed Brecken. Not only was the power of Ainsley's tribulation wildly abnormal, but the fact that the lightning could stop mid-strike challenged the very principles of physics. Fortunately, the world of cultivation lacked Newton. Otherwise, even he would have risen from the dead. However, the spectacle wasn't over. Just as everyone gaped in astonishment, the suspended bolt moved again, responding to Ainsley's needs. Below the massive beam of light, countless tiny lightning tendrils, thin like chopsticks, slowly extended towards Ainsley's head. Crack! As the lightning touched Ainsley's hair, already frizzy from the previous strike, it exploded even further, standing upright like a startled cat. "No touching my hair." Ainsley lifted her head and shouted at the purple beam, straightening her disheveled hair. For girls, hair was a second life, each strand precious as gold. At her rebuke, the small tendrils of lightning suddenly froze. Chapter 235, Heavenly Dao's Favorite Daughter. The thunderbolt, which was supposed to strike Ainsley's head, suddenly and orderly bypassed her head, forming a queue around her body. The bolts of lightning entered her body through the pores, consolidating her spiritual energy and purifying her meridians. Heavier on the back. Focus more on the feet. More on the feet. Don't touch my head. Heavier. Too heavy. Jasper. Good. Keep this intensity. A bit more on the shoulders. Ainsley seemed like the personal daughter of Heavenly Dao, receiving meticulous care. She commanded the lightning, bathing in it, while these once destructive divine thunders now treated her as carefully as a nanny caring for her child. When Ainsley wanted it light or heavy, they complied instantly. This bizarre scene of ascending shocked everyone present, making them question their worldview. They knew of the existence of Heavenly Dao, but had always been told that it was indifferent and impartial. No one had ever heard of it favoring someone so much. However, Tommy, not one to believe in such things, cautiously flew into the range of the thunderstorm cloud. He reached out his finger, testing the situation at the edge of the storm. He knew that Heavenly Dao was sentient and, considering his contributions to the world, he should at least be treated with some gentleness. But as soon as he came into contact with the area around Ainsley's ascension, the previously gentle purple beams turned wild. Instantly, a bolt of lightning as thick as a barrel split off from the beam and surged toward Tommy. No one anticipated this sudden turn of events. Even Jasper Yuanpong could not react in time. Though the bolt didn't appear too formidable, Tommy, experiencing it firsthand, felt the devastating power within it. In an instant, this barrel-thick bolt struck Tommy directly, sending him flying hundreds of meters away. Upon seeing this unexpected event, Jasper Yuanpong and his companions rushed over, encircling him to check his injuries. Despite looking disheveled, with a scorched body and tattered clothes, Tommy, being a tough iron tortoise, managed to withstand the blow. But lying there, Tommy felt bitter, not because of the pain from the thunder, but out of envy. Why should his sister receive such preferential treatment? Why not him, when they share the same parents? While matriarch Jasper Jian favored her daughters, it seemed even Heavenly Dao was biased towards girls. After a moment, Tommy calmed down. He got up, cast a simple spell to clean himself, changed into a fresh set of white clothes, and rejoined his companions to observe Ainsley's ascension by the edge of the thunderstorm clouds. He realized now that no one dared intrude during Ainsley's ascension, lest they incur the wrath of Heavenly Dao. Just as Tommy returned, he saw Ainsley with an angry expression, hands on her hips, pointing upwards and shouting loudly, "Who allowed you to hit my brother? Apologize immediately. You're being stubborn? I'm mad." Ainsley scolded the thunder, defending her brother. The sky rumbled as if reluctantly agreeing, splitting off smaller bolts of lightning to continue cleansing Ainsley's body. Seeing no reaction from the thunder, Ainsley raised her voice even higher. "Quick, apologize or I won't complete this ascension." With that, she made a show of casually swatting out the small lightning bolts around her and stepping away. Rumble. Seeing that Ainsley was serious, the sky growled unwillingly. Then, from the purple beam, a thin golden needle-like bolt emerged, speeding towards Tommy. In the blink of an eye, the needle-thin bolt pierced Tommy's body. Instantly, he felt a warm, comforting sensation spreading throughout his body. Even his cultivation, already at its peak, began to elevate. Peak 100 meridians, early golden core, mid-golden core. However, this didn't last long. His body, like a leaky balloon, expelled all the accumulated spiritual energy, and his cultivation returned to peak 100 meridians. Ding. Detected gift from Heavenly Tao, Essence Divine Jaspergning. Ding. As the host has yet to gain full recognition from heaven and earth, the system will reclaim the Essence Divine Jaspergning, rewarding 500 points and presenting a banner titled, Enthusiastic Contributor. F***K. Tommy, who had been hopeful upon seeing the system message, immediately looked like a frostbitten eggplant, cursing under his breath. He thought he had found a new loophole to bypass the foreigner debuff via Ainsley's lightning ascension, but the system truly cheated him, giving only a taste before reclaiming everything along with a humiliating 500 points. I don't owe you those 500 points. Tommy grumbled, increasingly furious. With his immense wealth, did he really need those measly 500 points? Moreover, checking the system space only fueled his anger. A red banner titled, Enthusiastic Contributor, lay in a corner. After inspecting it thoroughly, he realized it was just a banner with no special effects. The insult was significant, and it left a bad taste in his mouth. Throwing it away felt wasteful, given it was linked to the reclaimed Essence Divine Jaspergning. Keeping it, however, irritated him every time he saw it. So, he buried it in a pile of miscellaneous items, opting for out of sight, out of mind. On Ainsley's side, noticing her brother's aura surge and understanding he had received something, she returned to the center of the thunderclouds without further fuss, continuing her ascension. Meanwhile, she bathed in the lightning, muttering softly to herself, "Humph, too stingy. That's not nearly enough for my brother." Rumble. Got it. Next time during the ascension, give him more. Rumble. All right, no complaints here. Just remember, heavier on the back, it needs more. Rumble. The narrative remains true to the original tone, style, and structure, ensuring fluent English while maintaining coherence with the preceding content. Chapter 236, Cheating Jasper's Sister. After about half an hour, under the astonished gazes of everyone present, the energy from the purple light pillar began to gradually fade. As the last bolt of lightning gently entered Ainsley's body, a golden lightning-shaped mark suddenly appeared on her forehead before slowly dissipating and vanishing. Ainsley's cultivation soared from the peak of the 100 Meridian stage directly to the middle golden core stage, bypassing the initial stage altogether. It was as if she had truly become the favored daughter of heaven itself. She weathered the tribulation once and reaped all its benefits, even securing some for her brother, though her brother seemed a bit unworthy of it. Immediately after Ainsley's tribulation ended, as the tribulation cloud slowly dissipated, the elders swarmed around her, bombarding her with questions. In truth, these leaders were not to blame for their lack of decorum. In the Shinjin sect, only Brecken knew the true identity and cultivation of Jasper J. Everyone else considered him merely a peak master. Moreover, even in Brecken's view, no daughter of a sage should have this much advantage. This single tribulation had utterly shattered the worldview these venerable elders had held for millennia. Step back. With a thunderous voice, Brecken unleashed his aura, pushing the surrounding elders away from Ainsley. At the same time, he warned everyone telepathically that they must not spread word of this, or face severe consequences. Yes. They responded in unison, bowing respectfully, before streaks of light whisked them away from Broken Cliff Peak. It wasn't that Brecken was overly cautious. He had no choice but to be vigilant. If news of this got out, Ainsley would definitely be hunted down relentlessly by the ancient families. After all, someone who could be so close to the way of heaven was a prime candidate for the next great emperor. Each era of the cultivation world could only have one great emperor, whose presence would prevent the emergence of another. Many of those ancient families eagerly anticipated the Tao fruit of the great emperor. Joanna. Clearing his throat after shooing the elders away, Brecken approached Ainsley and asked softly, "What happened just now? Were you able to communicate with the Thunder Tribulation?" This question perplexed not only Brecken but also the group of young cultivators, who eagerly awaited Ainsley's response. "I don't know," Ainsley replied playfully, adopting a bewildered expression. "Can't everyone do that?" The crowd stared in disbelief. Was this something everyone could do? At this critical moment, please don't be such a show-off. Seeing the puzzled expressions on everyone's faces, Ainsley hastily added with a serious look, "Actually, it's quite simple. You just need to tell it to go easier or harder, and it will listen to you." "Oh, so that's how it works. I'll try that next time," Izar exclaimed, immediately putting on an air of profound understanding. Brecken nodded approvingly, silently deciding to test Ainsley's method when he faced his own sage tribulation. The young cultivators also nodded thoughtfully, pondering over what they learned. If it weren't for knowing that his sister had always been unconventional, Tommy might have believed her words. Ainsley rarely followed conventional logic, even being immune to Tommy's skills, which made her unpredictable. Therefore, no matter how bizarre things became with her, Tommy quickly regained his composure, accustomed to her quirks. Satisfied with the answers, Brecken nodded at Tommy and flew off from Broken Cliff Peak. With the disruptive element gone, Ainsley hurriedly skipped over to her brother, grabbing his hand excitedly. "Brother, how did it feel? Did you get the benefits?" "Tommy." He did get the benefits, but they were taken back. However, Tommy couldn't admit this to his sister, so he awkwardly gazed at the sky, whistling nonchalantly. "Huh." Noticing something off with her brother, Ainsley suddenly asked, then quickly examined Tommy closely. After a while, her little head full of big question marks, eyebrows furrowed, eyes wide with bewilderment, she queried, "Brother, why aren't you at the Golden Core stage yet? That shouldn't be the case." Hearing this, Tommy felt like he'd been struck by lightning. The real issue wasn't whether he reached Golden Core, but that his sister could seemingly see his true cultivation. Few could achieve this, not to mention the young cultivators who knew Tommy was extraordinary but didn't inquire too deeply. And as for Sage Jasper Jang, it was possible he could see through Tommy's true strength. Initially, Jasper Jang sending Tommy to participate in the Xinjiang sect's disciple recruitment competition might have been to avoid his daughter getting hurt. One shouldn't underestimate Jasper Jang's capability to pull stunts. Knowing full well his son had no cultivation, he still pretended to be unaware. Given his protective nature, it wasn't hard to imagine him doing this. But for Ainsley to call out his true cultivation was genuinely shocking. His sister seemed even more mysterious, making him feel like she was the real protagonist. Even with all his external advantages, he couldn't surpass her. Despite being shocked, Tommy maintained his facade. He put on a grave demeanor and lectured, "Joanna, without accumulating steps, one cannot travel 1,000 miles. Without gathering small streams, one cannot form rivers. As cultivators, we cannot rely on external means to advance our cultivation. It makes our foundation unstable. Next time, you should keep those benefits for yourself." With that, he flicked his sleeve, looked up at the sky, and mused with a profound expression. "I, Tommy, am not someone who relies on external help. Only by taking each step firmly can one truly reach the summit." Ainsley. Tommy's philosophical words made the young cultivators ponder reflectively. Fortunately, the honesty session had concluded, otherwise, Tommy wouldn't have been able to fool anyone. However, Ainsley's face contorted as she wrestled with revealing the truth while maintaining her brother's dignity. She finally couldn't hold back any longer and burst out, "But you took elixirs to boost your cultivation before." "Tommy, sure is nice weather today." "Ainsley, answer me, didn't you get the benefits?" "Tommy, Joanna, what's your take on the current state of the cultivation world?" Tommy evaded the pressing issue, diverting the conversation to a broader topic. Despite his attempts, the underlying tension between brother and sister simmered, setting the stage for future revelations. Chapter 237, Gaming Time. Stop playing games with me." Seeing that Casper couldn't get away, Ainsley lunged at him, ready to vent her anger for his refusal of her good intentions. Tommy sprinted ahead while Ainsley pursued him, and the children laughed beside them, a lively scene full of joy and noise. Running along, Tommy suddenly came to a halt, his expression turning serious. "Keep running." As Tommy stopped, Ainsley had no choice but to stop too, fuming as she said, "Keep running. If you don't, I'll really beat you up." Now Tommy found himself in Daeon's former position. How he once treated Daeon was now being reciprocated by Ainsley. However, Tommy suddenly remembered an important matter, and his mind wasn't on joking around anymore. He looked towards Brock and asked in a low voice, "Where are G Family's brothers?" Tommy's concern wasn't unfounded. Ainsley's tribulation transcending this time was too outrageous. If their own people saw it, it would be fine since they wouldn't spread it around. That much Tommy was certain of. But if G Family's brothers saw it, they'd have to remain in Xinjiang sect forever. Until Ainsley could fend for herself, news of her transcending must not be revealed. "Don't worry." Noticing Tommy's worries, Brock responded gruffly and flew down the mountain promptly. Before long, Brock returned with each hand carrying one of the G Family brothers, saying, "They don't know anything. I knocked them out. Should I finish them off?" Seeing Gallagher and Hassan's state, Tommy finally relaxed and replied with a smile, "There's no need to kill them, just lock them up." Brock did things reliably, understanding that Ainsley's transcending was a significant event. After taking the G Family brothers away, he didn't even let them see what was happening before knocking them out. Luckily, Brock was foresight. Otherwise, it would have been troublesome indeed. After ending his frolicking with his sister, Tommy gathered his friends and returned to the courtyard to rest. That night, lying on his bed, Tommy pondered over today's news from Evangeline. At present, the ancient sword sage's legacy would open in about a month. Entering the secret realm required one to reach the golden core realm at the very least. Among the group, only Geordie had previously reached this level, and today added Ainsley. This inheritance of the sword saint, Tommy was determined to obtain. Nobody could stop him from becoming a sword immortal. However, achieving a breakthrough within a month seemed somewhat tight in terms of time. The debuff imposed upon outsiders locked him down thoroughly. Only obtaining heavenly virtue could partially lift these restrictions. Otherwise, any loophole exploitation would be blocked, his sister's primordial divine thunder included. To gain virtue, Tommy was already experienced. The most effective way was to create games, applications, and genuinely beneficial projects for the cultivator world. However, not every game or app could gain heaven's favor. Even Weibo and Dida failed to accumulate virtue. Continuous trial and error were not an option either. Tommy aimed to build the Cliff Peak brand. Everything produced there had to be top-notch. Additionally, releasing too quickly might overwhelm the native inhabitants of the cultivator world. Hence, he thought that sufficient cultivation should suffice, giving natives some adaptation time. Following this, Tommy resumed his usual routine, picking up paper and pen to sketch out his ideas, summarizing past events. The first restriction removal occurred when he created the Plants vs. Aliens game, allowing cultivation to peak at chi condensation. The second time was due to inventing immortal devices, which sparked a technological revolution in the cultivation world, reaching peak foundation establishment. The most recent instance involved achieving maximum production of immortal devices, leading to the current Pulse Apex realm. Summarizing these conditions for removing restrictions gave Tommy new thoughts. One more unlock would bring him to the Golden Core realm, likely holding him at Nascent Soul eventually. The simplest, most effective method was still creating games. However, these games must enhance cultivators' strength rather than just providing entertainment. By doing so, it could bring substantial spirit stones for Cliff Peak Group, even potentially harvesting ancient families during critical moments. Having this in mind, Tommy decided to make a version of League of Legends, LOL, for the Immortals world. Of course, he planned two versions, a PvP version accessible to cultivators and a web game specifically targeting ancient family members, designed to exploit players without improving their strength. Tommy started drafting the scheme for the Immortal World LOL, step by step. First, heroes should be localized. chosen from renowned figures in the cultivation world. Tommy had plans. Sect leaders, elders, and geniuses of major sects were excellent choices, such as Brecken, Arnold, and even himself. Skill selection should come directly from these great figures, replicating their abilities in-game. This would allow players to experience the attack methods of these greats, enhancing their combat skills. Certainly, this plan had benefits but faced immense challenges. Simulating these attacks realistically might be impossible. Moreover, convincing these figures to cooperate was another huge problem. Apart from Brecken, few would willingly expose their attack styles. Considering this, Tommy planned to convene a Cliff Peak meeting, inviting multiple prominent figures via immortal devices to gather their opinions. Late into the night, filled with thoughts, Tommy slowly fell asleep. He intended to recuperate, maintaining optimal form to meet these true greats tomorrow. Next morning, Tommy meticulously groomed himself, dressing like a prominent figure. Striding confidently, he headed toward the main hall of Cliff Peak. Chapter 238. Summoning a meeting. After arriving at the Grand Hall, Tommy took his seat at the head of the long table and called out loudly, "Joanna, it's time to gather everyone for the meeting." "Got it." Ainsley responded from outside the hall, sounding slightly annoyed. Having informed his sister, Tommy propped his chin in one hand, elbow resting on the table, and began to think. There was no need for him to worry about the Shinsword sect. He could trust Ainsley to summon the major players within the sect. As for other sects, Tiansheng Palace would likely attend to give some faces in-laws. The Wanayana Ho family were insiders, with Dimitri being part of the Clifftop group, so he would certainly come. Now, there were just 3 sacred places that he didn't know well: Purple Dao sect of Eastern Wasteland. Although Shinsword sect was under their control, he wasn't personally familiar with them. Then there was the Great Sorrow Zen Temple of Western Land, a group not to be trifled with whom he hadn't met. Lastly, there was Julie Divine Dynasty of Central State, which was unlike other holy sites as it operated under imperial rule, said to be very powerful but also unfamiliar territory. Tommy gave up on pondering these issues after realizing they were getting him nowhere. As chairman, all he needed to do was steer the group's direction. Let others handle the rest, like Brecken, who was a suitable choice for this matter. A few moments later, just as Tommy was contemplating how to convince everyone, a flurry of people rushed into the grand hall. "Brother!" Ainsley bounced over to Tommy, grabbed a chair, and sat next to her brother proudly. "I brought everyone here." "Tommy." Seeing the crowd filling the hall, Tommy inwardly complained about Ainsley. What was there to be proud of? He had asked her to gather a few members, plus Brecken. Why did she bring along all the elders and peak leaders? Of course, expelling people would be too hurtful, so he entrusted this task to Brecken. With a smile, Tommy stood up and greeted the gathered dignitaries. He then quietly instructed Brecken, "Second uncle, this meeting is important, and we'll have St. Lords present." Brecken nodded, understanding the implication. With a serious expression, he turned to the elders and peak leaders behind him, waving them away quietly. "This meeting is highly confidential. Please wait outside and ensure no one disturbs us." "Yes." They bowed and swiftly exited the hall. Brecken even cast a high-level isolation array to ensure the meeting remained private. In truth, Tommy was just dealing with an excessive number of idle people causing disruptions, not because he distrusted them, but it made sense to Tommy that fewer people would be better if St. Lords attended. Once everything was settled, the Clifftop group members took their seats on Tommy's right side. Now, Brecken knew better than to command Tommy, so he didn't mind losing face. As for Annalise and Ainsley, they sat beside Tommy like protectors, while Brecken found a spot and sat down without complaint. Once everyone was ready, Tommy gestured to Brecken and asked earnestly, "Second uncle, can you contact Arnold for the meeting?" Brecken looked troubled and stammered, I suspect you calling him directly might work better." Tommy sighed inwardly. It seemed he couldn't rely on Brecken, who always had a love-hate relationship with Arnold. Before all attendees arrived, Tommy didn't want to repeat his plans too early, as meetings should be formal. To avoid mistakes, he had privately discussed the feasibility with Annalise, his partner and Clifftop technology supervisor. Annalise indicated that the plan was technically feasible, but required help from Arnold's mentors and leaders from Tiansheng Palace. So now, it wasn't a technical issue but an authorization one. Thus, Tommy had been eager to contact these key figures so he could create heroes based on them. Resigned to the situation, Tommy straightened and decided to call Arnold himself. At that moment, on video call, "Ha ha ha, Wenxiang." Arnold laughed heartily, greeting him warmly. Tommy reciprocated, following proper protocol with the elder, laughing cordially, "Ha ha ha, Palace Lord, it's been a while. How are you?" "I'm doing great," Arnold replied smiling, waiting for Tommy to continue. These leaders were astute. Finding Tommy after such a long break must mean business. "Let's skip the formalities, shall we?" Tommy put on a serious face and said earnestly, "I have a billion-level project. Are you interested?" "Oh, tell me more." Hearing another chance to earn spirit stones, Arnold grinned. The last time, taking over Tommy's ferry opportunities and Clifftop Bank had made him extremely wealthy. If Tommy had more projects, he couldn't be happier. With more big deals, Tiansheng Palace would regain its former glory under his watch, providing bragging rights when entering the Grand Elder Hall. Tommy meticulously described his version of League of Legends, LOL, for the immortal world, emphasizing profit strategies tailored to Arnold's tastes. Fair competitive games make money through skins, special effects, offline tournaments, and brand influence. Tommy designed pay-to-win features without compromising gameplay experience. Soon, those cultivators wishing to play his game would be prepared to spend money. Chapter 239, Gathering of the Holy Masters. A short while later, after Tommy finished explaining the game's operational and profit models to Arnold, Arnold first showed delight, but was then filled with concern. "There's no problem on my side, but I'm afraid the other Holy Masters won't agree. I will offer you a 3% profit share. Please invite the other Holy Masters for a meeting," Tommy said solemnly. Previously, Tommy had agreed with Arnold that the profits from using Arnold's character image and skills in the game would be shared at 2%. While it might not seem much, this was just from one source. The profits from recharges on Cliff Peak and the salary from creating the game were additional. Thus, Tommy was offering a significant deal. No need, 2 points are enough. Realizing Tommy misunderstood him, Arnold immediately clarified earnestly. You should remain fair. There are no walls so solid they don't leak wind. Understanding Arnold's intention, Tommy bowed in gratitude. Arnold had no objections to Tommy's proposal and even supported it, willing to contribute manpower or effort as needed. Besides, Tommy was already tied to Heavenly St. Palace as an honorary elder. Everyone could make money together. Arnold wouldn't try to undermine him. Arnold's reminder was likely to prevent jealousy among the other holy masters, thus avoiding unnecessary complications. You wait a moment, I'll set up a group chat. After advising Tommy, Arnold ended the video call and began communicating with the other major players. Shortly after, a notification came through on Tommy's immortal device. Lexi invites you to join Holy Land Alliance. Upon entering the group, Arnold immediately initiated a group video call, inviting several holy masters to participate. The moment Tommy entered the video call, he made some quick adjustments on his device. Instantly, four major figures appeared before them. This time, the video was not projected conventionally but directly cast via Tommy's immortal device, showing holographic projections of the leaders within the Great Hall of Cliff Peak. They appeared as if present in person, engaging face-to-face with Tommy. Upon their appearance, Brecken quickly stood up and greeted the four figures respectfully. They smiled and nodded in return, without putting on airs. Afterward, the three remaining figures stood quietly beside Arnold, waiting for introductions. At this point, Arnold walked next to Tommy, patted his shoulder, and introduced the others. Come, Wenxiang, let me introduce you. This is your Zi Dao sect's holy master, Bergen. Tommy looked in the direction Arnold indicated, seeing a middle-aged man around 50 in yellow Taoist robes. He exuded an inner strength, with eyes like stars, quite remarkable. Noticing Tommy's slight nervousness, Bergen approached with a smile, inspected him for a moment, and nodded approvingly. Good lad, heroes emerge when young. Met Holy Master Montague. Tommy greeted, bowing respectfully with a smile. Holy Master is too kind. Bergen waved a sleeve playfully and feigned seriousness. What, Holy Master? If you don't mind, just call me Uncle. However, before Tommy could respond, Arnold intervened protectively. What nonsense? You old coot, what are you doing? Stop making unwarranted connections. I'll have you know, our esteemed nephew is already our Heavenly St. Palace's son-in-law and honorary elder. What do you mean by that? Bergen huffed and pretended to be angry. Even if Xinyuan sect is under Zi Dao sect, he is still my disciple. If you truly see him as your disciple, don't take any money later. Arnold shot back sarcastically. Bergen couldn't take that lightly. Take money? What money? Are you planning to charge my disciple? He grew more agitated, turning and involving the other two, watching Holy Masters seriously. I warn you, nobody is allowed to charge my disciple money. Want spirit stones? Come find Bergen. With that, he acted offended, storming off to sit silently. To meet Tommy, Bergen prepared thoroughly, even wearing the seldom-used yellow Taoist robe. Yellow robes were reserved for important occasions in Zi Dao sect, indicating Bergen's high regard for this meeting and respect for Tommy. His efforts weren't baseless. After learning about the immortal device, Bergen wanted to build a good relationship with Tommy. Every time Tommy posted on social media, Bergen would like and comment, hoping to familiarize himself. After all, Tommy originated from Xinyuan sect, which belonged to Zi Dao sect. Rounded up, Tommy was his disciple. Today, Tommy gained fame from creating the immortal device, becoming less familiar with him and closer to Heavenly St. Palace. Feeling uneasy, Bergen sought opportunities to improve relations, hoping Tommy would bring the immortal device business closer to Zi Dao sect for support. Soon, Arnold interrupted the farce and introduced another holy master. Considering everyone held the title of holy master, none was superior to the other. Arnold knew Bergen's intentions and wouldn't indulge him. If Bergen insisted on being offended, he could stew in his own anger. Next, Arnold pointed to a majestic man in dark green dragon robes. This is the Emperor of Zhili Divine Dynasty, Inigo. This introduction left Tommy at a loss. Calling him Holy Master felt inappropriate since he was an emperor. Calling him Your Majesty seemed too submissive, yet he didn't want to appear disrespectful. Despite their titles, he was still the boss here at Cliff Peak. Yet, politeness required giving due respect, especially to elders. After some thought, Tommy hesitantly replied, met big shots? Chapter 240, Bodhi. Ah, no need to be nervous, young man. Seeing Tommy's unease, Inigo walked forward with a smile and gave him a friendly pat on the shoulder, saying, Don't call me sir, just call me uncle. Cough, cough. Seeing Inigo also trying to establish a familial connection, Arnold was the first to object. He coughed loudly to indicate to Inigo not to make such random connections here. Okay, I'm not going to snatch your son-in-law. Understanding Arnold's meaning, Inigo pulled a long face and gave Arnold a faint look, replying, Look at how petty you are. Am I that kind of person? Arnold, yes. Tommy. Speechless. Each of these elders wanted to be his uncle. If this kept up, it would indeed be like the old saying, my family has countless cousins who only show up for big events. Immediately after, Tommy smiled, bowed, and guided Inigo to his seat. Then, Arnold led Tommy to the last holy master, solemnly introducing, This is the abbot of Daviachansi Temple, Abner. Nice to meet you, master. Tommy clasped his hands together in a Buddhist greeting. Abner appeared to be about 70 years old. He had a benevolent countenance and wore a golden yellow cassock. His neck and wrists were adorned with prayer beads, making him look every bit like an enlightened monk. At Tommy's greeting, he nodded with a smile and returned the gesture. However, before Abner could take his seat, another figure suddenly materialized beside him. This figure seemed to be in his early 20s, dressed in loose white robes with long, flowing hair and handsome features. Looking at Tommy, he shouted excitedly, Hey bro, do you know who I am? Tommy. What was going on? Why did someone appear out of nowhere? Not just Tommy, but the other elders present were also confused by this sudden appearance. Only Abner retained his calm, smiling as he struck the phantom figure with a heavy blow, sending him flying. But soon, the same figure reappeared, and Abner raised his fist again, ready to strike. However, this time, he seemed prepared and quickly bowed down to Abner, pleading, "Please wait, master." That worked. Abner slowly lowered his raised fist, waiting for him to continue. Seeing that submitting had its benefits, the youthful figure stood up and said through a forced smile, "Master, I thought you practice silence and can't speak conveniently, so I offered to help." Then, walking over to Tommy, he grabbed his shoulder and excitedly introduced himself. "Bro, I'm Bodhi, remember me?" Despite Bodhi's familiarity, Tommy didn't seem too bothered. He did have some recollection of Bodhi. Although they hadn't interacted personally, and Tommy wasn't sure who he was exactly, Bodhi had commented on a statement Tommy posted regarding the G family conflict the previous day. That comment received many likes, which left an impression on Tommy. Just as Tommy was about to return a polite nod to Bodhi, a loud boom sounded and Bodhi, who was hugging Tommy's neck, was once again sent flying. Abner looked embarrassed and used his spiritual energy to write in midair, "I apologize for my mischievous disciple." After writing, Abner politely made a Buddhist gesture to everyone as a sign of apology. Ah, what nonsense, Abner. At this moment, Bergen, the holy master of Zadaoyi Daozong, who had been sitting quietly, suddenly stood up, laughing loudly. "Such a lively disciple is a blessing for you." Abner's face turned red with anger, nearly losing his composure. He swiftly waved his hand, and the word "scram" appeared, flying toward Bergen. Bergen didn't even dodge, letting it hit him while grinning. "Ha ha, can't make me scram. That's enough. All of you are thousands of years old. Stop quarreling." Inigo stood up and blocked Abner from getting angrier. "Let's take our seats. We shouldn't let the younger generation see this." With those words, Abner sat down, keeping a distance from Bergen with a disdainful expression. These holy places seemed harmonious on the surface, but in reality, they had internal conflicts and disagreements, each not giving way to the others. The most contentious relationship was between Zadaoyi Daozong and Dabiachansi Temple, stemming from ancient times when there were disputes between Buddhism and Taoism. To give a recent example, Bergen and Abner were both outstanding figures in their youth, rivals in their generation, much like Arnold and Brecken. They had been competing and mocking each other for millennia, seizing any opportunity to undermine the other, never holding back. At this point, all the elder leaders were seated. Lamenting, Bodhi reappeared next to Abner, this time more subdued. After performing a respectful bow, he quietly took his place next to Abner, staying quiet. Since Abner was practicing silence, it was difficult to communicate even through written notes or mental telepathy. Reluctantly, despite disliking Bodhi's overly exuberant personality, Abner had to rely on him to convey his thoughts. Seeing the elders settle down, Tommy began to worry. 4 of the 5 holy masters had arrived, but where was the Russell Ho family? It was a critical moment, yet the Ho family was still absent. Tommy had already sent them a celestial message inviting Dmitri, but there was no response. Even Arnold's direct invitation failed to bring the Ho family patriarch. This unexpected delay worried Tommy. He couldn't help but suspect something might be wrong with the Ho family. Having no choice, Tommy looked pleadingly at Arnold, hoping he could contact the Ho family again. Arnold understood Tommy's dilemma. For Tommy's plan to succeed, all 5 holy places must support him simultaneously. Even one missing could ruin everything. Hashtag chapter 241. The Sage Lord swears at the streets. After all, the Ho family was one of the Holy Lands, with an extensive sphere of influence and countless descendants under its banner. If they missed Tommy's plan, it would result in a significant blow to their overall strength. If all the sects in the cultivation world advanced while only the ancient Ho family stagnated, breaking the balance among the Holy Lands would invite another era of bloodshed and turmoil. Thus, without the Ho family's participation, this meeting would indeed be difficult to proceed smoothly. Next, Arnold contacted Garrett again, inquiring about his situation. However, no matter how hard Arnold tried, Garrett seemed to have vanished. He could not be reached. Unable to reach either Garrett or Dmitri, Tommy had no choice but to call Farouk Air, Kenny via video chat to inquire about the situation. This time, Tommy wasn't disappointed. It didn't take long for Kenny to connect the video call. In the video feed, Kenny was wielding a large blade, his clothes drenched in blood as he fiercely battled enemies. He didn't forget to greet Tommy amidst the chaos, laughing loudly, "Ha ha ha, nephew, why are you calling your uncle today?" Don't be surprised by Kenny's vernacular. With the rapid development of communication technology, the locals adapted quickly. Now, video calls, voice messages, etc., were collectively referred to as calling. However, what shocked the onlookers was that everyone wanted to be Tommy's uncle, especially Arnold, who reacted strongly, feeling like he was being pranked. Lulin was their honorary elder and also his Heavenly Saint Palace's son-in-law, yet he was involved with so many holy lands? Cough. "Second uncle, are you busy?" Tommy greeted awkwardly, seeing Kenny's fierce appearance. "Haha, not at all, not busy. My hands are itching. I just came out to chop a couple of people." Kenny responded with a laugh, simultaneously slashing the enemy's body violently for everyone to see a live stream of gore. Tommy, scared.jpg. Montageeks, watching the bloody scene in the video, Inigo made a disdainful face, indignantly muttering, "Brat, one cannot strategize with such an idiot. Mind your own business, you petty emperor. Cut the pretentious words. Don't force me to get my brother to deal with you." Kenny retorted, shouldering his large blade after finishing chopping someone and pointing his finger at Inigo's nose. As an emperor and sage lord himself, Inigo wouldn't back down from Kenny's threats. He stood up angrily. "What are you barking for? A brute will always be a brute. Fool, don't interrupt when I'm talking to my big nephew." Kenny continued sarcastically. "What, do you want to be my big nephew too?" Inigo, Jaspertal brat, wait till I catch you. Kenny, come on, try entering my Northern Dipper Holy Land and I'll break your legs. Inigo, damn you asterisk and in hashtag at. Kenny, get lost. Asterisk percent hashtag Ewan. Originally dignified and majestic as a dragon-empowered emperor, Inigo was now utterly discomposed by Kenny's insults. The two began cursing each other like quarrelsome women through Tommy's device. Seeing this, Tommy suddenly felt a bad premonition. This meeting was going to be far from smooth. The Holy Lands were never peaceful. Once idle, they'd inevitably argue with each other, harboring grudges. It wasn't surprising that Arnold found it challenging to gather these sage lords. Moreover, initially, the Heavenly Saint Palace and the other Holy Lands didn't have much enmity. But now, things were different since the Heavenly Saint Palace had discovered Tommy's abilities first and bound him closely. This likely irritated Purple One Dao sect. Enough. Shut up. At this moment, Arnold stepped forward, showcasing his presence and authority. He acted as a mediator and said sternly, I don't care about your grudges. If you want to use the device, let Wenxiang finish speaking. Upon hearing this, Inigo and Kenny stopped arguing in unison, exchanging glances before falling silent. Then, Kenny grinned again and spoke kindly to Tommy. Nephew, don't mind me. Your uncle is just blunt. That Inigo guy, I can't stand him. You wouldn't know what he did back then. Oh, stop there. Don't say those things in front of children. Inigo abruptly slammed the table, standing up and shouting. Our family feuds shouldn't involve children. All right, I won't stoop to your level, Kenny replied reluctantly, smacking his lips. I'm too lazy to deal with you, brute. Inigo huffed, sitting back down muttering. Taking a few deep breaths, Kenny calmed down, suddenly slapping his forehead. All right, what did you call for, nephew? Finally, the discussion was getting back on track. Afraid that they might start arguing again, Tommy hastily asked, Second uncle, where are Montague June and his father? Why can't I contact them? Oh, you mean that? Kenny realized, elder brother accidentally got hit by a meteorite while walking and is severely injured. As for Montague June, I left him to take care of his father. Tommy. Upon hearing this, Tommy's heart pounded furiously. How could you entrust Dimitri to take care of his father like that? Are you trying to speed up his father's demise, or perhaps planning to usurp the position? You don't know Dimitri's constitution? Seeing that Kenny was unperturbed, Tommy hurriedly asked, What constitution? The rough around the edges, Kenny scratched his head, confused. Second uncle, go check on them quickly. Tommy responded anxiously, Go early. You might still find him. Of course, Tommy had originally intended to say, find him whole, but he stopped himself mid-sentence, as this sounded too much like cursing the Ho family's patriarch. Still, it was an unfounded concern. Given Dimitri's constitution, leaving him to care for his father was likely pushing the latter over the edge. Otherwise, how could a sage lord-level figure simply walk and get critically injured by a meteorite? Noticing Tommy's urgency, Kenny knew better than to disregard it. Without hanging up the video call, he flashed away, swiftly flying towards the Ho family residence. The video feed became blurry due to Kenny's rapid flight. Please let me know if you need any adjustments or further assistance with the translation. Chapter 242. The Disaster-Plagued Supreme Lord of the Ho family. A moment later, under Kenny's frantic journey, he arrived with CNG at a graceful courtyard far away from the Ho family complex. Of course, if one ignores the collapsed houses and cracked earth, the courtyard should have originally been graceful. Seeing this scene, Kenny's face turned pale as he hurriedly used his magical power to strike the debris away, finally getting a clear view inside. There lay Dimitri, covered in dirt and unconscious, sprawled on top of his father, Garrett, who struggled to rise, spitting out a mouthful of blood and weakly extending his hand forward. Fengtian, quickly. Bang. Garrett's words were cut off when the marble slab from the roof, which had been hanging precariously, finally gave way and smashed straight onto his head, knocking him out once more. Eldest brother. Witnessing such a tragic sight, Kenny roared anxiously, instantly rushing over to rescue his elder brother and nephew. Next, carrying one in each arm, he swiftly flew away from the courtyard to a secluded area in the rear mountains of the Ho family compound. Then, he hastily took out a pill, using his spiritual energy to turn it into a fine powder, and fed it to Garrett. As for Dimitri, his injuries were simpler to handle. Kenny merely pointed his fingers at a few points on his body, sending some spiritual energy into him, estimating that he would wake up shortly. After settling down Garrett and his son, Kenny plopped down heavily on the ground, sighing deeply. He muttered to himself, Truly, the heavens do not bless our Ho family. Why is my elder brother so plagued by misfortune? Seeing this, Tommy truly wanted to tell him. It's not that your brother is plagued by misfortune, but that your eldest nephew brings disaster to his father. But despite these thoughts, Tommy chose not to meddle in other people's family affairs. Clearly, Kenny was unaware of the truth, as his elder brother, Garrett, had not spoken of it. This was likely done to protect his son, preventing others from turning against or excluding Dimitri. Several minutes passed. Having done all he could, Kenny could only scratch his head anxiously, pacing around while waiting for his elder brother to regain consciousness. Fengtian. At this moment, the lying down Garrett gradually woke up. Elder brother, you're awake? Kenny rushed excitedly to his elder brother's side, hugging Garrett's body and examining him carefully. Indeed, the physique of a supreme lord was robust. After being hit by a meteorite, he was just severely injured and unconscious for a short while before waking up. However, this also thanks to the fact that Dimitri's father is a supreme lord. Had it been an ordinary person, they wouldn't have withstood such calamity. Fengtian, hurry, take Montague June away. Although weak, Garrett's urgency didn't diminish as he shouted anxiously. Elder brother, don't worry. With me here, how can anyone harm you? Kenny puffed his chest confidently. In his eyes, his elder brother was too soft-hearted and protective of his son. Being in their own home, still worrying about his son being harmed? But who was Kenny? The second son of the Ho family. If he couldn't protect his family on Ho family territory, he might as well give up. Garrett glanced at Dimitri lying beside them, hesitant and sighing. Let go of me, guard nearby. Despite not knowing what his elder brother was worried about, Kenny still followed orders, flying to the sky to cautiously observe the surroundings. Meanwhile, Garrett sat cross-legged, absorbing spiritual energy voraciously while simultaneously casting spells to layer shields around himself. Before long, under Garrett's cultivation, his injuries visibly diminished, his complexion gradually becoming ruddy. Pooh, however, just as he was about to get up and check on his son, another spurt of blood shot out from his mouth. Elder brother, what happened? Seeing this, Kenny quickly flew down, urgently inquiring. No matter. Garrett's formerly ruddy face instantly turned deathly pale. Weakly, he said, the meridians reversed, causing a hiccup. Finishing his sentence, he immediately sealed his cultivation, refraining from using any spiritual energy. Garrett had guarded against external threats and cast multiple shields, yet he couldn't withstand Dimitri's inherent curse on his father. He could defend against outside dangers, but not internal ones. At this point, even Kenny noticed something amiss and demanded sternly, Elder brother, are you hiding something from me? You're at the peak of the quasi-saint level, and a hiccup caused you to vomit blood? If this were known, even Inigo wouldn't believe it. Inigo, Kenny, F*******Q. I'm not afraid. F you and an *****#. Tommy. Stop involving innocent bystanders in your quarrels. Even though Inigo was far away and minding his own business, he still had to be insulted by Kenny. Seeing this situation, Tommy discreetly pressed the mute button on his CNG to prevent further insults between Inigo and Kenny. Fengtian, you must not disrespect a supreme lord. Hearing Kenny's remarks, Garrett lectured sternly. However, upon hearing this in the Duanya Peak Hall, Inigo leaned back, smirking at the video screen. Only Garrett and the whole family knows propriety. Before Inigo could finish gloating, Garrett continued through the video call. You should know that although Inigo lacks intelligence and acts rashly, he is still the master of the Holy Land, overseeing a vast empire. Do not underestimate him. Inigo, Garrett, F*******Q. You brothers, F you and an ****#. Everyone. Tommy, feeling utterly worn out, thought whole family brothers really needed a lesson in respect. They shouldn't single out one person for constant abuse. Changing targets occasionally would help. Seeing this, Tommy's uneasy premonition grew stronger. He felt this project would never progress smoothly. These supreme lords would inevitably fight when they met. Elder brother's reprimand is well taken. Next time, I won't insult him. Kenny scratched his head awkwardly, admitting his mistake. Just then, Garrett seemed to notice something, looking up at the floating CNG above Kenny's head, and asked curiously, Fengtian, why are you holding the CNG on your head? Chapter 243, Reunion and Separation. Kenny, damn. After being reminded by his brother, Kenny cursed under his breath and suddenly realized what had happened. In his rush to return, he had only turned off the video feed from Tommy's side, but not his own. It dawned on him that he had inadvertently live-streamed everything. However, despite realizing this belatedly, Kenny did not intend to apologize or indulge Inigo. Instead, he projected the video feed again. Tommy also promptly canceled the mute function, allowing both sides to communicate freely. At that moment, Garrett saw the transmitted footage through the divine device and was taken aback. He noticed that the four holy lords of the cultivation world were all seated, staring intently at them. Among them, Inigo reacted most strongly, pointing at Garrett and launching into a tirade. Garrett, you're a... But Garrett maintained his composure, ignoring Inigo's outburst, and politely nodded at the other holy lords before greeting them. He then instructed Kenny to disconnect the call and prepare to join a group video chat using his own device. A short while later, inside Cliff Peaks Hall, the projected image of Garrett materialized, becoming increasingly solid. As soon as Inigo saw Garrett appear, he began cursing loudly, rising from his seat and rushing towards him, ready to attack. However, as the image was only a projection, none of Inigo's powerful moves could harm Garrett in the slightest. Instead, they only turned the surrounding area into rubble. Ha ha ha. Garrett burst into laughter, striding past the raging Inigo and coming to stand beside Tommy. Jaspertal friend, how have you been lately? He asked heartily. Ha ha. Thanks to Senior's kindness, everything is well. Tommy responded with a respectful bow and a laugh. I truly appreciate your care for Montague June those days, Garrett said apologetically with a nod. Senior, don't be modest. Ho brother and I hit it off immediately. We're like family, Tommy replied, eager to start the meeting rather than engage in small talk. After exchanging pleasantries with Tommy, Garrett smiled and greeted everyone with a polite bow. Apologies for the delay. There were some unforeseen events earlier. Seeing this, the holy lords, along with Tommy and his companions, all rose to return the greeting. After venting his anger, Inigo's fury subsided somewhat, and he gave a perfunctory bow before silently sitting down. Having exchanged greetings, Garrett didn't waste time, taking a seat next to Inigo and placing a hand on his shoulder. Leaning close, he whispered, forget about earlier. We've been at odds for thousands of years. You know my nature. Do I look like I care about your legs? Inigo roared, red-faced and angry, trying to shake off Garrett's hand, which proved futile as the projection couldn't be touched. Unbothered by Inigo's reaction, Garrett chuckled and teased, look at you, still so rough. When will you learn to be more refined? Get lost. Inigo spat back. Just then, Garrett abruptly stood up, his face solemn, and punched the sky, sending a massive beam of light soaring upward. A deafening explosion followed, and large chunks of rock rained down. Montague June. With a weary expression, Garrett said regretfully, Father asked if you can stay over 1,000 miles away. Sorry, Father. Dimitri's virtual image appeared in the hall, his face tear-streaked. I've been back for 2 months and haven't seen you. I missed you. Ah. Garrett sighed deeply, grief-stricken. Montague June, it's not that Father doesn't love you. I have heavy responsibilities now and cannot simply die. Wah. Dmitri sobbed pitifully. Seeing this, Garrett's sorrow deepened. Though he longed to comfort his son, his hand hesitated midair, finally dropping limply. He knew it was too dangerous for him to get close. If Dmitri remained, Garrett would be in peril. An outsider might misconstrue this as a lack of affection, but it was because Garrett loved his son so much that he bore the celestial punishments alone without telling anyone, not even his brother Kinney. After crying, Dmitri stared at his father with lingering sadness. Finally, he hardened his resolve and declared earnestly, "Father, rest assured. I'll leave and never appear by your side again." Ah! Garrett sighed deeply, his eyes reddening with unshed tears. Despite his reluctance, he knew that separating from Dmitri was the best solution. As the head of the Eternal Ho clan, he held a crucial position and could not leave. But hearing his son's words caused him immense pain. He wished to be close to him, but fate seemed to play cruel tricks, constantly testing their father-son relationship. Noticing their distress, Tommy coughed lightly and offered, "Senior, perhaps let Ulrich come to our cliff peak. Then, I shall trouble you, little friend." Garrett nodded gravely, turning to Brecken. "Brother Jasper." Brecken quickly bowed in response, addressing Garrett respectfully. "I order Dmitri to serve as our messenger to the Mystic Sword Sect. Is that acceptable?" Garrett asked formally. "Absolutely welcome." Brecken agreed wholeheartedly. With that settled, Garrett turned to Inigo and softly said, "Fengtian, take Montague June to Cliff Peak." "Fengtian, something's happening?" Kinney asked belatedly, starting to understand. "On the way, let Montague June explain everything," Garrett replied calmly. Without further ado, Kinney lifted Dmitri and sped off towards the south. "My apologies for keeping everyone waiting," Garrett apologized deeply after the emotional scene, bowing to the others once more. In response, everyone returned the gesture, understanding the gravity of the situation. Even Inigo, who usually had a contentious relationship with the Ho family, chose not to provoke the matter. Everyone recognized Garrett's anguish and refrained from adding to his burden at this moment. Chapter 244. The Sixth Meeting of Broken Cliff Peak. "Senior, please take your seat quickly." Tommy nodded at Garrett and spoke solemnly. Finally getting all these holy lords together for a meeting had been no small feat, and Tommy didn't want to waste a moment. Garrett nodded slightly and sat down gracefully, recovering from his earlier sorrow. At this point, Tommy steadily returned to his main seat, his eyes scanning the room as he emitted an invisible aura that filled the entire space. He then slapped the table with both hands, speaking loudly and respectfully. "I hereby declare the sixth meeting of Broken Cliff Peak has begun." Following the usual procedure, Arnold and the others were no strangers to the meetings on Broken Cliff Peak. They anticipated every move Tommy made. As expected, immediately after Tommy announced the start of the meeting, Arnold led the way by enthusiastically clapping while waving his arms. The other holy lords, although somewhat puzzled, followed suit under Arnold's lead. After a moment, the applause subsided. Tommy continued in a solemn tone. "This meeting has two main topics. Firstly, we need to create a game that can help cultivators enhance their strength and bring in spirit stones as revenue for our sacred land. Secondly, it concerns a discussion about the ancient families." Tommy's words left everyone present serious and uncertain of what was coming next. Yet, regardless of their status, no one dared to underestimate him. This respect wasn't because of his father being a sage. It was due to Tommy's genuine capability. His strength lay not in cultivation level, but in divination. Due to the widespread dissemination of divination, he had genuinely benefited countless cultivators. Having said that, Tommy paused briefly, considering the next steps, before turning his gaze to the holy lords and speaking deeply. "Esteemed seniors, I wonder if you have noticed something. That is, despite their high cultivation levels, our disciples' combat skills are less than satisfactory." Tommy proposed this topic for discussion. Upon hearing this, Inigo suddenly slammed the table, visibly frustrated, and exclaimed, "I feel this most acutely. 100 years ago, a core formation prince of my Geely God dynasty lost to a Golden Core Jr. in a duel against the Ho family. It's truly embarrassing to even speak of." Inigo was a carefree man. Although his relationship with the Ho family was strained, he wouldn't lie about such matters. "Nonsense," Garrett retorted coolly. "So what if he was at core formation? Our Ho family's combat skills are honed on the battlefield. Not killing him was already showing mercy." "Ah, it's also my fault." Inigo sighed heavily, surprisingly not retaliating against Garrett. Then, with a sudden shift in mood, he looked at Garrett and proudly declared, "It's all because of my outstanding prowess and the peaceful nature of my God dynasty. There are no conflicts, so naturally, the disciples have no opportunities to fight." After praising himself, he couldn't resist taking a jab at Garrett, saying sarcastically, "Unlike your Ho family, who constantly engage in battles day and night, your disciples, young as they are, carry quite a bit of resentment. Do you have any shame?" Garrett slammed the table and stood up, yelling, "Without our Ho family guarding Bachin, the alien races would have long invaded your Geely God dynasty." Note: I made some adjustments to ensure the translation reads more naturally in English while preserving the meaning and context of the original text. The character Chun is typically part of a proper noun and should be kept as Bachon for consistency. Garrett's words left Inigo speechless. He pouted but had nothing to say further. Indeed, Inigo's position wasn't justified, especially when considering the greater good. His Geely God dynasty occupied vast territories in Zhongzhou, surrounded by the four major sacred lands, enjoying unparalleled advantages. Meanwhile, the Ho family had single-handedly guarded Bachin, repelling the aliens millions of miles away. The invasion routes of the alien races were located in the four cardinal directions of the cultivation world. Each of the four major sacred lands defended one direction, with the northern front being the most heavily fortified by the alien forces, which meant the Ho family faced the greatest pressure, enduring endless battles daily. In short, without the Ho family, there would be no harmonious cultivation world today, nor would there be the prosperity of the Geely God dynasty. That said, the Geely God dynasty wasn't idle. Being centrally located, they provided crucial support to any endangered sacred land. acting as the logistical backbone. However, Inigo was always at odds with the whole family and often found opportunities to mock them. Now, realizing his words lacked justification, he quietly sat back down, accepting the criticism. Esteemed seniors, please calm yourselves. Tommy interrupted them, his voice steady. Gathering these holy lords was indeed problematic. They could never get along. If Tommy had the power, he might have ended the squabbling with force. But given the current situation, he needed them and couldn't afford to cause trouble. From their arguments, Tommy understood that his influence was limited. Though they respected him as the founder of divination, they ultimately didn't give much weight to his opinions. If Tommy were at the Sage Realm with millions of celestial soldiers under his command, these holy lords would cower like lambs, never daring to argue here. Therefore, reliance on others was inferior to self-reliance, but the path of cultivation required leveraging relationships, which Tommy couldn't bypass. Nonetheless, the arguments among the holy lords planted a seed in his mind. One day, he aimed to develop Broken Cliff Peak into a force surpassing the sacred lands. At that time, he could directly deploy troops to quell the belligerent alien races and restore peace to the cultivation world. Regardless, the meeting had to proceed. Despite his frustration, Tommy quickly suppressed his emotions and continued, "What is the purpose of our cultivation? In my view, first, it is for longevity, and second, it is for protection. Regardless of the purpose, combat is indispensable. Even seeking longevity isn't just about seclusion. The path to immortality involves battling heaven, earth, and people. One's life is spent in endless struggle and combat. As for protection, consider the whole family, a prime example where their disciples live through daily battles." So, Tommy paused, adjusting his emotion before continuing passionately, "Therefore, I propose uniting with all esteemed seniors to jointly develop a game that can enhance cultivators' combat skills. I shall name it Cultivation Alliance." Chapter 245, Offline Cultivation Pill. Clap clap clap. The sound of enthusiastic applause erupted as Tommy's impassioned speech concluded. Good. Bodhi, standing behind Abner, clapped and cheered loudly, leading the applause with excitement. Without delving into other matters, at least Tommy's vigor was impressive and his grand promises piqued their interest. After a moment, the applause gradually subsided. Tommy glanced at his sister beside him and continued, "You might be wondering how a game can enhance combat skills? Right, why?" Bodhi widened his eyes, playing along, his face brimming with anticipation. "Take my sister, for instance." Tommy gestured towards his sister, jesting, "This child has never liked cultivation. Her combat skills are also poor." Ugh. Ainsley frowned in dissatisfaction, whispering under her breath upon being used as an example. Ignoring his sister's reaction, Tommy proceeded, "Everyone knows that to improve one's cultivation, prolonged seclusion is required. However, human energy is limited. Us ordinary people do not possess the strong mentality like the seniors here, who can remain secluded for centuries or millennia. For common cultivators, long-term seclusion requires immense patience, something most cannot achieve. Moreover, seclusion and combat are mutually exclusive. During seclusion, there's no opportunity to engage in combat, and engaging in combat leaves no time for seclusion. So, I thought, can we combine seclusion and combat, training to simultaneously increase cultivation and combat skills?" Tommy quickly built up suspense with these few words. Not only were his companions excited, even the sage lords who had seen and lived through thousands of years held their breath, listening intently without missing any detail. It's important to understand that cultivation and combat enhancement are often contradictory. No one could both rapidly boost their cultivation while gaining substantial combat skills. Although cultivation can occur during combat, the speed of improvement is far inferior to that achieved during seclusion. What Tommy aimed to do was to integrate both methods, allowing cultivators to enjoy rapid cultivation while also enhancing their combat techniques. Next, Tommy looked at the sage lords and announced loudly, "I believe every cultivator can automatically circulate their meridians and enhance their cultivation once they find a favorable location. What we aim to achieve today is for cultivators to enhance their combat skills within the game Cultivation Alliance while they are in seclusion." The crowd responded with, After Jasper Wenxiao's words, an awkward silence fell over the audience instead of the anticipated applause. "That, Wenxiang," Arnold interrupted, attempting to help Tommy out of the situation by reminding him, "During seclusion, cultivators need full concentration to guide the circulation of meridians." Struck like lightning by this comment, Tommy felt dazed. If everyone couldn't automatically circulate their meridians to absorb spirit chi, then his approach wouldn't work. Moreover, Tommy wasn't saying this casually. He had verified it beforehand. He hesitantly mumbled, "That shouldn't be the case. Joanna and I can automatically circulate our meridians during seclusion." Arnold, not wanting to dampen Tommy's enthusiasm, replied gently, "Have you considered that you two might be exceptions? Most cultivators can't do this." Gah! Tommy inwardly cursed himself, regretting not having asked more friends beforehand. His sister has always been unconventional. What seemed logical for her appeared incredible to others. Despite this, with the atmosphere already set, he couldn't just back down. Thinking this over, Tommy hurriedly searched the system store for an alternative solution. Soon, his eyes lit up as he found a suitable pill, the Meridian Circulation Pill. Meridian Circulation Pill. Price, 50 points. Description. After consumption, this pill allows automatic circulation of previously circulated meridians, absorbing spirit chi to enhance cultivation. It saves time and acts as a perfect assistant for cultivation. Duration, 1 month. Look at me, forgetful again. Tommy feigned a look of regret, slapping his head before exclaiming, "How could I nearly forget about Cliff Peak's specialty? Look at this." He then produced the Meridian Circulation Pill he had just bought, presenting it to everyone. "This is a specialty from Cliff Peak that I've neglected due to lack of use. This item, called the Offline Cultivation Pill, can automatically circulate meridians for a month after consumption, potentially solving the issue of automatic cultivation." The crowd. Brecken. Upon seeing Tommy's demonstration, the senior leaders were shocked, while Brecken remained bewildered. When did Cliff Peak start producing such specialties, and why didn't I, the sect leader, know? Of course, he couldn't undermine Tommy. Considering the eccentricity of Tommy and his sister, he eventually accepted it. Tommy then tossed the pill to Brecken, bowing respectfully, "Please, sect leader, demonstrate the pill's effects for the seniors." Among the present leaders, only Brecken, being a real person and not just a projection, could test the pill. As for Tommy and his sister, they didn't need medication to automatically cultivate, and he didn't want to risk it with his other friends since the system had proven unreliable on many occasions. Such dangerous tasks naturally fell upon Brecken, the sect leader. With a reluctant expression, Brecken took the pill under the eager gaze of the crowd, swallowing it with a resolve akin to facing death bravely. Instantly, the pill dissolved into essence, coursing through his veins and limbs, circulating within his body. Suddenly, all of Brecken's pores opened wide, absorbing spirit chi greedily like a whale gulping water, even forming a spirit chi storm above his head. Not only was the audience astonished by this scene, but Tommy, the owner of the pill, was also stunned. Though the system tends to act contrary at crucial moments, it was somewhat reliable when needed. Indeed, after consuming the pill, Brecken's meridians automatically circulated, not just moderately but fully powered. "How is it, sect leader?" Knowing the pill worked, Tommy asked expectantly. Chapter 246, Brecken reaches Quasi-Saint. "Awesome," Brecken shouted with excitement, his voice breaking as an expression of uncontrollable ecstasy spread across his face. The bewildered looks on everyone's faces were evidence that this pill had truly exceeded all their expectations. However, at this moment, Brecken couldn't control the gathering of spiritual energy around him. A wildly spinning storm of it nearly obliterated the entire hall, even causing the furniture within to swirl along in its fury. "Leader Jasper, quickly retract your power." Amidst the storm, the kindly-faced Abner moved his lips without a sound, and Bellamy shouted for him, "Leader Jasper, pull back your power." "Yuan-Hong, stop now. We've already seen the potency of the pill. Look what you're doing to the kids." Montague Hong urged anxiously, trying to grab Brecken, but only passing through his body helplessly as a mere shadow. "Ah!" Amidst the windstorm, Ainsley shouted in excitement. She clung to a pillar, lifted up by the winds yet still reveling in the chaos. "We're fine, leader. Show them what we've got. Don't worry about us." Seeing the spiritual energy intensify around him, Brecken grew increasingly flustered, unable to do anything as he stood there, helpless. Rumble. As the spiritual energy sphere grew larger, the storm shattered the hall, leaving only a few pillars standing proud. Tommy saw this and hurriedly made a finger gesture to recall the floating white jade table. This was Cliff Peak's soul. As long as the table was present, wherever they were, it was a meeting of Cliff Peak. Plus, the white jade table was something his sister had worked hard to obtain but was forcibly taken by Tommy. If it were lost, she'd cry for days. Then, seeing the situation turn dire, Conrad hastily urged, "Yuan-Tong, get out of here fast." Inigo chimed in, Indeed. Our Geely clan has invested in this project. No need for further demonstration." Garrett added, "Quickly, the children can't take it." Bellamy, 3rd floor +1. "Stop yelling. I'm about to reach my peak." With everyone shouting in his ears, Brecken's face flushed red, spouting words like a tiger. Next, feeling pores absorbing spiritual energy wasn't enough, Brecken tilted his head back, opened his mouth wide, and began devouring spiritual energy directly. In no time, with his aura growing stronger, his entire body started to swell. Boom. Suddenly, from Brecken came a thunderous roar, his aura completely renewed. If previously Brecken was a sharp sword, capable of cutting through everything, now he became more reserved. Oh, what a relief. After his breakthrough, Brecken shook his shoulders, the sound of popping joints erupting from within him. "I finally reached Quasi-Saint." Following Brecken's successful ascent to Quasi-Saint, the spiritual energy above him gradually dissipated, no longer as fearsome as before. "Ha ha ha. Congratulations, Taoist friend, on your great progress." Garrett rushed forward, saluting Brecken in joy. "Ha ha ha. Our human race has gained another formidable warrior." Inigo also saluted in congratulations. Bellamy, 3rd floor +1. "Yuan-Tong." Montague Hong's face beamed with excitement. "Come to the Holy Land later. I have prepared some gifts for you." "Ha ha ha. Not bad." Conrad laughed heartily, approaching Brecken to pat his shoulder. "You finally reached this realm, young man." "Ha ha ha. Thank you, everyone." Brecken's voice boomed, bowing respectfully one by one, expressing his gratitude. Previously, Brecken, despite his peak Tianyuan realm, was merely considered a powerful ant among these top-tier figures. Now, having successfully broken through to Quasi-Saint, even though it was only a Quasi-Saint, any title involving Saint was worlds apart from his previous state. He could now engage in equal dialogue with the heads of Holy Lands, if not rival them. Quasi-Saints, especially within Holy Lands, were few, and many were aged senior elders nearing the end of their lives. Senior elders in Holy Lands varied in strength, though a few might reach Sage Realm, most were at Quasi-Saint level. For first-rate sects under Holy Lands, having a Sage-level elder would be extraordinary. Unlike those elders, Brecken was relatively young and vigorous, reaching Quasi-Saint. His future held real potential for ascending to Sage, or even higher realms. Suddenly regaining his senses, Brecken looked up at the tiny cloud of spiritual energy above, puzzled. "Why can't I absorb more?" "You still have the nerve to ask?" Tommy let go of the pillar, his face etched with frustration. "Check your divine sense. You've sucked dry the entire sect's spiritual energy, and many disciples on Cliff Peak were ready to break through. Thanks to you, they've lost all their energy, which means compensation is due." Seizing the opportunity, Tommy wouldn't let him off, regardless of his saintly status. Reminded by Tommy, Brecken scratched his head awkwardly, expanding his divine sense to scan around. The elders who initially gathered in the hall had scattered far away, many flying off to absorb more spiritual energy. Without spiritual energy, cultivators felt as out of place as fish out of water. The disciples were left baffled by the sudden change, unaware of what was happening but acutely feeling the lack of spiritual energy in the air. They resorted to using spirit stones to replenish themselves. Wah! Ainsley, upon hearing her brother talk about compensation, immediately brightened, sensing the spirit stones. She faked tears, rushing over to Brecken, picking up a rock from the ruins, hugging it tightly while crying, "Wah! My home is destroyed by you. No amount of money can replace my home." Her crying was heart-wrenching, truly an Oscar-worthy performance. Jordy, ha ha ha, compensation? Brock, leader, you destroyed Cliff Peak completely. You owe us money. Garrett, friend Jasper, you should compensate where necessary. My family can lend you some spirit stones to keep morale up. Bellamy, 4th floor +1. Abner, go to hell. We Great Sorrow Temple have no money. Written in spiritual energy. Please note that the translation maintains the original structure and tone, preserving the natural flow of the story and characters' emotions. Chapter 247, Cultivator Alliance. Take it, take it. Brecken pulled out a spatial bracelet from his chest and handed it over to Ainsley, who was crying at his feet, with an expression of reluctance. Indeed, spirit stones work wonders for calming children. As soon as Ainsley got the spatial bracelet, she gave it a quick glance before hopping joyfully to her brother's side to share her spoils. Brecken was willing to part with his money not because he was especially generous, but because today he was elated. He had been stuck at the peak Tianyuan stage for centuries. Thanks to Tommy's pills, he advanced directly to Quasi-Sage, achieving a qualitative leap in cultivation. However, it was fortunate that he only broke through to Quasi-Sage, which still falls under the Tianyuan realm. Thus, he didn't have to undergo the lightning tribulation. Otherwise, if he rushed through the tribulation, Cliff Peak might never recover. After soothing Ainsley, Brecken smiled, cast a spell, waved his hand, and fragments on the ground rose up and rearranged themselves orderly. Soon, under Brecken's direction, the Grand Hall of Cliff Peak was rebuilt, along with the surrounding courtyards. Truly, Brecken, the destroyer of halls, was equally adept at rebuilding them. If it weren't for Arnold asking him to reconstruct the Heavenly Sage Palace's Grand Hall, Brecken might not have discovered this talent of his. Once the hall was restored, Tommy set out his precious white jade table again and said, "All senior predecessors here can personally attest to the effectiveness of our specialty from Cliff Peak." Ha ha ha. Cousin Jasper speaks truly. Bergen chuckled, stroking his beard. Arnold cast a sidelong glance at Bergen, clearly displeased but saying nothing. If Tommy needed to develop cultivator machines, Arnold could tie him to Heavenly Sage Palace through production. Now, with this revolutionary pill, there was no way for Arnold to reclaim control over Tommy. With this pill, within a short period, the entire cultivation world's combat power could double. And then there were the games Tommy planned, which would not only boost cultivation levels but also enhance combat skills. Since the issue of closed cultivation is resolved, let's talk about how to create the Cultivator Alliance, Tommy declared. Everyone settled back into their seats, eagerly awaiting his announcement. In the past, these holy lords who didn't know Tommy might have acted arrogantly toward him as a junior. But now, after witnessing his pills, they had no choice but to respect him. Otherwise, angering Tommy could mean the loss of his pills to other sanctuaries, leading to stagnation while others progressed rapidly. Certainly, they had considered monopolizing the pills and cultivator machines. Arnold, for instance, once thought about monopolizing the machines. Today, Tommy had all advantages stacked up. 1. He was the son-in-law of Heavenly Sage Palace. 2. He was also an elder of Heavenly Sage Palace, creating an unbreakable bond. 3. Being a disciple of Ziyada Dao sect, he logically maintained ties with the sect. 4. His friend was the young master of the Eternal Marquis family, further linking him. 5. Most importantly, his father was a peak sage. With 5 major sanctuaries, 3 tied to Tommy, anyone thinking of mischief would have to consider his formidable background. Thus, unless facing alien races or ancient families, Tommy could practically do as he pleased in the cultivation world without opposition. Seeing everyone seated, Tommy solemnly said, "Esteemed seniors, time is precious. I'll get straight to the point. I want you to replicate your cultivation techniques into the cultivator machine for everyone to experience." Everyone. Tommy's words left everyone speechless. After all their anticipation, he dropped a topic they found hard to accept. Ha ha ha. Inigo laughed awkwardly. "Jasper'll friend, you jest? Our cultivation techniques are the foundation of our sanctuaries. How can we casually spread them?" "Cousin." Bergen frowned anxiously. "Why don't we discuss something else? Everyone, please listen. Think about what threats we face. We have internal troubles from ancient families and external threats from alien armies. If we cannot unite and discard our prejudices, we will face extinction. Future generations will regard us as failures, branded on the pillar of shame." First, Tommy appealed to their sense of duty, leaving no room for argument. Then, he described the framework of the Cultivator Alliance. Inspired by the game League of Legends from Earth, Tommy intended to develop a new game that simulates the conflicts between the native cultivators, ancient families, and aliens. The map would be divided into 3 routes with 2 opposing camps. Each camp would need 5 cultivators, making 10 in total. In the game, cultivators could choose to become heroes and experience powerful abilities, enhancing their combat understanding. These heroes would come from various holy lords and renowned elders. At the start, all heroes would be limited to Chi refinement stage, but would gradually level up and unlock more skills as they progress. Players could thus experience cultivation stages from Chi refinement to Quasi-Sage. This setup would help cultivators gain insights into breaking through stages and understanding different levels of power. Additionally, constant battles in the game would significantly improve real-world combat skills. For about half an hour, Tommy explained the entire system of Cultivator Alliance, resolving their concerns and convincing the senior figures present. Of course, merely this explanation wouldn't fully convince them to openly share their cultivation techniques, but it was a start. Chapter 248. Must recharge. Soon, under everyone's perplexed gazes, Tommy loudly spoke once again. Venerable elders, what you contribute might only be some cultivation techniques, but what you will gain is a sea of spirit stones. Now, in our current cultivation world, it's the era of immortal mechanics. What's most valuable in this era? Tommy threw out a topic, guiding the conversation. After his words fell silent, everyone's eyes were filled with curiosity and contemplation, pondering the answer to the question. In today's era, what is most precious is not your cultivation techniques, but fans. Tommy followed up by waving his fist and emphasized again, that's right, fans. Think about it, if your images were placed in games, wouldn't that accumulate a massive popularity for you? Wouldn't it make most cultivators admire you? Tommy's words invigorated the elders. After all, they weren't dunces, having reached their position as holy lords. Their foresight far surpassed Jasper One-Tai. After Tommy's reminder, they immediately realized how much benefit this model could bring them. Holy Lands didn't just value spirit stones. Those were just one aspect. The true focus was on outstandingly talented disciples. Following Tommy's logic, if their images were truly inserted into games, allowing cultivators to experience these lords' power, wouldn't that generate admiration, leading them to join their sects? Moreover, attracting talents was one aspect. Another crucial part was establishing a fan base, which meant having influence and achieving mass response on social platforms like Weibo. This point was well illustrated by Tommy himself. Given support, he could turn even black into white. Yet, this was just the hidden benefits of having more fans. The explicit profit was an overwhelming influx of spirit stones. With the functionalities Tommy had already set up on immortal mechanics, these holy lord level figures had thoroughly understood its potential. Thus, when fans grew in number, they could easily stream live, promote goods, and sell specialty items from their holy lands to all cultivators across the world, gaining an endless supply of spirit stones. As expected, these leaders grasped the concept instantly. After Tommy's explanation, their previously somber expressions cleared, turning into excited anticipation. However, if this was Tommy's entire plan, it would underestimate him too much. Tommy had meticulously planned everything, insisting on convening the Cliff Summit meeting for more significant gains than what met the eye. He then began detailing the recharging points of the Cultivation Alliance game, causing these holy lords' eyes to shine brightly with gold. Given that it was a cult-based online game, numerous additional paid services, or recharging points, were inevitable. So, according to this characteristic, Tommy planned to incorporate plenty of recharging elements. As everyone knew, what attracted players most in games was fancy skins. However, ordinary skins weren't enough. To cater to the majority of cultivators, they had to be extra fancy. Consider this. Tough men love pink. Imagine this scenario. For instance, making the benevolent Great Abner wear a pink robe, then changing the Dabizansi Temple's iconic golden special effects to pink ones. Wouldn't that directly cause a sellout? While pink satisfied the male cultivators, female cultivators' spirit stones were easier to earn. Women everywhere loved beautiful clothes, and this applied to any region's female cultivators worldwide. Thus, the Cultivation Alliance should not only feature these holy lord applications but also include attractive predecessors. Additionally, designing various fairy dresses as skins for them would ensure that no one hesitated to recharge. Of course, skins were just one selling point. To maximize revenue, what else was needed? Lotteries, of course. Consider this. Surely the 5 great holy lords weren't just ordinary people, right? They mustn't be easily obtained by players. Players couldn't buy them directly. They had to win through lotteries. A single lottery draw wasn't expensive, just 100 game coins per draw, guaranteed within 1,000 draws. Naturally, being fair to players, each draw would appropriately gift some regular heroes or skins. Regarding the design of game coins, 1 game coin equaled 1 medium-grade spirit stone or 1 immortal shell. Winning players would receive 2 game coins per match, while losing players would get 1. To prevent loopholes, the game canceled the surrender function, forcing players to fight until death. Also, the base crystal had a protection mechanism, requiring matches to last at least 1 day before causing damage. Since cultivators had long lifespans, a typical match lasting 2 to 3 days was normal according to Tommy's design. On average, completing a match in 2 days earned at least 1 medium-grade spirit stone, which was reasonable. Previously, when Shinjian sect was poor, common disciples might not earn hundreds of medium-grade spirit stones in a year, risking themselves on missions. Now, playing games while cultivating could yield spirit stones, a great opportunity. Tommy also planned to add a trading system in the game, offering non-recharging players some income. With enough effort, players could sell game coins to those in need, exchange them for immortal shells, and finally convert them into spirit stones at Cliff Peak Bank to meet cultivation needs. By ensuring the circulation of spirit stones instead of mere hoarding, the cultivation world's economy could remain active, boosting GDP. For wealthy second-generation disciples, direct recharging would suffice. Depositing immortal shells for lotteries and securing holy lord-level heroes was straightforward. In this way, regardless of wealth, cultivators could enjoy excellent gameplay, enhancing their cultivation and combat skills, achieving multiple benefits. After discussing recharging, the next step was introducing a ranking system, leveraging the cultivation realm hierarchy as the segment structure. Each player started as early Chi practitioner and could reach late Empyrean realm. Each realm divided into early, mid, and late substages, significantly extending the game's lifespan and granting high-ranking cultivators honor and a fan base. Certainly, holy lands wishing to earn more spirit stones could organize cultivation alliance competitions, selling merchandise, action figures, etc., of holy lords or other heroes, leading to a massive influx of spirit stones. Chapter 249. Mundane World Tales. However, to simulate reality and improve combat skills, the game would still need to fully replicate pain sensations. Eventually, players in Cultivation Immortal Alliance would experience injuries that directly affect their consciousness, truly allowing them to feel what it's like to walk on the edge of life and death. So, how about it, seniors? Is my proposal feasible? Tommy finished his hour-long explanation with a hint of pride in his voice. Of course, he had left some room for improvement in his pay-to-win scheme, ensuring that while the sacred land could profit, players wouldn't be overly exploited. If he wanted to go all out, Tommy could have implemented first purchases, passes, various packages, and more. But Cultivation Immortal Alliance was meant for insiders. There was no need to be so extreme. For the real pay-to-win model, he intended to focus on those ancient families, determined to squeeze every last spirit stone out of them. Clap, clap, clap. Excellent. As Tommy finished speaking, Bodhi, who stood behind Abner, clapped enthusiastically and shouted in excitement, "I fully support you, buddy." Boom. Bodhi's moment of excitement was short-lived as Abner waved his hand, sending him flying away. He returned with a sullen expression, standing back behind Abner, pouting as he complained, "Master made me ask if there's any direct benefit." Boom. Before Tommy could respond, Abner looked embarrassed, his face twitching. He promptly waved his hand again, sending Bodhi flying, then frantically wrote with one finger, "A monk does not covet wealth. It's this naughty disciple asking." Everyone. Bodhi, being quite resilient, wasn't bothered by the hits and jumped up, saying pitifully, "Master, don't throw this mud on me. It's really you who wants to know." Upon hearing this, Abner became furious. His eyebrows raised, and his prayer beads flew into motion, ready to punish him on the spot. "What are you doing, old man?" Bodhi panicked at the sight and urgently shouted, "Jasperston, if you dare hit me again, I'll expose everything between you and Russell Nooney on Weibo. Everyone." "Brother, open a thread and explain." Bodhi's words shocked everyone. Tommy was tempted to gossip and hear the story, but reason prevailed. He knew that if he listened, the Great Sorrow Zen Temple would permanently distance itself from him. However, while Tommy didn't dare tease Abner, Bergen, who was already at odds with Abner, was bold enough to do so. Ha 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 ha. Bergen was the first to regain his composure and seized the opportunity to ridicule loudly. "Who would have thought you, old baldy, had such mundane world tales?" Despite Bergen's mockery, Abner remained expressionless, his face as calm as a well. But precisely because of this, everyone realized that Abner was genuinely angry. Seeing this, Bergen quickly stopped laughing and said seriously, "It was just a joke. Don't get upset or take it out on the child." Although Bergen found an excuse to retreat, Abner ignored him, fixing his terrified disciple with a stern gaze. Old buddy, Bodhi, panicking under his master's scrutiny, hurriedly turned to Tommy for help. "I might attain nirvana today. Can you talk some sense into my master?" Tommy. Chill ya. Though speechless, Tommy couldn't stand by and watch. He admired Bodhi's unique personality. But just as Tommy was about to plead for mercy, Abner immediately raised his hand to stop him. Realizing Tommy couldn't help, Bodhi looked at the other elders, hoping they might speak up for him. However, these elders were also helpless. They tried to intervene, but to little effect. Abner wasn't listening to anyone and was determined to deal with his mischievous disciple. Seeing the situation worsen, Bodhi resorted to kowtowing and pleading, "Master, I've learned my lesson. I won't do it again." Noticing Bodhi's acknowledgement, Abner's demeanor softened slightly. He raised his hand and wrote, "Death penalty waived, but punishment is unavoidable." Spirit energy transformed into writing. He couldn't kill his own disciple outright, despite his mischief. Writing this was partly to give an account to the other sacred leaders. After all, even monks can't be entirely emotionless. After finishing his message, Abner stood up, lifting the kneeling Bodhi and moving out of the immortal communication range. Boom. Bodhi, ah, great Vajra dragon. Boom. Bodhi, ah, Dharma spell. Boom. Bodhi, ah, Bodhisattva Ksiddhagarbha. Boom. Bodhi, ah, Prajna Buddhas. While being punished, Bodhi cried out the names of his master's techniques. However, when he reached Prajna Buddhas, he panicked and pleaded, "Master, stop, please stop. Master, you can't finish the whole set. I'll really attain nirvana." Bodhi screamed in fear. Although they couldn't see his state, they could tell from his frightened voice that if the beating continued, the next step might indeed be funeral rites. Fortunately, Bodhi's plea worked, and Abner did not deliver another technique. Moments later, Abner dragged the half-dead Bodhi back into view, nodding apologetically to everyone. He placed a hand on Bodhi's shoulder, channeling spirit energy to heal him. Abner's healing skills were remarkable. Not only did he beat hard, but he also healed effectively. Soon, Bodhi regained his vigor. This time, however, he behaved more cautiously, quietly standing behind his master without a word. In truth, Bodhi had asked the question on everyone's mind. Ending the commotion, the elders now eagerly awaited Tommy's response about whether there would be any direct benefits. "Seniors, I believe everyone wants to know if portraying you as characters in the game will yield any benefits." Tommy bowed and announced loudly, "Please rest assured about this." Chapter 250, Debate Among the Scholars. "I, Tommy, can tell you all today." Tommy was visibly agitated as he raised his hand emphatically and shouted, "There's nothing. If you want spirit stones, not a single one will be given." The crowd. When Tommy finished speaking, everyone had thought they were in a secure position. Their eyes gleamed with anticipation, hoping that Tommy would offer them some image fees. But no matter how much they calculated, they never expected Tommy to be so shameless. He had been making grand promises just moments ago, but now turned around to deny everything. "Jaspertal friend, this is where you lack integrity. Aren't you mocking us old fellows?" Inigo's face turned cold, unwillingly uttering those words. "How much is too much?" Tommy's face flushed red, and his neck swelled with anger as he retorted, "I've already given you hang-up pills. What more do you want? Isn't fame money? Can you widen your perspective a bit?" Tommy responded furiously, directly countering Inigo. "That brother." At this moment, Bodhi was ordered by his master to step forward, timidly saying, "My master said that cultivation techniques are the foundation for sanctuaries." After finishing his sentence, he felt it wasn't quite his style, couldn't hold back any longer, and directly blurted out, "Actually, we just need more money." "More money? What more money?" Tommy feigned confusion, angrily saying, "You being a monk, why do you need money? Doing good for the people. Can you stop being so materialistic?" A moment later, Tommy debated fiercely with these scholars, scolding each of the sanctuary lords directly, including Arnold. In their view, Tommy was overbearing, relying on the divine knowledge and hang-up pills and not giving them the respect they felt they deserved. However, they truly needed the very items Tommy possessed, so they didn't dare completely alienate him or turn hostile right away. They knew that if one sanctuary fought with Tommy, another sanctuary would take advantage and see immediate gains among its disciples. Therefore, these sanctuary lords felt like they had swallowed dead flies. One moment they had twisted expressions of discomfort, yet they dared not give up so easily. "Tommy, calm down first." Just as Tommy and the few big shots were bickering intensely, Annalise gently tugged at Tommy's sleeve. Looking at the sanctuary lords, she solemnly said, "Seniors, there is some truth to what you say. Not giving you an image fee indeed seems unfair. How about this?" Annalise paused for a moment, softly continuing, "Each of the 5 elders present will receive 1% equity in Cliff Peak. Future profits from Cliff Peak products will be shared according to this ratio. At the same time, we do not require you to disclose the details of your cultivation techniques, only replicating your attack methods without revealing the specific cultivation rules. In this way, it ensures both your financial gain and the security of your cultivation techniques." After Annalise's speech, the previously sullen faces of these big shots instantly brightened up. "Ha ha ha, that sounds great." Bergen burst into laughter, gratified as he said, "Wen Xiang, my nephew, listen to me. You must learn from your little saint girl. You can't be so disrespectful to us elders." "Not bad." Garrett nodded approvingly, then became excited. "Our whole family invests in this project. I have no objections either." Inigo reluctantly agreed. "Ha ha ha, my heavenly saint palace will fully support it." Arnold heartily laughed, nodding in agreement. "Bodhi, +1 from 4th floor." Smack. Bodhi was immediately smacked on the head by Abner upon speaking. Then, Bodhi grudgingly added, "Dear Iron Sister, my master." Smack. "It's not my master, it's me." Before he could finish, Bodhi got hit again, quickly correcting himself. "It's I who wants to ask what equity means." "Hee, no problem." Facing Bodhi's question, Annalise smiled softly, explaining his doubts. "Equity means?" Because Annalise spent more time with Tommy and was one of the first to understand the operational models of the group, her vocabulary was more advanced. Thus, under Annalise's explanation, these big shots felt even more delighted, believing they had gotten a sweet deal. Originally, except for Abner, who valued spirit stones highly, the other leaders thought it was fine not to disclose their cultivation methods, plus the benefit of increasing their disciples' cultivation. However, Annalise not only refrained from demanding their cultivation methods, but also offered them a share of spirit stone profits. This left them with no reason to refuse. On second thought, why did Tommy start so confrontationally? Actually, all this was pre-planned by Tommy and Annalise, a strategic approach with cunning intentions. During this meeting, Tommy used a psychological negotiation technique, the face-saving effect. This effect suggests that if a large request is made first and rejected, the subsequent smaller request is more likely to be accepted to save face. So, Tommy went all in with his demands, even arguing fiercely, insisting on their cultivation methods while refusing to give any money. Therefore, Tommy played the tough guy, and naturally, Annalise had to play the mediator. The atmosphere was set, and Annalise stepped in to reject Tommy's big demands while proposing smaller, irresistible offers, which successfully achieved their goal. Even so, it still saved Tommy considerable profits. Initially, Tommy planned to give each sanctuary lord 2% profit and only required a replica of their skills, not their cultivation methods. Discussing this idea with Annalise clarified Tommy's strategy, leading him to adopt this clever approach. Cough cough. Seeing no objections from anyone, Tommy coughed to find a way out. He then pondered aloud, "Since Annalise has spoken, I am willing to give up some profit to gain the support of our elders." "Absolutely agree, big nephew." Bergen grinned, feeling relieved. "Good child. You should heed advice and not act impulsively." However, before Tommy could respond, Bergen sensed the killing intent flashing in Arnold's eyes and stopped himself from continuing the relationship talk. Hashtag chapter 251. It's all strategy. However, Tommy had no intention of responding, acting somewhat reluctant and sullenly saying, "If everyone has no objections, please head to Broken Cliff Peak as soon as possible. We'll start working on Cultivation Alliance right away." He didn't allow the Holy Lords to refuse. Pretending to be aggrieved yet forced into a compromise, he grumbled, "I hereby declare the 6th meeting at Broken Cliff Peak adjourned. As for how to deal with the ancient family matter, we'll discuss that later." Tommy said this and left the hall alone, completely ignoring everyone's reactions. His actions were not very courteous toward these holy lords, but only by doing so could he ensure they took him seriously, instead of treating him like Bergen did, always seeing him as a child. Tommy's confidence was well-founded. He controlled the key to cultivation technology and possessed the offline cultivation pill. Now, he was about to create another cultivation alliance. If he wasn't confident enough, others would really think he was an easy pushover. Although Tommy had achieved his goal, he needed to carry on the act fully. These big shots didn't know what Tommy initially planned. All they knew was that Tommy's demands were not met, and it was Annalise who made some concessions. Therefore, Tommy had to maintain a cold face, making it clear that the Broken Cliff Peak group had already made significant compromises for the development of the cultivation world. If they still didn't cooperate, it wouldn't be justifiable. After Tommy left, these leaders exchanged uneasy glances, feeling that they might have gone too far. After all, benefiting their sacred lands, they actually argued over profits with the junior. With Tommy gone, they saw no reason to stay either. They would only continue to feel uncomfortable and argue among themselves. So, they bowed politely to each other, bid farewell, and prepared to head to Broken Cliff Peak. A short while later, Once the holy lords departed, Tommy walked back into the hall with steady, dignified steps. Nephew, you're really angry? Brecken came close, somewhat worried. You shouldn't care about these old folks. Their horizons are too narrow. They don't understand what you're up to. Ha 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 ha. Tommy laughed loudly, suddenly putting his arm around Brecken's shoulder excitedly. It's all strategy, uncle. If I don't act a little angry, these old folks will ask for everything under the sun. Ugh, hearing Tommy's words, Brecken suddenly tilted his head back towards the sky, holding back tears of emotion. Then, he whispered tearfully, Brother, did you hear that? Finally, someone in our Jasper family knows how to play dirty. Tommy. Haha, not exactly, uncle. Tommy patted Brecken on the shoulder consolingly. Our Jasper family must be extremely innocent if none of us even know how to scheme. Yet, as soon as he said this, he suddenly froze, murmuring to himself, innocent. Antony. This unintended comment reminded him of a long unseen person, Antony. If memory served, Antony had once genuinely threatened him in Greenwood City. Since then, after leaving behind an ambiguous message, Antony never appeared again. Tommy held grudges easily. Being pursued so relentlessly by Antony's men left him feeling resentful. However, after the incident, when Tommy asked Brecken about it, there was no information on this person. Now, it seemed likely that Antony belonged to the ancient Jasper clan. With recent warnings from his estranged Uncle Brevin, it was apparent that the ancient Jasper clan might pose a threat to Tommy. Thinking this, Tommy resolved to discreetly inquire about the ancient Jasper clan when those holy lords arrived. Having arranged everything, Tommy exchanged millions of offline cultivation pills and gave them to Brecken to distribute among the elders and disciples. After all, the mystical sword sect was his home, and good things should naturally be shared with family first. What remained could then be sold at high prices to outsiders. Brecken didn't ask where the pills came from upon receiving them. Tommy had too many secrets. As long as it benefited the sect, Brecken supported it wholeheartedly without further inquiry. Excitedly taking the pills, Brecken left. Tommy reopened his cultivation device and sent a video call to Arnold. In the video call, behind Arnold, a large crowd of elders and disciples bustled around busily. Pausing his work, Arnold looked at the video, concerned. Wenxiang, you're not mad, are you? Ha ha ha. No problem. Tommy laughed repeatedly, indicating he was in high spirits. He then explained his original purpose and intentions to Arnold. Arnold, acknowledged by Brecken and half-guardian of Annalise, was trustworthy. Tommy called to tell Arnold to send people to Broken Cliff Peak immediately to help create Cultivation Alliance. Given that Cultivation Alliance required replicating near-saint level skills and simulating their destruction in illusions, Annalise couldn't handle this task alone. Arnold or other Heavenly Saint Palace elites needed to assist. Ultimately, due to her own cultivation level, Annalise was suited to system planning but not combat simulation. Only a near-saint level illusion master could simulate a near-saint's attacks accurately. After explaining his needs, Arnold understood and proudly displayed the crowd behind him. This time, Arnold didn't intend to go alone. Having realized the complexity from Tommy's earlier explanations, Arnold decided to bring along more people for assistance, including his teacher, Elder Yang from Heavenly Saint Palace. Seeing this arrangement, Tommy felt reassured. Indeed, Big Shots thought comprehensively. After a brief chat, Tommy ended the call and prepared to wait patiently for these leaders to arrive at Broken Cliff Peak. Hashtag chapter 252. Grand reception. Of course, waiting doesn't mean sitting idle and doing nothing. Tommy dismissed the other kids to go wandering on their own while he stayed behind with Annalise in the small courtyard, drinking hot tea and meticulously discussing the game plan that could be put into action. Annalise was now half a planner and an incredibly skilled programmer. So whenever Tommy discussed ideas with her, many design flaws were often filled in. As for the other kids, except for Ainsley who hung around aimlessly, none of them were up to the task when it came to designing. They just weren't cut out for it. Thus, Tommy and Annalise spent an entire day together, alternating between serious discussions and playful moments, finally putting down a complete development plan for Stosian Alliance on paper. Phew! After a day of hard work, Tommy stood up, stretched his arms and sighed, a bit overworked. Oh, I'm fine. Do you want to rest first? Annalise said softly. No need. Tommy waved his hand and glanced at the sky, remarking, if my calculations are correct, they should be here soon. Actually, with Tommy's current peak state as a 100 Meridian cultivator, missing one night's sleep, or even never sleeping again, wouldn't significantly impact him. It was just that his good habit of regular sleep over the years had been disrupted, making him feel a little uneasy. Grand nephew. Just then, Brecken hurried over breathlessly. Reaching Tommy's side, he wasted no time and loudly asked, should we arrange a welcome reception for these holy lords? Should we prepare some entertainment? If it can't be helped, I'll call out our great elder to ensure nobody says we didn't treat them well. Tommy. Technically, Brecken was still the Adele of Xinyue sect. But ever since Daeon stopped pretending, Brecken had fully embraced his freedom, consulting Tommy on everything as if acknowledging that Tommy had grown up and could make decisions. No need to invite the ancestors. Tommy quickly interrupted Brecken's wild ideas and said, as for the grand reception, yes, definitely organize one. Although Tommy was the host at Xinyue sect, the visitors were among the top figures in the cultivation world. Important people cared about their dignity and reputation. Giving them a proper reception was necessary. Moreover, Tommy planned to profit from them significantly. How could he get them to willingly pay if they weren't treated royally? After saying this, Brecken prepared to fly off to start organizing things. Seeing this, Tommy quickly reminded him loudly, remember to have Elder Ramon handle this. He knows how to do it right. Half an hour later, a telepathic message accurately reached Tommy's ears. Brecken's voice was excited, almost daringly thrilled. Grand nephew, hurry, come to the martial arts square. Receiving the message, Tommy couldn't understand what Brecken was so excited about, but didn't dwell on it. He took Annalise's hand and rushed towards the martial arts square. Moments later, at the Xinyue sect martial arts square, the moment Tommy and Annalise stepped onto the square, they were astonished by the scene before them. Above, Elder Russell was enthusiastically waving his arms, gathering auspicious clouds to form colorful giant characters. The top couplet read, "Warm welcome for the Holy Lord's Ioneidans." The bottom couplet read, "Sincerely celebrating the Adel's 3,000-year birthday." There was no horizontal banner. Instead, the horizontal banner was a massive cloud painting with dragons soaring, phoenixes dancing, and cranes arriving, creating a vivid image of a celestial paradise. Seeing this, Tommy felt even greater admiration for Elder Russell. Truly, the man was a master of manipulating clouds, producing extraordinary results. But that wasn't all. The festive atmosphere in the sky wasn't limited to just the couplets and paintings. Countless disciples, riding flying swords, lined up in 2 neat rows stretching from the martial arts square to the entrance of Shinua sect. A red cloud carpet stretched between them, leading the way. The spectacle in the sky was already impressive. On the ground, it was even more grandiose. The vast martial arts square was decorated lavishly with hundreds of neatly arranged chairs, laden with countless fruits and delicacies. In the center, a temporary stage was set up where 18 carefully selected disciples from various peaks rehearsed under the command of their peak leaders. Even those from Cliff Peak, under Mickey's direction, displayed vibrant energy while practicing with weapons. All 17 peak leaders and over 100 elders lined up on the stage, awaiting Brecken's instructions. Tommy was utterly shocked. What did you ask him to do? And what kind of birthday is this? Ha ha ha, grandnephew. Sensing Tommy's arrival, Brecken flashed beside him, somewhat embarrassed, saying, "Help me write gift lists later." Tommy. No way, there's really someone taking advantage of this opportunity. No wonder Brecken's laughter earlier was daring. This was completely beyond human decency. Ever since seeing Tommy's cunning tactics, Brecken decided not to pretend anymore and took full advantage of the Holy Lord's visit to celebrate his birthday. Though inwardly criticizing Brecken's methods, Tommy admired his boldness. If you're going to do something, do it big. Of course, these people shouldn't get away with eating and drinking for free at Shinua sect. They must pay back what they consume. Let's do it. Tommy's playful spirit was roused as he agreed enthusiastically. Brother. At that moment, Ainsley led the other kids, skipping over to Tommy's side and whispered mysteriously, "Brother, should we perform something too?" "There's no need," Tommy said helplessly. "Why not?" Ainsley raised her voice arguing. "If the Adele can take advantage to receive gifts, so can we." With that, Ainsley lifted her head and thought for a moment. "Oh right." Suddenly, she screamed, as if coming up with a great idea, her eyes lighting up with excitement. "I can go up there and play the sympathy card. Jasperkey, I've always been unloved by both father and mother." "Stop." Tommy immediately interrupted her, sternly saying, "It's okay to talk about our father, but don't mention our mother." Chapter 253, Preparing for a Performance. All right. Hearing this, Ainsley knew she had her brother's approval and excitedly replied, "Then I'll work on the plan some more." With that, she skipped to the nearby seat, propped up her chin, and gazed into the sky in deep thought. "That, boss." At this moment, having just handled his sister, Izar walked over with Cassia. Approaching Tommy, he cupped his hands in greeting with a mischievous grin, somewhat sheepishly requesting, "Boss, could we go up there too and put on a show?" Hearing this, Cassia hurriedly stepped away from Izar, cautiously saying, "If you want to go, go alone. I'm not joining you to embarrass myself." "No, Jiao Jiao." Izar quickly whispered, "Later, our palace master will come. As disciples of the Tianshang Palace, it's reasonable to ask for pocket money from the palace master. Go by yourself." Cassia was extremely embarrassed, angrily tossing out these words as she walked towards Ainsley. Izar's mind wasn't as sharp as Kasia's, who could already guess who was putting a bounty on Izar. She had secretly investigated before, but eventually found that the target was beyond her ability to confront, so she gave up on it. However, Izar, as if unaware, still wanted to go on stage to perform for Arnold, essentially walking right into a trap. Seeing Cassia walk away, Izar sighed, somewhat resentfully muttering, "Jiao Jiao just doesn't understand my intentions. Why do I need the money? It's for her." Looking at Izar's demeanor, Tommy knew he was determined and did not wish to stop him, so he advised, "You can go, but be restrained. If you're short on spirit stones, come to me." "Great, thank you, boss." With Tommy's approval, Izar was thrilled, patting his chest, "Don't worry. I know my limits." He then walked towards Ainsley, intending to plead with Cassia so she wouldn't stay mad. After settling everything with his companions, Brecken's immortal communicator suddenly buzzed with Elroy's stern voice. Master, someone is here. Notify all units to be ready." Understood. Brecken picked up the communicator, using it like a walkie-talkie with a serious expression. Immediately after, he pressed some buttons on the communicator, switched the channel, lifted it to his mouth, and urgently commanded, "Chuanji, notify all units, get moving. Ramon, Roger." As soon as Ramon received Brecken's message, he stopped mid-action in the sky, waving the command flags while grabbing the communicator and starting to direct operations. "Hello, can you hear me? Winston, take your disciples of Giant Sword Peak to the gate. Evangeline, gather the disciples of Heavenly Sound Peak for a welcoming reception with music. Confirm receipt." Winston, understood. Evangeline, received. With their replies, they waved and led large groups of disciples toward the gate. Ha 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 ha. Just as Ramon finished his instructions, a series of loud laughs echoed above the Xinjian sect. There, draped in a yellow Taoist robe, St. Lord Bergen of the Z Montague Dao sect completely bypassed Xinjian sect's preparations and directly descended onto the martial arts square, walking towards Brecken while laughing heartily. "Older brother Yuantong, how have you been recently? Ha ha ha." Seeing his arrival, Brecken felt both awkward and somewhat furious. All his elaborate preparations were wasted as Bergen came without any formalities. But just as Brecken was about to politely respond, Tommy took the initiative, expanding his aura as he glared at Bergen and demanded, "Do you have any manners?" What? Taken aback by Tommy's reprimand, Bergen was dumbfounded but more astonished by Tommy's formidable aura. Although Bergen had met Tommy via video conference yesterday, he hadn't experienced Tommy's unusual aura. Despite being slightly inferior to Bergen, Tommy's presence was significant enough to place him on an equal footing with high-ranking cultivators. Embarrassed, Bergen responded, "Cousin?" Ignoring Bergen's embarrassment, Tommy continued scolding. "Our Xinjiang sect has carefully prepared a welcoming ceremony, and you've wasted it all. How could you, an elder and a saint lord, behave so rudely? Don't you know that you should enter through the main gate when visiting?" Tommy didn't care, knowing that as long as they needed something from him, he was safe and didn't need to pamper these big shots. After being in high positions for so long, they forgot common etiquette. How could guests barge into a host's home without even knocking on the door? That was far too presumptuous. Even though Xinjiang sect was a subordinate sect of the Z Montague Dao sect and Bergen coming here was like returning home, Tommy clearly didn't want to tolerate this behavior. Realizing his mistake, Bergen blushed, nodded awkwardly at Brecken and Tommy, and said with a strained smile, "This old man was wrong. We'll meet later." With that, Bergen returned the way he came, instantly turning into a stream of light heading back to the gate. "Cousin, impressive." Facing Tommy's frankness, Brecken couldn't find words and could only give a thumbs up, praising him endlessly. After this little episode, everyone expected Bergen to use the main gate this time, but half an hour passed without his return. Seeing this, Brecken became anxious. Had Tommy's harsh words driven him away? Thinking this, Brecken couldn't sit still and quickly picked up the immortal communicator to contact his disciple. "Hey Woody, what's the situation at the gate? Where is Saint Lord Montague?" Elroy took a deep breath, hesitating. "It's hard to say. You better see for yourself." As Elroy spoke, Brecken's communicator pinged, indicating a video call from Elroy. Without a word, Brecken immediately connected the video call. On the screen, outside Xinjiang sect's gate, Bergen sat cross-legged in the air, eyes closed, guarding the entrance with a serene look. Beside him stood another bewildered figure, Ho Jiayu, the Saint Lord of the Ho family. Chapter 254. The Holy Lord blocks the way. It's no wonder Garrett is a Holy Lord. His speed truly stands out. Even though his son, Dimitri, set off before him, he still hasn't reached the Xinjiang sect. As for Bergen, it's no surprise that he arrived so late. Tommy has already commented on it. The Xinjiang sect is within the territory of the Zeado sect, serving as its subordinate sect. According to the pace of the Holy Lord, if Bergen had hurried a bit, he should have been able to arrive in half an hour. However, he delayed for an entire day and came in unceremoniously without caring about the welcoming ceremony prepared for them. Cough, cough. At this moment, Garrett gave 2 heavy coughs, then looked at the meditating Bergen, asking cautiously, "Holy Lord Montague, why is this? Why don't we go inside?" "Ha ha ha, Holy Lord Ho, long time no see." Hearing Garrett's voice, Bergen opened his eyes and stood up with a smile, acting like the host. In fact, Bergen had sensed Garrett's arrival the moment he appeared, but he kept his eyes closed and did not speak until Garrett initiated the conversation. This was not to act aloof, but to think of an excuse. It wouldn't be good if he admitted that he went in and got kicked out. No Holy Lord should be thrown out from their subordinate sect. It would be too embarrassing. Long time no see, long time no see. Garrett seemed preoccupied, his face anxious. He glanced at the mountain gate of the Xinjiang sect and asked again, "Why don't we go inside?" "Jasperf is short and fleeting, so live it to the fullest," Bergen sighed, looking up at the sky with his hands behind his back. After a pause, he suddenly waved his hand, and a tea set appeared before them. Then, while pouring tea, Bergen mused, "With such a beautiful scene, why not enjoy a cup of tea together?" "Oh?" Garrett was even more confused after hearing this, blurting out, "Tea? Drunkenness? Please." Bergen gestured invitingly without responding directly. Seeing this, Garrett, being a man from the north, could no longer tolerate playing these riddles. He released his divine sense to probe the internal situation of the Xinjiang sect. However, he found it even harder to understand Bergen's odd behavior. The Xinjiang sect had decorated everything and was ready to welcome them wholeheartedly, yet Bergen waited outside the gate without entering. Was he waiting to be invited in, or just showing off his authority? Thinking about this, Garrett's opinion of Bergen declined. He politely cupped his hands and said, "Drink your tea slowly, I'm going in first." With that, Garrett strode toward the mountain gate of the Xinjiang sect. "Stop," Bergen barked, blocking his path and nervously added, "You can't go in now." "Oh? How come?" Garrett grew frustrated and angry. "They've already prepared everything. Why can't we enter?" "I said you can't, and you can't." Bergen responded, though visibly embarrassed but still adamant. "Are you out of your mind?" Garrett's patience wore thin, and he burst out, "Were you kicked out by someone?" Bergen felt embarrassed when Garrett inadvertently hit the nail on the head. He whistled awkwardly, trying to divert attention. Suddenly, he thought of an excuse and feigned seriousness. "What do you mean?" What are you talking about?" "It's a subordinate sect of our Zeado sect. How could they kick me out?" "That's called inviting me out," Bergen proudly said, his expression glowing with pride. "Tommy, my nephew, invited me out to welcome you all. We will enter together once all the Holy Lords arrive." "You were still kicked out?" Garrett muttered under his breath. "Bergen." "Oh, right." To break the awkward silence, Bergen quickly changed the topic. "How many holy ancestors did you bring? Northern front is tight. Most of our elders couldn't leave." "Only 2 came," Garrett replied seriously. 2. Bergen sounded somewhat disappointed, then added, 2 should suffice. Our sect brought 10 great elders, all surrounding the G family. These holy lords aren't simple people. Their gathering at the Xinjiang sect means there's no chance of the ancient families attacking en masse. Indeed, it's not Bergen's fault for being late. Convincing these great elders to escort them took considerable effort. These holy great ancestors are protecting the safety of the holy lords to avoid annihilation. Nonetheless, Bergen managed to convince Garrett to wait. He feared Garrett might rashly rush in and get kicked out, which would also be embarrassing for him. After all, no holy lord should have to worry about how they're received when visiting their subordinate sect. Yet, Despite Xinyan sect officially belonging to the Zeodo sect, since Tommy emerged and carried out significant actions, the Xinyan sect was no longer within Bergen's control. Thus, the two sat at the gate, drinking tea and patiently waiting for others to arrive. Half an hour later, accompanied by hearty laughter, Arnold and Madison appeared with their entourage at the main gate of the Xinyan sect. They shared the same confusion and were blocked at the door by Bergen, preventing them from entering. Yang Bo, who came with them, did not argue and casually joined them, drinking tea and chatting. Now, seeing the major players gathered at the entrance, Elroy dared not stand guard any longer. He hesitated, unsure whether to greet them or not. He tried contacting Brecken for instructions, but received no reply, making him restless and agitated. As for why Brecken didn't respond, it was because Tommy held back his messages. Knowing through Flynn's divine sense that the important figures were already at the gate, Tommy forcibly prevented Brecken from rushing out to meet them. Since they were at the Xinyan sect, Tommy insisted they maintain the home field advantage and not show weakness. After another half an hour, two booming laughs rang out at the Xinyan sect gate. Jasper Rawu from the Jiliu Divine Dynasty and Abner from the Dabiashansi Temple appeared before them. Jasper Rawu's laughter was his own, while Abner's companion, Bodhi, laughed for him due to his practice of silent meditation. Translation notes. 1. Character names. Chapter 254. The Holy Lord blocking the path. It's no wonder Garrett is called a Holy Lord. His walking speed is indeed different. His son, Dimitri, set off before him but hasn't reached Xinyuan sect yet. As for Bergen, there's nothing surprising. He arrived so late that Tommy had to scold him. Xinyuan sect is located within the territory of Zi Dao sect and serves as one of its subordinate sections. According to Garrett's pace, if Bergen had hurried a bit, he could have arrived in about half an hour. However, he deliberately delayed until the next day, not only arriving late but also barging straight in without caring about the welcoming ceremony prepared by Xinyuan sect. Cough cough. At this moment, Garrett gave a heavy cough, then looked at the meditating Bergen and tentatively asked, Holy Lord Montague, why aren't we going inside? Ha ha ha. Holy Lord Ho, it's been a while. Hearing Garrett's voice, Bergen opened his eyes and stood up, greeting with a smile, appearing like a host. In truth, Bergen had already sensed Garrett's arrival the moment he appeared. Yet, he kept his eyes closed, not speaking until Garrett did. He wasn't trying to be aloof but was thinking of an excuse. It would be embarrassing to say that he went in and was then chased out. How could a holy lord be chased out of a subordinate sect? That would be too humiliating. Been a while. Garrett seemed distracted, glancing at the gates of Xinyuan sect and asking again, why don't we go inside? Jasper is short, so let's enjoy it fully. Bergen looked up at the sky with hands behind his back, reciting a line. Afterwards, he waved his hand, summoning a tea set between them. Pouring tea, Bergen mused, with such a beautiful time. Why not share a cup of tea here? Oh? Garrett was even more puzzled, blurting out, tea? Enjoy? Please. Bergen gestured invitingly without replying. Seeing this, Garrett, being from the north, couldn't bear to play guessing games anymore. He released his divine sense to check the situation inside Xinyuan sect. However, what he saw only deepened his confusion over Bergen's strange behavior. The Xinyuan sect was festively decorated, eagerly awaiting their arrival. Why would Bergen wait outside the gate instead of going in? Garrett's opinion of Bergen dropped a notch. He politely bowed and said, you drink slowly. I'll go in first. Saying this, Garrett strode toward the gate. Stop, Bergen shouted, blocking his path anxiously. You can't go in now. Oh? This made Garrett even more irritated. Xinyuan sect has everything ready. Why not enter? I said you can't, you just can't. Bergen responded awkwardly yet stubbornly. Are you out of your mind? Garrett's patience snapped, snapping back. Were you kicked out? Struck by Garrett's inadvertent accuracy, Bergen whistled nervously. Then, he came up with an excuse and feigned seriousness. What nonsense! How could I be kicked out of my own subordinate sect? It's called being invited out. He added proudly. My nephew Tommy invited me out to greet you all. We'll enter together once all holy lords arrive. Just kicked out. Garrett muttered under his breath. Bergen. Oh right. To ease the awkwardness, Bergen quickly changed the topic. How many senior saints did you bring? The northern front is tense. Most of our elders are tied up. Only 2 could come, Garrett replied solemnly. Only 2. Bergen felt slightly disappointed, then added, 2 might suffice. My sect sent 10 grand elders who are guarding the G family. None of these holy lords are simple figures. Choosing to gather at Xinyuan sect means they wouldn't give the ancient families any chance. In fact, it took significant effort to arrange for these grand elders to protect them, ensuring their safety. Nonetheless, Bergen managed to convince Garrett to stay put. He feared Garrett might be chased out if he entered recklessly, which would also reflect poorly on himself. After all, no holy lord should have to watch their step when entering their subordinate sect. Yet, despite Xinyuan sect officially belonging to Zi Dao sect, since Tommy emerged and caused a series of major actions, Xinyuan sect was no longer easily controlled by Bergen. So, the two sat outside the gate, drinking tea and waiting for the others to arrive. Half an hour later, with loud laughter, Arnold and Madison arrived with their group. Similar to Garrett, they were also confused and halted by Bergen. Yang Bo, accompanying them, opted not to argue and sat down to chat and drink tea with them. At the gate, the presence of these powerful figures unnerved Elroy, who dared neither stand guard nor approach. He messaged Brecken but received no reply, making him restless. Brecken remained silent because Tommy had detained him. Through Flynn's divine sense, Tommy knew the important figures had arrived. Wanting to maintain the upper hand, Jasper Winkong insisted on staying put. About half an hour later, 2 bursts of laughter echoed near the Xinyuan sect gate. Jasper Shwu from the Jiliao Divine Dynasty and Braden, the abbot from Dabiashansi Temple, arrived together. Jasper Shwu laughed heartily, while Braden, practicing silence meditation, had Bodhi laugh for him. Dimitri. It seems there was an attempt to translate a character's name, but no full context or sentence was provided for translation. The name Hou Yijun is correctly transliterated as Dimitri. If you need this incorporated into a fuller text or have specific sentences requiring translation or proofreading, please provide the complete context. Chapter 254. The Holy Lord blocks the path. It's no wonder Garrett is a holy lord. His walking speed is just different. His son, Dimitri, set off before him, but hasn't even reached the mystical sword sect yet. As for Bergen, there's no need to mention him. He arrived so late that Tommy had to criticize him. The mystical sword sect is located within the territory of the purple primordial Dao sect and is its subordinate sect. According to the Holy Lord's pace, if Bergen hurried a bit, it would probably only take half an hour to arrive. However, he dragged himself for a whole day, and not only did he come late, but he also burst in directly, completely ignoring the welcome ceremony prepared by the mystical sword sect for them. Cough, cough. At this moment, Garrett gave 2 heavy coughs and looked at the meditating Bergen, tentatively asking, Holy Lord Montague, what's the reason? Why don't you go inside? Ha ha ha. Holy Lord Ho, nice to see you. Hearing Garrett's voice, Bergen opened his eyes, rose from his seat, and greeted with a smile, looking entirely like the host. In fact, Bergen had already sensed Garrett's arrival as soon as he showed up. However, he kept his eyes tightly shut and didn't speak unless Garrett did first. He wasn't pretending to be aloof. Instead, he was thinking of an excuse. If he said he went in and then got kicked out, that wouldn't look good. Which Holy Lord goes to their subordinate sect and gets booted out? That would be too embarrassing. Nice to see you. Nice to see you. Garrett seemed somewhat distracted, with a hint of urgency on his face. He glanced at the mountain gate of the mystical sword sect and asked again, Why aren't we going in? Jasper is short and fleeting. One should drink until drunk. Bergen stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at the sky and reciting lightly. After saying that, he turned to Garrett, waved his hand suddenly, and a tea set immediately appeared before them. Then, while pouring tea, Bergen mused aloud, Such a beautiful scene. Why don't we enjoy a cup of tea here together? Oh? Upon hearing this, Garrett was even more bewildered and blurted out, Tea? Drunk? Please. Bergen did not reply, but extended his hand invitingly. Seeing this, Garrett, a northern man, couldn't bear to play riddles with him any longer. He released his divine sense and scanned the situation inside the mystical sword sect. However, after investigating, he understood Bergen's bizarre behavior even less. Why was Bergen waiting at the entrance instead of going in? Was he waiting to be invited, or just showing off his status as a holy lord? Thinking about this, Garrett's impression of Bergen slightly deteriorated. He politely bowed and said, You keep drinking, I'll go in first. With that, Garrett strode towards the main gate of the mystical sword sect. Hold it, Bergen shouted, blocking Garrett's path, and said anxiously, You can't go in now. Why not? They've all prepared. Garrett snapped, clearly annoyed. I said you're not allowed in, and that's final. Bergen replied, looking awkward but still stubborn. Are you nuts? Garrett's patience was finally worn out. He spat out, Don't tell me you were kicked out? Hearing Garrett hit the nail on the head, Bergen awkwardly whistled. Suddenly, he thought of a good excuse and feigned seriousness, saying, What are you talking about? How could my subordinate sect kick me out? That's called being invited. Bergen then put on a proud expression and boasted, My nephew Tommy invited me out here to greet you. Once all of us holy lords gather, we'll enter together. Still got kicked out? Garrett muttered under his breath. Bergen. Oh right. Bergen, trying to ease the awkwardness, hurriedly changed the subject. How many holy ancestors did you bring? The northern front is tight. Most of the elders can't move, only 2 came. Garrett replied seriously. Only 2. Bergen sounded a little disappointed but added, 2 might barely suffice. My sect brought 10 supreme elders, all surrounding the ancient G family. These holy lords are not simple characters. By choosing to gather at the mystical sword sect, they ensured the ancient families couldn't ambush them all at once. In reality, Tommy didn't know the full story. It's not Bergen's fault he arrived late. Persuading these supreme elders to escort them took a lot of effort. Now, these holy level elders were surrounding the ancient G family to ensure their safety and prevent a total annihilation. Regardless, Bergen managed to persuade Garrett not to enter. He feared that if Garrett barged in and was also kicked out, it would embarrass him too. After all, no holy lord wants to visit their subordinate sect and have to watch their step. However, although nominally part of the purple primordial Dao sect, the mystical sword sect, due to Tommy's influence and actions, was no longer something Bergen could easily control. So, the 2 sat outside the gate, raising cups together, patiently waiting for the others to arrive. Half an hour later, accompanied by Laughter, Arnold and Madison led a group to the main gate of the mystical sword sect. Facing the same confusion, Madison, who wanted to see her son-in-law, was also blocked by Bergen. Young Bo, who appeared with them, chose not to argue with the juniors and casually joined them, chatting and drinking tea. Now that all the bigwigs gathered at the main gate, Elroy dared not stand guard anymore. Unsure whether to greet them or send a message to Brecken, he felt uneasy, pacing back and forth. Tommy had intercepted Brecken's messages through Flynn's divine sense, knowing that the bigwigs were already outside the gate. Brecken was itching to go out to welcome them, but Tommy forced him to stay inside, emphasizing they must appear strong and not show weakness. About half an hour later, 2 loud laughs echoed at the mystical sword sect's gate. Inigo of the 9 Jasper Divine Dynasty and Abner of the Great Compassion Zen Temple appeared before them. Of course, Inigo's laugh was his own, while Abner, due to practicing silent meditation, had his assistant Bodhi laughing for him. Chapter 254. The Holy Lord blocks the way. It's no wonder that Garrett is called a Holy Lord. His speed is truly different. His son, Dimitri, left earlier but still hasn't arrived at the Xinjiang sect yet. As for Bergen, it goes without saying why he came so late. Tommy even criticized him for it. The Xinjiang sect is within the territory of the Z Dao sect and is one of its subordinate sections. Given the Holy Lord's pace, if Bergen had hurried a bit, it would have taken him only half an hour to get here. However, he deliberately delayed his arrival by a day. Not only did he come late, but he also burst in directly, completely ignoring the welcome ceremony prepared by the Xinjiang sect. Cough, cough. At this moment, Garrett cleared his throat heavily, looking at the meditating Bergen, and tentatively asked, Holy Lord Montague, what's going on? Why don't we go inside? Ha ha ha. Holy Lord Ho, how have you been? Upon hearing Garrett's voice, Bergen opened his eyes and greeted with a smile, acting as if he were the host. In fact, Bergen had already sensed Garrett's presence when he appeared. However, he kept his eyes closed and didn't speak until Garrett initiated the conversation. He wasn't trying to appear aloof but was thinking of an excuse. It wouldn't look good if he said he went in and was asked to leave. How could a holy lord be turned away from a subordinate sect? That would be too embarrassing. Fine. Fine. Garrett seemed distracted, with a hint of urgency on his face. Glancing at the entrance of the Xinjiang sect, he asked again, Why aren't we going in? Jasperf is short. Autumn passes in just a few moments. One must not stop drinking before getting drunk. Bergen gazed at the sky with his hands behind his back, reciting these lines softly. Then, he looked at Garrett and waved his hand, instantly conjuring a tea set before them. As he began pouring tea, Bergen mused, Such a beautiful scene. Why not share a cup together? Oh? Hearing this, Garrett was utterly confused, blurting out, Tea? Drunk? Please. Bergen didn't reply but gestured with his hand, inviting Garrett to join him. Seeing this, the northern man Garrett couldn't contain his impatience any longer and immediately released his divine senses to check the situation inside the Xinjiang sect. However, after checking, he found Bergen's behavior even more inexplicable. The Xinjiang sect had decorated beautifully and was welcoming everyone grandly. Why was Bergen waiting outside, expecting an invitation? What was he trying to show off? Thinking about this, Garrett's opinion of Bergen dropped slightly. He politely clasped his hands and said, You can drink slowly. I'll go in first. With that, Garrett took large steps towards the mountain gate of the Xinjiang sect. Stop! Bergen shouted, blocking Garrett's path, saying anxiously, You can't go in now. Why not? Garrett was now quite irritated, angrily responding, The Xinjiang sect has everything ready. Why shouldn't we enter? I said no entry. Then there's no entry? Bergen blushed awkwardly but stubbornly insisted. Have you lost your mind? Garrett's patience was finally gone, retorting loudly, Were you kicked out or something? Bergen felt embarrassed by Garrett hitting the nail on the head. After blowing a whistle casually, he thought up a better excuse and pretended to be serious, saying, What nonsense! How could a subordinate sect of the Zi Dao sect kick me out? It's an invitation. Finished speaking, Bergen's face showed immense pride, adding, My nephew Tommy invited me out here to welcome you all. We will enter together once all the holy lords gather. Just being kicked out? Garrett muttered under his breath. Bergen. Oh right. To ease the awkwardness, Bergen quickly changed the subject, asking, How many senior holy ones did you bring? Due to urgent matters in the north, most of our elders couldn't come. Only 2 made it, Garrett replied solemnly. Only 2. Bergen was somewhat disappointed but continued, 2 might be enough. My sect brought 10 great elders, and they are all stationed near the Ji family. None of these holy lords are simple individuals. They chose to gather at the Xinjiang sect, ensuring that the ancient families couldn't wipe them out in one stroke. Actually, Tommy didn't understand the full situation. Bergen arriving late isn't entirely his fault. It took significant effort to persuade these great elders to escort them safely. Currently, these senior holy ones are surrounding the ancient Ji family, protecting the safety of the holy lords and preventing their annihilation. Still, Bergen managed to stop Garrett. He feared that if Garrett rushed in and got kicked out, it would tarnish his reputation. No holy lord should be scrutinized when entering a subordinate sect. However, despite formally belonging to the Zi Dao sect, since Tommy joined the Xinjiang sect and orchestrated several significant actions, the Xinjiang sect was no longer easily manipulated. Thus, the two sat outside the gate, sharing drinks and waiting for others to arrive. Half an hour later, accompanied by a series of hearty laughs, Arnold and Madison led a group to the main gate of the Xinjiang sect. With the same confusion and disbelief, even Madison couldn't see her son-in-law because Bergen blocked her at the entrance. Of course, Jackson, who came with him, didn't want to argue with juniors and calmly sat down, chatting and drinking tea with them. Now, with all the major figures gathered at the entrance, Elroy dared not stand guard anymore. Afraid to greet them and unable to contact Brecken, who didn't reply, he became restless. As for why Brecken didn't reply, it was because Tommy had restrained him. Tommy knew through Flynn's divine senses that these major figures were already at the entrance. Brecken wanted to go out to welcome them but was forcibly held back by Tommy, emphasizing that they must maintain a strong position and not appear weak. About half an hour later, 2 boisterous laughs echoed at the entrance of the Xinjiang sect. Jasper Were from the Jiliu divine dynasty and Abner from the Dabiachansi temple appeared together. Of course, Jasper Will laughed naturally, while Choya Master, due to practicing silent meditation, had his assistant Bodhi laugh for him. Arnold. Chapter 254. The Holy Lord blocking the path. Just as expected of someone like Garrett, the speed at which he traveled was indeed different. His son, Dmitri, had set off before him, yet still hadn't reached Sword Immortal sect. As for Bergen, there's no need to mention him. Arriving so late that even Tommy was starting to worry. Sword Immortal sect is within the territory controlled by Purple One Dao sect and is its subordinate sect. Calculating based on the Holy Lord's travel speed, if Bergen had hurried a bit more, it should have taken him no more than half an hour to arrive. However, he deliberately delayed until the next day before showing up, not only arriving late but also barging straight in without any regard for the welcome ceremony prepared by Sword Immortal sect. Cough, cough. At this moment, Garrett coughed loudly, looking at Bergen who was meditating. He tentatively asked, Holy Lord Montague, why are you just standing here? Why don't we go inside? Ha 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 ha. Holy Lord Ho, nice to see you again. Hearing Garrett's voice, Bergen opened his eyes and stood up with a smile, greeting like a host. In truth, Bergen had already sensed Garrett's arrival the moment he appeared. But he kept his eyes closed, not speaking until Garrett broke the silence. This wasn't because he wanted to act aloof. Instead, he was trying to come up with an excuse. If he were to say that he went inside and got thrown out, it would be rather embarrassing. What kind of holy lord gets kicked out from their subordinate sect? That would certainly lose face. Nice to see you again. Nice to see you again. Garrett seemed distracted, his expression anxious as he glanced at the gate of Sword Immortal Sect and asked again, "Why aren't we going inside?" "Jasperf is short, let's get drunk while we can," Bergen said, gazing skyward with his hands behind his back, quoting poetically. He then turned to Garrett and waved his hand, producing a tea set between them. Pouring the tea, Bergen mused, on such a beautiful day, why not enjoy a cup together? Huh? Tea? Get drunk? Garrett was even more confused upon hearing this. Please. Bergen extended his hand invitingly without responding. Seeing this, Garrett, being a straightforward northerner, could no longer tolerate the enigma and directly used his divine sense to investigate the situation within Sword Immortal Sect. However, after examining, he became even more puzzled by Bergen's inexplicable behavior. The sect was festively decorated, welcoming everyone with grandeur. Why was Bergen loitering outside, waiting to be invited in? Was he trying to show off his holy lord authority? With this thought, Garrett's opinion of Bergen dropped slightly. Politely bowing, he replied, "You continue drinking. I'm going in first." Saying this, Garrett strode towards the gate of Sword Immortal Sect. "Hold it!" Bergen shouted, appearing to block his path. Tense. "You can't go in now." "Why not?" Garrett retorted irritably. "Everything is ready for our welcome. I said no entrance means no entrance." Bergen looked embarrassed but still responded stubbornly. "Are you nuts?" Garrett lost his patience and snapped, "Didn't you get thrown out?" Upon hitting the nail on the head, Bergen whistled awkwardly. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He pretended to be stern. "What are you talking about? How could they throw me out of my own subordinate sect? They invited me out here to greet you all. We will enter together once all the holy lords have arrived." "Just another way of saying you got kicked out?" Garrett muttered under his breath. "Bergen." "Oh right." To divert attention, Bergen quickly changed the topic. "How many venerable sages did you bring along?" "The northern front is tight, and most of our elders can't leave." "Only 2 came," Garrett replied solemnly. 2. "Not bad, barely enough." Bergen felt somewhat disappointed but added, "Our sect brought 10 supreme elders. They're all surrounding the ancient G family. These holy lords, none simple souls, chose to gather at Sword Immortal Sect, ensuring no ancient families could wipe them all out at once. Actually, it's unfair to blame Bergen for arriving late. It took great effort to get these elders to accompany them. Now, these sage-level elders surround the ancient G family to protect the safety of these holy lords, preventing them from being annihilated." Despite everything, Bergen managed to stop Garrett from entering. He feared that if Garrett barged in and got thrown out too, it would reflect poorly on him as well. After all, no holy lord wants to enter their subordinate sect and be treated with disdain. Yet, Bergen had no choice but to face the reality that although Sword Immortal Sect officially belonged to Purple One Dao Sect, since Tommy's rise and subsequent actions, the sect could no longer be easily manipulated. Thus, both men sat at the gate, raising their cups in companionship, patiently awaiting the others. Half an hour later, amidst laughter, Arnold and Madison, along with their group, appeared at the main gate of Sword Immortal Sect. They faced the same confusion and doubt. Even Madison couldn't smoothly visit her son-in-law, blocked by Bergen at the gate. Of course, Jackson was amicable, sitting down with them, chatting and enjoying tea. The gathering of powerhouses at the gate left Elroy restless, unable to stand guard or approach, unsure how to proceed. Attempting to message Brecken received no response, leaving him pacing anxiously. Brecken didn't respond because Tommy had detained him, knowing through Flynn's divine sense that the major figures were at the gate. Restless, Brecken wanted to greet them personally but was held back by Tommy, insisting they maintain the upper hand, demonstrating no weakness. About half an hour later, 2 booming laughs sounded at the gate of Sword Immortal Sect. Inigo of the 9 Jasper Divine Dynasty and Abner of the Great Compassion Zen Temple appeared together. Of course, Inigo's laughter was his own, while Abner, practicing silent meditation, had Bodhi laugh for him. Jackson, Yang Boa. For characters that have already been introduced with their titles or nicknames, it's better to maintain consistency. Since Yang Boa is more of a respectful address rather than just a name, translating it as Jackson would be more appropriate and natural in English. Elroy was too intimidated by the big shots gathered at the gate to continue standing guard. He didn't dare to greet them, and when he messaged Brecken for instructions, there was no response. All he could do was sit restlessly, pacing back and forth in agitation. As for why Brecken wasn't responding, it was because Tommy had stopped him. Through Flynn's divine awareness, Tommy knew the big shots were already at the gate. Brecken couldn't sit still and insisted on going out to welcome them, but Tommy forcefully held him back. Since they had arrived at the Zuinyigian sect, both Brecken and Tommy had to maintain their home field advantage and absolutely could not appear weak in front of others. About half an hour later, 2 loud laughs echoed at the gate of Zuinyigian sect. Inigo from the Jili Divine Dynasty and Abner from Debichin Temple appeared before them. Of course, Inigo's laughter was his own, while Abner, due to practicing silent meditation, had Bodhi beside him laughing on his behalf. Justice. Jasper Wu. For consistency and natural reading in English, it's better to use Jasper Wu without the parentheses if this name is already introduced. If introducing for the first time, a note on pronunciation or origin can be helpful but isn't strictly necessary for fluency. Jasper Wu. This approach keeps the text flowing naturally while maintaining accuracy. Abner, Master Autumn Leaf. Using Master Autumn Leaf ensures the name reads naturally and fluently in English while maintaining the original meaning. Bodhi helped laugh on behalf of Abner, who practices the silence chant. This maintains consistency in referring to the character's name in pinyin as provided, while also explaining his action in context. 2. Tone and style. Maintained a tone similar to the original text, preserving idiomatic expressions and natural flow in English. 3. Paragraph structure. Preserve the paragraph breaks to ensure the narrative remains coherent. ####Chapter 255. Welcome Ceremony. As Inigo and Master Braden appeared, the three holy lords who were sitting together stood up to greet them. Ha ha ha. Inigo laughed again, greeting them. Holy Lord Montague. Holy Lord Francis, you've been waiting long. Ha ha ha. Bodhi mimicked Inigo, laughing as he greeted. Holy Lord Montague. Holy Lord Francis. Holy Lord Ho, you've been waiting long. Slap. Master Braden slapped Bodhi on the head again, then formed words with his spiritual energy. Don't greet that Taoist. All right. Bodhi said a bit reluctantly, immediately correcting himself. Holy Lord Francis. Holy Lord Ho, you've been waiting long. It was evident that Inigo and Garrett did not get along, intentionally omitting him. Garrett also ignored him, unwilling to provoke any conflict at the entrance of the mystical sword sect. As for Master Braden, he had nothing but disdain for Bergen, even stopping his disciple from greeting him. Of course, Bergen didn't care about these matters. Since they were in the eastern desolate region, it was his Purple Dao sect's territory, so he put on an air of hospitality, ignoring the old bald monk. Cough, cough. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Bergen cleared his throat and said solemnly, since everyone is here, let's go inside. Ha ha, please. The five holy lords suddenly became courteous, inviting each other to go first. Ultimately, the five walked together towards the entrance of the mystical sword sect. They're here. Sensing their arrival, Brecken took out his mystical communicator again, holding it like a walkie-talkie to his mouth, whispering, attention all units, get ready. Winston, roger that, Group 1 is ready. Evangeline, understood. Group 2 is ready. Brett, Rapid Sword Peak serving staff is ready. As the sounds of various peak leaders and elders came through the communicator, the welcome ceremony for the mystical sword sect officially began. Ha ha ha. As the group of senior figures entered the gates of the mystical sword sect, Elroy appeared, smiling, and clasped his hands in greeting. Welcome all holy lords to the mystical sword sect. My master Brecken has urgent matters and couldn't come to greet you. Please forgive him. Speaking, Elroy gestured towards the red cloud carpet floating in the sky, inviting them formally. Please, esteemed predecessors, step onto the auspicious clouds and enter the sect. Everyone responded, no problem, young friend, you are too polite. With that, the senior figures followed Elroy and stepped onto the red clouds in the sky. As soon as they appeared in the air, over 1,000 burly disciples on either side of the red clouds tore open their clothes and shouted in unison, welcome, welcome. This sudden burst startled the seniors, but they held back their surprise, returning their greetings with smiles. Seeing this enthusiastic scene, Inigo could not help but tease, friend Yuan Tong, you certainly have put thought into this. Of course, our mystical sword sect is no ordinary sect. Bergen responded proudly. As they moved forward, passing the welcoming area of Giant Sword Peak and arriving before the disciples of Heavenly Sound Peak, the female disciples there did not tear their clothes like those at Giant Sword Peak. Instead, they bowed respectfully, welcoming the holy lords. Then, under Evangeline's direction, over 1,000 disciples began playing celestial-like music, warmly welcoming their arrival. Of course, if it were just a simple welcome ceremony, it would underestimate Elder Ramon's creativity. As they progressed, corresponding colorful cloud murals introducing each holy lord's achievements appeared in the sky. There was also a special performance in the sky. The Thunder Sword Peak disciples wielded their swords skyward, summoning thunderous celebrations. However, within the Thunder Sword Peak disciple area, a spy from Rapid Sword Peak, Jensen, was lurking. He wasn't an assassin anymore but now practiced as a mage. Jensen, riding on a flying sword, stood high in the sky, forming hand seals and shouting loudly, ignite. Suddenly, a whoosh sound echoed as white gas quickly surrounded him. Jensen swiftly flew away from the gas and took out a long-hidden cigar. He silently lit the cigar, took a deep puff, then casually tossed the cigarette, but behind him without looking back. Boom! The sky instantly erupted into a sea of flames, interspersed with lightning, creating an enormous fireworks display with grandeur. Each of the 18 peaks of the mystical sword sect had its unique welcome ritual, showcasing a variety of performances one after another, giving full respect to their guests. Thus, the senior figures slowly advanced, admiring the performances as they walked on the red cloud, gradually arriving at its end above the martial arts square. Here, Tommy and Brecken stood side by side, awaiting their arrival. Closer now. Ha ha ha. Brecken laughed heartily, raising his voice. Welcome esteemed predecessors to our humble abode. Apologies for not being able to greet you far ahead. Ha ha ha. The senior figures laughed in return, clasping their hands in response. No problem, no problem. We understand your sentiments. Tommy also exchanged pleasantries with them before hastily flying down to set up a white jade table near the banquet hall, taking out paper and pen. Brecken led the senior figures slowly into the banquet area within the martial arts square, approaching Tommy. At this moment, Ainsley approached her brother with seriousness, suddenly producing a spatial bracelet and declaring loudly, I, Ainsley, representing all the disciples of Cliffbreak Peak, present 1 billion high-grade spirit stones to celebrate sect leader Brecken's 3,000th birthday. Good. Very spirited. Tommy loudly replied, receiving the spatial bracelet and quickly recording it. After presenting her gift, Ainsley walked happily into the banquet hall, finding a table and sitting down. Seeing this, the senior figures felt a chill run down their spines, realizing they had been tricked by Brecken. Tommy guarded the entrance, collecting gifts. No gifts meant no entry. And coincidentally, right in front of them, Ainsley had set the bar very high. A small disciple of the mystical sword sect had directly offered 1 billion high-grade spirit stones. How could they, as senior figures, enter without offering more? Chapter 256, The Yuan Tong Sword. Cough, cough. Garrett gave an awkward cough and turned to look at Brecken, whispering, Hey, fellow Taoist Yuan Tong, why didn't you let us know about your birthday celebration earlier? Hee hee. Just a coincidence. Brecken laughed with a thick-skinned smile, pointing up at the sky. See this? It was already mentioned. Just as Brecken extended his hand, the man who had been playing with the clouds immediately understood. Ramon, moving faster than lightning, quickly made a finger seal and released the hidden clouds again. Everyone, filled with anxious anticipation, looked up. In an instant, the auspicious cloud couplets that had disappeared from the sky reappeared above the heads of the important figures. The top line read, "Warmly welcome, esteemed lord, for guidance." The bottom line read, "Sincerely celebrate 3,000 years of longevity for the sect leader." It was all about giving enough face, first welcoming the lords, and then celebrating the birthday. After seeing this, the expressions on the faces of the various lords were varied. Some were indifferent, others were confident, and one hairless lord looked so disgusted it was as if he couldn't even speak. Tommy had previously been angry and eager to chase Bergen away because he disrupted the carefully prepared welcome ceremony of the Shinua sect. Additionally, before Elder Russell's couplet could be hidden, Bergen saw it. If everyone had seen it and were frightened off, they might not have come. Therefore, he believed in luring them in without them realizing it, catching them off guard. Ha 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 ha. After everyone recovered, Bergen burst into laughter. Congratulations, brother Yuan. On reaching your 3,000th birthday, your brother here has specially prepared a humble gift for you. Please accept it graciously. Tommy. Who is this guy? Does he lack culture? If he can't offer congratulations properly, just give money. What does reaching your 3,000th birthday even mean? After speaking, Bergen ignored the reactions of the other lords and walked confidently to Tommy. Then, he snapped his fingers lightly, revealing a concealed azure sword hovering in the void. This sword, approximately 4 feet long, emitted a sharp azure glow, swirling above everyone's heads, as if showing off, before finally landing back in Bergen's hand. Next, holding the sword in his left hand, Bergen gently tapped the blade with his right. Buzz. Instantly, the azure light intensified, emitting a ringing sound. This sword, known as the Azure Jasperg sword, is a supreme weapon of quasi-saint level, Bergen said proudly, introducing the sword. He then looked down at the other lords with disdain and declared arrogantly, "Now, this sword is officially renamed the Yuan Tong sword." After saying this, Bergen placed the sword solemnly on the white jade table in front of Tommy. Seeing this, the remaining lords' eyes immediately lit up with fervent flames. Not because they couldn't afford such treasures, but out of resentment. They resented Bergen, who deliberately withheld information about Brecken's birthday, leaving them unprepared. Then, he took the opportunity to show off this treasure, utterly humiliating the other lords. Ha 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 ha. Brecken immediately burst into laughter, approaching Bergen while pretending. Lord Montague thoughtfully brought such a valuable treasure, but I cannot accept it. Ah, hearing this, Bergen feigned seriousness, waving his hand. What are you talking about, Yuan? You are already a quasi-saint, and should not call yourself a junior. We should treat each other as equals. No, I am a junior. Brecken chuckled. Tommy saw through Brecken's little game. He was just putting on an act. Pretending to be junior in front of these lords would make it easier for him to ask for gifts shamelessly and without restraint. However, while Brecken and Bergen exchanged pleasantries, Tommy wasted no time, swiftly putting away the Yuan Tong sword. He asked, "Is that it?" "What?" Bergen was bewildered, losing interest in formalities with Brecken. Embarrassedly, he questioned, "Not enough?" To Bergen, being able to personally attend a subordinate sect leader's birthday and bringing a gift was a huge honor. Though Brecken could now be considered an equal, he still wasn't fully regarded as a subordinate. Nonetheless, the Yuan Tong sword he presented far exceeded the value of an ordinary birthday gift. It symbolized respect for the Shinua sect. Bergen spared no expense, taking out this supreme weapon from his personal collection, intending to surprise other lords. How could Tommy think it was insufficient? "Wenxiang, don't be impolite," Brecken hastily shouted at Tommy, signaling him with gestures to back off. Tommy might not know what a supreme weapon represented, but a senior-level cultivator like Brecken understood clearly. A quasi-saint supreme weapon's value transcended mere spirit stones. It was an item of immense worth, far surpassing ordinary holy artifacts. Put simply, this item grew alongside its host, absorbing their essence energy for upgrades without needing additional materials. In other words, given enough time, it could become a top-tier holy artifact in the hands of a saint, nearly rivaling imperial weapons in power. However, becoming a top-tier supreme holy artifact was only a beautiful dream for most, as cultivating it was extremely difficult. Primarily, because ordinary hosts couldn't provide enough essence energy. Nevertheless, despite the challenges, it still offered hope. Feeling Brecken's bright eyes, Tommy tentatively asked, "Enough? Brecken squinted, his face crinkling with smiles as he nodded vigorously, whispering, "Enough. Fine." Tommy reluctantly agreed, writing down the gift list while muttering, "Can't even give a holy artifact, so stingy. Everyone. How about, I add some spirit stones?" Bergen awkwardly offered, reaching for more spirit stones. Clearly, Tommy didn't understand the true value of this gift, recognizing only spirit stones. Chapter 257, Birthday Gift, Madison. Still have spirit stones? Upon hearing about the spirit stones, Tommy's eyes lit up as if possessed by his sister. But soon, he realized he was acting out of character and tried to play it cool. Just give what you can. Anyway, my sister has already given a gift of 10 billion high-grade spirit stones. Tommy now had only one thing on his mind, spirit stones. As for the far-through sword, it couldn't be exchanged for spirit stones and wasn't much use to him. At this point, Tommy had gone all in, money over face. There was no other way. With such a large family business, everything required spending money. His gold-sucking skill was a bottomless pit that could never be filled with enough spirit stones. Furthermore, he would soon need a vast quantity of idle pills, which were likely to demand even more than the illusion cards did. After all, the device for creating illusion cards didn't require replacement. One per person was sufficient. But idle pills, being consumable, would vanish after eating. The amount of resources needed to make these pills widely available made Tommy shudder to think about it. Therefore, when it came to spirit stones, the more, the better. It wouldn't do for only Brecken to reap the benefits while he, Tommy, got nothing. Cough. Just then, Bergen nearly choked upon realizing Tommy was openly asking for another billion spirit stones. Embarrassed, he said, "Nephew, Uncle doesn't have much left either. I can only offer 10 million high-grade spirit stones." Bergen dared not let Tommy speak further. If he did, his entire wealth wouldn't be enough. Immediately, using his near-saint cultivation level, Bergen hastily gathered 10 million high-grade spirit stones into a spatial bracelet and hurriedly placed it on the jade table. At the same time, he said with visible pain, "Nephew, this is all I have left. In the future, please favor our own sect when it comes to those idle pills." Ha 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 ha. Tommy beamed and quickly stored the bracelet, responding jovially, Sure. Once these pills are ready, I'll send them to you right away." "All right, I'm relieved to hear that from you, nephew." Bergen looked immensely pleased. Subsequently, he walked alone back to his seat at the banquet, quietly healing himself. Next, after settling Bergen, Tommy loudly called out to the remaining holy lords. Because he had the idle pills, Tommy had them completely under control. "Want your holy land to grow stronger? Buy my pills, or risk being overtaken by others." The moment they heard Tommy calling them, these big shots quickly pretended not to hear, exchanging glances to discuss their gifts. Not everyone ignored him, though. Arnold reluctantly stepped forward toward Tommy. Before Tommy could speak, Arnold nudged Brecken beside him, frowning and whispering, "You little sly fox." Hee hee. Brecken grinned sheepishly. "I didn't trick you. It's just coincidence." "You're kidding me." Arnold clenched his teeth. "We're roughly the same age, and you're celebrating your 3,000th birthday at 2,362 years old?" Haha. Brecken laughed awkwardly, hugging Arnold's shoulder and murmured, "It's my nominal age." Tommy. Shocked, Tommy couldn't believe what he heard. He had thought Brecken was genuinely celebrating his 3,000th birthday to collect gifts. But unexpectedly, Brecken pushed the non-human act to the extreme. At just over 2,000 years old, he claimed a nominal age of 3,000. If Brecken really reached 3,000, he might celebrate his 10,000th birthday. Nevertheless, things had escalated. Given the relationship between Arnold and Brecken, Arnold wouldn't ruin the party but would reluctantly go along with it. Arnold looked at Tommy with a troubled expression and said, "Wenxiang, this was sudden, and I didn't prepare. Perhaps, for Annalisa's sake." "All right." Tommy nodded firmly. Hearing this, Arnold's originally anxious face immediately brightened up. However, Tommy's next words plunged him back into despair. Taking a deep breath, Tommy sternly replied, "For Annalisa's sake, I won't ask for my mother-in-law's gift." Arnold. Speechless, Arnold knew Tommy was adamant about receiving gifts. Today, he had to comply. Gritting his teeth, he turned to look at Madison chatting outside with Annalise and shouted, "Shannon, come here." Madison murmured, appearing beside Arnold, puzzled. "What's up?" Ignoring her confusion, Arnold shouted towards Tommy, "Birthday gift, Madison." Tommy. Madison. Brecken. Tommy was speechless. Who in their right mind would offer their number 2 figure as a birthday gift? However, it wasn't just anyone. Madison was Brecken's paramour. They rarely saw each other due to official duties, but were still in a committed relationship. Understanding Tommy's bewilderment, Arnold looked at Madison beside him and repeated, "I present Madison, the Venerable of Tiansheng Palace, as a birthday gift to Brecken. From now on, Tiansheng Palace will relieve Madison of her messenger duties. Henceforth, she can remain indefinitely at Xinyuan sect without any obligations to Tiansheng Palace, enjoying all its privileges. Hurry up, Wenxiang, write the gift list." Brecken, overcome with excitement, urged Tommy to hurry. Seeing Tommy still dazed, Brecken snatched the paper and pen from him and started writing down Arnold's gift details frenziedly. This action by Arnold was truly the grandest birthday gift. Brecken and Madison had feelings for each other, having long been paramours. Alas, since Tiansheng Palace was a holy land and Madison held a high position, they often separated for the good of their sect despite longing for each other. Now, Arnold had relieved Madison of her duties, allowing her to reunite with Brecken and stay indefinitely at Xinyuan sect, a gesture equivalent to gifting a person. Madison, a heavenly boundary expert, was precisely what Xinyuan sect lacked the most, top-tier figures. Indeed, Arnold had presented an extraordinary gift, delivering a powerful figure to Xinyuan sect. Moreover, Madison was special, being both Tommy's mother-in-law and Brecken's paramour. On principle and sentiment, Tommy must accept. This also offered a perfect opportunity to reunite Brecken and Annalise with Madison. Chapter 258, Tommy's Benevolence. Oh? Madison looked utterly bewildered. Her face flushed as she said, Isn't anyone going to ask for my opinion?" "Oh." Brecken's pen paused mid-air as he lifted his head to look at Madison cautiously. "You disagree?" "I do." Madison smiled, nodding emphatically before gently taking Brecken's hand to express her stance. Ainsley cheered, "Yay." "Stop cheering." Unnoticed, her sister had slipped over and was nosily sticking her nose into everything like a melon-eating spectating badger. Seeing this, Tommy immediately reprimanded sternly, "Go sit back down. Don't meddle." At that moment, Ainsley flashed her brother 2 little canines, shrugged her tiny hands, and pouted. "So, you can give it back now, right? Take it, money grubber." Knowing his little sister couldn't resist, Tommy indulged her, returning the 10 billion top-grade spirit stones she initially presented. Ainsley's gift served as an effective icebreaker, much like drawing water from a well. Now, with 2 major figures already presenting gifts, the siblings didn't need to pretend anymore. The remaining big shots had no choice but to follow suit. Otherwise, they'd be given a hard time by Tommy. Yuantong, you must treat Shannon well, or I won't forgive you. Just then, seeing his own freed daughter standing affectionately hand in hand with Brecken, Arnold's face twisted in a sour expression like a protective father, warning Brecken. Although Arnold had once loved Madison when he was young, she was indifferent towards him, and being a person of integrity, he preferred to foster their happiness now. Alright, got it. Go inside already. Brecken, slightly impatient, ushered Arnold into the banquet hall without looking up. After sending off Arnold, Tommy felt uncomfortable watching this public display of affection. Then, he bowed respectfully to Brecken and Madison and said earnestly, Uncle, you and mother-in-law should go inside too. Don't hinder me here. Oh? Madison was baffled by Tommy's words, embarrassed. What kind of title is this? She knew why Tommy called her mother-in-law. Annalise had shared this news with her master, Madison, right after becoming Tommy's Dao companion. And calling Brecken uncle made sense since he was Jasper Ji Young's brother. While each part made sense on its own, together it sounded awkward. Grandnephew, don't be impolite. Brecken, facing his beloved, immediately put on an elder's guise, lecturing, actually, you should call me father-in-law. Tommy, but I want to address you from my father's side. Brecken, let's agree to our respective sides. You call me uncle, and I'll call you son-in-law. Embarrassing. Madison couldn't bear their bizarre conversation any longer. Blushing, she let go of Brecken's hand and went to find her disciple. You see what you did, you've upset your aunt. Seeing Madison blushingly leave, Brecken turned to Tommy with a stern reprimand. Oh? This was all too confusing. Tommy didn't want to argue about lineage anymore and instead threatened, do you still want to receive gifts? Get out of here. Alright, nephew, show them how it's done. Brecken quickly replied, chasing after Madison. The conversation between Brecken and Tommy wasn't hidden from the other high-ranking figures. Indeed, they couldn't help but overhear it. In reality, Tommy was very benevolent. He could have directly taken what he wanted, but he allowed these important guests a grand welcoming ceremony and a chance to present gifts. With the situation laid bare, having enjoyed the ceremony and seen the example set by the previous two dignitaries, they couldn't remain unaware anymore. Tommy, not wanting to delay further, shouted loudly to the three remaining figures who hadn't yet presented gifts. Next? Who's next? We'll go first. Hearing Tommy's call, Bodhi yelled as he started running forward. Hold it, however, before he could get far. Inigo extended a hand and pulled him back, calmly saying, Jaspertal Master, no rush. Let me test the waters first. As he spoke, Inigo appeared before Tommy at lightning speed. Just as Inigo was about to speak, there was a loud bang, and he flew backward. It wasn't anyone else but the Holy Lord of the Ho family, Garrett, who struck him. These two had never gotten along, and they couldn't stand seeing Inigo present his gift first. The dignitaries were visibly tense. The first two Holy Lords had given lavish gifts. Whoever came next would undoubtedly bankrupt themselves. Yet, as the lords of their sanctuaries, they couldn't lose face by giving lighter gifts, lest they admit inferiority. Garrett, damn you. Inigo, having been kicked away, shouted and charged back to fight with Garrett. Stop fighting. Take it to the martial arena if you must. Tommy blurted out, instantly regretting his words. A duel between two Holy Lords might destroy the arena. Both Garrett and Inigo had fiery tempers and clashed easily. Yet, they refrained from using their cultivation, battling only with their physical strength, trading blows in midair. Seizing the moment while they fought, Braden led Bodhi closer, arriving before Tommy. Bodhi anxiously said, Quick, buddy, I'm here to present my gift. Come on. Tommy picked up his pen and paper, eagerly looking at the master-disciple pair. Our gift matches Duanya Peak, 10 billion spirit stones. Bodhi, somewhat embarrassed, whispered while quickly pulling out a bracelet and placing it on the jade table. How much? Tommy cupped his hand to his ear, disbelievingly asking, 10 billion spirit stones? No unit specified, so lower grade, right? Let's not be picky. It's still 10 billion in quantity. Bodhi glanced at his master, extremely embarrassed, softly explaining to Tommy. Sure looks like lower grade. Tommy couldn't hold back his amusement. Before, he hadn't used his divine sense to check the bracelet. Now, based on Bodhi's clarification, it was definitely lower grade. Chapter 259. Money over Jasperf. Immediately, Tommy slapped the gift given by Bergen, the Yuan sword, on the table with a loud slap and shouted, Tell me, how much is this sword worth? Is it more than your 10 billion low-grade spirit stones? Upon seeing the sword, Bodhi was utterly speechless. He steeled his heart and instantly hid behind Tommy, yelling at Abner. I told you, don't give them low-grade spirit stones. We can't afford to lose face. Now you make me say it. You talk about your silent meditation all day long and leave all the dirty work to me. Choya, you bald monk, today I'm telling you, if anyone wants to do this job, let them do it. I'm done serving you. Bodhi had completely lost it, unleashing all the pent-up resentment he had harbored in his heart, constantly hurling insults at Abner. Ha 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 ha. At this moment, Bergen, who had been watching from the sidelines, saw his old rival getting cornered and burst into laughter. He walked up to Tommy and grinned, Hey, bald monk, can't you be a bit more generous? Just take out 100 or 80 of those relics, that would be enough. But Abner remained as calm and benevolent as ever, ignoring Bergen's mockery. Instead, he smiled warmly at Bodhi hiding behind Tommy, which sent shivers down everyone's spines. Tommy could feel the raging fury hidden beneath his benevolent demeanor. Furthermore, Bodhi's actions were inappropriate. By confronting his master publicly, he had embarrassed Abner. No matter what, Tommy could understand Bodhi's feelings, but could not agree with his actions. Speaking of Dabiachansi having no money, Tommy didn't believe it at all. Now others had offered gifts, either priceless treasures or people, yet Dabiachansi only gave 10 billion low-grade spirit stones. And they were low-grade, for heaven's sake. Consider this. 100 low-grade spirit stones could only be exchanged for one mid-grade stone, and and 100 mid-grade stones could barely get one high-grade stone. That was a difference of 10,000 times. Translating it to high-grade stones, it meant that the revered Dabiachansi only offered 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. This wasn't about the amount of money anymore. It was about losing face. This wasn't just looking down on the Xuanqing sect. It was clearly looking down on Tommy himself, showing complete disrespect. At that moment, Abner, who had been smiling, suddenly closed his eyes. His golden robe swelled up with a thunderous bang, and his aura was renewed. After a while, he gently opened his eyes, revealing golden light and immense authority, shouting with a resounding voice, "Rebellious disciple, come here now. Ah, it's over. It's over." Hearing his master's words, Bodhi's face turned pale white as he frantically spun around in circles, panic-stricken. "Master, your power broke." Thanks to his reminder, Tommy realized that Bodhi had indeed upset Abner so much that he broke his silent meditation. He originally wanted to say some good words to help Bodhi, but it seemed unlikely now. Humph! Abner gave a heavy snort, glaring fiercely. Seeing that Bodhi still did not come forward, his overwhelming aura erupted, pressing down towards Bodhi. Though the surface target of this aura was Bodhi, it also inadvertently affected Tommy. Tommy had previously criticized him for giving such a small gift. Now was the perfect chance to teach Tommy a lesson. He needed to show Tommy that the revered master must not be disrespected. As soon as Abner's aura rose, Bergen immediately retreated but watched the scene nervously, preventing Abner from breaking any martial code of ethics. Previously, Bergen had suffered because of Tommy's unusual aura, so he was eager to see his old rival humiliated too. Boom! Facing Abner's oppressive aura, Tommy maintained a cold composure. On the surface, he appeared indifferent, but his toes rapidly scratched the ground, instantly skyrocketing his aura to its peak, matching Abner's pressure. While Tommy could release his aura with a thought, the rapid toe scratching brought not only more power but special effects as well. Usually, slightly displaying his aura was sufficient for Tommy. Even when facing Bergen earlier, he had merely released part of his aura without invoking the special effects. Now, it was clear that Abner was deliberately trying to intimidate Tommy using his aura. How could Tommy tolerate this? To play with auras in front of him was like brandishing a large saber before Ionanyu, or tearing willows in front of Jasper and Dayu. It simply wouldn't scare him. Tommy's aura reached its peak, and the special effects began to manifest. Instantly, the Yuantong sword on the white jade table flew up, stirring the thunder within the gathering dark clouds. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Following the ascent of the Yuantong sword, the hundreds of thousands of swords carried by the disciples all uncontrollably followed, swirling into the sky at high speed. At this point, the Yuantong sword, acting as if endowed with a soul, buzzed ominously, turning its blade towards Abner. The tens of thousands of swords following it formed an overwhelming formation, ready to strike. Back when Tommy was at the peak of his foundation establishment stage, he could confront the near saint-level Arnold with sheer explosive aura. Though he couldn't defeat him, their match was close. Now, exploding with his limit aura once again, Tommy's presence was subtly surpassing Abner. "Abner, are you going to attack?" Staring at Abner, Tommy's expression remained neutral as he firmly stated, "Today, I will protect Bodhi." Facing Tommy's imposing aura, it was true that Abner felt shocked, but as an elder, he had seen countless scenes. Though he was greatly curious about Tommy's cultivation, he maintained a facade of confidence, coldly saying, "Himph, young man, don't be overly arrogant." Ha 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 ha. Tommy laughed loudly, exuding extraordinary grandeur and charm. If a young man isn't proud and bold, then what kind of youth is he? With that, Tommy willed the tens of thousands of swords hovering in the sky to advance toward Abner. Enough. At this moment, a cold voice echoed. Jackson, who had disappeared after arriving at the Xuanqing sect, suddenly appeared between Tommy and Abner. Jackson's words were like commands from a law enforcer, dispersing the clashing auras instantly. The tens of thousands of swords floating in the sky scattered back to the ground. "Senior." Seeing the real sage present, both Tommy and Abner bowed respectfully to Jackson simultaneously. Chapter 260, Testing the Jasper Myths. Seeing that the two were no longer clashing, Jackson nodded slightly and looked at Abner with a cold voice. "Chioya, today is a joyous occasion. Is it not excessive for you to use your power to pressure others?" Hearing the accusatory tone in Jackson's voice, Abner smiled bitterly but did not say more. Immediately after, Jackson turned to Tommy, putting on a deliberately stern face and lectured, "And you? Old man here has something to say to you. Your father and I are close friends. When he set out, he especially instructed me to take care of you. Now, how can you be disrespectful to your elders? It embarrasses me greatly. I acknowledge my fault." Tommy cupped his hands towards Jackson and then turned to look at Abner, bowing apologetically. Younger one acted rashly in playfulness and inadvertently offended the elder. "Please forgive me, senior." Ha ha ha. Friend speaks too modestly. It was this old monk who acted hastily. Abner laughed awkwardly as they apologized to each other. With the conflict resolved, Jackson naturally could not keep scolding these juniors, flashed away, and disappeared. To say that Jackson appeared coincidentally was incorrect. In fact, from the beginning when Tommy released his aura confronting Abner, Arnold already had plans. He intentionally stopped Brecken who wanted to help, aiming to let Tommy showcase his strength, lest he be bullied by these oddles later. But when it came close to actual fighting, he secretly called Jackson to mediate. Jackson's words seemed to reprimand Tommy, but contained deeper meanings. By stating, "Your father and I are close friends," he actually warned the oddles that Tommy was protected by a sage like him. Given that Jackson, a sage, could be close friends with another sage, surely the oddles weren't foolish and could understand the implications. "Old iron, well done." Bodhi suddenly hugged Tommy's shoulder once he finally got it, excitedly saying, "You're so strong. What kind of strength? Tell me quickly, how did you train?" Bodhi was ecstatic, harboring a rebellious heart. Anyone who dared challenge his master earned his applause. Mischievous disciple return. At this moment, Abner returned to his usual self, looking at Bodhi with a gentle voice. I will not lay hands on you today. Do not disturb Ianois Jasper anymore. Return? Go to hell. Hearing this, Bodhi hardened his resolve, angrily said, You've messed up already. If you don't hit me today, tomorrow you'll regret it even more. I've made up my mind. There's no way I'm going back. Finished speaking, his eyes darted and looked pitifully at Tommy, asking, Old Iron, can I hang with you from now on? Tommy. Taking in Bodhi wasn't impossible. As a disciple of the Dabachansi Adel, he and Abner had an unbreakable connection. Having him would help establish ties with Dabachansi Temple. As for Abner occasionally beating Bodhi, it wasn't because Abner was irritable, but because Bodhi was overly unruly. If Tommy were his master, he'd probably beat him harder. Who knew where Abner found this troublemaker? At this point, before Tommy could respond, Abner raised his head slightly, sighed, and spoke calmly. This old monk has accomplished the task. What? The news startled Bodhi, who shouted loudly, Does this mean? Yes. Abner nodded. Today, my mood is pleasant, so your punishment can be waived. So that means, you won't need me to pass messages anymore? Bodhi cheered, raising both hands in jubilation, then started criticizing. Old Iron, you don't know how annoying this master can be. Jasper King Nun Russell, every day using cultivation of silent meditation as an excuse to make me pass messages. Because of this, I have been beaten countless times by Nun Russell. Also, just last night, he sneaked into Russell. Bodhi spilled all his grievances about his master's actions. However, Tommy suddenly pointed to his ears, shouting loudly, What? What did you say? I can't hear. My hearing is blocked. Brecken, didn't hear. Shannon, let's go stroll elsewhere. Arnold, look, the clouds today are quite beautiful. Bergen, my ears aren't working well today. Can't hear clearly, getting old indeed. Garrett, wanna fight again? Inigo, alright. Bodhi really feared no death, speaking everything aloud. Not only did Tommy pretend to not hear, even the senior figures pretended they knew nothing. It wasn't fear of Abner, but avoiding unnecessary enmity over this matter. Just then, Abner wore a smile, lowered his eyelids, bowed deeply, and performed a Buddhist salutation to everyone. Then he grabbed Bodhi, still talking incessantly, tore open the void, and stepped through together. A while later, faint sounds could be heard vaguely from the void. Abner, heavenly dragon. Bodhi, come on old guy, what do you think little lord is scared of? Abner, Thurni's spell. Bodhi, awe. Abner, world-honored Ksitigarbha. Bodhi, master stop. Abner, perfections of the Buddhas. Bodhi, disciple knows wrong please. Abner, Prajna Baramiyam. Bodhi, damn. After a short while, amidst the sympathetic sighs of the senior figures, Abner appeared from the void carrying the semi-conscious, lifeless Bodhi, smiling compassionately. The moment he landed, he politely saluted everyone and nodded at Tommy, speaking seriously. Could you, friend, arrange a place for my naughty disciple to recuperate from his injuries? Sure. Tommy nodded solemnly, signaling Mickey to take Bodhi to Cliff End Peak. After arranging for Bodhi, Abner passed Tommy with a sorrowful and pained expression, heading towards the banquet venue. Cough, cough. Tommy cleared his throat heavily, calling out to Abner, Senior, haven't given the gift yet. Abner. Chapter 261. Face is an external matter. Harm. Hearing Tommy's call, Abner stopped in his tracks, chuckled awkwardly, and returned to Tommy, lamenting, Look at me, what a memory. Almost forgot. Abner had intended to use this moment of anger to bluff his way out and avoid giving the gift money. But Tommy unexpectedly demonstrated that when it came to money, he would stop at nothing, regardless of anyone's feelings. The gift money must be paid. Now, Abner felt somewhat embarrassed as he looked at Tommy and said, Ahem, Wunxiang my young friend. Ah, senior, please speak. Tommy smiled. Isn't it true that I am a monk? Abner flashed a professional smile, trying to appeal emotionally and logically. Indeed. Tommy nodded in agreement. So as a monk who practices asceticism, not asking you for money is already generous. How can you still ask a monk for money? Abner said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Tommy immediately became wary. He knew he was facing a formidable opponent. If Tommy was a model of valuing money over life, then Abner was the epitome of being miserly. To Abner, having someone like Ainsley demand money from him was akin to torture. Senior, that's not quite right, Tommy firmly replied. Speaking of monks, we are all monks. Our Xinjian sect belongs to the Zi Dao sect, right? And Zi Dao sect is a legitimate Taoist sect, so our Xinjian sect is also a monastic order. As monks giving gifts to other monks, wouldn't it be reasonable to offer some gift money? Abner, this? Not unreasonable. At this moment, Bergen shouted loudly, his face full of emotion. He was finally glad to hear Tommy openly admit that the Xinjian sect belonged to them, and he couldn't stand not supporting Tommy now. Immediately after, Bergen appeared beside Abner as if by teleportation and solemnly urged, Hurry up, quickly bring out your relics and give them. Alright. Abner's face was filled with bitterness, as though he were losing strength, and he pulled out a wrinkled relic from his robe. Then, using trembling hands, he carefully placed the relic on the white jade table, clearly reluctant to part with it. Bergen glanced indifferently at the relic on the table, then looked up at the sky, starting a casual conversation. No way. Really, someone has the audacity to offer a third Origin Realm relic. Hearing Bergen's mockery, Abner's eyes turned red, and he momentarily lost composure, muttering angrily, Bergen, don't go too far. It was evident that Abner truly valued money above all else. Pulling out just one third Origin Realm relic almost made him cry. Even when Bodhi had ruthlessly exposed some of his secrets earlier, Abner hadn't been so distressed. All right, old monk, hand over a sage realm relic and let's be done with it, Bergen said with nonchalance, adding, think about how much spirit stones you'd make using your image in games. Mentioning spirit stones brightened Abner's eyes. Resolutely gritting his teeth, he pulled out another gleaming relic and placed it on the jade table. Now that's more like it. Only sage realm relics deserve to be called relics, Bergen said approvingly. Tommy quickly grabbed both relics as soon as he heard Bergen's words, fearing that Abner might change his mind. With Bergen's personal assurance, there was no doubt these were genuine sage realm relics. Had he hesitated even a moment longer, Abner might have retracted his offer. Oh, suddenly, Abner stretched out his hand, gazing longingly at the empty table, saying painfully, give the third origin realm relic back to this monk. Great Compassion Zen Temple, Abner, one sage realm relic, one third origin realm relic, Tommy loudly announced, confirming the gift, completely ignoring Abner's request. Seeing this, Abner realized there was no getting it back and dejectedly walked towards the banquet area, plopping down in frustration. Looking at Abner's expression, Tommy frowned slightly, feeling regretful for going too far in demanding the gift from him. Tommy hadn't expected such a high-ranking official to behave this way. Typically, people believed money was external, while saving face was paramount. However, Abner saw things differently. He regarded face as external and valued money most. Don't worry about it. Sensing Tommy's unease, Bergen patted his shoulder comfortingly. That old bald monk has thousands of sage realm relics. He's just tight-fisted. Tommy. Regret. Deep regret. Upon hearing Bergen's words, Tommy deeply regretted feeling sympathetic towards Abner. He also regretted not insisting further, settling for just one sage realm relic. However, upon realizing Bergen had revealed the truth, Abner no longer pretended to be upset and reverted to his usual jovial self. Seeing Abner's demeanor, Tommy acknowledged his defeat, conceding to Abner's thick-skinned tactics. After this farce ended, Tommy felt dispirited. He looked up at the two Saint Masters still battling in the sky and shouted, Seniors, it's time to come down and present your gifts. Upon Tommy's call, both men, who prized their reputations, rushed over without delay. Tired. Let's do it together. Tommy sighed heavily, utterly exhausted. Cough. Garrett cleared his throat, confidently looking at Inigo beside him and said, You go first, poor guy. No, you go ahead, brute. Inigo grinned politely. Now, both men were competing to offer more substantial gifts, each wanting to prove their sanctuary's superiority. Seniors, no need to argue. Tommy respectfully suggested to Inigo, Why don't you go first? Very well, I won't argue with a brute. Inigo responded calmly, then reached into his robe, pulling out a very small golden dragon and placing it carefully on the white jade table. He announced loudly, Imperial Dragon Aura. Then, Inigo cast a proud glance at Garrett and boasted, This Imperial Dragon Aura comes from our 9 Jasper Divine Dynasty. Ha ha ha. Pathetic. Doesn't even know how to present a proper gift. Garrett laughed loudly, interrupting Inigo mid-sentence. Turning to Tommy, he generously asked, Young friend Wenxiang, what would you like? Chapter 262. The Black Sword Sect is my home. Cough, cough. Hearing this, Tommy gave an awkward smile and glanced at Brecken before speaking with a stern expression. Senior, today is our sect leader's birthday. What I like isn't important. What's important is what our sect leader likes. Hum. This old man understands. Garrett nodded seriously. Oh, right. At that moment, Tommy, fearing that Garrett didn't get his meaning, hastily added, I'm not too clear on what the sect leader likes, but I personally love spirit stones. Ha ha ha. Got it. Upon hearing Tommy liked spirit stones, Garrett laughed heartily, his eyebrows dancing in excitement. Without any hesitation, he slapped 5 spatial bracelets onto the table and said extravagantly, The whole family presents 10 billion high-grade spirit stones as a gift for friend Yuentong's grand birthday celebration. Ha ha ha. Thanks, uncle. Tommy burst into laughter, quickly pocketing the billion spirit stones. Then, he personally led Garrett inside. This move by Garrett was called offering Buddha with borrowed flowers, only instead of borrowing someone else's items, he used Brecken's name to give gifts to Tommy. Tommy acted quite excitedly, and the group of elders clearly understood and felt extremely regretful. While spirit stones were indeed important to them, they weren't so rare. Their unique treasures were far more valuable. If they had known earlier that Tommy preferred spirit stones, why go through the trouble of thinking up ways to send treasures? Giving spirit stones directly would have been simpler. Of course, these Saint Masters were regretful, but none of them could match Garrett's generosity of pulling out 100 billion spirit stones. No powerful figure carried that much around. Only the outrageous Garrett could do such things. After all, Tommy had heard from Dimitri that the whole family had mines, multiple ones, and there was no limit to how many spirit stones they had. Ultimately, spirit stones, regardless of their cost, eventually returned to nature, maintaining a dynamic balance of spiritual energy in the entire cultivation world, a principle of conservation of spirituality. When a great cultivator fell, his abundant spiritual energy would return to nature, eventually turning back into spirit stones which would be absorbed by another cultivator, continuing the cycle without changing the overall spiritual content of the world. Therefore, only Tommy's charged spirit stones, converted into points, might never be reclaimed by nature, yet he introduced entirely new matter into the cultivation world, thus maintaining some form of equilibrium. The 5 bigwigs had already given their gifts, and Tommy did not push things to extremes. For instance, the group of elders Arnold brought along were let in without receiving gifts from them. Dividing the loot could come later. Tommy wanted only spirit stones. The rest of the treasures would go to the sect since they held no use for him now. Quickly, under Tommy's arrangements, the unwilling elder figures sat down together, while Brecken couldn't just enjoy his time with Madison. As this celebration was for his grand birthday, whether genuine or not, the sect leader needed to make a welcome speech. Following Tommy's cue, Brecken stepped onto the central stage, welcoming everyone, skipping over his 5-minute rambling. Finally, Brecken smiled warmly, bowed to the crowd below, and loudly announced, Next, please enjoy our most spectacular welcome performance by the Black Sword Sect. Brecken then flashed back to the table and sat beside Madison, sharing drinks with various Saint Masters. Tommy originally intended to remain humble and eat at a different table. But, unable to resist the enthusiastic invitations from the Masters, he ended up sitting with them, along with Annalise and Ainsley. Now, the Masters knew full well who truly controlled the Black Sword Sect. Nominal sect leader, near saint level Brecken. True sect leader, ordinary-looking Tommy. Tommy seemed to possess a special kind of charm, overriding even the authority of the mighty. Although unintentional, the reality stood. Brecken willingly followed Tommy's lead because, with Tommy's help, the Black Sword Sect prospered daily, enabling even Brecken's advancement thanks to Tommy's pills. Indeed, Brecken cared little about appearances. Spirit stones smelled better than vanity, especially when they were part of the same family, and arranging matters mutually made perfect sense. A short while later, everyone found their seats. Disciples from Swift Sword Peak busied themselves serving delicacies, weaving between tables with agile movements. At this point, Elder Ramon appeared mysteriously on stage, his face brimming with excitement. He bowed towards the guests and announced loudly, "Next, please enjoy a choir performance by the 18 Peaks disciples of the Black Sword Sect. The Black Sword Sect is my home." Tommy was taken aback. A choir? What kind of choir? Can we skip the cringe? Pointing to the gathering disciples on stage, Tommy raised an eyebrow at Brecken and whispered, "Your arrangement?" "No, I left it to old Russell." Brecken was equally confused about the sudden plan. Too late to turn back now. Even if it was embarrassing, the show must go on. On stage, representatives from each peak lined up, and senior disciples from Heavenly Sound Peak prepared to accompany them. Among them was an old acquaintance, Mickey from Cliffbreak Peak. Caught up in the flurry of accepting gifts, Tommy had completely forgotten about this performance. By the time he reacted, the music had already started. The lead disciple from Giant Sword Peak roared, tearing open his shirt to reveal taut, bronze muscles. Leading the way, he sang in a deep, gravelly voice tinged with a hint of allure. Hashtag Chapter 263, Adapt to Local Customs. Giant Sword Peak, Shin. Sword Sect is my home. Everyone, la 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 la. Giant Sword Peak, if enemies dare to attack it, everyone, pick up, steel guns and finish them. The disciples of Giant Sword Peak set the tone with their opening lines. As they sang about steel guns, Mickey pulled out an AK-47 to fit the atmosphere, firing into the air, a quintessential thug move. This scene, combined with the spirited music played by the disciples of Heavenly Melody Peak in the background, actually made quite a spectacle. The energy was certainly pumped up. When Mickey finished his gunfire display, everyone resumed singing in unison. Ah! 18 Peaks are one family. We are one family. Hey, hey! Shin Sword Sect, my home. We will protect it together. After about 5 minutes, the performance finally concluded. They stood up, bowed deeply to the audience, and quietly left the stage, making way for the next act. Great! At this moment, Inigo shouted loudly, standing up and clapping enthusiastically. Everyone else, compelled by his gesture, also stood up and applauded fervently. As everyone celebrated, Ainsley's face twisted uncomfortably. Seeing this, her brother Tommy nudged her arm sternly. "Joanna, stop fidgeting and stand up." "My foot cramped," Ainsley said in a small voice, sounding both embarrassed and aggrieved. "What do you mean it cramps now?" Tommy asked, puzzled. "Embarrassed?" Ainsley replied flatly. "So what? Did you create a living room and bedrooms?" Tommy teased. "Haha, think bigger." Ainsley sneered. "That's the entire cliff peak." Tommy looked down at the ground beneath Ainsley's feet, which had dents resembling mountain shapes. Impressed by her strength, he gave her a thumbs up. "Impressive. You can even chip away at azure goldstone floors." Ainsley. To be honest, when the song started, Tommy felt a bit awkward too, but he soon embraced it. After all, the song celebrated the unity and fighting spirit of Shin Sword Sect, and its message was strong and uplifting. As applause gradually died down and people began sitting back down, Tommy hatched another idea. Without much delay, he quickly stood up again, shouting, "Well done. They deserve a reward." With that, he walked onto the platform with authority, taking out a spatial bracelet given by Garrett. He poured piles of white spirit stones onto the platform until they formed a small hill. Looking at the several sage masters present, he smiled and said, "Please don't misunderstand. This is a tradition of Shin Sword Sect. When we find a performance worthy, we give spirit stones as encouragement. As for the esteemed sage masters, there's no need to adapt to local customs. This is our custom." Showing appreciation for their performance, Tommy emphasized the phrase, "adapt to local customs," heavily, leaving little room for misunderstanding. Hearing this, Brecken snapped out of his thoughts, smacking his forehead regretfully. "Oh dear, I nearly forgot this custom." He quickly got up, came to the edge of the platform, and handed over a spatial bracelet to Tommy. "Here's 1 million high-grade spirit stones. Let's get the kids some new magical treasures," he said solemnly. Tommy accepted the bracelet respectfully. "Master, your generosity. The disciples will never forget your kindness." Don't mention it. Brecken laughed. "We're all one family here." After their exchange, they stayed on the platform, silently observing the group of sage masters without a word. Tommy had taken the initiative, and Brecken added fuel to the fire. It would be impolite if the others didn't follow suit. "Ha ha ha, indeed, they deserve a reward." Garrett, the wealthiest among them, understood immediately and stood up, announcing, "Today, I'll also adapt to your local customs." He then took out another bracelet, sending it over with his spiritual energy. "There aren't many spirit stones inside, only 10 million high-grade ones, just to show my respect." Since Garrett had made his intentions clear, the other sage masters could not ignore this. They reluctantly followed suit, each contributing a few million spirit stones. Only Abner hesitated, sighing deeply before finally joining in with the offerings. Of course, 10 million high-grade spirit stones were merely a fraction of Garrett's wealth, but he couldn't give too much, considering the faces of the other Sage Masters. Moreover, who knew how many more performances awaited them? If every performance required such donations, even someone as wealthy as Garrett might struggle. After Tommy collected the spirit stones, these big shots were like sitting on pins and needles, hoping the welcoming ceremony would end soon. Now fully shameless, Tommy had extorted them twice in quick succession, practically wearing the intention to ask for money on his face. Once the first performance concluded and the donations were collected, Ramon returned to the platform with a smile. Next up, the giant Sword Peak muscle show. A moment later, Tommy, well done, they deserve a reward. Ramon, next, Heavenly Melody Peak. Tommy, well done, they deserve a reward. Ramon, next. All the big shots, stop talking, we'll give. About an hour later, each of the 18 peaks of Xian Sword Sect had performed, and the big shots had contributed spirit stones 18 times. Although each contribution wasn't huge, giving away so many white spirit stones still made them uncomfortable. Just when they thought it was finally over, Izar, looking excited, rushed onto the platform, bowing respectfully to everyone. I am a disciple of Heavenly Palace, and I would like to perform for all the elders as well. Seeing the disciple of Heavenly Palace come forward, the big shots murmured among themselves, turning to Arnold, who seemed equally confused. Indeed, Arnold was perplexed. He knew Izar had joined Tommy but hadn't paid much attention to it. But why did she specifically mention being a disciple of Heavenly Palace? Wasn't she telling these elders, in front of everyone, that she was sent by Arnold to solicit donations from them? Chapter 264, My Sage Father. Arnold felt uneasy under the gaze of these grand figures. His face turned grim as he turned to look at Izar on the platform, angrily shouting, "Get down! No, Palace Master, I want to perform swallowing a stone table for everyone. It's my special skill." Izar looked aggrieved, but insisted on performing. Swallow you. Arnold rarely lost his composure, nearly cursing. He waved his hand, releasing a surge of spiritual energy that knocked Izar off the stage. The kid doesn't know any better. No performances in our heavenly Saint Palace. Arnold took a swig of wine by himself, laughing nervously to ease the awkwardness. Tommy had indeed pushed this group of grand figures too hard today. He couldn't help but worry, as even a cornered rabbit might bite. Then, he leaned closer and whispered into his sister's ear, "Joanna, maybe you shouldn't go up?" Well, observing the somewhat grim expressions of these grand figures, Ainsley hesitated. She wanted to, yet feared going up might not yield any rewards, leading to an awkward situation. Yes, why not go up? As the siblings conversed quietly, Bergen could no longer bear to watch. In a drunken stupor, he slammed the table and put on a serious expression, saying solemnly, "Nephew, your uncle must say something. Your cousin wants to perform for us old folks. Why not let her go?" "Right. She should go." Garrett was equally serious. Without another word, he slapped his spatial bracelet onto the table, nodding encouragingly at Ainsley. "Child, don't worry. These spirit stones are all prepared for you. Go ahead." Allow me to add a few words. Seeing Garrett's attitude, Abner felt anxious. With a slightly embarrassed expression, he mused aloud, "If Jasper's friend Joanna goes up, will there be no other programs?" "Report to Senior. My sister wishes to close the show." Tommy bowed in response. "Excellent." Abner immediately brightened up, his old face creasing with excitement as he eagerly told Ainsley, "Jasper's friend Joanna, go on. I support you." Abner couldn't wait to conclude this torturous welcome ceremony by handing the spirit stones to Ainsley directly. 3 out of 5 Sage Masters had spoken, leaving Arnold and Inigo who naturally couldn't fall short. Each gave their approval one by one. Even if they didn't consider Tommy's face, they still respected him enough to let Ainsley go up. Soon, under the eager anticipation of these grand figures, Ainsley stepped onto the stage with light steps. On the platform, she politely bowed deeply to the crowd below. She then raised her head and loudly said to the crowd, "Everyone hello? Next, I would like to perform a poetry recitation titled, My Sage Father." At these words, everyone present was shocked. The most stunned were the numerous elders and disciples of Xinjiang sect. They had met Daeon, seeing him merely as a minor peak master who often neglected his duties, leading to Clifftop Peak's poor development. Before Tommy appeared in this world, they hadn't hesitated to give Daeon a cold shoulder, which he always brushed off with a smile while drinking wine. Jasperl did they expect that now? Ainsley wouldn't hold back, directly revealing her father's true strength. Though the people from Xinjiang sect didn't know if what she said was true, it didn't stop them from being astonished. The surprised whispers filled the air as each one strained to listen, afraid of missing any detail. Of course, not just the people from Xinjiang sect were shocked. These grand figures were also initially stunned but quickly recovered. From Jackson's earlier hints, they guessed that Tommy's father wasn't ordinary. However, it was evident they weren't planning to spare Arnold, and their looks hinted at blame. Previously, they had asked Arnold about Tommy's father but were evaded with vague answers. Tommy hadn't revealed anything, so Arnold naturally wouldn't divulge Daeon's information to avoid ruining plans. But before going up, Ainsley had consulted Tommy, who tacitly approved. He was already involved in power struggles and had many interests tied to these holy lands. To ensure his safety, Tommy didn't mind using his father's reputation as leverage to deter troublemakers. Back on the platform, Ainsley spent a moment gathering her emotions, then put on a sorrowful expression, acting once more as she mournfully said, "Hello everyone, my name is Ainsley. Jasper on Clifftop Peak has been very difficult. Since childhood, my father taught me that poor children must mature early. I came to this platform for my dreams. My father sacrificed everything." Sniffle. Ainsley grew increasingly emotional, suddenly breaking into tears. A 15 or 16-year-old girl stood alone on the platform, recounting her family's hardships, sobbing pitifully. Her weeping stirred empathy in the audience. "My father, his cultivation has long reached the sage realm. Yet, to save money so I could come here to perform for everyone, He who used to drink thrice a day now can barely afford a drink every 3 days. Just imagine, for a Sage Realm expert, not drinking for so long. How much psychological damage must that cause? Sniffle. Ainsley choked up, tears streaming down her cheeks, making anyone unaware think Clifftop Peak was truly destitute. Sniffle. Sorry, I got carried away. Ainsley apologized with a bow, composing herself slightly before saying hoarsely, next, I will formally recite a poem for everyone. Ah, my father. Ainsley looked up solemnly. Senior sister, can you change the music? This one is too upbeat. Can we have something sadder? Sky music peak senior sister, is this okay? Ainsley, even sadder please. A few seconds later, the plaintive and sorrowful sound of a clay flute filled the platform, instantly creating a poignant atmosphere. Ah, my father. Though you rarely come home, I understand. As a sage bearing heavy responsibilities, peace in the cultivation world has always been your pursuit. Ah, my father. Don't mind that Clifftop Peak is impoverished. As long as the cultivators live happily, any sacrifice from us is willingly made. Ah, my father. Once, you swept through the world with youthful vigor. Now, growing old, you bend under the weight of mere spirit stones. Ah, my father. Chapter 265, Cliff Peak Specialties. A few minutes later, Ainsley finished reciting an epic manifesto that sounded like a tragic plea for funds. In an instant, thunderous applause erupted from the spectators below the stage, echoing through the mountains as if to protest on Ainsley's behalf. Just what kind of father would sacrifice so much for the cultivation world, forcing his child to take on such responsibility and earn money early in life to support the family? This time, Tommy didn't even need to say anything. These holy masters quickly appeared beside Ainsley, each personally placing a heavy spatial bracelet into her hand. As Ainsley had said, Cliff Peak was poor and barren, with her saintly father devoting all his resources and energy to taking care of the entire world. From childhood, she and her brother could only rely on themselves to grow spirit rice because they couldn't afford spirit stones. However, the grandees knew she was fibbing, and there was no way they believed her tale. This gesture was purely out of respect for the saint behind Ainsley, and to give face to both him and Tommy. At that moment, while Ainsley was thanking everyone and collecting spirit stones, a shadow resembling a giant black rat darted in front of her. What are you doing? Ainsley clutched the spatial bracelet tightly against her chest, looking at Izar with caution. Nothing, don't misunderstand. Izar's eyes brimmed with tears as he waved his hands, excitedly saying, I didn't know you and boss had such experiences. I have another 500,000 medium-grade spirit stones. Take it, please. Saying this, Izar pulled out a spatial bracelet from his robe and shoved it towards Ainsley. How much? Ainsley took a step back, dodging his hand, and said disdainfully, 500,000? Medium grade? I don't want penniless people's money. Keep it. Izar. True friends indeed showed themselves. Despite being broke, Izar still offered money to super-rich Ainsley. However, Ainsley certainly wouldn't accept his money. She knew Izar was someone close to her brother, and why would she harm her own people? After some time, the bustling welcoming ceremony finally ended with Ainsley's laughter. Everyone was well-fed and looked contentedly harmonious. Of course, only she and her brother truly felt satiated. The spirit stones they gained today were even more than what they earned from selling immortal devices. As for these grandees, they were almost in tears. On their visit to Xinyuan sect, Tommy spared no means to squeeze every bit of spirit stone out of them. Thus, rumors spread in later generations that Xinyuan sect was a place more terrifying than any forbidden zone, leaving visitors without a single spirit stone. Moments later, under Brecken's escort, Tommy led the holy masters and the elders from Heavenly Sage Palace back to Cliff Peak. After giving Conrad a brief look at the proposal drafted by Tommy and Annalise overnight, Conrad and Jackson led the elders into the hall to discuss it. Annalise accompanied them throughout, understanding Tommy's game plans and knowing how to operate illusions. As a true insider, she could offer constructive advice. Meanwhile, Tommy and Brecken took the remaining 4 holy masters around Cliff Peak to show them its specialties. After walking off their meal, they arrived at the base of Cliff Peak, where disciples gathered. Groups of 2 or 3 disciples held unidentifiable steel rifles, constantly aiming, firing, and checking weapon performance. Seeing Tommy arrive, the disciples quickly set down their weapons, saluted, and ran over, shouting respectfully, Greetings, senior brother. Following the salute to Tommy, they bowed to the grandees and Brecken, calling them seniors. Where is Mickey? Looking at these adorable disciples, Tommy felt a surge of pride and spoke more animatedly. Senior brother Mickey went straight to the base to design blueprints. After returning, one young disciple answered solemnly, Base. Tommy was puzzled and turned to Brecken. Seeing this, Brecken smiled smugly and pointed underground. Tommy. He was utterly shocked. He genuinely didn't know when Cliff Peak built an underground base. Of course, in front of the grandees, Tommy maintained a confident demeanor and replied casually, Yes, I see. Then, he sent a message via the immortal device to Mickey, asking him to bring some Cliff Peak specialties to impress the holy masters. Moments later, responding to Tommy's call, Mickey flew over with modern weapons in both hands. Swish. Arriving before Tommy, Mickey placed the pile of weapons on the ground, saluted with full vigor, and said loudly, Senior brother, you summoned me. Cough. Mickey, please demonstrate our Cliff Peak weapons to the elders. Tommy pointed to the ground and pondered. Yes. Mickey replied loudly, then bowed to the holy masters. Please follow me to the training ground. It's not convenient here. Shortly after, they arrived at Cliff Peak's training ground, filled with various weapons, making quite an impression. Mickey picked up an AK-47, which he had previously demonstrated on stage, and introduced it formally, Cliff Peak first-generation rifle, AK-47, effective against Chi practitioner realm cultivators. With that, he aimed at a distant metal dummy and fired repeatedly, instantly shattering it. This doesn't require spiritual energy? Garrett asked, astonished. It wasn't the weapon's damage that surprised him, it barely scratched him, but the fact that this rifle could fire without needing spiritual energy and still caused significant damage, especially for lower-tier disciples. Noticing Garrett's reaction, the other holy masters became increasingly interested. Elder. Seeing them intrigued, Tommy approached Garrett, bowing respectfully. Elder, would you be interested in purchasing some of our Cliff Peak specialties to enhance your clan disciple strength? These weapons are indeed impressive. Garrett laughed heartily, praising generously but then added humbly, they're good, but the power is lacking, and they can't track enemies. Note. Throughout the translation, I've ensured names are consistent with Pinyin, maintaining the original tone and style while ensuring fluency and coherence with previous content. Chapter 266, The Tragedy of the Cliff Peak. Want something powerful? Tommy pondered aloud, his eyes suddenly brightening as he shouted, we've got just the thing. He felt a surge of excitement, sensing another big deal coming his way. He turned to Mickey with enthusiasm, saying, Mickey, get out our big treasure and show the Holy Lords what it can do. Senior brother? Mickey hesitated, looking troubled as he said, are you talking about Wudong? Wudong is too advanced for public display, he said apologetically, bowing slightly. Oh? Hearing this, Tommy immediately put on a confused expression. What in the world? Wudong? He had no idea how much had transpired during his seclusion. These disciples had actually produced the top-tier weapon he'd envisioned, the missile codenamed Wudong. Wudong indeed isn't convenient to display, Tommy laughed awkwardly, pointing to a pile of infantry rockets and other heavy weapons on the ground. He was just about to introduce them when a hearty laugh echoed from afar. Ha 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 ha, Wenxiang, did you miss me? The joyful laughter faded, revealing two black dots rapidly approaching in the sky. It was none other than Dimitri and Kinney. Before Tommy could make pleasantries, Dimitri enveloped him in a bear hug, displaying the typical fervor of a northern man. This made Garrett's face turn green with envy. Not good, Garrett growled, instantly unleashing all his cultivation to guard against any danger. Despite his quick reaction, the power of the rules still overwhelmed him before he could reach sainthood. Rumble. Almost instantly, all the weapons Mickey had brought began exploding mysteriously. Even the unused items on display were not spared. Fortunately, these experts reacted swiftly, wrapping themselves in spiritual energy at the moment of the explosion, narrowly avoiding serious casualties. Feng Tian. After stopping the chaos, Garrett's face turned pale, and he shouted frantically, quickly take Montague Jun away, or the Xinjian sect will be destroyed. Without giving Kinney time to question, Garrett softly slapped both men with a gentle palm, sending them flying away. At the same time, he pushed himself to his limits, fleeing in the opposite direction. From the start, Garrett had been uneasy, and now his worst fears had come true. He should have arrived a day earlier, quickly dealt with the skill replication, and stayed far away to avoid meeting Dimitri. But due to Tommy's insistence on receiving gifts, they ended up meeting. Mickey. Just as Garrett fled, Tommy's face turned pale as he hurriedly asked, where are the missiles from Cliff Peak? At the base. Seeing his senior brother's urgency, Mickey pointed to the ground seriously. We hollowed out the mountain, and everything, including Wudong, is beneath Cliff Peak. Mickey didn't understand the severity of Garrett and his son meeting. He thought his senior brother was worried about the safety of the missiles. In his mind, there was even a hint of pride. With the security measures on Cliff Peak, losing the missiles was virtually impossible unless someone broke through the Xinjian sect and eliminated the entire leadership. But Tommy wasn't worried about loss. He feared an unexpected explosion. Hearing that Wudong was also below, Tommy panicked, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. Without hesitation, he mustered all his cultivation and shouted into the sky, everyone, retreat immediately from the Xinjian sect. Get as far away as possible. His words sent everyone into a frenzy, unsure of what was happening. However, the disciples of Cliff Peak obeyed without question, fleeing without delay. Even Mickey, who had been proud moments ago, vanished without a trace. What's going on, Wenxiang? As soon as Tommy gave his orders, Jackson and Annalise, who had been discussing the game plan, appeared in front of him, anxiously asking, Cliff Peak is going to explode. Get out fast. Tommy shouted, losing composure. He expanded his divine sense, searching desperately for Ainsley but found nothing. Her disappearance threw him into a panic. Joanna, where is Joanna? Tommy shouted frantically, his mind racing. No wonder he was anxious. The guns and rocket launchers had exploded upon the meeting of Garrett and his son. Below Cliff Peak were the missiles. Given Wudong's potential to threaten saints, and Mickey's tendency to surprise, who knew how many spirit stones he had added? If it exploded, the whole Xinjian sect would be obliterated. Suddenly, the mountain began trembling violently, and smaller weapons started exploding one after another. The missiles under Cliff Peak couldn't withstand the pressure and detonated almost instantly. The earth shook, mountains crumbled, and cracks revealed blazing red flames. Rumble. It all happened so suddenly. After warning the disciples, Tommy had no time to hide. At this critical moment, a commanding voice echoed from the sky, stop. Time slowed down like a slow-motion film. Everything moved in slow motion. Annalise embracing Tommy, the Holy Lords activating their defenses, and Jackson using his full cultivation to shield Tommy and Annalise. Burp, putting such things under Cliff Peak is really careless, Ace muttered, holding his daughter in one hand while watching the slow-motion explosion of Cliff Peak. Then, he waved his hand and called out, collect. Instantly, the flames from the missile explosion condensed into a fist-sized ball of light, compressing and colliding within it. Ha 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 burp, let's watch some fireworks. Drunk Ace tossed the glowing ball high into the sky, where it burst into dazzling flames. Chapter 277, Tommy's Sorrow, Final, Boom. After he dealt with the missile crisis, time resumed its flow. The entire clifftop peak collapsed instantly, turning into a desolate wasteland of scorched earth. Fortunately, there were no casualties. Ace had truly resolved the real danger, but it was only halted temporarily. Once time started flowing again, Clifftop Peak could not be saved. Moments later, Tommy, covered in dust and dirt, sat amidst the ruins holding Valerie's hand, feeling an overwhelming mix of emotions. "Brother, are you all right?" Ainsley approached them nervously and asked anxiously. I'm fine. Tommy forced a small smile, glancing around at everyone inside. "As long as everyone is safe. Why are you still making that grim face?" Ainsley revealed her tiny fangs, staring at the dejected Tommy, and retorted loudly, "Biffed. It's just Clifftop Peak being gone. We can rebuild it, and if we need spirit stones, I'll give you some." It was the first time Ainsley had been so generous as to offer spirit stones. She knew her brother felt disheartened. From its humble beginnings, Clifftop Peak had risen to interact with sanctuaries, all thanks to his tireless efforts. In essence, Clifftop Peak was Tommy's emblem, something he cherished deeply. However, what Ainsley didn't know was that Tommy's sorrow stemmed not from the destruction of Clifftop Peak, but from glimpsing the future. Indeed, in the moment the missiles exploded, Tommy seemed to gain temporal power, allowing him to foresee a segment of the future that he would leave today, and even an emperor's arrival couldn't save him. But he couldn't share these words with his friends. Even if he did, they wouldn't understand, leaving him to grieve alone. "Father, I have caused you trouble." Tommy looked up at Ace, who was casually sipping wine, and spoke apologetically. "Hiccup, what trouble? You're my son, my Ace's son. No matter how much trouble you stir up, I'll take care of it." Ace's voice wasn't loud, but it carried an air of dominance over the world. Tommy sighed deeply. He really didn't want to leave this world or part ways with these companions. But the premonition he saw compelled him to make preparations. "Let's convene the 7th meeting of Clifftop Peak." With this thought, Tommy said calmly, regaining his composure, refusing to allow refusal. Half an hour later, under Ace's personal effort, all those summoned for the meeting were present. Seeing everyone gathered, Tommy wasted no time. He took out a white jade table and placed it on the ground amidst the ruins of Clifftop Peak. Ace murmured, puzzled, seeing Tommy bring out the white jade table. "Why did you bring out your mother's white jade bed?" "With it, there is home." Tommy replied vaguely. He sat down on the white jade table, gazing at the attendees seated on the ground who didn't understand the situation. "The 7th meeting of Clifftop Peak begins now." "Brother." Ainsley raised her hand. Seeing her brother look so serious and urgent earlier, she hadn't dared to ask, but now she couldn't hold back. "Brother, didn't we just finish the 6th meeting? Why another one?" "Ha ha ha ha." Tommy laughed suddenly, tears mingling with his laughter, somewhat crazed. Laughing for a while, he calmed down, deciding not to pretend anymore. "I feel my time is near. A mysterious rule forces me to leave this realm. This meeting is essentially my final arrangements." "What? Jokes like this can't be made, young friend." The Holy Masters, hearing Tommy's words, changed expressions drastically and tried to dissuade him from speaking rashly. "Humph, do you want spirit stones?" Ainsley's eyes reddened. She sat next to Tommy on the white jade table, taking out a bunch of spatial bracelets and pushing them towards him, saying loudly, "Here, lady here gives them to you. Don't say such unlucky things anymore." Ainsley had brought out everything she loved most, but Tommy gently looked at her, smiled sadly, and pushed the bracelets back without a word. Seeing Tommy's actions and his earnest demeanor, everyone felt a sudden pang in their hearts. They realized he wasn't lying. His end was indeed near. "Wenxiang, what happened? Can you tell me?" At this point, Hazel held Tommy's hand, sitting beside him and leaning her head against his chest, trembling in sadness. Tommy stroked Hazel's hair, feeling her warmth once more without saying much. "Wenxiang, is what you said true?" Ace's voice trembled, losing its usual lightness. Hearing this, Tommy looked somewhat dejected and nodded heavily. "From above?" Ace pointed upwards, sorrow filling his expression. Tommy nodded again. "Can Uriel's Dao fruit save you?" Saying this, Ace pulled out a bright red flame from his robe and declared solemnly, "Originally, I planned to give this to you when you became a sage. Uriel possesses transcending spatio-temporal powers. Maybe it can help now." "It won't work. Keep it for Joanna." Tommy smiled bitterly. His despair wasn't only due to the future he saw but also because of the system's notification. Ding. Heaven's path has awakened. Host is being expelled. Countdown to departure, 12 hours. After seeing the notification, Tommy made countless efforts and questioned the system, but to no avail. The system's power was insufficient to counteract the expulsion by Heaven's path. Thus, he knew he truly couldn't stay here, so he decided to hold this meeting to ensure closure. This meeting still needed to continue, and Tommy couldn't be too sorrowful. It was just a departure, not death. Then, he took out the soul-suppressing pagoda and looked at Beatrice, whom he specifically invited, and grinned wryly. "Sister Joan, I have good news for you." Hearing this, Beatrice immediately wore a bewildered expression. She was originally an obscure junior disciple and hadn't seen much of Tommy since his rise. Thus, when he called her to the meeting, she was startled, unsure why he'd summoned her. If it were any other time, Tommy might have teased her, but now he had no time to waste and bluntly asked, "Do you remember Flynn?" "Yes." Beatrice nodded fervently, her excitement evident. "The good news is that Flynn is alive, having become the soul spirit of the soul-suppressing pagoda with infinite divine consciousness, arguably the strongest in the world." This announcement stunned everyone, especially Arnold, who felt he could recall something. Tommy then communicated with the soul-suppressing pagoda via divine consciousness, projecting Flynn's image. At the sight of Flynn, Beatrice became visibly emotional, tears welling in her eyes, as did Brock. These actions clearly indicated that celestial mechanisms were monitored. By revealing this, Tommy was informing everyone that he was genuinely leaving. Now, it wasn't about debating the celestial mechanisms. The great figures tacitly understood and waited for Tommy's next move. Next, Tommy looked at Beatrice seriously and said, "I wanted to give you the soul-suppressing pagoda, but it would harm rather than benefit you. An ordinary person holding treasure invites calamity. So, Beatrice, I want to ask you, do you want to become a part of the Cliff Peak group and be able to reunite with Flynn whenever you want from now on? Yes, I do. Beatrice didn't hesitate for a moment and nodded earnestly. Tommy gave a slight nod. Under the fiery gazes of the holy masters, he pushed the soul-suppressing pagoda towards Ace and said calmly, Father, take care of this. Make sure no one takes it away. Ace solemnly put away the pagoda, feeling a deep sorrow within him. He understood the implications of his son's actions. May Montagan's sister, invincible brother, Elder Russell. Tommy called out 3 people in one breath and laughed heartily, saying, I don't know if the universal true lord, Wildwind Venerable, or the heavenly emperor you speak of is indeed me, but I hope it is, and I wish all of you can grow stronger in the future. Tears welled up in the eyes of these 3 as they bowed to Tommy respectfully. Elder Montague, Elder Jasper, Abner, Uncle Francis, Brother Montague June. Tommy turned to the representatives of the Holy Lands. Since Garrett was not present, Tommy called Dimitri instead. Then, he saluted the elders and hoped earnestly, I hope you can help Zhuangyanjian sect after my departure. I am truly grateful. After speaking, he converted all his spirit stones into points and exchanged them for countless idle pills, distributing them freely among the holy masters and Dimitri. Seeing this, everyone returned his gesture and promised sincerely that they would treat Zhuangyanjian sect like family. Uncle, mother-in-law. Tommy looked at Brecken and Madison, calling them and smiling. Remember to give me a little brother soon? Then, his expression couldn't hide the sadness as he tightened Hazel's hand and said, Take good care of Hazel after I leave. He then handed over a large pile of idle pills to Brecken. Uncle, next time don't be stingy. Give the disciples what they need, so they can afford the pills. Tommy went through everyone one by one, unable to bear the pain but also helpless. Having arranged everything for others, it was time to address his closest comrades. Montaguilin, Shuelu, Brother Wenxiang. The Chung brothers bowed deeply, tears streaming down their faces. I had Flynn investigate your family tragedies during your childhood, Tommy explained coolly. Hearing this, the Chung brothers immediately showed an uncontrollable fury, ready to slay their enemies. Without delay, Tommy revealed, your family tragedy might have been caused by the Shadow Assassin organization. I wanted to avenge you myself, but now there's no time. Tommy chuckled bitterly, looking at the Holy Land leaders. I hope you can help them. The leaders solemnly nodded, taking this matter seriously. Qingqiu, AI, boss. Be kind to Peggy in the future, and stop teasing her. Also, avoid eating that stone table next time. Woo-woo. I will remember that. Lusha. Tommy looked sternly at Lusha and declared loudly, Cliff Peak will be under your charge. You have great potential to become the Peak Master. Senior brother. Lusha was sobbing, trying to say something but finally just bowed respectfully. After making arrangements for everyone, Tommy gripped Mandy and Hazel's hands even tighter. He gently glanced at Hazel, then Mandy, and said calmly, Let's go for a walk. We've talked enough and I'm tired. On an unnamed small island in the endless sea, they found a nice spot, lying casually on the warm sand, chatting. Ha ha ha, brother. Mandy cried while laughing, shouting, Brother, you played a perfect trick on them. They were completely fooled. Ha 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 ha. Tommy burst into a series of loud laughs and declared proudly, Awesome, right? Awesome. Off key. Hazel. Tommy turned his head, lightly pinched Hazel's hand, and whispered softly, Meeting you made my life worthwhile. Woo woo. Hazel wept bitterly, then abruptly straddled Tommy and kissed him, giving him her first kiss. After 10 hours, the trio lay gazing at the sky, counting stars, talking about their hopes for the future. Suddenly, Tommy's body began to become translucent, finally leaving only a speck of consciousness, which transformed into golden light and soared into the sky. Woo woo. Wenxiang. Hazel collapsed in tears, reaching up to grab him but grasping empty air. However, Mandy's expression was different. She remained silent, not shedding a tear. Rumble. In an instant, Mandy emitted an ancient aura, her cultivation rapidly escalating. Late golden core. Nether essence. Tri-natured. Quasi-sage. First-rank sage. Ninth-rank sage. Emperor. Transcendent. Under Hazel's astonished and grieving gaze, Mandy transformed from a little girl in the golden core realm into an unrivaled empress who could dominate the world. She raised her head, looking at the void, and said calmly, In the previous life, you ruled as heavenly emperor, and I stitched your soul. This time, you still think you can run. You can't escape. Mandy enunciated each word clearly, radiating supreme authority that shook the entire cultivation world. Then, she reached out, pulling the bewildered Hazel along and transforming into a swift streak of light, chasing after Tommy's divine consciousness with incredible speed.